Chapter 1 Hello, Teacher Shin. Matters of this sort have only two outcomes. Never at all or countless times. For once tasted, one would be insatiable. An intense love affair came to an end. Clothes were scattered untidily on the carpet, stockings torn, and a pure white shirt in disarray. Alicia got up barefoot, her delicate fingers casually picking up the clothes. The arm that was wrapped around her waist pulled her forcefully back into the man's embrace. Don't leave. Sleep with me. The man's voice was hoarse. Don't forget our agreement. She sat at the head of the bed, her fair cheeks tinged with a blush, laughing to show her neat teeth, looking both obedient and seductive. But there was a hint of distance in that smile. 3 months ago, Alicia found out that her boyfriend, with whom she had been dating for years, was cheating. After falling into the water while drunk, she was rescued by this man. The wet woman, clinging to his neck, her bright eyes bewitching, asked, "Do you want me?" A night of passion followed. It was Alicia's first time, and her experience with the man was pleasant. Leaving her contact information, she told him calmly, "If you need me in the future, you can find me." The man looked at the red stain on the bedsheet, his gaze profound. Later, whenever he had free time, they would spend time together. Their bodies became increasingly compatible, and Alicia expressed satisfaction with him. But she had stipulated certain conditions beforehand. First, no staying overnight. Second, if he found a companion, she would leave. Third, their relationship would go no further than this. No money, no commitment, only the raw desire between men and women in the stillness of night, like a tangled web of countless threads. Once it was over, she put on her dress and turned indifferent. The man breathed against her ear. "One more time, No, there's an activity at school tomorrow." Alicia broke free and started dressing. Accompanied by the sound of a lighter igniting, he saw through the flickering flame the woman slowly pulling down her silk dress. It covered the alluring scene before her chest, her slender waist, flat abdomen, and snow-white, straight legs. Which teacher could be so enchanting in bed? Those legs made the man wish he could die right there on top of her. Alicia zipped up the side of her dress and looked back at the man leaning against the bed. He wasn't the kind of handsome man currently popular. His clear-cut features were ruggedly handsome, his jawline tight, and his dark eyes deep and sharp. There was a scar on his bare upper body, muscles sleek and not the bulky kind from gym workouts, yet his defined muscles exuded pure masculine charm. Especially those strong arms that hugged her, giving off a sense of complete security. Whether in physique or stamina, he met all her standards. Alicia retracted her gaze, her red lips curving into a beautiful smile. "Good night." She left the room, her movements confident. Where was the obedient girl who had clung to him half an hour earlier, softly pleading, "Slow down"? The man stubbed out his cigarette, a satisfied smile lingering on his lips. Obviously, he was pleased with Alicia as well. The next day, before dawn, Alicia emerged from her warm, cozy quilt. Changing into a white blouse and jeans, she tied her hair high up, the curls sweeping gracefully through the air. She arrived at school on time, putting down her bag to join other teachers in preparing for the event. Alicia was a teacher at a private noble kindergarten. Today, there was a concert performance, and all the parents would be present. Before the performance, an accident occurred. "Teacher Shun, the children in your class are fighting." Children attending their school were all from wealthy families, and the teachers pampered them like little emperors. Alicia hurried to the backstage, where two boys were rolling on the ground, wrestling. Santiago was sitting astride Alfonso's stomach, punching left and right, blood also trickling from his own mouth. Despite their young age, there was a fierceness in their eyes that didn't belong to children of this age. These two were the grandsons of the Ji and Lu families. The teachers only dared to verbally stop them, none dared to physically intervene. "Alfonso, Santiago, stop." At Alicia's voice, the two bundles of energy stopped their actions. Alfonso quickly pushed Santiago away and rushed to Alicia, tears instantly streaming down his face. "Teacher Weiwa, Santiago insulted me and hit me. It hurts. Please blow on it to make it better." As Alicia tended to his injuries, she felt a headache brewing. With these two grandsons hurt, her career might very well be over. "Be good, don't cry. I'm here." Santiago still had blood on the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on her. He clearly wanted comfort too, but stubbornly refused to come closer. After comforting Alfonso, Alicia had someone take him away to change clothes and contacted the guardians of both parties to explain the situation. She then squatted beside Santiago, speaking gently. "Does it hurt?" Santiago turned his face away, muttering under his breath, "It doesn't hurt." She used a cotton swab dipped in iodine to clean the boy's mouth, causing Santiago to wince in pain. "You say it doesn't hurt?" With a stern face, Alicia said, "Tell me, why did you fight?" In the entire kindergarten, only she dared to speak to little Emperor Trace like this. Santiago muttered with his head down. He said, "I don't have a mom." The little bundle of joy clenched his hanging hand tighter, and Alicia felt her heart tighten as well. "Poor child. So you hit him?" The little bundle of joy looked at her steadily, with an earnest gaze. "I promised not to bully kids, so I just told him that I'm not like him. Not only does he lack a mother, but he also lacks a father. He's in such a hurry to find death. Is he not going to live past tomorrow?" After I finished talking, Alfonso came at me like a madman. Alicia's mouth twitched. Just as she was about to say more, a voice came from the door. "Teacher Shun, Santiago's dad is here." "Dad?" Alicia had been teaching this class for a year, and usually, it was the family's servants who picked up the children. She had never met Santiago's parents before. "It's okay now, your dad is here." Alicia stroked the little boy's face and got up, a professional warm smile on her lips as she extended her hand toward the newcomer. Hello, Mr. G. I'm Santiago's teacher, Alicia. There was a bit of an accident just now. Before she could finish her sentence, she stared at the person walking in against the light. Ardell was dressed in a suit, his chiseled features taut, eyes sharp, exuding an aura of aloofness and nobility. His gaze subtly shifted from Santiago to Alicia's face, and his broad, rough hand grasped the delicate one he had caressed many times. His voice was deep and resonant. Hello, Teacher Shun. Chapter 2. In a suit and tie. Alicia had seen many men in the nude, but this was the first time she saw one so impeccably dressed in a suit. He seemed like a completely different person from her memory. On the day Morgan saved her from the water, he was wearing a black vest, military-style pants, and Martin boots. The already tight vest clung to his body when wet, outlining the well-defined muscles. His strong, solid hand holding her waist, and the prominent veins on his arm oozed pure testosterone. Almost at the first sight of him, Alicia made a decision that went against everything she believed in. She thought this man was a soldier, rough yet powerful. It turned out that his body looked just as impressive in a suit, dignified and incomparable. The rough fingertips of the man grazed her tender palm, bringing Alicia back to reality. She quickly composed herself and withdrew her hand from his grasp. Alicia had guessed that his background wasn't bad. After all, their hotel rooms were never cheap. But the calluses on his palms made her think he couldn't be some pampered young master. Little did she know that he was the G family heir who returned from abroad 3 months ago. Even more unexpectedly, the man with whom she had spent her first night actually already had a child. Suppressing the myriad of thoughts in her mind, Alicia patiently explained, Mr. G, I'm very sorry. Just now, Santiago had a physical altercation with a classmate. It's all my fault for not taking good care of him. Alicia liked children and didn't want to lose this job. Santiago defended her. Dad, it has nothing to do with Teacher Shun. It's Alfonso's fault. Alicia stood straight with her hands resting on her abdomen, her high ponytail emphasizing her fresh and charming appearance, not a hint of the alluring allure she had shown last night. Under the man's scrutinizing gaze, Alicia felt uneasy. She licked her lips and said again, Mr. G, I will take better care of Santiago in the future. I hope you can let me off easy and not file a complaint. Santiago tugged at the corner of the man's coat, seemingly trying to speak up for her. Then, Morgan spoke in a deep voice. Teacher Shun is indeed at fault. Alicia pressed her lips together and lowered her head, adopting an obedient posture. The man's eyes landed on the exposed white skin of her neck, where a clear red mark could be seen. Recalling the unfinished passion of the previous night, Morgan took a step closer and whispered, From now on, women should not involve themselves in men's fights. The hot breath hit Alicia's nape, making her delicate skin feel scorching. This man must have done it on purpose. Even if other teachers were busy preparing for the performance, someone might see them here, and there would be no clearing her name even if she jumped into the yellow river. Alicia took a quick step backward, her ears turning red. She slowly lifted her head to meet Morgan's wild eyes, and despite her efforts to hide it, he still caught the hint of shyness in her eyes. Morgan calmly patted Santiago's shoulder. Next time, it's on me if you get hurt. Alicia frowned, thinking this method of education was inappropriate, but she wasn't in a position to lecture him given his status. Noticing her frown, Morgan clarified. Teacher Shin needn't worry. Children fighting is normal. It has nothing to do with you. Thank you for understanding. I'll take Santiago to change clothes now. Excuse me. Alicia led the child away without looking back, a distant look on her face. After changing Santiago into clean clothes, Alicia patted his head gently. She truly liked Santiago and also enjoyed Morgan as a physically capable bed partner. Unfortunately, it was time to end it. She sent a message on her phone. Game over. Alicia changed into an evening gown, applied light makeup, and walked toward the venue. In the audience, Morgan glanced at the message on his phone. It was from that woman, and she was certainly decisive. Suddenly, a spotlight shone on Alicia on stage, who was dressed in a white dress and holding a violin. The light cast a soft glow around her, making her appear both sacred and elegant. She neither had the allure from last night nor the innocence just moments ago. Her facial features were naturally striking, and her fox-like eyes captivated people when she smiled, while carrying a hint of coldness when she didn't. Now, with her eyes closed, she exuded regal elegance. Like a celestial being, only to be admired from afar. Her soft, fair face rested lightly against the violin body as she raised her hand to play the strings. Any teacher in this school must possess real talent, and Morgan thought her skills were merely professional. However, her performance exceeded expectations. In the dark, a parent sitting nearby whispered, I didn't expect Teacher Shun to be such a skilled player. Morgan sat upright, his chiseled handsome face showing restraint. His voice was low and grave, average, still room for improvement. Though it was a very upright voice, it somehow evoked an air of intimacy. Morgan thought of the young girl who had clung to his neck in bed, acting rather coquettish. Her technique couldn't be said to be particularly good. This was the first time he saw Alicia in formal attire. She looked ethereal and pure. Her delicate figure was tantalizingly charming. He wanted. Alicia could feel an intense gaze on her throughout her performance. When the piece ended, she slowly opened her eyes. She met the gaze of the man in the first row, whose piercing eyes fell directly on her face, unyielding. Thunderous applause filled the venue. Apart from applauding for their own children, the aristocratic audience, accustomed to concerts, All knew that teacher Shun's violin skills were not just professional, but nearly matched those of a musician. Alicia brought the child on stage for the curtain call, distributing handmade gifts prepared by the children to each parent. She was gracious and kind, attending to every parent's emotions and each child's needs. After the event concluded, the children were picked up by their parents. Only then did Alicia heave a sigh of relief, removing her decorative earrings as she walked toward the dressing room. Just as she was about to open the door, a pair of strong arms pulled her inside without warning. Alicia let out a small cry as she was drawn into the man's solid embrace. A flash of annoyance crossed her face, and Alicia lowered her voice. "Let me go." The hand around her waist tightened. "Teacher Shun, you didn't say that in bed." The man's hot breath brushed against her ear. "I remember you said slower, gentler, darling. Can you guess what I was thinking while you played?" Alicia blushed furiously, the confined space of the dressing room making her feel even warmer under the influence of the man's strong physique. Feeling both embarrassed and angry, she glared at him. "Mr. G, I already told you weave." Her soft lips were covered by the man's fingers, stopping her mid-sentence. Morgan cast a faint glance downward. The little woman in his arms felt so fragrant and tender. Even her lips, which he had never explored, felt soft enough to make his heart race. His rough palm gently caressed her delicate lips. "Shoo, someone is coming." Alicia's pupils dilated. Her body tensed up as she hurriedly tried to push him away, only to have her hands captured and raised above her head by the man. Without warning, the man's lips landed on the back of her ear. Her earlobe tingled from the heat, his voice hoarse and low. "I want to hide you away, where no one can see you." And then, Chapter 3 through the door. Morgan's bold and straightforward words made Alicia's face flush and her heart race. In bed, this man always did more than he talked, their exchanges mostly being gentler or slower. She had once thought him reliable and industrious, but little did she know that when it came to sweet talk, he was relentless, making it hard for Alicia to maintain her composure. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, yet Alicia maintained her reasoning. "Mr. G, I think I've made myself very clear. The game is over." The hand on her waist grazed lightly, and the man nibbled on the tender flesh of her earlobe. "Can you bear to?" Alicia's body trembled instinctively, but she kept a stern face. "Mr. G, I have no interest in getting involved in others' family affairs. This is the women's changing room. Please leave immediately." Morgan scrutinized her. She didn't seem like a woman at all. He was her first man, and she enjoyed it in bed, yet now she wanted to sever ties so cleanly and decisively, without a hint of regret in her eyes. "But I'm different from Teacher Shun. I enjoy meddling and watching Teacher Shun drenched in sweat, clinging to my neck, begging me to stop." The man appeared indulgent and unrestrained, in stark contrast to the anxious Alicia. Footsteps outside became clearer, and Frida's voice came through. "Teacher Shun, are you inside?" Just as Alicia was about to reply, she found her gown zipper pulled down, his long fingers lingering near her bra clasp. This stimulation nearly made her cry out. Alicia was flustered, although recently she had indeed been somewhat infatuated with this strong man who always gave her an overwhelming sensation. But she wasn't ready to broadcast her desires in front of her colleagues. Alicia's whole body tensed, biting her lips tightly, not daring to make a sound, her eyes clearly pleading. Her pitiful appearance pleased Morgan. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of the man's mouth. "Teacher Shun, the power to end the game lies with me." He spoke in a low voice, his breath hot, causing Alicia's body to shiver. Outside, her colleague murmured, "Strange, I saw Wei Wei come in. Where is she?" Frida, receiving no response, lifted the door handle. Alicia's voice came through. "Inghan, I'm changing clothes." Her voice carried a slight, barely perceptible panic. Who knew? She was gripping Morgan's suit to steady herself. Oblivious, Frida replied dreamily. "Wei Wei, isn't Mr. Leroy the handsomest today? No objections, right? So tall and handsome. Wow, that physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. I bet he has abs, either six-pack or eight-pack." Gossiping was a natural trait for girls, and usually, Alicia would join in. But today, the subject of gossip was standing right in front of her. How could Alicia respond? Without a reply, Frida knocked on the door. "Wei Wei, what do you think?" At this moment, Alicia was trapped by Morgan, the temperature in the small changing room rising gradually. The man kissed her neck, the silky dress hanging loosely on her shoulders, revealing Alicia's smooth, round shoulder. Her neck arched gracefully like a swan's. Under the man's fierce attack, Alicia's breathing faltered, not quite familiar. The man chuckled softly in her ear, placing her small hand on his waist. "Count them." Afraid of exposing themselves, Alicia had no room to struggle and was only led by the man. Her palm pressed against the bumpy yet scorching abs. Heat intensified. She could even feel the faint moisture on his skin. From top to bottom, each muscle block was explored. Frida wouldn't be satisfied gossiping alone. "Guess, is it 6 or 8? Alicia closed her eyes, resigned. 8. "I guess so too. He looks like someone who looks slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed." "Wei Wei, don't you love such types?" Bursting with hormones and sexual tension. Alicia blushed, recalling earlier when Frida comforted her after learning about her being cheated on by Brant. Alicia had said casually, "I wasn't that upset. I don't like Brant, a skinny type." "What do you like then? I can introduce you to some." Alicia was scrolling through videos and pointed at a video blogger showing off six-pack abs. "I like such," bursting with sexual tension, full of energy. Now, revisiting this old topic in front of Morgan, Alicia felt like she could dig her toes into the floor and create a two-bedroom apartment. She quickly found an excuse to dismiss Frida. Okay, go back first. The sound of Frida skipping away echoed outside the door. Only then did Alicia relax, exhaling deeply. Soon she realized she was overly relieved. Morgan leaned in, his dark pupils filled with desire. Baby, so you like this side of me? Just as Alicia was about to retort, she felt her hand falling into the man's scorching palm. In the next moment, her small hand was placed on his belt. The back of her hand felt the searing heat from the man's palm, while the palm of her hand touched the cold metal buckle. Under this dual stimulation, Alicia blushed, even her neck tinged with a light shade of honey pink, extremely alluring. Morgan held her waist with one hand and caught her wrist with the other, his fingers gently caressing the delicate inner side of her wrist. His deep voice echoed in Alicia's ear, baby, undo it for me. Chapter 4. Do you think I would marry you? This was the first time Alicia realized that such a rugged and muscular man could have a voice so captivating that it could make someone's legs go weak. Compared to indulging in a fleeting pleasure, Alicia cared more about her future. So before being tempted further, she said with a cold face, Mr. G, please maintain your decorum. I have no interest in being a mistress. Alicia shattered the ambiguous atmosphere. Ardell's expression turned profound as his sharp gaze scrutinized her, an intangible pressure coming from him. So you think I would marry you? Alicia, unfazed by such a taboo topic, replied, Mr. G, you've misunderstood. From the beginning, I made it clear that our relationship is only limited to the bed. Whether or not you want to marry me isn't important. I've never had any intention of marrying you. Now I don't. And in the future, I won't. She slipped out of her evening gown, changing back into her usual clothes. That's it, Mr. G. With a stern face, Alicia left without looking back. After leaving the dressing room, she took out her phone, intending to block the man's WeChat account. But then she thought of Santiago's father, who is a student's parent after all. Alicia changed the note for 188-20 to Santiago's dad. From now on, she would draw a line between herself and this man, having no more ties whatsoever. But fate worked faster than Alicia imagined, as today was the day for home visits. Given Santiago's special circumstances, previous communications were delayed due to a lack of time, thus being postponed until the end. At that moment, Alicia didn't know Ardell was Santiago's father. She took a deep breath. He was so busy that even if it were a home visit, it wouldn't necessarily involve him. As dusk fell, Alicia arrived at the G residence when the last rays of sunlight disappeared over the horizon. A gray-haired butler greeted her warmly and politely. Her high heels clicked on the courtyard floor, and the lights were already on. The villa stood majestically before her, resembling the castles in fairy tales. It was hard to imagine that the simply dressed man she met each time lived here. Alicia pulled out shoe covers she had prepared in advance, while the old butler considerately handed her a pair of women's slippers. Teacher Shun, were these? They're brand new. Thank you. Alicia took off her high heels and changed into slippers that fit perfectly. She scanned the spacious living room with its chandelier hanging several meters high, but saw no one. Where's Trace? He's practicing boxing. Teacher Shun, follow me. The old butler led her to the basement via an elevator. She wondered, could their living room be underground? When the elevator doors opened, what caught Alicia's eyes was a boxing ring. On the platform were two figures, big and small. The smaller one wore boxing gloves, sweat soaking through his hair. Ardell wore black casual pants, bare-chested. In the dim light, his lowered eyebrows exuded waves of intense killing intent, even though his expression wasn't visible clearly. Sweat slid down the man's chin, his Adam's apple rolling. Such a cool and handsome Ardell was completely different from the one who cornered her in the dressing room. Drip. Alicia clearly saw the bead of sweat fall onto his bronze pectorals and slowly seep into a scar. He stared at Santiago, his voice harsh enough to remind Alicia of her drill master during military training, strict and cold. Get up, continue. Knock me down. Exhausted, Santiago struggled to get up but fell again, his right foot giving way. He leaned on the ground, gasping for breath. However, the man wasn't satisfied yet. He lifted Santiago by one arm, the muscle lines protruding. Alicia couldn't care less about his overwhelming masculinity anymore. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing his arm, blocking Santiago with her body. Stop, Mr. G. Alicia's slender white hand contrasted sharply with Ardell's tanned arm. White versus black, strength versus gentleness. Move. Ardell's gaze was too cold and terrifying, making Alicia feel scared. Seeing the bruises on Santiago, which she initially thought were just from playing around at home, she finally knew the reason. No wonder Santiago was so ruthless toward Alfonso, making it impossible for Alfonso to fight back. Mr. G, Trace is only 5 years old. Isn't your expectation too high? Ardell looked at her clean and fair face. What stance does Teacher Shin take to question me? Facing his overwhelming aura, Alicia didn't retreat a bit, standing straight. Mr. G, as Trace's teacher, I have the responsibility to remind you for the child's mental and physical health. Overexerting and pulling seedlings won't help. The butler was surprised that this seemingly gentle girl showed no fear towards Ardell. Caught in tension, he tried to smooth things over. Teacher Shun is right. Young master is tired. I'll take him to change clothes and rest. As Santiago left, Alicia clearly saw his legs trembling, not knowing how long he had been pushed by this man. A flicker of Burun flashed across her eyes. With no one around, Alicia spoke directly. He's just a child. How can he withstand such intense training? Feeling sorry for him. Ardell walked toward her, his overpowering presence forcing her to back up step by step. Until her back hit the ropes, Alicia had nowhere left to retreat. Ardell leaned over, grabbing the ropes with one hand, confining Alicia entirely within his domain. Mr. G, please keep your decorum. Alicia had no way to avoid it. In front of her was the man's wild body. At such close range, she could clearly see the fine sweat beading on his chiseled face. He gripped her chin, his damp fingers burning hot, as if trying to melt her. If he moved any closer, he could kiss Alicia. In moments of passion, he always wanted to kiss her, but each time, Alicia would cleverly deflect and evade. He had tasted almost every part of a woman's body, except for these red lips. So the most attractive part of this young girl to him was Alicia's lips. Ardell applied slight pressure with his fingers, continuing from the previous topic. If you feel sorry for him, would you consider being his stepmother? Alicia's eyes widened, and she raised her hand to strike his face. Bastard. Her wrist was easily caught and twisted behind her back. Compared to him, her strength was like drizzle. Let me go, Ardell. Stopping the act? Miss Shun. He drew out the last syllable, imbuing the title with a hint of ambiguity. His large hand roamed around Alicia's waist. Alicia tried to avoid his touch, leaning backward. The ropes lifted her, suspending her in midair, giving her no sense of security at all. She instinctively hooked her arms around his neck, letting out a startled cry. Ardell leaned down, biting Alicia's earlobe. Miss Shin, do you want to? Chapter 5, Where haven't you explored? Where was the air of a domineering CEO in this man? He was clearly a reckless military rogue. No way, she gritted her teeth. Alicia lifted her leg to thrust at his abdomen, but the man's reflexes were swift. He caught her calf in an instant. Her slipper fell, revealing her toes painted in red nail polish curling slightly. Alicia was a very contradictory person, gentle and kind before students, cold as ice with men. Everyone would praise her as a good teacher. Only a thin layer of clear nail polish adorned her 10 fingernails, making them look neat and tidy, giving off an image of efficiency. In stark contrast, the toenails hidden beneath her shoes were vividly red. Alicia's current situation was dire, one hand clinging to the man's neck, the other gripping a rope, barely maintaining her balance. Trying to withdraw her leg, her voice remained indifferent. Mr. G, I'm here for a home visit. Besides your lips, which part of my body haven't you explored? Alicia's cheeks flushed, yet her eyes gleamed fiercely. Mr. G, please do not interfere with my work. Her chilly aloofness seemed ready to erupt in the next moment. Ardell glanced at Alicia's expression and chuckled softly. He then released his hold on her. All right, I'll go change clothes. Alicia breathed a sigh of relief, wriggled out from the ropes, and hurriedly pressed the elevator button, eager to escape. The moment the elevator door opened, she rushed inside. A large hand with distinct knuckles blocked the closing door. He pressed another floor button, and the doors closed between them. Inside the confined space, Alicia stood ramrod straight, staring intently at the door, her gaze never wavering, terrified of meeting the man's eyes again, lest it stir up more ambiguity. Even before the door opened, she had readied herself to bolt out. Ardell pressed the close button, preventing the door from opening. Alicia frowned in displeasure. Mr. G, I hope you won't do such things again. I'm afraid others might misunderstand. Regardless of what's going on between you and your wife, I don't want to disrupt anyone's family. Her gaze was resolute, as if associating with him was a shameful matter. So you regret it? Alicia enunciated each word carefully. Yes. If I had known you were already married back then, I would never have chosen you. Danger loomed. The man's handsome face darkened, his voice icy. Then who do you plan to choose? Certainly not a married man. Alicia pulled away from his arm, and the door slowly opened, bright light flooding in. Ardell stared after her retreating figure in a daze as the elevator ascended to his bedroom door. The butler stood respectfully beside him. That Shun teacher is the one master has chosen, right? Yeah. Ardell didn't deny it. Take good care of her. Understood. However, has master informed teacher Shun about the child's background? With you being single and having a child, anyone would assume it's illegitimate. If master intends to proceed further, you must tell her soon that you and young master aren't related by blood to prevent misunderstandings. Ardell's lips curled. She's not interested in knowing. Living room. Alicia sat demurely on the sofa as the butler brought over some small pastries and fruits. Master is taking a shower and changing clothes. Teacher Shun, please enjoy some fruit while you wait. Alicia usually only ate low-calorie meals or substitutes in the evening and avoided high-calorie foods. But she politely replied, thank you. Looking around, she saw mostly low-calorie fruits like cherry tomatoes, kiwis, and star fruits. Beside them were exquisite and delicious little pastries. The butler explained, the bread is whole wheat, and all sweets and drinks are made with zero-calorie sugar. She took a sip of her favorite lemonade to soothe her throat, and then asked, apart from sharing Leroy's daily activities at school, I'd also like to understand his situation at home. Since Mr. G is often away, I presume you take care of Leroy more frequently. To avoid running into Ardell later, Alicia started the home visit immediately. The butler nodded. Indeed, Master used to be away a lot, but he will be home more often now. Don't worry, Teacher Shun. Don't worry? About what? Alicia felt the butler's words were strange, but she didn't think much of it, probably due to their hospitable preparations. Although the child has you for company, parental affection is what he truly needs. Leroy is quite introverted. When Mr. G is away, does Mrs. G spend much time with him? Rich families had complicated relationships, so teachers like her didn't dare ask too many questions. Teacher Shen, you're joking. Our young master isn't married, so where would there be a Mrs. G? Not married. So G. Leroy was born out of wedlock. What a scoundrel. But at least he hadn't lied to her. He indeed was single. The butler wanted to further explain to avoid Alicia assuming the child was Ardell's biological son, but a man's voice came from the stairs. If Teacher Shin wants to know more, why not ask me directly? Ardell appeared at the top of the stairs, wearing a set of black silk pajamas. The smooth satin shimmered under the crystal chandelier. His every move exuded elegance and laziness. Compared to when they first met, his hair had grown a little longer, with a few strands naturally falling onto his forehead, not yet dried. He approached in slippers, then sat opposite Alicia, legs casually crossed, looking every bit like a young master of a wealthy family. He looked completely different from the sweat-drenched boxer he was just moments ago in the ring. The butler discreetly retreated, while Alicia felt somewhat displeased. Mr. G usually receives guests in pajamas? She tried to maintain a clear boundary between them. Her efforts were in vain. It annoyed her that the man didn't treat her like an outsider at all. That night she impulsively let things go too far with him after drinking. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. As dawn approached, the man's arms circled around her waist, whispering near her ear, "One more time." She was so exhausted she could barely open her eyes, mumbling, "Next time." They naturally progressed to the next time, and the time after that, making Alicia start to crave the pleasures of intimacy. But this relationship was only based on her assumption that Ardell was an ordinary or fairly eligible single man. If she had known his true identity, Alicia wouldn't have gotten involved from the beginning. Ardell raised an eyebrow. Not formal enough? Since we spend more time unclothed together, I don't really know Teacher Shin's preferences. How about you come with me to my room, and I'll try each outfit for you until you're satisfied. Chapter 6 Warmth in the Palm. When Alicia heard Morgan's frivolous words, she clenched her fists, wishing she could pull the corners of his mouth back to tie a bow behind his head and stuff his mouth with whole wheat bread. Imagination was abundant, but reality was harsher. Alicia maintained a calm expression, coughing lightly into her hand. My preferences don't matter, Mr. G. I want to talk to you about Trace. Trace is a sensitive and introverted child. Recently, he has been depressed and has lost his appetite. I noticed sleep disturbances when he napped at school. Even when he finally falls asleep, he wakes up frequently. After evaluation by our school psychologist, this child has, Alicia paused to add, a tendency toward depression. Morgan's expression turned cold. When did it start? His personality has never been very lively, but he has become even more gloomy this semester. His emotional instability began about 2 months ago. In fact, Alicia had some vague guesses about the factors affecting the child, primarily family issues. Mr. G, if there's no improvement in the child's condition, we suggest that he rest at home. In fact, the principal had already proposed that Santiago go home. The school could not bear the responsibility if something happened to such a child. But Alicia believed that only the person who tied the knot can untie it. If the root cause lies in the family, sending him back would only worsen the situation. That's why she was especially lenient toward children with psychological issues like Santiago and Alfonso while they were at school. Morgan stared at her intently, his face devoid of the previous playful demeanor. He lit a cigarette with his long fingers, the white smoke obscuring his expression from Alicia's view. So what does Teacher Shin suggest? I hope Mr. G will pay more attention to the child. He is very fragile. Harsh discipline like what you just did won't work. She paused again and added, if possible, try to have the child's mother stay with him. He craves maternal love deeply, and having his mother around would improve the situation. Teacher Shin, that may not be possible. Morgan flicked his cigarette ash casually into the ashtray. Alicia's expression turned serious. Leaning forward and bracing her hands on the table, she asked anxiously, why? Because his biological mother is no longer here. Morgan pressed down the cigarette but, mimicking Alicia's posture by bracing his hands on the table, bringing them closer together. You care so much about Santiago. Why not consider my proposal? Santiago likes you very much. If you could be his stepmother, he would surely be happy. Clang. A crash echoed from upstairs. Trace. Thinking of Santiago's psychological state, which had improved somewhat under her care, Alicia still feared something might happen to him. Upon hearing the noise, Alicia reacted quickly, rushing out without thinking. But in her panic, she kicked the leg of the sofa in her slippers and fell heavily, one slipper flying off. With a loud bang, Alicia's knees hit the hard tile floor painfully. Are you okay? Morgan extended his hand to her. The pain shot from her knees throughout her body, causing Alicia to break out in a cold sweat. Thinking of Santiago, she didn't stop to catch her breath. Without being overly delicate, she handed her small hand to Morgan. The man gently pulled her up without using too much force. Once standing, the sharp pain in her knees intensified, but she said, I'm fine, before hobbling upstairs. Morgan's brow furrowed slightly. The second floor had a luxurious decor, with many famous paintings hanging in the corridor and valuable porcelain displayed on a curio cabinet. Alicia immediately saw a little girl standing beside the cabinet, resembling Santiago. She wore an elaborate princess dress and a crown, but stared at Alicia with a cold expression. Before Alicia could figure out her identity, Santiago came downstairs, and Alicia rushed forward, hugging him tightly. Trace. Teacher Shun, what happened? Santiago's hair was still wet from a recent shower, and he smelled sweetly of fruit. Seeing his soft and innocent look, Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. I heard something break just now and came to check. Who is she? Morgan pulled the little girl away from the broken pieces, confirming she wasn't hurt, then explained, "This is Santiago's sister, Abrielle. Are they twins?" Alicia was surprised. The two children looked about the same age, but why weren't they attending the same school? Moreover, Santiago had never mentioned his sister at school. If she hadn't seen her herself, Alicia wouldn't have known she existed. As if he had read her thoughts, Morgan explained, "For personal reasons, she has always been raised at home." While speaking, Abrielle kept staring at Alicia with a nearly hostile gaze, one that made it hard for Alicia to imagine it coming from a little girl. Sensing the inexplicable hostility from the little girl, she guessed the reason. It might have been Morgan's earlier words that instilled animosity toward her in the little girl. She could understand, no matter whether her mother was around or not, who would like having an outsider in the house. Alicia took the initiative to leave. "Mr. G, I hope you pay attention to what we discussed earlier. It's getting late, so I'll be on my way. Take good care of both children." Although she had deliberately reminded him, Morgan still followed her out before she got into her car. The night breeze felt cool against her skin. Under the streetlights, the man approached her, his already tall figure elongated by the light. "Teacher Shun." Morgan's voice was steady and cold in the night breeze. Alicia touched the car handle, but a large hand covered the back of her hand, stopping her from opening the door. The warmth from the man's palm was palpable, and she could clearly feel the rough calluses under the smooth skin. The night breeze blew again, and Morgan stepped forward, pressing Alicia against the side of the car. His dark eyes stared at her meaningfully. "Teacher Shun, tonight, I want to." Chapter 7. How did you come here? The moment she heard this, Alicia immediately reached out to cover his thin lips and refused. "No, you don't want to." A hint of a smile appeared in the man's eyes as he removed Alicia's small hand and explained, "What I mean is, it's so late, I want to drive you home." Alicia's face flushed, realizing that she had misunderstood. She coldly said, "Mr. G, thank you for your kindness, but given our special status, continuing to interact with you will cause trouble for my work." She pulled away from his hand with an expressionless face and said, "It's very late. Please get some rest early." Getting into the car, closing the door, and starting the engine all happened seamlessly. When she got home, she took a shower, opened a bottle of red wine, and sat on the terrace drinking while enjoying the night scenery. Suddenly, her phone pushed a news notification. Powerhouse Alliance. The Zhou and Sue mega-rich families join in marriage. The accompanying image was a picture of Brant and Annabelle's families dining on a yacht at sunset. Her ex-boyfriend was getting engaged to her half-sister from the same father, yet she remained unmoved and put down her phone. A devilish voice suddenly broke the peaceful moment, causing Alicia to frown as she answered, "Mom." An irate woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Did you see the news about Brant's engagement?" That duck in my mouth actually flew away and was snatched by that little bitch from the Sue family. What a waste, such a pretty face for nothing. You stupid thing, I've picked out a wealthy match for you. Put some effort in once he returns to the country." As the woman ranted on endlessly, Alicia also wondered if she was really her biological daughter. How could a mother not love her own child? Ever since she was young, whenever things didn't go well, her mother would attack her with the harshest words. After the woman finished spewing all the terrible things, Alicia slowly spoke up. "Mom, I don't want to date right now, much less get married. Don't tell me you're going to remain single your whole life for Brant. Do you want me to be trampled by that bitch Haley forever? Take care of your beauty recently, and wait for my call for the matchmaking time." Wilma hung up the phone unilaterally after venting enough. Throughout the entire conversation, she never cared whether her daughter was hurt or sad. To her, marrying into wealth was more important than anything else. Halfway through a bottle of red wine, Alicia felt slightly tipsy. Brant cheating on her didn't make her sad. What saddened her was her broken family. Alicia felt an emptiness in her heart that no amount of alcohol could fill. At this time every day, she used to send a message to that man, who would reply with a room number. Then Alicia would pick a revealing dress and go meet him. Tonight, she felt especially lonely and empty, wanting something to fill the void in her heart. Morgan, being the father of her student, was someone she couldn't touch anymore. Alicia poured another glass of red wine and sipped it under the moonlight. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, breaking the silence of the night. Seeing the handsome face reflected in the doorbell's camera, Alicia thought it was a hallucination. Opening the door, Morgan stood at the entrance wearing a black windbreaker. "How did you come here?" Morgan held up a tube of ointment. "You got injured at my place. It's only right for me to take responsibility." His gaze fell on Alicia, who wore a white bathrobe tied loosely with a butterfly knot at the waist, revealing ample cleavage. Barefoot, her small, pale feet touched the wooden floor. Her wet hair curled slightly at the ends, draping over her shoulders, paired with her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes. She exuded an inviting allure. Lazy, seductive. The air still retained a faint aroma of wine. She had obviously gotten herself drunk alone. Alicia was slightly tipsy but still conscious. She responded indifferently, "Thank you. Give me the medicine, and you can leave, Mr. G." Taking the bottle, she attempted to close the door, but the man stretched his leg and wedged it in the doorway, then squeezed inside and closed the door behind him. Only the wall lamp on the terrace was on, leaving the living room dimly lit. Frowning, Alicia threatened, "Mr. G, please leave immediately, or I'll call security." Morgan bent down, one hand slipping around her armpit, the other under her knees, easily lifting Alicia up. The living room was too small, and in just a few steps, he placed her on the sofa. After this brief commotion, he felt a bit hot and took off his jacket, revealing a broad-shouldered black tank top. His defined muscles and prominent veins highlighted his masculine charm. He knelt beside the sofa, one hand grabbing Alicia's ankle, overpowering her, not allowing any resistance. Don't move. That motion, if he lifted her leg any higher, the view under her robe would be exposed. He gauged his force just right, and Alicia didn't dare to make any rash moves. After all, there was a huge disparity in strength between a man and a woman. She angrily stamped her foot down hard on the man's thigh, only to find that his leg felt as hard as iron, even causing some discomfort to her foot. Morgan frowned at the bruise on her knee. Have you not applied any medicine all day? Her skin was particularly delicate. Even a slight force would leave marks. She had fallen so badly last night, yet she hadn't taken any care of it at all. It's just a minor injury. Ouch! The pain came too quickly. When Morgan applied the ointment, she couldn't hold back a sharp cry. Her large fox-like eyes welled up with tears from the pain. Perhaps because she had been drinking, she softly whimpered, "Morgan, it hurts. Be gentler." That voice stirred something within Morgan. His gaze deepened as he looked at Alicia, and a warmth surged in his lower abdomen, making him yearn to. Chapter 8 Catalyst. Seeing that the medicine had not yet been fully applied, he suppressed the wicked thoughts in his heart and focused his gaze on the bruises on her knees. The cool ointment gradually melted under the warmth of his palm, and he gently massaged it onto her knee in soft circular motions. Gradually, the pain faded, and the skin where they touched grew warm. Before the medicine lost its effectiveness, Alicia coldly said, "I feel much better. Leave the medicine here. I'll remember to apply it." She tried to pull her leg back, but her ankle was held firmly by the man's iron grip. Morgan glanced at the half-finished red wine on the coffee table. "Why are you drinking alone? This is my personal matter, Mr. G, and it's none of your business." Their eyes met, and in the man's deep black pupils lay a complexity she couldn't fathom. He slowly stood up, bending his body like an elegant leopard about to pounce on her. Alicia instinctively wanted to run away, but the shadow cast by the man enveloped her as if locking her into a prison at the corner of the sofa. One hand supported the armrest while the other caught her wrist. With his exclusive possessiveness, he refused to let her move even an inch. His lowered eyes gradually turned dangerous. Is it because of Brant's engagement? Are you unhappy? It seemed everyone thought she loved Brant deeply. In reality, it wasn't true. She knew her mother's temperament. If she didn't have a shield, she might have been sent to some rich businessman's bed before graduation. Choosing Brant was partly because he pursued her the longest, and partly due to his family background. Even though Alicia hadn't loved him over the years, she had also considered marriage. Just as her heart began to soften and thought she could live with it for life, something happened to break it. Later, Alicia discovered he was cheating on her. The trust built over 6 years made her slightly open to the idea of marriage, only to crumble in an instant. Alicia became more certain that someone like her did not deserve marriage in this lifetime. Of course, she saw no need to explain these things to a bed partner. Alicia did not deny it but admitted loudly, "Yes, we were together for 3 years, I love, The man sealed her lips with his, forcefully and dominantly blocking her words. Alicia was shocked. In the 3 months they had been together, they had done everything intimate except for kissing. But now, even the last untouched place was taken. Her breath smelled faintly of alcohol after drinking, acting like a catalyst. After a long moment, Morgan moved his lips away, pinching her waist and whispered suggestively in her ear, "Teacher Shun, without me, who would satisfy you?" A hint of humiliation appeared on Alicia's flushed face. "Morgan, let go of me." In the past, Morgan was considerate and gentlemanly in bed. Although his actions were wild and domineering, he respected her wishes. Today, however, Morgan did not stop. He lifted her chin with his fingers, his voice slightly cold. "Since we first met at school, what you've said most often to me was to let go, but Alicia." His deep voice, laced with desire and solemnity, made Alicia panic inexplicably. "I am not your trash to be summoned or dismissed at will. Mr. G, what is your real intention? Keep things as they are. I won't interfere with your life or work. Since you initiated this, when it ends is my decision." Morgan's deep voice murmured in her ear, "Be good. I can satisfy all your needs, like this." Chapter 9 Hiding. Alicia thought back to the night she was rescued. The man was drenched, his short black hair neat and crisp, with sword-like eyebrows that arched up, distinct features, and strong arms supporting her soft buttocks. He radiated a potent pheromone aura. Brant's comment that she was an indifferent cold block of wood had stirred something in Alicia. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck, boldly inviting him. It was he who unlocked her passionate side, teaching her that even without love, physical intimacy could satisfy the body. Alcohol impaired her thinking. Taking advantage of this, the man kissed her, this time as gentle as a spring breeze. His hands guided her arms around his muscular waist. Alicia wasn't sure if it was the alcohol controlling her. Somehow, she didn't resist. Her mind was hazy, lips slightly parted. Morgan's finger rested on the sash at her waist, coaxing, "Baby, tell me, do you want it?" Ding. The doorbell rang, like a bucket of cold water splashed over her head, waking her up completely as she shoved him away. Meeting his unsatisfied gaze, she felt guilty, instinctively wanting to hide him. Frida or her mother might drop by unannounced. She didn't want either of them to discover her relationship with Morgan. "You go hide in my room for a bit." Morgan frowned. "Am I that embarrassing to be seen? If a colleague or my mom sees us, I won't be able to explain." Alicia tried to drag him, but the man stood firm. "You just said you wouldn't interfere with my work or life." Morgan raised an eyebrow. "So, does that mean you agree?" Only then did he let himself be pushed into the bedroom. Alicia instructed, "Don't come out." Before she could finish, he pinned her against the wall. The back of her head hit his hand, cushioning the impact. Morgan leaned down to kiss her. "GMMM." He cradled the back of her head, his voice deep and magnetic, whispering, I'm a businessman. I can promise you. But what do you plan to give me in return? In the dimly lit bedroom, desire raged in his eyes like a turbulent sea. One glance, and she felt scorched. Yet, that mischievous hand lingered on her waist. If you don't agree, I'll leave right now. Fine, I agree. Cornered, she had no choice but to agree temporarily. Compared to the consequences of meeting, it was better to maintain the status quo. She left Morgan's embrace and hurried to the living room. The bedroom door slammed shut behind her. Alicia composed herself briefly before opening the door. Brant reeked of alcohol, looking disheveled. Without his usual elegance, he wore only a white shirt, unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, and his tie hung loosely around his neck. His normally impeccable hair lay limp over his forehead. After 3 months, despite being the one who cheated, he looked more like a victim. What are you doing here? Alicia's face turned cold, preparing to close the door. Brant wedged his hand between the door frame, his eyes tinged with hurt, his voice low and hoarse. Wait, 90 days, you never once reached out to me. Alicia responded coolly. What? Do you want me to award you for your 12 minutes and 38 seconds? Brant's eyes filled with even more pain. Even though I cheated, I only wanted to see if you truly cared about me. Wait, do you care for me at all? Alicia frowned, remaining silent. If Morgan weren't here, she would have said it outright. But in such a small apartment, admitting the truth would reveal that she never loved Brant, possibly complicating things with Morgan. Seeing she didn't deny it, a flicker of hope appeared in Brant's broken eyes. Wait, that night, my mom drugged me. I had my reasons. So what are you saying now? Brant looked like a devoted believer, his face full of love for her. Annabelle and I were forced into a business marriage. Wait, I regret it. Let's not break up, okay? Even if you're cold towards me, just seeing you is enough. Alicia pried his fingers off her shoulders one by one. Sorry, I don't recycle trash, and your 12 minutes didn't satisfy me. Brant's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Alicia stared into his eyes, enunciating clearly. I said I have a man now. He's wild and powerful. Wait, you're joking, right? You refused to let me touch you for 3 years, even getting angry when I held your hand. How could you touch another man? He almost said that Alicia was frigid. Dissatisfied with this outcome back then, he had even specially taken Alicia to see a psychiatrist who diagnosed her with a psychological disorder, which was why Brant did not force her. I understand. You must have been trying to deliberately provoke me. Wait, you do care about me, right? Before he could finish that sentence, a deep voice sounded from behind him. How much longer do I have to wait? Hearing a third person's voice from inside the room, Brant froze as if struck by lightning. He mechanically turned his head toward the bedroom door where an imposing figure stood, having appeared at some unknown point. Chapter 10, A stark contrast. The man wore a baseball cap, standing at the boundary between light and shadow with his cap brim lowered. His head bowed. The shadow cast by the cap brim obscured his face, only revealing his sharply defined jawline. He was bare-chested, his distinctly chiseled muscle lines extending down to his black casual trousers. Even though they didn't see his front, one could still feel the strong aura surrounding him, especially that scar on his chest, which added a touch of wildness, making Alicia think of a new term she had recently learned, an atmosphere-dominating protagonist. Brant took a long time to find his voice. Who is he? Alicia inwardly mocked this showy peacock showing off everywhere. With her face unmoved, she slowly walked toward Ardell, afraid Brant would see her features. She stood in front of Ardell. Since the man was very tall and she was barefoot, she had to stand on tiptoe and stretch out her arms to hook around the man's neck. In front of Brant, she pulled the man's head down and kissed him proactively. With her step forward, Ardell bent down, lowering his head and lifting her waist in one smooth motion. He forcefully drew the woman into his embrace, dominantly and arrogantly. Brant felt as if his brain had crashed, staring blankly at the scene. The woman who previously wouldn't let him touch even a finger now clung to the man's neck like a dodder flower. Her loosely draped bathrobe revealed half of her round shoulder, her wet, slightly curled hair dangling to her waist. 2 slender, fair legs rested gently on the man's sport pants. The scene was enticing and ambiguous. Alicia had only intended to give it a cursory kiss, using Ardell's hands to make Brant lose hope. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel really did it, kissing her passionately, seemingly dragging her into a deep abyss of passion before letting go. The humiliation of being watched made her extremely uncomfortable. Brant, with bloodshot eyes, roared angrily. Alicia, who is this wild man? Alicia pushed Ardell away and turned around. Ardell lowered his head, resting his chin on her shoulder, lightly biting her earlobe. His iron-strong arms were still wrapped around her waist, declaring ownership. He laughed softly by her ear. Honey, tell your ex-boyfriend who I am. The intimate pose between the two left Brant heartbroken, waiting obstinately for an explanation. Alicia smiled. Isn't it obvious? Mr. Zhou, are you sure you want me to say it? Brant gritted his teeth. Say it. Alicia changed her usual cold demeanor in front of him, a beauty he had never seen before. Her plump lips, moistened by kisses, shimmered, her alluring voice resonating. It's obvious, he's my man. Brant's eyes turned red. He couldn't believe the voluptuous woman in front of him was his cold ex-girlfriend from 3 years ago. Alicia, you lied to me. Alicia didn't want to discuss this topic with him. She leaned sideways, burying her cheek against Ardell's chest. Her fingers slowly caressed the man's Adam's apple, her eyes lazy. Mr. Zhou, are you still lingering, wanting to stay for a live broadcast? Sorry, I don't have such a fetish. This chilly yet enchanting Alicia had a fatally attractive charm for men. Brant looked at the well-defined arms holding Alicia's bathrobe, tightly cinching her delicate waist. A stark contrast between strength and tenderness. Those beautiful moments should belong to him, but were displayed in front of another man. Brant was consumed with anger, ready to rush over under the influence of alcohol, to pull off the man's hat to see who it was. But the man shoved him back with one hand, directly shutting him outside the door. At that moment, his fiancée called, urging him to go over. Both families had just signed a cooperation agreement, and Brant had no choice but to leave, throwing out a threat before leaving. Alicia, I won't let either of you off. With a bang, the door echoed deafeningly. Seeing him leave, Alicia was about to sigh in relief when an arm around her waist pulled her back. Her body softened and pressed against him again. Ardell lifted her chin, his deep pupils flashing with danger. Miss Shun, planning to discard me after using me? The hand on her lower back felt like a gun barrel, giving Alicia a sense of danger. She met his gaze. Thank you for tonight. Ardell raised an eyebrow, silently waiting for her next words. Alicia took a deep breath and said clearly with glossy lips, one night with me. We'll be even. This was the way Alicia thought she could both set boundaries with him and not owe him anything. Her sudden breakup proposal before gave him no buffer time. And how could such a man accept it? So Alicia provided a way out. She stood on tiptoe, whispering seductively in the man's ear, next time, whatever you want, I'll play along, ensuring Mr. G leaves satisfied. Chapter 11 Teacher Shun, I saw it. Unbeknownst to her, after these words were uttered, the man's gaze became even deeper, with cold flashes flickering within. Alicia was indeed somewhat afraid. Knowing his identity, he was so lofty and exceptionally noble that if he acted, crushing her would be as easy as squashing an ant. Her actions undoubtedly touched upon his sore spot repeatedly, but Alicia had no other choice. To protect her job, she had to draw a line with the man. Just when she felt unsure, Morgan suddenly released his arm that encircled her waist, and the pressure dissipated. Even the thin air seemed to surge in, making Alicia sigh in relief. The man's face was stern as his eyes locked onto Alicia's face with profound meaning. Then I'll look forward to Teacher Shun's visit. Morgan turned around, casually draped his coat over his shoulder, and walked toward Alicia with long strides. He stopped in front of her, raised his hand to caress her soft cheek, and said dangerously, Teacher Shun, it's not easy to satisfy me. I'm looking forward to your performance. His fingertips were scorching hot, and their rough texture scraping against her cheeks caused some pain. She felt that Morgan was angry. Though she had sent Brand away, it seemed like she had encountered bigger trouble. The next day, Alicia was restless, constantly thinking about this incident. Her state of mind worried her good friend Frida but amused Dara, who always envied Alicia, leading her to mock Alicia fiercely. Night fell, and stars twinkled in the sky. One by one, the lights in the school went out. When Alicia left, it was already 8:30 at night. Behind her, the school stood eerily silent, while the distant lights twinkled. Standing in the darkness, she looked exceptionally lonely. Just as she got into her car and was about to start it, her phone screen lit up with a note. Jedediah. Hello. Brand is about to get engaged to your sister. I hope you respect yourself and stop Juchanjuk him. After saying this, Francine hung up. How ironic. She really thought the man called father was calling to care for her, only to find out it was still for his biological daughter. And as for her, the illegitimate daughter, she wasn't worth mentioning in front of him. Alicia gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling suffocated by her inner pain. Her eyes landed on the contact labeled Santiago's dad. His profile picture was a sharp knife stuck in the ground, emitting a cold light in the dark night. Without needing to guess, one could imagine how sharp the part buried underground must be. Just like him, strong and fierce. She had thought that after yesterday's conversation, he would surely contact her today. But the last chat still lingered at the message, the game is over. Scrolling up, most of the previous records were just room numbers or brief messages like, I've arrived. All trivial conversations. There was no casual chit-chat, making their relationship even more distant than ordinary friends, yet they had shared the most intimate moments. Alicia had never been curious about his identity and hadn't checked his social media or cared about his life. Maybe it was because she was too upset and wanted something to ease her mood. On impulse, she clicked on the knife, intending to see what kind of post such a person would make on social media. Unexpectedly, a slight slip of her finger resulted in double-clicking, and a line of text popped up at the bottom of the chat window. I tapped Santiago's dad. Alicia blushed furiously and fumbled to retract the message before tossing her phone into the passenger seat. She started the engine and pressed the gas pedal, ready to escape Earth immediately. Her phone buzzed, and a message appeared on the screen. Alicia glanced at it from the corner of her eye, which read clearly. Teacher Shun, I saw it. Alicia's face turned even redder. This time, there was no way to clear her name. She didn't intend to reply and quickly shifted gears to leave. A light beam illuminated, and someone stood in the middle of it. The amber light outlined the man's tall, slender figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. This silhouette was too familiar. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Alicia focused her eyes, but couldn't see his face clearly before he flashed his phone at her. Alicia. It was Morgan. Embarrassment met its mother and came home. He blocked her path, and her attempt to escape failed. Watching the man approach with long strides, she locked the car door. Knock knock. Through the car window, she saw Morgan gently tapping on the glass with 2 fingers. In the next second, he held up his phone. The phone was in landscape mode, and on the Notes app, a line of text blinked. What do you want to see? Open the door, and I'll show you. Alicia's face flushed all the way to her ears. Was there anything more embarrassing than being caught red-handed? She curled her toes, wishing the car floor had a hole for her to crawl through. Seeing she had no intention of opening the door, the man changed the message. Sweetheart, be a good girl and open the door for me. Let me in. Though it was an ordinary sentence, Alicia couldn't help but recall what had happened before. That month, she had initiated a few invitations, only to receive no response from him. She thought that man had grown weary of this kind of relationship. Just as she was about to delete his WeChat, he sent her a voice message at 3 in the morning. In the pitch-black night, his voice was tired yet magnetic. Come down. I'm in the garage downstairs. Without a second thought, Alicia put on her sleeping gown and went downstairs. From afar, she saw an SUV parked in a dark corner with a muscular arm resting on its lowered window. A crimson cigarette tip flickered in the darkness, extinguishing when he saw her approach. The black SUV was specially modified, even larger than a Range Rover. It was covered in mud, just like its owner, who seemed to have rushed back after a long journey. The car door opened before she could say anything, and the man's iron arm pulled her into his embrace. Click. The car door locked. In the dim light of the garage, the temperature soared. Alicia's delicate body collided with his sturdy chest. The man wore a black dress shirt with a few buttons undone at the collar, exuding an air of debonair wildness. His handsome face, hidden in the dark, was sharp like a blade. His slender fingers held her chin, and his voice was hoarse. Missed me. Alicia interpreted this missed as referring to their intimate moments, blushing slightly as she nodded softly. Missed you. She had come looking for him specifically for that reason, so she didn't hide her desire. The man chuckled lowly, his voice intoxicatingly husky and incredibly sexy. It made Alicia's heart tremble slightly. His gaze fell on her sleepwear. In her haste to come down, she had forgotten to grab a coat. There was nothing beneath the sheer silk fabric covering her. Under his burning gaze, Alicia felt her temperature rise sharply, as if tingling currents were spreading through her body. The man leaned in closer, his lips lightly brushing her neck. Don't. Chapter 12. I know you're anxious, but don't be. The moment their eyes met, a spark flew between them. Alicia couldn't recall who had made the first move. They just naturally embraced each other. Ardell started to pull off her pajamas, which terrified Alicia. She suppressed her own desire and held his hand. I know you're anxious, but don't be. The man kissed her collarbone, looking at her in a passionate daze. It's been a month. I can't hold back anymore. How about going to your place? Alicia declined. There's a hotel nearby. Just take the elevator, it's fast. With intense desire, in the elevator, the man clutched her waist tightly, only stopping because she repeatedly reminded him of the surveillance cameras. Not until they entered the room did he let up. Without turning on the light, she was about to insert the keycard. Her nightgown was easily lifted as the man came up from behind in the darkness, whispering in an enticing voice, turn it on. Returning to the present, Alicia's breathing became increasingly rapid. Knowing this wouldn't solve anything, she lowered the car window. In late May, Haicheng, a low-latitude coastal city, had higher temperatures, with hot air rushing in. Outside the car, the man wore a dark blue suit, with buttons fastened all the way down, hiding his body from prying eyes. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat on his high nose bridge, and a delicate pin on his chest shimmered. Accustomed to seeing his rugged side, this refined appearance made her think of the phrase, gentlemanly villain. It formed a stark contrast to their wild encounter in the underground garage. But this man had good looks. Even without dressing up, his face and strong physique were enough to make Alicia infatuated. During lonely nights, she often thought of his warm body. Now, dressed neatly, he exuded the aura of a noble air, irresistibly alluring. Who wouldn't want to bring this flower off its pedestal? Mr. G, I can explain what just happened. I clicked by accident. The man didn't respond, reaching inside the car and opening the door. Without the door blocking him, he leaned over towards Alicia. With the seatbelt still on, she had nowhere to go. Gee. He inched closer, narrowing the distance between them until she was completely enveloped in his presence. Ardell gazed intently at Alicia, whose fair face still bore a blush, appearing somewhat guilty due to his proximity. Let me guess why you tapped my icon at night. Did you want to delete me? No. If that was the case, you would have done so last time. You opened my chat window, but didn't type anything. Were you peeking at my moments? Caught off guard, Alicia could only look away guiltily. Her chin was lifted by the man. Tell me why you suddenly wanted to see my moments. No matter how she answered, it would seem like she had secretly been following him. Seeing her silence, the man chuckled softly and whispered in her ear, do you want me? I didn't. Since that day, he forced a kiss upon her. Kissing her now felt almost effortless for him. Alicia wasn't used to the unfamiliar scent, pressing her fingers against his chest. Gee, Ardell, don't. The man murmured close to her lips. Breathing so hard, and still say you don't want to? Chapter 13, like a kitten. He carried a faint scent of cedar, filling the entire cab with woody fragrance, as if it were an aphrodisiac. Morgan slowly trailed down from her neck, each moist and gentle touch raising goosebumps in its wake. Alicia arched her body in unbearable desire, her eyes hazy. Her mind refused him, but her body welcomed his touch more than anything. His large hand merely caressed along the blouse, and she already couldn't control herself, breathing heavily and saying, stop, stop. Just then, amidst the intimate atmosphere, Alicia's stomach emitted an unexpected growl. Alicia felt this was the most embarrassing moment of her life, and it happened right in front of him. The man halted his actions, looking at her with deep meaning. Hungry. Alicia awkwardly turned her head to the side, muttering a soft yes. Morgan casually patted her thigh. Sit over there. I'll take you to eat. Mr. G. She was about to refuse when his finger gently touched her lips. Eat, or I'll do you here. Choose yourself. Alicia, a gentleman scoundrel. Though he appeared to be a young lord from a wealthy family, his words revealed a crude man beneath. Morgan casually pushed her into the passenger seat and sat in the driver's seat himself. Alicia reminded him. Just drop me off at the light meal shop. Morgan looked disdainful. Cows eat grass every day, and pandas eat bamboo every day, yet they're not particularly thin. It's evident that eating vegetarian doesn't help you lose weight. Besides, can those flowers and grasses really fill you up? Broccoli is rich in dietary fiber, which helps maintain digestive health. Seeing her serious explanation, Morgan suddenly pinched Alicia's face affectionately. Like a kitten, Alicia, displeased with this action, grabbed his big hand with both of hers and pulled it away from her head. Morgan paused for a moment, then continued on the previous topic. No wonder you're so vocal. Alicia bit his knuckles. Rude and shameless. He chuckled softly, letting her vent her anger while glancing at her eyes out of the corner of his eye. Her eyes finally stopped turning red. The car stopped at a private dining place that Alicia had seen before. Besides having an average per capita consumption of over 3,000, it also offered private customized dining experiences. He boldly brought Alicia inside. Alicia pulled her hand away from his grasp. I'm not going. A farewell dinner. Will you eat or not? Morgan stood on the steps, looking down at her. Skipping one meal. I don't mind having meals like this every day. Alicia was speechless. She knew very well what he meant by eating. To thoroughly get rid of Morgan, she had no choice but to compromise. You go straight to JUN. If you can't find it, ask a waiter to lead you there. And you? I'll check the ingredients in the kitchen. I'm picky. Alicia mumbled. What a troublemaker. Growing up, she had always been accustomed to coming and going alone. Refusing the waiter's offer, she found her way on her own. This restaurant was mainly styled after Suzhou Gardens. Opening the window, the shadows of lanterns on the boats in the river reflected beautifully on the water, adding to its picturesque charm. Inside, the seats were categorized into different classes, with reservations ranging from 1 month to half a year in advance. She strolled along the stone path, enjoying the scenery, when she encountered Annabelle and Sally, her half-sisters from the same father. When she was young and her mother had a high fever and fell into a coma, Alicia sought refuge with the Sue family. Just as she called out, "Dad," she was punished by kneeling in the rain. These two sisters made things worse, one stepping on her fingers, the other feeding her spoiled food. Alicia felt unlucky and walked away immediately. Annabelle said, Alicia, I'm getting engaged at the end of the month. Sure, you two are a perfect match. Alicia replied coolly. The Sue family had many choices for alliances, yet she chose Brant. It was clearly aimed at humiliating Alicia. Annabelle seemed surprised by Alicia's nonchalant attitude. She continued, Anyway, you're my sister. I hope you can come to the family banquet to witness my happiness. Why should we invite her? What level is she on? Does she deserve to sit at the table with us? Sally protested. Alicia smiled wryly, interrupting their conversation. Rest assured, Miss Sue, I will definitely arrive on time. She walked past them. Excuse me. Meeting these two didn't affect Alicia's mood much. But when she arrived under the tallest ancient building, she saw the sign Jun. It was actually a 5-story mansion with a huge yard. The staff at the door wore uniforms different from regular waiters. They were dressed as housekeepers. Alicia followed the housekeeper inside. She had been to Ji's residence before, a European castle villa, but Jun was different. It was ancient and elegant, with every few steps offering new scenic views, and the plants were meticulously maintained. Alicia asked, Is this Mr. G's private residence? Yes, usually Mr. G entertains guests here. The first and second floors are for social engagements. The third and fourth floors are for him and his friends to entertain and rest. The fifth floor is Mr. G's private domain, where no outsiders have ever entered. So he was the legendary behind-the-scenes boss. The housekeeper swiped the elevator card and pressed the button for the fifth floor. In other words, she wasn't an outsider. This inexplicable intimacy made Alicia feel uncomfortable. Regardless of Morgan's prestigious status, she had no intention of having any more interaction with him beyond physical relations. She had seen her mother, covered in blood, lying in the bathtub, trying to win back her father who had numerous mistresses outside. Alicia knew from a young age that there was no such thing as pure love in this world, and marriage was nothing but an empty grave. In matters of relationships, she didn't believe in love, only craving fleeting pleasure. The elevator door opened. Afraid to step into the man's private territory, the housekeeper politely reminded, Miss Shun, please wait a moment. Mr. G will be here soon. Alicia stepped out of the elevator in her high heels, feeling a soft cushion beneath her feet. From the elevator entrance to the room, everything was covered with white long pile carpets. Alone, Alicia slipped off her high heels and walked barefoot on the carpet. It felt soft and squishy, like floating in the clouds. Alicia went to the balcony to wait. This was a great vantage point for viewing the scenery. A place others would struggle to book. Alicia had it all to herself, standing at a higher vantage. A gentle night breeze blew, ripples danced on the river, and the black canoes swayed with the waves. The willow branches on both sides swayed like dancers, shaking their slender waists. Further away was the bustling city center, its countless lights twinkling like stars in the sky. Next to her, on a small table, were a candle holder and a bottle of decanted red wine. She didn't hesitate, deciding not to act coy since she was already here. She poured herself a glass, swirled it to smell the aroma, and then sipped it slowly. Somewhere in the distance, people were releasing sky lanterns, which floated up from the ground one by one. Alicia watched them intently. Suddenly, someone stood behind her. Strong arms wrapped around her waist, and a chin rested on her shoulder. A magnetic voice asked, Beautiful? Alicia pointed to the riverside willows. Very beautiful. Morgan scrutinized her smooth, pale profile, which appeared harmless under the dim lighting, gentle and graceful. Her delicate demeanor evoked a tender feeling in him. She had drunk some wine, and the faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air, adding to the already flirtatious atmosphere. Unable to control himself, Morgan reached out to caress her soft, supple waist, chuckling lowly. In bed, Teacher Shun's waist moves far more gracefully than these willows. His body temperature was always high, and when his skin touched hers, it felt like a burning ember pressing against her, spreading intense heat throughout her body. High up in the tower, with no glass barrier in front, the man's fingers roamed freely over her body. Alicia panicked and pleaded, her voice broken and hesitant. No, not here. Chapter 14, Not acting like a tycoon's son. Isn't this not the first time? Why are you always so sensitive? Hearing his words, Alicia's ears turned red. She twisted her slender waist unconsciously. The man was pressed against her from behind. His thin shirt transmitted the warmth of his body bit by bit to Alicia. It felt like being wrapped in fire, making the atmosphere increasingly ambiguous. Alicia sensed the changes in the body of the person behind her, and her ears silently turned red again. She tried to wriggle out of his embrace, but the arms around her waist tightened their grip. Frowning at him, she saw that the man had taken off his coat, wearing only a white shirt, the cuffs rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong arms that did not match his refined appearance. For someone who looked like he belonged in a world beyond the mundane with such godlike looks, he had a very aggressive set of muscles. Just as his high-end perfume mixed with a hint of grease at that moment. It was this bit of greasy smell that brought him down to earth. Sometimes Alicia thought he didn't act like a tycoon's son at all. Who would have thought that such a noble-looking person would be full of filthy thoughts now? He suddenly hugged her entirely from behind. Don't move, let me catch my breath. The man's hug was hot, his grip firm, almost suffocating Alicia. However, she didn't dare twist her body anymore. She knew well how enduring the man could be. Once he started, it wouldn't end in less than 1 or 2 hours. Being hungry herself, Alicia sensibly allowed him to hold her, acting like a rag doll. A few minutes later, Morgan glanced down at the wine glass in her hand, breaking the silence first. Tastes good? To be honest, better than the ones bought 3 for the price of 1 at 188 yuan in the supermarket. You're quite honest. The man chuckled softly. She could clearly feel the vibration of his chest on her back. This kind of ambiguous and entangled atmosphere made her feel uncomfortable. In the past, when they met, they would go straight to the point without any foreplay. Trying to break free from his embrace again, the large hand covering her hand held onto her wrist tightly, exposing her intentions before him. Loosening his grip around her waist, his fingers pinched her chin sharply. We've slept together so many times. Why did I never notice you were so averse to my touch before? Under his deep gaze, Alicia shifted the topic. I'm hungry. Even though they had been in close contact countless times, Alicia was like a porcupine, defending herself strictly, never giving anyone an opportunity inside or out. As soon as the restraint loosened, Alicia pushed away the tall figure in front of her and walked into the dining room as if no one else existed. Morgan followed her in and pulled out a chair for her in a gentlemanly manner. You don't seem like someone who would do such things. Sitting opposite her, the man said playfully, What do you think I should do in your eyes? Twist people's heads off forcefully and use them as chairs. When Alicia said this, she gestured with her hand, appearing lively and adorable under the candlelight, her bright eyes sparkling mischievously. Morgan's sharp features softened accordingly. He said seriously, You're really funny. This is a rule of law society. Murder and arson are illegal. I, being a law-abiding citizen, never do anything illegal. Come, try my family chef's cooking. A rich and distinctive aroma wafted into Alicia's nose. On the plate were slices of matsutake mushrooms cooked in butter. Artificial matsutake doesn't have such a flavor. These should be wild-picked from high mountains. They tasted very fresh. Taking a bite, it was a special aroma of forest soil and plants after the rain, smooth and refreshing. A taste artificial cultivation couldn't match. Slowly chewing, the fragrance spread quietly between her lips and teeth, arousing her appetite. She hadn't eaten meat for dinner for a long time. These matsutake were dug out from Yun City's high mountains this morning. Beef has low calories, only 125 kilocalories per 100 grams, so eating more won't make you fat. His voice was steady, his eyes deep, talking eloquently, every gesture exuding nobility and the aura of a young nobleman. Alicia looked at him, feeling complicated. Last month when they met, she mentioned it briefly, and he actually remembered. During her relationship with Brandt, despite his deep love for her, there was deeply rooted patriarchal thinking within him. Even though he had always pursued Alicia, the gap in their social status made him understand that Alicia falling in love with him was just a matter of time. After all, he believed he was the best choice for Alicia. He could please her within reasonable limits. But that didn't mean he would change his class consciousness. His love was like drifting flowers, superficial, often doing things that he thought were touching, but ultimately touched only himself. Alicia understood this early on, which was why she never fell in love with Brandt. Brandt always took her to various high-end restaurants, ordering many expensive dishes she didn't like, trying to change her eating preferences. But Morgan did not. During the last home visit, the butler specially brought out low-calorie pastries to entertain her, and she thought it was a coincidence. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. That man, who appeared to have a rough personality, was actually catering to her. Noticing she wasn't using her knife and fork, the man looked at her. What's wrong? Do you still want to eat grass? Just as Alicia was about to answer, a woman's scream came from outside, which sounded particularly jarring in the quiet garden. Help! Fire! Chapter 15 How Red Your Face Is. This voice sounded familiar. It was Sally and the others. Alicia stood up and walked to the terrace. Within her sight, a black-roofed boat on the river was surrounded by flames. A sky lantern landed right on the grass canopy, igniting an instant blaze. The two people on board were flustered, and the boat swayed more violently. The rope that had been tethering the boat must have come loose at some point, making it impossible for them to get ashore. In a panic, Sally knocked over the lantern hanging from the bow of the boat, starting a fire there as well. The water level was not deep. Jumping in might not drown them, and it would only take a few steps to walk up the riverbank. These ladies, pampered like golden branches and jade leaves, had no self-protection skills and could only scream where they were. Is this view nice? The man's pupils sparkled with the firelight, his handsome face calm and composed as if he were merely admiring a painting. Burning is your boat. Aren't you heartbroken? Ardell's lips curled into a meaningful smile. They caused a fire by violating rules on your boat, and lawyers will pursue their responsibility and compensation for all losses. Clearly, he knew everything about what had happened. His towering figure stood behind her, exuding a natural arrogant sense of oppression. That was the majesty of someone in a high position, which made Alicia instinctively afraid. Could he be doing this for her? Otherwise, why was there no waiter around in such a high-end restaurant, allowing him to chat leisurely? This thought flickered through her mind only for a moment before disappearing. She must think too highly of herself. If Ardell had any interest in her, it would only be limited to matters between the sheets. Businessmen always weigh gains and losses. How would he risk damaging his own reputation to help her get back at the Sioux sisters? Are you not hungry? Can you get full just watching others? The drama was over. Alicia returned to her seat, feeling as if her meridians had been unblocked, filled with comfort, and her appetite was greatly stimulated. She looked up at Ardell and found the man clasping his hands together, resting his chin on top, his gaze faintly fixed on her. Aren't you hungry? Hungry. He elegantly cut the steak, his face solemn but with a hint of frivolity in his voice. Just eating these, I won't get full. Alicia blushed slightly, understanding what he meant. In front of her, the man, both physically and verbally, was always very direct. Through the flickering candlelight, he raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Miss Shun, what are you thinking about? Why is your face so red? Alicia retorted. Mr. G is smiling with ill intent. What are you thinking? Ardell calmly sliced the steak. Naturally, I'm thinking about eating meat. Bastard. Alicia muttered softly. There are many ways to cook steak. I am pondering which method would bring out the best flavor. Braising or pan-frying doesn't seem to compare with pan-searing. Sounds simple, right? Actually, it's even simpler. Alicia. First, marinate the steak with wine and other seasonings. Once the pan heats up to 70%, slowly sear the steak. The key is controlling the heat and strength. Too light or too heavy won't work. You see, this simple method can produce the juiciest and most flavorful steak. He pushed the steak he had cut toward Alicia. Try it. Although Ardell spoke earnestly, each sentence carried a teasing tone. Alicia pretended not to understand, focusing solely on eating. Admittedly, the expensive chef Heir did have excellent culinary skills. Despite her small stomach, Alicia managed to finish 2 large plates until she felt almost sick. She pushed the plate forward. Your money wasn't wasted. You hired the right chef. But isn't a chef of this caliber quite expensive? Ardell gave her a meaningful look. Not cheap. He casually undid a button at his collar, his eyes sparkling. Staying here tonight. Recalling their conversation last night, this time, he probably wouldn't let her off easily. I ate too much. Alicia was about to find an excuse to avoid him. The man pressed his body against hers, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Let me help you digest. Uncomfortable, Alicia tried to move away. A few minutes later, she was taken to the backyard. Turns out, it really was just for digestion. After taking a few steps, finding the heels exhausting, and since no one else was around, Alicia slipped off her shoes and walked barefoot on the grass. Soft and cool, it was quite relaxing. Since you're so tired, you don't have to wear them. Alicia held her heels in one hand, playing freely. That's not possible. If I don't wear them, She didn't finish her sentence. On her 10th birthday, her mother had given her a pair of high heels. Aloysia said high heels best displayed a woman's charm. To cultivate her into a weapon for seducing men, Aloysia had spent much effort on her. Etiquette classes, various hobbies, and all the tricks that rich people love to play. Aloysia forced Alicia to learn them all. Except during school hours, she had to wear high heels in all other occasions and was not allowed to eat dinner. She could only have low-fat meals with controlled portions and minimal oil and salt. She was groomed to be a pampered lady of a wealthy family. Aloysia carefully maintained her appearance and skin, protecting her from harm. Whenever Alicia made a mistake, Aloysia would never hit her with a hand. Instead, she would use a small needle to prick the tender parts of Alicia's body that couldn't be seen. The tiny punctures wouldn't leave scars and healed quickly, achieving the goal of punishment. What would happen? Alicia shook her head, not continuing the conversation. She pointed at the sky lanterns in the distance. Can I release one? Ardell handed her a pen. You can write your wishes. She leaned over the table, writing earnestly until Ardell released his own sky lantern into the sky. He leaned over her, adding a long string of wishes densely written. Wage increased to 28,000. Watch the sunrise at Chishan. Visit 3 cities within a month. Finish a large cup of cheese strawberry boba in one go. What were supposed to be wishes seemed like everyday desires of a young girl to him. These you don't need to beg for heaven. Alicia held her wish list protectively, blocking his prying eyes. Ardell slowly bent down, covering her hand holding the pen. The warmth from his palms spread through her skin, reaching every part of her body, even touching the softest spot in her heart. This made Alicia inexplicably feel heated. Ardell's gaze was deep, his thin lips curling slightly. Ask me. Chapter 16 Delicate and Precious. Watching the Kongming lantern carrying her wish list slowly rise after being lit, she didn't write down her true wish. Family reunion. She knew very well it would never come true, so she did not entertain any hopes. Ardell looked at Alicia, who was staring at the Kongming lantern. Her small face was devout and earnest. A warm breeze blew up her loose chiffon shirt, revealing a short section of her slender and tender waist. Despite having an innocent face that posed no harm to man or beast, she possessed a devilish figure that men couldn't resist. The term pure desire was tailor-made for her. Feeling the heated gaze of the man behind her made Alicia feel even more pressure. This hidden relationship would doom her if prolonged. She wanted to sever it as soon as possible. Alicia turned around. The evening breeze lifted a strand of hair by her temple, and the dim warm light from the street lamp fell on her face. She tilted her head with a raised corner of her lips, looking like a divine maiden under the lamplight. Ardell, is last night's agreement still valid? Valid. Ardell reached out to pull her into his arms, and Alicia swayed slightly before softly resting in his embrace. Without shoes on, the 168 centimeters tall Alicia could only reach the man's neck, her little face pressed against his chest. Amidst the night wind and bird songs, she heard his strong and steady heartbeat. His fingertips brushed over Alicia's soft cheek. So, how do you want me to enjoy myself tonight? It was always him taking the initiative when they were together, and his words suggested he wanted her to take the lead this time. Thinking of what he had done to her before, a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. She bit her lip, seemingly considering how to respond to the man. Someone pinched her waist. What happened to the vigor you showed, moaning and clinging to me in bed? Why are you suddenly blushing and acting shy once out of bed? Alicia clutched his shirt and whispered, "What's the rush? You'll know tonight." Her breath, passing through his thin shirt, transmitted warmth to his chest, deepening the color of his eyes. He bent down to carry Alicia in his arms, using his fingers to pick up her high heels at the same time. Alicia instinctively tightened her grip around his neck. After picking up the shoes, Ardell adjusted her weight in his arms. The sudden loss of balance made Alicia clutch tighter around his neck, crying out, "Ah, Ardell." That cry sounded inviting despite being a reflexive response to fright. Hearing that voice, Ardell almost felt weak at the knees, murmuring a curse, "Damn." Alicia also realized she had acted improperly. She subconsciously guarded herself against all men, becoming as tense as a rabbit whenever touched without permission. Ardell naturally sensed her caution. His voice was steady. "Don't call my name like that in front of others. Alicia." This all thanks to Mariana. Apart from her natural beauty, Mariana had trained Alicia intentionally since childhood. Now Alicia had a delicate and soft body. Her voice was enchanting, and it had been deeply ingrained in her through training. Seeing him walking further away, Alicia lightly pulled on his collar. "Not going back. I promised to help you digest. But now, it seems you're the one needing digestion. How about putting me down so I can walk a bit? The path ahead is made of bluestone. Can you walk on it?" He glanced down at her pale feet painted with bright red nail polish, and sensing his gaze, she unconsciously curled her toes. Delicate, he carried her in a wide circle. It must be said, the man had excellent stamina, his breathing remained steady, and there wasn't a single bead of sweat on his forehead. "Aren't you tired?" Ardell replied nonchalantly. How heavy can a cat eating grass be? When they entered the elevator, Alicia struggled to get down, puffing her cheeks indignantly. "Who said I'm a cat?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Whose nails left so many red marks on my back during our first time?" The elevator doors opened, and Alicia hopped onto the plush carpet, distancing herself from him, hands on her hips like she was scolding a child. "Even if I am a cat, cats don't eat vegetables." He stepped out of the elevator, a satisfied smile curving his lips. "So you want meat then?" He deliberately misinterpreted her meaning, trapping Alicia in a dilemma. Either way, it was a trap. How was she supposed to answer? Alicia pursed her lips without saying a word. Ardell leaned forward, their eyes meeting. At such close range, she could feel his breath, carrying a faint aroma of alcohol. Alicia took a few steps back, escaping the suffocating, ambiguous atmosphere. To change the topic, she asked, "Is that the bathroom?" "Yes, it's your first time here, and I haven't prepared a bathrobe for you, but you can use mine." Seeing her frown, Ardell added, "No, I haven't used it." The little woman quickly entered the bathroom. This bathroom was almost as big as her apartment, featuring a luxurious double vanity. The fragrance from the scented candles on the countertop was faint yet delightful. There was a clear partition for dry and wet areas, with the shower and toilet each in separate cubicles. In front of that huge floor-to-ceiling window. Wow, what a massive bathtub. It was even bigger than the bed in her apartment. She had thought the view from the balcony was beautiful enough, but the bathroom overlooked a lotus pond. Under the light, the evening lotuses looked stunning. The water had already been prepared, mixed with milk, creating a milky white surface dotted with rose petals. On the nearby shelf, there were red eye masks, face masks, scented candles, and even half a glass of red wine, setting a perfect ambience. She suddenly understood why the man had carried her around an extra loop. He must have been arranging this bubble bath. Tonight's night scene was enchanting. Alicia slowly undressed in front of the sparkling clean floor-to-ceiling window. Her naked body gradually immersed in the milky white bathwater. The warm water felt like Ardell's caress, enveloping her from all sides. It slowly climbed up her body, inch by inch, gradually tinting her fair skin with a rosy pink, making Alicia's breathing become more and more disordered in the night. Chapter 17, Legs Out. In the past, Alicia would always clean herself thoroughly at home before meeting him, then go straight to the point. Afterward, she would casually rinse off with the hotel shower and dress to go home. She found hotel bathtubs too dirty, so even with disposable bathtub bags available, she never had the leisure for it. As Morgan put it, every time they finished it was like a ghost was chasing them. The apartment in town was too small. Installing a separate dry-wet area was already pushing it, let alone fitting in a bathtub. So her wish of soaking baths remained unfulfilled. This little apartment she lived in was bought by herself. The property prices in Heir City were among the highest in the country, truly worth every inch of gold. Besides her kindergarten job, she privately took on some freelance work. Although the single-person apartment looked not big, the down payment of over $5 million was entirely spent from her prize money from early design competitions and savings from freelance jobs over the years. Every month, she still had to pay a mortgage of more than 10,000 yuan. She claimed to Miranda that this house was given to her by Brandt. Miranda raised an eyebrow and said that Brandt was truly stingy. The Zhou family was also one of the prominent families in Heir City. An 8 million yuan property was indeed not expensive. Brandt did plan to buy it outright and gift it to her, but was rejected by Alicia. It wasn't that she pretended to be high-minded. She knew from the start that she and Brandt wouldn't end up together eventually. Once there's financial entanglement with a man, those material things become proof of his love during good times, but turn into knives stabbing you in bad times. Without financial entanglements, she could break away cleanly and decisively. Alicia was prepared to stay overnight tonight, so she wasn't rushed. She quietly enjoyed this moment of peace. Morgan was quite patient. He didn't rush her once despite her lingering inside for over an hour. There were unopened skincare samples on the vanity countertop, provided specially for female guests. All were from top-tier brands. Since it wasn't formal wear, Alicia felt no pressure using them. When Morgan pushed the door open, he saw the woman in his bathrobe, standing in front of the mirror, carefully applying lotion. He was tall, and the bathrobe was tailor-made for him, larger than the usual size. It hung loosely on Alicia's body, reaching down to her calves. She looked like a little girl who'd stolen her father's clothes. Just after a bath, her skin was rosy and tender, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Her face appeared as plump and beautiful as petals. She tilted her neck, carefully applying lotion from her palms onto every part of her neck. Even without touching, just looking revealed how smooth, soft, and elastic her skin must feel. Alicia felt the shadow fall over her and opened her eyes to see the man silently appear behind her in the mirror. Morgan wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her tightly into his chest. Her back pressed closely against his chest, and under the wide sleeves, his muscular and strong arms were visible. The man leaned his head to sniff her neck. "What are you using? Smells so good." Facing the mirror, Alicia could clearly see this alluring scene and blushed harder. She held up the sample. "This one, it's a pity there's no body lotion." She had been taking care of her skin since she was 15 and would apply body lotion after every bath. After all, this was just a hotel where makeup touch-ups, hand washing, and facial lotions were all available, but not body lotion. Then how about moisturizer? Alicia was taken aback. It can work, but it might be wasteful. Since it's not winter, it's not too dry, so not applying isn't a problem either. Even these 5 milliliter samples of top-tier brands cost over 300 each. Using it for the body would be too extravagant. But then, she saw Morgan scoop a large spoonful onto his palm. "I'll help you." No need. His palm already landed on her collarbone, warming the cream, which slowly seeped into her skin. "It's enough. Hold on." Morgan casually folded a large bath towel and placed it on the countertop. Before Alicia realized his intent, she felt her waist tighten and experienced a sense of weightlessness. Morgan lifted her onto the vanity. He opened several jars and told her, "Legs out." Alicia widened her eyes. "Morgan, you." Morgan pulled her legs out directly. Due to shyness, her toes curled, making them look particularly adorable. "Why so nervous? Haven't I touched you everywhere?" He pinched her slender, pale ankle, his rough fingers massaging gently in circles, again and again, both gentle and patient. There were bruises left from previous knocks on her knees, starkly contrasting the surrounding skin. "If anyone else, it wouldn't be so severe," Morgan murmured. "How have you taken care of yourself? So delicate." Alicia was embarrassed beyond measure and extended her foot to push against his chest as a form of refusal. This man seemed made of iron, rock solid from head to toe. "I'm not rubbing anymore, it's enough." Her threatening voice trembled slightly. Morgan easily caught her small foot. "That won't do. Teacher Shun, haven't you heard? One should finish what they start." Her body retreated bit by bit until it pressed against the cold mirror. Their eyes met, and Morgan gently kissed her. Chapter 18 is moments. Apart from their somewhat rough and hurried first encounter, Ardell had always been very considerate to her afterwards. Seeing such a robust man being exceptionally gentle in these aspects was unexpected. This was why Alicia became increasingly dependent on him. If it weren't for his identity, she wouldn't have been willing to give up this bed partner so easily. Alicia leaned against the bathroom mirror, breathing heavily. The sound of water splashing came to her ears as Ardell slowly washed his hands. He held a towel and gently wiped his fingertips, looking elegant and dignified. Then, Ardell carried her to the edge of the balcony. The evening breeze blew towards them, neither too cold nor too hot, perfectly suitable for dispelling the previous heat from their bodies. She just wanted to get up, but was pressed back down by the man's hand on her shoulders. Confused, Alicia looked at him. "What for?" Ardell took his phone from a small table nearby and unlocked it with his fingerprint. Alicia instinctively avoided looking at the screen, respecting others' privacy. A principal adult should follow when interacting. Archie then motioned her to come closer. "Take a look." Obediently, Alicia lowered her head to glance at his phone screen, not knowing what he intended to show her. Ardell's slender fingers tapped into WeChat, then onto his profile picture. Suddenly, Alicia understood his intention. She wanted to escape. With one hand supporting her waist and the other guiding her finger across the screen, The man leaned close to her cheek and whispered, "Want to see something? Go ahead. I just clicked wrongly." "Your moments. I'm actually not curious at all." Alicia blushed intensely. The low chuckle of the man echoed in her ear, clearly disbelieving. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Alicia could only scroll through. His moments were clean, contrary to her expectations of product promotions or luxurious life shows. There were only photos inside, without any captions. Sometimes they showed the clear blue sea, sometimes the azure sky, and sometimes the snowy landscape in sub-zero temperatures. "Did you take these while traveling?" Ardell responded in a deep voice, sort of. Such a voice resonated well, especially under the night sky, incredibly sexy. He exuded a faint scent of bath lotion, some kind of woodsy fragrance, not strong yet impossible to ignore. Noticing Alicia's gaze fixed on a photo of the glassy sea, he said, "Here is a perfect spot for watching sunrise and sunset." "Is it?" Alicia looked at the dazzling, sparkling water, crystal clear, feeling a fleeting yearning. Since childhood, strictly raised by her mother with various etiquette and talent cultivation, she had never left High City despite her age. "Next time together?" Ardell made an invitation. Looking into his deep eyes behind the glasses, Alicia found herself unable to see through this man with her experience. He was cloaked in mystery, like the plain glasses on his nose were merely a cover-up. Turning her gaze away, Alicia coldly replied, "No need. After tonight, besides necessary communication regarding the child, Mr. G and I should have no further exchanges." The man's arms encircled her waist, looking down at her, the depth in his eyes making her feel threatened. His mood was steady. "Don't forget our agreement." Alicia didn't quite understand what he meant, but her intuition told her to stay away from this man. He was too dangerous. To avoid unnecessary complications, she took the initiative. Like a seductive sorceress clinging to him, there was a long scar on his chest. She lightly touched it, feeling oddly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. "There's a wind outside, shall we go inside?" Such coquettishness was irresistible to any man. Her body was gently laid on the big bed, sitting with her back leaning slightly and one leg bent. Ardell stood by the bed, looking down at her with deep eyes that seemed devoid of desire. How could that be? A man who wanted to devour her every time they met couldn't possibly be indifferent now. Biting her lip, Alicia whispered enticingly in his ear, "Good brother, let me treat you to something special tonight." Chapter 19 Teacher G. A voice so enchanting to the bone. If it were any other man, Alicia would have been thrown onto the bed and ravaged right away. Alicia's fingers were about to untie the belt around his waist, yet Ardell's pupils remained calm, with no signs of arousal. Could it be that she had lost her charm? Yet not long ago, a mere twist of her waist had. Alicia wrapped her arms around his neck, deliberately rubbing herself against Ardell. Her mischievous hands were suddenly caught by him. Ardell smiled at the corner of his mouth. "So, this is what Teacher Shin calls being thoroughly satisfied." His meaningful smile felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on her. Stammering, Alicia replied, Then what else? How about I perform a backflip for you?" Knowledge in this area was something he had taught her. He was her mentor. Seeing her innocent look, Ardell found her extremely adorable and kissed her cheek lightly. "Teacher Shun is so cute, and there are still so many unexplored facets of you. If I let you off this easily, wouldn't I be at a great disadvantage?" Blinking her big, watery eyes, she looked like a studious student eager for knowledge. Facets. Have you ever watched those kinds of videos? Alicia blushed profusely. Although her mother often instilled in her the idea of relying on men, she hadn't gone as far as teaching her how to go to bed with a man. Before she met Ardell, she thought she might be frigid. She had never really been exposed to these matters. No, the exemplary student in every way was actually being criticized by Ardell. She lowered her head, fiddling with the sash of his bathrobe, curling and uncurling her fingers repeatedly. She whispered, "Then can you teach me? How should I do it?" On one hand, she was genuinely curious about how many more ways there could be. On the other hand, she felt that cutting ties unilaterally would make her seem heartless. If she angered him, a few complaints in the teacher evaluation could end her career. Emotionally and logically, Alicia felt she should provide good after-sales service. This last time, she would try her best to satisfy him. Ardell hooked his finger. "Do you really want to learn?" Alicia raised her head to meet his gaze. "I learn things very quickly." Ardell smiled. "Actually, the feeling and ambience in such matters are important. Don't you think our meetings in hotels become boring after a while?" Nodding thoughtfully, Alicia said, "I understand. You want novelty." Ardell patted her head. "Indeed, the top student, you catch on quickly. So, what do you want me to do?" Teacher Shun, beyond technique, what matters in bed is atmosphere. Changing clothes, changing places, or even. Teacher G's class began. Alicia listened intently, almost ready to take notes. Yes, even what? Ardell's fingertips traced her collarbone, sending shivers down her spine. Being intimate in special locations can heighten excitement. It's an experience unlike the monotonous routine in hotels. "Teacher Shin, do you want to try it with me?" His voice carried a demonic allure, as if pulling Alicia into a dark abyss. Alicia's mind was in turmoil, unsure of Ardell's intentions. "If I follow your method and satisfy you, can we end our relationship?" "Yes. I agree, but don't go too far." Alicia felt uneasy, wondering what Ardell had in mind and where the location would be. A glint of triumph flashed in Ardell's eyes. He leaned close to Alicia's earlobe. "Dress beautifully tomorrow night. I'll pick you up after work." "What about tonight?" Ardell gently touched her lips. "You need to leave room for the feast later." Alicia's heart was itchy from his teasing. Surprisingly, they did nothing. She didn't stay overnight, and Ardell drove her home. At the apartment building entrance, Alicia politely bid him goodbye. The man hooked his finger, beckoning her closer. What is it, she asked. In the bustling street, Ardell pinched her chin and kissed her. Alicia's eyes widened. After all, they were outside, and she had never acted so boldly before. Yet the man was forceful and domineering, leaving her powerless to hold onto his shoulders, both nervous and strangely excited. Only when her legs nearly gave out did he release her, meeting her lingering gaze with a smile. Teacher Shun, did you like it? Blushing furiously, Alicia couldn't respond before he gently patted her hand. Tomorrow night, I'll make you feel even better. After Ardell left, Alicia felt like there was a little cat scratching inside her heart. The words he left made Alicia inexplicably look forward to something. The next morning, for the first time ever, Alicia picked out a black dress from her wardrobe, quite short with detachable shoulder straps. She would change into her work uniform anyway for her job. This outfit was specifically for after work, intended for someone's eyes only. For this reason, she even wore a matching set of black lace-edged lingerie. Looking at herself in the mirror, Alicia's face turned red. What on earth was she expecting? Her thoughts were entirely focused on their evening date throughout the day. During lunch break, Frida suddenly blushed and said, well, I've fallen in love. Alicia absent-mindedly took a sip of lemon water. Eat your salad. I'm not hungry. Frida turned her head and spoke louder. Wei, I said I'm in love. Really? Frida nonchalantly replied. Last month when I went home, I encountered a bag snatcher. He saved me and even helped catch the thief and handed him over to the police. A curious teacher asked, what does your boyfriend's family do? Seems like they run a supermarket. Looks like they're doing pretty well. Frida smiled and tugged at Alicia. Wei, since it's my first relationship and I have no experience, can you help vet him? Alicia knew how clueless Frida could be, so she readily agreed. Sure. Frida took out her phone and informed her boyfriend about bringing a friend along for the evening gathering. After agreeing to this, Alicia thought of her own arrangement with Ardell. Seeing Frida's happy expression, she hesitated for a few seconds before clicking on that knife-shaped profile picture. Sorry, I have a plan tonight. Maybe next time. The reply came quickly. Teacher Shin, remember I will up the ante next time. Think carefully. Alicia sighed. Frida's boyfriend had already made plans, so she reluctantly went along with it. After work, as Alicia and Frida reached the school gate, they saw an elegant dark car parked nearby, its body line sleek and luxurious yet understated. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. She recognized this as a $1 million car immediately. Unlike Frida, who didn't know much about cars, Alicia understood that wealthy people often emphasize class differences. Frida's parents had an annual income of $1 or $2 million, and she had a stable job, making her more than suitable for an average person. However, the appearance of a multi-million-dollar luxury car clearly indicated a level of wealth beyond their reach. Frida enthusiastically introduced Alicia while holding Abner's arm. Big brother E, this is my best friend Alicia. At the sight of Alicia, Abner's eyes flashed with surprise. Alicia had a perfect figure, fair skin, and a flawless face. I've heard a lot about Miss Shun. Thank you for always taking care of my girlfriend. Please, Alicia replied coolly. We take care of each other. Dara appeared just then, introducing herself eagerly. Hello, Upon seeing Dara, Frida rolled her eyes and pulled Abner away without giving her any warmth. Ignore her. She's just a cunning and ugly woman who'll try to steal your WeChat contact. She loves to poach relationships. Abner affectionately poked Frida's nose. I'll listen to you. Frida opened the back door for Alicia, but still argued with Dara a bit. Alicia usually avoided verbal conflicts and got into the car early. Her dress was short, so she held the hem as she entered, leaning halfway in. Then she noticed someone else sitting in the back seat. Her heart sank as her gaze moved up to his face. Who could tell her why Ardell was here? Alicia felt a chill run down her spine. In the car, it was just him. Ardell's lips curved into a sly smile. Lowering his voice, he asked, Teacher Shun, are you ready for tonight? Chapter 20 Convenience. The man sitting in the back seat was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. His posture was impeccable, giving off an intense sense of pressure even while seated. His well-pressed suit had not a single wrinkle, his tie neatly tied, and the collar of his shirt buttoned up to the top, blocking any curious gazes. He emitted a cold aura that warned people to keep their distance, especially his stern face, which seemed unapproachable. Yet, this very person spoke words that were out of place. Frida's attention was on Dara, unaware of the man in the back seat. Seeing Alicia pause, she urged, Wei, we can't stay here long, go inside quickly. As she spoke, Frida pushed Alicia into the car. Unprepared, Alicia stumbled towards the man in high heels. Her small hand pressed against the man's solid chest, her entire weight falling on him, and she instinctively grabbed his tie as she fell. A tight grip around her waist, the man steadied her with a calm voice above her head. Teacher Shin, are you throwing yourself at me? The sudden contact painted a delicate blush on Alicia's fair face. Her heart pounded wildly as she maintained composure. Sorry. Before the two entered the car, Alicia sat properly. Her skirt was too short, so she sat sideways with her legs together, pressing down on the hem. Feeling a gaze on her legs, Alicia looked up at the man. Morgan met her gaze without hesitation. Although he said nothing, the air seemed to thicken with a hint of ambiguity. You're wearing a skirt. Alicia recalled something Morgan had said before. Wearing a skirt is convenient. She felt even more uneasy, afraid that anyone would see through her relationship with Morgan. The atmosphere grew tense as the other two got into the car. Abner fastened Frida's seatbelt while introducing casually. Teacher Shun, this is... Are you Kitty Anxio's dad? Once her seatbelt was fastened, Frida shoved Abner aside, looking at Morgan with starry eyes. After all, Frida loved good looks, and Morgan epitomized the ascetic style, leaving a deep impression from their brief meeting. "Hello, Morgan." Morgan nodded from his seat, showing no intention to shake hands, but Frida didn't mind. "Mr. G, hello. Inghan, and is my best friend. Knowing I was meeting my girlfriend, he made time especially for this." Frida looked flattered. "I never thought you'd have such a distinguished friend. By the way, this is my close friend Alicia." Morgan extended his hand towards Alicia. "Teacher Shun, hello." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Alicia steeled herself to shake his hand, trying to appear calm despite her racing thoughts. "Mr. G, we met briefly at the cultural performance last time." Morgan gently squeezed her hand. "Yes, Teacher Shun plays the violin very well." Alicia quickly withdrew, feeling the man's fingertips lightly brush her palm as she did. Ambiguous, yet flirtatious. Alicia widened her eyes. Abner started the car, and Alicia was glad only they were in the back seat. She pressed herself against the door, avoiding any contact with Morgan. Her phone buzzed. It was a message from Frida in the front. "Oh my god, Kitty Angsio's dad is so handsome and restrained. Sitting next to you. You two look perfect together." "Forget it, he's already married." Alicia immediately cut off Frida's fantasy, causing her to stop typing. Putting away her phone, Frida asked, "Kitty Angsio's dad, who usually takes care of the child more at home?" Trace has quite an introverted personality. Clutching her phone tightly, Alicia realized this clueless girl was prying now. Before Morgan could answer, Abner interrupted. "What, Mrs. G? My brother isn't married at all." "Not married?" Frida's eyes lit up. Someone like Mr. G should be very popular due to his background. "No help there. My brother's standards are too high for ordinary women." Just then, a sports car sped past them. Abner couldn't let this slide and retorted. "Hey kid, you dared to overtake my car." Without thinking twice, he floored the gas pedal. The area had a sharp curve, and Alicia, not buckled up, flew forward when she wasn't paying attention. It was too late to grab the handle. Closing her eyes in resignation, she crashed into the man's embrace once again. The tip of her nose was filled with the faint scent of cedarwood from him, and the man took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist, steadying her. In her panic, Alicia clung tightly to the man. Last night, she had a sensual dream. In the dream, just like now, she was held tightly in the man's arms, and in the darkness, he roamed over her body. Recalling his words, inexplicably, Alicia began to have some inappropriate thoughts. Clearly, their good friends were right there in front of them, yet she felt an unusual sensation creeping up on her. She felt the hand resting on her waist growing warmer. Even though he did nothing, Alicia's breathing became increasingly rapid. Chapter 21. Kiss. In the next second, the car entered a newly built tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black as the lights had not been installed yet. This way, Frida did not see her current disheveled state. Alicia maintained her composure and dismissed the thoughts in her mind. Not knowing how long this tunnel was, she supported herself on the man's body to get up, wanting to put some distance between them as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to her, Morgan had just lowered his head. When she lifted hers, her red lips brushed past the man's lips. That faint sensation felt like someone was gently grazing her heart with a feather. Alicia hurriedly moved away. A spark is enough to start a prairie fire. In the next second, a large hand tightly gripped the back of her head, and the man's warm lips directly covered hers. Overbearing, domineering. He ruthlessly crushed and plundered everything that belonged to her. Their good friend was just in the front seat, yet he was kissing her deeply while holding her in his arms. Alicia didn't dare to struggle fiercely for fear of arousing suspicion. Wei, are you okay?" Frida's concerned voice came through. Alicia panicked inwardly, but the other party showed no signs of letting go. In a hurry, she reached out and pinched Morgan's thigh hard. Her fingers were soft, but the muscle group on his thigh felt like stone. One hit at the enemy, 999 damage to oneself. Wei. Frida seemed to be looking down for her phone. In despair, Alicia held onto his arm and shook it affectionately, showing weakness and yielding. Only then did Morgan release her. Alicia quickly said, "I'm fine. My phone just fell down. I was picking it up." God knows her heart was nearly jumping out. She used all her strength to control her voice so that it sounded normal. Morgan still did not loosen his grip around her waist. The low beam could only vaguely outline the figures in the front seat, and the two people at the back were not visible unless looked at carefully. Frida complained, "Why did you suddenly accelerate and turned into this tunnel? It's so dark and scary." Abner was originally a speed demon who couldn't resist indulging in his hobby just now. He hastily apologized to Frida. "Sorry, did I scare you?" "Not really, just a bit sudden. How long before we get out of this tunnel?" Morgan, stroking the tender flesh at Alicia's waist, spoke steadily. "At this speed, 7 minutes." He was explaining to Frida, but seemed more to be informing Alicia. Thinking about what he had said last night about the novelty, it was indeed what she feared most. In the darkness, the man's arm tightened, effortlessly lifting Alicia onto his lap. Still facing away from him, Alicia was unsettled. The man wrapped one arm around her waist under her armpit and held her chin with the other, kissing her from the side. She wore only a thin layer of clothing, and in the man's firm hold, she could clearly feel the solid muscles of his arm. Her short skirt left her thighs exposed, and Morgan's neatly tailored trousers adhered snugly to her skin, the hardness of his thigh muscles unmistakable. Heat instantly spread from her toes throughout her whole body. Without seeing, Alicia knew she must look like a fully cooked shrimp right now. Trying to struggle, the man kissed even harder. His fingers were restless and fidgety. Frida was always talkative, and her continuous chatter gradually faded into the background until Alicia could no longer hear anything. Chapter 22. Prey. Alicia used to contact Ardell frequently, every now and then, when she didn't know his identity, and her needs weren't small. His lips, like the gentlest breeze of spring, lightly brushed past her tender mouth corner, stirring an almost imperceptible tremor. Then, that gentle touch slowly moved upward, sliding over her delicate nose tip, akin to morning dew kissing a petal, delicate and pure. Next, his gaze turned into the most tender caress, speaking thousands of words silently through the soft lips gently touching her eyelids, making her eyes flicker with gentle responses even as they closed. Finally, this deep affection rested on her forehead, a kiss as light as a feather, like the brightest star in the night sky, softly illuminating her world and tightly connecting two hearts. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the deepest whispers and endless intimacy between them. After the storm, he showed rare tenderness, like a spring afternoon, with sunlight and warm breezes enveloping him, making one fall deeply into it. Unable to resist, Alicia tightened her grip on his thigh, her body feeling as if it was on a vast sea, being hit by waves again and again, leaving her clinging to the only driftwood to keep from sinking. In the darkness, that thin-lipped smile slightly curled upward. Alicia could feel the man's breathing becoming heavier, and hers wasn't much better. She even prayed for the tunnel to be longer, just a little bit longer. Just as she was about to reach her destination, the man suddenly released all his restraints on her. Faint light appeared before her eyes, and their bodies abruptly separated. She leaned back in the seat, gasping for breath like a fish finally surfacing after suffocating underwater. From her flushed face to her neck, even her ears were tinged with a honey-pink hue. The usually obedient her had done something so bold because of a man, which felt unbelievable. Ardell had awakened the long-dormant wildness in her. In childhood, she was also a rebel, holding a brick and fighting neighborhood kids. But at this moment, she was like a soft, pliant little lamb, tender and delicious. Such a woman appeared incredibly captivating. While he was looking at Alicia, Alicia was also scrutinizing Ardell. The originally neat tie had been loosened by her, and even the man's suit coat had gained some wrinkles. She marveled at Ardell's audacity and realized that she had gradually lost control under his provocation. Even now, her breathing hadn't calmed down yet. Alicia now believed his words. Appropriate flirtation in certain places would bring unexpected, delightful experiences. Who would have thought that what he taught her last night was put into practice today? Thinking about what happened in the tunnel, she still felt a shiver of excitement. Although nervous, it was thrilling enough. Ardell tidied up his clothes and picked up his phone. The next second, her phone vibrated. Alicia opened the chat record. Santiago's dad, Teacher Shun, your shoulder strap is off. Alicia looked up at the man, who had striking features, sharp and deep eyes, and a high-bridged nose, looking like someone who practiced abstinence. Who would have thought that just a minute ago, he was doing whatever he wanted with her in the darkness? Their eyes met, and Alicia hastily averted her gaze, but noticed that the black bow on her shoulder had come undone. The black strap lay loosely on her fair shoulder, adding a special kind of sensuality. Another message came in on her phone. Santiago's dad, I undid it. Chapter 23, The Four-Seater. Alicia cast a glance at the man who had already tidied himself up, her left hand resting on the armrest, revealing an expensive watch. He was clearly such a proper and precious man. Who would have thought that privately he was actually so debauched? Her face flushed red, not knowing how to respond. She could only raise her hand to tie the belt tightly, remaining silent. Alicia feared he might play some more heart-pounding tricks, subconsciously pressing her body against the car door, daring not to have any contact with him again. Ardell and Alicia both talked little. Only the two people in the front row were chatting away cheerfully in harmony. Many women spend their whole lives waiting for their husbands to grow up. To put it bluntly, most men just grow older but remain childlike in mentality, capricious, playful, and selfish. Frida was different from the women he had encountered before. She was naive and romantic, yet childish as well. In a certain sense, the two of them were compatible. They had a lot in common. For instance, the anime they pursued when they were young, or the comic author they both admired who passed away. This formed a stark contrast with the silence of the two in the back seat. Until the car stopped, Alicia was the first one to push the door open and get out. The evening breeze carried a hint of restlessness, blowing towards her face, and Alicia's mood gradually calmed down. Frida originally wanted to hold her arm, but was pulled away by Abner. The two interlocked fingers looked sweetly into each other's eyes, and even their steps were lighthearted. Indeed, this fulfilled that line in the song. The beginning is always wonderful. Every moment feels like magic. The best moments in life are the beginnings. Like newborn babies, morning sunshine, or the blooming of a night blooming cereus. Even her parents, she believed, must have been wonderful when they first met. Her father would dive headlong into love like a lovesick youth, buying her mother red roses, customizing elegant cheongsams for her, whispering the most romantic words in the world, and lingering close together in the midnight. But what happened later? Her mother found out he was already married and demanded an explanation, even resorting to scheming to conceive his child, but ended in failure. So there wasn't a trace of envy in Alicia's eyes. She was even worried about Frida. The deeper you fall in love, the more painful the departure will be. Teacher Shin's look tells me you don't think highly of my younger brother. Ardell's voice rang beside her ear. Alicia said coldly, a love between mismatched individuals is doomed to be a tragedy. Reality isn't like novels, where rich and powerful bosses fall for Cinderellas. I didn't expect Teacher Shun in the 21st century to still hold onto outdated notions from the last century. Mr. G, people like us can't afford the price of crossing paths with someone of your status. I hope that what happened in the car just now. Seeing her stern expression, Ardell took a step forward, emanating an intimidating presence. So, did I not satisfy Teacher Shin just now? Abner, despite being a playboy, presented a refined image in front of Frida. On the contrary, Ardell was like a flower on a high cliff. Dressed neatly in a suit, his features sharp and serious, especially those deep-set eyes which resembled unpolished gems, radiating hidden sharpness and nobility. Yet his words didn't match his identity at all. Alicia was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. You engage him in polite conversation, but he responds with uncouth replies. Alicia could only glare at him and lightly scold. Pervert. Then she walked away in her high heels, but her white earlobes were faintly flushed, and her footsteps seemed a bit unstable. Ardell followed closely behind her, unhurriedly. Abner had reserved a four-seater. Alicia and Frida sat on one side, while Abner plunked down opposite Frida, leaving only one empty seat. Ardell leisurely sat down, each movement exuding elegance. He stretched his long legs forward, gently pressing against Alicia's leg, the material of his dress pants brushing subtly against her calf. That slight friction through fabric, accompanied by a faint warmth, felt like the perfect catalyst, wanting to drag Alicia into the depths of desire. Chapter 24 Pressure. Alicia frowned slightly and looked at the man. The man took the menu passed by Abner, his eyes lowered, completely ignoring her. He sat in a corner seat, the setting sun filtering through the view window casting shadows on him, outlining Ardell's cold yet perfect profile. He turned the pages of the menu gracefully, looking mature and steady. Alicia diverted her gaze. She had overthought it. She pulled back her legs, increasing the distance between them. However, the man moved closer step by step, leaving her no chance to escape, just like his character, domineering and forceful. He did this on purpose. Alicia was somewhat angry and raised her high heel to kick him. This kick instead led her into the man's trap. He suddenly closed his legs, clamping her foot between them, trapping her. Alicia's movements were a bit too large, causing the couple deeply engaged in ordering their meal to look at her. Alicia maintained her balance and coughed lightly. Mr. G, can I order for myself? Of course. Ardell handed her the menu. Please go ahead, Teacher Shun. His gentlemanly demeanor made it hard to believe that he was still holding onto Alicia's foot and staring at her blushing ears. Alicia tried to pull free, but he didn't let up. She had no choice but to keep one leg bent and use the other to reach out and order. Abner glanced at her as she only ordered a vegetable salad. Teacher Shun, please don't hesitate. Feel free to order what you like. Thank you. This is enough for dinner. Ardell glanced at her indifferently. Teacher Shun is truly self-disciplined. Frida nodded furiously in agreement. Wei Wei is more than just self-disciplined. She could retreat into a monastery. She can eat vegetable salads for an entire month without batting an eye. I would have gone mad long ago. Teacher Shun, while self-discipline is commendable, overly suppressing one's thoughts, emotions, and desires will only backfire. I suggest addressing issues rather than bottling them up. Alicia stared directly into his eyes, unsparingly saying, if everyone indulges themselves without restraint, how are they any different from animals mating indiscriminately on the streets? Feeling the tension between them, Abner quickly tried to ease the situation. It's just about ordering food, no need to make such a big deal. If Teacher Shun likes salads, then that's perfectly fine. But I know a few main dishes here that are quite good. Would Teacher Shun like to try them? Seeing the opportunity to de-escalate, Alicia wasn't one to be unreasonable, so she retracted her sharp attitude and nodded. Sure. Shall I order them for you? Ardell withdrew the menu. I want to add some dishes anyway. Might as well order for Teacher Shin as well. Abner found this strange. Knowing Ardell, when had he ever been proactive with women? Glancing between the two, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, so he dismissed the thought. Why was he overthinking? Ardell wasn't someone who pursued people based on appearance. How could he suddenly become so enthusiastic because Teacher Shun was beautiful? Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly gentlemanly man was still holding onto the young woman's leg under the table. Alicia also saw through his game. Under the guise of being entertaining, he was actually playing a psychological warfare game with her. He was waiting for her to weaken. Looking back on their past, since they first met until now, she had always held the initiative. She initiated their encounters, and it was also her who insisted on unilaterally ending them. Even when she occasionally clung to him like a vine plant, behaving impeccably, she would immediately leave after it was over. In the past, Ardell indulged her whims. Whether it was frequency, location, position, or duration, he tried his best to satisfy her, until she decided to sever their relationship, revealing his domineering side. Both wanted to dominate the game, gradually losing the harmony they once had. All they wanted was for the other to yield. Alicia hoped he would let her go and end the game, but Ardell suppressed her defiance, escalating the game and filling it with tension. While Alicia and Ardell struggled under the table, Abner and Frida were secretly communicating on their phones, trying to matchmake Alicia and Ardell. Abner gave her an okay gesture. One wanted to find a companion for his old brother who had been single for years, while the other wanted to help her good friend get over heartbreak. They agreed effortlessly on this plan. Abner took the initiative. Teacher Shun is so beautiful. Does she have a boyfriend? Frida interjected on behalf of Alicia. No boyfriend, but there is a shameless ex-boyfriend. Do you have any reliable single brothers around? Maybe introduce one to Wei Wei. I do know quite a few excellent men, but I wonder what kind of man Teacher Shun likes. For a moment, all three sets of eyes landed on Alicia. Alicia sipped her lemonade slowly, smiling gently. I like men with fair skin, a good personality, gentle and not domineering, who listen to me. Ideally, they should be younger than me. Frida was momentarily taken aback. Didn't you like? She was about to say that Alicia didn't prefer muscular, wild, mature men. When did she start liking young handsome men? Alicia pinched her, cutting off the words in Frida's throat. Abner glanced at the man exuding coldness, knowing he had no chance. Taking advantage of her momentum, Alicia smiled sweetly. Mr. G, if you know someone suitable, please introduce him to me. Her smile dazzled Abner, who nodded as if under a spell. Sure, you don't lack anything, but I have great relationships. I'll definitely keep an eye out for you. From what you say, you like the young puppy type, right? Alicia tucked a lock of black hair behind her ear, glancing sideways at Ardell, her smile dazzling. Yeah, who wouldn't like obedient and sensible young puppies? As soon as she finished speaking, Alicia felt a large hand land on her calf. Startled, she tensed up, turning sharply toward the instigator. However, the other party showed no signs of withdrawing, and the rough fingertips traced along her smooth, delicate skin, inching upward with searing heat. Chapter 25 Time to Pluck. Alicia's heart fluttered with panic but quickly calmed down. Considering the difference in their statuses, Ardell would probably just give her a little lesson. He wouldn't go too far. Thinking this way, she looked at him with a hint of a provocative smile. She directly told him at the table that it was no longer possible, and not to waste his efforts. Ardell met her smile, still appearing calm and composed. He was different from those inexperienced youngsters, carrying the steadiness of someone who had been through countless storms. To him, Alicia's tactics were like a child throwing a tantrum in kindergarten, barely causing any ripples. His thin lips curled up. Miss Shin has quite unique preferences. Alicia deliberately taunted. Mr. G should be quite old by now, right? You wouldn't understand what young people truly desire. Nowadays, everyone goes for the young and fresh types, and older men are like out-of-season flowers. She knew such words were uncouth, but she wanted Ardell to know when to back off. Unbeknownst to her, her feet were still being held captive. Ardell's expression didn't change as his fingers slowly caressed her tensed foot under the table. A chill ran down Alicia's spine. It had only just paused, and now it started again. Ardell's voice deepened. So, in Teacher Shin's eyes, I'm already an old man. Frida almost sprayed out her lemonade. Not old at all. General Manager G, you have the grace and elegance that surpasses Pan, standing tall and dignified. In the market, you'd be the hottest item even if sold at 9 renminbi and 90 cents shipping included. Abner was speechless, knowing that this gentleman wasn't as easygoing as he appeared. He was highly respected in his circle, and one didn't often see him interact with others. Today these two young ladies weren't behaving properly. One called him old, the other compared him to a 9 renminbi and 90 cents deal. He spoke righteously. Baby, you've described me well. Just don't do it next time. Then he turned to Alicia. Teacher Shun, On is just over 30. He's really not old, and his stamina isn't any worse than the younger ones. Frida glared at him. Isn't that still mocking someone for being old? What does this have to do with stamina? Ardell wouldn't stoop to argue with these children. His hand gently caressed her calf, seemingly absent-mindedly. Despite the tablecloth concealing everything and the restaurant being sparse, waiters occasionally approached, making Alicia nervous. How could she have not known this man was so vile before? His calloused fingertips contrasted sharply with Alicia's smooth skin. Feeling irritated by his behavior, Alicia widened her eyes. Clearly ready to face the consequences. Touch away. Let's see what you can make of it. Her shoe was suddenly removed by Ardell. Alicia instantly panicked. No, how could this man do such things? He knew Alicia's weakness all too well. She was ticklish. Just scratching her soul would make her feel like ants were biting all over. Wait, what's wrong? Frida saw her body tremble slightly, as if enduring something. It's nothing. I just feel a bit cold. Alicia excused herself casually. The air conditioning here is indeed too strong. I didn't bring a jacket. We're mine. Finally, Ardell let her be, and Alicia quickly pulled back her leg. Her right foot rubbed against her left thigh to relieve the bone-deep itch. At the same time, Ardell had already stood up and draped his coat over her shoulders. The scent of cedar immediately enveloped Alicia's nose, much like the embrace of the person himself. Abner's eyes nearly popped out onto the plate. Was he dreaming? That celibate man who could kill a mosquito just for flying by actually offered a coat to a woman on his own initiative. Although Frida found it strange, she figured it might just be the gentlemanly demeanor of a wealthy man and didn't think much more about it. Alicia could only awkwardly thank him. Thank you. Unaware of her flushed cheeks looking like a ripe peach to Ardell. The peach was ripe. It was time to pluck it. The ice cream served by the waiter broke the momentary awkwardness. Abner also introduced from the side. Baby, knowing you love sweets, I ordered all the signature dishes. Admittedly, Abner seemed thoughtful and handsome. No wonder Frida got carried away with him. All desserts were ordered in pairs. Alicia observed various flavors of sweets. Actually, she loved sweets when she was young. Aloysia was self-serving and used the money she got from Francine on bags or beauty treatments, leaving Alicia often without enough food, let alone sweets. After many years of struggle with Francine, Aloysia changed after another suicide attempt. No longer obsessed with Francine, she began hunting for other prey. She was beautiful, with a slender figure and alluring charm. It was easy for men to be ensnared by her. It seemed she wanted to climb the social ladder through these men and prove to Francine that there were indeed men who would marry her. In reality, although men were generous materially, not one of them was willing to divorce their lawful wives for her. Aloysia then set her sights on Alicia. She was young and innocent, perfect for completing the unfulfilled dream of marrying into wealth. She devised a plan to use the money obtained from men to properly train Alicia. According to Aloysia, sugar brought nothing but harm. It burdened the body, accelerated aging, and distorted the figure. Even the small cake Alicia ordered for her birthday couldn't escape her clutches. As soon as the candles were lit, before Alicia could make a wish, Aloysia knocked it to the ground. Standing tall in her high heels, she trampled on the delicious cream, looking down at Alicia. There's no God in this world, and no one can fulfill your wishes. Remember, fate is in your own hands. People like us can only change our destiny by finding a wealthy man to marry. You should stop eating these sweet, cloying things. One day after school, Alicia secretly bought an ice cream cone. Just as she took a bite, she received a harsh slap. In the sweltering summer heat, she looked up at Aloysia's mouth spewing insults. The cicada's chirping faded away as her ears roared, and blood dripped from her nose. That single bite of ice cream resulted in a perforated eardrum. Controlled under such tyranny, Alicia had long realized how twisted she had become. She could never laugh heartily at a simple word or story like others her age, because her life was the biggest joke. Wei, this strawberry milk ice cream is so smooth and delicious, I could cry. Try some. Frida pushed the ice cream towards her. Now grown up, Alicia was no longer under Aloysia's constant watch. Staring at the bright red strawberries, she was reminded of the blood dripping onto the hot ground. Time had passed, but she still remembered that icy chill from that one bite of ice cream. Alicia pushed the ice cream away. No thanks, I don't like sweets. Though she smiled, Ardell saw the fleeting sadness in her eyes. At that moment, Alicia resembled a fragile porcelain doll. He rarely spoke with Alicia, while Frida and Abner conversed enthusiastically during the meal. Alicia listened quietly, occasionally offering comments. After finishing the meal, Frida patted her belly contentedly. I'm so full. Wei, aren't you going to have more? After a big dinner last night, Alicia planned to eat light meals these few days. I'm full. Let's go. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed her high heels were still beside Ardell. Throughout the meal, she had been standing on tiptoe. Only now, preparing to leave, did Alicia try to find her shoes. She stretched her leg toward the man. Unknowingly, instead of finding her shoes, she inadvertently touched his calf with her toes. Her force wasn't gentle, it felt almost like kicking him. Her tiny foot, like a little lamb entering a beast's territory, made contact with his solid calf. It was firm, almost burning. Chapter 26 SSS level dangerous person, keep away. Alicia felt that she had touched something and hurriedly pulled back her leg. Of course, she did not retrieve the shoe either. Seeing Alicia suddenly pause, Frida got up and asked, What's wrong, Wei? Alicia was speechless. How could she explain that her high heels kicked the man's feet? Wasn't this blatantly telling everyone that she was luring Ardell? It turned out that the man was waiting for her here. Alicia cursed Ardell's ancestors 18 generations deep in her heart. Before knowing his identity, Alicia's impression of him, steady and introverted, hardworking and reliable, making people feel at ease. Now, cunning and unscrupulous, tyrannical and domineering, strong and ruthless. In summary, SSS level dangerous person, keep away. MMB, a profanity, went through Alicia's mind while a smile stayed on her face. She suddenly changed the subject. I'll add another dessert. You guys go watch the movie first. Ardell picked up his knife and fork and added, I'll have someone send Teacher Shin home later. Abner scanned between the two, then finally nodded. Brotherin, then I'll leave it to you. As soon as they left, Alicia's high heels were returned to her. Alicia put on her shoes, took off the suit jacket from her shoulder, and her expression turned cold. Her mentality had undergone a drastic change. She had been looking forward to the special date tonight, only to find out that the man was just stringing her along. Even if she had fully cooperated tonight, the man would certainly find other excuses and reasons. He hadn't even thought about ending it. Feeling played, Alicia immediately flipped her attitude. Mr. G, I'm going home first. Your little game ends here. She didn't look at Ardell again as she turned and left. Downstairs, Ardell's driver had already arrived. Teacher Shun, let me take you. Under the streetlights, Ardell approached from afar. Compared to her coldness, his expression was calm and relaxed, with measured steps. Alicia stared at him steadily. Despite having done very intimate things with this man, she now felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Whether it was the insatiable brood in bed or the well-dressed elite before her, they were just masks covering his true self. The depth in his eyes was an existence she couldn't fathom. People fear the unknown the most. No need. It's easy to get a taxi here. Alicia. The man stopped 2 steps away from her. This distance was neither too far nor too close, giving her a sense of pressure without being ambiguous. His gaze was calm. This was the first time he called her name so calmly and clearly. Not the nickname used during intimate moments in bed, nor the teasing, teacher shun he usually used. Alicia felt inexplicably nervous. The last time she saw him this serious was when he fished her out of the water, his handsome features filled with severity and coldness. She suppressed the unease in her heart and replied, Mr. G, is there anything? You didn't say I broke any of the 3 rules. Ardell put away his teasing manner, looking dead serious. Alicia was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect him to suddenly mention the 3 conditions they agreed upon. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. At this proximity, she could distinctly smell the faint incense scent from his body. His deep voice sounded above her head. I don't have a companion around me. Alicia didn't dare to meet his eyes. She could feel that the current Ardell was different from before. Like a negotiator pressing step by step, he gave her no room to refuse. If you feel I've overstepped into your life, I can keep my distance as before. Mr. G, you're Trace's father. If what's happening between us gets exposed, have you considered what will happen to my life? Yes, those nights with you were enjoyable, but this pleasure isn't worth risking my future. Only after saying this did Alicia slowly lift her head, determination in her eyes. Mr. G, you are a good partner in bed. I believe you can definitely find an even better one without me. Alicia refused him outright, giving no face to Ardell. She hailed a taxi and got in, not looking back even once. Rolling down the window, she leaned against it, letting the evening breeze gently tousle her hair. She couldn't deny that Ardell was indeed a great partner in bed, disregarding his status. Most of the time, he was considerate of her feelings in bed, which made Alicia feel comfortable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have continued such a relationship until today. But reality wasn't a novel. She couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful figure, let alone that he was also Santiago's father. Alicia had to stay away from him. After getting out of the taxi, Alicia saw Brant at the apartment building entrance. Brant leaned against a tree, smoking dejectedly. It seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. Without stopping, she hurriedly walked past him, wishing she could vanish instantly. Where were you this late? Alicia stopped and turned to look at him, her gaze calm and composed. Mr. Zhou, where I go seems none of your business. We've broken up. Brant sized up Alicia and, seeing no one else with her, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps that night was just an act put on by Alicia. If she let other men get close so easily, he wouldn't have wasted 3 years on her. Brant stubbed out his cigarette and handed her a card. I know I was wrong to you before. This is a token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. It was his secondary card, meaning he didn't plan to end it here. Once Alicia accepted, she could use his card every month. The offer was less about making amends and more about renewing their past relationship. Alicia didn't take the card and smiled mockingly. Brant, are you trying to keep me? Wei, I only ask for one thing. Don't leave me. Alicia just looked at him calmly. Do you know why I chose you back then? There were many suitors after her back then, not lacking rich family heirs, scholars, or athletes. Was it because I pursued you the longest? At that time, you were like a breath of fresh air. But now, seeing you throw money at me like those others, it's equally disgusting. Brant looked somewhat frustrated. Wei, listen to me. Brant, there's no future between us. Take good care of Annabelle. Before Brant could pursue further, Alicia called property management and had him escorted out. Brant turned out to be just like all the others, unable to rise above Zhou. Thinking a little money gave him the right to do as he pleased. In their eyes, there was never equality. Social class was an unbreachable gap. Alicia returned to her small apartment and found a new message on her phone. Wei, I won't give up on you. She immediately blocked him and went straight to her studio, which she had converted from a wardrobe. The space wasn't large, less than 10 square meters, with wooden shelves lining the walls, holding various stones. Alicia's side job, a rock color painter. This profession was quite niche, involving grinding various gemstones into powder and using them along with gold to create paintings. She had paid the down payment on this apartment through this side job. Layla disliked her daughter escaping her control. Earlier, an internationally renowned violin master wanted to take Alicia as a student, offering her a global tour. On the day of departure, Shen Manqing hid Alicia's passport, cutting off her path in violin. Alicia knew her mother had psychological issues. Her failed outcome was supposed to be rewritten by Alicia, who, besides marrying a wealthy man, had all other paths cut off. Thus, when buying this small apartment, Alicia installed a hidden door in the wardrobe, converting the small closet into her studio. Even though Layla frequently visited, it was difficult for her to discover this secret space. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Alicia brushed glue while putting her phone on speaker. Wei, after completing this painting, the client's friend wants another large-scale piece and hopes to meet you to discuss details. Alicia frowned. Didn't we agree I wouldn't show my face? I understand your concern. From what he said, this order seems significant. Shouldn't we prioritize the client's needs? If this deal goes through, you can pay off the mortgage on your apartment. All right. Alicia hung up the phone. Who wouldn't like money? But every cent she earned came from hard work, clean and fair. The next day, having slept only 3 hours last night, Alicia looked rather tired. In contrast, Frida was energetic, nudging her arm mysteriously and asking, Last night you, NG. Chapter 27, Can't wait to see him. Alicia glanced around warily and, confirming that no one was around, said, Nothing has happened. I took a taxi back after dinner. Don't ever say such things again. Okay. Frida looked somewhat disappointed, wanting to say more. Alicia patted her shoulder. She told Frida to enjoy the sweet love, but still keep her boundaries, not to give her whole heart away. Influenced deeply by her parents since childhood, she became psychologically abnormal. Maybe Frida would be an exception. She hoped Frida would finally be with her lover. Hearing that the principal wanted to see her, Alicia went to the office. The principal first mentioned promoting her to director, then after much ado, spoke of his real intentions. I've heard that the real estate developer will replan this area. The orphanage next door and our vacant lot are included in the plan. As you know, we originally intended to build an outdoor pool there. Alicia didn't care about whether they would build a swimming pool, as they already had an indoor heated pool. What concerned her was the orphanage next door, which was funded by an old gentleman at the end of last century. Though small, it supported over 100 children under the help of people from all walks of life and the old gentleman's inheritance. What's the arrangement for the orphanage? They can't present a property deed, so moving out is reasonable, Teacher Shin. My point is that we have some maneuver room for that land. Alicia felt a tightness in her chest. Principal, what you mean is, the project was won by G Group. G Family. Yes, it's the father of Leroy, a student in your class. Teacher Shun, could you represent our school and talk to Mr. G privately? That piece of land isn't large, and for them, it's just a corner to build a lawn. But our kids could have a luxurious pool. Alicia understood clearly. Promotion was just an excuse. Utilizing her was the true intention. The principal said with a kind look, I know it's not easy, but everything we educators do is for the kids. Regardless of success, we should at least try. What do you think, Teacher Shin? Alicia responded casually. I can ask, but don't hope too much. The principal smiled. I knew Teacher Shun was smart and capable. You're perfect for the director position. As soon as she left the office, Alicia's smile vanished. After checking, the situation matched the principal's account. But why did he choose him? How should she approach Morgan? Apparently, neither being a bedmate nor a teacher was enough. Unknowingly, Alicia walked to that small plot of land, still barren. There were a few mango trees on the ground. Remembering when she arrived last year, children from the orphanage climbed up those trees to pick mangoes, and even gave her one. The children's laughter overlapped with the crying now. Mommy director, I don't want to go. Children, don't cry. The new director grew up here. Alicia often helped the children, becoming familiar with them. On the other side of the wall, elite kindergarten children enjoyed air conditioning and snacks in well-equipped rooms, while the abandoned children on the other side cried bitterly, losing their small home. Alicia felt intense pain. Her childhood resembled these orphans, making her sympathetic. Feeling more distressed, she took out her phone and found Leroy's dad. Calling him undoubtedly slapped her bold stance last night right in the face. She hesitated for a long time before tremblingly pressing the call button. They mostly contacted via WeChat previously, so this wasn't a frequent call. Nervous from last night's words, finding him again so soon. Might he have blocked her? Dial tone. After 3 rings, a familiar male voice came from the other end. Hello. His voice was steady and gentle. There was no mockery or sarcasm, calm without any emotion, making Alicia slightly uneasy, unsure how to start. Silence lasted for a few seconds. Morgan remained composed, neither asking nor hanging up. She could hear his faint breathing through the subtle wind sounds. He was waiting for her to speak. Just like those nights, where he showed tenderness and consideration in bed. Kicking the grass under the mango tree with her toes, Alicia mustered her courage and cautiously spoke. Mr. G, when will you be available? I'd like to meet you. When you need something from someone, you become inferior to Morgan, unable to be as spontaneous as before. As she spoke, Alicia clenched her phone awkwardly, regretting her unyielding stance from the night before. But how could one ever know in advance? She had even braced herself for mockery. Morgan's steady and resonant voice came through. I'm on a business trip. Alicia hurriedly replied. When will you be back? Is it urgent? Yes, I hope to meet you as soon as possible. Then tonight. Alicia felt a surge of joy. What time is your flight? I'll pick you up. I'll arrive around 9. He hung up, leaving Alicia trying to calm her racing heart. Morgan hadn't refused, which meant there was still room for negotiation. A warm breeze blew through her hair. As Alicia touched the peeling wall, listening to the crying children on the other side, she had already made up her mind. Morgan had said he was a businessman. When dealing with businessmen, all that mattered was what you offered in exchange. The question was, would her body be enough to match the value of this land? She had no confidence at all. She knew this decision would cost her all her dignity. The worst outcome would be the exposure of her relationship with Morgan, leading to public disgrace. Or perhaps after meeting, she would face Morgan's condescending ridicule. But if it meant preserving the smiles of these children, was it really worth worrying about? After work, Alicia returned home and took a bath. She carefully washed every inch of her body and applied rose-scented body lotion. Alicia wasn't fond of perfume. She preferred this type of moisturizer for its floral scent. She wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked barefoot to her wardrobe. She chose a beige silk blouse, paired with a white camisole underneath. Below, she wore a high-quality champagne-colored mermaid skirt and light-colored stilettos. This outfit looked elegant and refined, yet it had hidden nuances. The slightly sheer blouse revealed her slender waist and ample bust. The open neckline exposed her delicate collarbone. She put on a string of small pearl necklaces and earrings, looking both graceful and subtly sexy. Saving the orphanage was not a small matter, so she needed to show her utmost sincerity. Looking at her reflection, dressed deliberately to please a man, Alicia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Despite struggling half her life, she found herself once again walking down the path of pleasing men. What did her past persistence mean? Life was like this, especially for those in low positions, offering few choices. Alicia glanced at her phone screen, where Morgan had sent her a message 2 hours ago, about 2.5 hours until landing. If it were before, she'd have just glanced at it and waited accordingly. But today, she replied warmly. I'll wait for you at the airport. Okay. Alicia stared at the okay for a long while. Morgan truly was an emotionally stable man. He was nothing like Brant. She even wondered what kind of woman would bear his children. Perhaps 6 years ago, during his first love, he might have been reckless and passionate, chasing love like a moth to a flame. Unlike the composed and indifferent man she saw now. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated. A new message appeared on the screen. I've arrived. Lifting her head, Alicia saw a tall figure standing out in the crowd. He wore a dark suit, striding calmly towards her. Chapter 28. Mr. G, I regret it. Behind Ardell followed several others dressed identically in black. The moment he appeared, his eyes automatically blocked out everything around him, focusing solely on Alicia's figure. This was the first time Alicia truly understood what it meant to stand out from the crowd. Leaving aside his striking appearance, he possessed a unique aura that set him apart from everyone else, making all others seem like mere accompaniments. His piercing gaze searched through the crowd until it landed on Alicia. Once it did, it lingered there as if stuck with glue, unable to look away. The corners of the usually stoic man's lips curled into a subtle smile as he approached her. As he neared her side, Alicia greeted him respectfully yet distantly. Mr. G, I. Without giving her a chance to finish, he reached out with a long arm and pulled her towards him forcefully. leaving no room for refusal. Wearing high heels, Alicia stumbled forward into his embrace, instinctively clutching his tie with one hand and grabbing his shirt with the other to steady herself. Ardell paid no mind to the envious gazes directed at them and simply led Alicia away. Alicia was somewhat dazed. Hadn't she said something that would have angered him or raised questions? Instead, she found herself being taken along without much fuss and pushed into the car. The moment the car door closed, Alicia found herself pressed against the seat as the man grasped her chin and kissed her aggressively. In between kisses, his voice was husky and gentle. "Teacher Shun, I'm in a hurry too." His kisses were fervent and passionate, as if a raging fire trying to consume Alicia. Suddenly, Alicia remembered the phone call at noon. Did he misunderstand something? This made her feel awkward. "Mr. G, I am in a hurry, but not," she tried to explain. The roughness of his fingers caressed her tender cheeks as he panted softly against her lips. "Not eager to sleep with me?" Alicia hesitated on how to communicate this with him. She sensed a change in his body. Even his breath against her neck felt scorching hot. His demeanor was calm, but Alicia wasn't sure if Ardell would still agree to her request after the misunderstanding. Despite their intimate moments, Alicia realized she had never fully understood him. He was powerful and mysterious. While she hesitated, Ardell gently stroked her delicate skin, taking his time without rushing into the next step. He was an extremely patient hunter. Alicia looked up into his eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice soft. "That's what I was thinking." She was a decisive person. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't hesitate. Pressing against Ardell's body, she rubbed against him like a cat, a gesture of her good intentions. Then, in a coy whisper by his ear, she said, "Mr. G, I regret it." "Is that so?" The man lowered his gaze, calmly looking down at the woman beneath him. Last night, she had coldly declared they had no relationship. His fingertips brushed against her soft lips. How could such a tender place speak such cold words? Earlier, the man had been so impatient when they got in the car. But now, after her hesitation, he paused his ardor, his eyes reflecting only indifference and calm. Such self-control only made Alicia more apprehensive. Would she succeed? Alicia took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to sleep with you." Chapter 29, Teacher Shun, where do you say we go? Inside the car, only two people were present. In the open-air parking lot, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, shining through the car windows onto Alicia. The young girl's cheeks were flushed red, with the rosy hue extending all the way to behind her ears. In this confined space, the intense rose fragrance that enveloped her body was like a feather, faintly but teasingly brushing against him. Alicia parted her red lips and bit his fingertip. It didn't hurt, yet it was as if a candle had been overturned into an oil vat, instantly heightening the intimate atmosphere to its peak. Despite her innocent appearance, she spoke so directly and acted so alluring. Ardell's black pupils deepened, and he gripped her chin harder. "Who taught you this?" Alicia pushed him away, then straddled the man's muscular legs on her own initiative. She stroked his face, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Actually, I know many more things. Mr. G, would you like to try them all?" Somewhere along the line, two buttons of her blouse had come undone, hanging loosely on her left arm, exposing her round, fair shoulder. A delicate pearl necklace lay on her collarbone, emanating a faint, soft light. She seemed like a beautiful mermaid from the deep sea, luring travelers with her song. "Is that so?" The man suddenly pinned Alicia beneath him, causing her complexion to subtly change. Though she intended to tempt him, she hadn't wanted to do it in the bustling parking lot. Her actions were only meant to temporarily pacify Ardell. The sound of a suitcase being dragged across the pavement reached their ears, accompanied by tourist voices. Alicia instinctively grabbed his hand. "Mr. G, not here. I'm scared." He looked deeply at Alicia for a moment. "As you wish." Then he let go of her and called for the driver, who then dared to get back into the car. "Teacher Shin, where do you say we go?" Ardell handed the decision over to her, which made her feel even more uneasy. She reached out and tugged at his shirt, her delicate, boneless hand gently shaking it. "I'll follow your lead." Ardell mentioned a place name. It was her apartment. Alicia actually resisted quite a lot. Before, their relationship felt like eating fast food. Who would bring fast food home? Even when he first proposed going to her place while parked downstairs, Alicia had refused. Things were different now. For the sake of the orphanage, she had no choice but to agree. Strangely, on the way back, the man didn't do anything inappropriate to her. He put down the armrest, creating a boundary between them. His movements were relaxed and casual, and there was a hint of weariness in his usually determined expression. Without looking at her, Ardell closed his eyes slightly, leaning back to rest, leaving only a cold profile visible to her. The car stopped in the garage, and Alicia looked at him anxiously. The man walked skillfully to the elevator and pressed the button. Alicia followed closely behind him, maintaining some distance to avoid being seen by acquaintances. Ardell did not expose her small intentions. They arrived at her small apartment. Unlike last time when he had entered uninvited, this time Alicia had no choice. She bent down to take off her high heels beside the shoe cabinet. Her slender blouse revealed her lower back and the curve of her hips wrapped in a satin skirt, appearing especially sensual from this angle. Ardell's gaze grew darker, but he moved his eyes away from the woman's waist. Alicia apologized. "Not many people come here, so I don't have extra shoes. Just come in." The man glanced around, and seeing no men's slippers on the shoe rack, implied that even Brant hadn't had such privileges. His mood improved slightly as he removed his leather shoes and stepped onto Alicia's spotlessly clean wooden floor in black socks. The small living room had only one single sofa, covered with a white throw. On the coffee table were a few sketchbooks where the little woman often lounged and drew. Alicia observed him, realizing he seemed more interested in her apartment than she expected. This was awkward since previously, almost always, he was the one taking the initiative. Otherwise, their eye contact would ignite uncontrollable passion. Such interactions were rare, and without that layer of intimacy, Alicia felt somewhat lost. Would you like something to drink? The man leaned on the sofa as if he were at home, loosening his tie and casually unbuttoning a few buttons of his shirt. His rippling bronze skin was exposed, radiating immense masculine charm. His deep eyes swept over her body, and one look was enough for Alicia to understand. Standing before him, her slender fingers touched the first button of his shirt. Her voice was enticing. Mr. G, shall we start now? Chapter 30. Kiss her. Ardell sized up Alicia, who was standing beside him looking somewhat anxious, and asked in a languid voice, "Do you have anything to eat?" Huh. Alicia froze for a moment. This question was clearly beyond her expectations. She thought of an internet joke where one person asks for food after the other has already undressed. Looking at his weary appearance, hadn't he eaten on the plane? Alicia quickly replied, "Yes, but we don't have many ingredients at home. Would noodles be okay? It's faster. Can you fry eggs?" "Yes. Fry too. Please wait a moment." Alicia walked towards the kitchen. When the oil started sizzling in the frying pan, she still had a bewildered look on her face. No, how did things turn into her cooking for a man? But it all happened so naturally and inexplicably that before she knew it, she was wielding a large spatula. Inadvertently, a drop of hot oil splattered. Ouch! Alicia winced as a large blister formed on her hand from the scorching oil. Before she could react, a long hand turned off the stove and gently pulled her hand under the tap to rinse it. His hands were large, making Alicia's small, fair hands seem even tinier in comparison. If judged by their hands alone, one would be a pampered young lady, the other a rough-skinned servant. Alicia recalled when she was 6 years old and extremely hungry. Aloysia was too preoccupied with chasing her lost love to care. So, Alicia had cracked some eggs to cook leftover rice. She had seen it on TV. Egg fried rice seemed simple. But, unfamiliar with hot oil, she got 2 blisters and Aloysia stood by, arms crossed, scolding her. "You're such a fool. You can't even do such a simple task. If you were a boy, I would have married into the Sioux family long ago." Even her own mother treated her this way. Alicia feared Ardell would think she was useless. "I'm fine." She instinctively tried to hide her hand behind her back. The man gripped her wrist lightly and asked, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" A heavy hammer struck her heart, sparking a fire. All she wanted back then was for Aloysia to ask if it hurt. She looked up, meeting his sincere dark eyes. "What? Does it hurt, BAMMPH?" Her words cut short as Alicia tugged on his loosely tied tie, tiptoed, and kissed him on the lips. Standing at 168 centimeters, Alicia appeared quite petite compared to him. Ardell lifted her onto the countertop with little effort, moving his hands to her armpits. Leaning in without hesitation, the kiss deepened gradually. Alicia grabbed the marble countertop's edge to steady herself, while the man captured her wrists with his large hands. His body temperature was naturally higher than hers. The instant their skins touched, his heat felt almost scalding. Lacking support around her waist, she wrapped an arm around his neck. Ardell enveloped her slender waist with his strong arm, pulling her tightly against him. He kissed passionately and intensely, as if trying to consume her whole. Alicia didn't have much experience kissing, and none as intense as this. It left her struggling to keep up. She felt like a stranded fish gasping for breath as the sea water receded. That kiss had been an impulsive act. Throughout her life, no one had ever truly cared about her. Even Brandt, who claimed to love her, reacted differently when she once injured her hand. Instead of rushing her to get medical attention, he lectured her in a condescending tone. "I told you I should do it. You insisted on being stubborn. I don't understand why you can't be more gentle as a woman. What's the point of being so stubborn? I've called 120 endure it." For someone like him, who usually had a crowd of servants fussing over his minor injuries, he lacked basic life skills. Alicia always did everything herself because she grew up with a father who never acknowledged her and an unreliable mother, forcing her to fend for herself. Ardell was different. Even though Alicia didn't mind the tiny blister, which would heal in a couple of days, he immediately turned off the stove and let her rinse under cold water, silently taking care of everything, being the only one concerned about her feelings. That was why she suddenly lost control, unexpectedly provoking a passionate and stormy kiss from him. The kiss seemed to last an eternity. Alicia, initially stiff, slowly melted into him, her legs unconsciously wrapping around his waist. The longing inside her spread like vines growing in the darkness, wild and rampant. She thought. Chapter 31, Turning Off the Fire. They had done it many times, mostly in hotels. This was their first time in a kitchen. This experience made Alicia feel both novel and nervous, especially when his hand touched her delicate skin, sparking a series of sensations. The small window in the kitchen was open, and a gust of evening wind blew in, fluttering her light blouse and revealing his arm with prominent veins. His strong, well-built arm contrasted sharply with her tender, fair skin. With a thud, Alicia's slipper fell to the floor, and the two abruptly separated. Alicia's face was flushed red. She clutched at his shirt, wrinkling it. "Aren't you hungry? I'll cook noodles for you first." The man's gaze on her body became increasingly intense. "I'm hungry." He pressed close to Alicia's earlobe, his voice sensual and low. "After eating, will you sleep with me?" Such direct words made Alicia feel somewhat embarrassed. She lowered her head and mumbled, "Yeah, where's the medicine box?" "In the bedside table." Ardell put her down, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, Alicia found her legs feeling weak, staggering a little before being caught by him just in time. She felt rather shy. How could anyone feel weak just from kissing? Putting back the dropped slipper, she pushed the man away. I can handle it. You go out first. Just as he was about to step forward, she pulled at his wrist again. Ardell looked down at her, his lustful eyes calming down. What is it? Do you eat spicy food? She didn't realize she was wearing an apron, looking like a compliant little wife, particularly with her clean and innocent pale face. Ardell brushed a lock of hair from her cheek to behind her ear. Yes. Then he walked straight to the bedroom. This was his second visit, and this time he entered her territory openly. Alicia's bed wasn't big but looked soft and fragrant, just like her. Ardell searched around, and, not finding any burn ointment in the medicine box, got up and left. Alicia, now calmer, continued cooking, sizzling eggs in the pan. She took out a bunch of baby bok choy and green onions. Her fair hands washed the bok choy, chopped the green onions into segments, added some salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. Boiling water in the pot, she threw in a handful of silver-like noodles. After 10 minutes of cooking, she turned off the fire, served the noodles, sprinkled green onions on top, and added a large spoonful of chili oil over the white and green dish, along with 2 fried eggs. Not a fancy steak from a Western restaurant costing over $1,000, yet the dish was colorful and appetizing. Alicia placed the bowl on the dining table, only to find no one was home. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Alicia moved to the door, and upon opening it, saw the tall man carrying 2 huge shopping bags entering. In just 20 minutes, he had raided a supermarket. How efficient. What are these? Just picked up some groceries. The man's tie was nowhere to be seen, his shirt unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, sleeves rolled up to reveal solid forearms. This hardly resembled a domineering CEO. Ardell put the shopping bags down and took out a pair of sandals, slipping them on himself. Alicia prepared to take the bags to the kitchen but couldn't lift them with one hand, barely managing with both. I'll do it. A muscular arm appeared in her sight, effortlessly lifting the heavy bags, even managing the other bag. Those large packages seemed like toys in his hands, and Alicia felt the stark difference between men and women in terms of strength for the first time. Opening the fridge revealed nothing much besides some face masks and beer, with only 2 tomatoes and half a bunch of wilted bok choy remaining. Alicia felt a bit awkward and coughed lightly. You eat first. I'll clean up. Ardell closed the fridge and walked to the dining table, leaving Alicia somewhat anxious. After all, this privileged young master was used to Michelin star meals. Could he enjoy the simple clear broth noodles she made? Allison had enrolled her in cooking classes so she could fit in after marrying into wealth, adept at hosting and cooking. But without adequate ingredients, it was hard to make decent food. That was all they had. Once, she had cooked a home-style dish for Brandt, who belittled her skills to show off. Wei, don't get me wrong, but it's fine if you're not good at cooking. After all, you come here to live comfortably. We have chefs. Don't make such dishes anymore. He wasn't tactful. His meaning was clear that her home-style dishes were not presentable. To win Ardell over for the orphanage, Alicia tried hard to please him. You came at a bad time. Next time, I'll buy ingredients and cook for you. Actually, I'm quite skilled in Western cuisine or sushi. Her tone carried a hint of insecurity. The man ate quickly but quietly. He finished it in just a few bites, and even picked up the soup bowl to drink half of the broth. He wiped his lips clean before saying, "This noodle is quite good." Alicia tried to gauge how sincere he was, but was pulled into his embrace by the man. She instinctively struggled. Don't move. Ardell suddenly took out a tube of burn ointment and gently applied it to her blister. It hurts. Alicia couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Chapter 32. Pleasing. It was fine before applying the medicine, but this sudden stimulus made Alicia unable to bear it. In terms of physical care, Mariana had truly spoiled her. Mariana said that a woman would be cherished by men if she were more delicate. Alicia struggled to get up. It hurts. Stop rubbing. Morgan held her waist, fixing her body in place. Don't move. His voice carried an inherent authority, and his expression bore an imposing dignity that dared not to be challenged. Alicia stopped struggling and obediently lay in his arms. The man had just run back from the supermarket and also eaten something, so his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body temperature was higher than usual. The heat from his thighs spread through the thin silk fabric to her soft buttocks wave after wave. Her back pressed against the man's chest. The air between them was filled with the scent of cedar from him, which formed a dense web trapping her. The cool ointment melted in his palm, and his rough fingertips gently caressed the scalded area, making Alicia's heart race as well. She secretly observed Morgan. The man had long lashes that were thick but not curled, casting an arc over his deep eyes. Suddenly, the man lifted his head, their eyes met, and sparks flew in the air. In matters of love, a glance can convey more than 1,000 words. Though they hadn't really done it yet, Alicia was ready. Her heart felt like it was being softly scratched by a kitten's paw. The man's sexy Adam's apple moved slightly, and Alicia understood instantly. She wrapped her hand around Morgan's neck and whispered in his ear, "I've already showered." He knew that. He could smell the fresh floral fragrance on her body while she was in the car, like roses after the rain, fresh and intense. Alicia kissed the man's earlobe and tried her best to please him. Morgan pulled her away, and Alicia's gaze was hazy with desire, clinging to him like glue. Previously, seeing such an expression on her face, he would have indulged her at all costs. Alicia blinked her large eyes and asked, biting her lip, I bought yogurt and put it in the fridge for you." Alicia. Morgan got up after she sparked a fire within him, quietly cleaned the bowls and dishes in the kitchen, and washed the utensils she had used earlier. His quick and efficient actions left Alicia puzzled. Isn't he a tycoon heir? Why is he so skilled at washing dishes? Alicia took out what he bought one by one. Besides sugar-free yogurt, there were meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, and more. At the bottom of the bag were several boxes of condoms, large sizes, and some with labels like ultra-thin, long-lasting, and ribbed unexpectedly caught Alicia's attention. Previously, Morgan used imported ones with no special labels. This sudden exposure to such straightforward and simple products made Alicia blush. There were so many varieties, including fruit-flavored ones and various patterns. Just grabbed some without checking, the man explained, noticing her red ears. Alicia nodded. These small boxes felt hot in her hands. Morgan put other fruits and vegetables into the refrigerator, filling up the empty space instantly. Alicia looked at his tall figure, feeling complicated. She didn't intend to get this close to any man. Even Brandt, whom she dated for 3 years, was kept outside her door. But today, Morgan was invited by her. What are you thinking? Morgan turned around and saw her complex expression. Alicia cleared her mind. She only needed to do one thing tonight. She approached Morgan, hooking his belt buckle, her eyes filled with allure. How much longer do I need to wait? The man's gaze carried a bit of scrutiny. After a moment, he replied, I'll take a shower. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. If a man was intensely attracted to a woman, he would behave like a wild animal in heat. He would have thoughts of possessing her in any setting. But tonight, he had refused her several times. He seemed to be asking for her consent, but was actually testing her. He wanted to further invade her private space, and Alicia wasn't oblivious, but she had no choice. She nodded, sure, but we don't have extra towels for you. Without answering, Morgan stared deeply into her eyes before entering the bathroom. Alicia sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, unsure about what was about to happen. Morgan was steady and never put on airs in front of her. She thought he should agree, but she didn't know what conditions he might propose, knowing businessmen never do anything without profit. Maybe after the negotiation, she would be left with nothing. Alicia smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that the seemingly coldest and most heartless person like her actually had a saintly heart? Just because she got caught in the rain as a child, she wanted to provide shelter for more children. Over 100 children lost their homes. How were they supposed to live? Alicia sighed and picked out a strapless nightdress to change into. She had just finished changing when she heard the bathroom door open. Morgan was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of black casual pants. His hair was casually wiped, with droplets of water trickling from the ends into his chest. Without the obstruction of a shirt, his well-built body was fully revealed. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and perfect proportions. Water droplets slid down his pectorals all the way until they disappeared into the end of his abdominals. Thinking about those overly showy muscle men she had seen in short videos before, they all seemed inferior compared to this real, vivid physique in front of her. A man's strength was innate, like wild beasts on the vast African savanna, without any pretense, each muscle line exuding the most primitive male charm. Alicia had taken off all her jewelry and makeup and wore only a pink silk nightdress. Under the soft lighting, her entire being glowed with whiteness. She walked towards the man and took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his chest, which still carried a faint layer of moisture from not being completely dried. She gently rubbed against him, like a cat retracting its claws, exposing her snow-white belly in front of others, emitting her goodwill. The man lightly embraced her, his palm touching her smooth, jade-like skin. Morgan's eyes gleamed slightly. It turned out the back of this nightdress was cut out. He could clearly see her delicate waistline and the fair, smooth back. Her skin was very tender and smooth. It felt like a piece of soft pudding, extremely enticing. Alicia's fingers caressed his damp abs, noticeably feeling his body tighten. Lifting her eyes, Alicia saw his throat bobbing up and down. Despite having just finished bathing, the man's heart was tinged with some agitation. In the next second, that obedient little girl tilted her neck and kissed his throat. Damn. Chapter 33 Once upon a time, you call me Morgan. Morgan took a step forward, nudging her legs apart with his foot and gently laying Alicia down on the bed. Her long hair cascaded softly over the quilted bedspread, and the left strap of her dress hung loosely from her shoulder. Her pink lips parted slightly, giving her an appearance that was both innocent and alluring. Morgan bent one leg and propped his elbow beside her cheek, cradling Alicia under his body. Even without a word spoken, the air had already thickened with an ambiguous atmosphere. Seeing his lack of response, Alicia lightly hooked his leg, rubbing against his thin shinku, casual pants, in a manner that was unusually obedient. Mr. G. Her voice was soft, inexplicably evoking pity. She had thought that after taking a shower, things would naturally progress. However, Morgan showed no signs of moving forward. The bedside lamp cast a warm glow over the room, highlighting the muscular lines of his arm as it supported him by her cheek. His trapezius muscle shimmered with a honey-like sheen under the light. His dark eyes held an unusual depth, like an eagle surveying its domain from the mountains. Such a gaze made Alicia uneasy. Without any passionate desire, it felt as if she were being interrogated. Compared to her anxiety, he seemed exceptionally calm, speaking slowly. Once upon a time, you called me Morgan. For those 3 months when she didn't know his identity, she never even asked about it or his name. After learning who he was, she mostly wore a cold expression around him, calling him Mr. G, only in necessary situations, and using his full name most of the time. She hadn't treated him as an heir to a conglomerate, nor had she involved herself much with him, simply to maintain a boundary. From the moment she initiated the phone call today, Alicia had been addressing him as Mr. G, showing respect. Her every move couldn't escape his watchful eye. Alicia had intended to discuss this matter after things with him had concluded. After all, When you owe someone something, it's hard to refuse them. Morgan clearly didn't intend to give her that chance. He waited patiently for her to speak. Mr. G, actually, I have a request. The man turned to lie on his side, his deep gaze scrutinizing her. On the small bed, he occupied most of the space. I noticed. His voice was calm. What do you need my help with? Alicia rolled over, her eyes pleading as she recounted the situation with the orphanage. At the end, she pressed her body against his chest. I went to check, and that plot of land is on the edge of your development area, mostly planned for landscaping. If you adjust the plan, it won't affect the main part, which means little impact on you, but it's the land that supports the children's livelihood. So, though they had been intimate before, his breathing remained steady, and his expression was as usual, yet Alicia inexplicably felt nervous. It was like being back in school, facing her most feared physics teacher. He naturally exuded authority, the confidence of a man in power. Alicia's hands around his waist trembled, her voice hesitated as she uttered those words. I want to make a deal with you. Her eyes filled with pleading, looking incredibly vulnerable, yet captivating. The strapless dress hugged her perfect waistline, ending just above her thighs, revealing her slender legs slightly curled up. His fingertips gently rested on her waist, slowly moving downward. Use your body? Yes. She felt humiliated. I know I was too cold toward you before, and I hope you don't hold it against me. He could feel her body trembling under his touch. Why are you afraid? Afraid you think I'm not worth that piece of land. And also afraid that she might become merely a plaything in his hands. From the start of this negotiation, she had exposed her cards, leaving her at a disadvantage with no way to win except to accept all his terms. She gambled on his humanity, hoping it wasn't too bad and wouldn't put her in an awkward situation. His slender fingers traced her eyebrows and face, outlining her features carefully. Teacher Shun, why undermine yourself? Your value isn't comparable to a piece of land. A glint of joy flashed in Alicia's eyes as she clutched his thick wrist. Mr. G, as long as it's within my limits, you can ask for anything. Morgan, feeling her delicate skin, asked lightly. If there was no such land, would Teacher Shin still be so close to me? In his deeply experienced eyes, Alicia knew she couldn't lie convincingly. She confessed openly, no, but Mr. G, I don't hate you. It's because of our different statuses, and I hope you understand. I understand. As for the deal, Morgan spoke calmly. Let me think about it. His eyes revealed no emotion, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. This answer surprised Alicia. It neither agreed nor denied her request, leaving her heart restless and uncertain. Mr. G, if it's because I refused you before, I can apologize. Alicia tilted her neck, her usually cold face flushed with red from excitement. Controlling her emotions, she cautiously said, would you have time to visit the orphanage with me? Those children are truly pitiful. They were abandoned by their parents right after birth and barely found a home. Or you could name a price for that plot of land. I have some savings, and I can give you an IOU for the rest. Alicia. Morgan caught her delicate wrist, his brows slightly furrowed, not questioning why she cared so much about the orphanage. Without ridicule, he patiently explained, I don't know why you chose me that night. Do you know why I chose you? Neither domineering, nor forceful, nor condescending. He seemed like an elder, gently explaining to her. I don't know. We were compatible in bed, largely because we were on equal footing. You're soft yet not weak, clingy yet independent. Beyond your beautiful appearance, what attracted me more was you as a person, or rather, your noble soul. As he spoke, his thumb gently caressed her wrist, soothing her again and again. If I agree to your terms, from now on, you will be at a lower position compared to me, just like today. From that phone call, our relationship became unequal. Teacher Shun, when you play the violin, you're like a goddess high above. But how would a goddess ever lower herself? Chapter 34 Dawnlight. Alicia was utterly astonished, never expecting to hear these words from the man. In her mind, those in power had always been the symbol of authority. They used their advantageous social positions to effortlessly break rules and achieve their goals. Before coming here, Alicia even thought that he might take advantage of the situation and put forward a series of unfair demands. The typical routine in domineering CEO novels is often setting traps for the heroine, then forcing her to come pleading. It wasn't that the writing was overly exaggerated. The ugliness of human nature in real society could be far more terrifying than imagined. Ardell spoke calmly. Miss Shun, I hope we can get along on equal terms rather than using one's body to gain benefits. His palm pressed tightly against her cheek. Good girl, that would be too unfair to you. Though his voice was soft, it felt like a heavy punch that shattered her inner defenses. So, don't refuse my closeness anymore, okay? Alicia's eyes were filled with disbelief. She scrutinized his deep-set eyebrows and the dangerous, cold features which looked gentle under the warm light. Alicia felt complicated. It seemed as if a thick fog surrounded him, making it hard for her to see his true appearance. He neither agreed nor refused, but said this. Did he want her to show more interest? Was this just part of his negotiation strategy? After all, he was a businessman. When can I expect a definite answer? Alicia clutched the hem of his shirt, asking somewhat bewilderedly. Just wait a bit longer. He raised his hand and ruffled her hair. It's getting late, you should rest now. He stood up and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. He lifted his hand and pulled her into his arms, their bodies pressing closely together. In the dark, his heartbeat was steady and strong, unlike hers, which was in turmoil. Ardell's hand rested on her waist, his palm warm. This was the first time since they met that there was no intimate behavior between them. Sensing his fatigue, Alicia swallowed her prepared words. She gently moved away, putting some distance between them, lying on the edge of the bed with her back to him. The man stared at her silhouette, his dark pupils showing nothing but depth. Without any ulterior motives, she couldn't help but want to keep her distance from him. Ardell reached out and effortlessly pulled her back into his embrace. Alicia's back touched his bare chest, feeling the warmth that enveloped her whole body. Every pore of hers tightened. She curled up motionless, unsure how to react, afraid of angering him if she tried to leave. They had never shared a bed before, like newlyweds, sweet and tender. Ardell rested his chin in the crook of her neck, his hot breath fanning across her neck. His tone carried a hint of exhaustion. Teacher Shun, I'm quite tired today. She didn't push him away, only mumbled, Good night, Mr. G. The hand resting on her abdomen gently pinched her tummy. Don't call me that. Even calling me by my name would sound better. He disliked when she addressed him formally, as if it pushed him further away. His words weren't orders, but almost sounded like a pampered dog whining. Alicia responded with a hum. The man behind her fell silent. Soon his even breathing told her he was asleep. This left Alicia struggling. Growing up, Layla never shared a bed with her, so she was used to sleeping alone. Now, having someone beside her was uncomfortable. With no air conditioning and his body heat, holding Alicia made him sweat a little. Alicia didn't dare push him away, obediently staying in his arms, finding occasional coolness from the small window. Tossing and turning for a long while, Alicia didn't know when she finally fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through onto her face, causing her to squint and wake up. The sticky feeling on her skin reminded her of last night, when Ardell spent the night. Opening her eyes fully, she found no one beside her. She had moved from the edge of the bed to the middle third during the night. Looking at the narrow space left behind, if they were close all night, it meant Ardell slept on less than 50 centimeters of space. With his tall build, did he lie on his side all night hanging off the edge of the bed? Not seeing him, Alicia got out of bed, barefoot. Just entering the living room, she heard sounds coming from the kitchen. Seeing who stood there, she froze. In the warm morning light, the tall man was still dressed as he was last night. Bare-chested, wearing loose black workout pants. The only difference was the apron tied around his chest today. The off-white tie wrapped around the man's broad waist, his thick latissimus dorsi muscles rippling as he wielded the spatula, outlining a robust curve. His skin was not pale at all, but a healthy bronze color. Alicia was accustomed to seeing his abs, but this angle was a first for her. The man's back was just as impressive as his front, each muscle perfectly delineated, strong yet not overly exaggerated. Two sexy waistlines dipped into the black pants, and she knew that the strong legs inside those loose pant legs were powerful. There were 2 scars on Ardell's back, adding an extra touch of wild, untamed allure to him. Coupled with the apron, the sexual tension in this picture was no less than what a man would feel seeing a woman in a sexy uniform. This side of him, more casual and unbuttoned, had a greater impact on Alicia than when he wore his tailored suits. Alicia felt her body temperature rise sharply, her cheeks burning hot, her throat tight. Suddenly feeling parched, Alicia had initially invited him home for a deal, but now she was unmistakably affected by his presence. Recalling the case of novelty that Ardell mentioned earlier, Alicia didn't think it would happen so quickly. Just seeing the man bare-chested with an apron tied around him stirred her imagination. Desire began to swell in her heart. Chapter 35, Good Girl. Alicia was indulging in her fantasies when she suddenly felt warmth in her nose. She raised her hand to touch it, only to find a streak of fresh red on her fingertips. Awake! Hearing the man's voice, Alicia's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned around and fled swiftly. Ardell held the spatula and saw a fleeting white shadow due to her rapid departure. Bang! Alicia slammed the bathroom door shut, staring at the blood streaming from her nose in the mirror. She always found it exaggerated how men would bleed noses when seeing beautiful women in TV shows. Now that it happened to her, Alicia realized those works were not misleading. Phew, almost let him see. After stopping the bleeding, Alicia turned on the shower, taking a cold bath early in the morning to cool herself down. But the image of the man's perfectly proportioned body lingered in her mind. When she finally emerged with a clear mind, she reached for the towel only to find it damp. It must have been used by the man this morning. Watermarks still clung to it. The thought of this towel having wiped every part of his body made the flush on Alicia's face reappear. Damn it, distracting me. By the time she finished dressing, the room was empty of the man's presence. On the dining table were warmed milk, sliced fruits, and a well-balanced sandwich, along with a note written in bold handwriting. Good girl, remember to eat well. At the kindergarten, Alicia flatly refused the principal's suggestion, while Dara loudly volunteered herself, urging Alicia to try too. Unmoved, Alicia told her to go ahead. Alicia, why so high and mighty? You'll cry when I succeed. Alicia just smiled faintly. I wish you success. Dara was so enraged by Alicia's indifference that she stomped her feet several times before storming off to G Corporation. This scene fell into Santiago's eyes, who lowered his head and sent a message via his smartwatch. Dad, please help Teacher Shen. Explain more. The next day, the principal happily announced, I just received news. G Construction has provided us with that land free of charge, without any deadline. The principal added, we owe this all to Teacher Yao's efforts. As she said this, the principal purposely glanced at Alicia. Dara beamed proudly. Principal, I merely did what a teacher should do, unlike some selfish people who think only of themselves. Alicia found this odd. Frida pulled her aside and explained, seasoned as I am. So, G really does have something going on with Dara. Is that so? Alicia felt a strange tightness in her heart. Yesterday, when Dara went to G Corporation, Abner was there. He said CEO G not only met with Dara privately, but also mentioned possibly finding a nanny for the children. Alicia felt conflicted. Previously, she had worried about Ardell being interested in her. It turns out he just wanted a teacher to care for the two kids. With Dara as the target, Alicia felt relieved. Yet thinking of the orphanage situation dampened her mood. His choice of Dara meant rejecting her. What about the children? Frida was also worried. Originally, the principal intended to promote you to director. Now that Dara has claimed credit, this position is surely hers. She will definitely target you in the future. Alicia was preoccupied with Ardell's attitude toward her, indifferent to Dara's antics. Whatever. Meanwhile, in the office, Dara had been bragging all day about Ardell's favor during her visit to G Corporation, successfully securing the swimming pool deal and receiving praise from leadership, with promotion imminent. She invited colleagues for a dinner celebration. After work, while waiting for the elevator, Dara intentionally left Alicia behind. The targeting came faster than expected. Unconcerned, Alicia preferred not to crowd anyway, calmly waiting for the next ride. She noticed a nearby attendant looking at her. Moments later, the attendant approached. "Miss, there's another elevator here. Please follow me." Alicia followed the attendant to an elegantly decorated elevator. The attendant swiped a card for her. "Thank you." Ding. The doors opened, revealing the man leaning against the elevator wall. His outstanding appearance and imposing stature caught her eye immediately. Regardless of the setting, the man's posture exuded natural authority. It was Ardell. Seeing him instantly made Alicia feel nervous. That unresolved question, giving Dara another chance today, Alicia's mind was in chaos, standing there dazed and unresponsive. Not coming in. He stood there with an outstanding posture, his eyes calm, showing no fluctuations. No one could imagine that such a celibate and indifferent man would become so fierce once the night fell. Under his urging, Alicia quickly walked in wearing her high heels. She straightened herself and greeted him. "Mr. G." The man lowered his eyebrows, his jawline exuding coldness. The elevator slowly closed, isolating the two of them in a confined space. Even though the man remained silent, staring straight ahead without looking at Alicia, the natural authority he carried was palpable, making it impossible to ignore his presence. Alicia wanted to ask about his intentions, if what he said last night had any answers now. She glanced at the man out of the corner of her eye. The man was tall and well-built, with a sharp and handsome profile like an unsheathed blade, radiating coldness all over. Though they were once so intimate, Alicia felt as if an insurmountable gap separated them now. She didn't even know how to start. Just as she was feeling anxious and uneasy, the light above flickered rapidly before abruptly going out, plunging the entire elevator into darkness. Immediately after, a strong sensation of weightlessness came over her, and Alicia let out a startled cry. Amidst the violent shaking, just as Alicia was about to fall, a sturdy arm encircled her waist, effortlessly pulling her to his chest. The man tightly held her body against his voice low and commanding. "Hold on to me." Such darkness awakened deep-seated fears within Alicia. Her hands and feet trembled slightly, and without thinking, she clung to the man. Like a delicate vine clinging to a towering tree, her tender red lips pressed against the man's neck. "Hold on gently." Ardell found himself overwhelmed by the intensity, his hot breath brushing against her ear. Another violent shake from the elevator made Alicia's tensed body not relax, but instead cling tighter, like a spider monkey hugging the zookeeper's neck. Her slim, pale legs tightened around the man's waist, and with a muffled sob, she whispered in Ardell's ear, "Ardell." Chapter 36 Close Embrace. Unpleasant memories surfaced. Alicia's body shook violently, her eyes tightly shut, trying to dispel the pain in her mind. The more one tried to avoid certain matters, the more they clung like shadows. Fear enveloped Alicia in a giant web of terror. Whenever she closed her eyes, that year came to mind. On a dark night, with the elevator breaking down and trapping her inside, when the doors finally opened, her mother jumped from the rooftop, landing right in front of her. A thunderous roar echoed as lightning illuminated Miranda, drenched in blood. Bass clearly sensed something was wrong with the little girl in his arms. Her palms, clinging to his neck, were soaked with sweat. She clung tightly to him, their bodies fitting perfectly together. Bass leaned down, lowering his voice to whisper gently in her ear, "Don't be afraid." How could she not be afraid? That year, Alicia was only 5 years old, witnessing her mother fall from the rooftop. Had it not been for the low floor of the villa and the soft grass below, Miranda would have long since departed this world. Before jumping, Miranda had already cut herself with a knife, resulting in large patches of blood upon landing, leaving an immense psychological shadow on Alicia. Even though she had long since grown up, Alicia still feared thunderstorms and out-of-control elevators. Ever since Bass started spending time with Alicia, she had been very emotionally stable. Even when her ex-boyfriend showed up, she could stand on tiptoe and kiss him calmly. Alicia appeared independent and strong outside, but was coy and obedient in bed. She was a striking woman who concealed her fragility well, never revealing it to outsiders. What was wrong with her today? Just as he wondered, he felt warm liquid falling on his neck, sliding into his shirt bit by bit. Alicia was crying. This tear, scorching hot, spread all the way to Bass's heart. There was no need to imagine how heart-wrenching it must be for such a well-behaved little girl to cry. Alicia buried deeply in Bass's neck, allowing tears to slowly stain the hollow of his neck. At this moment, a hand caressed her face, lifting it up. Bass raised her face. Forced to look up, Alicia couldn't even see the outline of the man in the extreme darkness. What was he going to do? The man wrapped one arm around her waist while cupping her face with the other. A familiar cold fragrance wafted toward her, the light breath of the man brushing her cheeks. In the next second, his lips descended gently, kissing away the tears at the corners of her eyes with devotion and sincerity. He handled her so carefully, as if she were a treasure, restraining his strength for fear of hurting her. The little girl nestled in his arms was so fragile, as if she might shatter with just a slight touch. Alicia's fear gradually dissipated, turning into surprise or perhaps shock. Base was actually kissing her tears away. Did he not find it dirty? That tender touch, like feathers brushing over her, made her feel somewhat ticklish. Alicia's reason gradually returned, and she realized she had unknowingly climbed onto Base's body. Inside the violently shaking elevator, she was closely pressed against Base. Alicia could clearly feel his moist kisses starting from the corner of her eye, gradually changing in meaning. He lightly touched her lips, and she, still carrying residual fear, did not refuse. Obediently tilting her neck, she allowed him to kiss her, as if only through his touch could she control her emotions. He seemed like an emotional sedative, even more effective than any medication she had taken before. The elevator has an emergency brake. We will be fine. His breath fell on her lips, offering gentle comfort. Sure enough, the elevator stopped descending, and the cabin finally stabilized. Base held her with one arm while pressing the emergency call button with the other. The elevator maintenance staff promised to arrive in 10 minutes. Base turned on his flashlight, casting a beam of light in the pitch-black night. Alicia's emotions gradually calmed down, and she wiped away the remaining tears at the corners of her eyes. Sorry, I lost my composure earlier. Her voice was hoarse, her nose slightly red, looking pitifully endearing. It's okay. Base loosened his grip on her waist. Alicia wanted to ask him about Dara, but the stalled elevator gave another sudden drop, causing a sensation of weightlessness. The little girl who had just left Base's embrace once again plunged into his arms, trembling in fear. In the dim light, Base's black pupils gradually clouded with emotion. He spoke in a deep voice. Be good, don't rub. Chapter 37. Sneaking around waiting for her. Alicia suddenly came to her senses, understanding what had happened the moment she met the man's gaze. Coincidentally, a stranger's voice came from the elevator. Sorry, the repairman has arrived, and will start fixing it immediately. Alicia instantly distanced herself from Ardell, her heart pounding as fast as if she were a child who had done something wrong. The elevator now only echoed with Ardell's low response. If one listened closely, his breathing was slightly more disordered and somewhat hurried compared to before. Once the elevator was manually hoisted up and light flooded back in, Alicia's heart also returned to normal. The manager profusely apologized to both of them, and Alicia politely acknowledged it. In the distance, Frida approached her. Wei, I've been waiting for you for so long. I heard the elevator broke down. Are you okay? I'm fine. But her red eyes made her look anything but fine. You must have been scared out of your wits. It was then that she noticed Ardell, who had just come out of the elevator. Standing in front of him was the manager, bowing apologetically. Mr. G, what a coincidence, you're here too. Ardell gave a cold nod. I have dinner plans with Abner and others. Alicia, who had clung to the man in the elevator earlier, was now trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. Inghan, I don't feel well. Could you tell my colleagues for me that I won't be joining for dinner? Frida pulled her into the waiting area and ordered her a lemon water. Sure, take it easy, I'll sort it out later. I'm going now. Ardell briefly greeted Frida and left without another glance at Alicia. Alicia watched him leave, as if the person tightly embracing her in the elevator just moments ago wasn't him. She held the lemon water, her mind wandering to the orphanage children, feeling somewhat lost. After finishing the glass of water, Alicia got up and left. Still shaken by the incident in the elevator, she chose to go down via the fire escape stairs. Each floor's lights flickered on as she descended, making the dark staircase brighter, but Alicia found it hard to keep up in her high heels after a few floors. She simply sat down and removed her shoes, massaging her sore ankles. Click! The sound of a lighter striking was especially clear in the quiet hallway, causing Alicia, who was still uneasy, to shudder and look down abruptly. At the corner of the stairs stood a man wearing a black shirt, a suit jacket draped over his wrist. His tall figure leaned against the wall, one leg bent, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He stood in the intersection of light and shadow, the flame of the lighter dancing on his sharp features, highlighting his weary expression. Ardell exhaled a ring of smoke, the white mist enveloping his stern face. Through the haze, the man's gaze fell on Alicia, bold and unapologetic, revealing a wildness in his eyes. Such a gaze quickened Alicia's heartbeat. Her massage of her ankles paused as she asked, startled, "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you." Despite his seemingly impartial face, his words carried an ambiguous undertone. Alicia dared not meet his eyes, finding him intimidating. She hadn't told anyone where she was going, yet he had somehow guessed she wouldn't take the elevator again. Didn't he go to dinner? Ardell flicked away the cigarette butt and extinguished it with his toe, then strode towards her, his long legs moving closer with every step. In public, Alicia instinctively wanted to avoid any appearance of impropriety, and her first reaction was to flee. Having already removed her shoes, she tried to stand on the cold stone steps. With a swift move, the man grabbed her ankle, pulling her close. His unique cold fragrance mixed with a dangerous male scent engulfed Alicia. Her delicate ankles were firmly gripped in his hand, unable to move. She softly cried out, "Mr. G, please." Ardell's rough fingertips gently caressed the smooth skin of her ankles, the burning warmth almost consuming her. Chapter 38. An empty stairwell. The desolate and empty stairwell gave endless room for imagination. Alicia, recalling the scene of the two of them closely embraced in the elevator, suddenly felt a bit flustered. Ardell, who had just finished smoking, said hoarsely, "Did you twist your ankle?" His gaze was profound, that sharp yet handsome face mixed with a hint of concern. His piercing eyes fell on her pale little feet. Alicia curled her toes and shyly pulled back. Where had her thoughts just wandered off to? No, it's just hard to walk down these stairs, she said honestly, bending down to pick up her stilettos that had slipped off. However, a hand got to them before her. Puzzled, Alicia looked up at Ardell. Mr. G? Ardell glanced down at her. The tear stains on her long lashes had dried, but there was still a blush at the corners of her eyes. She had curled into a ball in the corner, looking especially endearing. He hooked her high heels with his big hand, then bent his knees and squatted directly in front of Alicia, saying firmly and without resistance, "Get on." Alicia froze for a moment and hurriedly refused. "No need, I can walk down myself. Would you rather I carry you or do it yourself?" He emphasized his tone. When he was dominant, a coldness would surround him, even lowering the temperature in the already chilly stairwell. "Mr. G, you haven't told me about last night." Before she could finish speaking, Ardell scooped her up by the waist. Not a princess carry, but more like a laborer carrying sandbags at the dock, or a bandit abducting a woman to his lair. Alicia's abdomen hung over his shoulder, her legs tightly closed, and her calves slightly raised. This position accentuated her perfect curves, but it made her feel queasy and uncomfortable. This man seemed to be carved out of stone, not an inch of him wasn't hard. She punched him a few times, but he didn't budge. Instead, her hands hurt. Her soft belly pressed against his rock-hard shoulder, causing her pain. Her high ponytail swung back and forth on his dress pants. After a while, Alicia felt dizzy and lightheaded, almost as if her brain was about to burst. He was so domineering and rude, almost like a thug. How could anyone treat a woman like this? Unable to resist, Alicia kicked him in the chest. She struggled wildly like a clawing and snapping lobster, yelling, "Let go of me! Don't make a fuss!" Her soft bottom received a slap from the man. Because of its elasticity, when Ardell used a bit of force, it was clearly seen how her bottom jiggled. Alicia was dumbstruck. Never in her life had she been spanked. How humiliating. Instantly, a flush spread across her cheeks, leaving her speechless. Ardell's ears were finally quiet. Although he carried someone, his footsteps were swift, reaching the underground garage quickly. Opening the car door, Alicia was pushed into the seat. As soon as she was let go, Alicia lunged forward, grabbing Ardell's shirt and hitting his chest. "Ardell, you bastard. How could you? How dare he spank her?" It was too outrageous. Her feeble punches only tickled him. He leaned in following her movements, propping himself on the car door frame, enveloping Alicia entirely in his shadow. He narrowed the distance between them, his unique cold scent enveloping her, throat bobbing. "Then hit me back." Alicia's face was already flushed red, both hands clutching his shirt, her bare foot resting on his bent thigh. The mood became increasingly intimate. His burning body heat seeped through his thin dress pants, wave after wave reaching her feet. Alicia felt like she was stepping on hot coals, burning and hard. Chapter 39, a busy street corner. Feeling the warmth of the man's body, Alicia's face turned even redder, and she scoffed lightly. "You're a pervert." However, her voice was so delicate that it gave off an air of inviting despite her protests. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. "Isai, shall we go?" Only then did Alicia realize there was still another person in the car. She had been stuffed into Morgan's car. So, her embarrassing appearance had been seen by someone else. Alicia exclaimed in shock. Morgan took the opportunity to pull her onto his lap. Feeling too ashamed to show her face, Alicia buried her head in his chest. Hearing his soft laughter from pleasure, she felt the firmness of his chest rise and fall at the same frequency as his laugh. Morgan opened her handbag and tossed the car keys to Walter, the driver. "Take this car back." Walter, new to the job, lacked tact. Usually, seasoned people would pretend not to notice such situations. He finally realized what was happening and left the car as if he were fleeing. Only after he ran a few steps did he realize something. Morgan hadn't told him where to park the car. With 3 floors and space for thousands of vehicles, where was he supposed to find it? Walter looked miserable, holding the car keys as he searched for the vehicle. Isai seemed cold, but why was he so devious? The car door closed. The little quail buried in Morgan's arms finally lifted her head. Despite the commotion, the sadness in her eyes had disappeared. Her hair was messy, with several strands falling on either side of her face. Her dark, large eyes held a hint of accusation. "Bastard. You always bully me." A rare softness spread over Morgan's usually cold face. "I'll take you home." Alicia was about to get out of the car. "No need. I can call a cab." Her hand reaching for the door was covered by Morgan's large hand. She met his stern gaze, his thin lips curling slightly. "Or do I carry you back the way I just did?" Alicia fell silent. Considering the physical strength gap between them and their status difference, Morgan was far superior to her. Her compliance made the man gently run his fingers through her soft hair. "Good girl." The ride was quiet. Alicia didn't speak a word to him. Morgan played soothing French songs, lowering the window slightly to let the gentle night breeze in, breaking the unnaturally calm atmosphere. In the rearview mirror, the young girl curled up against the edge of the door, her hair tie loose and curly strands hanging softly on either side of her cheeks. She looked obedient, yet it tugged at one's heartstrings. The car stopped at her apartment building, and Alicia had already put on her shoes. They remained silent throughout the journey, neither speaking. Alicia wanted to ask about his relationship with Doris several times, but what right did she have to ask? Clearly, they weren't anything to each other. Regaining her composure, she thanked him outside the driver's side. "Mr. G, thank you for bringing me back." "Just a small favor," the man said indifferently, his tone lazy but inexplicably alluring. Alicia walked forward a few steps, noticing the man hadn't left yet. Looking back, she saw him light a cigarette, his sleeve rolled up, his arm lazily resting on the window, the veins on his hand standing out, his fingertips glowing red. The moment Alicia glanced over, he looked up at her. Their eyes met, and Morgan beckoned her with a finger. Come here. Confused, Alicia quickly approached, bending down near the open window and asking softly, anything else, mister? Before she could finish, the man pressed his lips to hers fiercely. Their lips intertwined, his fresh, crisp scent filling her nostrils. Long fingers gripped the back of Alicia's head as the man deepened the kiss roughly and dominantly. The lingering taste of tobacco filled Alicia's mouth, her first experience with cigarettes, spicy and bitter, spreading over her tongue. The intense flavor and passionate kiss made her heart race wildly, even her bones tingling. Chapter 40. Mr. G gives her support, slapping faces loudly. A warm breeze brushed past her ears, adding a layer of restlessness. The cigarette in Morgan's fingers had accumulated a long ash that slowly fell with the breeze, landing beside Alicia's high heels. When Alicia parted from him, her breath was noticeably unsteady. She licked her lips that had been kissed and looked at the inscrutable man with slight annoyance. Mr. G. The answer. A hint of a smile curved at the corner of the man's mouth. You will know soon. He then ruffled her hair. Sweet dreams, teacher Shun. Alicia returned home in a daze, her heart pounding, her mind filled with his deep kiss on the back of her head. Back in her small studio, her heart gradually calmed down. She turned on the lights and finished her painting. Alicia dialed her partner's number. Senior, I've completed the painting. It can be delivered tomorrow. Didn't you say his friend wanted a custom one too? Is it convenient to meet tomorrow? Sure, I'll send you the meeting address. Thanks, Senior. The next day, as Alicia arrived at the classroom, she heard another teacher complaining. Teacher Shun, you left too early yesterday. What happened? Dara appeared, twisting her waist. Teacher Shun, you missed out on Isai sending me Paytas wine. A bottle costs nearly 30,000, and he sent several bottles. Morgan didn't take her home after they had dinner. When did he go to send wine? That's my loss. Dara initially intended to show off, but noticed Alicia's indifferent expression without any emotional fluctuations, which irritated her. Teacher Shun, you probably have never tasted such expensive red wine before, right? Frida chimed in. It's just a few bottles of wine. You bragged about them all night. Do I need to put a label on your forehead saying you drank 3 bottles of Paytas? The surrounding teachers chuckled, and Frida explained to Alicia. It was Abner who sent those bottles. We don't know if Isai asked him to do so. Someone almost revered even the wine bottles. Alicia once thought Morgan was honest, but now he seemed to be trying to keep 2 boats with 1 foot. On one hand, he took her home, while on the other hand, he asked Abner to pacify Dara. Enraged, Alicia immediately sent a WeChat message. In a boardroom with several senior executives present, Morgan was sharing his screen during an early meeting. Everyone clearly saw a new pinned message appear. Nice girl. Mr. G, playing around with so many boats, you might capsize one day. Morgan. The bystanders were amazed. Wow, intense. Superficially, Isai seemed calm, but behind the scenes, he was quite promiscuous, having both feet in different boats. Facing the numerous gazes directed at him, he smiled indulgently. Let's continue. After sending the message, Alicia put her phone aside. Someone from G's group came, saying they needed to sign a contract for the land use rights. The principal was overjoyed and hurriedly pushed Dara to the C spot, relegating other teachers to secondary roles. Dara twisted uncomfortably, her smile harder to suppress than an AK-47. Frida whispered to Alicia. Did she forget to deworm herself? She twists so awkwardly. Alicia didn't respond. She felt somewhat heavy-hearted. If Morgan's answer was this, then the orphanage project would remain unsolved. A neatly dressed man walked over holding a file. To show off her status, Dara greeted him proactively. Thank you for making this trip. Before she finished her sentence, the man brushed past her. Dara stood there, embarrassed. The man never even glanced at her. People started whispering, and the principal frowned. What was going on? Didn't Isai send her wine last night? Unexpectedly, the man stopped in front of Alicia. Teacher Shun. Alicia finally looked up at him properly. She remembered him sitting in the passenger seat when Morgan came to pick up the child. Is something wrong? Alicia was puzzled. Wasn't he here for Dara? His expression was stern, resembling Morgan, yet he appeared particularly respectful toward Alicia. The thing is, my young master likes Teacher Shun very much. Upon learning that Teacher Shun was upset about the land issue, he asked Isai to reserve the land for the children, funding an outdoor swimming pool. Isai drafted a contract and asked me to represent the company in signing it with Teacher Shun. This statement hit Dara like a powerful slap. She was stunned. What? This has nothing to do with her? It was Santiago who initiated the cooperation because of Alicia, not Isai signing with the school, but directly with Alicia. Seeing everyone surrounding Alicia, Dara felt a bit unbalanced. If it was confirmed to have nothing to do with her, how would she manage in the school in the future? Dara squeezed through and explained anxiously. Did you make a mistake? After all, it was me who proposed the swimming pool construction to Isai. Who are you? The assistant looked coldly and sternly, not seeming to be faking it. Dara patiently explained, my name is Dara. I'm also a teacher at the kindergarten. On that day when I went to the company, Isai even met me alone. By the way, last night, he sent me several bottles of wine as well. So it's you. Dara's face lit up with joy. Yes, that's me. Unbeknownst to her, the assistant coldly said, you're that female teacher who was turned away without an appointment. A single sentence had basically nailed Dara on the pillar of shame. Dara's face turned pale. She licked her lips, wanting to explain, but could say nothing after realizing Isai never really glanced at her during her visit to G's group. What could she explain? The assistant added, still unsatisfied. Principal, please discipline your teachers. Don't let them swagger around under our Isai's name. Suddenly cued. The principal could only nod repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Teacher Yao did it for the children. There might be some misunderstanding. At this moment, the principal glared fiercely at Dara. These 2 days, Dara had been acting arrogantly. Now the higher she was held, the harder she fell. Alicia was more bewildered. So, Morgan had no connection with Dara at all. Perhaps when Dara came to G's group using the flag of the kindergarten, Morgan mistook her for Alicia and thus allowed her to go upstairs. Abner must have misunderstood too, treating Dara differently because of this farce. Morgan intentionally supported her under Santiago's name, and Alicia didn't know what to do. She originally had no interest in the swimming pool, but now owed him a huge favor. Alicia knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. This favor would not be easy to repay. While she was anxious, the assistant suddenly reminded her. Sorry, I left another document in my car. I don't have much time. Would it be convenient for you, Teacher Shun, to come over and sign it with me? The principal quickly nudged Alicia. Of course it's okay. Alicia followed the assistant to the side of the car, thinking he was going to get the contract. The car door opened. She saw the man sitting upright in the back seat. The car door blocked his face, revealing only his sharp jawline. His black shirt was neatly buttoned up to the top, highlighting his prominent Adam's apple. Just sitting there casually, his presence radiated an overwhelming aura of unapproachability. His deep voice carried a commanding tone. Get in the car. This was at the school. Alicia's heart raced wildly. Chapter 41 Deep Love. Impatient with her dilly-dallying, the man reached out and pulled Alicia into the car. The door closed, and the assistant tactfully stood aside as lookout. Alicia lay softly in Ardell's arms, her pupils dilated, her voice shaky. Why did you come personally? Ardell's deep voice whispered close to her ear, teasing slightly. I was afraid someone might bully my Miss Shun, so I came to support you. Alicia's face flushed red. So that was why? You didn't need to do this. The man pinched her cheek gently. All right, Wilson has already prepared the contract. Just sign it. After carefully reviewing the contract and finding no hidden clauses, Alicia signed it. The pool was a side matter. She spoke up again. What about the orphanage? The man ruffled her hair. We'll talk later. I have some business to handle today. He was dressed formally, probably for an important engagement. Alicia wasn't unreasonable, so she politely bade farewell. Before getting out of the car, Ardell leaned over unexpectedly, his gentle voice invading her ears. Last night's kiss from Miss Shun was quite sweet. Even after Ardell left, Alicia found herself lost in thought over those words. This man had her hooked without giving her an answer. Noticing Alicia's complicated expression, Santiago tugged on her hand cautiously. Miss Shun, are you unhappy? Did I do something wrong? Sensitive as he was, seeing Alicia not speaking, he lowered his head and whispered, I just wanted to help. Sorry, Miss Shun. Only then did Alicia snap back to reality. She squatted down and patted his head. No, you did great. Now the kids will have another swimming pool, and everyone will be grateful to you. But what about you? Santiago cared only about her feelings. Alicia smiled slightly. I'm happy too. Our Trace is a responsible young man, helping the teacher out so much this time. The boy's face lit up with a smile. After seeing off Assistant Chin, the office became lively. The principal openly praised Alicia while colleagues mocked Dara. Still targeting Miss Shun before. I wonder if your face hurts now? Talking about being the future Mrs. G. How ridiculous. Thinking no one saw you get kicked out. Dara glared viciously at Alicia. You must be gloating. She ran out, leaving Alicia speechless. Frida spat. She's crazy. That day, Alicia's mood was like a roller coaster. With the pool settled, what about the children at the orphanage? Looking at the principal's WeChat moments showing the innocent smiles of the children, along with the caption, such smiles, I will guard them forever. Alicia silently liked it. She put away her phone, got up to freshen up. She was meeting a new client tonight. She changed into a white spaghetti strap dress, paired with a Chanel-style blazer, parted her wavy long hair to one side, wore a pair of tassel earrings, and took out a dark green wristwatch from her jewelry box. She looked professional yet feminine. Taking the finished painting, she set off. Checking the address before leaving, it was at a bar. Alicia preferred quiet places and disliked such noisy occasions. For the big deal ahead, she had no choice but to go. Opening the door, Alyssa was already there, sitting beside a man in his 20s. Izar, this is our painter, Miss Shun. Alicia met the man's eyes. He turned out to be Brant's friend. Matt crossed his legs arrogantly and interrupted Alyssa. I know her, Miss Shun. Izar, you two know each other? Of course, this Miss Shun used to be my brother's girlfriend. They dated for years, then split up suddenly. To others, Brant was just a devoted lover. No one knew they broke up because Brant cheated first. But since people of high society care about their reputation, he threw all the blame on Alicia. Sometimes first impressions stick. Even if you cut out your tongue and placed it before them, they wouldn't believe. The only way was to dig out their eyes and let them see for themselves. Knowing it was better not to stir things up, Alicia changed the subject. The painting wasn't large, but was still heavy when framed. She placed it on the table with both hands. Izar, do you need any changes? It was a painting of golden deer, crafted using various gemstones and gold leaf powder, shimmering brilliantly even under dim lighting. Incredibly beautiful. Mac was holding a glass of whiskey, originally intending to splash it onto the painting. However, seeing the exquisite perfection of every detail of the artwork, he found himself unable to do so. Being an art enthusiast himself, he couldn't bring himself to spoil this masterpiece. Teacher Shin's painting skills are just as high as your level of seducing men. Alicia's expression remained calm as she responded. If Izar finds no issues, the remaining payment is 100,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? I just happen to have brought cash. He pulled out a stack of money. Here it is. Teacher Shin, please check. After saying that, Mac tore off the binding paper and tossed the money into the air. It rained down like a shower of pink bills around Alicia. Alicia put down her bag, her beautiful face maintaining its composure. Thank you for your care, Izar. Then she squatted slightly, picking up the banknotes one by one. Wei, don't bother. Alyssa saw through his intentions and tried to stop her. Senior classmate, I earn my living with my skills. There's nothing shameful about it. As she picked up the bills bit by bit toward the door, someone stepped on one of them. Alicia said politely, Sir, could you please move your foot? Lifting her head, she froze mid-motion at the sight of the person before her. Unbeknownst to her, when Brant had appeared there, his thin frame carried an unusually stern demeanor, and his usually elegant face wore a shadow of gloom. Looking down at Alicia from above, his gaze held a hint of disdain. Alicia, you are truly cheap. Alicia felt her breath catch in her throat. Despite not loving Brant, he was the one she chose among many suitors. Even after he cheated on her, she never badmouthed him behind his back. Dazed, Alicia watched as Brant slowly leaned down, lifting her chin with his hand, his tone almost indifferent. Not wanting the money I give you. You come to a place like this to be humiliated. Were you always this cheap? Do you know how much I limit you per month on that card I gave you? Squatting half kneeling on the ground, Alicia's face was lifted high under the dim light in the room. Though lightly made up, her facial features were exquisite and sharp. Her dress spread elegantly on the floor, contrasting sharply with the environment, emanating a cool, serene glow. Alicia spoke calmly, I don't know. Brant tightened his grip, leaning closer, reducing the distance between them. The face that once made his heart flutter day and night was right before his eyes. No matter how much time passed, he couldn't get enough of this face, always fantasizing about it day and night. Chapter 42. I want to marry you. Brant said each word clearly. 2 million. You're turning down over 20 million a year for this worthless painting. With a loud crash, Brant flung the painting Alicia had brought to the ground. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and a piece of flying glass cut a small slit into Alicia's arm. Alicia looked at Brant calmly. Mr. Zhou, earning money through my talent isn't something degrading. You're about to get engaged soon. It's inappropriate for me to be here. Though Alicia was half a head shorter than Brant, her spine was straight, her gaze gentle yet not weak, which made Mac change his impression of her somewhat. Xiaofeng, she's not wrong. You two have broken up, there's no need to cling. Painting is a legitimate career, not. Shut up. Brant cast a cold glance at the two present. Get out. Alyssa, looking at the mess of glass on the floor, obviously worried, but Alicia smiled at her gently. Senior, this is my private matter, I can handle it. The door closed. Brant sat on the sofa, drained a glass of whiskey in one gulp. Compared to before, he had changed a lot. Elbows resting on his knees, he hunched his back, lowered his head, and remained silent. After a long pause, she sighed lightly and spoke. Mr. Zhou, let's part ways amicably. Hearing these words, Brant sat up, through the empty glass hard. The glass shattered near Alicia's feet, liquid splashing onto her calves. Brant's eyes were bloodshot. 6 years, I spent 6 years on you. What the hell gives you the right to leave just like that? Do I need to remind you of why we broke up? I didn't make a scene when you cheated, nor did I argue after being framed. I've given you enough dignity, and accounts settled for those 3 years. Furiously, Brant said, I bared my heart to you, yet you always treated me indifferently. Even your lack of reaction to my infidelity doesn't deserve my kindness. You have no heart. Alicia gripped the strap of her crossbody bag, looking down as she kicked a piece of broken glass with her toe, speaking calmly. Brant, actually, I thought about marrying you. The man suddenly paused. I appreciated how you saved me from darkness, stayed by me. So I cooked for you, sought medicinal prescriptions for your mother's knee pain. But it was you who said my home-cooked meals weren't refined enough, and my carefully made ointment was thrown into the trash by your maid. I said loving you should be enough. Why do you obsess over such trivial things? Alicia waited quietly until he finished, then replied, I never doubted your love for me, so I made the most risky decision of my life, to start a family with you. She was willing to forsake her troubled original family and that painful past. Alicia considered. Brant used 5 years making her feel favorable towards him, lessening her aversion to marriage. Perhaps in another year or two, she might have even fallen in love with him. She shouldn't have judged Brant based on her parents' misfortunes. It wouldn't have been fair to him. Life should have a moment of reckless passion. But her one brave move resulted in lifelong introversion. On Dragon Boat Festival a year ago, I heard you talking with your mother. You said you were only playing with me, that the lady you wanted to marry was a rich man's daughter, not a poor person who couldn't even afford a house in Hyman. Alicia raised her eyes to meet Brant's shocked gaze, then asked softly, those were your words, right? Alicia remembered the heavy rain that day. Standing under the downpour with Zongzi, she had wrapped herself. In Brant's eyes, she was evidently lowly, unfit for higher society. Only after Brant left was she invited into the room by Chana. Even though she held an umbrella, the violent rain drenched her body, water droplets slowly sliding off her handbag and dripping onto the carpet. Chana wore a custom-made cheapao, a jade bracelet worth millions on her wrist, legs gracefully placed to one side, holding a cup of tea, looking at ease, forming a stark contrast with Alicia's disheveled appearance. You heard everything. I didn't force my son. This is what he truly thinks. Although he did spend time on you. You were just a toy. Remember that. Alicia smiled gently. Chana, I understand. That's best. Like mother, like daughter. I can understand ordinary people wanting to climb the social ladder for money, but my Zhou family isn't an easy shortcut for you. That blatant humiliation felt like a slap to Alicia's face. but she wasn't the helpless little girl anymore. She stood straight, a gentle smile on her lips. Christiana, I can understand a mother's concern for her son's future. Since you have investigated my background, how could you not know the process of my relationship with your son? Throughout it all, the one who chased after me was your son. Christiana placed the teacup on the side table. How do you talk? Do you have any manners? These words hurt Alicia deeply. When she was young in kindergarten, someone said she had a mother who gave birth but didn't teach. Alicia fought a much taller boy until they were both bruised and bloody over this. Even if she couldn't win, she would fight anyway. 20 years later, she habitually reined in all her emotions and smiled. Regarding my parents' issue, it takes two to clap. As a woman yourself, why attack others with such malice? Yes, I admit Brant has treated me well these past few years, and I did consider marrying him. But after hearing his response just now, rest assured, even if he kneels and begs me in the future, I will not marry him. Alicia put down the zongzi. This is something I made by hand. You can try it. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you anymore. Throughout the entire encounter, she showed no sign of being intimidated. Even when the zongzi was thrown away right before her eyes, Alicia held her umbrella, stepped into the rain in her high heels, and never once looked back. From that day on, Brant became nothing more than a pawn she used to comfort her mother, leaving her free of guilt. If it weren't for Brant cheating, she wouldn't have ended the relationship. Pretending was not difficult. Brant appeared somewhat uneasy. You believe what I said to appease my mother? Don't you know my feelings for you? You are very clear whether it was just an excuse or not, Mr. Zhou. Until today, I never doubted your love for me. But I also clearly understood that this love cannot transcend class or replace interests. Perhaps you had long planned to marry a girl from a matching family and keep me as your mistress. Chapter 43, Shattered. The Truth of Deliberate Schemes. Alicia glanced at Brant's eyes as she spoke, noticing his pupils shifting unnaturally. You didn't expect to spend so much time on me. Before you could fully win me over, your family pressured you. In truth, no matter whether I was cold or warm toward you, you were going to have that relationship with Annabelle that day. The only flaw in your plan was me. I didn't obediently follow your expectations, which is why you became so frustrated and even used my supposed indifference as an excuse to cover up your dirty intentions. I saw such a crude trick when I was 3. Thank you. It's because of you that I've come to deeply understand again that a relationship between people of unequal status is inherently a mistake from the start. After this, the Zhou and Su families would join hands, their family businesses thriving, while a commoner like me merely seeks enough for daily meals, a roof over my head, peace through the seasons, and no worries about food and clothing. So, Mr. Zhou, this loveless relationship should end here. Let go. Alicia turned to leave without any lingering sentiment. Just as her fingers were about to touch the doorknob, Brant, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. What about the orphanage? Alicia paused in her motion to open the door, turning around to scrutinize Brant. What do you mean? Brant loosened his shirt collar, revealing not the former refined man, but someone with a hint of dissipation deep down. He leisurely picked up a few ice cubes from the ice bucket and poured a glass of strong liquor, beckoning Alicia over. Come here. Let's talk. Alicia put down her brush and sat down. What do you want to say? Indeed, I had planned from the beginning for you to be my mistress, but you were more resolute than I imagined, giving me no chance at all. Yet, you made one oversight. Brant gazed at her meaningfully. Have you ever wondered why nobody really cares for Yankai paintings in China? Even if someone commissions a high-end piece, why choose you at a high price instead of renowned masters in the field? Is it just because of that gold medal you won? Do you really think winning first place in the competition was natural? That award was already predetermined for someone else, but I bribed the judging panel behind the scenes and increased the prize money for the gold medal to 1 million. I know you're different from those girls who try to latch onto rich men. You don't want to enter circles that aren't yours. It doesn't matter if you reject my money. I'll just get my friends to buy your paintings to help you. As he spoke, Brant moved closer and sat beside Alicia. He softened his tone. Wei, I love you and don't want you to bear any psychological burden. I respect your thoughts and freedom. Except for being unable to give you a name, I can offer you anything. In this seemingly magnanimous gesture, Brant exposed his bottom line, telling Alicia everything he had done for her, catching her off guard. Wei, have you thought about who donated to the orphanage? It was you. He leaned closer. Do you know how much I've spent on you these past 3 years? Even if you don't acknowledge it, the total cost of your house, your donations, and the foundation expenses comes to 18 million yuan. Alicia trembled slightly, never expecting Brant to have such cunning, having dug a huge pit for her long ago. So stop making a scene. Follow me, and all this can be resolved. Brant gradually closed in, trapping her body between the sofa and his chest. Just looking at his breathtaking face and smelling her faint fragrance was enough to drive him mad, his heart racing. Brant's voice quivered with excitement. Wei, as long as you agree, I can secure the future of the orphanage. So, you want me to be your mistress? Brant swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving excitedly. Not a mistress, my love. With that, Brant grasped Alicia's hand, pressing his lips to the wound on her hand previously cut by glass, kissing her almost reverently, as if she were the goddess he had dreamed of countless times. Wei, I love you. Can you stay with me? Before he could get any closer, Alicia felt a wave of nausea and instinctively pushed him away. Brant, you disgust me. Alicia, my patience with you has limits. You can refuse me, but what about the children at the orphanage? They need to move out urgently. Where will you find such a large space to accommodate them? Brant took out the credit card from before and slipped it into Alicia's coat pocket. Wei, you're smart. This is a win-win situation. You gain financial independence, allowing you to help more people in the future. The children get shelter, and I can fully have you. No one loses in this deal. Alicia laughed. How could there be no loser? I've become the rightful plaything in your mother's mouth, haven't I? She placed the card back into Brant's hand. Sorry, I can't afford it. After saying this, she picked up her painting and quickly left the room. Alicia, you will regret it. I'll wait for you to come crying to me. Brant's voice accompanied the sound of a shattered wine glass. Alicia quickened her pace. She was now very disoriented. Maybe this land wasn't a coincidence, but a deliberate move. Next, Brant would surely target those children to force her into submission. He was such a selfish and hypocritical person. His fiancée was even her half-sister. Alicia couldn't accept that. She didn't want to follow the same path as Layla. In the end, she, a person living at the bottom of society, couldn't change anything. Alicia sat at a busy bus stop as light rain began to fall, dampening her painting little by little. Just like that rainy night a year ago, her pride was shattered into pieces. She had thought these years of earnings were due to her own abilities. Even her apartment, which she decorated herself, was only possible because of Brant's largesse. How ironic. In such a vast city, Alicia suddenly had nowhere to call home. Looking at the painting in her hands, she smiled through tears. She threw the painting forcefully on the ground. Layla was right. If someone appreciates it, it's art. If not, it's just scrap paper. How many artists are there in the world? Rich people buy expensive artworks just to flaunt their wealth. Without connections, art is worthless. You should find a wealthy man to marry instead of dreaming of becoming an artist. But thinking of how she spent over half a month on this painting, each stroke representing her hard work, Alicia crouched down, carefully wiping the rain from the painting paper. Some gold powder stained her hands as she wiped away tears. I'm sorry. She had tried so hard, but why did it end up like this? Did Sue Mrs. words ring true? You and your mother are the same lowly kind. Besides seducing men, what use are you? Lowborn people should know their place. Our circle isn't one anyone can climb into. Alicia silently swore to herself that she would carve out her own path. Even without a man, she would live brilliantly. Now, being told that everything she had thus far depended on a man, it seemed she couldn't escape the fate of being just another pretty face. Alicia's worldview crumbled. The painting, soaked in the rain, its colors blending messily, resembled the broken Alicia. Kneeling on the ground, her hands covering her face, she wept silently. A black car stopped in front of her at some point, the door opening. Glossy custom-made leather shoes slowly came to a standstill before her. A tall man held up a black umbrella for her. Alicia slowly raised her head, meeting a pair of deep, calm black eyes. Chapter 44 The crying little girl beautiful enough to take one's breath away. In the midst of a violent storm, the black umbrella tilted toward Alicia. Raindrops slid off the smooth satin surface one by one, splashing onto the ground and sending up countless droplets. Alicia's beautiful fox-like eyes, brimming with tears, gazed through the mist at the tall man in front of her who was dressed in an impeccably tailored suit. It seemed that every time she lost control of her emotions, she would encounter him. If on the first day they met he had been formally dressed, and knowing his identity then, Alicia definitely wouldn't have rashly made such a request. Now, Conan, adorned with his noble status, stood there silently like a character from a movie, exuding charisma even without speaking a word. He was aloof and elegant, akin to stars in the sky, someone she could never reach no matter how hard she tried. Conan looked down at the small, helpless woman on the ground. Her face was smeared with paint powder as if it were a special kind of makeup, glittering yet utterly disheveled. A tear still clung to the corner of her eye. She possessed a breathtaking beauty in her broken state. Like a mermaid in the sea, she was mesmerizingly beautiful, making him want to ruthlessly crush her until she was completely shattered. Conan slowly crouched down, not asking what had happened, but his dark eyes were filled with profound depth. In an unusually low voice, he said, "Isn't it a pity to throw away such a beautiful painting? If Teacher Shin doesn't like it, why not give it to me?" Thinking about the hardships she had endured over the past few years, Alicia gave a cold laugh. Do you rich people all like playing this game of condescending respect? Is it really that amusing? Suddenly, Alicia scrambled to her feet and ripped the umbrella out of his hand, exposing both of them to the rain. She felt like a demon already wallowing in the mud, and she wanted to pull him into the mire too. With her hands on his shoulders, the man just quietly watched her, as if afraid to disturb this enraged little rabbit. Ultimately, you go to all this trouble just because you want to sleep with me openly without taking any responsibility, right? Why beat around the bush and pretend to be some devoted lover? Disgusting. Conan grabbed her wrists. His dark pupils gleamed with icy light. Her hands were cold, so cold it sent shivers down his spine. Teacher Shun. Conan, am I wrong? I don't know what other men think, but I won't deny that I... Conan stared into her eyes. Compared to Alicia's anger, he remained unusually calm, each word carefully enunciated. I do indeed want to sleep with you. The next moment, Conan pinched her chin and kissed her, pulling her delicate body tightly against his own. He used his body to shield her from the cold wind and heavy rain coming from all directions. Alicia didn't resist. Instead, she took charge, biting rather than kissing. The rain was as heavy as the day she brought Zongzi, streaming down her cheeks drop by drop. What should have been a fervent kiss tasted salty to Conan. More like a furious beast venting its frustration, her bites left his lips slightly sore. Only when she bit enough did she let go, her eyes dazed, muttering to herself. Why? Why can you? Just touching Brant's hand made her feel nauseous, yet she could touch Conan? Soaked by the heavy rain, the man's chiseled features stood out sharply in the darkness. His deep gaze fixed on Alicia, captivatingly intense. He licked his lips. I don't know what happened to you, but if you need an outlet for your frustrations, I can stay with you. Conan brushed the hair away from her eyes. Teacher Shun, answer me. Do you want to continue? Chapter 45, to your place. Alicia's silence was the best answer. Ardell softly said, to your place? Her hair clung to Alicia's cheeks, and the anger in her eyes gradually faded. Instead, a look of confusion replaced it. She murmured, home? I don't have a home anymore. In those years she lived with Layla, her greatest wish was to one day completely escape her control and have a little home of her own. In recent years, she attended classes during the day and worked late into the night painting, saving up enough money to buy a small apartment. Like a swallow building its nest, she slowly decorated it just the way she liked. But now reality had told her that the home she had worked so hard for was merely someone else's casual charity. Seeing the despondency in her eyes, Ardell didn't say much more, but gently helped her into the passenger seat. He went back to retrieve the painting that had been ruined by the rain. The anger had dissipated, Alicia's emotions stabilized, and rationality returned. The same young driver from last time was still in the car, making Alicia extremely embarrassed. Just moments ago, in her anger, she had bitten Ardell's lip out of frustration. Had she lost her mind? Ardell asked the driver to step down and took the driving seat himself. Once the door closed, leaving only the two of them in the car, Alicia finally lowered her head and spoke softly. Sorry, I messed up your car. Ardell glanced at her dripping wet form, his voice steady. It's fine. He took out a waterproof bandage and nonchalantly placed it on her wound before starting the car and driving off. Her phone vibrated. Alicia pulled it out and saw a message from an unknown number. Wait, weren't you happy living in that apartment? If you really want to sever ties with me, then you should give back all the benefits you've received from me. That would be more fitting for your cold and elegant image, wouldn't it? Actually, that amount of money means nothing to me. I like you and am willing to spend on you, but you are too stubborn. Our families have many business marriages. Annabelle is just a decoration I brought home. My heart is with you. Why must you keep banging your head against a brick wall? Alicia gripped her phone tightly. Brant was utterly despicable. Ardell cast a glance at the cold woman beside him, knowing something major had happened without even asking. Alicia thought she had everything under control, not realizing she had already fallen into the trap set by Brant. He had pursued her for so long that he grew impatient, speeding up the process by getting involved with Annabelle to test her feelings. Breaking up was within his expectations. Intentionally cutting off contact for 3 months was meant to make Alicia come back to him. But Brant overestimated his importance in Alicia's heart, from fake reconciliation to openly forcing her now. Step by step, each move pushed her further. Since sweet words didn't work, he wasn't hesitant to use other means to make her obediently return as his mistress, which made her feel utterly disgusted. Alicia whispered faintly, "You can drop me off at the hotel ahead. Don't want to go home?" The man held the steering wheel with one hand, revealing an expensive watch peeking out from his sleeve. He focused on the road, driving steadily. Noticing she didn't respond, Ardell prompted again, Yeah, I won't go home. She quietly withdrew her gaze. She would sell the house as soon as possible. Alicia thought the man would press further, but Ardell always stopped probing at the right moment, as if he wasn't so eager to know everything about her. This man was truly contradictory. Now, there was no trace of the rough exterior she had met initially. This led Alicia to have many questions. Why did he dress so plainly back then? Why could she accept his touch? Being around him seemed to calm her down effortlessly. The car stopped at GUN Garden. Seeing Alicia frown, he explained, "This is closer than the hotel." With that, he got out and opened the car door for her. Just as Alicia was about to get out, the man picked her up. I can manage." Alicia felt uneasy being drenched, trying to wriggle free but was held firmly. Ardell looked down at her, his deep eyes filled with amusement. What happened to that fierce bite earlier? Chapter 46, Atmosphere. A flush crept up Alicia's ears, as if only by this man's side did she resemble an ordinary woman, with various complex emotions like joy and sorrow. Ardell carried her upstairs. Jen in the rain was very quiet, with only the sound of raindrops hitting the plants in the yard. It sounded very soothing. Alicia wrapped her arms around his neck, letting him place her in the bathtub. She lifted her gaze to observe the man. He had long since taken off his coat. His white shirt, wet from the rain, clung tightly to his skin, revealing his muscular physique. He was facing away from her, squatting at the edge of the tub, his firm and fluid back muscles barely hidden. Alicia finally understood the meaning of half hidden, half revealed, like a lute player. Especially under the dim lighting, the exposed forearm appeared darker than usual, making the bulging muscles even more accentuate his wild charm. He seemed like a wild beast tethered by iron chains, with the luxurious watch on his wrist being the key to unleashing his wildness. Just as Alicia thought this, the man felt the watch was somewhat bothersome, took it off, casually tore open his shirt, fully exposing his well-built body. He undressed quickly, using the shirt to wipe the rain off his face, looking casual yet untamed, just like when she first met him. Rugged and wild. You'd say he's rough, but then he knew how to take out rose essential oil while filling the tub. He didn't pour it directly into the water. Instead, he diluted it in milk before adding it to the water. Still not satisfied, he opened a sealed package of rose petals and scattered them in the water, filling the bathroom with the scent of roses instantly. The milky white water spread to Alicia's ankles. Ardell squatted at the edge of the tub, lifting his hand to take off her petite windbreaker. Underneath, Alicia wore a strapless dress made of white silk that clung to her skin when wet. It outlined her full bosom and flat abdomen. Even the faint lines of her abdominal muscles were visible. Some petals stuck to her creamy white legs, matching her reddened eyes, making her look like a freshly cooked delicacy, complete with color, aroma, and taste. emitting an inviting fragrance. Ardell took one more look and his breathing became heavier. This atmosphere left Alicia lost in thought. Previously, Miranda said that women without background had only one way to live comfortably: marriage. Alicia never believed it. She shared the same stubborn blood as Miranda. She had tried hard to make her own life better, wanting to prove to Miranda that her path was the right one. But now, fate seemed to have confirmed Miranda's words. In this game, she had lost. For girls like her without connections, losing once meant no chance of a comeback. Even selling the house wouldn't meet Brant's demand for $18 million plus. Unable to repay the debt, she would become what Brant labeled as a gold digger. Her gaze fell on Ardell. Would he be like Brant? Pretending with a mask, while secretly planning to put her in an irreversible situation. After being tricked by Brant, Alicia felt the world was a vast deception, and she dared not easily trust any man again. She even doubted Ardell's intentions, thinking he was just a better actor than Brant. Talking about equal treatment. But those born into privilege were always raised on pedestals. Standing high above, what could she possibly share equality with him? Even if he humbled himself to clean her now, it was probably just a part of his playfulness. Alicia's shoulders trembled slightly. She felt as if she had fallen into a net from which she couldn't escape. Was becoming a man's toy her destiny? Without Brant, there was Ardell, seemingly answering her question. His face softened as Ardell splashed some bathwater onto her cheeks, gently wiping away the paint stains with his rough fingertips. He hadn't washed someone's face this carefully before, so his actions were slightly clumsy. Being a large man, he usually wiped his face a few times and was done, but Alicia's skin was so fair and delicate that any carelessness could cause redness. Meeting the careful tenderness in his eyes, Alicia watched him warily, seeing him use a cleansing cloth to remove the dye from her face, then skillfully peeling off her strapless dress. Chapter 47. The girl takes the initiative. Alicia closed her eyes in resignation. All men are the same. No matter what they do, it's ultimately for her body. As the last piece of intimate clothing was stripped away, the bathtub water rose to Alicia's waist and abdomen. The milky white water surface was dotted with rose petals. The woman's hands were placed over her chest, revealing a faint yet captivating scene that would test anyone's self-control. However, the man did not touch her body. Instead, he applied some foam to her head and gave her a shampoo. This unexpected action caught Alicia off guard. Lie down and close your eyes. Following his instructions, Alicia lay down. Feeling his strong fingertips gently massaging her scalp, her tensed body gradually relaxed. Slowly, the soothing fragrance calmed her emotions. When the gentle stream of water washed away the foam from her scalp, it seemed to carry away all her worries. In the comfortably warm water, Alicia felt a bit dazed, as if she had arrived at a rose garden. There, the wind was gentle, and the sky was blue, without any deceit, only freedom. Seeing Ardell leave quietly, Alicia felt somewhat disappointed. He didn't even touch her. Could she have been wrong? At the moment he closed the door, Ardell's originally stern face turned even colder, radiating a chilling aura. He dialed a phone call. Check Shin teacher's whereabouts tonight. After a pause, he added, and Brant's too. On the other end, Wilson nodded. Understood. Alicia opened her eyes. The bathroom was already empty of his presence. Her skin was wrinkled from soaking too long. Alicia rinsed herself clean with clear water. When she lifted her head to reach for a towel, she noticed many new items in the bathroom. For instance, a pink bathrobe hanging there formed a stark contrast with the light gray men's bathrobe beside it, like a little bird relying on its mate. Several pairs of slippers were placed on the shelf: sandals, satin silk slippers, and white fuzzy slippers. Alicia chose a pair and put them on. They fit perfectly, without any gaps. Even the bathrobe was her size. The vanity next to it no longer had sample sizes, but was filled with full-sized luxury brands, all unopened. Among them, the rose-scented body lotion was placed in the most conspicuous spot. She had only come here once, yet he had prepared so much for her. Even near the door, there were carpets laid out. Alicia felt complicated. Walking out of the bathroom, she was greeted by a cool breeze that dispersed the heat from her bath. Lifting her head, she saw the bare-chested man leaning against the corridor, shielding himself from the wind and rain with one hand while lighting a cigarette. Through the white smoke, he glanced at Alicia. The dim balcony light made the man's features appear even sharper, especially his deep-set eyes, which harbored a hint of danger. Ardell stubbed out the cigarette and walked toward her with long strides. He pointed at the food on the table before heading back to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Eat something. His casual tone was unlike that of a former lover who had shared intimacy. Instead, it sounded more like a friendly acquaintance. Alicia usually didn't have much appetite, but the plate of black gold beef matsutake fried rice on the table looked appealing. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten a proper meal in a while, the smell in the air made her mouth water. She took a spoonful, and the flavors danced on her tongue. Not only was there the freshness of matsutake and the tenderness of beef, but also the unique taste of black truffle sauce. Next to it was a pot of chicken soup that looked like it had simmered for hours. Though it appeared light, it retained the original flavor of the ingredients. Some say that good food can heal the heart. Alicia never believed it, but now she did. Her heart felt less hollow. Especially after drinking the chicken soup, she felt warmth spread through her entire body. Looks like you like our chef's cooking. Unbeknownst to her, Ardell had come up behind her. He showered much faster than women usually did. His wet hair dripped water, lacking its usual neatness, making him look more approachable and less formal. Alicia had finished 2/3 of the meal and nearly half the chicken soup. It was rare for her to eat so much outside. Her small face flushed slightly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Yes, it tastes good." "Good. It's raining heavily outside. If you're tired, stay here. I have a video conference tonight. Do as you please. Just as he was about to go to the study, Alicia grabbed his sleeve. She didn't want to keep guessing. She needed a straightforward answer from Ardell. With clear eyes and a serious expression, she asked, Ardell, shouldn't you give me an answer to that question? Chapter 48, Deep Gaze. Ardell looked at her reddened eyes with deepened pity in his heart. He let out a soft sigh and placed his large hand on her shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. Teacher Shun, you don't need to lower yourself to please me. I've said before, just be yourself. As for the answer you seek, you'll know soon enough. Alicia lowered her eyes. All right. In the study, Ardell leaned by the window, listening to Wilson's report. Teacher Shin was alone with Brant in a private room for 10 minutes. When she left, the glass frame in her hand was shattered. I checked into the other two people. Ardell asked, did you find anything? Right. Miss Chu graduated from the same school as Teacher Shun. After graduation, she opened a rock color painting studio. Although the order volume is usually small, several pieces have sold for 1 to 2 million. These prices aren't particularly high, but mostly come from famous masters. I checked Miss Chu's payment records. Are they payments to Teacher Shun? Yes. Over the past few years, she has transferred about 7 to 8 million to Teacher Shun. The buyers were all wealthy young men in the art circle, and they are all friends of Brant. Hearing this, Ardell understood the reason behind Alicia's earlier emotional outburst. He lowered his gaze to examine the painting. Though partly ruined by rain, it wasn't hard to see that it wasn't the work of an amateur. Any photos of Teacher Shun's original works? I'll send them to you shortly. Ardell hung up the phone, his fingers brushing against the wet paper of the painting. His deep gaze flashed with complexity. His cold features were full of frost, and the storm outside swayed wildly. He seemed like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. After he finished his tasks, he noticed the little girl lying on the sofa. She curled up in an insecure posture. Bending down carefully, he gently picked up Alicia. Indeed, a herbivorous kitten weighs nothing much. She was too light. He needed to get her to eat more meat in the future. Ardell pondered this, looking at the unconscious girl whose face was pressed against his chest. Her proximity made his heartbeat slow down. Gently placing her on the bed, even the mattress barely moved, unlike how it would if he lay down lightly, leaving a noticeable indentation. Alicia often asked him if he wanted her. Heaven knows he went crazy wanting her. He knew very well that once the little girl was fully fed, she wouldn't think of him anymore. Instead, occasionally giving her a snack to tease her, stirring the physical desire he had cultivated in her, especially during the night. Even if her heart didn't want him, her body would yearn for his warmth. Just like now, merely looking at Alicia sent a rush through him. Her bathrobe was disheveled, exposing quite a bit of skin where it parted at the chest. The view under that bathrobe was as familiar to Ardell as the back of his hand. The seemingly slender girl had perfectly proportioned curves where they should be full and plump, while her waist was delicate and graceful. Every time he held her, he feared hurting her with too much force. Just thinking about it brought back memories of how she felt beneath his touch. In the dark night, as Ardell was reminiscing, Alicia suddenly snuggled closer to him. Her smooth face pressed against his chest, her breath shallow but warm, making his temperature rise higher. Chapter 49, Hero Saves Beauty. The next morning, the glaring sunlight fell on Alicia, jolting her awake. She glanced at her phone. It was 11:30. Fortunately, it was the weekend today. Looking around, Ardell was long gone. She called Frida and asked her brother-in-law, who was a real estate agent, to sell the apartment. After resting for a night, Alicia was reinvigorated. The phone rang again. She tensed up and pressed the answer button. A woman's weeping voice came from the other end. Teacher Shun, something has happened. Please come to the orphanage. All right. Knowing that a confrontation with Brant was inevitable, Alicia hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Searching around, she couldn't find her clothes from last night. In the master bedroom, she discovered an additional row of wardrobes. Opening the wardrobe, her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw all sorts of exquisite women's clothing. She picked out a few pieces, from undergarments to outerwear. All perfectly matched her size. She chose a white dress with green floral patterns, elegant and refreshing. It fit her like a glove, not too long or short, clearly custom-made for her body. Such high-end garments couldn't be made within a day or two. It turned out that during those nights, he had been meticulously measuring her body with his hands. So Ardell, just like Brant, had been planning this for a long time. Alicia hurriedly arrived at the orphanage, where chaos reigned. A group of thugs with gold chains and tattoos were indiscriminately smashing everything. Protecting the children, she angrily dialed the number, hearing a low male voice on the other end. Hello. Asshole, I already agreed to sleep with you. What does it mean to keep dangling me while doing this? Unaware that Ardell was negotiating an acquisition plan with executives at that moment, despite not using speakerphone, her angry voice echoed in the quiet meeting room. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards Ardell with speculative glances. Well, the plot thickens. It seems Isai's girl is quite a firecracker. Is it possible that Isai hasn't taken her to bed yet? Speculation buzzed in everyone's minds. Before Ardell could respond, the vice president smiled mysteriously. Let's take a 10-minute break. We understand. Isai, go ahead. Holding the phone close, Ardell walked out of the meeting room. Hearing chaos on the other end, he frowned deeply. Find a safe place and wait for me. A child seized the opportunity to bite one of the thug's arms when he wasn't paying attention. Let go, you brat. He furiously threw the child to the ground. Clearly, he was genuinely hurt, glaring viciously and stepping on the child's stomach. Alicia acted decisively, grabbing a vase and smashing it onto the man's head with all her might. Blood gushed from the man's head, and he shot a menacing look at her. You dare to hit me? Do you want to die? Surrounded by thugs closing in like zombies, Alicia backed away with the child in her arms, praying for the police to arrive quickly. Squeal. The screech of tires stopped abruptly as a chair flew through the air. Just as the thug's hand was about to grab Alicia's collar, the chair struck him squarely, causing him to collapse with a thud. Alicia opened her eyes shakily, seeing a well-dressed man standing at the entrance, looking fierce and dangerous, like a demon from hell, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Ardell approached her. "Are you all right?" The dean blinked, staring at this suddenly appearing man, handsome yet dangerous, radiating an overpowering presence. Alicia felt like she was dreaming. "I'm fine, Mr. G. You had a month's notice. Why did you resort to violent demolition?" "They are not my people." Wilson arrived with a bunch of bodyguards. Ardell picked up a 7-month-old baby crawling on the floor, gently dusting off the diaper. Turning to Wilson, his voice icy. "Teach them some manners." Wilson nodded. "Understood." Only then did Alicia realize the origin of these thugs. "This project is a collaboration between your company and the Zhou family, and the Zhou family is responsible for the preliminary acquisitions and compensation." "Yes." Ardell's expression deepened. Alicia thought back to her earlier call to Ardell and felt a pang of guilt. "Sorry, Mr. G, I didn't know the details." "It's fine. It's our company's responsibility." Ardell's gaze fell on the dusty-faced Christie. "This must be the dean. I'm the president of G Corporation. We apologize for any trouble caused due to our oversight." Dean Han was taken aback, not expecting such a powerful figure to apologize to her. She waved her hands frantically. No. Isai has so much on his plate and wouldn't bother with every little detail. This can't be blamed on you." The bodyguards escorted the thugs out. The thugs knelt in front of Dean Han, saying, "We're sorry, we were blind and insolent to you. Please have mercy and don't hold this against us." Before Dean Han could respond, police sirens blared outside, and several police cars pulled up at the entrance. A policeman asked sternly, "Who called the police?" Isai stopped Alicia from responding, answering smoothly, "I did." These thugs claimed to be from G Corporation, breaking into the orphanage and smashing things around, causing intentional harm. The policeman looked at the bloodstains on the thugs. "So there was a fight?" The man replied calmly, "We're all law-abiding citizens and wouldn't do something illegal." "The blood on them?" The thug with the gold chain lunged at the policeman, grabbing onto his leg. "It's my own fault for being clumsy. Please arrest me." Saying that, he opened the police car door and clambered in, sticking his head out. "Chief, drive quickly." The other thugs followed suit, looking terrified. "Boss, take us with you." The policeman was utterly confused. Seeing everyone trembling as they got into the car, Alicia felt relieved. Suddenly, Ardell spoke up. "Wait." Those who had climbed into the car paused, and the policeman looked over at him. Ardell casually pointed at a few. "These few didn't participate in the destruction. They are innocent." The policeman glanced at them, and they thought he was being merciful, nodding quickly. "Yes, we didn't participate." "All right. The rest go back to the station for questioning." After the police cars drove away, those left behind kneeled before Ardell, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, Mr. G." Ardell held the baby girl, whose snot smeared on his expensive suit, and toyed with his buttons, appearing very calm and unbothered. But his eyes gleamed with seriousness. "You don't need to thank me. You are responsible for restoring the orphanage. If even a single seed is missing, I'll plant you in the ground." The men left behind as laborers. The orphanage was no longer habitable, so Ardell arranged for all the children to be temporarily moved to an abandoned nursing home. After a busy afternoon, the children were finally settled, and Alicia let out a sigh of relief. Dean Han thanked her repeatedly, at a loss for words. A black car pulled up by the roadside, and the window rolled down, revealing Ardell's handsome and composed face. His gaze was calm and polite. "Teacher Shun, it might be hard to find a taxi here. Let me give you a ride." His demeanor seemed so proper that it was hard to imagine what went on between them earlier. The infant's drool and snot on his expensive suit made him look unexpectedly gentle under the sunlight, casting a warm light on his sharp features. Dean Han just thought he was being courteous and didn't think much of it. "Teacher Shun, please get in. If anything happens, call me." Alicia got into the car, and the window began to roll up. Just when it was about 3/4 closed, Dean Han thought she saw Alicia, wearing a cheapao that accentuated her curves, suddenly lunge into the dignified man's arms. By the time she tried to see clearly, the window had fully closed. The tinted glass blocked her view entirely. Dean Han rubbed the back of her head, thinking she must have seen wrong. Teacher Shun was always aloof, rarely smiling even at her boyfriend, let alone someone like Isai. She didn't know that Alicia was wrapped in the man's strong arms. Her cheapao accentuated her perfect figure, showing off every curve. Her soft chest pressed against the man's solid chest. She bit her lip to suppress any sounds, fearing that Dean Han might hear. Ardell's body pressed down on hers, his head nestled in her neck, his hot breath caressing her skin. Chapter 50. He won the game of endurance. "I knew I wasn't wrong. You look very beautiful in a cheapao." The man praised sincerely, and in this enclosed space, an indescribable atmosphere of ambiguity was brewing. Thinking about what had happened today, Alicia thanked him from the bottom of her heart. With the driver still up front, she whispered with a flushed face, "Thank you." The man's long hands pinched her tender waist gently, his hot breath flowing by her ear. "How do you want to thank me?" Alicia's soft body nestled into his broad chest, and she could even feel his strong heartbeat. Compared to her erratic heartbeat, the man seemed like the ocean, deep and steady, as if he could accommodate everything about her. Taking care of the child was a huge favor, and it also gave Alicia a better impression of this capitalist. Alicia did not resist his embrace but blushed and kissed his cheek sideways. This time, she genuinely wanted to get closer to him. The answer to that question no longer needed to be said aloud. She understood. He and Brant were completely different. Constrained by others being around, she didn't say much more. Ardell chuckled softly. Is this how you express gratitude? Even Sabine at the village entrance would be more roachy than you. As soon as these words left his lips, Alicia reached back to hook her arms around his neck, pressing her lips against his. Since that night in the Sky Hotel, they hadn't been truly intimate again. It was as if there was unextinguished embers in both their hearts, just needing a breeze to fan the flames back to life. And this time, it burned fiercer than ever before. Alicia clearly felt her longing for this man. Irrelevant to love, it was merely the body's instinctive desire. She missed him. More accurately, she missed Ardell's body. He won the game of endurance. After tasting his flavor, Alicia couldn't forget it. Their lips entwined like two lovers deeply engrossed in each other, passion blooming wildly, making the easily flustered Alicia forget where they were. Until the car braked sharply, they abruptly separated, Alicia lunging forward, then being forcefully pulled back into his arms. The young driver was nearly in tears, trembling. Mr. G, there's been a car accident up ahead. Ardell, though not inexperienced, almost lost his composure due to Alicia's sudden kiss. He responded hoarsely. Take a detour. Alicia's eyes sparkled, and she wrote 2 characters on his broad palm with her finger. I want. That straightforward yet provocative message made Ardell's blood rush, and he struggled to suppress the heat within him, grabbing Alicia's small hand. His palm was warm, forming a stark contrast with Alicia's cool, slightly chilled hands. When they arrived at Jiayuan, the sun had already set below the horizon. Alicia pointed at the wooden boat. Can we go there? Of course. He had a large private lotus pond in his backyard, visible from the bathroom window where a delicately crafted boat was docked. Approaching the water's edge, Ardell nimbly jumped onto the boat and reminded her, looking at her high heels. Take off your shoes. The boat sways quite a bit. Okay. Alicia looked around. Isn't there someone to row the boat? Ardell's gaze carried a hint of interest. Are you going to scream so loudly that people will hear? The abandoned nursing home was in the suburbs, and the hour-long drive had cooled Alicia's earlier fervor. Her original intention was to find a quiet place to talk things out with Ardell properly. Unexpectedly, the man's words instantly put her back in a heated situation. Lifting her right foot to take off her shoe, the heel was too high, and the new shoe's buckles were too tight, leaving her without leverage. Spending 3 seconds lifting her leg, she failed to undo the buckle, losing balance and stumbling forward. Ardell smoothly circled one arm around Alicia's waist, gently lifted her, and placed her over his shoulder. This time, he allowed Alicia some leeway, her elbow supported on his shoulder, preventing her from feeling as helpless as last time. The boat rocked with the added weight at the stern. One hand holding her, the other gripping his jacket, the shoulder carry posture made his hormones surge. Unlike Alicia, who had poor balance, he could easily navigate the boat with one hand while carrying her. Alicia inexplicably felt like she was being kidnapped by a rough bandit, who was robust and rugged, carrying a delicate young lady, with the nightfall signaling the beginning of their wedding night. Lost in thought, Ardell bent down, using his elbow to push aside the curtain and walk inside. The small boat was covered on both sides with curtains, and as evening approached, the interior was dim. Seeing the sweat on Ardell's neck, the imagined atmosphere became more intense. Thinking about what was to come, she felt dry-mouthed. Even her bones seemed to soften. Having removed the heavy burden from her heart, she couldn't wait for what was to come. Chapter 51, I Want Your Heart. Ardell helped Alicia sit on the cushion, and he knelt at her feet, unfastening her shoe buckles. As he did this, his face showed no sign of condescension. He was very serious, with a chiseled face and prominent features. 2 buttons of his dress shirt were undone, and his sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, revealing bronzed skin. It made him appear less aristocratic and more wild. He carefully placed both shoes aside. In the future, you won't need to wear high heels when you're with me. Alicia casually rested her foot on his tailored trousers, an audacious and unrestrained gesture that most people wouldn't dare attempt. She was testing him. Even now, she still didn't know what this man truly thought of her. The man clearly didn't mind, instead holding her slender ankle gently, massaging her calf lightly. Are you tired? Alicia withdrew her leg. Not really. She tugged on Ardell's collar, pulling him onto the opposite soft seat. Shall we talk? She had an air of superiority, as if trying to control the outcome. Suddenly, a hand encircled her waist, and Alicia found herself collapsing into his strong embrace. The boat swayed on the water, and Alicia clung to his shoulders to keep her balance. She knew full well that the power lay in his hands. Standing, she towered over him sitting, and Ardell tilted his head to study her closely. The young girl was makeup-free, her small face clean and fresh, her exposed neck pale and smooth like fine silk. Wearing a cheapao, she looked even more alluring compared to their first meeting, almost irresistible. With a deep voice, he said, Yes, go on. Alicia wasn't stupid. If it weren't deliberate, how could over 100 orphans be so quickly and properly accommodated? Have you been preparing to settle the children for a while now? The G Corporation has recently acquired some nursing homes to create a high-end senior living brand. I temporarily arranged one for these children to stay in. It's quite convenient. He spoke matter-of-factly, noting that the staff hadn't been dismissed, and some areas were temporarily converted into children's play zones. When they arrived, some toys were still being installed, indicating Ardell had been preparing all along. Yet he kept it from her. Unlike Brant, who tried to manipulate her behind her back, Ardell demonstrated through actions that she was priceless to him. not just as a mistress or someone hidden away. A faint but profound current flowed beneath Ardell's calm gaze, and in the dimly lit cabin, his usual aloofness seemed much warmer. The hand around her waist tightened slightly, and with a casual pull, Alicia straddled his lap. He grasped her wrists. So, do you understand my answer now? Action spoke louder than words, and a wave of warmth surged through Alicia's chest. She felt an unprecedented respect from Ardell, something no one had ever given her before. Thank you. She lowered her head, hiding her gratitude. The man lifted her chin, locking eyes with her fair face. Teacher Shun, I've told you not to belittle yourself or lower your stance for others. Just like this is perfect. His benevolence made her feel uneasy. What do you really want after doing all this? Ardell's dark eyes were unfathomable like a vast ocean, his voice deep and hoarse. I want you, and I want your heart. Only then did Alicia realize Ardell's desires surpassed Brant's. Brant only wanted her body, or rather, for her to be content by his side. Ardell, however, had greater ambitions. Pretending not to understand, she toyed with the collar of his shirt, somewhat coquettish. You already have my body. You can't have everything. Humph. The man chuckled softly, his thin lips touching her earlobe. Ardell, I can sleep with you countless times, but my heart is irreplaceable once lost. She hummed lazily, like a pampered cat, yet proud. Ardell sensed her refusal and played the card of kinship. Trace really likes you. I hope you can take care of him at the G family residence. If you agree, I will marry you. Alicia was startled, almost jumping out of his arms. She stood in the middle of the boat, her heart swaying with its motion. What did you say? Teacher Shin, would you consider becoming Mrs. G? Her heart raced wildly. They had only known each other for 3 months. Even Brant had never considered marrying her, and given Ardell's powerful position, Alicia was momentarily stunned. Thinking of Brant chilled her fevered thoughts. One should learn from past mistakes, and she had already been manipulated once. The words Brant had said to her in the private room felt like needles piercing Alicia's heart. She was no longer a child. How could she still believe men's promises? Even if it was just physical desire, countless loving couples ended up divorced after marriage. For someone like her, let alone the fact that there was no love between her and Ardell, even if there was love, they couldn't bridge the gap between them. In reality, how many Cinderella stories end with marrying a prince? Even if there are some, they often end in tragic outcomes. This was a truth Alicia understood at the age of 3. So, she was only slightly surprised, but not shaken. Mr. G, I'm not interested. Her response was within Ardell's expectations, and he didn't get angry. He pulled her back into his lap, resting his chin on her shoulder. Then let's each take a step back and revert to our previous relationship. He knew all along that Alicia wouldn't agree to marry him. By lowering his demands after her refusal, the likelihood of her rejecting him decreased. From the start, he had the upper hand in this emotional game, controlling the entire situation. Like a cunning hunter, he led her step by step into his trap. Ardell's magnetic voice was seductive. First, no overnight stays. Second, if you have company, I leave. Third, this is the extent of our relationship. Holding her close, Ardell intertwined his fingers with hers, his long fingers tightly interlocked with hers. His deep voice continued. No money, no restrictions, only the purest primal desires between a man and a woman in the quiet of night. Chapter 52. Nowhere is dirty. For Alicia, this proposal was the most satisfactory to her. Without a relationship, neither party would be at a disadvantage, and she wouldn't be bound or restricted like in a marriage. Ardell's kiss was gentle, not forceful at all, like the continuous spring rain that silently weaves into a dense web, enveloping Alicia within it. Alicia's heart pounded. She felt their body temperatures rising hotter and hotter, as if they wanted to merge into each other's bones. A body that had been idle for so long needed only a spark to set ablaze. Alicia's legs felt weak, her lower abdomen burning hotly. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged over her. That familiar feeling made Alicia push Ardell away. Desire hadn't fully dissipated from the man's dark eyes. Being interrupted left him somewhat displeased, but he still asked patiently, "What's wrong?" His voice carried a lazy rasp, exceptionally sexy and captivating. Alicia stammered, "I might have my period." Ardell froze for a moment before he understood. "Is there anything I can do?" Alicia still clung to his neck, feeling the surging heat below her. Her face flushed crimson. "Don't move." Due to her constant dieting and low carbohydrate intake, her menstrual cycle was irregular. Sometimes it came only every 2 or 3 months, with heavy flow each time, causing severe abdominal pain. She didn't expect the first wave to be so intense today. Embarrassed, she thought about how she wore a skirt today, without any sanitary protection. It would definitely soak through. Ardell looked down, seeing the rosy blush on the petite woman's pale face, her slender arms still wrapped around his neck, motionless. She resembled herself after each bout of passion, tears in her eyes, flushed cheeks, and her legs tightly locked around him. Alicia felt the change in the man's body and felt extremely embarrassed, looking guilty and pitiful. "Sorry today." Ardell raised an eyebrow. "Do you really think I'm that desperate?" Thinking back, he had quite the self-control, having not indulged himself in these past days. Instead, it was Alicia who occasionally found herself tempted. Alicia bit her lip, hesitating. Ardell sensed her embarrassment and asked in a low voice, "Is there something else?" "Just, it's kind of heavy." Alicia stuttered, her hands flailing helplessly. This side of Alicia was rare and incredibly adorable. He tilted his head and asked amiably, "So what?" Alicia mumbled indistinctly, "It might get your pants dirty." The man chuckled lightly. "Why are you so nervous? I don't just have one pair of pants. It's not that, it's just very dirty." Alicia whispered, lowering her head. Ardell placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Your body, nowhere is dirty. Alicia's lowered eyelashes trembled, her pupils widening. She had thought men would all find this repulsive. Her body suddenly felt lighter as Alicia was picked up by Ardell. She gasped, and the man reminded her, hold on tight. He carried her princess style out of the boat in quick strides, bringing her back to the room quickly. Alicia jumped off and immediately checked his dress pants. Though not too obvious, there was a wet bloodstain on the inner thigh area, and he didn't seem to care at all. Go wash up first. I'll have someone bring you some sanitary pads. He usually kept plenty for female guests, and soon a staff member brought them over. After washing up and changing into a chaebol, Alicia cleaned her soiled dress. Seeing the brand of sanitary pads, she instantly felt disappointed. She was allergic to this brand and would have to go out and buy some herself. When she emerged, the warm flush on her face was dispersed by the breeze from the balcony. Ardell had changed into a loose white t-shirt and black casual pants. He had also showered, his damp hair hanging down, making him look younger in this simple attire, reminiscent of a college athlete. I have something to do, going out for a while. Alicia moved to leave, passing by the man when he caught her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. The moist touch spread over her skin. Something? Alicia tugged at the edge of his clothes, speaking hesitantly. I'm allergic to this brand. She almost felt like a troublemaker. With her fair skin, even a mosquito bite in summer turned red easily. Seeing her awkward yet aggrieved expression, even the back of her neck flushed pink. Looking at her blushing face, he felt an itch he wanted to scratch. What brand do you usually use? He breathed into Alicia's ear, his voice full of allure. Alicia mentioned a brand. All right, wait 10 minutes. He left the room. Alicia froze. Was he really going to buy it for her personally? Soon, the sound of a car starting up echoed from downstairs. Alicia's face was red, and that person truly didn't act like a wealthy young master at all. Thinking back, even Brant had never done anything like this for her. Not only did he not do it, but he even showed disdain. Ardell's maturity and stability were completely opposite to Brant's. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped, and Ardell immediately saw Alicia standing in the courtyard. Behind her, there was a large patch of roses with pink and white intertwined flowers blooming beautifully. Alicia's long hair was loosely tied up, and she wore a silver-white chaebol with faint floral patterns. She wasn't wearing any jewelry, and 2 strands of hair gently fell beside her earlobes. It was just getting dark, and the streetlights cast a warm glow on her, making her look both gentle and ethereal. Seeing him park the car, the little woman walked toward the driver's side. Ardell got out of the car holding a plastic bag. Alicia's voice sounded more playful and lively than usual. You really bought them for me? Ardell opened the plastic bag. Check. Did I get the wrong brand? Alicia glanced at the quantity enough for 2 years. No. I'll go upstairs first. Just as she was about to take one bag, Ardell suddenly pulled out a small cake from behind his back. Alicia paused. This? I like sweets, so I bought this on impulse. Do you want to have a bit? Alicia knew he didn't actually like sweet foods. Perhaps he noticed her complicated expression when she saw Frida's cake in the restaurant last time. Maybe what she wanted wasn't the cake itself, but someone who would buy her a cake. One action of his thoroughly stirred her emotions. Ardell, you are really what? His hair was mostly dry, softly hanging over his forehead, softening his usually stern appearance. There was no doubt that he was handsome. Otherwise, she wouldn't have picked him at first sight. Alicia wrapped her arms around his neck and stood on tiptoe to kiss his lips. Ardell effortlessly lifted her onto the SUV's driver's seat, leaning down, one hand supporting the seat while the other gently cupped Alicia's face, deepening the kiss. Jane was very quiet. Apart from the chirping of unknown insects, only the gentle light from the street lamp illuminated his head. Alicia's legs wrapped around his waist. One slipper fell off, the other dangled by her toes. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, emitting sounds that no man could resist. Considering her current condition, Ardell reluctantly broke away from her. Once separated from his warmth, a hint of loss flickered in Alicia's moist eyes. It felt as if a juicy piece of meat had slipped away right before her mouth. Unbeknownst to her, she looked disheveled and flushed, pulling at his heartstrings even more. Both of them desired each other. Alicia didn't want to dampen his mood at such a moment. Biting her rosy lips, she said, I can help you. As she spoke, her fingers slowly lifted the hem of his shirt. The moment her palm touched him, the man's tense jaw tightened, his Adam's apple bobbed rapidly, and a deep breath escaped his throat. Chapter 53. His little girl has gotten naughty. Ardell's whole body was taut, his half-closed eyes revealing unbridled desire. His little girl has gotten naughty. Just as Alicia's fingers reached for his belt, a familiar male voice called out from nearby. Young uncle. Already in the throes of passion, Alicia stiffened at the sound. It was Brant. Why would he come here? Alicia's heart clenched. She didn't want anyone to know about her relationship with Ardell, especially not Brant. The last time he visited her home, the lighting was dim, and Ardell had deliberately kept his head low. Brant hadn't recognized him. Judging by the voice, Brant was still some distance away. After all, this was Ardell's private residence where visitors weren't allowed to park, so Brant had walked over. Ardell gazed down at the small woman beneath him. She looked like a startled fawn. Her pale cheeks flushed delicately, her shimmering eyes filled with tension and confusion. Ardell raised an eyebrow, amused as he gently caressed Alicia's smooth, delicate face. He leaned down close to her earlobe, lowering his voice. What? Afraid your ex-boyfriend might see us being intimate. No, Alicia's eyes widened. Instead of stopping, Ardell cradled the back of her head, pressing their bodies even closer together. Standing behind the car, Brant initially thought Ardell was bending down to retrieve something from inside. As he got closer, he realized there was a woman beneath him. Who didn't know that Ardell showed no interest in women? In all these years, no one had ever seen any women around him. Even the mother of his secret twin children remained unknown to everyone. Suddenly witnessing such an erotic scene, Brant was taken aback. The usually steady and dignified man turned out to be quite unrestrained in private. Brant couldn't see the woman's face but could only make out two slender arms wrapped around the man's neck. The legs peeking out from the slit of her chaebol were entwined around the man's waist, her red-polished toes kicking lightly against him in anxiety. She seemed to be trying to free herself from the man's hold, appearing to both resist and welcome his advances, making the scene incredibly seductive. Brant's first thought was how white she was. White and tender. Even he, as a spectator, involuntarily swallowed hard, feeling a tightening in his throat. He thought of Alicia, that woman with a perfect figure, skin so fair it didn't seem human. Yet, she had been frigid in bed. Over the years, he had spent countless efforts trying to get her into bed, yet even touching her hand had always been rejected. Seeing the growing intensity between the couple, Brant remembered why he had come and called out again from behind the car. Young uncle. Hearing the increasingly close voice, Alicia's entire body tensed. She had no idea when Ardell became Brant's young uncle. Her large fox-like eyes filled with accusation. Seizing the moment when Ardell loosened his hold, she nipped at his throat indignantly. That action made her look just like a pouting kitten. Is there something? Ardell rubbed Alicia's face, speaking indifferently. Even though his words were brief, Alicia could sense the pressure he projected when addressing someone else. Uncle, I want to discuss the project acquisition with you. Brant's voice lacked its usual audacity in front of Alicia and sounded somewhat nervous. Although Alicia couldn't see his expression, she could imagine how obedient he must look, much like a mischievous student in front of the school principal. All right, Ardell responded indifferently. In the next moment, he lifted her body into his arms. Alicia's face changed dramatically. If they went out like this, wouldn't it expose everything? As she trembled with fear, Ardell removed the hairband from behind her head, allowing her long black hair to cascade down instantly. He whispered into her ear, "Hold on tight." His voice was low and sexy. Brant suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, wondering if it resembled the voice of that wild man in Alicia's room that night. He glanced at the woman in the man's arms. Her legs were wrapped around the man's muscular waist, her arms tightly encircling his neck. Her stunning figure was perfectly outlined by the high-end chaebol, especially her slender waist, which was even more enchanting than her legs. Her wavy long hair concealed her entire face. With her cheek pressed against the man, Brant could only see her bright red lips lightly resting on Ardell's neck. She looked sensual and luxurious. Despite having a similar figure to Alicia, she certainly wasn't that cold piece of wood. He recalled that the man had a long scar across his chest, giving him a fierce and wild appearance, distinctly different from Ardell, the young lord of the financial empire. The probability of them meeting was as slim as the moon colliding with Earth. This thought flashed through his mind before Brant dismissed it. He had no idea how tense the little woman clinging to Ardell was. She wrapped her arms around Ardell's neck, her palms sweating. Her small face was pressed tightly against his skin, afraid of being discovered, not daring to reveal a single sign. She regretted it bitterly that she shouldn't have come down to pick him up. The culprit, holding her with one hand, also carried a plastic bag and a cake. When he got out of the car, he gently lifted Alicia's buttocks, helping her fixate on his body. Little did Alicia know that this lift almost made her heart leap into her throat. She used all her willpower not to scream, tightening her grip with both hands, biting down fiercely on Ardell's neck in frustration. This evil devil. It must be intentional. Brant sensed something was wrong and asked, "Miss, who are you?" Alicia, still biting Ardell's neck, paused. How would Ardell introduce her? Girlfriend? An unsuitable mistress? Or just a plaything? Or maybe a sly smile, an unspoken understanding among wealthy young masters. Ardell kicked the car door shut, holding Alicia in one arm and carrying the items in the other, exuding a strong masculine aura. He calmly said, "My little aunt." After he spoke, Alicia bit down harder. Without a sound, he strode forward, leaving Brant puzzled. Is Ardell getting married? Why didn't he get any news? By the time Brant caught up, Ardell had already carried Alicia into the elevator, with a servant guiding him to wait on the second floor. He saw the elevator stop at the 5th floor, somewhere even he couldn't enter. And if he wasn't mistaken, the plastic bag Ardell held contained feminine hygiene products. That high-status man actually bought sanitary pads for a woman. Who could this woman be? So charming and captivating. Which family's daughter is she? While Brant was lost in thought, Ardell descended the stairs. A red mark was visible on his neck, broken skin hinting at blood. Uncle. Brant had prepared tea, pouring it as he said, "Don't pamper women too much. They become difficult to handle when they get claws." Ardell casually sat on the sofa, despite wearing casual clothes, exuding the pressure of a leader. His long fingers played with the slightly warm porcelain cup, as if it were Alicia's skin. Warm and smooth. A thin-lipped smile curved upwards. If I don't pamper my own woman, should I leave her for others? Half an hour later, when Ardell went upstairs, Alicia was on the balcony making a phone call about property inspection. Ardell waited until she hung up before asking casually, "Did you eat the cake?" Alicia turned around, hiding her sadness, her white and tender face breaking into a clean smile. Her voice was sweet, devoid of any previous sorrow. "No, waiting for you." Ardell walked to her, matching her bright smile. "Don't you have any questions to ask me? For instance, why did Brant call him uncle? What was his purpose?" Alicia's smile widened, her beautiful face glowing under the warm light, her demeanor gentle like early spring peach blossoms. Pinkish and delicate, captivating and pure. Alicia looked at the bite marks on his neck, truly angry then. Her slender fingertips gently caressed it, causing slight pain. Compared to a pampered princess, this pain was nothing to Ardell. Even because this pain came from Alicia, it excited him inexplicably. She continued caressing gently, smiling faintly, but her words were cold and cutting. No. Ardell caught her delicate wrist, his handsome face hidden in shadow, appearing colder. She tiptoed, placing her hands on his shoulders, moving her red lips to his ear. Ardell, we agreed. No interference in each other's private affairs. As the words fell, he tightened his hold on her waist, pulling her soft body into his strong embrace. Chapter 54. Taste it. Brant, who was standing in the courtyard ready to leave, lifted his head and saw this scene. The man's thick arm encircled the woman's slender waist, accentuating her frailty and charm. The two were lost in a passionate kiss on the balcony. It seemed that the rumors weren't true. Even a cold beauty like Dorothy, who treated women as nothing, wasn't immune when it came to matters of desire. No man was an exception. Not only did he not get the answer he wanted this time, but Morgan also warned him, leaving Brant feeling very downcast. He got into his car, and scenes of Morgan kissing the woman kept flashing in his mind. If it were Alicia, that experience would be incredibly enchanting. It didn't matter if he couldn't continue with this project. He still held the most critical card she had. He lowered his head and sent a text message. Within 1 week, I want to see 18 million yuan. Otherwise, I will expose your past as a gold digger to the media, ruining your reputation and taking everything from you. Alicia, I'm waiting for you to beg me in tears, looking pitiful. Morgan watched Brant disappear from sight before finally releasing Alicia. He opened the elegant packaging of the cake and handed her a spoon. Taste it. Alicia looked at the beautiful little mousse cake, far more exquisite than the one she bought over a decade ago. Her heart felt like that cake which Layla had knocked to the ground, broken into countless pieces, unable to be put back together. She put down the spoon and gave Morgan an apologetic smile. I'll pass. I'm on a diet. As you wish. He didn't push her. The cake is there. If you want it, you can always buy another one. She blinked at him, her tone ambiguous. So tonight, do you still want it? Morgan saw the probing look in her eyes. I'm not as desperate as you think. Alicia chuckled softly, seemingly thinking of something. She didn't press further, smiling and getting up. Then I'll take my leave. Morgan opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words, only managing to say, I'll see you out. Though Alicia smiled, her words created distance between them. You're so busy. I won't disturb you. It's easy to call a cab here. She bent down to put on her heels. I'll contact you after I finish. With that, she walked into the elevator without looking back, waving goodbye before the doors closed. So polite, yet even the curve of her lips carried a hint of estrangement. Morgan fed a spoonful of cake into his mouth, savoring the sweetness on his tongue. His lowered lashes concealed the tenderness in his eyes, and his lips curled slightly. The young girl's vitality was returning. Back at her apartment, Alicia packed until midnight. Cross-legged on the sofa, she calculated that the house, which originally cost 8 million, had doubled in value. She could sell it below market price to close the deal quickly. After paying off the mortgage, she would have 12 million left, leaving her 6 million short of her goal. After resting for a day, Alicia's mindset was adjusted. Brant repeatedly belittled her, constantly reminding her of the importance of capital. She was just an average person with a slight edge, insignificant compared to the power of wealth. Looking at the rock painting specially made for her years ago, showing the dawn breaking through darkness, illuminating the world with a rising sun. From now on, she would be that light, guiding her own path and no longer allowing herself to be manipulated. What was one mere man? Alicia dialed a number. Sister Lon, it's me. Do you still stand by what you said last time? The voice on the other end sounded excited. Teacher Shun, looks like you've thought it through. Your talent would be wasted being just a kindergarten teacher. Work with me, and I'll make you a top-notch designer within a year. Alicia smiled helplessly. Sister Lon, I like this job. I can design for you, but on a part-time basis only. She heard the sound of manicured nails tapping on the table. Alicia waited patiently for her reply. Fine, I agree, but we need to sign an 8-year contract. In the industry, this was considered a long-term commitment. In Brant's eyes, someone who was worth nothing was now a hot commodity others fought over. Previously, Alicia would have signed for only 2 or 3 years. Now, needing someone's help, she agreed. All right, I have one condition, advance payment of 6 million in salary. Expecting hesitation, Cassandra immediately responded. Where are you? I'll come over right away to sign the contract. Teacher Shun, you refused me once a year ago, and I won't let you slip away again. Cassandra, who was at a gala in another city, rushed to Alicia's home. Opening the door sleepily, Alicia found a beautifully dressed, heavily made-up woman standing there. They had met unexpectedly, exchanged opinions on design, and became close friends who could talk about anything. Later, when Alicia was a third-year student and her school required her to complete an internship for graduation, Noelle played the sisterhood card, and Alicia went over. Her caring big sister had transformed into the CEO of a globally renowned brand, offering Alicia the position of executive assistant. That year, several series Alicia participated in became huge hits. Noelle suggested she be promoted to a principal designer, but Alicia refused. Meeting again without any awkwardness, Noelle hugged her unexpectedly. Alicia, I'm so glad you reached out to me. Your talent in design shouldn't be buried. Alicia smiled lightly. Sis Lon, please guide me more in the future. Before she could become emotional, Noelle had already let go of Alicia, kicked off her heels, and rushed to Alicia's small apartment. Let's not say your big sister isn't taking care of you. I'm offering you the highest base salary and commission in the industry. If you quit that broken kindergarten job, I'll double this offer for you. Alicia carefully read through the contract multiple times. Sislon, as a newcomer, aren't these terms too good? Relax, although we have a special bond. Don't forget I'm a businesswoman. The blockbuster series you proposed from concept to planning. You followed through for a year, and this can be considered your bonus and compensation. Alicia signed the contract. Sislon, can I have a few days to handle some personal matters? Of course, I've waited so long already. Alicia, I look forward to seeing you shine brightly in your new field. You were always meant to stand in the spotlight. They came to an agreement instantly, and Alicia received a huge sum. Noelle prepaid her salary, even giving $1 million more than the agreed $6 million. She just needed to sell her apartment quickly to gather enough money to pay Brant back. It was the weekend, and the real estate agent took photos and listed her apartment, finding her a smaller suite at the same time. Frida followed Alicia. This apartment is quite nice. Only 5 minutes to the kindergarten. And it wasn't far from the company either, a 1-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with great lighting, prime location, and home decor style Alicia liked. It was a new place that no one had lived in yet. Alicia was very satisfied. Alicia signed the contract immediately and decided to move in that day. Okay, I'll get Abner to help. Frida casually replied. Alicia hurriedly refused. No need to trouble him. I can manage on my own. Abner agreed readily, and Frida smiled. Done. Don't be formal with me, Wei. Abner arrived quickly. While Alicia was packing clothes, his loud voice sounded. Teacher Shun, this painting is really beautiful. Can you sell it to me? A deep, calm voice responded. Did you come here to help, or to rob? Alicia zipped up the duffel bag, looked up, and met a familiar pair of dark eyes. Morgan was wearing a set of sporty shorts, with a loose black t-shirt showing obvious water stains that clung to his abs, outlining the muscles. His usually hidden calf muscles were now exposed, and the sports headband made him look younger, exuding a full athletic vibe. Standing there, Frida's gaze swiftly shifted from Abner in an orange suit. Mr. G, you're here too? Morgan's voice was steady. I heard Teacher Shun is moving while playing basketball with Abner, so I dropped by to see if there's anything I can do. Frida's eyes sparkled. Mr. G, you are so thoughtful. Abner wrapped his arm around Frida's neck and forced her face to turn. Sweetheart, tell me what you need. Frida led him to the kitchen. These. Seeing Morgan in another setting made Alicia feel somewhat unnatural. Awkwardly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she spoke softly. Why did you come? Morgan wore an indifferent expression. Just passing by. Are you packed? Almost. Morgan casually picked up a woven bag by the shoe cabinet while Alicia carried another one. She was petite, needing both hands to carry one bag, bending over as she wobbled towards the elevator. Let me take it. No, I can manage. A strong arm took over her woven bag. Having just exercised, his fingertips still held warmth from perspiration, brushing past her tender fingers. In the sultry evening, this physical contact easily brought back memories of those sweaty summer days. Chapter 55 Plot. As they passed each other, Ardell casually said, Teacher Shun, men aren't just for one thing like getting into bed. You can command me around as you would in bed. Ardell made several trips back and forth, and soon moved all of Alicia's belongings downstairs. Originally, Alicia had planned to leave the green plants behind to avoid the trouble, but Ardell packed them up as well. On his last trip down, he was holding a potted rose with his left hand and a mineral pigment painting under his right arm. Alicia carried a sunflower cushion in her arms, wearing a canvas bag on her back. The two walked shoulder to shoulder against the light. The tall figure of the man was highlighted by the sunset, his limbs elongated, with the sunlight blurring their faces but clearly outlining their figures, oddly making them seem perfectly matched. Frida and Abner were already seated in the back. Alicia looked at the black Brabus pickup truck parked there, like a lion king standing on high rocks overlooking his territory on the African savanna, huge in size, sleek lines all over. Just like its owner, it was domineering and powerful. Just stopping there randomly was enough to make everyone stop in their tracks. Frida didn't have such intricate thoughts, poking her head out and waving at Alicia. Wei, hurry up and get in. Ardell opened the passenger door for Alicia, who softly thanked him. Thank you. Once in the car, Frida exclaimed excitedly. Isn't this car cool? Alicia quietly replied. More than 10 million yuan. How could it not be cool? Oh my god, so expensive. I thought it was only 1 or 2 million. Frida was shocked. She knew Ardell was wealthy, but she didn't expect a casual pickup truck used for moving furniture to cost this much. This was the gap between the poor and the rich. Her wildest imagination couldn't compare to even a fraction of their reality. Frida poked Abner's arm. Didn't the car you drove to pick me up last time also cost more than 1 million? Abner loved her naive side, pulling her into his arms. Not expensive. Alicia didn't reveal the truth. Regardless of whether the two would end up together, at least Frida could have a love affair that would leave an unforgettable memory, which was a rare experience. Ardell closed the car door, turning the steering wheel with his wristband on, and stepped on the gas, accelerating rapidly. He glanced at Alicia from the corner of his eye. The girl holding the large cushion didn't say a word, her expression inscrutable. Alicia's rental apartment was on the top floor, coming with a small piece of land where she could plant flowers and plants she liked. Ardell went back and forth, unlike Abner who collapsed after 2 trips. Frida poked his head, saying he wasn't reliable, and Abner laughed. Didn't you guys say brother-in was getting old? This is my way of showing him some stamina. I need a break, just a short one. While the two were joking outside, Alicia was tidying up the bedroom. Ardell pushed open the door. The master bedroom of this suite was larger than Alicia's apartment, equipped with a queen-sized double bed, and the curtains were mostly drawn. It was twilight, and the room was dimly lit. At first glance, he saw Alicia bending down by the bed, folding clothes. She wore a white chiffon blouse and light-colored jeans, her hair tied into a braid hanging behind her back. She bent slightly, patiently taking out clothes from the bags and hanging them one by one in the closet. Even without the sunlight casting a glow, Alicia looked exceptionally gentle, like a tender petal gently landing in Ardell's heart. Unwilling to ruin this beautiful moment, he lowered his voice. Where should I put these things? Alicia turned from hanging clothes toward the person at the door. Ardell was carrying 4 woven bags at once. Remembering how Abner had complained of exhaustion while carrying 2 bags, Alicia quickly let go of the hanger and came to help. Why did you carry so much at once? Is this spot okay? Ardell moved past her, placing the items by the bed without letting her exert herself. They were probably quilts. It's fine. Alicia glanced at the man. His black t-shirt was soaked with sweat, and he roughly wiped his face with the hem, revealing his chiseled abs. He looked like he'd been fished out of water, with rope marks left on his muscular arms by the woven bags. Rugged and strong, there wasn't a hint of an heir to a financial empire about him. Alicia's gaze flicked over his arm unobtrusively. Go have some water and rest a bit. I'll set up the bed and invite you for dinner tonight. I'll help. No need, you. Ardell had already unzipped the bag, treating it like his own home. Should I spread this out? Alicia held his hand, her delicate face calm. Mr. G, your act is too much. Their eyes met, Ardell's dark pupils reflecting Alicia's delicate face. He frowned, giving off a powerful air. Just as Frida had evaluated Alicia, people who seemed harmless and easy to get along with were actually alert everywhere, building walls of ice around themselves, tightly wrapping themselves up, not giving anyone the chance to approach her. The tears from that rainy night could be considered a rare moment of vulnerability for her. Now she raised her ice wall, turning into sharp spikes pointing at him. Alicia said word by word. When you came to my house, there was still sweat on your body that hadn't dried. You wouldn't drive a pickup truck to play ball, would you? The driver drove the car for you. If you truly wanted to help me, wouldn't it be faster and more convenient to just call 2 people? Ardell showed no embarrassment at being exposed. He grabbed Alicia's delicate wrist instead, looking at her with interest. So what? Alicia clenched her teeth and said, you rejected my offer to be your mistress, not because you didn't have any ulterior motives towards me, but because you want my heart. I forgot to tell you, I don't buy into such self-sacrificing schemes. Ardell slowly stood up straight, his towering figure casting a large shadow over Alicia. Even without a word, his domineering aura overwhelmed Alicia, almost making her unable to resist. Alicia wanted to pull back her hand, but the man kept approaching until he pinned her against the wardrobe, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Ardell lifted her chin, forcing her to look at him. How could I not have ulterior motives towards you? What I want is the slender body of Teacher Shun, which has kept me awake for countless nights. But isn't Teacher Shun too nervous? It was Abner who asked me to come over today. This car is indeed mine, but I lent it to someone else for camping a while ago. They returned the car and left after that. He took a step forward, wedging his foot between Alicia's legs, his upper body pressing close to hers. Sweat poured off Ardell, and even the air carried a hint of damp heat. The wet fabric gradually soaked into her chiffon blouse, like a demon crawling out of a mud pit trying to drag a spotlessly pure angel down to earth, defiling her and marking her with his color. His damp fingers stroked Alicia's wrist. Is Teacher Shin so vigilant because you're afraid of falling in love with me? Alicia's pupils widened slightly. This was something even Brant dared not mention in front of her. Mr. G is thinking too much. Someone like you, I wouldn't dream of. Before she could finish, Ardell kissed her, drowning out all the words she was about to say in a kiss. Ardell, stop. Danger flashed in the man's eyes. His thumb toyed with her soft lips, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Be good, keep quiet, or someone might hear us. Chapter 56 Temperature Climbing. Alicia was pushed into the wardrobe and hadn't had time to tidy up properly. Inside the cabinet was a tote bag filled with clothes, which her waist pressed against, feeling firm yet soft. In this confined space, the atmosphere and temperature were rising together. Don't do this, Alicia pleaded in a hushed voice. She knew deep down that with her period still going on, it was impossible for anything really inappropriate to happen, but Frida could come in at any moment. Letting Frida, who had a big mouth, find out would be like announcing it to the whole world that she and Morgan were entangled together. Alicia had a low body temperature, and the air conditioning in the room was strong. When he lifted her blouse, the cold air made goosebumps rise on her skin. Immediately after, his scorching palm pressed up, causing Alicia's body to tremble upon skin-to-skin contact, her small face flushed with a faint pink. She reached out to push him away, her palm touching his damp chest. The thin fabric did little to hide his perfectly toned muscles. That burning heat, completely opposite from her own, made Alicia pull back quickly as soon as she touched it, only to have her hand caught by Morgan. Sweating profusely, he permeated the air with a strong masculine aura. In the dim light, Morgan's silhouette, backlit, was clearly visible to Alicia, especially the movement of his Adam's apple. Teacher Shun, if you keep resisting, I'll wonder whether it means you're not truly happy in bed. Alicia's face turned crimson. Mr. G, I've never resisted your body. Rather, I resist your identity. The interruption came from Frida. Wei, where did you put the lemon slices? I'll get them. Shocked, Alicia shoved Morgan away and hurriedly ran out. Alicia accurately picked out a can of lemon slices from a pile of packed bags. Mr. G, it's still a mess here, so I can't host you today. Let's go eat something nearby tonight. What do you like? Abner said carelessly. Don't call me Mr. G, it's too formal. From now on, just call me by my name. As for what to eat, let our baby decide. Frida clung to Abner's arm, looking incredibly sweet. How about having some barbecue? We haven't had it in a long time. If you like it, it's fine. Seeing the two as close as honey, Alicia smiled slightly. I know of a highly rated barbecue restaurant nearby. Morgan interjected coolly. Let's have hot pot instead. Hot pot is also good, Frida replied as a foodie. As long as it was delicious, she didn't mind. Alicia was somewhat surprised. A person like him liked hot pot? That's quite a preference for spicy food. They found an authentic old-style hot pot restaurant. The staff enthusiastically recommended their 9-grid pot. Morgan cut indirectly. We'll take a bignon pot, combination broth pot. While ordering dishes, Abner muttered, aren't you good at eating spicy food? Why order a combination pot? This is disrespecting hot pot. Frida pinched his arm. You and I can handle spiciness, but Wei Wei can't. But Mr. G, how do you know Wei Wei can't eat spicy food? Alicia nearly choked on her lemon water, feeling very guilty, fearing most to be linked with Morgan. Just guessed, someone won't eat spicy food. Morgan left an ambiguous message. Abner, clueless, kept glancing between Morgan and Alicia as if guessing something. When the dishes arrived, Morgan took the lead to put some vegetables into the clear broth. Abner teased intentionally. Brotherin, are you switching to vegetarianism now? Can those flowers and grasses fill you up? Morgan glanced at him. What do you understand? Vegetables are rich in dietary fiber, beneficial for digestive health. He repeated what Alicia once said. Alicia remained silent, while her ears gradually turned red. During the meal, the atmosphere was lively. Frida invited Alicia enthusiastically. Wei Wei, shall we go camping next weekend? Not interested. I fear cold, sun, snakes, bugs, and rats. Alicia declined indifferently, not wanting to be part of this group. Oh, staying home all year is so boring. Don't you want to get close to nature? Alicia refused without emotion. I'm allergic to nature. You are such a fossil. Thanks for the compliment. Frida. After the meal, Morgan left first citing business matters. When Alicia went to pay at the front desk, she found the bill had already been settled. Abner and Frida sent her to the apartment building. Wei Wei, don't you want us to help clean up? I can manage. Don't bother yourselves with my stuff when you have your romantic moments. After saying goodbye, Alicia took the elevator upstairs. Ding. The elevator door opened, and leaning against the wall smoking was none other than Morgan. Alicia felt a headache. Mr. G. Morgan stubbed out his cigarette and walked towards her, his tone commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Open the door. The door opened. The kitchen was in a mess. Without a word, the man went into the kitchen and began organizing the pots and pans, washing dishes with swift and efficient movements, working faster than Alicia ever did. Have you done this before? Alicia felt like she didn't know this man at all. Yeah, I have. Morgan continued his work. Teacher Shun, don't feel any pressure. Just think of me as an ordinary friend. If that doesn't work, imagine me as a caring neighbor. Alicia leaned against the door frame of the kitchen, smiling wryly, her eyes sparkling with allure. Where can you find so many caring big brothers? Am I not one? Alicia wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her voice filled with allure. Good brother, are you trying to woo me? Even knowing she was teasing him, Morgan's back tensed. Be good, don't tease me these next few days. Alicia pressed her cheek against his back, her voice soft and seductive. Good brother, don't try to woo me, it's futile. Before Morgan could respond, she had already gone back to the bedroom to make the bed. Craving a cigarette, Morgan didn't want to smoke in Alicia's home, so he bit the unlit cigarette between his teeth and answered Abner's call. Abner lowered his voice mysteriously. You've been planning for Teacher Shun for quite some time, haven't you? Did you bring your brain with you today? Morgan didn't deny it. Abner spoke sarcastically. That heroic rescue act must have been arranged by you. To get close to Teacher Shun, you even went around such a huge circle, selling out your own brother. Does Teacher Shun even know your true nature? Morgan's gaze fell on the small figure bending over the bed in the bedroom under the light. Under the lamp, Alicia exuded warmth, looking every bit like a devoted wife. In the future, if she had children, she would be a gentle mother too. The cigarette in his mouth was deformed from being bitten. Morgan's smile turned cold, his tone openly threatening. So, keep your mouth shut, foolish little brother. After hanging up, Morgan embraced Alicia from behind. The sweaty man pressed his fiery body against hers, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of laziness. Is the bed ready? Want to sleep together tonight? Chapter 57, Begging for Mercy. His stern face buried in the side of her neck. Then he gently rubbed against it, his warm breath tickling Alicia, causing her body to involuntarily tense up. She knew Ardell was intentionally testing her. The first step he took was using the orphanage matter to make her agree to maintain the status quo. The second step was expanding his territory further, gradually approaching her bottom line. This man was too calculative. Alicia moved his hands from around her waist and abdomen away. Don't forget what you promised me. Her refusal made Ardell know when to stop. All right. To break the awkward atmosphere, Alicia moved to the living room. Alicia seriously suspected that Ardell was reborn as a robot. He worked fast and efficiently. She had barely tidied up the bedroom when he had already organized the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, even mopping the floors spotlessly clean. Alicia laughed. I once saw a joke. Cows have poor efficiency, horses have poor endurance, and donkeys have bad tempers. But workers are different. They can work, have high efficiency, strong endurance, and good temper. Mr. G, someone like you not working is a waste. You're simply heaven-chosen labor. Ardell straddled his long legs next to her, scooping her into his arms with one hand. So Teacher Shin thinks highly of me? He was drenched in sweat. If it were anyone else, Alicia would definitely feel disgusted. But it was Ardell. With his head covered in sweat, He looked stronger and sexier, evoking illicit thoughts. Alicia's long braid fell over her chest. She covered her lips and chuckled quietly, her black pupils shimmering brightly, and her cheeks glowing with a radiant smile. She didn't realize how soft and appealing she looked. He leaned close to her ear, wickedly biting her earlobe while speaking clearly. Teacher Shun, do you know what I'm thinking now? Without needing to think, Alicia knew he wasn't up to any good, so she didn't respond. Ardell continued word by word, using my stamina to make you cry and beg for mercy. It felt like the car suddenly accelerated from kindergarten to highway speed, the doors all welded shut. Alicia blushed and glanced at him reproachfully. Although this man's words weren't wrong, his stamina and strength Alicia had long experienced. Just thinking about those nights now still made her blush. Seeing her not speaking, her small face even more flushed. Ardell leaned closer with his devious intentions. What are you thinking about? Nothing, nothing. Embarrassed, Alicia turned to leave, but was pulled back into his embrace by the man. Ardell stared at the white neck exposed by her lowered head, such skin resembling beautiful white jade. To him, this was an invaluable treasure, something he had thought of day and night for years. Especially during the days when he could only admire from afar without touching, Alicia wouldn't understand how deeply he felt for her. So profoundly that he dared not express his love excessively, fearing to scare her away. Only by teasing her little by little like now, watching her gradually lose control. Ardell bent down and kissed her ear lazily. Thinking about me? Alicia felt ticklish and tried to pull her neck away from his proximity. No. But how could the man let her escape? He loved her shy and adorable rabbit-like appearance most. So obedient and pure, tempting enough to tease her a bit more. Was there a sweeter girl than her under the sky? Ardell chuckled softly, his hot fingers caressing her waist delicately, just like those nights of gentle stroking. He nibbled on her earlobe, his voice low and suggestive. Want me to explore inside? Tell me nicely if you want. Chapter 58 Brother-in-Law. Despite having done very intimate things with the man, Alicia still couldn't adapt to his sudden teasing. Every time the man could stir her up into a strange state with just a few words, as if they had already become boyfriend and girlfriend. This change made Alicia feel afraid. She instinctively pushed Ardell away, unwilling to let herself continue sinking into his passion. Ardell did not force her either, withdrawing in time. He pinched her small face hard. I won't tease you anymore. The room has been tidied up. Go to bed early. Good night. Finally, he kissed her forehead and left. Alicia stood in the bright living room, touching the spot on her forehead where he had touched, a hint of wariness passing through her heart. This man was slowly seeping into her life, making her sink little by little. In the unfamiliar environment, Alicia thought she would not be able to sleep, but maybe due to today's fatigue, she fell asleep quickly. The next day, sunlight filtered through the window and landed on her body. Alicia stretched a lazy yawn. 2 days off had made her quite lazy. She got out of bed and went to school. Since Wilson signed a contract with her, Alicia's status rose significantly, and the principal's face had almost split with smiles. At the morning meeting, it was announced that Alicia would be promoted to grade director, with Frida leading the applause enthusiastically. After the meeting, everyone surrounded Alicia congratulating her, except Dara, who looked displeased. Who knows how you managed to get that contract? How long will you keep smiling? Frida shot a look at Dara. Ignore her. Dara is definitely jealous of you. She's like a worm twisting and wriggling crazily in the sewer. Just as they were playing around, Alicia's phone rang. The realtor told her someone wanted to buy the house in full price, but needed another $50,000 discount. Frida advised Alicia not to undersell, so Alicia recounted the whole Brandt incident. After hearing it, Frida understood and sympathized, cursing him for an hour nonstop. After relaying Alicia's intentions, fearing Alicia might change her mind, the buyer decided to sign the contract immediately and paid the deposit, arranging to complete the notarization and transfer procedures the next day. Alicia was incredibly busy these past 2 days and collapsed into bed as soon as she got home, until an unexpected caller woke her up from her slumber, groggily answering the phone. It's me. Little sister, I really envy you being able to sleep so early. Unlike me, who has to prepare for my engagement, busier than ever. Annabelle's bitchy voice came over the phone, disturbing Alicia's sweet dreams. Alicia yawned. So you called specially to hear me say congratulations, or to see me cry? Why would you think that of me? Little sister, you are still our Sioux family blood. With such good news in the family, we're hosting a banquet tonight. I hope you can join us. It wasn't about attending the banquet. It was about embarrassing her. How could Alicia not understand her intention? Ever since childhood, Annabelle would always take what was hers. But was it worth gambling her entire happiness just to fight for such a scumbag man? Just right. The buyer had already paid the final installment into Alicia's account. It was high time she clarified everything with Brandt, deciding the sooner the better. All right, Miss Sue, rest assured, I will arrive on time. The next morning, Alicia actively messaged the blacklisted man, sending him a text message. Brandt hadn't had a good day recently. His plan to hire thugs to cause trouble at the orphanage had been discovered by the G family, which canceled the project collaboration. Although other projects weren't affected, Brandt was severely reprimanded by his father for putting personal matters above the bigger picture. All Brandt's bad moods disappeared the moment he saw Alicia. At sunset, Alicia wore a strapless mermaid dress, its surface adorned with sparkling sequins. Her hair pinned up, pearl earrings, necklace hanging gracefully, and a rare full makeup on her face. As she walked towards him under the sunlight, radiating brilliance, even her red lips shone brilliantly. The tight dress outlined her slender waist, ample bust, and slender legs peeking through the dress. Elegant, noble, yet undeniably sexy and alluring. Too contradictory, innocence and desire. These two opposing auras perfectly blended within her. Even after 6 years of chasing this woman, seeing her face wouldn't tire him for 10,000 times. Recently, Alicia seemed to have gained more charm compared to before, stirring his desires. Seemed all women were the same, ultimately lowering their proud heads for money. She chose this place for their date tonight, dining with the Sue family, making Brant feel both excited and nervous. He strode towards Alicia, one hand in his pocket, holding the keycard he prepared long ago. Brant's lips curved into a smile, saying in what he thought was a magnanimous tone, Wei, I can forgive everything that happened in the past. The closer he got to Alicia, the more amazed he was by her beauty. Baby, we'll have an unforgettable night tonight, he said in a low voice, thinking it sounded sexy. Alicia stopped 1 meter away from him, holding a chain bag in her hand and wearing stiletto heels, smiling seductively. I feel the same way. Brant was overjoyed, just about to speak when Alicia opened her lips, drawing out her words in a sweet tone. Brother-in-law. Chapter 59 Support. Brant had never intended to marry her, nor had he inquired about Alicia's connection with the Sue family, so he was unaware of it. Just as he was about to take out the room card from his trouser pocket, Annabelle's voice came from behind. Xiaofeng. Annabelle hooked her arm through Brant's and said affectionately and openly, Little sister, I was just about to contact you when I didn't expect you to already be here. Brant turned his head mechanically towards Annabelle. See, sister? Annabelle said gently, Wei is my half-sister by the same father, so I especially invited her to share our joy. Xiaofeng, have you met my sister before? Chilled to the bone, Brant realized that the person he was going to marry was actually her biological older sister. This relationship. Looking at Alicia again, her calm expression felt like a harsh slap across Brant's face. She hadn't come to bow down to him. Yes, I heard about Senior Zhou's outstanding achievements at school back then, Alicia replied indifferently. Her noble and graceful demeanor formed a stark contrast with the hypocritical man. She gave him a face-saving way but also glossed over their past. Upon entering the private room, the laughter of the Zhou and Sue families, who were chatting merrily earlier, faded away at the sight of Alicia at the door. Mr. and Alicia exchanged glances, silently asking each other how she had arrived. Sally spoke up. Alicia, what is your status? You belong here. Annabelle quickly took Alicia's hand, putting on an understanding act. It was I who asked Wei to come. After all, we're one family. How could we not invite her to this family dinner? Ignoring everyone else's gazes, Alicia looked at the middle-aged uncle in a suit who appeared gentlemanly and cultured. That was her father. Usually, she only saw his news and financial magazines. Now, his gaze held nothing but disdain. Alicia maintained an official smile. Of course, she should come. Snow, you arranged it well. Alicia isn't an outsider. Come, sit over there. The table she indicated was clearly on the fringe, showing no intention of integrating Alicia into the Sue family. Alicia gazed at Jedediah from afar, swallowing the word dad. This was the father she had longed to see day and night, yet his eyes held no warmth or appreciation for his grown-up daughter, only coldness. She shouldn't have come. Alicia's position was too awkward, with empty seats on both sides of her. Someone whispered quietly, she's the illegitimate daughter of the Sue family. Her mother was quite cunning. Back then, to force her way in, she caused quite a scene. Like father, like daughter. With such a mother, the daughter can't be much better. She has some nerve coming here. Hearing these whispers, Annabelle was delighted internally. She had achieved her goal. She wanted Brant to witness Alicia's most wretched side. Despite loving Alicia, Brant felt uncomfortable hearing these gossips. Yet Sally kept whispering beside him about how outrageous Alicia's mother was, trying to brainwash him. Feigning agreement, Brant nodded along a few times. Just then, a tall and slender figure appeared at the door, causing Brant to stand up hurriedly with a proud smile. Uncle G, why didn't you let me know beforehand? I would have come to greet you downstairs. At Ardell's appearance, everyone except Alicia stood up instinctively to pay their respects. Jedediah hurriedly put down his wine glass and welcomed him alongside his wife. Isai, what an honor. Your presence brightens the place. Uncle, please take the seat of honor. Brant groveled before him like a grandchild. That's unnecessary. Any empty seat will do. Ardell suddenly glanced at her, locking eyes. He pointed to the seat next to Alicia. There's an empty seat here. I'll sit here. The chair next to Alicia moved as the tall man sat down beside her. Teacher Shen, fancy meeting you here. All eyes were on Alicia. Even Jedediah turned his attention toward them. Alicia had no choice but to look at Ardell under everyone's gaze. Uncle Trace's dad. What a coincidence. Jedediah immediately realized that Alicia was Ardell's son's teacher. He sat down beside Alicia, while Brant took the seat on Ardell's other side. Others followed suit. What was once an empty table instantly filled with important figures. Ardell praised generously. Teacher Shun is attentive and dedicated. My son Trace really likes her. Jedediah wore a doting father's face. Indeed, our Wei has always loved children since young. She must be very professional in taking care of them. This was the first time Alicia had ever heard Jedediah praise her. He had never valued her profession, making this moment's praise even more hypocritical. Ardell couldn't fail to notice the other party's deliberate flattery. Teacher Shin's excellence isn't just in childcare. Her violin performances have received unanimous praise from parents, who all say she has a master-level proficiency. The word master irked Alicia. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Speaking of the violin, our Shui was recently accepted as the last disciple of the renowned international violinist, Breyer. Right? Wei, if you're interested, perhaps you could ask Shui to put in a good word for you. Maybe Master Breyer would take you on too. At the mention of those two names, Alicia's mind conjured up a kind and friendly face. Back then, With her passport hidden away, Alicia had been unable to go abroad, tears streaming down her face at the airport. He must be very disappointed in me, right? Seeing Alicia's dejected look, Annabelle mistakenly thought she was envious and grinned widely. Mom, what are you talking about? How could Master Briar accept an amateur like her? Wouldn't that tarnish his reputation? Christiana elegantly stirred her bird's nest soup, curling her lips into a mocking smile. Dear family, your kindness is commendable, but if Master Briar were to accept Miss Shun, it would invite ridicule. Just like our dishes here. Everyone is either abalone or bird's nest. What if we served a dish of stir-fried potato shreds? Wouldn't that be beneath us and make a fool of ourselves? Their words resonated around the room, drawing praises for Annabelle and belittling Alicia. Just then, a cold voice interrupted. Is it really that funny? Ardell stared directly at Christiana, the instigator. I don't know if Master Briar would laugh, but I've heard Teacher Shin play, and in my opinion, her skill is no inferior to any master. So, are you questioning my taste or judgment? Alicia looked at Ardell in astonishment. When everyone isolated her, he stood in front of her, shielding her from the barrage of soft daggers. His handsome features were hardened by a frosty expression, his sharp gaze scanning every person at the table. The crowd, who had just moments ago mocked Alicia, fell silent, none daring to question him. Francine's complexion darkened. Even the Zhou and Ji families were barely related by marriage. People the Zhou family hadn't managed to court were now present at his event. Clearly, this conversation started by Ardell, instead of praising Annabelle, ended up embarrassing Alicia, essentially slapping Ardell in the face. A bunch of brainless fools. Putting down his chopsticks, Ardell remarked. It seems I lack the qualification to sit at this table. Francine's face changed drastically. Mr. G, what do you mean by that? Ardell stood up and locked eyes with Christiana, saying each word clearly. I personally enjoy stir-fried potato shreds. I'm afraid sitting here might lower your standards and cause a scene. Excuse me. He turned and left without giving Francine any face. Suddenly, all eyes shifted from Alicia to Christiana. Her previous haughtiness vanished, holding the spoon in disbelief. I didn't know Mr. G liked potato shreds. Those who previously chimed in now turned accusatory. Even Brandt, who had ignored Alicia being insulted, spoke up in criticism. Mom, can you stop talking? If you upset Uncle G, how will I secure new projects? Alicia also stood up and left. She wouldn't come back to this place ever again. Just as she reached the corner, an arm encircled her waist, pulling her into a strong embrace. The scent of snow pine filled her nose, fresh and clean. Alicia looked up and met the man's icy countenance and deep black eyes. Did you do that on purpose? Ardell smiled faintly. I protect my own. I can't stand seeing them get bullied. Who says I'm one of yours? Alicia muttered. Their eyes met, the air sparking with ambiguous tension. Then Alicia suddenly smiled brightly, dazzling momentarily. But, I like that sentence. With that, she stepped closer, pushing the man against the cold wall, tugging at his collar and kissing him forcefully and dominantly. Chapter 60 Growth. Alicia had always been a calm and rule-abiding traditional woman. Everything changed from the day she met Morgan. Her reason turned into foam in an instant when Morgan defended her just now. From childhood to adulthood, her father regretted her birth. Her mother sought to control her life, incessantly telling her that a woman only had one way out, to marry a wealthy man. Brandt constantly instilled in her the belief that beautiful girls should rely on men. No one cared about how she felt, or whether she was in pain when she was hurt. They only cared about how long her beauty would last. On that dark and muddy little road, she walked alone for a long time under a broken umbrella. This was the first time someone stood up for her when she was targeted with mud, shielding her from all the attacks. Alicia felt both joy and excitement. This complex emotion was like a seed planted on the softest part of her heart, sprouting a tender green shoot on a gentle, drizzly day. At the end of the grand corridor where the light was dim, Alicia forcefully and dominantly kissed the man in the suit. Though he was much taller than her, with a sturdy yet slender figure, he willingly submitted to her. If they hadn't been at a busy elevator entrance, Alicia would have long torn open his shirt, reaching underneath his clothes, pressing herself against him intimately. It's said that women are emotional creatures, and this was indeed evident in Alicia. At this moment, she felt a strong desire for Morgan, and even her eyes were tinged with a touch of spring passion. After the kiss, Alicia pulled away, seeing her lipstick on his thin lips. With delicate fingers, she ambiguously and flirtatiously wiped the lipstick off his lips. Sorry, I couldn't control myself just now. Morgan looked down at her almond-like eyes, having rolled around in bed with her countless times. He knew the exact position she wanted by just a slight wiggle of her hips. Understanding her thoughts now, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Desire and love are inseparable. Even if she only desired him now, at least he held a place in her heart in some form. These feelings grew like vines inside her. Once rooted, they would grow wildly. He was patient enough to wait for those vines named love to spread throughout every corner of her heart until she realized she could no longer separate herself from them. The silent spring rain nourished everything silently. Morgan understood this principle well. He gazed at her calmly, his eyes deep like ink, making it impossible for Alicia to look away. There's no need to apologize. Everyone is driven by emotions, except robots. No one can escape that. Frankly, you kissing me makes me very happy. His calm voice carried a unique steadiness that made her sink deeper. His steadiness, his protectiveness, his dominance, all deeply attracted Alicia. Staring into his eyes, her heart felt struck by him, and her emotions grew more intense. That inexplicable impulse surged like a tidal wave. Morgan spoke perfectly. Do you know how to stir-fry shredded potatoes? I do. Come to my place. I'll cook it for you myself. It was a completely normal sentence, but to their ears, it carried subtle hints. Adults shared this unspoken understanding. Their gazes locked, almost visibly connecting, likely both imagining various blurred actions. Alicia licked her dry lips, feeling somewhat impatient. Chapter 61, Breath. Hearing hurried footsteps behind her, Alicia took a step back and pressed the elevator button. It was Brant who had rushed over in a hurry. From afar, even though Alicia kept her distance from Morgan, he inexplicably felt that they made an excellent pair. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, strikingly attractive together. Rushing over, he wore an apologetic expression on his face. Little uncle, my mother's words just now were not directed at you. Please don't take it to heart. He didn't even spare a glance at Alicia, showing how so-called true love means nothing in front of power and status. The elevator doors opened right then, and Morgan walked straight in without looking back, saying, "It's okay." Both he and Alicia shared the same thought right now. Other people and matters weren't within their scope of consideration. Clearly afraid that Morgan would be angry, Brant followed him into the elevator and continuously apologized, which annoyed Morgan greatly. Despite this, Brant lacked perceptiveness and kept tailing them all the way to the roadside until Alicia spoke up with her clear voice. "Mr. Zhou, may I have a word with you?" Morgan, who had been walking ahead, paused slightly. He turned his head to look at Alicia, his eyes flashing with displeasure. Alicia smiled gently. "I only need 3 minutes of your time." This sentence was meant for Morgan to hear. Brant was caught in a dilemma. Before he could reply, Morgan had already left, not giving him a second glance. After Morgan disappeared, Brant's humble demeanor suddenly changed. He looked down at Alicia with complicated eyes, filled with anticipation but also some impatience. Evidently, he wasn't too happy that Alicia proposed reconciliation at this moment. "Speak, I'm very busy. Schwer is still waiting for me." He assumed Alicia came to beg him for money, so he acted superior, determined to reclaim the loss of his former subservience. Most importantly, he wanted to seize control over Alicia. From now on, the term licking dog should refer to someone else. He intended to make Alicia understand what reality was all about and establish his authority. Alicia steadily observed the man before her. It was only after their breakup that she saw his despicable side. Fortunately, she had already extricated herself from the mire. Alicia took out a check. "This is 12 million yuan, the remaining 6 million being the amount calculated for selling the paintings. I've already arranged with my senior to return the paintings. Once all the paintings are returned to their rightful owners, I will settle the final payment." Brant's face changed dramatically. This check was like a slap on his face, completely shattering all his fantasies. "Where did you get so much money?" Alicia answered calmly. "I sold my house. The soaring housing prices perfectly covered the deficit." "Are you crazy? That apartment has great potential for appreciation. Besides, where will you live if you sell it?" Alicia smiled gently as she inserted the check into his pocket. "You don't need to worry about that anymore, Mr. Zhou. From now on, we have no connection in marriage or anything else. I wish you and Miss Su a long and happy life together. Goodbye." Only then did Brant panic. He suddenly realized that under his tightening pressure, not only did he not get Alicia, but he was going to lose her forever. Wei, listen to me, He grabbed her wrist, but the smiling woman suddenly flipped him over her shoulder with one move. With a loud bang, Brant landed on the ground clumsily. Alicia lifted her heel and stepped on his chest. Her smile remained dazzling, but her fox-like eyes were cold and icy. "Mr. Zhou, this is my last warning to you. Stay away from me." Brant was scared stiff. In the past, Alicia had at most been indifferent. Who knew she actually knew self-defense? Her disguise was terrifying. Meeting his shocked gaze and seeing her goal achieved, Alicia retracted her foot and elegantly disappeared into the night, heels clicking daintily. She felt extremely good. Finally, she had vented her frustration. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, displaying 2 words on the screen. "Turn around." Alicia slowly turned around, finding a black Audi following behind her. Because she mentioned once that the pickup was too expensive, today he had switched to a popular Volkswagen model. The window rolled down, revealing his burning gaze fixated on her. Alicia opened the passenger door, and as she closed it, instead of fastening her seatbelt, she leaned forward and hugged the man, her lips accurately latching onto his. "Deceitful bastard, how can you be so skilled? You're making me." Morgan looked into her eyes with a smile. "What? Fall in love with me?" Alicia cupped his face and said word by word. "Make me want to have you breathless and gasping for air in bed, just to see what you look like when you're flustered." Chapter 62, Restraint. Alicia admitted that she was somewhat greedy. Although there wasn't love, she couldn't deny that she was addicted to this strong and excellent male body. His Adam's apple moved, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you sure you want it here?" The cars passed by on the roadside. Besides occasional honking sounds, pedestrians also walked past in small groups. Here, it was secretive and taboo. Alicia, whose face was too delicate, pouted and complained, "No." A smile flickered at the corner of Morgan's mouth, and he reached out to ruffle her head, saying, "Willing but not daring." Who knew how things had turned out between her and Morgan? Initially, the one who acted on impulse was her, and now the one clinging to his body was still her. She acted like a hooligan, unwilling to take responsibility after indulgence. She would get upset whenever someone talked about responsibility with her. Although Morgan felt anxious inside, he thought of Alicia's tragic past, plus the notorious history Brant, that bastard, had left on her life. He could only be patient, wearing her down little by little. Morgan took a deep breath, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart. He started the car. Even a car worth tens of thousands seemed luxurious when driven by a man dressed elegantly in a suit. The redness on Alicia's face faded away, and reason gradually returned. Morgan, actually you don't have to be like this. My thoughts aren't important. Such a car doesn't match your status. Morgan held the steering wheel with one hand and caught Alicia's slender wrist with his right hand. How can your thoughts not be important? The atmosphere in the car became ambiguous. The large hand gently grazing her inner arm seemed more like stirring up flames in her heart. Alicia pulled her hand back, fastened her seatbelt, and slightly lowered the window, letting the wind outside blow away the heat on her cheeks. When the car arrived at the apartment, Alicia quickly went upstairs without even glancing at him. They entered the room one after the other, didn't turn on the lights or take off their shoes. The moment the door closed, Alicia rushed at Morgan like a little beast. When he stood before her, defending her from arrows flying from all directions, Alicia thought he looked incredibly handsome and cool. She wanted this man, wanting to see the haughty him gradually imbued with her scent. Alicia put her finger on his belt buckle, her voice seductive and bewitching. Mr. G, should I continue? Chapter 63, Reluctance. That noble Highland flower, who had always been precious and peerless, was now pressed against a door by a petite woman. Ardell's Adam's apple bobbed as the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. In his mind, he was having an intense internal struggle. How could he not want Alicia? But what he desired was far more than a fleeting night of pleasure. Nor did he want someone whose very identity remained unknown. Ardell knew well the difference between a meal that filled one up immediately and sustenance that would last over time. Just as Alicia had thought, he was a patient hunter, and he had waited too long for this prey. The first time he considered making his move, he saw Alicia announce her relationship with Brant, leaving him disheartened and depressed for a long while. He finally had the opportunity to get close to her, but she came into his life as a ragged doll, battered and broken by others. He loved her and pitied her, naturally reluctant to harm her in any way. Deep down, he knew he wanted not only Alicia's body, but also her heart. Though those days of indulgence were indeed joyful at the time, every time he watched Alicia walk away into the night, the loneliness he felt became even more pronounced. Initially, Ardell thought Alicia agreed to date because of her feelings for Brant. Now it seemed that this little fox kept her heart tightly guarded. Someone whom Brant failed to warm up after 6 years kept her heart so tightly hidden, not letting anyone see even a glimpse. It was a tremendous challenge. Wealth and power were not assets when it came to Alicia, but rather insurmountable barriers. He couldn't push too hard either. Otherwise, he might end up like Brant, left with nothing but chaos. Alicia sought nothing more from him than his physical presence, which happened to be his sole advantage. For fish to bite, besides technique, bait is more important. After letting her taste the sweetness of pleasure, he teased her, teasing like a mischievous cat, never fully satisfying her. Even if not out of love, during late-night moments, she'd think of him more often, ensuring that he'd have a place in her heart. Thinking about it, he found himself rather pitiful. What in his life had Ardell ever been unable to obtain? Yet, when it came to Alicia, he had to resort to using his looks. Who else but Alicia could make him do this? She was the girl he loved so much. Faced with Alicia's fiery advances, his voice turned low and sexy. Are you done with your period? He had calculated that since the day they came from Jiao Yuan, only 4 days had passed. Most women's menstrual cycles last between 3 to 7 days. At that moment, Alicia was lying on his chest, nibbling on his collarbone. The sudden reminder cooled her ardor. With a click, Ardell turned on the light, and the young lady looked at him with resentful eyes. You're a real party pooper. Alicia had almost forgotten about it. Usually, the first 3 days were heavy, after which it gradually lessened, so she didn't feel much afterward. Ardell chuckled softly. I'm here to eat shredded potatoes, not to take advantage of anyone. Really? You want to eat? She thought in that context, it meant the same as a woman inviting a man upstairs for coffee at midnight. Or what? Unlike you, I can get full just eating a few vegetables. Do we have any at home? If not, I'll go buy some. They had just moved into their new home, so there weren't many ingredients around. What Alicia had been eagerly looking forward to as a grand meal ended up turning into a trip to the supermarket with Ardell. Even Brant had never done something like this. Ardell, however, handled it with ease, heading straight for the fresh meat section as if he were back in his happy hunting ground. Alicia picked through the options, looking at cucumbers, touching tomatoes, and taking some mushrooms and lettuce. When she turned around, Ardell was pushing a shopping cart toward her. Beef, mutton, fish, and shrimp occupied half of the cart. Done yet? Anything else missing at home? Ardell placed the vegetables she held into the cart. We need to buy some condiments. Follow me this way. Ardell was more familiar with the supermarket layout, striding ahead with long legs. Alicia was meticulous and somewhat traditional, searching among the various brands for the ones she usually used. She found them placed on the top shelf. Since she had changed into flat shoes, she had to tiptoe to reach them. Above her, a deep, steady male voice said, "Let me." Turning around, Alicia bumped right into the solid embrace of the man. He had taken off his coat and was only in a white shirt. Her lips pressed exactly against his chest. Ardell reached up and took a bottle of soy sauce from the shelf, holding it up to her. Is this it? No, the brand next to it. Her voice was barely audible as she tried to escape. The man had already anticipated her escape route, blocking her path with his left hand on the shelf, forcibly keeping her in his embrace. Do you want this brand of cooking wine as well? His faint scent of cedar mixed with the warmth of his body enveloped Alicia, making her face flush red. Seasoned Ping leaned in closer, reaching for other condiments nearby, further closing the space between them. He undid 2 buttons, and at this angle, Alicia could easily see the man's clavicles peeking out from under his shirt. As he lowered his head, he met Alicia's enchanting fox-like eyes. She tugged at his shirt, speaking in a coquettish and pitiful tone. Ardell, I'm hungry. Chapter 64 Shackles. Alicia, in that moment, resembled a stray cat abandoned on the roadside during the rain, her large eyes staring pitifully at the only youth who squatted before her, begging to be taken away. Who could resist such an appealing person? Morgan's heart felt as if it had been stabbed hard, and a voice echoed in his mind. Give her everything. The moon in the sky, the flower in the mirror, whatever she desires, even life itself. Morgan's gaze was fixed on her face. After a long pause, he finally regained his voice, deep and hoarse. What do you need me to do? Kiss you here. Alicia clung to his shirt collar and said, No, let's go home first. Before she finished, Morgan lifted her chin and kissed her fiercely. They were in a supermarket. Despite the few people around at this hour, someone could appear any moment. It would be so embarrassing to be seen like this. She should push Morgan away. However, when she attempted to push him off, her wrists were tightly held, her body pressed against the shelves with various glass bottles of condiments behind her. Alicia even felt a bottle of soy sauce swaying at her waist. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind the shelf. We've run out of vinegar at home. Go get a bottle. Alicia's pupils dilated sharply. Someone had come. But the man who was kissing her showed no sign of letting her go. Yes, should I get the old brand again? Yeah, don't mistake it for soy sauce. Your eyesight always goes bad each time. I know, really nagging. The man, wearing flip-flops, approached with lazy steps. Scared nearly to tears, Alicia hid behind Morgan as he carried her to the next aisle, even taking the bottle of soy sauce from her waist that was about to fall. Alicia lay against his chest, panting heavily, her eyes filled with accusation. This bad guy must have done it on purpose. The man didn't release his grip around her waist. He lowered his gaze, looking at her gently. Her lips were red from his kisses, and her face still blushed slightly. She wouldn't know how beautiful she looked like this. Taking advantage of Alicia catching her breath, Morgan leaned in close to her ear and whispered softly, How did it feel? Exciting enough. Alicia angrily tapped his chest with her tiny fists and walked away. He asked if it was exciting enough. She was nearly scared to death. Besides, without any real intimacy, there wasn't much excitement. Alicia was furious, and the consequences were severe. Morgan pushed the shopping cart after her, grabbing some snacks along the way. Xiao Shun, wait up. Alicia stopped and turned to look at him. What did you call me? In bed, he used to call her baby, but mostly, he addressed her formally as Teacher Shun. This was the first time he called her this. Standing tall among the household items and picking a toothbrush, he casually explained, Calling you teacher privately always makes me feel like I'm a naughty child. Alicia frowned, recognizing this change in familiarity as a turning point in their relationship. Just call me by my name, full name is fine. Alicia was resistant to this new level of intimacy. Morgan nodded. All right. All done. Let's go pay. Not yet, we're missing one thing. Alicia tried to push the cart away. I'll wait for you at the counter then. The man took her hand. No, you need to pick this one. Alicia glanced at him curiously, thinking maybe it was sanitary pads, but she still had plenty at home. Walking through 2 aisles, Morgan stopped before a variety of small products. Last time you didn't seem to like what I picked randomly. This time, you choose whatever you like, pointing at the shelf calmly, as if they were picking fruits together. When Alicia saw those items, her face, which had just recovered from blushing, flushed again. These little gadgets, previously unnoticed, came in so many varieties. She averted her eyes and was about to leave. You choose. The man wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled. Why so shy? These are essential adult products. It's best to like them since they're for personal use. If you don't choose, I'll take one of each and try them all slowly at home. Alicia glared at him. And eat them too? Morgan chuckled. Are you hungry? Blushing and angry, Alicia turned away, her gaze drawn to the bold promotional slogans on the boxes. There were so many different types of these little toys. Not daring to look anymore, she grabbed one box and hurried to leave. Morgan pulled her back into his embrace. Why so shy? Curious, she wondered which type he preferred and turned to look at the box in his hand. Bold black letters and exaggerated slogans caught her eye. After a long night of battle, the man's low laughter spread by her ear. Why don't we try if we can last all night? Chapter 65, Put Me Down. Alicia had no doubt about Ardell's ability. If he said all night, it absolutely wouldn't be just midnight. Seeing a couple walking towards them, Alicia became flustered, hurriedly stuffing the things in Ardell's hands into the cart, and urged him forward by pushing his back. Go, go. Seeing her guilty and flustered look, even her ears were blushing red. This made him find her incredibly cute and more eager to tease Alicia. Ardell raised his hand and circled Alicia's neck. Like a school bully who fell for a little girl during student days, he used his elbow to press her head against his chest, behaving wantonly yet dominantly. Alicia's already flushed face turned redder at such intimacy in public, nearly hopping on her toes in embarrassment. Blame it on this man's noble and mysterious identity, always hiding from the public eye. Thus few people knew who he was. As Alicia's mind raced with thoughts, Ardell added fuel to the fire. Once your period is over, shall we give it a try? Grinding her teeth, Alicia replied, Don't talk. Mr. G. This title made Ardell pause, then chuckle softly. Alicia was indeed amusing. She wasn't wrong. Concerning their intimate activities, all positions were developed by him, and he preferred to be her mentor in love. He would let her step out of her closed heart bit by bit until she finally accepted him. When the cashier was tallying up, picking up those boxes of items which Alicia had grabbed casually, she realized only then that they had bought several boxes. The cashier glanced subconsciously at the man beside her. Alicia lowered her head like a schoolchild afraid to meet eyes. Afraid that one glance would get her called upon to answer questions. Ardell adored her small, quail-like demeanor, intentionally whispering in her ear, "Sweetheart, is this enough?" Enough? Was he planning a balloon-blowing contest with so many? Alicia raged inside. This man did this on purpose. The cashier found the handsome man and beautiful woman combination extremely pleasing to the eye, seemingly with a great relationship. With her shy and soft nature, she'd be tempted to kiss the man too if she were male. At the same time, she envied Alicia. A glance at the man revealed a lean, yet muscular physique. To be pressed beneath such a man, she would laugh in her dreams. Total comes to 768 yuan. How will you pay? Before Alicia could pull out her phone to show the payment code, Ardell had already settled the bill. He casually picked up 3 large bags of groceries, not forgetting to wrap his arm around Alicia's waist, looking attentive and affectionate. From behind came the cashier's sigh. Your relationship is so sweet. Looks like tonight we'll have 300 rounds of battle. Alicia stumbled, but Ardell caught her steadily in his arms. Careful. On the verge of exiting the supermarket, Alicia ran a few steps away, breathing in fresh air outside until the burning sensation on her face gradually subsided. After calming down, she saw under the streetlight the man holding 3 large bags of groceries with an ease that seemed like strolling. His deep black eyes watched her gently, moving as she approached. Silent, he gazed at her. It was as if his eyes hit a vast ocean, wanting to drown her in it. Alicia whispered softly, "Let me carry one. It's too heavy for you." The man pulled away his hand, preventing her touch, his voice steady. "It's not heavy. I can easily carry more." "Nonsense. I usually need both hands for one bag, you." Before she could finish, Ardell placed the bags from one hand onto the other, then lifted Alicia effortlessly with one hand around her slender waist. Her feet off the ground, Alicia was single-handedly lifted. It felt like lifting a shoulder bag, scaring Alicia nearly speechless. She pounded on his shoulders. "Put me down, bandit. Robber Chief, what kind of gentleman is this? A brute. Who ever heard of a good man randomly lifting someone?" But he was hard everywhere, and even her pounding fists didn't make him loosen his grip. Until reaching the elevator entrance, he instructed, "Press the elevator button." Alicia obediently pressed the last floor. Ding. The door opened, empty inside. The place she rented had excellent conditions, one elevator serving 2 households, rarely encountering anyone else. Pushing Ardell, as the elevator doors closed, he gently set Alicia down. Before she could react, a shadow appeared before her. That shadow leaned down, covering her entirely, pressing his strong body against Alicia. "Ardell, don't. The elevator has cameras." He bent his back and lowered his head to kiss her abruptly. Chapter 66, Old Married Couple. Ardell's sleep deprivation plan was a case of mutual destruction. He had been repressed for too long. Kissing could only provide a tiny comfort, not the immediate satisfaction he desired. God knew how much he wanted to savor Alicia, as if she were a delicious meal. In the end, reason took over his mind. He restrained his desire and picked up the plastic bag from the ground before exiting the elevator first. Alicia quickly opened the door with her face still flushed red. Considering that neither of them had eaten anything at the banquet, Alicia instructed as soon as she entered, "Put the food in the kitchen. I'll change my clothes and come out to cook." She had insisted on limiting private interaction with Ardell, but acknowledged that this man had done so much for her. This dinner was something she owed him. She returned to her room, changing out of her strapless dress into a comfortable set of loungewear, casually tying back her hair that had fallen loose. Additionally, she removed her makeup, using cold water to wash away the heat from her cheeks. Thinking about their wild kiss in the supermarket earlier made her realize just how crazy they had been. If anyone had taken photos and posted them online, she would be front-page news tomorrow. When she calmed down and walked into the kitchen, the sound of running water came from inside. The man in the white shirt had rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, the expensive wristwatch shimmering under the light. The protruding veins on his arms testified to the strength of the man. His tall frame required him to bend slightly, while washing vegetables in the kitchen designed according to female stature. The electric rice cooker emitted wisps of steam. The vegetables, meats, and fruits purchased had already been neatly categorized and stored in the refrigerator. Even the individual veggies were neatly stacked, almost like soldiers standing at attention, a delight for anyone with OCD. Alicia suddenly felt that in Ardell, his noble identity was just a minor bonus trait. His personal charm far outweighed his social status. Ardell had already finished slicing the potato strips and was now cleaning other vegetables. Alicia said, "Let me do it. Don't get your clothes dirty." As she took down the apron hanging on the wall, Ji Ping didn't argue, drying his hands with a towel. He walked to Alicia and helped her tie the apron, his actions natural, as if they were an old married couple. "I'll wash some fruits," he said, taking the fruits out of the fridge. Unlike those married men who needed constant prodding by their wives, Ardell took initiative in finding work to do. Compared to his nimble speed, Alicia's cooking skills seemed lacking. Though she had attended culinary classes, most of what she learned was Western cuisine, sashimi, and dining habits of various nobilities. Her Chinese cooking was mostly self-taught, as she usually cooked simple meals without even lighting the stove when living alone. Seeing the fish in the sink, Alicia started to worry. She rarely handled live creatures herself and usually bought pre-processed items. Ardell must have wanted fresh ingredients, so he didn't have it processed. Now, the fish lay in the water, eyes wide open, mouth opening and closing, tail occasionally flicking. Feeling a bit timid, Alicia tried to maintain her composure as she asked, "How are you planning to cook this fish?" "Steamed," Ardell answered without looking up from the sink. "All right." Alicia approached the fish hesitantly, making eye contact with it. Though she hadn't killed a fish before, she knew the basic steps. She remembered seeing market vendors knock the fish unconscious first. Using a net, she scooped the fish out and slammed it onto the cutting board, stunning its head with the back of a knife, and swiftly removing scales and entrails. Being an excellent student, she believed practical application wouldn't be too difficult after observing it so many times. Alicia reached out to grab the fish. Just as her hand touched it, the fish sensed danger and leaped, splashing water all over Alicia's face. Suppressing her scream, she remained calm and tried again. Using both hands this time, she caught the slippery fish, but it wriggled free. The slimy sensation and vigorous struggle made her heart skip a beat, and she finally exclaimed, "Ah, what happened?" Turning around, Ardell saw Alicia drenched in water, a live fish jumping around on the floor, and a look of fear on her face as she unconsciously clutched his white shirt. Like a bullied child complaining to an adult, the fish ran away. Ardell found himself loving this adorable and timid side of Alicia. Drops of water hung from her curled lashes, giving her large eyes an innocent gleam. Pouting pitifully, she said, "I couldn't catch it." Seeing her delicate fingers, Ardell realized she had never done such chores. Chuckling softly, he wiped the water from her face with his shirt sleeve and spoke in a deep, soothing voice beside her ear. "Let me handle it. Go wash your hands." Alicia felt rather embarrassed. She had clearly said she would cook to thank Ardell. Just as she was about to object, Ardell continued, "Isn't it disgusting with your fingers all sticky?" "Absolutely disgusting." Alicia fled through the door at top speed. Ardell chuckled. Taking advantage of her departure, he swiftly caught the fish and processed it within half a minute, making sure she didn't witness the gory scene. When Alicia returned, the fish was already in the steamer. She tried to explain, "I actually do know how to cook. I'm just not good at handling these things." "I understand." Ardell gently took Alicia's hand, which appeared even more delicate and white under the light, like jade, smooth and pure. "What beautiful fingers. Teacher Shin's hands are naturally meant for playing the violin and painting," he remarked softly. Alicia looked up, meeting the tender gaze in his eyes. It was as if sunlight was shimmering on the lake, a gentle breeze rustling the peach blossoms along its edge, causing ripples on the surface. She bit her lip uncertainly. "Don't you think I'm useless?" In her mother's eyes, singing and dancing were merely baits to lure men. Without luring any man, she was considered a worthless waste. Brant thought her talents were mere pretense. The world was never short of exceptional people, and she was but a drop in the ocean. Without background, her greatest value as an ornamental vase was to be a plaything for the rich. Only Ardell was different. His eyes were filled with sincerity. To him, Alicia was an incomparable treasure. He lifted his hand and gently caressed her lips, cradling her face tenderly in his large palm. "In my heart, Teacher Shun is the most perfect woman in the world. Whether or not you can cook or handle fish doesn't change that perfection. You are who you are, unique and precious beyond compare. And this hand of yours, though it can't handle fish, can do many other things." Alicia felt uplifted by his words, blinking her eyes. Then she saw a mischievous smile curve at the corner of his lips. He pulled her small hand to rest on his waist. "Teacher Shun's hands can make me happy." This man always had the ability to take things from 0 to 60 in a second. Alicia blushed furiously, stammering, You. Most people save their valuable insights for last, elevating the conversation. But he took a 180-degree turn, leading her straight into a ditch. Ardell lowered his head to bite her earlobe. "Teacher Shun, touch me." Chapter 67, Seizing His Arms. To be honest, that voice was low and sexy, extraordinarily enticing. Put more crudely, it was quite seductive. When it came to romance, whether you were a distinguished son in a suit or a common peddler, once the lights went out at night, it all boiled down to the same thing. Being too proper made people seem pretentious, and when it came time for intimacy, something always seemed missing. Someone like Ardell, with his aristocratic features speaking naughty words without following any script, left Alicia at a loss, then tossed her into disarray. If cooking fish was going to lead to that, Alicia's barely calmed emotions were easily stirred up by him again. He really was a male enchantress. Facing the temptation before her, Alicia stepped on his foot with her slippers. "Don't tease me if you can't eat." She glared at him hatefully, then tap-tap, ran out to cool off. Ardell watched her fleeing figure, his thin lips curving upward slightly. Little moan, "Do I hold any place in your heart?" Alicia turned on the tap and splashed water on her face from her cupped hands under the gushing stream, dispelling the heat on her face. She decided to keep her distance from Ji-Ping during her period. It was better not to have anything substantial happen while she could see him and touch him. Alicia bit her lip angrily. In 3 days, she could indulge herself. After a while, when she walked out, Ardell had already set the dishes on the table. Steamed fish, white blanched shrimp, stir-fried potato shreds, and a meatball soup. A few simple home-cooked dishes, with wisps of white smoke rising, added some warmth to the small dining area. The tall man at the table was setting down bowls and chopsticks, and clear oil stains were visible on his white shirt. He didn't mind at all, instead pulling out a chair for her like a gentleman. Alicia didn't say anything, but her heart felt somewhat heavy. Growing up, she hadn't asked for much. She only had one small wish. 3 meals a day, eating warm meals with her family. When she handed her test papers to her mother would gently pat her head and praise her as being wonderful. Her father would let her ride on his shoulders, letting her gallop. But she had rarely seen her father throughout her life, and having the 3 of them together for dinner was a luxury. When he came, Lily, who usually kept her hands clean, would buy vegetables early and prepare an elaborate meal. Usually, halfway through the meal, they would quarrel, and Alicia's half-eaten bowl would be smashed on the ground. Once Francine left, Only chaos remained, along with Lily's tears and wails. What ordinary people experience daily was something Alicia could never achieve. Ardell ladled a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Alicia, casually saying, "Next time, if I have time, I'll stew chicken soup for you. You're too skinny. You need to replenish yourself." "Okay." Alicia's voice was heavy, her head lowered, making her expression hard to discern. She scooped a spoonful of soup to her mouth. Drip. Ardell saw 2 trails of clear tears slide from her sharp chin into the bowl, rippling the otherwise calm surface of the soup. "Is it too hot?" Ardell asked with concern. "It shouldn't be. I checked the temperature. Do you not like the tomato flavor?" "Next time." Due to Alicia's lowered head, a few strands of hair fell, obscuring her facial expression. Only her hand gripping the spoon and trembling shoulders revealed her emotional struggle as she took a bite of the meatball. This startled Ardell. He put down his chopsticks and approached Alicia. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Alicia lifted her head, her delicate and fair face streaming with tears. A tear dropped from her chin, sparkling like a clear pearl under the light. "Very beautiful and very touching. Like a little daughter crying out her grievances to you. You'd give her the stars from the sky." Ardell's hands gently cradled her cheeks, not questioning why she was crying, just quietly watching her with his deep, steady gaze. Alicia raised her chin, meeting his eyes through her blurred vision, her tear-streaked face reflected in his dark eyes. He was so composed, his eyes like a pool of still seawater, silently soothing her. His thumb tenderly wiped away the tear marks on her chin, his tone soft. "Do you need a hug?" Before the words finished, Alicia had already lunged forward. She sat, while he stood. Alicia buried her face in his abdomen, trying her best not to make a sound. They say crying kids get candy. With Lily, her tears would only bring her a beating or being locked in a cupboard. She didn't understand why there were mothers in the world who didn't love their children. Even such a mother was her only blood connection. She cried her heart out in the small dark room, pleading for mercy and fear. In the end, when Lily finally let her out, she could only clutch at the hem of Lily's clothes, timidly begging not to be abandoned and promising to be obedient. Alicia appeared to have armed herself with strength, but only she knew how fragile she truly was. Her broken childhood had barely pieced together an incomplete version of her. Just a slight push would shatter her into pieces. But few outsiders saw this side of her. It always happened in front of Ardell. He could effortlessly awaken the buried vulnerability within Alicia. "If you want to cry, just cry." He stroked her head, lacking the usual wickedness when he spoke frivolously. At this moment, he looked dignified and solemn, much like an elder. Alicia gripped his shirt forcefully, crumpling the smooth fabric. Her tears gradually soaked through, wetting Ardell's abs. The large, warm hand on top of her head felt just like the loving father she imagined. If she had a doting father, he might comfort her this way after she had been wronged. "You don't need to be strong in front of me. Let it all out. It will make you feel better." Alicia sniffled, resembling a little kitten, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. She had been quiet before, which was fine, but now her sobs brought embarrassment. For so many days, in order to wear down Alicia, his own desires had long gone unfulfilled. Though he was sincerely trying to console her, their position was awkward, with Alicia's face buried in his abdomen, rubbing back and forth. At first, overwhelmed by sadness, he managed to comfort her properly. But then, Alicia's soft, restrained crying reminded him of that night, when he had drunk a little wine and acted more boldly under its influence. The girl beneath him couldn't bear it and grabbed his arms, sobbing and begging for mercy. Her grip left marks on his arms, which made others laugh at him for a long time afterward. Back then, Alicia's voice was just like it was now, soft, tender, like a cat clawing at one's heart. As Alicia continued to cry, she began to realize something was off. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her misty eyes staring at Ardell's composed expression. "What are you thinking about?" "Ardell. Nothing." Talking like that when she was so distressed, he felt worse than a beast. Unexpectedly, the tearful girl choked out. "If you're uncomfortable, I can help you." As she spoke, her ears turned faintly red, and with a blush, she added shyly, "In another way." Chapter 68. Lowering her head. After hearing Alicia's words, Ardell felt as if his brain had exploded. Where on earth was that place? His gaze fell on her damp little face, then slowly moved down to Alicia's pink lips. The lips still bore faint tooth marks and a vivid color from where she had just bitten them hard, as if they had been coated with a bright layer of lipstick. Under the light, her lips glistened wetly, their edges shimmering with a soft glow. Just one glance made Ardell's Adam's apple tighten unconsciously, and his abdomen grew hotter. Alicia even looked at him with an utterly innocent expression. After crying so intensely just now, her cheeks, neck, and behind her ears were flushed with a honey-pink hue. The tip of her nose and the corners of her eyes were red too. Ardell thought that women had this kind of slightly drunk makeup look. Without any makeup, Alicia was enough to make him fall for her. He cupped Alicia's cheeks and gently stroked her lips with his thumb. His voice was low and magnetic. "Which part of you wants to help me?" Feeling the warmth of his fingertips on her lips, Alicia finally realized what Ardell meant. She panicked and tried to explain, "Why, you don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to use." Even though she had thickened her skin recently, she couldn't bring herself to say those 2 words. Seeing her bashful appearance, Ardell teasingly leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Looks like student Alicia still has a lot to learn. Maybe let the teacher teach you properly in the future." This man could make her cry with just one action, yet his words always left her both laughing and crying. Knowing he was intentionally trying to cheer her up, she punched his chest lightly with her small fist. Bad guy. Her charming manner, unnoticed even by herself, added to the allure. As the atmosphere gradually eased, Ardell caught her hand and spoke in a gentle and tender voice. Seriously, would you try talking to me? The young girl's eyes flashed with confusion. Talk about what? Ardell gazed into her pupils intently and said, word by word. Talk about having a sweet relationship. Alicia looked up at Ardell's sharply chiseled handsome face. When he focused on her completely, she felt like prey locked onto by radar, ready to be annihilated at his slightest command. Their relationship was intimate and complicated, just one step away from fully blooming. Between her and Ardell, there was only one more step. Ardell gently caressed her tender cheeks and spoke softly. Actually, Teacher Shin feels something for me too, right? Alicia bit her lips and said, yes, I've said before that being intimate with you makes me feel happy, especially when you're rough with me. I almost want to die from pleasure on your body. But Ardell, I have no feelings for you beyond desire. Unlike the inexperienced young man, Ardell remained calm and composed. He didn't become discouraged because of Alicia's refusal. He gazed at her deeply with his profound eyes and said calmly, I understand. He neither reacted angrily like Brant did when faced with rejection, nor pressured her with his status and power. Instead, he gently encouraged her, go on. Alicia licked her lips and continued. Compared to all the men who've appeared in my life over the years, including Brant, you are the one I like the most. I won't deny that you're excellent and charming, almost a perfect man, but I'm not a normal woman. I grew up in an extreme and unhealthy family, leading to deep-seated fears about human nature, men, and marriage. It took me many years to crawl out of that quagmire. I'm afraid that taking even a small wrong step might plunge me into an abyss far darker than before. Ardell, it hurts too much. The frail-looking girl looked at him, her voice thick with nasal congestion, making her seem obedient and pitifully adorable, evoking sympathy. Ardell pulled her head into his chest and gently patted Alicia's back, soothing her softly. I understand. The young girl sniffled. I'm sorry. I can understand how you feel, but we do indeed fit together well, which is something you can't deny, right? I promise I won't force you under any conditions, but I also hope you can agree to one thing for me. What? Alicia lifted her head to meet Ardell's warm gaze. Looking down at her, he said in a deep voice, don't reject my approach. Alicia froze. Ardell gently stroked her hair. You don't need to take a single step. Just stay where you are, and leave the rest to me. We'll try first. If you eventually want to be my girlfriend, that would be best. If not, I won't force you, okay? Clearly, he was a competent businessman, but in this deal, he gained no profit and even subsidized some. This isn't fair to you. Ardell chuckled softly. Silly girl, fairness is for transactions. As he spoke, he caught Alicia's slender wrist and gently shook it. Just like before, you don't have to do anything, just stand there. If I make you unhappy, you can back out anytime without any responsibility. For Alicia, this was like a pie falling from the sky, too good to be true, and she didn't dare to accept it. The man lowered his head to kiss her neck, teasing her earlobe with his tongue, making her breath erratic. Then he gently coaxed. Okay, Teacher Shin. Chapter 69, Imprint. Alicia closed her eyes and let out a barely audible hum. The corner of Ardell's mouth curled into a slight smile. It seemed that Alicia had not lost anything. By not stepping back, she had in fact taken a huge step forward. Getting her to acknowledge his identity was just a matter of time. With the agreement reached, one person felt uneasy about the uncertain future, while the other's expression eased. After dinner, to prevent any untoward incidents, Ardell prepared to leave after cleaning up. Alicia saw him to the door. Without warning, he bent down and wrapped his arms tightly around her body. He held her with great strength, as if trying to lure into her very bones, causing Alicia to frown slightly in pain. His shallow breaths brushed against her neck, and his voice sounded hoarse. I'm really happy you agreed. Before Alicia could react, he placed a kiss on her forehead and left without looking back. Alicia watched his departing figure, lost in thought. The next morning, sunlight flooded the bed. Alicia had slept surprisingly well the night before. Her current apartment was very close to the school. It was only a 5-minute walk away. Alicia walked along the tree-lined pedestrian path under the gentle morning sun, an uncommon smile on her face. During this time, she received a call from Alyssa. Wei, Izar contacted me about refunding the payment. He wants you to come to the studio at 6:30. Alyssa said, sounding perplexed. All right, I'll be there on time. Brant demanding all his money back meant he wanted to cancel the deal. Normally, such wealthy young men would never do something so undignified. Perhaps it was because she had recently embarrassed Brant publicly, and he now sought to regain his dignity. He must have assumed she couldn't come up with the money, but unknown to him, Alicia had already prepared everything. After today, she would sever all ties with Brant completely. Arriving at the school, a young voice called out, Teacher Shun. Alicia turned around and met Santiago's smiling face. Through her efforts, Santiago was gradually becoming more cheerful and less gloomy. Santiago was usually reticent and decisive in action, yet he didn't look like Ardell at all, possibly resembling his mother. Alicia cupped her chin, seriously pondering what kind of woman Ardell used to love. Good morning, sweetie. Alicia showed no reserve towards Santiago, and was even more caring towards him. She ruffled his hair. Go back to class now. It's almost time for morning exercises. Santiago stared blankly at Alicia's retreating figure, wishing involuntarily that Alicia were his mother. So beautiful, so gentle. A small fist landed on his head, and Alfonso puffed his chubby cheeks angrily. Stop having those ridiculous thoughts. It will never happen. Santiago crossed his arms with a cold expression. Are you asking for another beating? Alfonso and Santiago were two opposite types. one cool and handsome, the other soft and cute. But both were equally stubborn and liked Alicia, harboring secret wishes for her to become their mother. Alfonso leaned closer to Santiago and whispered, "Don't think that by getting your dad to help Teacher Wei get the land, you've won. My dad is coming back soon." Santiago sneered, "So what? You want your dad to fight me?" Alfonso retorted, "I know you like Teacher Wei and want her to be your mom. Dream on. Once my dad comes back, Teacher Wei will definitely fall in love with him. She'll become my mom." Looking for trouble. Hearing this, Santiago immediately swung his fist at Alfonso. "Santiago, Alfonso!" Alicia shouted from a distance, hands on her hips. "No fighting." Just then, Dara passed by with a swaying gait, remarking sarcastically, "Teacher Shun, you should be patient and gentle with children. Which teacher acts so stern? My little treasures." Santiago whispered in Alfonso's ear, "That's more like your mom." Though not harmful, it was highly insulting. Alfonso shot him a defiant grin. "You wait and see. Teacher Wei will definitely marry my dad. You're delusional." Santiago smacked his head and ran off. Faced with Alicia's nagging reprimand, Santiago kept his cool and said, "Teacher Wei, I'm sorry, but Alfonso deserved it for being disrespectful. I'll beat him up again next time." Alicia sighed, these naughty kids. Thinking of someone she hadn't been able to reach lately, Alicia finally managed to dial Alfonso's parents' number this time. Just as the call was about to disconnect, a lazy voice answered, "Hello. Hi, I'm from St. Light Kindergarten. Mr. Liu, when would be a convenient time for a home visit?" "A home visit?" The person seemed to have just woken up. "Next month, I'll contact you when I return." "All right, then I won't disturb you. Goodbye." Alicia hung up the phone, muttering to herself, "Why does this voice sound so familiar?" The day passed in a flurry of activity. All the other children had been picked up except for Santiago. Why didn't the butler come today? Alicia got in touch with Ardell. His slightly hurried voice came through. "Sorry, something came up here. Can Shin teacher keep Trace for a while?" Before she could respond, more noise erupted on the other end. Ardell added, "I'll pick him up later," before hanging up. Alicia felt a bit helpless. She squatted down and said, "Trace, do you want to stay with your teacher for a while? Your dad will come to pick you up later." She expected the child to be disappointed, but he tugged at her clothes gently, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement. "Teacher Shun, can I really go home with you? Wait, why is he like his dad, both wanting to come to my place? My tiny rented apartment can't compare to their big villa." Facing his earnest gaze, Alicia couldn't refuse him like she would Ardell. "Sure, but I need to handle some personal matters first. Can Trace wait with me?" "Okay." He was so well behaved, making her heart ache. Alicia placed Santiago in the back seat, fastened his seatbelt, and reminded him to be careful. A strand of her hair brushed past Santiago's cheek. He sniffed it. When the car started, Santiago sent a message. "Smelly Shin teacher." Ardell, who was in a meeting, glanced at the message from his son. "TSK, isn't that right?" Alicia always had a faint rose fragrance about her, incredibly alluring. Especially at night when they were drenched in sweat, that scent became even stronger. He loved how her legs wrapped around his waist as he leaned over her neck. Only Alicia's skin was too delicate, and it easily bruised. She was like a fragile porcelain doll. Even kissing her required gentleness. Occasionally, his moist tongue grazed her neck. It was fragrant, yet slightly sweet. Who knew what she put on her body? He wished to leave his mark all over her. What he loved most was intertwining fingers with her, kissing her lightly, caressing her. Chapter 70. Is my person also someone you can touch? Twilight. Mac brought the paintings to the appointment, with some reluctance on his face. "I really like these paintings. Why are you returning them?" "Actually, I think Teacher Shin's paintings are quite spirited." Sitting on the side, Brant had a grim look on his face, his mind filled with the cold expression of Alicia as she executed a shoulder throw on him. How could he let go of the woman he had yearned for all these years? Seeing that he was not speaking, Mac continued to persuade him. "Dude, you're about to get married. Although keeping a woman in our circle isn't a big deal, at least we should have her agreement, right? Teacher Shin looks like someone with strong will. If you push her too hard, even rabbits bite when they're desperate." Brant lit a cigarette and glared coldly at Mac. "You sure talk a lot." As soon as he spoke, he saw Alicia driving up in her small Beetle. Without saying a word, Brant immediately opened the car door and got out. He blocked her at the entrance before she could even enter the studio. Alicia wore a loose silk blouse, with a bow tied at the collar, her hair loosely tied back, looking pure and graceful. She looked extraordinarily beautiful, with just lightly painted eyebrows and lips. "Mr. Zhou, young Master Jean." Alicia greeted them indifferently. Brant exhaled a ring of smoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Alicia, it seems breaking up has no impact on you." She looked even more radiant than before, an indescribable feeling. Mac awkwardly interjected. "Teacher Shun, I've brought the paintings." He opened the trunk, revealing several paintings inside, reaching out to touch them. "Actually, I like all these paintings very much. I've always kept them in good condition." Brant impatiently interrupted. "There's still 6 million left. How are you going to pay?" He was certain that Alicia couldn't come up with this amount of money. The orphanage incident could be explained by Morgan's timely help, and selling the house at a low price due to the soaring market was understandable. But this was 6 million, not 60,000. With her income as a teacher, how could she possibly repay it in such a short time? Seeing the contemptuous look on his face, Alicia realized he had never truly regarded her. He never thought of treating her as an equal. All his so-called pursuit and accommodation were merely condescending acts. Fortunately, she hadn't felt any affection for such a man. Brant walked toward her with the cigarette between his middle and index fingers, Alicia's back pressing against the side mirror. "If you can't come up with the money, I can let you off if you behave yourself." He raised his hand to caress Alicia's cheek, but didn't reach her before feeling a kick on his calf. Back off, stay away from Teacher Shun. Santiago suddenly ran down from the car, delivering another hard kick to Brant. Frowning, Brant thought of Alicia's profession. Occasionally, parents forgot to pick up their children, and she would take care of them. It wasn't unusual. Brat, scram, did your mother teach you manners? Enough. Alicia coldly interrupted, pulling out a check she had prepared earlier from her bag. Take a good look. This is the remaining payment. Brant was stunned. Where did you get the money? Are you attaching yourself to someone for money? Shut up. Don't project your dirtiness onto others. This money is what I earned with my own hands. Surprised? In your eyes, I'm nothing but a pretty vase. But to others, I'm an irreplaceable genius. Alicia held Santiago's hand and straightened her back. Brant, today I'm telling you, I'm not a plaything for men. One day, you'll see my name echoing around the world. Finally, take your money and get out of my life. I don't want to see you again. Not possible. How could you possibly raise so much money? Is it that loose woman, your mother, who hooked up with some random guy and gave you the money? Smack. Alicia slapped Brant hard across the face. Although Layla treated her poorly, she was still her birth mother and could not tolerate anyone defaming her. Brant, you're disgusting. Dare you hit me? Brant raged. Alicia, do you think I'm giving you too much respect? Even Mac, who was moving the paintings, didn't expect the usually gentlemanly Brant to resort to violence against a woman. He was too late to save Alicia. Santiago hated himself for being just a child, unable to stop Brant's punch aimed at Teacher Shun. The slap never landed on Alicia's face. Someone caught Brant's hand midair. Beneath the black suit cuff, a Richard Mille silver watch gleamed, its 8-digit price tag unmatched by few in Haicheng City. The expensive watch shimmered in the evening sun, cold and sharp like the chiseled yet frost-covered face of its owner. When Brant saw that face, his arrogance vanished instantly, turning into a soa-head turtle with an anxious expression. Little uncle. Ardell was like a timely rain, always appearing when Alicia needed him the most. He stepped forward to shield Alicia, like a wall protecting her from all dangers. Alicia stared at his back, lost in thought. When she was little and other children threw stones and insulted her, she would cry and run home to tell her mother. Layla, while applying makeup, gave her a cold look. They didn't say anything wrong. You are just a little bastard. If I had known it was a girl, I should have aborted you. Later on, Alicia stopped telling tales. She didn't cry anymore. When others threw stones at her, she picked up a brick and hit back fiercely. This was the first time someone stood up to protect her. The hand that grabbed Brant's wrist tightened instead of loosening, icy eyes glaring with no warmth in his voice. Were you planning to hit a woman or a child just now? Alicia stared at that large hand which had once gently caressed her body in the night, now tightly gripping Brant's wrist. Veins popped out on the back of his hand, displaying such formidable strength. Alicia felt it could easily snap her wrist. In pain, Brant showed a pained look on his face. Little uncle, let go of my hand first. I'll explain to you slowly. At this moment, Santiago, clenching his small fists, suddenly said, Dad, it's him. He wanted to kick me and hit Teacher Shun. He's a bad guy. This trick he learned from Alfonso. Brant and Mac were startled. Dad? So this child was one of the legendary twins born out of wedlock to Ardell? Indeed, earlier, Ardell mentioned his child was in Alicia's class. Cold sweat dripped down Brant's back as he realized he had made a huge mistake and hurriedly begged for mercy. Little uncle, you misunderstood me. But Ardell didn't listen to any of his explanations. His entire body exuded a chilling aura, especially those eyes. Brant felt his life was hanging by a thread. Ardell stared at him, enunciating each word clearly. Is my person also someone you can touch? With a crack, Ardell dislocated his arm. Chapter 71, Smile. Brant had studied Sanzho, fencing, and taekwondo. But these were just hobbies cultivated by Brother Tian from a wealthy family. Before Morgan with his muscular build, they were nothing more than flashy but ineffective techniques. With just a slight twist, Alicia felt that Morgan didn't even put in effort. Much like turning a water tap, Brant's arm was dislocated. He gritted his teeth against the pain, not daring to complain even a little. Morgan let go, his face cold as he said, Get lost. Covering his hanging arm, Brant left without a word, drenched in cold sweat. Before leaving, he heard Morgan ask Alicia, Teacher Shun, are you alright? Alicia shook her head. I'm fine. Just take Leroy back. In the future, if you can't come to pick him up, notify the family in advance. I cannot be responsible if anything happens to the child. Mac closed the car door and glared at him. Still looking? Are you crazy? You dare provoke that too high-ranking Asif for Alicia? Do you want to die? Brant averted his gaze. He must have overthought it. How could there be anything between Alicia and Morgan? Painfully sweating, he felt his heart sink. Now he had a big problem. As the car left, he glanced back unwillingly. Alicia bent down to pick up the painting on the ground. Her light shirt slid off, revealing a stretch of white waist, her jeans outlining her perfect posterior curve. It made Brant think of the unseen cheapao beauty he saw in Morgan's courtyard recently. If Alicia wore a cheapao, she would be no less stunning. Suddenly, Brant opened his eyes, a vicious look in them. Alicia, this is what you brought upon yourself, refusing the offered wine only to drink the penalty wine. His patience had finally run out. Under the tree, Alicia half squatted on the ground, wiping the picture frame with a towel. This was her work created with hundreds of nights of effort, stroke by stroke. When she gently wiped it, a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. The mottled sunlight shone on her fair face, making her look especially gentle and graceful. Alicia called her senior and asked her to help move the paintings. Turning around to see the two people who hadn't left yet, she stood up calmly and said, Mr. G, thank you for today. It's getting late. Take your child home to rest. Morgan hesitated but eventually nodded. All right. He led Santiago away. As the car window lowered, Santiago waved to Alicia. Goodbye, teacher Shun. See you tomorrow, sweetie. Alicia smiled, showing a few white teeth. Standing in the sunset, she seemed to radiate light. Alyssa brought workers out to carry the paintings back to the studio, apologetically saying, I didn't know young Master Jean would be like this. Alicia smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. I promise you. There's an art appreciation exhibition being held domestically soon. I've already signed up. Wei, I believe your work will definitely shine. Alicia patted her shoulder. Sure, senior. If there's business in the future, call me. I'll leave first. Having solved the thorn in her side, Brant, Alicia hummed a song as she left. She proactively sent a message to Morgan. Thank you for today. Wait until I come back from my business trip to thank me properly. When will you be back? She rarely cared about Morgan's whereabouts. After all, they had a deal, and she couldn't wait to make up for last night's unfinished meal. A few days, undecided return date. Alicia put away her phone and drove home. Upon arriving, she kicked off her heels and walked barefoot on the spotless floor Morgan had cleaned. Switching to speakerphone, Frida's voice came through. Wei, I mentioned camping to you last week. Alicia pressed the water dispenser button and dropped 2 dark red roses into a glass. Watching the pale flower color quickly spread in the purified water, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Not going. Come on, Wei, do you really think I'll be safe camping in the mountains with a bunch of guys? Alicia rested her chin on her hand, gracefully stirring the flowers with a spoon that hadn't been steeped in boiling water. What do you expect? Do you want me to suffer along with you? No way. It's cold up there, and it's inconvenient for everything, including using the bathroom. Plus there are mosquitoes, snakes, and ants. Alicia usually took things easy. She hated anything related to physical activity. Why waste time when she could enjoy brewing a cup of flower tea, eating a vegetable salad, and then starting to sketch designs? Those 7 million weren't for nothing. Alicia wasn't that young assistant following Noelle anymore. She was now a designer acknowledged by Noelle. This was her first assignment after joining directly as a designer, and Alicia intended to prepare thoroughly. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she prepared a pile of drawing paper and design drafts to practice. Frida complained with a pouting tone. It's a professional camping base on that side, and it's very convenient for washing up. My dear Wei, just accompany me. Otherwise, I'll cry for you to see. Alicia could not stand her nagging nature and, thinking Morgan wouldn't be back in a few days, reluctantly agreed. By Friday, after work, Alicia packed all her things. She brought insect repellent, anti-bug liquid, bandages, even various first aid items. When Frida called telling her she had arrived, Alicia carried a huge backpack and 2 large bags downstairs. The last time she went out was more than 10 years ago for a school-organized elementary spring outing, which required staying overnight in the mountains, potentially providing a nice experience. Abner came forward proactively from afar to help her carry things. Despite his tall stature, his body clearly swayed when he held Alicia's backpack single-handedly. Alicia suddenly thought of the man who easily picked her up with one hand. In these few days, he didn't contact Alicia, so she didn't know where he was. But early this morning, she saw a post on his moments. It was a sunrise. Strangely, there were no high-rise buildings around. Instead, there were lush green mountains. Where did he go? Thinking about this, Alicia greeted Frida in the passenger seat and opened the backseat door. A man leaned against the back seat, wearing a black outdoor jacket and heavy hiking shoes. A black baseball cap covered his face, blocking the glaring sunlight. Even though his entire face was covered, Alicia instantly recognized him. He was back? Why was he dressed like this? Sensing the man should be sleeping, Alicia quietly closed the door. Although her closing the door was very quiet, the man beside her still moved slightly. Under the fragmented golden light, the man who effortlessly disarmed Brant took off the hat covering his face. Opening his eyes slowly, at the moment he saw Alicia, Morgan's lips curled up into a playful smile. Teacher Shun, we meet again. His voice, still rough from sleep, sounded very sexy. Clearly, he hadn't done anything, but just by locking eyes, Alicia's heart beat quickly. Privately, she could take the initiative to hug his neck for a kiss. In front of others, Alicia was as shy as a little quail, with the guilty look of someone who has done something wrong. Awkwardly, she started. What a coincidence, Mr. G is here too. Morgan's pupils became clearer, like an eagle soaring through the sky locking onto its prey. He said, word by word. Not a coincidence. I specifically came back for this. Abner hurriedly joined in, mentioning it was Morgan's first time camping with them. Alicia only saw Morgan's slender fingers swiping on his phone screen. Then, her phone received a message. It read clearly. Teacher Shin, are you clean now? Chapter 72, I think of you even in my dreams. Ardell supported his face with one hand, lazily gazing at Alicia. After a few days apart, even without makeup, Alicia looked fresher and more vibrant. For convenience, Alicia wore a short-sleeved casual suit, her hair tied up in a bun. She didn't wear any jewelry, revealing her prominent forehead and slender neck. The gentle sunlight fell on her delicate and lovely face, making her skin look almost translucent, with faint downy hair barely visible. She looked like a high school girl, tender and young. Glancing at the phone screen, her ears turned crimson. This made Ardell think of a little rabbit's ears, pinkish white, soft and squishy, making him want to take a bite. Though it had only been a few days, he felt as if he had been separated from Alicia for an eternity. The girl held the phone, hesitating for a moment before replying with just one word. Without looking up, Alicia could feel that intense gaze on her. She turned to look at him. Instead of averting his eyes, the man stared straight into hers. His gaze was so intrusive, like fire burning on Alicia's face, visibly raising her body temperature. Alicia blamed the overly enthusiastic sunlight outside the window. She instinctively wanted to avoid it, but the car was so small, where could she go? Alicia appeared calm, unaffected by ordinary matters. But once emotions surged, she would beg Ardell for a kiss in the middle of a supermarket. Normally, in such situations, she'd rather maintain clear boundaries between them. Is this your first time camping, Teacher Shin? Abner's words interrupted the unspoken tenderness between them. Alicia nodded. Yes. Don't worry. We're all old hands at this. Especially Brotherin. He can set up tents really quickly. Let him help you later, Frida said with a smile. Frida added, Wei, I bought a cool tent online. It's waterproof and windproof. And did you bring a sleeping bag? Alicia replied with a fond smile. I also brought snacks and comics you like. Frida knew Alicia's tough talk hit a soft heart. Wei, you are so good. Whoever marries you will be blessed for 8 generations. Frida looked forward eagerly. My tent is huge. Thinking about rolling around on the grass and watching stars makes me so excited. Do you think we'll see a meteor shower? Abner joked from the side. Honey, my tent is big too. Do you want to watch the stars and the moon with me? I can discuss poetry and philosophy with you. In your dreams. Frida was fundamentally a conservative woman and had no plans to give up her first time easily. Abner usually teased her, but never seriously. One couple in name only, the other in deed without title. They chatted all along the way as the car drove down a remote path, bumping constantly. To prevent being rude again, Alicia tightly held the handle, avoiding contact with Ardell. Ardell lowered his eyelids, noticing the red marks on the girl's palm due to excessive force. Finally arriving at the campsite before dark, nestled deep in the mountains, surrounded by nature. As soon as they got out of the car, Frida dashed off. Wei, come quickly, the water here is so clean. Feeling dizzy from the ride, Alicia felt slightly nauseous. Her discomfort eased when she saw such beautiful scenery. Stepping onto the green grass, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The grass is also very soft. A male voice echoed beside her. Where there are many plants, there are often snakes. Look there, Alicia, who was already afraid of these creatures, exclaimed in fright and darted aside. Where? She looked terrified, finding herself facing a strange man. He wore a white t-shirt, a light blue shirt over it, shorts, and sneakers, looking very youthful. Seeing her frightened, Cedric smiled, his eyes flickering with ambiguous light. Senior sister, you're so innocent. How could you believe a man so easily? Do I know you? Alicia tried to recall, but found no memory of him. Sure enough, senior sister doesn't remember me. Cedric smiled warmly and stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. If his first impression was of an open-hearted boy, then now he exuded maturity. With a slight sense of oppression, his gaze locked onto Alicia. I've known you for many years, senior sister. My name is Cedric, say of Mainland and Cliff. Remember it well. His gaze was too intrusive, prompting her to step back instinctively. However, she forgot about the slope behind her and lost her balance, falling abruptly. Watch out. Cedric reached out toward her. A pair of strong hands steadied Alicia, and she fell into a familiar embrace. Meeting Ardell's dark pupils, she timidly said, Thank you. Ardell firmly held her, his voice cool as he reminded her. Teacher Shun, be careful. Out here, it's not like being at home. There are all kinds of wolves and tigers around. Alicia blushed and murmured an affirmation. Cedric was disappointed that he hadn't caught Alicia, having waited for so many years for this chance to touch her. With Ardell present, he smiled. Brotherin, you wouldn't mean me by those wolves and tigers, would you? Though Ardell stood below him and was shorter, his presence radiated an intimidating coldness, overpowering Cedric's stance. Ardell's face remained stern. Cedric, put away your tricks of teasing young girls. Don't do it again. Cedric reluctantly replied. Brotherin, with your grumpy face, no wonder you're still single at 30. Who'd want such a scary man? Come here, senior sister. Alicia still leaned against Ardell's chest. The soft shell jacket kept his warmth at bay, but she felt the hardness beneath. It wasn't like before. Having no impression of Cedric, Alicia didn't consider them friends at all and coldly dismissed his overtures. You two chat. I'll go set up the tent. Ignoring Ardell's gaze, Cedric hurried after her. Senior sister, let me help you. I'm really good at setting up tents. Ardell watched their backs, one ahead of the other, his black eyes icy cold. Any observant person could see how much Cedric cared for Alicia. He glared coldly at Abner. Is this what you call a good arrangement? Abner raised his hands in surrender. Brother, I invited people casually. I truly didn't know Jalmer knew Teacher Shun. Don't worry. I've arranged many activities to quickly warm things up between you and Teacher Shun. Ardell lit a cigarette, watching the girl fiddling with the tent far away, her thin white arms showing, her little face beaming with excitement. Cedric eagerly approached, wanting to show off. But Frida took out an air pump and inflated the tent directly. Cedric looked awkward. Sister-in-law, you bought an inflatable tent. Why not? It's so convenient. Cedric. Seeing the tent still inflating, Alicia decided to take a stroll. Long confined, she cherished these rare moments of freedom. Not far from the campsite, a hand suddenly grabbed her. Before she could scream, she was pulled inside. Facing the man, she forced down her scream. Mr. G. Mr. G. Ardell gripped her waist, their eyes locking. Alicia saw his eyes filled with intense passion. For some reason, her heart pounded wildly, feeling like he wanted to devour her whole. Teacher Shun, did you miss me? Trapped in his hold, Alicia's gaze wandered, absent-mindedly replying, I was quite busy. But I missed you very much. The man stared into her eyes, his voice lazy yet alluring. He lifted her chin and leaned in to kiss her. Teacher Shun, I think of you even in my dreams. Your lips, your scent, your soft voice saying no. Be a good girl and say it to me. Chapter 73 Aloft. These past few days, Alicia had been very busy ever since they parted ways. She worked during the day and practiced her sketching in advance at night. Alicia just wanted to earn back those 7 million as soon as possible. She was so preoccupied that she barely thought of Ardell at all. But as soon as she saw him, Ardell was like a certain kind of toxin to her. Even the slightest touch would turn her into someone else. He locked her chin with his hand and kissed her passionately and lingeringly. He easily disrupted her breathing. Her hands, which had initially pushed against his chest, found themselves around his neck before she knew it. She wore flat shoes, making her much shorter than Ardell. Even though he had already bent down, she still had to tiptoe slightly to reach him. Alicia was only wearing a thin layer of clothing, and her back pressed against the rough tree trunk, scraping her skin and causing a burning sensation. In her ears were the calls of birds returning to their nests, along with the sound of flowing water, composing a splendid symphony together. Alicia had never been so intimate with a man outdoors. This was her first time seriously observing Ardell from this angle. His strands of hair were not set in place, but naturally fell, partially concealing the emotions in his eyes. His delicate features were flawless, perfectly proportioned, and sharply defined. If not for the influence of alcohol that night, she definitely wouldn't have dared to make such a bold request of him. This perfect and strong man kissed her until she felt lightheaded, nearly making her forget where she was. The hidden flame deep within her heart was easily ignited. All it took was a little spark to set her ablaze. She softly moaned. At that moment, however, Ardell stopped his actions. He lowered his gaze to look at the woman in his arms, her face flushed red from his kisses, her big watery eyes like hooks, clearly expressing strong dissatisfaction with his sudden disruption of the atmosphere. Before Alicia could speak, a heavy hand on her waist lifted her off the ground abruptly, covering her lips as her body was lifted up. In the midst of the dizziness, both of them tumbled into a dense patch of grass nearby. Afraid of pressing her, Ardell supported himself on either side of Alicia's head, kneeling over her body. A few seconds later, they heard a voice. Frida's innocent voice called out, "Where's the little rabbit? Oh, what are you doing?" Frida's tone had changed, the latter part clearly showing coquettishness. Abner's voice, too, lacked its usual carefree tone, instead filled with deep affection. "There's no little rabbit. I tricked you here. You tricked me, MMM. Alicia, as an experienced person, knew exactly what that implied. Couples in the throes of passionate love often engaged in intimate moments. It was normal, but such a setting wasn't appropriate for her to be there. Through the gaps in the grass, she could see Abner hugging Frida from behind. Taking advantage of Frida's turn, he bent down and kissed her. A few days ago, Frida had secretly shared her first kiss experience with Alicia. Compared to Abner's experienced touch, she appeared very naive. She quickly succumbed to his kisses. When Abner finally released her, reminding her, "Breathe," Frida's face was bright red, and she pounded lightly on Abner's chest. "Bad guy, you're bullying me again." Leaning close to her ear, Abner whispered, "I bully you because I like you, baby. Do you want to try something else?" What else?" Abner smiled mysteriously. "You've read so many shoujo manga. If you haven't eaten pork, you've surely seen pigs run, right?" Without waiting for Frida to protest, he kissed her again, his large hand slowly sliding under her clothes. Alicia knew Frida had never been in a relationship before. For her, this was a first-time experience. She guessed Frida must feel both nervous and scared, yet also curious, just like she had felt when she was in her shoes. Abner whispered into her ear, "So big." Chapter 74 No Peeking. Frida's face flushed red upon hearing Abner's description. She reached out to hit him again, but was stopped when he grabbed her wrist and twisted it behind her back, making it easier for him to explore. Unlike Alicia, who had a bony figure, Frida had a bit more flesh on her. She wasn't too skinny nor too plump, yet certain parts of her were exceptionally well endowed. She looked like an innocent baby doll with slender limbs, yet her body was enough to drive any man wild. Alicia quickly turned her face away, not daring to look anymore, only to meet Ardell's deep eyes unexpectedly. They were extremely close, so much so that Alicia could clearly see herself reflected in Ardell's pupils, revealing just how flustered she was. His large hand still covered Alicia's mouth and nose. Her shallow breathing tickled the palm of his hand. Their eyes met, and neither moved. But gradually, the noises coming from the other side became increasingly inappropriate. Alicia truly did not want to eavesdrop, especially since it was her best friend. She felt so awkward she wished the ground would split open and swallow her whole. Was Abner going to do something to Frida right there? After all, it was Frida's first time. Alicia had already subtly reminded her before. Frida's background and family situation were different. She would definitely get married and have children in the future. Although being a virgin in this society didn't mean much, Alicia feared Frida would get hurt by some irresponsible playboy. Playing was one thing, but messing around and causing unintended consequences could be much more serious. Frida was too innocent to protect herself. Alicia was genuinely worried about her. With these worries occupying her mind, how could she focus on anything else? Ardell also sensed Alicia's concern. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "They're both adults, consenting adults at that. Besides, it seems your friend is quite into it." Realizing what he meant, Alicia hurriedly covered Ardell's eyes with her hand. "No peeking." Ardell chuckled softly, and Alicia couldn't help but notice his rolling Adam's apple, which looked incredibly sexy. He murmured again, "My eyes are only for you." How could they accommodate anyone else? Since their agreement, he no longer held back as he used to. Now he expressed his feelings directly and clearly. Alicia was taken aback. Was he confessing? Impossible. How could Ardell possibly like someone like her? After hearing his words, Alicia felt dazed. Ardell observed every expression on her face closely. He was testing and probing her limits. It seemed she wasn't repulsed, but rather stunned. Her pinkish-white face looked lost and appealing, making him almost want to kiss her again. Alicia quickly covered her lips with her hand, creating a barrier between them. His hot breath landed on her palm, sending tingles and goosebumps across her skin. Ardell said softly, "Teacher Shun, you promised to thank me properly." In her peripheral vision, Alicia could still see Abner and Frida getting closer, and she feared that if she lost control, she might scream out. Ardell's allure over her was undeniable. However, doing anything intimate in front of her best friend was a line Alicia couldn't cross. The man wasn't in a rush. His dark eyes stared intently at her, waiting for her answer. Initially, Ardell had mentioned that he deliberately rushed back. His intentions were obvious. Alicia made a difficult decision. Wait until it gets dark. Afraid Ardell would disagree, she wrapped her arms around his neck, lightly rubbing her cheek against his ear in a gentle and sweet manner. "Whatever you want to do, I'll accompany you." "Okay." Chapter 75, Giving His Life to Her. Ardell adored Alicia's timid and pitiful little appearance when she pleaded with him. The way she carefully begged, her big eyes brimming with Alicia and tension. But she didn't know that as long as she asked, even his life, he would give it to her. Alicia had canceled their plans several times before due to her period, and now, as the man was in high spirits, she was uncertain if her pleading would be effective. Ardell maliciously kept her hanging without responding. He didn't know if all men enjoyed women being coy with them. Alicia usually tried to maintain a clear boundary between them or act distant when not close with him. Even previously, the woman who had been clinging to him in bed would instantly turn into a stranger once they got out of bed. Wasn't it reasonable for Ardell to seek a little favor for himself? Alicia thought he was angry and unresponsive, so she bravely tried to please him. She first attempted to pull on the man's sleeve, but Ardell wasn't wearing a shirt today, and his waterproof windproof jacket was too tough for her to grab hold of, so she ended up holding his fingers instead. She knew how tall and large the man was, with long and thick joints. Only when her small hand held his fingers did the contrast become obvious. Her hands were beautiful among girls, white and slender, her nails neatly trimmed and polished with a shiny topcoat. In his palm, her hand looked like that of a child's, the difference strikingly obvious. One hand delicate like a young lady's, the other rough like a mechanic's. The veins on his hand were prominently visible, especially when he exerted force. Alicia always had the feeling that his blood vessels might burst at any moment. Despite doing nothing yet, each finger radiated raw strength. Alicia gently shook, but the man remained silent, obviously thinking she hadn't done enough. Remembering how he used to love intertwining their fingers in bed, Alicia imitated his actions, embedding each of her soft fingers one by one. She worked on it seriously, like a child stacking blocks. The moment their fingers interlocked, before she could beg for mercy, the man already gripped her hand tightly. The force was so heavy, as if trying to crush her slender fingers. Though a little painful, Alicia didn't express dissatisfaction, but let the man hold her like that. One of his arms passed through the hollow of her neck, then his upper body collapsed, embracing her. Neither spoke. Alicia lay on her back, watching the sunset, as the canyon began to lower its night curtain, with stars faintly twinkling, breathing in the fresh air only present after rain in the city. Once the sunlight faded, the temperature in the canyon dropped sharply. Alicia's exposed arms felt a bit chilly, and even the breeze brought a cool touch, dissipating the heat from her body. For a moment, the world seemed to have become quiet. Alicia believed that even in the future, recalling this moment, she would still find it beautiful. Ardell shared the same feeling. Even if they did nothing, just hugging Alicia tightly, even if tomorrow was the end of the world, he could die with a smile. This mode of interaction was something new for both of them, making them feel curious. It was the first time Alicia realized that being with him could also be peaceful. On the contrary, Frida and Abner were getting more and more carried away, with Frida's legs weakly hanging around Abner. If not for fear of someone coming over, Abner might have really gone all the way. Frida couldn't take it anymore, her face flushed red, her eyes still filled with lingering passion. Abner's voice was hoarse with desire. "I really want to eat you whole." Not just Abner. Even Alicia had never seen such a Frida. She usually dressed cartoonishly and immaturely, often speaking without thinking. At this moment, Alicia saw a glimpse of womanhood in her. She grew up, like a plump water peach. Frida tugged on Abner's clothes, no longer reacting dramatically as before. She pointed to the wetness on the cuff of Abner's sleeve, embarrassedly saying, "Wet, wet." Abner gave a sly smile. "You're not as wet." "Disgusting." Frida pushed him and shyly ran away. Abner hurriedly chased after her. Only after they walked far away did Alicia softly say, "I should go back too, or people will suspect something." Watching her run off, a doting smile crept onto Ardell's lips. This little girl became bolder than anyone else when she was in the mood, yet became timid afterward. Just as Ardell was about to get up, he frowned, carefully supporting his waist as he sat down. It seemed that hugging her earlier had aggravated his injury. Ardell opened his jacket, revealing a roll of bandages wrapped around his waist. The middle part of the bandage was now faintly stained with blood. Indeed, lust could be perilous. As he was about to take emergency action, Abner's voice sounded in his ear. "Really, brother, that serious? You're bleeding." Ardell shot him a cold glare, and Abner sobered up, becoming serious. "You insisted on coming despite being injured. That scared of us snatching your teacher Shin away. Haven't you slept for days?" Ardell didn't reply. Indeed, he was utterly exhausted. "Go get me something to stop the bleeding and some bandages." Don't let her see this, Ardell said coolly. Abner rolled his eyes. I always thought you were into the domineering president type. Never expected you'd go for this pure love warrior routine. Seriously, I just showed you how it's done, and all you did was hug her? Not even a kiss? Are you still a man? Ardell ignored him and changed the subject. Are you serious about Han-Soo? If not, don't go too far. He could tell how Alicia cared about Frida. Brother, I'm not lying to you. I really like her. Abner scratched his head. I'll work hard with you, make a name for myself. Then I can stand up to my father and decide who I want to marry. Only then did Ardell turn his gaze away. Go quickly. Such a good opportunity. You won't let Teacher Shin help treat your wound? TSK, what a perfect flesh wound strategy. Ardell replied calmly. She's afraid of blood. In his eyes, the little girl feared bugs, darkness, and anything alive. Naturally, she would be terrified of such a bloody wound. He didn't want Alicia to know he was injured. Abner looked at him in disbelief. Brother, you're done for. You haven't even started, and you're already under her thumb. Ardell stayed silent. In bed, the one who was truly under control was him. Just thinking about Alicia's delicate and soft body beneath him, whispering those words, made his lower abdomen heat up and his atoms apple bob slightly. Chapter 76. I've liked you for many years. He looked at the sky, lost in thought. It's getting dark. Abner thought it was an urge to fetch the bandage and ran swiftly. Ardell slowly lowered his head, looking at the hand Alicia had just clutched, as if her faint warmth and light rose scent still lingered on it. In such a night, it always let people get carried away with imagination. So, how should he handle it tonight? That delectable little girl. He wanted to have her, but feared hurting her. Alicia returned to the campsite. This time, apart from Cedric, there were also several of Abner's friends. They all seemed quite young, typical carefree sunshine boys. Senior sister, I graduated from high university too. The one who spoke was Toby, the young master of the Bai family, who just graduated this year. Alicia greeted indifferently. Hello, junior brother. Senior sister left many legends behind. I'm very curious. You were clearly studying music, yet it said that Breyer selected you back then and wanted you to study abroad with him. How did you end up being a kindergarten teacher? Frida beside had never known about Alicia's past and asked while chewing a piece of grilled rice cake. Is this the violin master Breyer who plays the violin, a world-renowned violinist whose concert ticket is hard to come by? Toby smiled. Sister-in-law is such good friends with senior sister. Hadn't you heard of it? Frida looked at Alicia somewhat angrily. All right, Wei, I even told you about my bedwetting incident in kindergarten. Why didn't you tell me about such a glorious past? Seeing this as no surprise, Alicia replied. You didn't ask. Frida swallowed the rice cake in one bite, looking dazedly. Oh yeah. Alicia stroked Frida's hair. Good girl. Next time if you want to know something, just ask me directly. People around were dumbfounded. What could they have asked when she didn't mention it? Cedric couldn't tolerate anymore and pulled Abner aside, asking, how did you end up dating an airhead? Abner gave him a disdainful glance. This is called purity. You don't understand anything. Yes, I don't understand. I only understand that senior sister is such a blooming rose. I advise you to give up early. Be careful not to fail to pick the flower and get yourself hurt instead. Cedric's eyes showed determination. You won't understand. Looking at Cedric walking away, Abner felt uneasy somehow. Cedric grilled a few pork tenderloin skewers and offered them to Alicia. She declined. Thanks, I'm not hungry for now. Cedric wasn't offended either. Senior sister is just like before, giving no chance at all. Alicia looked at him. Have we met before? Toby hung on to Cedric's neck. Senior sister, our Xiao Lu is your loyal fan. When you played the violin at the freshman welcoming meeting back then, half of his soul and spirit were drawn away. Cedric nudged Toby with his elbow, and Toby raised his eyebrows. What? Did I say wrong? No, all his soul and spirit were taken away. Suddenly, Cedric turned to look at Alicia, his gaze burning and direct. Senior sister, I've liked you for many years. Alicia had just accepted a lemonade handed over by Frida. Just as she took a sip, she heard Cedric's sudden confession. Cough. Even someone like Alicia, who had heard many bizarre confessions since childhood, got choked and kept coughing. Frida patted her back while glaring at Cedric. Who would confess so suddenly? Cedric scratched his head, showing no embarrassment at all, his handsome face looking sunny. Senior sister finally became single after such a long time. I'm afraid I'll miss the opportunity if I don't confess now. Choked red-faced, Alicia held her lips and coughed severely. A slender-fingered hand handed over a napkin, accompanied by a low male voice. Are you okay? Alicia used the napkin to cover her mouth and coughed for a long time, facing away from others before recovering. Ardell sat down beside her as well. For some reason, once he sat down, it felt like an extra air conditioner had been placed there, blowing cold air outwards. The few people present formed a stark contrast in front of him. Sunshine boys versus a mature man, incarnated vividly. Seeing Alicia gradually calm down, Ardell passed her a cup of warm water casually, and swept across everyone saying lightly, What are you chatting about? So happy. Though his tone was easygoing, the authoritative presence made everyone breathless. Abner silently lit a few joss sticks for Cedric in his heart, wishing him well. Don't blame me for not reminding you, amen. This was like a large-scale inferno. Yet, there was still someone ignorant. Toby explained insensitively. Brotherin, you don't know. Cedric has harbored feelings for senior sister for many years. He finally seized the opportunity to make an urgent confession. Ardell picked up a cup of water, his clear finger joints gently rubbing the cup body, the stainless steel edge shimmering with icy light in his hand, just like the chill in his eyes. Crush, what a wonderful word. Cedric boldly said. Senior sister, I really like you. Will you go out with me? Alicia wiped the water stains off her lips. Due to her intense coughing earlier, her fair neck, earlobes, and cheeks were flushed. Originally dressed in youthful attire, she looked even more like a love-struck high schooler at this moment, captivatingly beautiful and impossible to look away from. Ardell remained silent, playing with the cup absent-mindedly. Alicia could distinctly sense his displeasure. Though Ardell seldom showed his emotions on his face, making it hard for most people to discern his feelings, Alicia could feel it. He was angry. Alicia licked her lips, feeling inexplicably guilty as she spoke. Cedric, I don't have any plans for dating at the moment. Thinking that her refusal would make Cedric back off. But to her surprise, the cheerful boy didn't lose confidence at all. Instead, he smiled warmly. I knew senior sister would refuse me, but it's okay. I heard Brant pursued you for 3 whole years before you agreed. I'm only 22 this year. I have plenty of time, unlike those older men who can't wait. Abner silently glanced at the oldest person present, Ardell. His expression was dark and indiscernible. Praying wasn't enough anymore. It was time to contact a funeral service. Alicia widened her eyes. No way. People confess so bravely nowadays. Cedric grinned brightly at her. Senior sister, I'm serious. At the same time, Alicia felt a hand slipping into her waist from behind. The hand was big, calloused on the palm, and the fingertips were scorching hot, almost melting her tender skin. Anyone could guess whose hand it was. Alicia almost cried out loud. Though there was no one behind her, Ardell was incredibly bold to do so in front of everyone. She shot a glare at Ardell. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile, with danger lurking in his pupils. Why are you looking at me when someone is confessing to you, Miss Shun? Alicia felt like she had 2 heads spinning. Oh no, Ardell is truly angry. And there was still a persistent, stubborn, sunny boy trying to squeeze in. Senior sister, you. Sorry, I can't accept. Cedric shifted his tone. Senior sister, then do you have a boyfriend now? The hand resting on Alicia's waist paused, seemingly waiting for her answer. The rough fingertips brushed against her body gently, caressing slowly. Chapter 77 Confession. Alicia's impression of Cedric was still Note: This sentence contains a translation error. Let me correct it for better flow. Alicia's impression of Cedric remained from their brief encounter in the elevator that day when all her thoughts were on Morgan, and she did not notice this big boy was her junior. Had she known this camping trip would turn out to be so troublesome, Alicia wouldn't have come at all. She missed the sofa in her apartment. On ordinary days, she would either nestle into the sofa and look through art albums or sit cross-legged on the carpet, leaning against the sofa to sketch. Why would she get herself into such a mess? Although Alicia and Morgan were not yet officially dating, he had no right to interfere with her choice of friends. Thinking back to how he humbly begged her for a chance that day, Alicia had just agreed. If she bluntly told Cedric that she didn't have a boyfriend, it would imply that she was open to being pursued by other men. Alicia drank the warm water Morgan had given her in one go and calmly replied, no, before Cedric could be happy about it. Cold ice seemed to freeze in Morgan's dark pupils. A smile bloomed at the corner of Alicia's lips. But I already have someone I like. Upon hearing this, the hand that had been around her waist loosened. Alicia also breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Frida leaned in curiously, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Who is it? How come I don't know? Alicia answered openly. He hasn't said yes yet. It's still in the evaluation period. Well, little brother, you've lost your chance again. Raphael shook his head, looking at Cedric with a sorrowful expression. Unexpectedly, Cedric slammed the table and stood up. Since it's only an evaluation, then we're not even officially dating yet. So I still have a chance, right? Still found a loophole in her words. Alicia looked helpless. Cedric was full of confidence. Senior sister, back then when you and Brant were together, there was nothing I could do. But now that you're single, I will never give up. Alicia looked up at the sky. Sometimes being too dramatic and passionate isn't necessarily a bad thing. As dusk fell, Frida turned on the string lights hanging under the tent canopy, lighting up the campsite beautifully. After finishing the barbecue, Morgan disappeared without a trace. Alicia spotted him from her vantage point high up. In his hand was some snake-repellent powder which he sprinkled around the perimeter. He also reinforced everyone else's tents and checked for potential dangers. Despite being the most prestigious person there, he performed these tasks without any airs. Seemingly sensing Alicia's gaze, the man turned to look at her. Standing in the shadows, his facial expression was hard to make out, but Alicia felt his gaze must be particularly intense. It was late, and others were still gathered around the bonfire, drinking and chatting happily. Alicia had a little drink, not much, just enough to feel slightly tipsy. Thinking of her previous promise to him, she slowly walked towards Morgan, who stood motionless in the distance. Her heart raced. It had been so long since they last touched each other. Alicia missed the days when he would indulge in her without restraint. Whenever she had free time, she would think of him. She missed his deep, sexy voice, his strong and muscular body, and his warm, passionate embrace. Even though it hadn't even started, she already felt the urge, wishing she could fly into Morgan's arms, wrap her arms around his neck, and kiss him passionately. Senior sister. Cedric's voice behind her sounded like a bucket of cold water, instantly dispelling the naughty thoughts swirling in her mind. Alicia felt a bit annoyed. Morgan was right. Atmosphere is crucial between a man and a woman. She had been feeling it perfectly, preparing herself to be intimate with Morgan. Cedric's appearance was like a hand pulling her forcefully out of the whirlpool of desire. Alicia turned around, her gaze icy. Cedric, I thought I made it very clear. I know what kind of person senior sister likes. Cedric suddenly said something that left Alicia baffled. Huh. Cedric approached her step by step, having drunk quite a bit tonight, making him bolder and more unrestrained. I heard it all from my sister-in-law. Senior sister likes strong men, right? While she was thinking, Cedric suddenly lifted the hem of his loose shirt, revealing 8 beautiful abs. Senior sister, I'm very strong. Do you want to touch them? Chapter 78, Good Older Brother. Alicia held her forehead, inwardly lamenting how Frida was ruining her reputation outside. Do I look that lecherous? Speaking of strength, she thought of Ardell. He wears a suit with the grace and dignity unmatched by anyone else. Alicia preferred him bare-chested, wearing just a pair of casual pants, his abs stretching down to the mysterious area, radiating an intoxicating aura of testosterone. Although they were both abs, the effects were entirely different. Cedric in front of her had fair skin, despite working out frequently and developing impressive muscles. On the sports field, he could make a crowd of girls scream just by lifting his shirt to wipe off sweat. But Alicia wasn't a 17-year-old girl anymore. Before the mighty rivers, she had already witnessed the vastness of the ocean. Teenagers are like flowers in a hothouse, unweathered by the storms. Even their so-called infatuation is beautiful, but can't withstand a bit of adversity. Too fragile. Ardell was different. He was mature and steady, his robust body as if forged in the jungle after countless battles, dyed with blood into savagery. Even the scars on his tan skin made Alicia infatuated. Not something those airy-fairy youths could compare to. Alicia had seen too much ugliness in human nature. She was far more mature than Cedric. So she shook her head gently. Cedric, you're not my type. Cedric became flustered. Senior, you don't even try. How would you know I'm not the one? Just feel it. When buying something, stores give samples. As he said this, he grabbed Alicia's hand toward his abs. Alicia felt helpless and wanted to cry. Thanks to her best friend, what kind of woman did Frida describe her as? Who lets someone grab and touch their abs? Am I that desperate? What are you doing? A low voice sounded. Alicia quickly turned to see the man walking over from the darkness. He finally decided to help her out. Older brother and I. Cedric, having drunk too much, explained awkwardly. I just really like Senior. If your liking becomes a burden to others, it's too frivolous. Ardell's dark eyes looked deep into the night. Go back to sleep if you're drunk. Don't cause trouble. In one sentence, Cedric rushed away. Alicia watched him, knowing the camp was nearby, unsure of Ardell's thoughts now. Would he keep to the evening agreement? The mood instantly disappeared due to Cedric's disturbance. Without a word, Ardell walked away, and Alicia, noticing others still drinking by the fire, hurried after him. Walking into the darkness, about 100 meters away from the campsite, the moonlight and distant lights allowed them to see each other's outlines clearly. Seeing him stop, Alicia tiptoed, hooking her arms around his neck, kissing him. The man pulled her away sharply. Miss Shun, you're quite enchanting. So jealous. Alicia buried her face in his neck, rubbing against him like a docile kitten. I didn't want to. He flashed his abs at you, and you didn't want to touch? Alicia looked pitiful, raising her finger. By heaven and earth, I have no intention. Her delicate fingertips caressed Ardell's lips, appearing pitiful yet charming, saying, my mind was all on your body at that moment. Good older brother, take care of me. Chapter 79, Fondness for the Cool and Aloof Senior. Alicia looked up at Morgan, moonlight casting a pale cold glow that accentuated his sharp features, making him appear even more aloof. As if a god from high above lowered its gaze, eyes filled with cool detachment. Everyone has a dark side to their heart, and Alicia was no exception. She wanted to pull that flower on the high ridge down to earth, to taint it with human emotions. But he was too tall. Even on her tiptoes, Alicia could only kiss his chin. He hadn't shaved today, so there was a rough stubble that felt prickly against her lips. Morgan lifted her chin with a cold voice. How do you want me to pamper you? Such a self-restrained Morgan made Alicia fall in love with him all over again. She grabbed his large hand and placed it around her waist. Though she dared to express her desires, as a novice, her cheeks were flushed with shyness, and she bit her lips softly, whispering, slide in here. Morgan's eyelids drooped, covering 1/3 of his pupils, his entire being radiating an icy aloofness. Then what? Previously, it was always him taking the initiative, allowing Alicia to simply close her eyes and experience. Today, it was evident he intended to punish her for her deliberate neglect. However, this cold and distant Morgan didn't repel Alicia at all. Instead, it stirred her passion further. Without considering her embarrassment, she voiced her thoughts. Touch me. Morgan's hand slowly rubbed the skin of her waist. This level of intimacy was far from enough. Not knowing how to appease him, Alicia kissed his Adam's apple, her voice seductive and charming. Senior, I want to see your abs. The word senior had an incredible effect, causing Morgan's Adam's apple to unconsciously roll. His previously indifferent eyes gradually gained other hues, his voice becoming husky. Don't the freshmen have better abs? Seeing her strategy work, Alicia hurriedly nuzzled him in agreement. I don't like that kind. Morgan's fingers moved from her waist to the top of her tailbone, his rough fingertips sending waves of electricity through her. Alicia nearly moaned aloud. The man held her chin, looking down and questioning. Then what do you like? Alicia licked her dry lips and enunciated each word carefully. I like seniors like you, firm, rough, full of masculinity. Good girl. Her answer finally pleased him, and Morgan leaned down to kiss her. Finally receiving his response, Alicia, her desire satisfied, wrapped her arms around his neck. The mountain wilderness was lively at night, the wind roaring, occasionally accompanied by the flapping of birds' wings, and the soft chirping of unknown insects. Morgan's hoarse voice, Baby, continue. This act requires harmony between two people. In the past, he mostly led. Now, he began guiding Alicia. Sometimes, he also wanted to see a different side of her. Understanding his meaning, since she came for this very reason, she had nothing to be embarrassed about. Opening her water-lubricated red lips, she bit down on the zipper of his parka. Under Morgan's watchful gaze, she slowly pulled the zipper down with her teeth. Crouching down, Alicia finally stopped in front of his abdomen. Click! The zipper was completely undone. Revealing his black tank top, his muscular chest stood out prominently. Indeed, this was the type she loved. Crouched before him, with her innocent-looking face, her tongue traced her lips, her voice carrying a hint of teasing. Senior, do you need me to unzip the rest? Chapter 80, Applying Medicine. Alicia didn't do anything. She just glanced at Ardell with her bashful yet alluring fox eyes, and Ardell felt his mouth dry up. This girl has indeed learned quickly. Their eyes met, and sparks flew in the air. Seeing the desire gradually coloring the man's dark pupils, Alicia knew she had succeeded halfway. Thinking of how indifferent the man had been to her earlier, she felt a bit naughty and winked at Ardell. Senior, are you going to or not? As soon as the words were spoken, the man pushed her body down. Alicia realized that he had chosen a soft patch of grass for them, indicating he had scoped out the area beforehand. When her body fell down, it wasn't abrupt but felt soft instead, yet she could distinctly feel the tiny blades of grass poking her back. It was cool, sharp, and the friction added an unusual sensation. Alicia wrapped her arms around Ardell's waist, a triumphant smile curling on her lips. She deliberately drew out her words. Senior, no more pretending? Deborah, do you believe I won't make you pay for this? Ardell's gangster-like tone returned, and his speech mixed with rudeness. She lifted her leg, gently brushing against Ardell's calf. Through the thin fabric, she could still feel the developed muscles, firm and large. Alicia lifted her head to suck on his earlobe, openly seducing him. Then come on, Senior. Ardell covered that mischievous little mouth of hers, never imagining this young girl had such a perverse side. Alicia must have really thought about it. She was much more proactive than before. In the past, she would only hum while clinging to his body, but now she imitated Ardell's way, her small hand running over his strong back. Apart from a prominent scar on his chest, there were also a few scars on his back, though not too large. They felt uneven under her fingers. She didn't think these scars were ugly. Instead, they gave off the feeling of being medals of a man. When her delicate fingers touched his rough scars, a low sigh escaped from Ardell's throat. Deborah, tonight is on you. Alicia smiled at him. Senior, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Her fingers slowly moved down his back, touching the cotton silk. Her smile stiffened. When did the man start wearing underwear? Wait, who wears underwear around their waist? Following the bandage, she confirmed it was covering his abs. Her gaze turned cold. You're keeping something from me? Ardell laughed bitterly. How can that be? I was just... Suddenly, Alicia felt a damp touch. Reacting instantly, she pushed the man away. Sure enough, beneath the rolled-up shirt, his abdomen was wrapped in gauze, with red liquid seeping through. And what she had touched was blood. It felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on Alicia's head, making her panic. Blood, blood. What happened to you, Ardell? Ardell propped himself up nonchalantly to look at her. Thankfully, though breathing rapidly, she wasn't too frightened. He looked smugly at her. What? Not calling me Senior anymore. Enraged, Alicia lightly pounded his chest, but Ardell caught her fist right away. You're still messing around? How did this happen? I accidentally fell while helping an old lady cross the street. He grinned mischievously, clearly unwilling to tell the truth. Alicia shot him a glare. Did you not hit your head? Saying that, she pulled down his shirt and stood up, but the man didn't let go. Where are you going? I haven't treated you properly yet. Alicia pointed at his wound. I'm afraid you'll bleed to death. Let's go put on some medicine. It's nothing serious. Even bleeding, I can still do it. Don't you trust my stamina, Miss Shen? I'm afraid you'll die here. Using both hands, Alicia finally got him up. Ardell tried to negotiate. Fine, applying medicine is okay, but you have to do it. But others will know. If she entered his tent, wouldn't everyone assume she had a thing with Ardell? Relax, they're drinking. No one will pay attention. If we get caught. Alicia looked at him, waiting for his next words. Ardell changed the subject. Then let them catch us. Alicia frowned, reminding Ardell that she hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend, and he seemed to be forcing her into a corner. Okay, I was just teasing you. They went to play cards and drink at a nearby resort, so they won't return to the tent. Even if they do, it won't be until late night. Alicia widened her eyes. There's a resort? Yeah, these mountains belong to the G family. There's a summer retreat up ahead where friends enjoy cooling off in the summer. There's also a horse field and shooting range in the back. If you're interested, I can take you there tomorrow. Ardell spoke casually, and Alicia once again felt the disparity between the poor and the rich. No wonder this camping base was free from outsiders, yet fully equipped. It turned out it was prepared for their brother Gong Tion's entertainment. Even if they got bored, they could sleep in the luxurious beds 1 kilometer away at the villa. How? Ardell obviously noticed her mood was down. Alicia hummed. If you keep showing off your wealth, I might start hating the rich. Ardell chuckled softly, pulling Alicia's hand. The two strolled under the moonlight. This was an experience Alicia had never had before. Bran had thought of holding hands before, but she found it awkward and always found excuses to pull away. But when Ardell touched her, she didn't feel that way. Instead, she felt very reassured. When they were close to the campsite, the clamor died down, leaving only the bonfire and a mess of wine bottles lying around. Alicia noticed a professional-grade black tent behind her and Frida's inflatable tents, just like its owner, mysterious and domineering. Inside the tent was spacious, with more than 2 meters of ceiling height, one bedroom, one living room, separated by a curtain in the middle. Ardell turned on the camping light, and the tent lit up instantly. Alicia instinctively looked outside, and Ardell chuckled softly. Don't worry, it doesn't let light or people through. He took out the first aid kit, sat on the carpet, making the spacious grounds suddenly seem cramped. Ardell removed his shirt, revealing his muscular body. However, Alicia didn't admire it. Instead, she focused on the bandage wrapped around his waist, where blood was slowly seeping out. Afraid? Ardell asked her. Although Alicia felt somewhat uncomfortable, she wasn't really scared. Not too bad. He handed the scissors to Alicia. Cut it open for me, and I'll teach you how to apply medicine. Alicia took the scissors and knelt in front of him. It was her first time doing such a thing, but her hands didn't tremble at all. The cold blade slowly inserted into the bandage, cutting it neatly and cleanly. Alicia saw a shocking wound, apparently caused by some sharp edge, the torn flesh bleeding steadily. Even a small cut on her finger would hurt her a lot. He had suffered such a severe injury. Alicia's heart trembled slightly, as if her waist also ached along with him. She lowered her head. Beads of sweat appeared on her face due to tension. While disinfecting and applying medicine, she gently asked, "Does it hurt?" The man looked down at her fair yet serious little face, his voice hoarse. "It won't hurt if you kiss me." Chapter 81. The role he likes to play. Despite the gruesome wound, still seeping blood, the man remained unperturbed, not even wrinkling his brow. Alicia remembered how exhausted he had looked when they met in the afternoon. He had already been injured then. He actually accompanied her in her frivolity, as if nothing had happened. Alicia learned quickly. After Ardell explained once, she mastered the essentials of bandaging. Only when she tied the last knot did Alicia finally breathe a sigh of relief. This was the first time she had bandaged such an injury, and she was so nervous that she was drenched in sweat. She raised her head, meeting Ardell's deep gaze. When he wasn't cracking dirty jokes, just sitting there, he exuded detachment and coldness. Ardell was tall, and even seated, he towered over Alicia, especially in this small tent, where the oppressive feeling was more pronounced. His stare made Alicia want to flee. "Your wound is bandaged now, don't move around anymore. I'll go." Just as Alicia stood up, her wrist tightened, and in a dizzying spin, she fell into the man's arms. She feared that she might tear the freshly bandaged wound open again. Fortunately, Ardell wasn't irrational. Since his left side was injured, Alicia landed steadily on his right leg. Her soft bottom landing on his hard thigh felt somewhat uncomfortable, making Alicia gasp, "Ah." Under the dim yellow light, the harsh features of the man's face softened with a gentle glow, a hint of dominance flashing in his black eyes. "Junior schoolmate, you want to leave?" This little room separated from the main area had a 1.2-meter airbed, and the remaining space was easily dominated by the man. Alicia had nowhere to run. "You're hurt like this. Maybe we should skip tonight." Alicia declined. She heard that Abner had brought more friends, and Alicia worried about someone coming back at any moment. Besides, Frida had been talked into leaving, but what if she came back and thought of herself? It would be awkward to explain. Ardell smiled wickedly, his upper body bare, with bandages wrapped around him. He didn't look frail, but rather added a touch of masculinity to his battered appearance. His large hand stroked her face, making her blush hotter. His voice was lazy and casual. "Skip? Huh." He leaned down, chuckling softly in her ear. "How were you teasing me just now?" At that moment, Frida's voice came from afar. Wei, are you here?" Relieved, Alicia pushed Ardell away in one swift motion, instinctively darting into her own tent. Fortunately, Ardell had pitched the tents close enough together that Alicia managed to zip up just as Frida entered. "Did you finish drinking?" Alicia forced herself to calm down. Frida nodded. "Where did you go earlier?" "I couldn't find you anywhere. I was worried you'd fall somewhere drunk." "I'm fine. I just took a walk around and came back." "What about Abner?" Frida rubbed her eyes. "He came with a group of friends and went drinking at the villa. I'm sleepy, so I came back to sleep. Besides, didn't we say we'd watch the stars together? The air in these mountains is fresh, and the stars are exceptionally bright and beautiful." Just as Alicia was about to respond, Frida leaned closer, examining her face. "Why are your cheeks so red? What have you been doing? It might be a bit hot in the tent." Alicia got up and opened the mesh window. "Now we can see the stars at night." Frida had bought a 12-square-meter inflatable tent with a curtain in the middle, dividing it into 2 private areas, each containing a 1.2-meter airbed. They naturally didn't share a bed. After washing up, they lay in their respective beds, gazing at the starry sky. Frida chattered a lot after drinking, while Alicia, who had only sipped some wine, felt drowsy in the cool mountain breeze. Suddenly, a gust of cool air swept in from the lower right corner. Alicia opened her eyes. Half of her soul seemed to fly away. No, how dare he? Though a curtain separated them and Alicia had turned off the lights on her side, didn't he worry about being seen? Alicia's heart pounded wildly, but the man paid no heed and forcefully squeezed into her small bed. Alicia wanted to cry but couldn't. Given his imposing figure, this squeezing made her wish she could lie on the ground instead. With a long arm, he pulled her firmly into his embrace. The sensation was different from the hotel bed. Even the slightest movement created intense tremors. Afraid of touching his wound, Alicia didn't dare move. But in such a confined space, she couldn't avoid the heat emanating from his body. Unmindful of her discomfort, the man slipped his arm under her neck, using his large palm to turn her face toward him. So close, Alicia couldn't evade. He kissed her precisely. Outside, it was dark and insects chirped, while the man's warm breath brushed against her face. Her best friend was babbling beside her. Alicia was going to lose her mind. Perversely, in such a forbidden situation, their bodies were even more honest, with desire raging wildly in the dark. Frida's voice came from the next compartment. Wei Wei, you mentioned earlier that someone is pursuing you. Who is that person? Alicia's lips were tightly held by the man, preventing her from speaking at all. Although she didn't get a response, Frida didn't seem to mind and guessed randomly. Is it Uncle Zhang, the security guard's son? The last time he came to deliver food to Uncle Zhang, he was so distracted by you that he walked straight into a utility pole. Later, he even asked me for your contact information. Alicia felt a sharp pain as her lip was bitten. She silently prayed for her friend to stop talking, but Frida was like someone who always picked the most awkward topics. Or maybe it's the electrician. Half a month ago when the school's power went out, he came to fix it, and you handed him a cup of water. He nearly poured it into his nose. After that, he kept coming back under the pretext of inspections. Obviously, just to see you, right? Alicia wanted to cry. She hadn't even noticed these strange people herself. Frida bit her finger, thinking hard for a long time before settling on an impossible target. Could it be Isai? I always feel like he looks at you differently. He's cold to everyone else. But when he looks at you, several times I thought his eyes wanted to devour you. Alicia felt a chill run down her spine. This little fool had actually guessed correctly. Wei Wei, you not answering is basically admitting it, right? Alicia felt like she had narrowly escaped danger, gasping for breath. She replied guiltily. No, it's not him. The man clearly wasn't satisfied with this answer, and his other hand resumed what it had left unfinished. His agile hand easily slipped inside her thin cotton pajamas, and the hot large hand made contact with her smooth skin, almost making Alicia scream out in shock. This time, the man's hand slowly traced along her waistline, moving lower and lower. Chapter 82. Last night. The next day, birds sang in pairs on the branches, and the air exuded a unique fragrance of mountain flora. Alicia, still in her dream, turned over and fell out of bed. The moment she hit the ground, Alicia woke up abruptly. That's right, Ardell. She hurriedly looked around for the person beside her, but the small bed was empty except for an unzipped curtain. The sound of her fall had disturbed Frida, who pulled open the curtains separating them, looking drowsily at Alicia on the floor. You're awake? Alicia breathed a sigh of relief, not having noticed when Ardell had left. Yeah, Alicia admitted guiltily. Frida rubbed her eyes and got up. I heard the sound of a helicopter around 5 this morning. It kept me awake for a long time. Where would a helicopter come from in these mountains? Who knows? She had been sleeping soundly and hadn't heard anything. Alicia opened her phone to find 2 messages from the man, both sent around 5:30 a.m. Had something to take care of, leaving first. Next time I'll take you horseback riding. Lying obediently in my arms. Teacher Shun, I really want to eat you bit by bit slowly. Seeing the last few words, Alicia thought of the 2 of them squeezed together on the small bed, with Frida just next to them. His head buried in her chest. She had sweated profusely in the hot sleeping bag, and the scent of roses grew more intense. Alicia experienced what it meant to be deeply entangled and passionately intimate for the first time. Though she didn't do anything with Ardell, they had kissed for a long time. Kissing until her lips tingled, her mind fogged, yet constantly alert, not daring to make any sound. It reminded her of the sweet and thrilling moments of hugging and kissing her boyfriend stealthily after evening study hall in high school. Thinking back to those times, she found it hard to forget. He left without saying goodbye, adding a sense of loss in Alicia's heart. His abdominal injury, still unknown in origin. Who could hurt someone like him? Ardell remained a mystery. Wei Wei, Abner says there's a stable and a shooting range nearby. Shall we go check them out later? Without Ardell, Alicia suddenly felt less interested. I have some things to do and will leave shortly. This camping trip has been unforgettable. Frida felt a little disappointed but was happy that Alicia had stayed overnight with her. She took out her luggage and let Alicia pick out clothes for her to wear today. Alicia glanced over. Most were cartoon-themed t-shirts. She patted Frida's head. Such a kid. Frida was clearly the same age as Alicia, but Alicia always looked at her as if she were a child. Wei Wei, every time you look at me like this, I feel like you're treating me like your daughter instead of a close friend. Alicia chuckled. If I had a daughter like you, I'd laugh even in my sleep. They embraced and laughed together, their clear laughter echoing in the mountains. A corner of the tent flap lifted unexpectedly, revealing Abner's head. Your Highnesses have awakened? What breakfast would you like? His voice trailed off as he saw Frida, kneeling on the ground in a strapless cat-patterned pajama dress. Despite knowing her measurements from yesterday, seeing her exposed upper body now left a greater impact. Her thighs, slightly plumper than Alicia's, covered by the lace-edged hem of her pajama dress, formed a figure that could leave men breathless. On the other hand, Alicia chose practical white cotton long-sleeve pants with a few embroidered flowers, simple and neat, her long hair flowing freely, making her appear gentle and approachable, quite different from her usual distant demeanor. 2 completely different styles. Abner's eyes were drawn to Frida, while Cedric behind him was captivated by Alicia. This was a side of her he had never seen before, not cold or indifferent, nor wearing a fake smile. A drowsy Alicia stirred more affection in him. Cedric felt transported back to his freshman year, when he first saw a beautiful senior under the spotlight on stage. He was falling in love. His heart raced, his cheeks flushed brighter than the setting sun. Frida noticed Abner staring at her chest, and threw an inflatable pillow at him. You pervert. The curtain dropped. Holding the pillow against his chest, Abner couldn't hide his smile. He had truly found a treasure in Frida. Her figure was just too amazing. Turning to see Cedric also present, Abner's expression changed instantly. Why were you looking at my wife? You pervert. Don't blame me if I gouge your eyes out. Cedric rolled his eyes. No wonder you two are a perfect match. He handed Abner a pack of tissues. Cousin, you might want to clean up that nosebleed first. With that, Cedric left calmly, while Abner touched his nose and indeed found a trace of blood on his fingers. He wiped the blood with tissues, cursing under his breath. Damn. Unlike Ardell, Abner had dated several women before Frida. From celebrities to supermodels, even some internet stars, he was no longer innocent. However, Frida was the first clean-hearted girl he had met, and the one who truly captured his heart. Because she was precious, he did not treat her like he treated other women for play. In nearly 2 months of dating, he followed the rules of courtship just like a naive teenager. A simple hand-holding could make Frida happy for a long time. Yesterday was their most intimate moment yet. All morning, all he could think about was the view of Frida's chest. Before, he mostly sought physical release without much attention to a woman's figure, as long as it felt right. Without real feelings, the women around him rarely stayed more than 3 months. Occasionally, when desire struck during a meeting, he would indulge, but never felt such intense longing as he did for Frida. It was perfect when both passion and affection were involved. When Frida came out in fresh clothes, she noticed Abner looking at her oddly. How to describe it? It was like how she had looked at pork belly after a week of boiled vegetables when trying to lose weight like Alicia, her eyes sparkling. She pulled Alicia aside to discuss her thoughts. Alicia was experienced in such matters. Wei, what do you think he wants? Frida asked, biting her finger innocently. Alicia scratched her slightly chubby cheek. What else could he want? You. Frida took a few seconds to realize. Wei, you pervert. Alicia chuckled softly. She had packed up and was about to leave, whispering before getting in the car. Inghan, you're an adult now. Having desires isn't shameful, but remember to protect yourself, okay? I understand. My little Inghan is growing up. Alicia ruffled her hair with a sense of pride. She hoped Abner would treat her well. Alicia closed the car door, ready to leave. Originally, Raphael was supposed to drive her, but after she closed the door, Cedric sat in the driver's seat. He smiled calmly at Alicia. Senior, let me drive you. Alicia replied indifferently. Thank you. It's my honor to drive you, Senior. As he spoke, Cedric leaned over, blocking the light inside the car. Alicia instinctively tensed up. He fastened the seatbelt and whispered close to Alicia's ear. Senior, at 5:30 this morning, I saw a brother coming out of your tent. Did you two sleep together last night? Chapter 83, Morgan will never love you. Alicia's entire body tensed up at the words, her mind racing. It was clear that the other party did not intend to give her any room for refusal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deliberately mentioned the time so distinctly. After realizing she had already been exposed, Alicia became calm instead. She didn't deny it. Yeah, we slept together. It was quite good. With no outsiders around, she saw no point in hiding anything anymore. This was the best way to refuse Cedric. After hearing her response, the person showed no emotional fluctuation. No wonder brother came here this time, when he never attends such occasions before. The way he looked at you made it obvious something was going on between the two of you. Cedric continued. But, Senior, I don't mind. I can wait for you. Alicia's pupils dilated. You? Because I know it's impossible for Senior and Brotherin. If you were interested in someone else from the G family, there might still be a sliver of hope, but with Brotherin, it's unlikely. Although Alicia had never thought about marrying Morgan, upon hearing Cedric's definitive answer, she couldn't help asking. Why? Because Brotherin is the eldest son favored by the Aemon. Once he truly takes over the G family, he has to choose a marriage partner according to the Aemon's wishes. If I'm not mistaken, you broke up with Brant because of your family background, right? Cedric bluntly said. When I was in school, everyone knew how much Brant loved you. In the end, he chose someone from a well-matched family, the Sue family. Senior, you are an illegitimate daughter of the Sue family. You couldn't even enter the Zhou family, let alone the top financial clan like the G family, which has a history of over 100 years. Besides, the G family is not only prominent in business, they also have strong political connections, making their standards for choosing partners extremely strict. After hearing these words, Alicia felt a chill run down her back. She wasn't concerned about the G family, but rather how thoroughly Cedric seemed to know her. Brant didn't even know her true identity until they broke up. Yet this man who had never met her face-to-face knew about her being an illegitimate daughter. Seeing Alicia's fear-stricken face, Cedric's lips curled into a slight smile. Senior, don't be afraid. I just love you too much. I've always genuinely wished you happiness. Since you've broken up with Brant, I won't suppress my feelings for you anymore. His face beamed with a bright smile. I'm different from both the Zhou family and the G family. I'm not the only son in my family. I have 2 outstanding older brothers, one of whom has already provided heirs for the family. I don't need to carry on the family business or continue the bloodline. People in my family spoil me, allowing me to choose whichever girl I like freely. He moved closer, noticing how much more beautiful Alicia had become, almost like a perfect work of art. Cedric's eyes brimmed with intense affection. I really like you, Senior. As he spoke, he backed away, buckled up his seatbelt, and smiled warmly. Sit tight, Senior. We're off. Alicia originally thought that last night's incident was due to him being drunk, but now it appeared that Cedric was fundamentally a possessive person. The thought of dealing with someone like him made Alicia deeply anxious. When he dropped her off at the apartment building, Senior, we're here. Alicia snapped out of her daze and was about to open the car door when she suddenly remembered that she had just moved into the new apartment, and only a few people knew the address. She hadn't told him the specific location when getting into the car, yet he arrived precisely here without error. Gripping the door handle, Alicia's expression turned serious. The man had already gotten out of the car to fetch her things and smiled at her. Senior, let me help you carry them upstairs. Alicia looked grave, suspecting that Cedric was trying to find out which floor she lived on. Noticing her wary gaze, Cedric's face showed a look of distress. Senior, don't look at me like that. I don't have any bad intentions towards you. I genuinely just want to help you. Besides, I've known you live on 8 to 2 for a while now. What have you done? Alicia's eyes stared at him, as if he were a pervert. Senior, I admit I investigated you, but I never intended to harm you. Cedric quickly approached, laughing brightly under the sunlight. Yet, Alicia felt as if her whole body had fallen into an ice cellar, every pore cold. With a heavy heart, she followed him into the elevator and earnestly advised, Cedric, you're young, and I understand your longing for a beautiful romance. But someone like me isn't suitable for you. Since you know now, I'll be honest. I like mature and steady men like Morgan. Last night, we had a great time. She brought up Morgan to try to make him back off, believing this would make Cedric realize it was futile. Unexpectedly, Cedric suddenly leaned in close, pressing one hand against the elevator wall beside Alicia. Senior, what if I told you brother and doesn't love you at all? We all know he has someone in his heart. He has loved the woman who saved his life for many years. To him, you're just a way to indulge in carnal pleasure. But I'm different. When I first saw you back then, I fell in love with you and couldn't pull myself away. Initially, I didn't dare to confess because I was afraid of being rejected or disliked by you. Upon learning you were with Brandt, I sincerely wished you well. But that bastard didn't cherish you, Senior. From now on, I won't let anyone hurt you anymore, not even brethren. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Cedric placed the items by the elevator entrance, but did not leave. Instead, he waved to Alicia and flashed a dazzling smile, looking extremely obedient. Goodbye, Senior. By the time she got home, Alicia felt icy cold all over. She rubbed her hands, which were covered in goosebumps. Cedric was too dangerous. Alicia immediately changed the password for her front door. Then she dialed Morgan's phone number, urgently seeking help. The call was met with a prompt that the line was off. Alicia's mind cleared up slightly. She realized how much she had come to rely on that man. Previously, she never considered getting to know Morgan better. Looking back, Morgan had never actively disclosed where he went either. Even when she asked about his injuries yesterday, he didn't tell her the truth. Perhaps Cedric was right. In his heart, she was just an object of fleeting desire. It was the relationship she wanted, but after being enlightened by an outsider, Alicia felt inexplicably disheartened. Looking at the dining table, it was all because of that night's words from Morgan, prying open a chink in her frozen heart. She took the initiative to take this step. But now, Alicia was only relieved that she hadn't fallen in love yet. There was still time to turn back. She smiled faintly, pushing away the extra emotions in her mind. She went to her room, took a shower, and sat at her desk to draw sketches. To her, work always came first. With Morgan, things were fine as they were. Without expectations, there would be no pain. Her phone received a text message from an unregistered, unfamiliar number. It clearly read, Honey, I really want to tear your dress and have you hard on the bed. Chapter 84. Who could it be? Alicia almost threw her phone after reading the message. This was completely different from Ardell's usual flirtatious tone with her. It felt like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, staring at her intently. It would pounce on Alicia as soon as she showed any weakness and swallow her whole. During her student days, Alicia had encountered similar incidents. Back then, some men who failed to win her affection maliciously exposed her number. As a result, Alicia frequently received unsavory messages or calls. Even when she reported to the police, it did no good. The sender either used overseas numbers or left her number on small advertisements. It was like swallowing a fly, disgusting yet helpless. Later, she changed her number and reduced social interactions. After getting together with Brandt, these troubles gradually diminished. Her first thought went to Cedric, the man who knew her inside out. But then again, it seemed unlikely. He confessed his love just now. Sending such a message right after would be tantamount to declaring himself as the pervert to everyone. If not Cedric, could it be Brandt trying to get back at her by deliberately sending such vulgar messages? Alicia clutched her phone tightly, feeling bewildered. Who could be playing such a prank? She tried calling back the number, but, as expected, it didn't connect. Alicia locked all the windows and doors and stayed at home for the entire day. As time passed, her nervousness gradually eased. Just as dusk was falling, she became engrossed in her manuscript. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, startling her and leaving a long streak on her paper. Her eyes fell on the phone screen. Rarely, it was a video call from Ardell. She hesitated for a moment, but still answered it. The moment she connected, instead of Ardell himself, what appeared before her eyes was a magnificent coastline bathed in the golden hues of sunset. The sea breeze rippled through the air, the surface of the ocean glittering with light, and a few seagulls flew past. She could hear the sound of waves crashing against the boat and birds chirping. The beautiful scene was so soothing that it made her forget to speak for a while, until his deep voice sounded beside her ear. Is it beautiful? Where are you? He chuckled softly. Guess. Alicia wasn't stupid. She realized he didn't want to answer, so she didn't press further. Are you on a business trip again? Yeah, I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Thinking of what Cedric had said earlier, Alicia subtly distanced herself. No need. We aren't at that stage yet. The smile on Ardell's lips froze. He knew Alicia well. Last night, she had been snuggling close to him, careful not to disturb his wound, obediently tilting her neck as he pleased. Now, she was setting boundaries. Could she be angry because he left without saying goodbye? Sorry, something came up this morning. You looked so peaceful sleeping. Alicia cut him off. Mr. G, you don't need to explain yourself to me. Wherever you go is your own choice. On the screen, Ardell saw Alicia's exquisite little face filled with coldness, especially those fox-like eyes, which looked surprisingly aloof when not smiling. Before he could respond, Alicia hung up the call citing busyness. Far out at sea, the man smoked a cigarette, his deep eyes flashing with an indiscernible glint. The little girl was mad. Alicia stared at the disconnected call, the screen gradually dimming. She quietly reminded herself that this was where they truly belonged. Late into the night, Alicia had just finished washing up and was about to sleep when another message came in. Still from an unknown number. Baby, I miss you so much I can't sleep. There was also a picture of a man's naked body attached. Seeing that photo, Alicia's drowsiness vanished instantly. She placed her phone far away, feeling dirty just looking at it. Who could it be? In the dead of night, Alicia felt utterly helpless. She instinctively thought of Ardell but quickly dismissed the thought. Over the 2-day holiday, the sender sent her messages morning, noon, and night, each one more explicit than the last. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Alicia went to the police station. As expected, the sender had routed the IP address abroad using a virtual phone number, making it impossible to trace. Since she hadn't suffered any substantial harm, the police could only offer comforting words and wouldn't dispatch officers. Alicia spent 2 anxious days, exhausted from lack of sleep. On Monday, she went to work as usual. Though she hadn't slept well for 2 days, she tried to stay alert as she welcomed students at the school gate. Teacher Shin, you look very tired. Are you okay? The one speaking was Bear's mother, who had transferred here not long ago. She picked up and dropped off her child daily, standing out among the other parents, most of whom were maids. As a transfer student, Alicia would naturally pay extra attention. Fortunately, Mrs. Liu had a gentle personality. Alicia smiled at her and said, "It's fine, Mrs. Liu. Thank you for your concern. I leave my son Yuxuan to you. It's what we are supposed to do. Yuxuan has been here for less than a week, but is adapting well. Please rest assured, Mrs. Liu." Alicia stretched out her hand towards Bear. Bear glanced at her, then ignored her hand and walked away directly. Mrs. Liu appeared embarrassed. "Sorry, Teacher Shun, this kid. It's all right. We will take good care of the child and give him more time." Facing parents of new students, Alicia was especially patient. After all, Santiago and Alfonso were initially very reserved as well. It took her quite some time to open their hearts. When she turned around, Alicia suddenly felt a burning gaze fall upon her. But it seemed like everyone there was just dropping off their children. Maybe she was imagining things. Teacher Shun. Santiago ran over to her from afar as soon as he saw her. On the other side, Alfonso, who got off his nanny car, was also running fast. Both of them raced as if competing to reach Alicia first. Alfonso, having a shorter distance to cover, even made a funny face at Santiago while running. Alicia caught the 2 kids racing towards her, her lips curling slightly. "Slow down, my little darlings, don't fall." After not seeing each other for 2 days, the 2 kids were especially affectionate with her. A familiar voice sounded in her ear. "Teacher Shun, you're really gentle." Alicia looked up and met Cedric's eyes. Her smile froze instantly. "Why did you come?" Alfonso, holding Cedric's hand, asked curiously. "Teacher Shun, do you know my uncle?" Only then did Alicia recall the words Cedric had mentioned before. He had 2 older brothers, so Alfonso must be his nephew? The world sure is small. Yes, I've met him. Today, Cedric was dressed differently, wearing a suit instead of his usual casual attire. His striking yellow hair had been dyed black, making him look quite the part. He extended his hand toward Alicia. "Teacher Shun, I'll be responsible for picking up and dropping off Alfonso from now on. Please take care of him." Alicia shook his hand briefly, then quickly let go. She mumbled some formalities before turning to leave. Just as she arrived at the changing room and put on her uniform, another message came in. "Baby, wear a skirt for me tomorrow." Alicia nearly lost it. Her gut feeling was right. That person had indeed been in the crowd. Who was it? Cedric? During lunch break, a courier delivered a bouquet of flowers. Frida snatched the card inside and read aloud word by word. "Baby, I'll always be watching you." Chapter 85. You can't escape tonight. Alicia snatched the card, which only had machine-printed words with no specific information. TSK Weiwei, who on earth is this mysterious admirer of yours? Alicia thought of that psychopath, her brows furrowing in worry. Frida asked a few questions, but Alicia did not respond to her. If she told Frida, that chatterbox would surely tell Abner, and perhaps Ardell would find out too. Alicia subconsciously wanted to draw a line between her and Ardell. I don't know. Alicia threw both the flower and the card into the trash can. Not long after discarding them, someone delivered a bright bouquet of sunflowers. The card was handwritten by the sender, with bold and arrogant strokes. "Seniors, I'm going to pursue you now." Frida hugged the sunflowers and laughed mischievously. "I know right away who this must be. Miss Shun, you've got quite some charm." As she teased, another bouquet of flowers arrived. This time it was a bunch of gorgeous yellow roses, without any card. Yellow roses symbolize apology. Alicia guessed who sent them. One was from Ardell, and one was from Cedric. So who sent the pink roses? Alicia didn't keep any of the bouquets. In the following days, 2 bouquets of flowers were delivered to her daily without fail. Moreover, the messages kept coming. That person enjoyed sending her messages, but she did not spot any suspicious figures on her way home. Though there was no concrete action taken, this matter weighed heavily on Alicia like a boulder, pressing down on her day and night. Especially during these late nights, every time her phone screen lit up, it felt like an enormous beast with a chilling gleam, ready to swallow her at any moment. Her phone rang, and Alicia's body trembled in fear before she saw a familiar number and answered it. "Hello." She swallowed hard, unable to hide the tension in her voice. "What are you doing?" The low male voice gave her immense security, like a ray of light dispelling the darkness in front of her. Holding the phone tightly, Alicia tried to suppress her nervousness. Nothing much. Ardell sharply sensed the tightness in her voice. What was she afraid of? With his handsome brows deeply knitted, he said nonchalantly, I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. Even though Alicia had been prepared to have only physical relations with him, emotions could not lie. Upon hearing he would return, she felt a noticeable sense of relief. During these past days, she constantly received those kinds of messages. Alicia always felt as if her feet never touched the ground, floating in midair, lacking a sense of security. At some point, Ardell became her security. Neither of them spoke further, nor did they hang up the call. Click. She heard the sound of a lighter and the man's shallow breathing as he lit a cigarette. Alicia imagined a tall man leaning against the wall, slightly bending his back, biting the cigarette with thin lips, lighting it with distinctively knuckled hands, then looking up while exhaling a ring of smoke, profound and sexy. Such vivid imagery made her recall the night when they were in the sleeping bag, where nothing was done yet was full of intense affection. After a pause, Ardell's voice came from the wind. Tomorrow night, I'll sleep at your place. Alicia felt her heartbeat slow for a moment. A single sentence reignited the lust that had been dormant for days. All right, I have a home visit and might get home later. Send me the address. I'll pick you up. Alicia was about to refuse, but the man forcefully added, Little Wei, I miss you and want to see you earlier. With just one sentence, she uncontrollably sent him Mrs. Liu's address. After hanging up, Alicia suddenly wasn't afraid anymore, her mind filled with thoughts of the man. It seemed she also missed him a little. Thinking about their evening meeting, Alicia specially changed into a white dress. Tonight, she would go to Mrs. Liu's house, whom she had thoroughly investigated beforehand. Mrs. Liu was not Bear's biological mother. Although there wasn't much news about Blake, Alicia thought it was already commendable for a stepmother to do so much. Every day, she personally picked up and dropped off Bear, leaving with high heels and carrying his school bag, holding a water bottle in hand, running small steps behind Bear with a pleasant expression. However, Alicia's interactions with Bear were not smooth. The child refused to interact with anyone, especially female teachers, showing a particular aversion. Today, because Bear knocked over the millet porridge Alicia handed him, spilling it all over her hand, Santiago was almost tempted to hit him out of anger. Alicia was very patient with the child, showing no anger as she gently wiped his mess. Yet Bear responded even more disdainfully. Get lost, you bitch. Alicia speculated that perhaps her father's remarriage had cast a psychological shadow over him, so she planned to have a thorough talk with Mrs. Liu about this issue tonight. As the sunset descended, Alicia arrived at Mrs. Liu's house. Mrs. Liu personally greeted her with a warm smile on her face. Teacher Shun, you're here. Please come in. The front door closed behind Alicia, blocking out the last rays of sunlight. Alicia surveyed the villa. Its decor was predominantly black and white, giving off an oppressive feeling. Mrs. Liu, where is Yuxuan? He's upstairs. His father is home today, so you might as well talk to him. Alicia frowned. She generally avoided communicating with male parents to avoid any suspicion. She had also discussed this with Mrs. Liu beforehand. Mrs. Liu, I usually communicate with you regarding Yuxuan's issues. His father may not fully understand the situation. It would be better if both parents could discuss together. All right, Teacher Shin, please follow me. Mrs. Liu led her upstairs, making Alicia feel instinctively uncomfortable. Guests were typically received in the living room. Upstairs belonged to the private spaces of the homeowners. Mrs. Liu, I still have another home visit soon. Let's keep it short here in the living room. Don't worry, Teacher Shun, it won't take long. Alicia's fingers reached into her bag, feeling for her recorder, a habit from her profession. People can be ugly inside. Even though Mrs. Liu appeared gentle, appearances can be deceiving. Alicia was led to the study. As she stepped into the room, Mrs. Liu bent down, saying, Teacher Shun, I'll get you a glass of water. With that, she pulled the door shut and left. Alicia felt more uneasy. Such a large villa didn't seem to have any servants. Mrs. Liu's gaze had been darting around whenever she looked at her. She was just a small teacher. What could Mrs. Liu possibly deceive her about? Though confused, Alicia quickly dialed Ardell's number based on her sixth sense of danger. Ardell was the best choice. He was steady and wise. Even if Alicia didn't explain anything, he would certainly grasp her intent. A man sat at the desk, his head lowered so his features were obscured. Alicia began. Blake, I'm Yuxuan's teacher, my name is. The man suddenly lifted his head and cut her off. Teacher Shun, I know you. Seeing his face, Alicia's pupils dilated in shock. It's you. The man twirled a pen in his hand, revealing a long scar on his forehead. He approached her, his eyes gleaming like a predator's. Excitement and agitation. His Adam's apple bobbed rapidly as his voice changed pitch with excitement. Baby, you're wearing the white dress I love the most. It was him. That psychopath. Alicia immediately tried the doorknob, but found the door locked from the outside. Only then did she realize she had walked right into a trap. Baby, don't waste your effort. Tonight, you can't escape. Chapter 86. Morgan had just landed when he received the call. Alicia rarely took the initiative to contact him, so he smiled slightly, assuming the young girl was thinking of him. But his expression changed dramatically as soon as he hit the answer button and heard what was going on. Alicia was in trouble. Mr. Stewart, I didn't expect a scum like you would still be alive, came the calm voice of the young woman on the other end, betraying no sign of tension or fear. She maintained her composure to reassure Morgan that she could handle the situation for now. By specifically mentioning his name, she gave Morgan some time to prepare. Morgan glanced at Wilson. Investigate this Stewart, and have the bodyguards get there first. It would take some time to exit the airport after landing. He feared it would be too late by the time he arrived. He anxiously listened to the sounds from the phone, though Alicia was intentionally stalling Stewart. After all, she was just a girl, and the other side was fully prepared for her arrival. How terrified must she be right now? Soon Wilson returned with information. Mr. G found it. Lou G is grandson from the south part of the city, a devilish character since childhood, ruining countless relationships. In high school, he drugged a girl and got her pregnant, forcing her to jump off a building. What happened afterward? Morgan frowned. People like this who bullied girls were his most despised type. He was caught red-handed for rape and just finished his sentence. I didn't expect he would find Shin teacher so quickly. The target is? The incident was suppressed back then, and few knew about it. We don't know who the female victim was. Soon after, Shin teacher agreed to marry Brandt. Not sure if these two events are connected. Morgan had a rough idea now. There was a significant possibility that the girl Stuart targeted back then was Alicia. New grievances coupled with old ones. He would definitely blame Alicia for everything. Seated in first class, Morgan waited impatiently for the cabin door to open, his brows knitted together, his lips pressed thin, looking rather cold and indifferent. His fingers gripped the armrest tightly, veins popping out on his hand. Gazing into the distance with dark eyes, the usual composed man clearly appeared more anxious. Alicia, wait for me, I'm coming. Alicia sized up Stuart as he approached her. During college, many people pursued her, including him. He was particularly ostentatious, trying to win her over with money, which Alicia repeatedly rejected. On that rainy night, he almost harmed her, but fortunately, Brandt appeared in time and testified against him, sending him to prison. Since then, Alicia secretly started learning self-defense. She wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Turns out, Bear was the child born from the girl whom he had forcibly impregnated in high school. The girl jumped off a building shortly after giving birth, and given Stuart's notorious reputation with women, Bear grew up hating women. Did you use Yuxuan to lure me here to settle old scores? Yuxuan? TSK, how intimate. Miss Shen, why don't you become his stepmom? We can erase all our past grudges. A sudden clap of thunder echoed overhead. The weather changed abruptly, fierce winds howling, tree shadows swaying. The room dimmed, and during a lightning strike, the light flashed across the face of the man before her, highlighting the scar on his forehead even more fiercely. It reminded Alicia of that stormy night when he had pinned her down in the woods. Her shoe had fallen off, and the other leg was scratched by branches and rocks, blood trickling down her calf. Heavy rain poured down, the muscular man spouting obscenities, one hand grabbing her delicate ankle. In desperation, Alicia used a rock to strike his forehead hard. Blood dripped onto her white dress, blooming into crimson flowers. Stuart, however, seemed excited. He held her down, tearing at her dress carelessly. Tears mixed with rainwater, and Alicia struggled desperately, her voice hoarse from shouting. Fortunately, Brandt appeared just in time to stop everything. This incident left her with a psychological shadow, causing her to resist any advances from Brandt later on. Bad memories resurfaced, but this time Alicia wasn't afraid. She stood firm, her pupils filled with coldness. What? Want me to crack your head open again? Stuart observed Alicia's reaction. He expected her to show fear and panic upon facing the man who nearly raped her. Unfortunately for him, Alicia did not react as he expected. I still remember that night you were wearing a white dress, and with a rip, I tore it open, exposing your round shoulders. You kept begging me while backing away on the ground. The heavy rain soaked your body, and your hair clung to your face. It was incredibly alluring. Shut up. Alicia's nightmare that she barely managed to suppress was so easily brought up by her attacker. Her calmness now mixed with anger. Her anger clearly pleased him. Stuart stepped closer to Alicia, his face wearing a devilish smile. Miss Shun, I remember the underwear you wore that day, with pink lace bows. Your legs spread apart. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed through the phone, making Morgan's heart nearly leap out of his chest. To such a pervert, a slap might just make him even more aroused. Stuart pressed his tongue against his cheek. Yes, that's the look, exactly the same as back then. Miss Shun, let me see what color you're wearing today. He reached for Alicia, who was mentally prepared. As soon as she grabbed his wrist, she aimed to throw him over her shoulder. This was a move her physical trainer had made her practice countless times, including how to protect herself in dangerous situations. She had used it on Brandt before, and it worked. But Stuart was prepared. His body didn't budge. Miss Shun, you probably don't know that besides playing with women, my greatest hobby is boxing. He gripped Alicia's slender wrist tightly, his smile fading until his lips formed a thin line, making his face appear particularly dark and cold. If not for Brandt's surprise attack from behind, do you think he could have been my match? Alicia's wrist ached under his grip, but she dared not show any sign of pain, fearing it would please him. Her eyes burned with intense hatred. Do you know what it's like for a rapist in prison? Alicia didn't want to know. He replied coldly. Those who tried to hurt me ended up dead. Alicia, do you want to try? Without his smile, he looked truly terrifying. His towering shadow loomed over Alicia entirely. Stuart stared into her eyes. I've thought about your body for so many years. Has anyone touched you? As he spoke, his hand slowly caressed her neck, tightening its grip like a snake's mouth, bit by bit. His voice was icy cold, filled with menacing threats. You know, I like things clean. Suddenly, he leaned down, his hot breath spraying on Alicia's face. So, have you been tainted by anyone? Chapter 87. Her redemption finally arrives. The man's grip tightened, gradually robbing Alicia of her breath. In his palm, Alicia's neck was as slender as a blade of grass, easily broken with just a little force. He hated and loved Alicia at the same time, but mostly it was unrequited love that even turned into a twisted desire to shred her, to break her. Boom! The thunder shook the sky. It illuminated Alicia's pale and tense face. Stuart, as if bewitched by something, leaned down inch by inch, about to kiss Alicia. This was the woman he had longed for over several years, the only motivation for him to crawl through the darkness. Just as his lips were about to touch Alicia, she suddenly lunged forward and hit his forehead with all her strength. Bang! The sound of their skulls colliding could be heard clearly even by Ardell, who was driving toward them. His heart clenched, but he couldn't make a sound at this moment, for fear that Stuart would notice him and harm Alicia in anger. The car was speeding down the road, raindrops flying diagonally against the windows, and the tires splashing large water droplets. Alicia's attack injured herself as well, but managed to push the man back. The moment she broke free from his control, Alicia swiftly reached the desk, grabbing whatever she could find and hurling it at him. Tablets, pen holders, ink stones, and unknown documents. White papers like snowflakes drifted down from above, landing around the man's feet. Stuart smiled. Alicia, you're still the same as before. Why resist? I actually love women who resist. Stuart, this is a law-based society now. You've just been released. Do you want to go back inside? Although flustered, Alicia tried her best to stay calm, stalling for time until Ardell arrived. Teacher Shun, things are different now. Back then, if not for Brant helping you against me, I wouldn't have ended up like that. Now that you no longer have any backing, do you think the outcome will be the same? He took a step closer to Alicia, who continued playing cat and mouse with him along the table. Fortunately, the study connected to a terrace, and she quickly climbed onto the edge. Don't come any closer. The man chuckled, crossing his arms with a look of amusement on his face. Jump then. This is the second floor. You won't die, but you might become crippled. If your legs are broken, you won't be able to run away anymore. Alicia glanced at the distance below, about 3 meters. Jumping down would definitely break her legs and possibly injure her spine, leaving her paralyzed for life. Standing on the terrace, she felt the rain-soaked wind lashing against her face, her dress fluttering in the wind. Stuart, we have no grudges. Why are you forcing me to this extent? The man's expression turned fierce. Who told you we have no grudges? Alicia, while I was locked up in that place, do you know what I thought? Why did I have to struggle in the mud while you remained untainted? Teacher Shun, I also want to pull you into this endless hell to taste my pain. During their conversation, Alicia discovered the best escape route. She quickly took off her high heels and threw them at the man's face. His first reaction was to dodge. By the time he turned back, Alicia had already vanished. Did that woman really jump? He hurried over and found Alicia jumping onto an abandoned air conditioning platform, climbing down the pipe. Seeing such a delicate woman move so nimbly, like a monkey. All this was thanks to Alicia's childhood years when Sayla let her run wild. She acted like a tomboy, often swinging bricks at boys who insulted her. Thus, she had plenty of experience climbing trees and walls, developing a good set of skills. She landed swiftly, barefoot, and ran out of the Liu residence without looking back. Just like that night, she knew escape was her only option. Even though her feet were scraped and bleeding, she didn't stop running. Her mind focused on one thing: run. Faster. If caught by that psychopath, who knows what would happen? If she had glanced back, she would have seen the man leaning on the terrace railing, lighting a cigarette, showing no intention of chasing her. In the dark night, Stuart stood there smoking and dialed a phone number. It's done. A male voice came from the other end of the line. You didn't touch her, right? Huh. Stuart smirked contemptuously. Rest assured, I don't gamble the Liu family's future for a woman. It seems your time in prison wasn't entirely wasted. Stuart exhaled a puff of white smoke, watching the woman running in the rain as if chased by ghosts. I'm just curious, you love her so much. Why choose to destroy her this way? This is none of your business. Don't forget what you need to do. After saying this, the caller hung up directly. Stuart suddenly felt utterly deflated. He stubbed out his cigarette and muttered softly. So pitiful. Teacher Shun, whether in the past or now, you've never escaped that man. Alicia only heard the fierce wind rushing by her ears. She didn't know where she was running to. It was as if she had lost her way in her own life. Why, after she finally managed to crawl out of the mud, did she only wish to live a simple life? Yet everything went against her wishes. These men always tried to force her into submission with all sorts of tricks. After running for so long, would she really end up as a toy for these men? At that moment, a black car sped through the rain, its dazzling headlights shining on her. Alicia's steps gradually slowed down. For some reason, she had a feeling he had come. Sure enough, the car braked sharply at high speed, the tires screeching against the ground. Then the car door opened, and a dark figure dashed out. Like a cheetah racing across the grassland, he sprinted toward Alicia at lightning speed. Alicia stared intently at the man running towards her. Without giving her any time to think, she was pulled into a strong embrace. Ardell's voice was deep with an evident tinge of fear. Sorry, I'm late. Only when that familiar voice echoed in her ears did Alicia feel like she had come back to life. Her nose tingled, and she looked up, peering through the curtain of rain into the man's deep eyes. His gaze was as dark and profound as the night, mesmerizing and enchanting. His unique cold scent filled the air between them, making Alicia feel safe. She had clearly told herself to draw a line with him. Apart from bedtimes, they shouldn't have any connection once they got out of bed. But in times of danger, the person who came to her mind was him. The moment she saw him appear, her racing heart finally calmed down, as if her redemption had finally arrived. At this moment, she disregarded Cedric's warning, tiptoeing up, grabbing the man's tie, and kissed him without hesitation, blocking his unfinished words. The kiss was scorching and dominant, forcefully capturing his lips. Chapter 88. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The rain poured heavily, and thunder rumbled. Alicia's fingers tightly gripped Ardell's tie, burying her head in his chest. At this moment, her emotions were very agitated, trembling uncontrollably. Her mind was a mess. She didn't even know what she was doing or what she should say. All she could think of was that night with lightning and thunder, the shadows of the trees swaying in the small woods, casting monstrous shapes on her body through the streetlights, as if they had invisible mouths ready to swallow her. Renee's sinister and unrestrained smile, and that large hand pulling her ankles down. She screamed until her voice went hoarse, but alas, there was no passerby on such a stormy night. Her body fell into the mud splattering all over her face. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The man's deep and gentle voice carried a soothing power that calmed her frenzied and tense emotions. He sprinted all the way, arriving 2 minutes faster than the bodyguard. He saw the little girl in his arms completely drenched. Her hair clung tightly to her small face, her forehead obviously flushed and slightly swollen, her big eyes flickering, looking utterly frightened. Ardell held her tenderly as he placed her in the car. The cold air inside the car made already soaked Alicia shiver. As soon as she huddled her body and sneezed, an extra coat draped over her. With the cold fragrance from the man enveloping her, Alicia felt immensely reassured. In the dim light inside the car, Alicia looked up to see the man's tense jawline, his originally cold features intensified by his lowered eyelids, giving off a strong sense of pressure. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyes cold like ice, evoking fear. Seemingly sensing Alicia's gaze, he lowered his eyes towards her. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" A trace of concern colored his cold eyes, slightly alleviating the chill around him. His soft voice reached Alicia's ears, making her feel tingling sensations. Alicia shook her head. "No, I was just thinking why every time I feel desolate, I encounter you." The man extended his knuckles, gently winding a strand of her black hair behind her ear, and said in a low and deep voice, "That you can think of me in danger, Miss Shun, makes me very happy." Alicia remained silent throughout the journey. Ardell carried her home and placed her on the sofa. When he came out with a dry towel and a first aid kit, Alicia, still wearing his coat, hugged her knees and curled up in a corner of the sofa, her dress thoroughly wet. Normally germophobic, she would always wash away any stickiness after being intimate with him, no matter how tired she was. But now, she kept her head lowered, like an injured little rabbit licking its wounds alone, which made Ardell even more heart-wrenching. He approached her gently, tapping her back. Startled, Alicia trembled and instinctively blurted out those two words, "Don't." Like a cornered beast at the end of its rope, she let out a defensive snarl from her throat. Ardell had never seen Alicia like this. Her beautiful eyes seemed unfocused, retreating when Ardell approached. However, she was backed against the corner of the sofa, with no place to retreat. She flailed her hands, hitting Ardell. "Don't touch me." Recalling the content of the phone call, Ardell knew that years ago Renee had almost raped Alicia. Tonight's incident brought back those unpleasant memories for Alicia. Ardell soothed her gently. "It's me, Miss Shun." Slowly approaching Alicia, her pupils gradually became clear, reflecting his appearance. "Ardell." She confirmed his name cautiously. "It's me." Ardell embraced her, Alicia clutching onto his solid waist as if finding a lifeline, burying her head in his chest. Hot tears seeped through the gaps, almost burning his heart. She sobbed. "You heard everything. I was almost in the past." This was a secret buried deep in her heart, known only to the 3 people present that night. After that, even though she agreed to Brant, she developed a distance with men, especially Brant, who couldn't bear to touch her after witnessing her disheveled state that night. Coupled with the influence of her parents, Alicia thought she would spend her life fearing men. But upon meeting Ardell, she felt an attraction towards him, and after some trial, that night was successful. She finally overcame that psychological barrier, only for Renee's reappearance to drag her back into the depths of darkness. Ardell supported her head with one hand and gently patted her back, whispering softly, "It's okay, it's okay." With tear-filled eyes, Alicia met his mesmerizing gaze. "You don't think I'm dirty? How could my little girl be dirty?" Ardell's voice was soft and languid, with a slight rasp from the alcohol, making it incredibly magnetic. His rough fingertips gently caressed her cheek. "Do you want me to prove how clean you are?" He had carefully examined Alicia's injuries in the car. Thankfully, they were minor, just a small cut on her foot and a slightly swollen forehead. Compared to these trivial physical injuries, he was more concerned about Alicia's psychological pain. He still kept Alicia's old medical records. She had been diagnosed with severe depression when she was a teenager. Although she remained aloof and introverted over the past few years, she had improved significantly from before. A relapse of this condition would be very dangerous for her. Ardell bent down, lowering his posture and suppressing his innate intimidating aura. Alicia stared at him blankly, momentarily forgetting how to react. His breath grazed her lips like a gentle brushstroke. The man gently removed the wet dress that clung to her body, his warm palms resting on her slender, pale shoulders, offering silent comfort. "Teacher Shun, in my heart, you are the cleanest little girl in the world." The warmth from his hands drove away the bone-chilling coldness in her body. At the same time, his lips descended. As their lips met, Alicia felt as if something filled the emptiness in her heart. The man tenderly caressed her soft lips, murmuring again and again, "You're not dirty." His kisses trailed down to her delicate neck, where clear marks testified to her previous misfortune. Ardell's pupils deepened, flashing with an imperceptible hint of murderous intent. He soothed her gently, sending electric tingles wherever he touched. Alicia couldn't help but arch her body, her fingers nervously threading through his thick hair. She bit her lip, softly moaning, "Ardell, Ardell." Chapter 89. His deep and intense love, one step at a time. Alicia felt her whole body heat up. Amidst the scorching and fiery atmosphere, she heard a crisp bell-like sound. Then a cool sensation enveloped her ankle, prompting Alicia to open her dazed eyes. This angle was exceptionally sultry. Her leg was lifted by the man, and Morgan knelt on one knee between her legs. He lowered his head, long and thick lashes obscuring the expression in his eyes, revealing only his tightly pressed lips that looked slightly indifferent. Lowering her gaze, she saw his clearly defined knuckles fastening an ankle chain around her ankle. Alicia was instantly mesmerized by it. It was an ankle chain composed of 7 lotus flowers carved from glassy jadeite, exquisitely translucent, without a hint of cottony inclusions or impurities. This was the finest quality of jadeite. If it were a complete jadeite bracelet of this caliber, it would be worth at least tens of millions. The jade lotuses were intricately carved, lifelike, with a few small bells embedded for an added touch of elegance and liveliness to the chain. On her fair skin, it seemed perfectly natural, luminous and bright. So this is the gift you mentioned? Alicia bit her lip. It's too valuable. Before she could finish, Morgan's lips descended onto hers. As Alicia's calf trembled, his breath fell on her lips, warm and tingling. Keep it. His voice was low but authoritative, not giving room for refusal. Do you know why I gave you this ankle chain? Alicia recalled past nights when her legs encircled the man's waist. He must have given this for those reasons. She guiltily averted her gaze, unwilling to fall into his trap. I don't know. Seeing her emotions ease, the man sighed in relief. Think about it well. His large palm rested on her damp hair. Be good, take a hot shower. Alicia finally regained her senses, noticing that the man had already removed her wet clothes. Though she had been exposed earlier, she instinctively used his coat to cover herself. I can wash myself, she stammered. Go ahead. Morgan complied as he watched the slender arm of the young girl reach into his sleeve. The coat, which fit him perfectly, looked like something a daughter would wear secretly from her father on Alicia. The hem barely reached her thigh roots, exposing her long and pale legs. She walked barefoot on the floor, moving slowly due to the pain in her feet. The bell sounds from her ankle resonated through the quiet room with every step. One step, one chime. One step, one thought. Suddenly, Alicia realized the intention behind this gift. Her face flushed instantly, and she rushed into the bathroom, turning on the shower. Warm water poured over her, and Alicia sat on the ground, closely examining the exquisite ankle chain. The lotus carvings were incredibly lifelike, embodying purity amid sullied waters. Under the light, they appeared transparent and bright, emitting a faint purple glow, looking exceptionally beautiful and noble. Fingers gently caressing it, she felt its smooth texture. Regardless of its craftsmanship or symbolism, Alicia adored the ankle chain. In the past, Brant tried to give her gifts, mostly luxury items, repetitive and meaningless. She neither liked them nor accepted them. But the first gift Morgan gave her, Alicia wanted to keep. Not because of the rare materials, but because the design was simply beautiful. As a designer and rock painter, she often dealt with stones and hadn't missed the exceptional quality of such jadeite, making it irreplaceable. No woman would dislike it. Recalling Cedric's words, once she accepted the gift, their relationship would subtly change, inching closer to a romantic relationship. If they confirmed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, the next step would lead to marriage. Caught off guard by his persuasive words, Alicia had vaguely agreed then, now feeling a headache. Would he really not mind if she had almost been forced in the past if she eventually agreed to date him? Biting her lip, Alicia had many concerns. After dragging herself out of the shower for a while, she found a tall man standing at the door. Her sudden opening of the door left the concern still lingering in his eyes. Did he fear something happened to her? It was just a shower. What could go wrong? Unbeknownst to Alicia, Morgan worried about her unstable emotional state, afraid she might do something drastic like attempting suicide in the bathroom. Finished showering? Meeting his deep gaze, Alicia thought of the chain on her foot, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. Yeah. Before she could finish her tangled thoughts, she was lifted off the ground, and the man had already scooped her up in his arms. Alicia could only cling tightly to Morgan's neck, scolding him. What are you doing? In a few steps, he carried her to the sofa. Didn't you hurt the soles of your feet? I'll carry you, so you don't have to be in pain. Before Alicia could protest, a bowl of brown liquid was shoved towards her lips, the pungent smell of ginger shooting up her nostrils. Drink some ginger soup to warm your body, or you'll get sick. Alicia felt slightly nauseated. No, things like bitter melon and ginger were something Alicia had always detested since childhood. Mariana's controlling nature was also evident in matters like what Alicia ate. Whenever Alicia picked out the ginger, Mariana would frown and insist that it was good for her health, and that she must eat it. Unwilling to give in, Alicia would find all the ginger picked out by the cook chopped into fine bits, evenly distributed in every dish, making it impossible for Alicia to pick it out. Mariana did this merely to establish her authority, ensuring Alicia dared not rebel. Little did she know, the more Alicia ate it, the more disgusted she became, eventually becoming one of the ingredients she most detested, wrinkling her nose at its smell. Morgan noticed her dislike and tried coaxing her gently. I added rose red sugar, so it's not as bad. Want to try? No, I hate it. She acted like a picky princess, directly expressing her attitude. Even if I have a cold, fever, headache, or anything tonight, I will absolutely not drink this damn ginger. Before she could finish her indignant sentence, Morgan took a mouthful and, holding Alicia's head, pressed his lips to her tender red ones. Alicia widened her eyes in displeasure, her small hands pounding against his chest. But Morgan ignored her struggles, turning into an emotionless medicine-feeding machine. Morgan, you bastard you. Before Alicia could finish her insult, she was kissed again by the man. Her legs clung to his waist, swaying back and forth. The little bells on her feet jingled softly. One step, one chime, each step echoing. Chapter 90. Intertwined Fingers. Morgan was feeding too hastily and too quickly, while Alicia intensely disliked the taste of ginger juice. She acted like a rebellious child, not only refusing to accept it, but also blocking it with her tongue. Parts of the juice she couldn't swallow in time trickled out from the corners of her mouth. The pale yellow ginger juice slowly slid down from Alicia's corner of her mouth to her snow-white neck, creating an indulgent scene. Alicia opened her eyes with a furrowed brow, meeting that pair of dark, deep pupils. It seemed as though his pupils contained an ancient well, so deep that just one look would drown her. His hoarse voice carried a hint of threat. Do you want to drink it yourself, or should I continue feeding you? Even when faced with his stern face, Alicia felt afraid and responded tremulously. I'll do it myself. Very good. The man's thin lips, still stained with ginger juice, and his sharp gaze locked onto her face, as if rejecting him would mean even harsher punishment. Under his threatening stare, Alicia felt somewhat guilty. Without caring how unbearable the taste of ginger juice was, she closed her eyes, held the large bowl, and gulped it all down in one breath. In the end, she pouted slightly, saying, I'm finished. Like a little child throwing a tantrum, it reassured Morgan. He was most afraid that Alicia would suffer from her old illness being triggered by this incident. Now seeing that she was doing well, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Open your mouth. Alicia didn't know why. Perhaps she was intimidated by the coldness emanating from him, acting like a trained puppy. After receiving his command, she obediently opened her mouth. Morgan placed a candy in her mouth, and the sensation of the foreign object made Alicia instinctively close her mouth. Before his finger had withdrawn, he felt her wet tongue brush past his rough fingertip, causing both of them to shudder. Sparks flew amid the ambiguity. Alicia quickly turned her head, letting the candy in her mouth gradually dissolve. The sweetness spread across her tongue, and with a swallow, it seemed to reach every organ and every part of her body. Morgan watched as the earlobe of the young girl, white as jade, tinged with a faint pink, making him feel parched. He really wanted to, but Alicia had just experienced such a great shock today. He couldn't be so beastly as to take advantage of her at this moment. His gaze moved downward, landing on the ankle chain around her foot. Thankfully, she hadn't taken it off. Do you like this gift? Alicia hesitated for a moment but still expressed her true thoughts. Yes, I like it, but it's too precious. Gifts are not about their value or worth. Their greatest value lies in earning your approval. Alicia had noticed before that there was a tiny SJ on the inside of the lotus flower design, which was the abbreviation of her name. From the craftsmanship and design, and knowing that the length fit her ankle perfectly, she knew it was a high-end custom piece. A product of this quality wouldn't be completed in a day or two. So, when he said he would bring her a gift, he had already placed the order. How long have you been preparing? Alicia's fingers traced over the lotus flower, its soothing texture providing a comforting feeling. Morgan did not hide the truth. On the third night after we were done. That meant he had been working on this gift for 3 months. Alicia's eyes widened significantly. If she still couldn't understand how special she was to Morgan, then she truly would be a fool. Before, she thought that his special treatment was because he wanted her to be the stepmother of his children. But now, Alicia changed her mind. From the very beginning, he had guided her step by step and told her he wanted an equal relationship, refusing the lover mode. Back then, he was setting up the foundation for today. It wasn't that he didn't want it. It was that he wanted too much. Fearing that Alicia wouldn't give it, he remained hidden and waited for the right moment. Alicia wasn't unaware. She had just deliberately ignored it, too afraid to think more. Once the veil between them was lifted, there was nothing left between them. Understanding what she was thinking, Morgan pulled her onto his lap, embracing her entire body from behind. Teacher Shun, you don't need to be afraid of me, nor should you force yourself to suppress your feelings. Telling you these things isn't meant to pressure you into making a decision. I respect your thoughts and choices. If you feel comfortable with our current relationship, then let's maintain it as is, okay? His voice was low and gentle, especially the trailing tone that carried a seductive allure, making it incredibly captivating. Having waited for so many years, he once dared not even approach Alicia. Being able to embrace her now was enough to satisfy him. Morgan feared that his intense feelings might scare her, so to avoid burdening her, he had always suppressed his emotions. He wouldn't tell her, I love you. He used his depth to mask his profound love. He had to bury all his intense emotions deep in his heart, which was very difficult and painful. Alicia turned her head, somewhat uncertainly saying, but this is unfair to you. She had said this before. Morgan had told her that love isn't a transaction. There's no fairness or unfairness, only willingness or unwillingness. Morgan leaned down, gently kissing her eyelids. I am willing. Feeling Alicia's eyelids lightly tremble under his thin lips, he moved with utmost gentleness. Hooking Alicia's fingers, he gradually inserted his thick fingers into the gaps between hers. Then their palms touched, his roughness feeling her delicate smoothness. And he tightened the force of their intertwined fingers. His thin lips curved. I only ask that you don't push me away. That's enough. Alicia had seen many men pursue her. Some would rack their brains to please her, while others would give expensive gifts. Even Brant schemed to trick her, all of it just a guise of love to satisfy their chauvinistic pride. But she had never seen a man like Morgan, who possessed a noble identity, an outstanding appearance, steady emotions, and a strong physique. One could say there wasn't a single flaw in him. Though such a high-ranking figure, he fell from his pedestal time and again, kneeling before her, devout and gentle. Alicia felt the scorching heat from his palm and slowly caressed his tense cheek with her other hand. If I can't respond to you for now, is it worth it? Morgan leaned closer to her, his cold breath spreading across her face, making her lashes tremble. For you, it is worth it. His voice was so light, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, causing Alicia's body to shiver. Though he hadn't done anything yet, her soft body rested against his solid chest. Meeting his burning gaze made her heart tremble. It was as if tiny insects were gnawing at her inside, causing inexplicable palpitations, and even her gaze towards the man brimmed with affection. Chapter 91 Only He. Ardell brought the medicine box and forcibly interrupted the ambiguity between the two. Apart from the reason that she was affected tonight, he felt it wasn't time yet. This fire still needed to burn hotter. He had to wait for the best opportunity when Alicia would no longer refuse him. Watching Alicia gradually opening up to him, he felt that day wasn't far away. The prerequisite was that he must be patient and not rush, as rushing would scare the little girl. Of course, the consequence was that Alicia, as well as he, had to endure cold showers every night. He carefully applied ointment to the wound on Alicia's foot. It's just a minor wound. It won't hurt tomorrow. Alicia's forehead was slightly swollen, showing how hard the impact had been. Ardell was worried about possible concussion and asked her, "Do you feel dizzy? Do you feel nauseous or have the urge to vomit?" Alicia stared at the bowl of ginger soup. "Yes, drinking that makes me want to throw up." Ardell couldn't help but laugh, applying some ointment. Alicia winced in pain. "Have a good sleep tonight, and leave this matter to me." After saying that, he took the bowl she finished and went to the kitchen to clean it. Alicia didn't go to the bedroom. Suddenly thinking of something, she chased after him and leaned against the door. "You wouldn't say that classic line, would you?" He turned his body to look at her. "What?" Alicia suddenly asked. "Do you have a cigarette?" Ardell replied without hesitation. "Yeah, in my pocket." No sooner had he spoken than the little woman's body pressed against him from behind. With his coat off, only a thin shirt remained on his body. Alicia obviously did it intentionally. When her soft body pressed against his back, he clearly felt it. The small woman hugged his waist from behind, her tiny hands rummaging through his trouser pocket. "Is it here?" That naughty little thing stirred around inside, easily feeling the hardness of his thighs through the thin fabric of his pocket. "Seems like it isn't," Alicia muttered. She originally planned to blow into Ardell's ear, but the man was too tall. Even bent over washing dishes, he was still taller than her. So height difference has its charms, but also its pitfalls. Alicia gave up on this plan. She didn't believe that she couldn't lure this man. Was his self-control really that good? Those small hands continued to play in the man's trouser pocket, and Ardell frowned. Enough. Before he lost his temper, Alicia laughed softly and finally fished out the cigarette. The man dried his hands and looked at her. "Why do you want a cigarette?" Alicia blinked at him. "To put on a show? Do you have a lighter?" Ardell was wary of her. To prevent another performance like earlier, he quickly handed her the lighter. What kind of show? Alicia found that besides being emotionally stable, Ardell never dampened her spirits. Whatever she wanted, he gave her. He didn't nag with endless preaching. It seemed that whatever decision she made, right or wrong, he supported her. Unlike Brandt, who deliberately suppressed her in the past, making her feel dependent on him for a good life. No matter how excellent Alicia was, she would never get sincere praise from Brandt. Whenever she wanted to do something impulsively, Brandt's first reaction was whether it would harm his interests. He appeared compliant on the surface, but in fact, he carefully weighed everything, ensuring Alicia stayed within the boundaries he drew. With Ardell, Alicia felt free. Alicia gave Ardell a mysterious smile and hopped onto the kitchen counter. She rarely cooked at home, so the countertop was clean and almost empty. With her legs crossed, wearing a bathrobe, Alicia's long, slender, and fair legs were exposed. A delicate anklet adorned one ankle, and red nail polish highlighted her toes. She picked up a cigarette and bit it, imitating Ardell's old way of lighting a lighter with one hand shielding the flame. The flickering flame danced across her clear and pale face. The red swelling on her forehead had been patched with an ointment. A few strands of hair fell down, lacking the neatness she usually had, adding a touch of allure to her frail appearance. When the cigarette lit, Alicia took a puff. Her left hand supported her right elbow, and the tip of the cigarette glowed between her right forefinger and middle finger. Her expression was lazy and cool. A wisp of white smoke slowly exhaled from her tender lips. Deliberately slowing her speech, her voice low and deep, she recited the classic line. "It's getting cold. The Liu family should go bankrupt." After finishing, she looked at Ardell. "How was it? Did I do it like a typical domineering CEO? Try it yourself." "Exactly as I just said." Ardell let her play, eyes only on that alluring figure before him. Only he knew how coquettish and enchanting Alicia could be. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he stepped forward, gripping her chin. "Do you enjoy smoking?" Alicia didn't savor it at all. Her focus was entirely on the performance. "No feeling. How about you?" She was still immersed in the mood of making Ardell perform. Speaking of leaders, Ardell was a leader among leaders, with his background and the domineering aura around him. This line was perfect for him to say. It wouldn't be greasy at all. It would be absolutely thrilling. Just thinking about it got Alicia excited. As she was lost in her imagination, Ardell suddenly grabbed her delicate wrist. Seeing him slowly lower his head, his thin lips wrapped around the cigarette she had lit, the crimson firelight flickering dimly at her fingertips. The man held her small chin and blew a smoke ring at her. The white smoke softly enveloped her face. Alicia was not used to this intense smell, and it made her want to cough. In the next moment, he stepped forward, pressed close to her, wrapped his arms around her slim waist, pulling her forward so that Alicia's legs rested beside his. With his other hand, he cupped the back of her head and kissed her fiercely and passionately. The taste was something she had tried once before, but never as fervently as this time. Ardell's deep gaze gradually darkened, as if holding a blazing flame within. Spicy, bitter, and the sweetness from the cheese candy they had earlier. The sweet dairy fragrance mixed with complex flavors bloomed on the taste buds. Alicia supported herself on the edge of the kitchen counter, feeling the cigarette burning quietly between her two fingers. As time ticked by, a thick layer of ash had accumulated at the tip. In the swirling white mist, the ash finally succumbed to the high temperature, quietly falling, landing beside Ardell's slippers. A few unnoticeable specks also clung to his black pants. The smoke was choking Alicia, and she wanted to pull away, but the man held on, causing her eyes to fill with a light mist. More frightening was the fire nearing her finger. She could feel the heat creeping towards her, about to scorch her hand. At the last moment, the man finally let go. The cigarette butt fell to the ground with a lingering ember, and Alicia could finally breathe deeply again. His deep eyes were filled with danger, his voice hoarse and breathless, hot breath brushing past Alicia's ear. Do you have any feeling now? Chapter 92 Can't Handle It. The storm outside was gradually subsiding, with drizzling rain tapping against the transparent glass windows. Alicia was kissed until she was dazed and her eyes brimmed with physiological tears. That domineering kiss, mixed with the strong scent of tobacco, made Alicia feel overwhelmed as he turned fierce. She knew that Morgan was punishing her this way. Alicia didn't dare joke with him anymore, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I felt it, very intensely. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was coquettishly pleading softly. Morgan forcibly suppressed the wildness in his pupils. In the past, he would inevitably say something lewd to tease the young girl intentionally. At this moment, his gaze was sharp, his face cold and unfathomable. He continued from their previous topic. I'll investigate the Liu family matter. Alicia instantly understood what he meant. You suspect there's someone else behind Renee? Don't jump to conclusions about anything easily. Sometimes what you see isn't necessarily the truth, Morgan said meaningfully. Alicia also regained her composure and calm. Back then, he was sent in because of me. It makes sense for him to seek revenge after coming out in less than 3 months. But for him to go through such twists and turns. Morgan caught the useful information sensitively. What else did he do? Alicia hadn't told anyone about the harassing messages, not even Frida. Seeing Alicia's hesitant expression, Morgan pushed forcefully. Shin Xiaowei, what are you hiding from me? Since they met, Morgan had never questioned her so aggressively, making Alicia's heart thump wildly. She finally understood the natural awe ordinary people felt when they saw Morgan. It was terrifying. It's just some spam messages. The man spread his large hand in front of her. Give me your phone. Alicia dared not refuse. She thought Morgan looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. If she dared say no, he would definitely bite off her head. Because she needed them as evidence, Alicia hadn't deleted any of the messages. Morgan scrolled from the bottom message upwards. Each phrase became more filthy than the last. Many of the contents were interspersed with pictures, mostly of male organs. Watching Morgan's face grow colder and colder, Alicia noted that he wasn't pale to begin with, but now he looked like a dark-faced Baogong, a legendary judge. Dense clouds seemed to gather on his face, signaling a brewing storm. The veins on the back of his hand, holding the phone, tensed up. The prominent blue veins made Alicia think he could tear her into 2 pieces with one hand. She didn't dare make a sound, even deliberately slowing her breathing rate to minimize her presence. Even though she remained silent, the inherent pressure emanating from the man made it hard for Alicia to breathe. She found an excuse. I'm going to sleep. Bang! Morgan slammed her phone onto the countertop. Alicia didn't have time to worry about whether the screen was cracked. The man raised his eyelids and looked at her. It was icy cold. It chilled Alicia down to her bones, feeling the bitter cold spreading from her toes. Her feet, which were about to flee, were frozen in place. This Morgan was too scary, like an ice-covered monster advancing step by step. Alicia's body was pressed against the edge of the counter, unable to move an inch. She swallowed. Morgan grabbed her wrist, using much more force than usual. He said coldly, that night, you were scared because of the messages, weren't you? Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Emotions surged in Morgan's eyes. Alicia didn't know how to explain. After hearing Lu Su's words, she subconsciously wanted to draw a line between them, wanting to guard her heart, hence treating him coldly. But when the incident happened, she dialed Morgan's number first, showing that he had become an irreplaceable person in her heart. Her previous refusal seemed like a joke. Morgan read her thoughts. Shin Xiaowei, you didn't plan to tell me at all. To you, I'm just like everyone else, just a stranger, right? Although Morgan knew from the start that she had a strong defense mechanism, he thought Alicia had changed towards him. Unbeknownst to him, he was just a tool for her needs. Alicia didn't know where to start explaining. After all, that was exactly what she had thought. Don't fall in love, don't be attached to him. She could handle this herself. Seeing her silence, Morgan loosened his grip on her hand. You're great. He turned around and left, closing the door to the guest room with a loud bang. Alicia had thought he would slam the door, but he didn't. In his raging anger, he was still worried about whether her condition would recur, and if she would be afraid of thunder and rain. That someone just flared up for a moment. Alicia looked at the closed door, unsure of what to say for a moment. Morgan was angry, and it seemed she had no experience in comforting people. Her mind floated back to her past interactions with Brandt. Most of the time, she was cold and indifferent, and she had never quarreled with him. Looking back now, from the beginning, her attitude towards Morgan was different. She didn't care about Brandt's life or death, so how could she care about his emotions? even when Brant occasionally got mad at her and deliberately ignored her for a few days. By the time he eagerly came looking for her, Alicia remained indifferent, not even aware that he had been angry and intentionally played Cold War. But Morgan was different. His angry expression carried a hint of loneliness and hurt, like a thorn that pierced Alicia's heart. Alicia stood by the door, not intending to knock or leave. After standing for a long time, her feet hurt, so she slowly sat down leaning against the door, hugging her knees and burying her face in them as usual. All these years, her social experience had never taught her how to comfort a man. She couldn't adopt the indifferent attitude she had towards Brant. Alicia's mind was in chaos. She felt herself becoming dependent on Morgan, but also feared getting hurt if they dated. No one could teach her what to do. The failed love experiences of her mother taught her to stay away from men and guard her heart. But could the heart be so easily controlled? On the other side of the door, Morgan leaned against the door and sat down, his hands resting on his knees, legs slightly bent, looking extremely lonely. He didn't know what to do, wishing he could dig out his heart to show her, yet Alicia would still worry about their uncertain future. He wanted to smoke, but found the cigarette box in the kitchen. Having just left in style, he couldn't bring himself to go back now. They stayed juncture until midnight. Morgan thought she must have fallen asleep already. He muttered under his breath, "Heartless little thing." As soon as he pulled open the door, there sat a little girl obediently waiting at the doorstep. Chapter 93 Warmth and Softness. The little girl was wrapped in a bathrobe, her legs tightly closed and exposed outside, with her small head resting on her knees. She huddled there like a stray cat or dog that had been driven out of its home, curled up into a tiny ball. How could Ardell still be angry with her? All he felt was pity. His mind was filled with one thought. How could I have been so stupid? She was so tender and delicious. Even if she asked for his life, he would give it. How could he let this little girl suffer? Upon hearing the door open, Alicia didn't move. Had she fallen asleep? Ardell came around to the front. Alicia was leaning against her knees, eyes closed, long eyelashes curled, her fair face flushed pink. Ardell immediately sensed something was wrong. He placed his large hand on Alicia's forehead, and indeed, she had a fever. This little one was stubborn before, saying that no matter how bad her cold or fever was, she wouldn't drink ginger soup. It seems good luck doesn't come easily, but bad luck does. Ardell bent down and carried her back to the bedroom, making several phone calls. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Outside stood a tall figure wearing glasses. He carried a medical kit, first looking around the apartment layout, then pushing up his glasses, his thin lips curling into a mocking smile. What? It's getting cold. Is the G family bankrupt now? Was this phrase so popular? Ardell ignored Hubert's taunts and quickly informed him of Alicia's condition. She's in the bedroom. She caught a chill from the rain and has a fever. I've tried physical cooling measures, but they haven't worked. Hubert sized him up. Someone who can make you this anxious must be that little girl. Enough talk. Coldness emanated from Ardell as he urged Hubert to examine her. Hubert was also quite eager. They all knew someone special to Ardell, but he kept it so hidden that none of them knew the identity. The small bedroom was lit by a bedside lamp, casting a warm yellow glow that wasn't glaring and wouldn't disturb sleep. Who would have thought this rough-looking man could be so considerate toward women? Alicia's body was tightly wrapped in silk blankets, only her face visible. Hubert almost mistook her for a mummy at first glance. Ardell wrapped her so tightly, clearly guarding her from him. Hubert adjusted his glasses. Firstly, I'm a doctor. Secondly, I'm a pervert. And lastly, I wouldn't dare do anything improper to your sister-in-law. Ardell clearly didn't believe him and stepped past him, pulling back the covers to check on her. Hubert smiled wryly. Playing so big? I'm still here, you know. Unexpectedly, Ardell pulled out a thermometer from under Alicia's arm, frowning. 39.8 degrees. Hubert sobered up. That's pretty high. We need to reduce the fever quickly. Alicia dreamed she was alone on Flame Mountain. The mountain path was rugged, and flames raged everywhere. No matter which way she went, she couldn't see an end. She seemed to be chasing someone, but she couldn't remember who. She could only endure the torment over and over again. Water, she murmured unconsciously. Suddenly, something cool touched her mouth. Alicia swallowed repeatedly, feeling too soft, warm surfaces pressed against her lips. What could it be? She instinctively sucked. The intimate sound echoed loudly in the night. Beside her, Hubert's eyes nearly popped out of his spectacles. What did he just see? That usually reserved and cold man was actually kneeling beside the bed, patiently feeding the little girl water mouth to mouth. Hubert thought he was hallucinating and wanted to get closer for a better look when Ardell's threatening gaze fell on him. It was like intruding on a wild beast's territory, the predatory glare forcing Hubert to step back. Bro, don't be nervous. I just want to check on your sister-in-law. Ardell glanced at the door. Get lost, and take out the kitchen trash on your way out. Sure thing. Dawn was approaching. Ardell had stayed by her side all night, checking her temperature again and finally breathing a sigh of relief. Knowing her early biological clock, he went to the kitchen, grabbed some beans to soak, took out some millet, and even poured out flour. Not sure what she would want, he decided to prepare multiple breakfast options, ensuring there would be something she liked. Busy as he was, he didn't even notice his phone had died and turned off. Alicia woke to the sound of rain tapping on the window. Before opening her eyes, pain surged through her body. It felt like someone had stuffed 100 blades down her throat while she slept, leaving it sore and dry. Her head throbbed, her forehead ached, and it felt like a woodpecker was incessantly pecking inside her skull. Her skin felt sticky, the pajamas clinging uncomfortably to her. Last night's events replayed in her mind. Right, she upset Ardell. Where was Ardell? Has he already left? As soon as Alicia thought of him, she hurriedly kicked off the quilt and got out of bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes. Barefoot on the floor, the door to the second bedroom was wide open, with the quilt on the bed neatly folded, showing no signs of anyone having slept there. A touch of disappointment flashed across Alicia's heart. Suddenly, she heard sounds coming from the kitchen. In an instant, Alicia ran as fast as she could with tap-tap steps. When she saw the tall figure busily working in the kitchen, her empty heart suddenly felt full. As Ardell turned around, he saw the little girl in pajamas standing obediently at the kitchen door. With her large fox-like eyes filled with mist, looking at him, she said in a hoarse voice pitifully, "Ardell, I hurt so much." Chapter 94. I miss you. Give me a hug. Flowers still clung to Morgan's hands, and he wiped them casually on a towel before his long legs quickly carried him in front of Alicia. His hands had just touched cold water. The slightly cool large palm landing on Alicia's forehead accidentally brushed against her wound, eliciting a sharp cry from her. "Ouch. It hurts." Morgan withdrew his hand gently, his voice deep and mild. "Then I'll be gentler." Alicia, with tears misting her eyes, looked up at him. The man was intently examining her wound, his calm eyes devoid of any anger. She blinked, cautiously tugging at the corner of his shirt. "You're not mad at me anymore?" Morgan looked down at the young girl before him, whose soft strands of hair framed a delicate face even more endearingly. Due to anxiety, the little girl subconsciously tightened her toes against the floor. Her big eyes twinkled like stars, directly flickering into Morgan's heart. Although Alicia didn't know how to comfort him, she was trying to mend fences, a leap from a greenskin train to a high-speed rail. Morgan tried hard to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth, striving for an expressionless face, as usual. Alicia couldn't read anything from his stern countenance, and was clueless about what he was thinking. Pouting, she appeared pitifully on the verge of tears. Yet, she did not apologize, because she did not feel she had done anything wrong, and if time could rewind, she would make the same choice again. She just instinctively didn't want Morgan to leave, so she stubbornly held onto his shirt. Morgan sighed, bending down to pick her up, embracing this stubborn little creature. Fine then, Alicia has shown that she cares about him. The rest can be taught gradually. Alicia wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her face against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, being unusually obedient. Morgan gently laid her back on the bed. "Not feeling well. Take the day off today." Such a gentle voice, concealing endless affection. "Okay." They remained in this position, with Morgan leaning over her. "You still haven't let go?" he asked softly. People tend to cling especially when sick, particularly to Morgan. Alicia found herself inexplicably wanting to stay close to him. She hesitated. The man's eyes were lowered, filled with patience. "What is it? Where does it hurt?" Biting her lip tenderly, Alicia replied, "I miss you. Can you hug me?" Upon hearing these words, the man opened his sturdy arms and embraced her fully. He closed his eyes, savoring the scent of roses from Alicia's hair. He wished he could hold her forever, embedding her firmly into his body, becoming part of him, inseparable evermore. In reality, he dared not exert too much force, for Alicia was like a porcelain doll covered in wounds. A slight squeeze could shatter her entirely. He truly loved her so much, yearning to fuse their very blood and bone, intertwined without separation. Alicia also closed her eyes, cherishing this moment of peace. After hugging for a few minutes, Morgan patted her head. "Wait here, the kanji is ready." "Okay." Alicia felt dizzy and sent a text message to the principal asking for leave, leaning heavily against the pillow in a daze. In a semi-conscious state, she saw Morgan sitting by her bedside. He held a bowl of kanji, spooned a bite, blew on it, and fed it to her. This was unprecedented care for her. Throughout her life, she had endured illnesses alone, only visiting the hospital when it got severe, and Layla would arrange for a nurse. Wanting to eat her mother's white porridge was nothing but a fantasy. At that moment, she felt a surge of emotion, finding Morgan akin to a warm father. Seeing her eyes brimming with tears, Morgan put down the bowl and stroked her cheek. "What's wrong?" "Still not feeling well." The fever had subsided to a lower temperature. Just as Morgan was about to pull back his hand, Alicia grasped his wrist and pressed her face into his palm. Gently rubbing against his hand, she said, "No, just think you're great, like the father I imagined." Morgan chuckled helplessly. "I want to be your lover, yet you treat me like a father. But it might not be bad." Alicia stared blankly at him, her reaction slower than usual, appearing pure and innocent, inviting some teasing. Seeing her spirit uplifted, Morgan leaned closer. Black eyes brimmed with tenderness and mischief, whispering lazily into the girl's ear. "Baby, do you want to try something more interesting?" Chapter 95. A glimpse. Alicia blushed at these words. In the past, when they were lost in their intimate moments on the bed, there weren't actually too many variations. Most of the time, she was just an accessory for him, and how would she know anything about romantic or non-romantic things? Seeing her face flushed with embarrassment, Ardell gently tapped her nose. "Just teasing you. I'm not that perverted. Finish up the rest." Soon after, Alicia received a call from the principal. Something had happened and he asked her to come immediately. Ardell's expression was cold. "You should be resting now. Let me handle this." Just a second ago, the frail young girl propped herself up against his chest, using his strength to get up. "Trust me, I can handle it." She knew Ji Ping could certainly resolve the matter, but the incident had already grown big. What Alicia wanted wasn't to suppress the news, but to calm the situation down and seek justice for herself. Why should those who did wrong act arrogantly while the victims had to endure in silence? That night, Alicia spent hundreds of nights healing herself. This time, she wouldn't run away anymore. Ardell held her wrist, hesitating. Alicia gave him a gentle smile. "Trust me, I can handle it. All right. He let go of her hand. Tell me if you need help anytime. The internet was already in chaos. Kennedy reported Alicia by name, accusing her of luring her husband under the guise of home visits, even releasing video screenshots. At the moment, Blake approached her, and Alicia reached out to push him away. From behind, it looked like Alicia was willingly embracing him. With Kennedy's personal testimony, netizens wouldn't believe otherwise, and abusive comments toward Alicia flooded everywhere. By the time Alicia arrived at the scene, Kennedy had hung up banners slandering Alicia and brought journalists along, causing a stir during the early morning rush hour of dropping children off at school. Alicia got out of the car in advance. Ardell knew her condition was very poor. That obviously frail young girl forced herself, her back straight as she took determined steps toward her battlefield. He connected the call. Wilson's voice was low. Boss, we found out. The Liu family and the Zhou family have a recent collaboration. Someone saw Brandt drinking with Blake at a nightclub. Sure enough, something felt off last night, Ardell thought. Someone was backing him, wanting to destroy everything about Alicia. It was Brandt. Look into what happened before Blake went inside. Was Brandt involved? Yes. With all the negative publicity surrounding Teacher Shin now, should we handle it? Ardell gazed at the young girl's straight back. No, she can handle it. Alicia appeared here. She was prepared. This was her battlefield. His job was to support her when she couldn't manage. But now Alicia could cope. If he intervened, capital involvement would ruin Alicia's plan. Suddenly, Ardell recalled a misty morning years ago when he was chased and lay bleeding in an alley. The little girl had alerted the police in advance and stayed hidden, seeing him about to die from someone else's knife. Who knew where she got the courage? But she emerged from the corner with a brick. Water droplets clung to her face and hair, bravely standing in front of him. Clearly trembling with fear, she spread her arms wide and shouted courageously. I'm telling you, the police are coming. That was the only time he had been protected by such a frail figure. Back then, with blood all over his face, Alicia still turned back to look at him, her voice trembling. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Such a brave little girl, bullied since childhood, yet she stood up for others without hesitation. That fleeting glance took away this man's heart forever. So Ardell believed his little girl would win. She was a lotus blooming amidst the mud. No one in the world was cleaner or braver than her. Alicia stood in front of Kennedy, her voice steady and clear. Kennedy, if you clarify the truth now, I will let you off. Kennedy's eyes flickered, not listening to a word. Teacher Shun, I trusted you so much, only to find out you seduced my husband. You're not fit to be a teacher, right? People like you will corrupt the children. Get out of the kindergarten, someone in the crowd agreed. Ignoring all insults, Alicia smiled and said calmly, everyone, don't worry. I will tell everyone the whole truth. After Bear transferred schools, I've been directly dealing with Kennedy. She led me to the study room to meet her husband alone. Nonsense. You mean I intentionally left you alone with my husband? No wife is that generous. Teacher Shin, your lies have limits. Alicia was well prepared and took out a voice recorder. Mrs. Liu, I have recorded the whole process of our meeting. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Alicia played the edited content. She deliberately erased the incidents with Bear before. These remaining parts were enough to reveal the truth. Alicia also presented the surveillance footage that Ardell helped her retrieve, clearly showing she and Mrs. Liu entered the Liu residence together. The situation reversed, and Mrs. Liu fled in guilt. Exhausted, Alicia had no heart for further interviews and asked for leave from the principal before leaving. She struggled to leave under her umbrella, but her vision became increasingly blurry. She knew Ardell was still waiting for her. She had to hold on. At the next corner, her vision darkened, and the umbrella fell from her hand as Alicia stumbled into a puddle. She thought, it's over. The expected pain did not come, and a man's strong hand steadied her waist. Alicia's head rested limply in the man's arms, her nose catching the familiar scent from him. She opened her dazed eyes and slowly looked up, meeting a pair of black pupils filled with deep affection. Ardell, it's me. The man stroked her burning cheeks with his large hand, his hot breath brushing her ear. Good girl, you did very well. Let me take you home. With that, he scooped Alicia up horizontally and bent to get into the car. Though Alicia had a high fever, her body was extremely cold, chilled to the bone. She closed her eyes, burrowing into Ardell's embrace like a hungry kitten, mumbling, cold, Ardell, I'm so cold. A trace of worry crossed Ardell's brow as he subconsciously held Alicia tighter. Still feeling chilly, Alicia unconsciously fumbled open his clothes, pressing against his skin, which made her feel warmer. She mumbled indistinctly, good brother, hug me tight. Chapter 96, like a kitten. Inside the car, Alicia haphazardly tugged at his shirt, burying her head into his waist. The moment her burning face touched his abs, she let out a relieved breath. While thinking so in her heart, on the surface, he remained composed. Be good, we'll be home soon. Alicia had her eyes closed and only gave a faint hum from her throat, as if she didn't quite hear him. So delicate, like a kitten. Walter was driving as seriously as he could, but upon hearing Ardell's deep yet infinitely doting voice, he nearly slammed on the brakes. Is this really Isai? Could it be possessed? Instinctively, he glanced at the rearview mirror, only to see Ardell leaning forward with lowered eyes. Although his usual tight jawline had loosened, even with a slight curve on his lips. Oh my, Isai is smiling so gently and doting, just like a proud father outside the delivery room, holding his newborn daughter for the first time, filled with tenderness. Just as Walter thought this, the man unexpectedly lifted his head, their gazes meeting in the mirror, which frightened Walter into quickly averting his eyes. Whoa, Isai's gaze is so scary. Where's the loving father figure? That day, Alicia lay on the bed, breaking out in wave after wave of hot sweat. Ardell stayed up all night last night, feeding medicine to Alicia. Her body hung over the edge of the bed, feet swinging, causing her anklet to chime incessantly in the room. Ding-dingling. The bedroom echoed with the intermittent, crisp ringing sounds. Like a mountain forest after the rain, where the breeze blows through the wind chimes under the wooden house's porch, creating a pleasant and soothing melody. But to Ardell's ears, that sound seemed like the sirens of a mermaid luring travelers. The coolness of the bedsheet, untouched by body heat, provided much-needed relief from Alicia's fever. The fiery red on Alicia's cheeks cooled down instantly. Ardell felt the temperature in the room rise, so he pushed open the window. Fresh air rushed in, calming his mind. He looked toward the small figure on the bed. Alicia's long hair was soaked with sweat, sticking wetly to her cheeks and nape. Due to a stuffy nose, Alicia subconsciously opened her mouth to breathe. Her tender lips parted slightly, breathing heavily, like the seductive blooming of a flower. Chapter 97. Don't hug me, I'm dirty. Just as he was about to touch Alicia, the woman who had her eyes tightly closed suddenly opened them. A pair of bewildered large eyes looked at him blankly, and with a hoarse voice, she asked, "What are you doing?" Damn it. Why did she wake up at this moment? Fortunately, Ardell's face was dark and thick-skinned, so Alicia couldn't tell that his face had blushed due to embarrassment. He reached out and grabbed one corner of the blanket, his handsome face full of righteousness, leaving no hint that just moments ago, the man's mind was filled with vulgar thoughts. "You dropped your blanket. I'm helping you cover up." Alicia gave him a faint smile. "Brother, you're so nice." After saying this, feeling there was no danger, she closed her eyes again, a faint smile on her lips as she fell back asleep. Her long eyelashes were curled beautifully, looking exceptionally pretty, like a beauty sleeping with an illness. Ardell sighed heavily to the sky. This was such a sin. He turned around and entered the bathroom again. Alicia slept until the afternoon, and her fever finally subsided. The heavy rain outside finally stopped, and the apartment became quiet. The curtains in the bedroom were drawn, and upon waking up in the dim room, Alicia felt like she had been abandoned by the whole world. She had sweated a lot, and was thirsty and weak. She raised her hand to turn on the lamp on the bedside table, where a thermos cup was placed. The temperature was just right, and Alicia drank greedily. She lifted the quilt to get up, finding her slippers neatly placed by the bed. Appearance and acting could be fake, but these tiny details truly tested a person's sincerity. Alicia still felt a bit dizzy, but much better than before. Her body was slightly weak, probably due to excessive sweating. She slowly walked through the rooms, the kitchen, without seeing his figure. But food was already prepared. Ground soy milk, chicken soup and millet porridge simmered in a sand pot. 2 tiers of buns, 1 tier of sugar buns and vegetable buns, another tier of fresh meat and braised meat buns. Beside them were several cold dishes, salted duck eggs, milk, and sandwiches. Seeing those, Alicia felt something strike her heart. She took small bites of the sugar bun, the honey-like sweet core melting on her tongue. She rarely ate sweets after growing up, but what Ardell made, she liked very much. Alicia's guard against men gradually diminished. She even felt some anticipation towards Ardell. If she took a step forward, what would she get? Happiness or harm? Her original certainty began to waver. Not knowing if he went to the company, Alicia wanted to thank him personally. Turning on her phone, Frida sent her many messages. Alicia replied with a message saying she was safe. Not caring how popular she was online, Alicia immediately called Ardell. The phone rang for a long time, and just before hanging up, an elderly-sounding voice came through. "Hello, Miss Shun." Alicia immediately recognized it was the butler and became somewhat flustered. Should she use Santiago as an excuse or ask directly about Ardell? Is Mr. G at home?" "Yeah, he invited someone over to box." "Boxing? At this time, he didn't go to work but box?" A possibility suddenly flashed across Alicia's mind. Is the person he invited surnamed Lou? Seems so. The person will arrive soon. Before the butler finished, Alicia hung up and hastily put on clothes. Given Ardell's personality, he must be going to fight personally. And that Renee was not a pushover either. With his towering frame and powerful fists, when he throttled her neck, she almost suffocated even without much force. Even if Ardell wouldn't lose, he wouldn't come out unscathed. Alicia rushed out in the rain despite her sickly state, hurriedly heading to the G family residence. More excitement than surprise, the butler thought. If Miss Shin wasn't here for Santiago, then it must be for Ardell. The little girl he had cared for all these years finally decided to open her eyes and look at him. Ardell's villa was too big. After parking her car, forgetting her umbrella, Alicia ran under the drizzle. The butler quickly came out with an umbrella. "Miss Shun, don't catch a cold." "Thank you. I'm looking for Mr. G." Having been here once, Alicia ignored etiquette and went straight down in the elevator. When the elevator door opened, a bang was heard, and Ardell punched someone to the ground, unable to get up. A man stood on the stage, wearing only shorts, barefoot, his exposed skin dark. His muscles were strong and wild, like a top predator on the African savanna. A wound on his waist had been reopened by punches, spilling out thick blood. "Ardell," Alicia's delicate voice sounded. He glanced at her, the ruthlessness in his eyes not yet fading. Blood stained his cheeks, chest, and calves. This was the first time Alicia had seen such a ferocious and blood-soaked Ardell. It was as if she were transported back 1,000 years, where yellow sand covered the sky and corpses lay scattered everywhere. The cries of battle echoed through the wind, and blood had turned the homeland red. Only a general, standing firm with a spear in hand, remained amidst all the carnage. A scene flashed through her mind. Though it vanished as quickly as it appeared, it left her feeling like she had witnessed something similar before. He looked like a naughty child who had done wrong, full of guilt and uncertainty. His hoarse voice revealed his anxiety. Shin Xiaowei I. Ardell hadn't expected Alicia to suddenly appear. He most feared her witnessing this bloody scene. She was so pure and radiant, like the moon in the sky. The stark contrast between his bloodied figure and her fair skin was evident. Don't come over. He instinctively tried to stop her. Knowing how scared she was of blood, he didn't want to frighten her. Ignoring his warning, Alicia approached him anyway. Ardell instinctively stepped away. Her watery eyes brimmed with tears that threatened to fall. Her slightly flushed lips pouted. Looking pitifully wronged, seeing him step back made her stand rooted to the spot, tears silently streaming down her delicate face, leaving streaks on her porcelain skin, tracing down from her rosy cheeks to her pointed chin. What does it mean for one's heart to be moved? What does it mean for someone to appear pitiable? What does it mean for one's heart to ache? Ardell now understood all too well. All he could think of was, as long as you don't cry, little goddess, anything for you. Why are you crying? Ardell kept his distance from her, fearing his bloodstained body might overwhelm her with its scent. Hearing his deep voice, a wave of sadness surged in Alicia's heart. How much pain must he be in? Fearing he would retreat again, Alicia didn't dare approach rashly. She could only stand there sniffling. Come closer. Seeing her speak, Ardell couldn't resist stepping forward, but still maintained a 3-step distance. Closer. But, just as he was about to refuse, he saw the little girl who had run all the way from the parking lot. Fine droplets clung to her soft black hair. Tears hung delicately from her long, curled lashes, looking ready to fall again. Unable to resist, Ardell took 2 more steps forward. Now only 1 step separated them. Still unsatisfied, Alicia sniffled. Didn't you say I wouldn't have to take even a step? There she went, feeling wronged again. Ardell, helpless, closed the final gap between them, bringing them very close together. Alicia suddenly wrapped her tender arms around his waist. Ardell truly hadn't expected the normally neat-loving girl to embrace him. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice sexy and hoarse. Baby, don't hug me, I'm dirty. Blood rushed to Alicia's heart, filled with concern. She reached out and caressed Ardell's cheek, wiping away the blood under his eye. Her voice sounded gentle and tender. Brother, does it hurt? Chapter 98. You care for me, right? Ardell had endured injuries big and small countless times, long accustomed to tempering his powerful and resilient spirit through pain. But the everyday injuries didn't hurt as much as that tear sliding from the corner of this young girl's eye. It doesn't hurt, said Ardell with a hoarse voice, subduing the deadly gaze and wildness in his eyes. Alicia could not hide her heartache. His wounds were clearly healed before, but now they were being torn open again by someone else, looking even worse. That large pool of thick, dark red blood pierced Alicia's eyes mercilessly. He suffered this calamity because of her, and the instigator was Renee. Before Alicia arrived, it could be said that Ardell was single-handedly dominating Renee. Initially, Renee did not dare retaliate. Later on, even when enraged, he couldn't injure Ardell, so he chose to attack Ardell's waist instead. Still, for this, he ended up beaten all over. Most of the blood on Ardell's body was actually his own, but it was this one blow that Alicia saw. Alicia withdrew from Ardell's embrace and approached Renee. Renee felt an indescribable sentiment towards Alicia, a sense of dissatisfaction and regret for something he couldn't obtain. Even a hint of sympathy he hadn't noticed himself. Badly injured and disheveled, lying on the ground. This man who had always been proud didn't want to lose face in front of a woman. As he tried to get up, Alicia suddenly grabbed his collar and slapped him hard across the face twice. You bastard. In all the years at school, Renee had never seen Alicia blushing. Today he saw it. Her fair skin flushed faintly, spreading down to her neck. Those big bright eyes were full of anger, like a fiery chili pepper. Alicia, unaware of what Renee thought, said, You hit even an injured person. Are you still human? Saying this, she slapped him again, fiercely. Renee pointed to his swollen, puffed-up face. Didn't you see how badly I'm beaten? You deserve it. Why don't they beat you to death? Renee? Seeing Alicia about to hit him again, Ardell seized the little girl's hand. Baby, don't dirty your hands. His hide is too tough for you. You won't move him, only hurting yourself. Alicia looked at his still bleeding wound. Go get dressed. Leaving, she gave Renee another kick in the waist. Lying flat on his back, Renee smiled. What a petty woman. But, it seemed like you have escaped Brand's control and found your own happiness. All the better. Ardell was afraid to frighten Alicia, so he covered the wound with his hand. Alicia didn't notice how they got into his bedroom. Stepping out of the elevator, Alicia realized that since she entered the house, every place she walked was carpeted. Was it because she fell in the living room the first time she came? Even at Jiao Yuan, she discovered there was a layer of shag carpet on the floor, which didn't match the overall decor. This guy? Entering his room, Alicia didn't take time to look around but asked immediately, Where's the medicine box? Over there. For such injuries, Ardell would usually handle them easily, but seeing Alicia so worried, he obediently stood there, pointing to the medicine box. The girl moved quickly, bringing the box and preparing clean towels and hot water. Turning, she saw the man standing still with blood trickling from between his fingers, forming a pool of crimson blood beside him in just a short while. Heartbroken, she hurriedly pulled him to sit down. Without hesitation, she knelt at his legs, as he once did for her, feeling even more guilty seeing that bloody wound. She scolded him as she treated the wound. Are you stupid? Who hit someone like this? Ardell's murderous intent faded from his eyes, replaced by tenderness. What else? Let his whole family go bankrupt? There's no need. If innocent people are dragged into it because of his mistakes, wouldn't I be just like him? It's not easy for a family to reach this point. Hearing his explanation, tears welled up in Alicia's eyes again. Fool, she muttered softly. Clearly, he held a high position, could crush anyone with a wave of his hand using his power. But he didn't. She shouldn't compare him to someone like Brant. Fortunately, the previous wound was almost healed. Only the surface was torn, losing a lot of blood but not deep. With experience, Alicia treated the injury quickly. Just days after removing the bandages, they were needed again. After treating the wound, Alicia wet the towel and began cleaning the blood from his hands. The warm towel carefully and patiently wiped each finger, her lowered lashes hiding the seriousness in her eyes. When she started wiping Ardell's face, her movements were so gentle, a stark contrast to Ardell's usual roughness. After he had taken care of her so many times, this was Alicia's first time taking care of him. She stood between his legs, slightly bending her body, with a few tiny sweat beads on her small nose. Meeting her cautious gaze, afraid of hurting him, Ardell's gaze grew increasingly intense. Teacher Shun, you really have a great learning ability. After teaching you once, you can handle it so well. Alicia met his mischievous gaze and instinctively wanted to retreat. Since this was Ardell's home, such an intimate place wasn't somewhere someone of her current status should be entering. I'll go change the water. Alicia took the cloth and tried to escape, but a competent hunter wouldn't let the prey slip away easily. Before she could move, she felt a tight grip around her waist, and in a whirlwind, Alicia found herself pressed down onto the bed. The highly elastic mattress gently bounced her up as she fell, and the bedding beneath her was very soft and smooth. Ardell looked down at the small woman sprawled on the bed with a wicked smile on his lips. Baby, do you remember what I said when you first came for the home visit? Alicia immediately recalled his words. My bed is bigger than any hotel's. Want to try it? The memory overlapped with the man before her, and only now did Alicia subconsciously take in her surroundings. This custom-made, oversized bed was indeed huge. Not only big, but also incredibly soft. Lying on it, the mattress cradled her body perfectly, fitting snugly against every inch of her skin. In the next moment, the man braced his hands on either side of her, closing the distance between them. He gradually approached, and Alicia could feel his hot breath clearly. But all he did was use the tip of his nose to lightly brush her damp little nose, like a dog showing affection, his actions lazy yet tinged with some tenderness. Deborah, I'm very happy that you're so worried about me. You are injured because of me. The man saw through her clumsy lie right away. You care about me, don't you? Alicia's eyes flickered, and she stammered. I. His breath neared her earlobe, carrying a hint of intoxication and magnetism. Baby, do you want me? Chapter 99 I'm here. Alicia felt as if she had accidentally trespassed into a male beast's lair. This was his territory, filled with the scent left by the male. Now, that male had retracted his fangs and breathed out behind her ear. It made her feel afraid, yet yearned for something secretive, just like before in the tent. Alicia licked her dry lips. Her gaze fell on Ardell's body, still stained with some dried blood and soaked with sweat. The natural wildness of a man, that was the hormone belonging to a male. As if driven by an invisible force, Alicia slowly approached him. At this moment, a child's clear voice echoed in the hallway. Teacher Shin really came? Oh, my young master, don't go in. The concerned voice of the butler snapped Alicia back to reality. She quickly pulled away from Ardell and leaped off the bed. Just then, Santiago ran to the door, his eyes shining brightly when he saw Alicia. Teacher Shin, it really is you. He hurried toward Alicia, unable to hide his joy. Suppressing her inner panic, Alicia was delighted to see how much more cheerful Santiago had become lately. Trace, I heard your father got injured, so I came to check on him. Alicia explained hastily. Santiago glanced at the blood-stained towel on the floor without any concern, as if such scenes were common. He stared fixedly at Alicia. Teacher Shun, if I get hurt, will you come to see me too? Don't say such unlucky things. Alicia covered his mouth. But whenever Trace needs me, I'll always be here. This was how Santiago was gradually healed by her. He didn't even look at the injured Ardell, instead pulling Alicia's hand and leading her outside. Teacher Shin, would you like to see my room? Feeling helpless, Alicia turned back, seeing Ardell puffing on a cigarette, staring at her with a playful gaze. Pulled by Santiago for a long while, Alicia met the butler strolling in the hallway upon coming out. Teacher Shin, are you looking for our young master? Let me take you to him. He enthusiastically pushed Alicia toward a room. Alicia thought it would be another awkward scene of being alone with Ardell, unaware that besides him, there was also Renee, bandaged like a mummy, inside. Ardell had cleaned up and changed into comfortable silk pajamas. Reclining on the armrest, legs crossed, he looked completely relaxed. In contrast, the mummy-like figure across from him seemed uneasy. Besides using physical power to suppress others, Ardell's identity was like a mountain. A single Zhou family could keep him down, not to mention the Ji family. Sensing the wrong atmosphere, Alicia silently retreated, wanting to leave quietly. Come over. Ardell's voice was lazy, soft yet commanding. Alicia had no choice but to walk towards him. The man patted the spot beside him. Feeling uncomfortable, Alicia struggled to stand up, only for Ardell to lose patience and pull her into his arms directly. Trying to resist, Alicia was stopped by Ardell whispering in her ear, "Don't move." Renee watched the intimate couple. Are you two dating? Ardell lazily rested his chin on Alicia's neck, like a big lazy dog. No, I'm still pursuing her. To Renee, this sounded odd, causing him to smirk strangely. These two appeared to have Alicia as the dominant one, yet she remained unaware of how controlled she was by the man. Everything was within his grasp. His schemes were deeper than Brant's. All right, tell us everything you know. This is your only chance to make amends. Alicia had a premonition that the truth about to be revealed by Renee would be brutal. Sorry. Renee reached for a cigarette but hesitated under Ardell's fierce glare. At that time, I didn't really want to do those things to you. It was Brant who threatened me with matters concerning my family. He had leverage over me. So he orchestrated everything? After forcing that woman to death in high school, I swore never to wrong another woman again. I did admire you, but I never wanted to ruin you. Renee apologized sincerely. Brant wanted to set up a heroic image by saving you. He said if he sullied you, you would have no choice but to submit to him. This time, he used the same old trick, wanting to give you a lesson and make you return obediently to him. Hearing this unexpected yet plausible truth, Alicia felt icy cold all over. She thought she understood human wickedness since childhood, but she underestimated Brant. That man had been pretending in front of her for 6 years. Had she almost been deceived by him? Just a little bit more. When did Renee leave? Alicia didn't know. She hung her head, motionless like a stone statue. How could someone's heart be so evil? If even a person she had known for 6 years couldn't be trusted, what in this world could she believe in? A low sigh sounded in her ear. Then came the man's chest pressing against her from behind. Freshly showered, he carried the scent of crisp pine, enveloping her from all sides. His voice was lazy and slow. Don't be sad. Don't blame yourself. Don't doubt. Shen Xiaowei. Not everyone in this world is Brant. Alicia stared into his deep pupils. Then what about you? What do you have in mind for me? She felt conflicted, unsure if the person in front of her was like Brant. Could he be hiding deeper than Brant, with even more ruthless means? Ardell's deeply perceptive eyes immediately saw through her thoughts. He raised his hand to cover Alicia's eyes, his fiery palm resting on her face. He could feel her eyelashes flutter lightly, like little fans. The other hand caught Alicia's slender wrist and placed it over his heart. Alicia clearly felt the heartbeat under her palm, steady yet forceful, like his scorching body heat gradually warming her skin. His voice softly echoed in her ear. Shen Xiaowei, when your eyes can't see things clearly, use your heart to look. With her eyes covered by him, she couldn't see anything but could hear his voice and feel his warmth. Or, use your body to slowly experience. Darling, I'm right here. Chapter 100. She missed him so much. The empty reception room had a tall man in a silk pajama lounging on the leather sofa. The satin surface of the silk faintly shimmered with some pearl-like luster, masking Ardell's roughness and giving him an air of nobility. A fair-skinned little girl was sitting on his lap, her sharp chin peeking out as she pressed her red lips together. The two of them looked incredibly well-matched. Alicia's eyes were covered, Ardell's warm palm resting gently on her eyelids. It felt as soothing and ticklish as his voice sounded. This serene atmosphere always led to all sorts of thoughts. Even if they couldn't really do that, just a kiss would quench her thirst. Alicia slowly reached out her hand and placed it on the man's neck. Even the veins of this man were thick and hard, captivating her. Ardell, I think. Just as she was about to speak, the butler's voice came from outside the door. Master, something's wrong. Little Miss Aurora has fallen ill. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just developed was shattered. Ardell withdrew his hand and gave Alicia an apologetic look. I'll go check on the child. Rest for a while. I'll be back soon. Alicia got up dazedly, watching Ji Ping leave with apparent urgency. At that moment, she suddenly realized something. Ardell had children. She hadn't thought about being with him before, so she naturally hadn't paid attention to his kids. When you start caring about someone, you begin to remember even the smallest details about them. Alicia couldn't describe what she was feeling right now. She knew everyone had a past. She herself had dated Brant. Ardell was already 30 years old. Having been with a woman before was nothing unusual. On the large bed where she was lying, had he been with other women happily? Had he once been just as happy with them as he was with her? Alicia was lost in thought, feeling that her presence here wasn't appropriate. He hadn't invited her to see the child's condition, perhaps because he didn't consider her qualified enough to take care of his children yet. Suddenly, Alicia felt a bit embarrassed. After confirming Ardell was fine, Alicia left the G family residence in a state of anxiety and confusion. Back at her own apartment, a place she usually loved, now felt cold and icy to Alicia. It was as if something was missing inside her. She knew her emotions were stirred by Ardell. With everything that happened recently, she wanted to give herself a break. The millet porridge in the pot was still warm, much like that man's deep concern for her. Alicia drank a bowl, took more of the cold medicine, and prepared for a good sleep, intending to sort through these issues when her mind was clear again. In the dimly lit room, the phone on the bedside table suddenly glowed. Was it Ardell? Alicia immediately grabbed the phone, but it turned out to be another harassment message from a virtual number. Darling, I'm wearing black today. What about you? Below was a picture of black men's boxers. Alicia was startled. She had thought that the person who had been harassing her these days was Renee. But the truth was revealed. Renee was merely a tool in Brant's hands. Ardell had made an agreement with him. There was no reason for him to harm her anymore. Unless she had been mistaken from the start, and the person sending messages wasn't him. While frowning and guessing who else it could be, her phone vibrated again. Darling, should I take it off for you to see? HM. As if the next second, the person would tear down the last barrier. Alicia threw the phone far away in fright. The light from the phone shone in the dark room, like a monster opening its mouth to swallow her. Once the light faded, silence returned. In the pitch-black room, Alicia felt even more terrified. She remembered what Ardell had once said, and slowly picked up the phone to call him. Dialing. The call kept ringing, but it didn't connect. Before leaving, the butler had mentioned that the little girl was sick. Alicia assumed that since they had a family doctor, the child should be fine. Could that little girl have a terminal illness? Not wanting to overthink, Alicia quickly sent him a message asking about the situation. Unable to sleep, Alicia put down her phone and got out of bed, wrapping herself in a shawl. She habitually opened the fridge to grab a can of beer, only to realize that the person who moved her belongings hadn't brought any alcohol. He didn't want her to get drunk. Sitting on the balcony, with rain falling these past few days, the air was humid and chilly. Yet, it did nothing to dispel the confusion and agitation in her heart. She chewed on the man's name, Ardell. She missed him so much. But that night, Ardell did not reply to her message. Alicia curled up on the sofa alone, like a homeless little dog, staying there all night. The next day, she regained some energy. Alicia looked at the still unanswered chat box and sighed softly. Although the principal had sent a message asking her to rest well after such a big event yesterday, she went to school. Today, the rain had stopped, but the sky was overcast. As soon as she arrived at school, she saw Renee processing transfer procedures for his child. Mrs. Liu stood far away with a guilty look on her face. Alicia looked at Renee, who awkwardly said, "Sorry, I won't bother you anymore." He and Ardell must have privately reached some agreement. Being men's business, Alicia didn't ask more. Alicia just said one sentence. "Take good care of your child, don't do anything you'll regret." After saying that, Alicia suddenly punched him hard in the waist, then left without looking back. A helpless smile lingered on the corner of Renee's mouth. The petty girl really holds grudges. Fortunately, she wasn't deceived by Brandt. "Alicia, take care of yourself from now on." In the office, Alicia was somewhat listless. Frida excitedly told her how thrilling yesterday's trending list was, although it later became unsearchable. Seeing Alicia feeling down, Frida was about to ask when a flower delivery boy brought in a bouquet of roses. They were dark velvet roses, as if dried blood had congealed on the petals. The attached card read, "Honey, I'm quite large, would you like to try?" Before Frida could read it out loud, Alicia covered her mouth and pulled her out of the office, telling her about the harassment she had experienced recently. Frida frowned. Wei, why didn't you tell me earlier? Even if I did, the police couldn't do anything. Frida sneered. For someone shameless like this, you should be even less ashamed. Lower your standards and enjoy an unethical life. Give me your phone, let me handle it. Frida typed very fast on the phone. When Alicia peeked over, she almost fainted. "How large are you? Honey, do you want to see?" "I want to see, and I'll create a group chat so my brothers and sisters can appreciate it too. You'd better send high definition and censored pictures. Hurry, I can't wait any longer." Chapter 101. The Taste of First Love, Sweet. After sending this message, there was no reply from the other side. Alicia widened her eyes and looked at Frida with admiration for the first time. "Sis, you're really awesome. You have to be 100 times more deranged than a pervert when dealing with one. It's guaranteed that even perverts would find it perverse." When Frida said this, she had a self-satisfied look on her face. Alicia got goosebumps all over her arms. "You don't seem like you're acting. You're being too natural and being perverted." Although the other party remained as silent as dead, Alicia felt uneasy. She couldn't relax until this person was uncovered. If it wasn't Renee, then could it be Cedric? In the past 2 days, she hadn't seen this person. When she tried to get some hints from Alfonso, she was told that Cedric was on a business trip. During lunch break, Alicia received a call from Wilson, asking her to go to G Family Corporation to discuss the details after the swimming pool. Was this his intention? She had been thinking about him all day yesterday. Was he okay? A black car was already parked at the school gate. Alicia thought he would be inside. When Walter opened the door for her, she didn't see Morgan's figure, which made her feel a bit disappointed. Alicia obviously had feelings for him. Even if it's just raising a kitten or puppy, once emotions are involved, anxiety and possessiveness follow. Even though she knew she should restrain herself, Alicia couldn't help but think about him deep down. After closing the car door, Walter handed her a hot drink. Alicia was startled. It was ordered by Isai. Alicia inserted a straw, savoring the tartness and sweetness of strawberries, along with the creamy richness of cheese foam. Suddenly, she understood something. Hastily, she opened her phone and checked Morgan's WeChat moments. That sunrise photo was still there, but it had not received any likes. Alicia added Abner's WeChat. Given how close they were, there was no reason for Abner not to like or comment on Morgan's post. This meant that only she could see this photo. She searched online for photos of Chishan Mountain and found the peak shape exactly the same as what Morgan had posted. The first time she went to Jiao Garden, she wrote a string of wishes on a lantern. Wages increased to 28,000 yuan. Since their private school's income was already high, becoming a department head would make her total income exceed 28,000 with bonuses and benefits. She also mentioned wanting to see the sunrise on Chishan Mountain, and the photo Morgan posted was indeed from there. Last time during the video call, he was by the sea because she had said she wanted to see the sunset in the West Sea. So he showed her the sunset in the West Sea, just as beautiful as in the picture. There was another wish on the lantern, to finish a large cup of cheese strawberry bubble tea. Moreover, he knew she still had a cold and asked Walter to buy her a hot drink. She remembered the man's affectionate gaze that night. "Ask me." His deep voice echoed beside her ear. The sweet and sour taste spread on her tongue, and the warm liquid flowed through her stomach, warming her entire body. The fog in her heart from yesterday seemed to dissipate at this moment, revealing clarity. Morgan was right. If some things weren't clear, she should feel them with her heart. Despite knowing she was about to see him soon, Alicia was impatient, wishing she could fly to his side. Just as she thought this, Alicia received a call from him. Her heart thumped excitedly, and the man's voice, as always, was low and pleasant. "Have you gotten into the car?" Alicia glanced at her watch. "I'll be at your company in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, I was very busy last night and couldn't call you back." These words dispelled the gloom that had hovered around her all night. Alicia smiled slightly. Can you pick me up? The other side didn't ask why. Sure. And don't hang up. Even if they didn't talk, she wanted to feel his breathing. Previously, Alicia often heard people say that the taste of first love is the most beautiful. It's like fruit on a tree, clearly not ripe yet, but tempting enough to make you want to pick it early. Every time you pass by, you scratch your ears anxiously, hoping to eat it sooner. In high school, it was a peak time for early romance, and her female classmates all had crushes on boys, openly or secretly. Only Alicia shuttled between various training classes her mother Miranda enrolled her in. She mocked those infatuated girls' love. In her eyes, love was the most fragile thing in the world. Like fine porcelain. It looks beautiful but can shatter easily, hurting oneself deeply. But at this moment, when her love bloomed, she finally understood what a heart palpitation feels like. When you have someone in your heart, every meeting feels urgent. The only thought on her mind was, faster, faster. I can see him sooner. Despite Morgan not knowing about her complicated psychological changes, he would never refuse any of her requests. All right. Alicia could hear his slightly altered breathing as he moved around, along with the soft ding sound of him pressing the elevator button. At the same time, the car had already driven into the garage. They were about to meet soon. She seemed to hear Morgan's breath slowly becoming more urgent, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was as excited and anticipatory as she was. The moment the car stopped, the elevator doors opened for the man. There he stood, in a suit and leather shoes, looking especially dignified and restrained against the opulence of the elevator cabin. His prominent nose, thin lips, and that pair of indifferent eyes. The moment his gaze fell upon her, Alicia felt herself heat up. She walked briskly in her high heels. At this moment, she didn't care about maintaining composure. She had only one thought. Morgan vaguely felt that Alicia was a bit different, wondering if she was upset because he didn't reply to her. Her face finally regained some color, making her look much more spirited than yesterday. His finger still pressed the open door button, and he just started to say, "You." Alicia moved so quickly, her slender hand grabbing his thick wrist. Then she pushed him against the elevator cabin, leaning against his chest. In Morgan's astonished gaze, Alicia pulled down on his tie fiercely, forcing his head to lower, and then she kissed him without any hesitation. Chapter 102. Pandora, be good. Morgan was dazed. What was wrong with this girl? What had she been through? His private elevator moved so fast that it reached the destination before he could regain his composure. Alicia withdrew from his embrace and walked out first. Surprisingly, the tough man's earlobes were flushed red. However, his skin wasn't fair, making the blush not very noticeable. Only after coming to her senses did Alicia realize how impulsive her behavior had been just now. He was now the CEO of G Corporation. Every word and action of hers could bring negative effects on him. Her condition was somewhat different from ordinary people. In the past, she had suffered from severe depression, but had gradually improved after years of treatment. She appeared calm in front of others, as if nothing could disturb her peace. Those complicated emotions had been suppressed by her. Once a gap appeared in the dam of suppression, her feelings would be uncontrollable, easily triggering her illness. During the walk down the corridor, Alicia tried her best to control the overwhelming emotions. It wasn't until the door of the CEO's office was closed that Alicia couldn't wait to push the man against it. Her eyes were brimming with deep emotion. Morgan, during our time together, I found my feelings for you aren't just special. I might. Before she could say, I love you, a finger was placed vertically on her lips. Alicia didn't quite understand, meeting Morgan's profound gaze. His eyes were so deep, like they could drown her in them. She felt a surge of emotions, needing an outlet. So she didn't want to delay, directly telling him that she liked him, or rather, had feelings for him. Not just physically, but emotionally. She swallowed nervously, her eyes reflecting anxiety. It was clear that in the past, he was the aggressive one, yet now he remained composed. Morgan placed a hand on her shoulder, providing a comforting pressure, while gently brushing her lips with another finger. His gaze was gentle, and his voice steady. Teacher Shun, there's no need to confess. Alicia's eyes widened. W.I. Meeting her confused eyes, he chuckled softly. Because such matters should be done by men. He circled his arm around Alicia's nape, pressing her head into his neck. From an unseen angle, the depths of his eyes revealed uncontainable excitement. His fingers trembled uncontrollably around Alicia's waist. Alicia couldn't see his face, only feeling the grip around her waist tighten. His voice came from above her head. Pandora, be good, wait for me to speak. Alicia was surprised by his endearment. Not Teacher Shun, not Little Xiao Wei, nor the endearing term used during flirtation. Pandora, such a cute and touching nickname. It was as if she were a tiny moon cherished in his palm. You? Why do you call me that? Morgan cupped her chin, making her meet his gaze. Tell me, what do you see? Alicia stared steadily at his dark pupils, clearly reflecting her flustered face. She suddenly understood what he wanted to convey. His eyes held her. Blushing under his intense gaze, she buried her face again, speaking coyly. You haven't told me yet. Morgan gently tucked a strand of her silky hair behind her ear. When Brant was pursuing you, wasn't he quite dramatic? At first, Brant often tried to woo her with money, then later focused on accompanying her daily once he found that approach ineffective. The day Alicia agreed, Aljo Corporation's shopping malls displayed enormous hearts made from tens of thousands of fresh roses, and giant screens showed declarations of love. Although he deliberately concealed Alicia's name, everyone knew it was a deeply loving man expressing his love, envying that woman. Alicia pressed her lips together. I don't care about these things. I don't want them. Morgan cradled her delicate face tenderly, but I want to give them. I want to give Pandora the best in the world. Alicia had always thought his thin lips only spoke naughty words, but never imagined he could be so charming when expressing love. I want to leave you with many beautiful memories, so when you recall, your life will be filled with happiness. Suddenly, Alicia realized she barely knew Morgan back then. How could he know about Brant? Moreover, his words seemed to hint at something. Could he have known everything she had gone through in the past? He wanted to heal her wounds with love. Morgan, have we met somewhere before? Morgan tapped her nose. Think slowly. This person always liked to give her riddles to solve. However, it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that she really felt a bit of anticipation. A knock on the door sounded. An urgent yet familiar voice came from outside the door. Little uncle, I have something very urgent to discuss with you. It was Brant. Alicia was not embarrassed as she had been when last encountered by him. This scoundrel had done something so despicable that she hated him to the core. She tiptoed and left a strawberry mark on Morgan's neck, not in the least bit flustered. He looked at Alicia. Do you want to see him? She shook her head. Next time. She would discuss the future only after she and Morgan truly settled down together. For her to take this step was quite remarkable. He escorted Alicia into a compartment. Rest here for a while. Brant saw, upon entering, the always repressed and refined man with his collar slightly unbuttoned and faint lipstick marks visible. His tie hung loosely around his neck, and more glaring was the large strawberry mark on his neck. Who could this woman hidden by him be? Morgan casually retied his tie and instructed, please sit. He called Wilson in. 1 cup of coffee, 1 glass of lemonade, room temperature without ice. Then he turned to Brant. What would you like to drink? Coffee. Brant thought to himself how coincidental it was that Alicia also liked lemonade. But considering their social standings, it seemed impossible. Wilson nodded and left. Brant couldn't wait to speak up. Little uncle, recently all of the Zhou family businesses have been sabotaged by someone. Morgan played with his pen and responded indifferently. Oh, the tax department suddenly conducted an audit, which wouldn't be too bad, but my fireworks factory exploded causing huge losses. This incident became public. The mall failed its fire inspection. Construction materials were found to be substandard. Even the production lines had problems. So, what do you need me to do for you? Little uncle, if the mall and construction sites are halted for one day, there will be significant losses. In just one day, the Zhou Corporation stock price plunged, and I've been swamped. I know you have some connections with high-level officials. Could you put in a good word for me? Or perhaps you could lead, and I'll treat everyone. Morgan cut straight to the point. Why did your fireworks factory explode? Did you store prohibited items illegally? Brant's face darkened. You're on your own in this matter. No, little uncle, consider the marriage ties between our families. My aunt is pregnant, and if something happens to the Zhou family now, any sudden shock might harm the child in her womb. This is the first child of the Ji family. Morgan's gaze landed on his face. Are you threatening me? No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just hoping you can help out, because we are family. Sorry, I can't assist you. Assistant Chin, please escort our guest. As Brant was being shown out, Alicia emerged from the compartment. She hadn't known that during her cold, Morgan had orchestrated all this. Brant's troubles certainly weren't coincidental. Did you arrange this? Morgan gestured to her, and Alicia obediently sat on his lap. With a deep voice, Morgan wrapped his arms around her waist. He did it himself. I merely let it be known. If he had done nothing wrong, why fear shadows? Alicia leaned against his chest. And you? Are you straight or crooked? Morgan chuckled. Whether I'm straight or not isn't up to me to decide. He pulled out a stack of documents from beside him. Take a look. Alicia glanced at them and was stunned. This is the new orphanage location and renovation design. Check it out. Is there anything unsatisfactory? The spacious land area and exquisite decoration must have cost tens of millions. Alicia felt warm inside. In the future, I will establish a special rescue fund, regularly organize volunteer activities, and hire teachers to provide paid education. Without a word, he arranged everything and then informed her. Alicia rested in his embrace, thinking about how Brant tried to deceive her with 20 million, while he used the same amount to shelter those children from the wind and rain. Morgan placed a pencil in her hand, guiding it from behind. This is our joint effort. How about calling it Moonlight Children's Home? Sure. Morgan guided her hand, writing these words carefully on the blueprint. Alicia's delicate back felt ticklish under his rough palm. Pandora, this is my sincerity in pursuing you. Don't agree too quickly, as the real big surprise is yet to come. What else do you have prepared? The man gently nibbled her earlobe. I know you seem calm, but are actually very sensitive. Once emotion overwhelms you, you disregard everything. But when passion recedes like floodwaters, you might feel afraid of the uncertain future. I want a thoughtful response, not an emotional one. I can wait until you no longer fear the future and are willing to stand firmly by my side. He really understood her too well. Fine. One day I will definitely stand in front of Brant with your arm linked in mine and make him kneel and call me Annie. Seeing Alicia's emotions gradually calming down, Morgan felt a surge of affection. When Alicia first came to his office, he originally intended to restrain himself, but seeing the girl with reddened eyes, he also couldn't help feeling somewhat restless. If he couldn't have the meat, then drinking some soup would be fine too. Alicia was still lost in her emotions when she suddenly felt herself being pressed against the desk by someone at her lower back. GMMM. The man leaned over her, pinning her down on the blueprint. Morgan whispered into her ear. Miss Shun, do you know how many times I've thought about pushing you onto this desk? Alicia's face flushed red. You have an injury on your waist. The man rubbed his cheek against the soft skin behind her ear. Just let me kiss you a little. Chapter 103 Light Laughter. Alicia's legs were trembling slightly as she left the G family mansion. She never imagined it would happen on Morgan's desk. Just kissing her had left her legs feeling weak. If not for the injury on his waist, she definitely wouldn't have walked out of that office today. In the car, her face still hadn't lost its warmth. Suddenly, there was a sharp break, and Alicia's body lurched forward before being pulled back by the seatbelt. Alicia quickly looked up to see a large truck crash through the greenery strip, almost hitting them. Fortunately, Walter was quick-witted and strong-nerved, swerving the steering wheel immediately. Bang! The truck rushed past, directly colliding with a white car on the side road. Alicia saw the white car get shoved into a roadside tree, unable to withstand the impact, deforming under pressure. It was clear that the people inside must have perished. Fresh red blood was seeping out from the gaps. The sight shocked Alicia, making her body tremble in fear. Walter remained calm. "Miss Shen, are you okay?" Turning around, he noticed Alicia's pale face and hurriedly drove away without lingering. After calming down for a while, her hands and feet were still icy cold. She spoke shakily. "If you had reacted any slower just now, wouldn't we be dead?" Ordinary people instinctively fear death, but Walter looked resolute. "No way, I wouldn't make a mistake." Alicia rubbed her forehead, thinking her luck really wasn't good these past 2 days. Back at the kindergarten, Frida smiled at her. Wei, shall we go diving this weekend? I heard Mr. G will also join us." For some reason, Frida felt compelled to matchmake between Alicia and Morgan the first time she saw him. Diving. Alicia recalled that diving was an item on her wish list. It seemed this time the organizer wasn't Abner but him. "Sure," she answered succinctly. Frida had been about to persuade her, but held her words. "Do you really agree?" "Yep." Alicia had contacted Noelle a couple of days ago. Noelle went abroad for a big show and wanted Alicia to return to work after coming back, so Alicia didn't need to worry. Having suppressed herself for so many years, it was time for her to break free and explore the world outside. Frida was overjoyed. "Then let's buy swimsuits when we get off work. The other day, I heard one of Abner's friends say I looked like I came straight out of a kindergarten class. This time by the seaside, I'll astonish everyone. Blind their eyes." Alicia covered her mouth and laughed softly. "You, with such a perfect figure, I bet Abner would start bleeding from the nose if he saw you." "You're exaggerating. That only happens in comics. In real life, who would start bleeding from the nose seeing someone else? How useless would that be?" Her words hit home for Alicia, stinging a little. "Cough. Did we receive any flowers today?" Alicia hastily changed the subject. Frida's expression suddenly changed, prompting Alicia to ask, "What happened?" "Yes, but they were chrysanthemums, used to mourn the dead." Wei, did you offend someone? Was there a card?" "This time there wasn't. I thought those flowers were ominous and threw them away." Frida pulled Alicia aside and whispered, "Do you think it's Dara? She hasn't come to work for several days, flaunting numerous luxury items. I suspect she latched onto a wealthy man and is deliberately trying to upset you with those flowers." Alicia frowned. Dara indeed had motives, but she felt this incident wasn't simple. Naive Frida dragged Alicia to the mall right after work. The sales assistants bombarded them with sexy swimwear. "Isn't this too revealing?" Frida hesitated. "Miss, do you have a boyfriend?" "I do, what's the matter?" The sales assistant gave a mysterious smile. "Even more reason to buy a set. If not for others, shouldn't you at least wear it for your boyfriend?" Frida's face turned red, and Alicia recalled what Morgan had previously said. Frida looked at her. "You don't have a boyfriend, do you? Why are you blushing?" Alicia found this girl's intelligence had shot up since she fell in love. "Not now, but am I not allowed to have one in the future? Are you buying or not?" Alicia urged. "Buying. All of these, I want everything." Clearly, Frida had her own thoughts, slipping a few sets to Alicia too. "Sisters together forever. Let's wear them together." Alicia bit her lip without answering, just looking at the minimal fabric, especially the sides which were tied. A certain image popped into her mind. Someone's fiery large hands slowly untied. Chapter 104. Alicia felt that she was really sick. Ever since she discovered that Morgan had become her emotional comfort, she often found herself daydreaming. Suddenly, Frida exclaimed beside her, Wei, your nose bleeding." Alicia looked up and saw the shop's mirror reflecting 2 lines of crimson blood trickling down from her nose. Frida fumbled around for tissues to wipe her up. "Goodness, Wei, were you just thinking of some inappropriate things?" Alicia swore she had never been this embarrassed in her entire life. All this was due to Morgan, this devil, who kept teasing her intentionally all along, making her crave for more. It felt like a traveler in a desert, dying of thirst and hunger, with nothing but food on his mind. Unintentionally, she had thought too far this time. Thankfully, though Alicia was rather shy, she maintained composure and did not let anything slip through. "I've caught a cold recently." Frida, who was always dim-witted yet muscular, glanced at Alicia's ashen face without a trace of color. "That's right, you should sit and rest a bit." Alicia narrowly escaped an embarrassment. 10 years ago, she would never have thought that one day she'd be so emotionally entangled with a man. Knowing it wasn't good, once the heart was opened, there was no closing it again. She pinched her palm hard, warning herself to stop imagining wild thoughts. Morgan was not Francine or Brandt, and she was not Miranda. She would never walk the same path as her mother. Regardless if things between her and Morgan ended well or not, she wouldn't let it end tragically like Miranda. Her eyes fell on Frida, who was still selecting clothes. Moreover, Abner also adored Frida deeply as a pampered young master. Lately, Frida had been sharing sweet moments with Alicia constantly, which slowly made her anticipate their unknown future. Perhaps, she should give things a try with Morgan. Imagining the ceremony he wanted to provide, Alicia couldn't help but feel a little excited. Her gaze landed on the bloody tissue, suddenly feeling like she lost out. If one is hungry alone, it's better to share it. Instead of sulking, she might as well bother someone else. Alicia snapped photos of several swimsuit styles and sent them over. Not sure which one to choose. Big brother, can you help me? Morgan had learned his lesson by now, using his assistant's phone screen casting to prevent certain mischievous messages. He glanced at the lit screen, noticing it was a message from Alicia, and clicked it open amidst a work meeting. At first glance, his heart thumped wildly. The styles Alicia sent, exposing backs, legs, and even more scandalous, were three-piece sets. This girl was getting bolder. Knowing he was deliberately teasing her, she retaliated in such a way. It turned into a mutual defeat. Alicia stared at the screen, where it showed typing. Without sending any reply, she guessed he typed then deleted it repeatedly. Finally, a line popped up. Santiago, Dad you can buy, but no wearing outside. Following this were transfers of 5,200 yuan. Initially, Morgan intended to send 1,000,000 but deemed it too much for Alicia to accept. Switching to 100,000, he felt it might be too much of a burden for her. After much deliberation, he chose the unique amount of 5,200, appropriate for a few swimsuits. Understanding his intentions, Alicia didn't receive the money, instead replying quickly. Then do you want to see? After this sentence, he stopped replying. Alicia was content and put her phone away. Frida stuffed a couple of things into her hands, blushing. Wei, get well soon. Otherwise, you won't be able to swim when ill. Abner said it's a private beach with clear blue waters like glass. So beautiful. Glass sea. Alicia had saved many photos of the sparkling blue waters before. Snorkeling down could reveal stunning small fish and coral reefs. Just imagining it made her look forward to it. In the coming days, everything went smoothly, and the annoying harassment texts that troubled Alicia disappeared. Since receiving the bouquet of white chrysanthemums, the sender didn't send any flowers anymore. Alicia finally breathed a sigh of relief. What annoyed her was that Morgan had been extremely busy lately. Many times, when he messaged late at night, Alicia was already asleep. They lived in the same city, but hadn't met once. Finally, it was the weekend. Like a teenage girl experiencing love for the first time, Alicia used to go out with Brandt in simple shirts and jeans with her hair tied back. But thinking of seeing Morgan today, she rushed home after work to select outfits. She suddenly realized that most of her clothes were not fancy enough, and the few dresses she had were mostly worn during those late-night meetings. Alicia looked at the bed covered with clothes, truly echoing the saying that a woman's wardrobe is always short of one dress. After much deliberation, she worried that dressing too formally would appear too deliberate. Thinking of the beach, Alicia stopped fretting and chose a white spaghetti strap top, covered by a light blouse, paired with shorts and flip-flops, with her hair tied up in a bun. She casually applied some lipstick, which brightened up her complexion, making her look casual yet elegant. After glancing in the mirror, Frida called to inform her they were already downstairs. On the surface, Alicia remained calm, but inside, she was thrilled as she walked out of the apartment. Downstairs, a stylish Rolls-Royce was parked, clearly belonging to Abner. Frida waved from the passenger seat as Alicia approached. Alicia took measured steps into the car, glancing toward the back seat. Sure enough, there was someone sitting there. He must have just come from a meeting, dressed in a sharp suit, sharply contrasting the others in the car. The handsome face Alicia had been longing for flashed a thin smile when he saw her. Hello, Miss Shun. His tone was courteous, but Alicia detected a hint of teasing. Hello, Mr. G. She closed the door. The back seat was spacious, so they didn't touch. However, unlike the first time in the car when she wanted to stay far away from Morgan, now she wanted to be closer, even closer. Frida excitedly described her anticipation for the sea, while Alicia focused all her senses on the man beside her. Suddenly, a warm touch appeared at the tip of her finger. Morgan had quietly scratched her pinky finger with his ring finger. Alicia felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, startled but excited. But she didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she moved 2 inches closer, actively wrapping her finger around that thick, warm ring finger. Chapter 105. Thinking of You Even in Dreams. Ardell's life experiences were like a thick book, filled with thrilling adventures and youthful exuberance. Yet, his worldly wisdom did not include falling in love until now. He finally experienced the beauty of first love. Up front, Abner was playing upbeat music, while Frida munched on chips, making crunching sounds incessantly. As for him and Alicia, their pinky fingers were intertwined. The young girl, who once strongly resisted his closeness, now clung to him like a vine wrapping around a tree, her delicate fingertips lightly entwining with his, just like those confusing nights. The car raced down the coastal boulevard at high speed. The setting sun streamed through the glass windows, landing on their interlaced fingers. Intimate and sweet. Speaking of which, it had been a few days since Ardell last saw Alicia, and she looked much better now. A faint blush rose on her fair cheeks under the sunlight. Her halter neckline was low, revealing her slender swan neck and delicate collarbone. His gaze fell on Alicia's 2 long, smooth legs. He noticed them the moment before they got into the car. So beautiful, so white, so straight. On closer inspection, they resembled jadeite, arousing an inexplicable yearning. If even he felt this way, how could others be any different? The temperature inside the car was relatively low, and without proper covering, it would feel chilly. Alicia sensed the man's gaze on her legs. In the next second, warmth spread over her legs as Ardell took off his jacket and draped it over her. Keep it on, it's cold. His voice was deep and magnetic, causing Alicia's ears to heat up. Thank you. Frida heard the commotion and turned around with a mischievous smile. I didn't think Isai was such a warm-hearted guy. Ardell wore only this white shirt, with the collar slightly open, supporting his chin with his left hand, exuding a subtle laziness. Even his voice carried a casual tone. It's nothing much. Frida's flirtatious eyes swept over Alicia, noticing that she didn't refuse the man's kindness, which was highly unusual. Even if she were stupid, she could sense something was developing. The journey wasn't short, and Alicia unconsciously fell asleep against the window. Bang bang. Her head repeatedly hit the glass window, but her sleep was too deep to wake her up, which made Ardell headache. Meanwhile, Frida, after eating and drinking enough, also leaned against the passenger seat and fell asleep. Ardell moved closer to the center, wrapped his large hand around her, and Alicia's head obediently rested on his chest. Smelling the familiar cold fragrance, Alicia felt reassured, gently rubbing her face against his chest. Ardell lowered his head and kissed the top of her head lightly. Alicia loved roses so much that even her shampoo smelled faintly of roses. Such a strong scent would not be to Ardell's liking if it were on another woman, but it was different with Alicia. He enjoyed leaning close to her nape, sniffing the rich aroma after she had sweated profusely. After an unknown amount of time, Alicia was nudged awake by Ardell, opening her eyes drowsily. Following the direction of the man's finger, Alicia's eyes widened. The sunset gradually sank below the horizon, painting the sky with splendid colors. The sea appeared exceptionally gentle under the sunlight, and the lively crowd on the beach could be seen faintly. Children ran barefoot. Young girls wearing swimsuits styled their hair for photos taken by boyfriends. Newlyweds held hands for wedding photo shoots. An elderly grandfather walked alongside his gray-haired grandmother in the twilight. Peace and prosperity. The scene was simply perfect. Alicia's drowsiness vanished, and she stared fixedly, feeling as if her heart had been healed. The car stopped at the seaside resort villa. As Alicia stepped out of the car, she saw Abner bend down and kiss Frida on the lips. "You're awake, my sleeping beauty princess." How wonderful. Frida found true love in her first love, and Alicia was no longer worried about Abner as she initially was. Night had fallen, and the sea turned pitch black, the sea breeze carrying a chill seeping into her pores. Like a dog that had just run out of the house for a stroll, Frida instantly dashed onto the beach. Abner hurried after her. "Hey, take it easy." Alicia watched the two running one after the other with a gentle look. The hair by her ear fluttered in the wind. "Are you cold?" Ardell's voice came from the trunk. Alicia walked towards him. The parking lot was dimly lit, and the man bent down, his thin shirt outlining his robust waist and straight long legs. In a mischievous mood, Alicia hugged him from behind, pressing her cheek against his waist. Like a hugging bear, her voice was soft. "Now I'm not cold anymore." Once stripped of her facade, the real Alicia was revealed to be pure and childlike. She loved being coquettish. Ardell turned around and picked up Alicia effortlessly, cradling her like a doll. Gently placing her down, Alicia sat on the trunk, her fair legs dangling naturally on either side of his dress pants. The bell around her ankle tinkled. Tinkle tinkle. Ardell propped his hands on either side of her, his eyes deep and gentle, his voice slightly hoarse in the night wind. "Pandora, did you miss me these past few days?" Alicia felt as if she had been poisoned by Ardell. Even though he hadn't done anything, just being locked in his tender gaze made her feel weak in the knees. She stretched out her slender fingers, tracing over the man's profound eyebrows, high nose bridge, thin lips, and sharp jawline, and that prominent Adam's apple, which she found particularly captivating. Her nails lightly scratched it, and her voice was soft and small. "Yes, I missed you. I dreamed of you even in my dreams." Ardell placed his hands on her waist, leaning in closer. "Was it the kind of dream I imagined? Like this?" Chapter 106 Hungry. Knowing that he was deliberately teasing her, Alicia buried her head in Morgan's chest and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Morgan, I saw it. The sunrise at Chishan and the sunset at Shihai. They're very beautiful." Morgan's hand cupped the back of her head. "When I'm free, I'll take you there. Okay, let me hug you." Alicia found that besides the physical dependency on him, she had developed more spiritual attachment to him. Even if they did nothing, as long as she held him like this, her heart no longer felt hollow as it used to. Morgan knew about her condition and let her hold him. His towering figure shielded her from the sea breeze coming from all directions, making Alicia feel warm and sweet. Frida's breathless voice came. "Haha, Abner, you're so stupid." It seemed like the two were playing a chasing game, and their voices grew closer. Alicia also let go of Morgan and jumped out of the trunk. She was just about to grab her luggage when a big hand reached out faster than hers. When putting down the luggage, Alicia caught his wrist. "How is your back injury?" Her ears turned red as she asked this question, clearly embarrassed, similar to a man asking a woman if her period has ended. She reached out and gently tugged at his clothing corner. "We haven't, for so long." If she had never experienced it before, her life wouldn't have changed in any way. Since ancient times, it's easy to adapt from frugality to luxury, but difficult to return to frugality after indulgence. Once accustomed to delicious food in the lowlands, who would go back up the mountain to eat cabbage? Before Morgan could answer, a small head suddenly popped up. What hasn't happened for a long time? Frida was drenched in sweat with some sand still on her little face, not knowing how those two silly ones played together. Alicia instantly composed herself and replied indifferently. "Mr. G just asked me what to eat tonight. I told him we haven't eaten meat for a long time." Frida innocently replied, "Really? Wei, you finally stopped eating leaves. I've been telling you, you need to eat meat to stay healthy. Those rotten leaves aren't even fit for dogs." Alicia's gaze fell on Morgan's towering figure, and her tongue circled her red lips with deep meaning. "Occasionally changing tastes, even if I can't eat meat. Having a bit of meat paste is nice too." The meat in her mouth didn't mean the same thing to Frida, who was still naive. "How could you not eat meat?" "Don't worry, I'll make sure there's enough." Abner reminded beside them. "Ladies, rest first. The luggage, and G and I will take care of." "All right, then it's troublesome, Mr. G." Frida linked arms with Alicia and left quickly. She whispered into Alicia's ear. Admit it. Are you really getting close to Mr. G? You actually used his suit to cover your legs. If Alicia were easily in touch with men, Brant wouldn't have tried so hard. This behavior was equivalent to an acknowledgement. Alicia looked very calm. I was almost frozen stiff. Shouldn't I use his coat instead of enduring it? Frida scratched her head. It seemed that what Alicia said made sense, but why did she feel something was off? Fine, I must be thinking too much. It's so late. You must be hungry, right? Make sure to eat more meat later. A hint of a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Alicia's lips. Thank you for your good wishes. Frida felt even more puzzled. Why borrow good wishes to eat meat? Could it be that she had been living in hardship because of that scoundrel Brant recently? That's too terrible. I have to give her more meat. Frida earnestly said while pulling her hand. Wei, if you have difficulties, tell me. I can't help much else, but I can ensure you eat more meat, right? This help, you can't offer. That man, he was cunning. He hooked her, dangled her, occasionally let her drink a bit of meat soup, making her want more and more desperately. It reminded Alicia of those salespeople who tricked elderly people into buying health supplements by luring them with free eggs at first. Gradually, the bait of eggs became effective, making them unknowingly fall into his trap. Abner watched the two women walk away and saw Morgan holding a cigarette in his mouth. He hurriedly blocked the wind for him to light it. Not from the same family won't enter the same house. Miss Shun is truly like you, cold outside but warm inside. When will my little girl understand? Morgan exhaled a puff of white smoke, his sexy Adam's apple moving. If you can't give her a future, I advise you not to act rashly. Abner shot a glare at Morgan. Your elders aren't any easier to convince than mine. With you about to take over the G family entirely, will they let you marry Teacher Shun? Morgan flicked away the cigarette butt and picked up Alicia's luggage. I will marry her regardless of their approval. Teacher Shun belongs only to me. Frida, like a child, entered the villa and was immediately captivated by the beautiful scenery. Among the coconut groves were several large swimming pools, shimmering with a light blue glow under the illumination of the lights. There were arched bridges and promenades, along with various tropical plants and flowers. Wei, let me tell you, apart from the swimming classes in school before, I've never swum in such a big pool. Alicia lightly tapped her forehead. Tonight, you can swim to your heart's content. Let's go to the buffet restaurant first. I'm almost dying of hunger. With that, the two went to the restaurant. Under the romantic French music, the shelves displayed various fresh vegetables, fruits, beverages, and seafood. Sizzling oil on the hot plate, delicate white steam rising from the steaming baskets. Chefs swiftly handled the seafood, blanching, steaming, stir-frying, and spicing them up. All kinds of aromas mingled together, forming the taste of life. Frida darted around like a little spinning top, soon pushing a huge pile of food in front of Alicia. Wei, eat this. Lots and lots of meat. If it's not enough, I'll get more. Alicia chuckled. That's enough. Then I'll go get what I like. Frida skipped away happily. She had a soft and cute appearance, a lively personality, and even her taste was sweet. Abner held an ice cream in one hand and a mousse cake in the other, calling her over. Baby, there's what you love here. Alicia sat on a high stool by the terrace, sipping a cocktail while enjoying the sea breeze. Morgan came to her side with a well-cooked steak. He knew her best. Her flip-flops had long been kicked off, but Alicia's toes brushed against the man's suit pants, gently caressing his solid calf muscles through the smooth fabric. Her ankle bells chimed melodiously as they swayed. Alicia tilted her neck to take a sip of wine, letting the alcohol spread across her taste buds, adding a glossy sheen to her lips. She rested her chin in her hand and gave Morgan a seductive smile. What I want to eat isn't beef. She leaned closer to whisper into the man's ear, her breath fragrant with alcohol. Big brother, it's you. Chapter 107 Greed. Alicia never would have thought that not long ago she was guarding against Ardell like a thief. Back then, he was hooking her ankle under the table, and now the two had switched roles. The one hooking feet had become Alicia. It was just like what they said online. Back then you ignored me. Now I'm unattainable to you. Thinking of this, Alicia chuckled softly. Under the dim lighting, the clearly defined young girl with fair skin, delicate neck, and elegant collarbone. She shook the cocktail glass in her hand as sea breezes lifted several strands of hair by her temples. Her brows were relaxed, her eyes smiling. This made Ardell think of a phrase, vibrant and alluring. How could there be such a clean, beautiful yet seductive and graceful young girl? When she smiled, it was as if she enchanted everyone, leaving Ardell's spirit shaken. He finally understood what Cedric had meant. Alicia played a piece on stage and left him missing her until now. Indeed, one shouldn't encounter someone too stunning in their youth. Back when Alicia saved him, she was just a little girl. He originally wanted to repay her, materially or otherwise. After observing her for a while, he found out how special the seemingly frail young girl was. Despite suffering from depression herself, she harbored a kind heart. He changed his identity and got involved in her therapy to understand her hidden pains. By the time he realized it, his heart was already filled with Alicia. A girl who rescued kittens in rainstorms under bridges, fed birds, was forced by her mother to learn various things, and only broke down during psychological treatments. Aloysia lowered her eyes coldly. I told you, what illness can you possibly have? Don't waste time on psychological diagnosis anymore. Following Aloysia, her small face was calm, showing no sign of previous breakdowns. From curiosity to compassion, he wanted to wait until she grew up. Later, changes in his life required him to leave for several years. By the time he returned, Alicia was already in university, becoming even more beautiful with many people surrounding her. Yet, he held back, fearing his dangerous work might bring trouble to her. When he learned that Alicia had agreed to Brant, He rushed to the university regardless of everything to figure out the truth. However, he saw Brant offering 3 roses to Alicia, and Alicia did not refuse. Ardell felt utterly devastated, but could only suppress the love he had harbored for years. With best wishes, he completely disappeared from her world. Thus, whenever their relationship took even a small step forward, he cherished it more than anyone else. As Alicia gradually emerged from her shell, Ardell was happy for her. Actually, the one filled with anxiety was him. He feared that after Alicia got tired of the matter, she would leave indifferently. His greed wanted more. Just a bit of fondness was not enough. He wanted everything from Alicia, burning and surging love. What are you laughing about? A trace of deep emotion showed in his slightly lowered eyebrows. Dark eyes gleaming, Alicia said, I was thinking about our relationship. Isn't it interesting? Ardell understood and chuckled. Is the drink good? Not bad. I've studied bartending. Would you like to try someday? My honor. The two returned to tranquility. The distant sea was pitch black. Faint sounds of waves could be heard along with the bright lights on the beach. They looked like stars fallen into a desert, extremely beautiful. Frida sat at a table behind them, staring at the pair who remained at a proper distance despite sharing a bed so many times, murmuring through a mouthful of cake. Why do I feel they have some invisible magnetic field between them, strangely harmonious? Abner smirked inside. Of course they would be harmonious after all those nights together. He felt strange because he saw Frida like an old father seeing his daughter, finding every aspect endearing. He had never felt this way toward any woman. Seeing some cake crumbs on her rosy lips, Abner leaned closer. Frida turned her head to meet his gaze. You wouldn't be wanting to kiss the crumbs off my lips, right? It'd be greasy. The girl always ruined the mood with her large eyes. Abner had gotten used to her shocking remarks and replied, No, I just tasted a mint-flavored ice cream. I liked the taste and wanted to share. Mint flavor? Must be very refreshing. Where is it? Frida's eyes lit up, loving sweets. Here. Abner caressed her cheek, turning her head towards him, then kissed her. Frida, sure feels minty, very refreshing. Faint music sounded in her ears as she heard her heart thumping. Alicia witnessed this scene and raised her glass toward Ardell. Sorry, I have to admit that my thoughts were too extreme at first. Ding. The crisp sound of the glasses clinking, Ardell's eyes showed turbulent emotions. Your thinking is very realistic and not wrong. For them to make it to the end, it depends on whether the two are committed. This one sentence made Alicia understand. So, the gap between social classes had never truly disappeared. What about us? She asked suddenly. Ardell took a sip of his drink. His was much stronger, burning down his throat, igniting an alternative pleasure. I'm glad you mentioned us proactively. If it were before, Alicia would never care about anything besides sleeping together. The fact that she asked such a question meant that she was starting to care about him in some way. Her future included him now. So what? Abner and I are different. Once I decide on something, no one can change it. Ardell placed his large hand over her hand. Miss Shun, I just worry that you might back off. Alicia rolled her eyes. That depends on your performance. If someone doesn't give me meat, I don't want to be starved to death. This girl had learned how to joke around. Ardell tapped her nose gently. Little glutton. Had they not been outside, Alicia would have already pounced into his arms to act coquettish. She could only suppress her urge repeatedly. After dinner, Frida insisted on going swimming. Alicia looked at the pile of swimsuits she brought and chose the most conservative one. Even so, Frida's great figure almost burst out of the swimsuit. Even as a woman, Alicia felt like she was going to bleed from her nose. Alicia finished changing and pulled her loose hair up into a bun, asking casually, Honey, what did you eat to grow like this? Frida said seriously, Of course meat. Wei, I've told you to stop eating those leaves. Try something better. Alicia muttered under her breath. I want to eat, but a certain person doesn't let her eat. What can she do? She was also in despair. Frida examined Alicia's white halter-neck swimsuit, which had no decorations and wasn't overly revealing except for her limbs, well covered otherwise. But with Alicia's 168 centimeters slim, yet perfectly proportioned body, her every movement exuded a graceful femininity, making people lose their minds. Wow, Wei, a beautiful figure like yours not having a boyfriend is such a waste. Alicia tidied up her things and casually draped a towel over her. Let's go swim. They walked to the poolside in flip-flops, sanitized in the disinfectant water. It was a private pool, and there were already people swimming inside, while Abner's friends either drank nearby or had just come out of the water. Seeing Frida wrapped in a towel, Raphael smiled. Young sister-in-law. Frida remembered clearly that last time he called her big class of kindergarten. Today she would definitely redeem herself. Alicia's gaze found the man sitting on the beach chair beside the pool. Ardell never mixed well with crowds, and others didn't dare approach him. Of course, Alicia was an exception. Barefoot, she walked step by step to stand in front of Ardell. Ding-ling. The ankle chain sounded crisp and clear. It was her. Ardell had been closing his eyes, but when he opened them, the slender woman before him unexpectedly removed her towel without warning. Chapter 108 Coral Reef. Ardell knew better than anyone how good Alicia's figure was, having measured it with his own hands through countless nights. Yet, when he saw it at this moment, astonishment was still clearly reflected in his eyes. The bath towel had been replaced by a tight-fitting swimsuit that revealed Alicia's perfect figure without any reservation. Even though she only exposed her limbs and chose a plain white swimsuit without any design, it paradoxically stirred one's blood more intensely than if she were completely naked. Alicia could feel the burning gaze on her back even without turning around. Her lips curled slightly. She stretched out her arms, moving gracefully. Every movement of hers ignited flames precisely in the man's heart. With a splash, Alicia dived into the pool cleanly and swiftly. Her entry into the water was standard, and once underwater, she resembled a fish, nimble and lively. When she resurfaced, her neatly tied hair had come undone, long strands now falling down, some clinging to her face. Her hands propped against the edge of the pool, resting her chin on her wrists. Dew-like droplets adorned her cheeks and arms, sparkling like pearls under the lights, giving her features a gentle mistiness, her dark eyes twinkling like stars. She looked obediently at Ardell. "Big brother, do you want to come down and play together?" Who could resist such a bewitching beauty in the water? Ardell changed out of his suit, but did not strip bare-chested like other men. He wore a set of black short-sleeved shorts, seemingly with no intention of entering the water. Alicia estimated that his wounds had already scabbed over and could get wet. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see his scars. But she wasn't an outsider. Ardell approached the poolside, squatting down while Alicia remained sprawled, occasionally kicking her feet lightly in the water like the tail fins of a fish gently brushing against the surface. Ardell reached out to caress her cheek, and Alicia rubbed against him, cold and smooth. In the next moment, Alicia tugged his hand, pulling him gently down into the pool. Both swam with fluid, precise strokes. Compared to the revelry in the adjacent pool, this side remained relatively quiet. Like two intertwined fish, they would sometimes float on the surface, then hold their breaths beneath the water, inseparable and intimate. After swimming for a while, the man wrapped his arms around her waist from underwater, pinning her against the corner of the pool. Just as Alicia was enjoying herself, she was unexpectedly pressed against the edge by Ardell without warning. A kiss tinged with alcohol descended upon her, burning like a raging fire devouring her lips. This corner was hidden from everyone's view unless one got close enough. The two pools were connected by a small arch bridge, lined with many green plants. Abner had started a pool party, deafening DJ music filling the air, with someone operating a large foam machine spraying bubbles into the pool. Over there was a scene of jubilation, and no one paid attention to the woman being pressed against the corner in the quiet pool. Helpless hands slowly climbed up Ardell's neck, her body almost entirely hanging on him to maintain balance. Long days of yearning melted into this hot and fervent kiss. Ripples gently undulated in the water as Ardell ended the prolonged, passionate kiss amidst cheers from the crowd. Alicia felt as if her tongue had gone numb. Their foreheads touched. She hugged Ardell's neck, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Kissing passionately in the pool was a first for Alicia, making her heart tingle all over, unable to regain composure for a long time. "Can you dive?" "I've learned, but I'm not very good at it. I'll take you to see the coral reef tomorrow." Alicia recalled he had promised to give her a romantic ceremony. Could he have prepared something special by the seaside? She didn't ask further, just adding a trace of anticipation to her heart. "Sure, then tonight." Ardell tapped her nose lightly. "I have some things to handle. You love the sea, don't you? You can sleep with the sea breeze tonight, and I might be late after finishing my work." Alicia felt somewhat depressed and bit his nose lightly. "You really don't give me anything at all." Just then, Frida walked over. Wei, come and play with us." Alicia pushed Ardell away and quickly slid away. Frida noticed only the two of them in the vast pool, finding it strange. Alicia always avoided being alone with a man, didn't she? But considering Alicia disliked crowds, she didn't think much about it. Wei, let's play together." Alicia emerged from the water, climbing up the ladder. "No thanks, I've finished swimming. I won't join the fun. Enjoy yourself, and I'm going back to my room to sleep." After washing her body, Alicia lay on the terrace and drank half a glass of red wine. She thought left and right, but still felt she couldn't let Ardell off so easily. Since their rooms were quite close to each other, Alicia decided to give him a surprise attack. Even just once. It would be enough to satisfy her craving. In this short period, Ardell had gradually brought out her wild side. Taking advantage of Frida not returning to the room yet, Alicia deliberately changed into a sexy swimsuit. Originally bought to wear for him, tonight was the best opportunity. Thinking about how his gaze in the pool seemed like it could burn through her clothes, he would surely love this look. Alicia tidied up and put on a bathrobe over it. She could already imagine how surprised Ardell would be when he saw the view under her bathrobe. Deciding to act immediately, Alicia secretly climbed over from the terrace. The villa's rooms were connected by platforms outside, which wasn't dangerous. Why didn't Alicia knock on the door? Mainly because she felt this way was more thrilling. She was like a playful child, full of thoughts to startle Ardell. Finally arriving at the terrace, she nimbly climbed up, finding the door open. This room had the same layout as the one next door, with the terrace connecting to the bedroom, and the bedroom leading to a large living room outside. Light from the living room shone inside. Ardell seemed to be preparing to get something from the bedroom, so Alicia crept out and pounced into his arms. "Good brother," surprised and unexpectedly delighted. Ardell helplessly chuckled. In fact, he noticed her jump onto the terrace. Otherwise, why would he come to the bedroom? "You came just in time. I was going to take you to meet." Before he finished, Alicia hooked her arms around his neck and retreated towards the bright living room. "I've prepared a gift for you." "Huh?" Facing away from the living room, Alicia couldn't see that several pairs of eyes were staring at the affectionate couple. Before Ardell reacted, Alicia suddenly untied the belt around her waist, revealing what was underneath. Not fully opened yet, Ardell panicked, hastily using the bathrobe to cover Alicia and tightly hugging her with both arms. Confused about what happened, a chuckling, unfamiliar male voice came from behind her. "Why don't we step out and let the second brother handle his personal issue?" There were people in the room. Alicia let out a startled scream. "Ah!" Chapter 109, CEOG's Romantic Declaration. Surprise had directly turned into shock. Alicia was about to lose it. Morgan only said he had something to deal with later, but didn't mention anyone would be there. Now, Alicia felt extremely regretful. She shouldn't have bought that sexy swimsuit in the first place. If not for the swimsuit, she wouldn't have sneaked in through the window. If not for sneaking in, today wouldn't have been such a huge misunderstanding. Embarrassing. What could she do? Oh, God. Let her find a crack in the floor and just crawl into it. She couldn't bear to show her face. She clung tightly to Morgan's chest, refusing to come out. Even though she knew this behavior was impolite, politeness seemed worthless compared to the embarrassment. Morgan felt helpless, looking at the woman hugging him tightly around the waist. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? Alicia mumbled from his chest. Better to suffocate than to be laughed to death. Others wanted to comfort her, but feared that their words might make Alicia even more embarrassed. Morgan originally planned to introduce her to some friends, but now Alicia probably never wanted to meet them again. Would you like to go back to my room and rest for a while? No need. Alicia muttered. You can take me to the door. I don't want to disturb you anymore. Should I visit you later? Rather not. As soon as Alicia heard the door open, she quickly retreated and closed it behind her. In the moment before the door shut, she seemed to hear bursts of laughter from inside. Ha ha ha. Ah, embarrassing. Alicia was going to die from awkwardness. Where could she buy Munkpa soup to erase everyone's memory right now? In a panic, Alicia rushed out, head down, not even noticing she was running in the wrong direction. At a corner, she bumped into someone. Sorry. This added another layer of embarrassment to an already uncomfortable situation. Alicia hurriedly pulled herself out of the man's embrace. Their eyes met. Brant looked surprised. Wei, what are you doing here? Of all things. Just escaped one mess and stumbled into another. What's it to you? Alicia turned to leave. Brant grabbed her hand. Wei, we need to talk. You. Alicia's clothes were already disheveled when she ran out. When he let go, much of her inner attire was exposed. Although it wasn't entirely clear, Brant wasn't stupid. He knew she wore a sexy swimsuit underneath. For someone as conservative as Alicia, why would she wear something like this? There was only one reason. She wore it for another man. Just thinking about how she lay beneath another man made Brant furious. Who are you wearing this for? Alicia pulled her hand away. My man, why should you care? Alicia, you're just asking for trouble. Smack. Alicia tightened her waistband, covering everything up, then slapped Brant across the face. Brant, you know very well what you did to get me to agree. I'm warning you. How you live with Annabelle is your business, but stay away from me. Alicia was usually calm in front of Brant, but today her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, making her look even more alluring. Just imagining her lying under another man, Brant couldn't help but feel angry. So, you found another man. With your salary, how could you afford a 200,000 yuan seaside suite? The ugliness of this man disgusted her. Alicia regretted wasting so many years on him. What? Jealous? Men like you beg me to lean on you, and I still refuse. My man is nothing like you. You're not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. With that, Alicia turned and left. As she passed a corner, she heard a familiar female voice calling from behind. CEO Zhou. Hurry, I've been waiting for you. Alicia paused. That voice sounded like Dara. Impossible. Brant wouldn't stoop so low as to choose someone like Dara, would he? Too curious for anything, Alicia quickly returned to her room. Her first action was to message Morgan, telling him she wanted to sleep and not disturb her tonight. Honestly, Alicia wished she could buy a ticket to Mars, staying away for 10 or 20 years before coming back. Frida returned late at night. Alicia, a light sleeper, felt her tiptoeing in and quietly shutting the door. She turned over and fell back asleep. The next morning, the fresh sea breeze dispelled Alicia's drowsiness. Not just her, Frida also seemed uneasy, as if something had happened last night. Seeing the obvious hickey on Frida's neck, Alicia guessed what had transpired. In the dead of night, with raging hormones and physical desires, it's quite normal for something to happen between a man and a woman. I wonder how far they've gone. Alicia didn't see Morgan during breakfast or lunch. Had he gone on another business trip? Seeing her deep in thought, Abner suggested, Teacher Shun, let's go snorkeling. And G has already gone there. His words seemed to hint at something. Could it be that he was preparing some romantic proposal? If Morgan did such a thing, Alicia would be very much looking forward to it. Was it a beach filled with roses, or a drone spelling out love declarations in the sky? Wouldn't the drone effect be less impressive during the day? Or perhaps the old cliché of a CEO scattering petals from a helicopter? Whenever it came to anything related to Morgan, Alicia always tended to overthink. She took a sightseeing vehicle to the private sea area. Expecting a grand surprise, she found nothing upon arrival. The sand was pristine, and the seawater crystal clear. If not for the confession she had been anticipating all along, she would have found this place beautiful beyond compare. But after waiting for so long, only to find nothing but Morgan ready in his diving gear, Alicia felt utterly disappointed. Meeting him, she forgot all about last night's embarrassment. Morgan was considerate enough not to mention what happened the previous night. Come here, let me explain the precautions for snorkeling. Though Alicia had learned before, it was merely for getting a certificate to satisfy Mariana, and after so many years, she was indeed a bit rusty. She suppressed her disappointment and listened attentively as Morgan explained everything to her slowly. His voice was melodious and rich, with a deep resonance. Noticing her mind wandering, he asked again, Have you remembered all the emergency signals? Yeah. Alicia knew that Morgan wasn't frivolous. Maybe today wasn't the day, but maybe in the future, so what was she fretting about? After all, he was already hers. It was just a matter of ceremony. Before entering the water, he patted Alicia's hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Yeah. Underwater, Alicia was initially uncomfortable, feeling a strong pressure in her lungs. Morgan patiently practiced with her in shallow water a few meters deep until she got used to it, gradually descending deeper. As Abner had said, the seawater here was exceptionally clean and transparent, offering excellent light penetration. She could clearly see beams of sunlight filtering through the water, fish swimming freely around. Gradually, Alicia forgot all her worries, her heart healed by the sea. Following a turtle slowly moving ahead, she occasionally reached out to touch the coral reefs. Seeing Morgan giving her a signal, Alicia descended a bit further. This part of the sea near the coastline was not too deep and could be fully submerged. There were also sea urchins and starfish at the bottom. Curiosity piqued, Alicia swam forward. The next second, seeing the stunning underwater scene, she was completely stunned. How could Morgan actually planted an entire sea of rose flowers for her underwater? Chapter 110 Love Sprouts in the Heart. The afternoon sunlight was at its most brilliant, piercing through the azure sea and casting golden beams of light. Schools of fish weaved freely through this radiance. The final resting point of these beams turned out to be an endless carpet of red roses spread out on the ocean floor. Alicia was dazed. Over the past few days, she had imagined countless romantic scenarios in her mind, yet upon truly witnessing this moment, she found herself speechless. All the words and phrases she had learned from books over the years could not accurately describe this stunningly beautiful scene that left her awestruck. An expanse of rose flowers planted under the sea resembled a celestial garden abandoned by gods, or a red carpet woven especially for her by someone with love. Such grandeur was displayed for her eyes only, deeply touching Alicia. No one had ever been so considerate and thoughtful towards her throughout her life. Though the man's face was partially obscured by diving gear, Alicia, through his snorkeling mask, instantly met his profoundly deep eyes. He quietly waited there, calming her racing heart and prompting her for an answer. Alicia extended her hand to him, and they strolled down the red carpet like newlyweds. Alicia knelt down, inspecting each vivid rose carefully. No wonder he was busy last night. He must have worked overnight planting them. If he had started too early, the roses wouldn't have looked as fresh and exquisite. She gently caressed the petals, finding it a uniquely romantic experience to admire flowers underwater, a memory she would never forget. He had promised her something extraordinary, and indeed, he delivered. Alicia floated toward a cluster of roses where the sunlight fell, catching sight of something glittering inside one bloom. When she neared that flower, she found, to her surprise, a simple plain ring for men. Confused, Alicia wondered why it was for men. Could he have made a mistake with the size? Turning around, Ardell stood right behind her, holding another ring, this time a women's ring. It wasn't a diamond ring, but also a very simple plain band. Alicia then understood his intention. Today was not about a proposal, but an expression of affection. The pair of rings they held were matching couple rings, not wedding bands. He knew how sensitive she was, feeling insecure about the future after being together. So today, they exchanged rings, signifying he was hers once he put the ring on. Many men would take off their wedding bands after the ceremony, still presenting themselves as single around other women. Most women wore their wedding bands constantly, forming a stark contrast with men. Women often voluntarily confined themselves in marriage, raising children, and doing household chores. Men, free from worries, tended to avoid commitment, enjoying freedom outside the relationship. But this man was different. Ardell lifted Alicia's hand and delicately slid the ring onto her middle finger. Then he extended his own hand, patiently awaiting Alicia's response. Would she agree to be with him? Since he prepared the rings, he didn't intend to go through the motions without sincerity. He could have prepared only the woman's ring if it were just for show. What he sought was the sense of ritual to start their relationship beautifully, providing Alicia with a long-sought sense of security. Alicia, barely containing her excitement, gently placed the ring on Ardell's finger. Before she finished marveling, Ardell hugged her tightly. Alicia thought it was a trap, unaware it was the fruition of many years of secret admiration. Love sprouted in his heart, grew up, blossomed into a vibrant flower, nurtured day and night. Finally, he got her completely. Alicia rested quietly in his embrace as the gentle sunlight fell upon them, creating a perfectly harmonious scene. Soon, Alicia vaguely sensed something was wrong. Her air tank was nearly empty. How could this happen? To prevent accidents, she and Ardell had started with surface snorkeling, meaning they stayed close to the water's surface, using snorkels and fins to enjoy the sea. After she adjusted, they ventured into scuba diving, which Alicia had learned before, mastering it quickly. Air consumption depends on personal habits and water pressure, meaning more nervous divers consume air faster at greater depths. Given her experience and composure, how could she make such a common mistake? It took less than 20 minutes to reach this spot, with enough air to spare. How did this happen? Alicia signaled to Ardell immediately, pointing to her regulator as it malfunctioned. Experienced as he was, though puzzled, Ardell quickly removed his own regulator and placed it in Alicia's mouth. In such a life-or-death situation, Alicia did not hesitate with any self-righteous actions like telling him to leave her behind. Without exchanging a word, they acted in perfect sync. Neither of them could panic. Doing so would result in both of their deaths. Perhaps it was because Ardell was by her side. Alicia's heart rate, which had raced for a moment, returned to its normal pace. She silently reminded herself to stay calm. Maintaining a clear mind, she and Ardell began to ascend towards the surface. To prevent lung overpressure injuries, they moved slowly and deliberately controlled their breathing. Alicia took 2 breaths and then passed the regulator to Ardell. Supporting each other, they gradually surfaced. The moment her head emerged from the water, Alicia felt as though she had come back to life. They made it ashore on a rocky area. Alicia's limbs were already numb. Several times she tried to climb up using the rocks but failed. Ardell grabbed her arms and pulled her onto the shore in one swift motion. The moment she landed, Alicia lunged into his arms and burst into tears. So close. She had almost died in the sea. If Ardell hadn't been there, if he wasn't so composed, and if she hadn't remained calm, just a bit of panic at the moment when she realized her air tank was empty, just a few extra gulps of seawater and disrupted breathing, she would have drowned within minutes. It's okay now, don't cry. Ardell gently patted her back. For him, it might have been just an accident. Alicia was a novice diver who possibly consumed too much air, leading to the exhaustion of her air supply. A sudden image flashed in Alicia's mind. A white car hit by a large truck on the sidewalk, blood spattered everywhere. It happened during her return from G Corporation to the kindergarten. The large truck initially targeted her. If Walter hadn't handled the situation calmly, Alicia would have been the one to die, and the poor white car would not have become her substitute victim. Alicia had initially thought it was an accident, but how many accidents were there that could lead to her death? Someone had sent white chrysanthemums to the office. Alicia's face turned pale, her voice trembling. This isn't an accident. Someone wants me dead. Chapter 111. Be good, it's alright. Surprise turned to shock, and what Ardell originally intended as an unforgettable memory for her had gone terribly wrong. Unforgettable it was indeed, but all the good impressions were replaced by fear in the end. The tension she had built up while in the sea collapsed entirely at this moment. Her emotions overflowed, a complete mess. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably in Ardell's arms. Alicia clung tightly to Ardell's hand. Even her voice quivered. It's Brant, it must be him. I encountered him last night. Ardell frowned deeply and gently held Alicia in his arms, soothing her softly. Pandora, calm down a little. Alicia was out of immediate danger now, but investigation would come next. However, Alicia's emotional fluctuations were too intense at this moment, which was the most terrifying thing. He had seen Alicia during her episodes before and did not want her to go through such painful memories again. Every time Alicia closed her eyes, she saw nothing but the blood flowing from the gaps of the white car. A crimson red, viscous. She almost exploded her lungs in the sea just now. If Ardell hadn't been with her, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. She couldn't listen to a single word from Ardell now, her entire body shaking nonstop, tears falling incessantly. The chrysanthemum was sent by him. The harassing messages must also have been from him. He wants me dead. Although Ardell knew without thinking that the person who wanted to kill Alicia was not Brant. All he had towards Alicia was desire and unfulfilled frustration. Maybe he thought about torturing Alicia or finding a way to get her back to him. How could he possibly try to take Alicia's life in such a manner? The one who wanted Alicia dead was someone else. Someone who knew her whereabouts, could replace her air cylinder, and even bribe the truck driver. This was no simple matter, which meant it couldn't be done by ordinary people Alicia usually met. That person had a certain status and power. But now Alicia's mind was filled with hatred towards Brant, firmly believing it was him. Ardell couldn't upset her more. Yes, if it's him, let me help you take revenge, alright? Don't be scared. You have me. He held Alicia tightly, patiently comforting her. Alicia didn't understand why, but there seemed to be a special kind of magic around him. As long as she hugged him, her emotions gradually calmed down. It felt like she had been embraced by these arms countless times, and she had heard this voice countless times. Pain, my head hurt so much. She must have seen Ardell somewhere, but she couldn't remember where. Waves crashed against the rocks, seagulls flew across the sky, occasionally a bird cry could be heard. In the distance, a cruise ship passed by, and ripples still gently danced on the sea surface under the breeze. Alicia's emotions slowly stabilized, tear stains still fresh on her face. Ardell wiped away her tears. Be good, it's alright. The platinum plain ring on his finger shimmered faintly in the sunlight, catching Alicia's attention. She suddenly snapped back to reality. Sorry, I messed up the ceremony you prepared so meticulously. Ardell pinched her nose playfully. It was set up for you. You've already seen everything. Each rose has fulfilled its destiny, so how can it be wasteful? Are you feeling better now? Alicia nodded, her long eyelashes still glistening with bright tears, and she found it hard to speak. My legs feel a bit weak. Can we rest a bit more? Ardell noticed that she finally wasn't just terrified, and smiled slightly. He squatted in front of Alicia. Get on. I'll carry you home. Home. Alicia loved this word. She looked at the ring on her finger, identical to his. It felt like she wouldn't be alone anymore from now on. She lay on Ardell's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her lips touching his neck. Ardell, will you ever leave me? Even carrying her barefoot on the rocky path, the man walked as if on flat ground, looking incredibly relaxed. Without hesitation, he answered, no, unless I die. Don't say that word death again. All right, then I won't say it. Alicia was shocked and puzzled by this strange event. Ardell didn't dare to let her stay, so after informing Abner, he took Alicia away. Knowing that Alicia disliked drawing attention, he borrowed a Volkswagen worth several $100,000 for their return. When Alicia got into the car, she was spotted by Brant in the distance. His gaze fell on the Volkswagen, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. What a fool she was to think she found a powerful, wealthy man. Then came anger. She preferred an ordinary person over staying with him. It seemed the lesson wasn't severe enough. The sun was too blinding, and he could only see the man in the driver's seat leaning down to fasten Alicia's seatbelt with patience, his face indistinct as the car left. Ardell handed her a glass of lemon water. The journey back will take a few hours. You can rest for a while. I can't sleep. Alicia hugged the water bottle and took a few sips. The refreshing taste cleared her mind a bit, but her emotions were still not fully calmed. While waiting for the traffic light, his hand covered Alicia's cold hand. I have already asked people to thoroughly investigate the troubles you've encountered during this period. There will be results soon. Don't be too nervous. Everything is handled by me. Okay. If it really wasn't an accident and someone wanted to kill you, living alone can be very dangerous. I suggest having a man around would be much safer. Alicia bit the straw. You mean, cohabiting? Isn't that progressing too fast? Too fast. He actually thought it was too slow, wishing to propose one day and get married the next, and directly have twins right after, with a boy looking like him and a girl like Alicia. Of course, he was afraid his thoughts would scare Alicia, who had just experienced a trauma. He couldn't be too hasty. Pandora, first of all, we are now in a relationship acknowledged by both parties. Secondly, we've already been intimate. You need someone to rely on since you're encountering trouble. Cohabitation makes perfect sense. At this point, Ardell suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over. His cold masculine scent enveloped her. He reached out to caress Alicia's cheek, sliding down along her smooth face to her slender neck. His rough fingertips lightly grazed her veins, his voice low and seductive near her ear. Besides, as adults, you have needs too, don't you? This charming fox always used this trick to tempt her whenever he wanted to achieve something. And she, pitifully, was always hardwired to respond to his moves, helpless. Like now, when his ambiguous gaze scanned her lips, Alicia felt her body go numb. She yearned for his kisses, his touches, his warmth. Biting the straw, Alicia took another sip of lemon water, trying to wake up her brain. The man leaned closer, pinching her chin and tilting his head to look into her eyes. They were so close that just a small step forward would bring their lips together. Pandora, tell me, do you miss me? She licked her lips. Their noses brushed against each other, his fingers gently caressing her skin, his voice tender and enthralling. If we cohabit, you won't be alone every night. I'll be with you. Chapter 112, Male Fox. Will you give me a kiss if we live together? Alicia asked softly. Kiss. Will you give me a hug? Hug. Will you warm the bed for me? Warm. Then it's settled. No going back on your word. Alicia leaned in and kissed him on the lips as soon as she finished speaking. Ardell's lips were like delicious candies, fatally attractive to a child. He was hard all over except for this one soft and warm spot. It made her want to go deeper, gently caressing his lips, a beast named Desire inside her, constantly tearing at the iron chains of its cage, trying to break free. Beep. The car behind them honked mercilessly, pushing Alicia's just emerging inner beast back into hiding. Alicia pushed him away, her face red. Hurry up, hurry up. The red light had long turned. No wonder others were urging. Ardell chuckled lightly at her flustered appearance. Clearly she had been acting like she wanted to devour him just moments ago, but now she was shrinking in the passenger seat, like a little quail. He knew once Alicia got emotional, she found it hard to control herself. Fortunately, her emotions were stirred because of him. Where do you want to live? My place, Jun, or yours, whatever you choose is fine with me. Don't rush, it's still a few hours drive back, you can take your time to think. This man was always so considerate and calm. Even though he occasionally played some small tricks, he never forced her to make any decisions. Let's go to mine, okay? Of course, it's my honor. I'll have Wilson pack some clothes and bring them over later. Alicia bit her lip as she explained, sorry, although I really like Trace, I'm not ready to be a stepmom yet. She herself was still like a child who hadn't fully grown up. Living with 2 children would be a huge leap in identity, and she still had some questions about matters concerning children. Jun had a wonderful environment, but Alicia didn't want to move into the man's house too quickly. She had her own plans. Alicia was well aware of how deep the gap between her and Ardell was, even though she had no immediate plans to talk about marriage. Since they were sincerely together, things would naturally move in a positive direction. Alicia planned to quit her job at the kindergarten and devote herself entirely to design work, where she could excel. Ardell was the first man she was willing to get close to and develop feelings for. In the past, when Brant suggested many times that she quit her job, she ignored it. The moment she chose Ardell, she bid farewell to ordinariness. If so, then she should strive to reach higher, getting closer to Ardell. She never changed her original intention. She would still shine brightly, without relying on a man. Alicia dozed off, waking up to the sound of him taking a call. Even though he spoke very quietly, that pleasing, magnetic voice resonated in her ears, waking her from her drowsiness. Opening her eyes, they were already in the city center. Ardell hung up the phone, looking slightly serious. Sorry, I need to go to the hospital in a bit. Is Zicheng having problems again? Yes, I'll drop you home first. Alicia refused outright. I'll go with you. I'd like to meet this child. Ardell was somewhat surprised. He thought Alicia wouldn't concern herself with the child's affairs anytime soon. That she brought it up showed that she was prepared to accept him fully. She wasn't just doing it on a whim, nor purely for their intimate encounters. She genuinely wanted to integrate into his life. He waited for her to ask about the child's mother. If she began caring about his past or worrying about the women around him, it would mean that Alicia had completely embraced him. On the way to the hospital, Alicia didn't mention this matter. Instead, she learned some information about Abrielle's health condition. Abrielle had congenital heart disease, and her reclusive nature was partly due to spending most of her time at home. She was hospitalized last time because of her heart condition and hasn't been discharged since. Though it was an old ailment, such a potentially fatal disease couldn't be taken lightly, and even Santiago had stayed by her side these days. On the way, Alicia bought some fruits and toys. Seeing the bag she carried into the car, Ardell couldn't suppress a smile. So thoughtful, and you say you're not ready? I think we can get married tomorrow. Dating is one thing, marriage is another. You are suitable as a boyfriend, but I didn't say you are suitable as a husband. Before she could finish, Ardell interrupted her. Say it again, I like hearing it. Alicia blushed. Who said anything? You're taking advantage of me again. When Ardell heard those words, his normally calm heart could no longer contain the overwhelming emotions. In the past, when he heard wealthy wives refer to their husbands in a certain way, it was just a simple term to him. But when those two words came out of Alicia's mouth, it became a unique title she gave him alone. Ardell pulled her forcefully from the passenger seat, making her straddle his lap. Alicia's back leaned against the steering wheel, her hands pressing on Ardell's solid chest, with her rings sparkling. What are you doing? Alicia stared at him warily. Beneath her palm, his heart raced faster than usual, causing her own veins to pulse and sync. Ardell gazed at her intently, his voice slightly hoarse. Honey, call me. Oh my. The male fox spirit was bewitching her again, holding her under his spell for 5 seconds. Clearly, he had a ruggedly handsome face that had nothing to do with gentleness. His voice was deep and magnetic. Yet, he could be even more irresistible than a sweet little girl when being coquettish. Alicia hadn't meant to call him that. It was just a slip of the tongue, and this man got it. She wasn't prepared at all. After all, over such a long time, the most intimate way she ever addressed him was brother, which evolved from flirting. Skipping all the affectionate terms straight to husband was too much for her to say. I can't bring myself to call you that. How about this then? Ardell's hand wrapped around her waist, making Alicia shiver. Don't do this. They were still parked by the roadside. This car belonged to someone else, who knew how well the privacy features worked. Vehicles sped past one after another on the adjacent lanes, shaking the ground, while by the roadside, a child just let out of school was nagging his mother for an ice cream. Mommy, give me. The child's clear voice carried through the window. Leaning close to Alicia's ear, Ardell whispered, his voice dark and flirtatious. Honey, give me. Chapter 113, Fox. Alicia felt like her head was going to split into two. This man had her all figured out. After all, her body only reacted to him, exaggeratedly so. A glance, a touch, and she was already lost in reverie. Can I call you something else? Alicia pondered over what he called her. Baby, little Alicia, Pandora. She wanted a unique, affectionate nickname for herself as well. What do you want to call me? Alicia bent down close to his ear, her voice soft and sweet, tinged with shyness. Fox, do you like it? Their eyes met, brimming with deep affection. Like it? Only then did Alicia escape from that moment. When she sat back down, her body still felt numb. She felt like every part of her had been tainted by the strong, cold wood scent that clung to him, which was almost like a fatal addiction to her. If they weren't about to arrive at the hospital, she really wanted to take him home immediately, draw the curtains, and push him onto her bed. Seemed like the bed in the apartment wasn't in great condition. One of the legs had an issue. It didn't matter much when she slept on it alone, but if another person were added, it might creak awkwardly. Immersed in these random thoughts, she had already arrived at the hospital. Glancing at Ardell out of the corner of her eye, she thought to herself that he was now hers. Why should she be afraid that this sly fox would run away? Once he was lured back home, wouldn't he just be under her control? Alicia reined in her thoughts and got out of the car with bags in hand. The man parked the car and casually took all the things from her hands. It's not heavy, no problem, Alicia protested. He didn't explain much. Let me carry them. Walking beside him, Alicia felt an extra layer of security. At the supermarket, someone always helped her carry heavy items, and when walking together, he would always protect her by keeping her on the inside. This man sometimes seemed rough, yet his thoughts were incredibly meticulous and considerate. They went to G Family's private hospital, which ensured perfect privacy. Before stepping into the room, they heard the sound of a violin, albeit somewhat intermittent and played poorly. It appeared to be a beginner. Ardell pushed open the door, revealing the boy playing the violin. The boy started to speak. Old G, close the door. Teacher Shun, why are you here? Santiago's eyes lit up brightly, handing over the violin to Ardell before instantly hugging Alicia tightly, who held him firmly. Slow down, she smiled gently. It turned out the father and son interacted more like buddies in private, calling each other Old G. Santiago's face was full of joy. Teacher Shun, have you eaten? Shall I have someone prepare food for you? Good boy, I'm not hungry. Then have some water, let me get you a glass. No need. Santiago happily tugged Alicia's hand and introduced her. This is my sister, whom you met once before. Her name is Abrielle. Ziching, this is Teacher Shun, whom I've told you about many times. Abrielle had porcelain white skin with a slight pallor. She had thick, jet black hair and a delicate face. Though she didn't resemble Ardell, she clearly inherited features from her mother, who looked petite and refined. So, the type of women Ardell liked in the past must have been the demure kind? Abrielle's gaze towards Alicia remained icy, making it hard to believe such coldness could come from a young girl. I'm Alicia, Jiao as in the bright moon. Alicia smiled warmly, wanting to connect with the child without being overly formal. The girl's eyes showed no response. She's just like this, don't mind her, Ardell explained. It's okay. In her first year of teaching, Alicia had encountered many difficult children, including Santiago, whom she gradually won over. Ardell was about to say more when his phone rang. He made a gesture indicating he was answering it, saying as he walked away, Dead? The door closed, cutting off the rest of the conversation from Alicia's ears. Abrielle glared at her, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain after Ardell left. From their first meeting, Alicia had sensed this, but she couldn't understand if Abrielle felt this way towards everyone or specifically towards her. She picked up the carefully chosen gifts. Ziching, I'm not sure what you like, so I bought some toys. You can tell me your preferences, and I. Before she could finish, Abrielle suddenly shoved the gifts aside, scattering them all over the floor. She stared straight into Alicia's eyes, enunciating every word clearly. I like you staying away from my father. Someone as despicable as you doesn't deserve him. Understand. Alicia initially only noticed how venomous Abrielle's gaze was, but her words were even sharper. Just moments ago, she was with Ardell, and Abrielle's reaction was excessively intense. Could it be that some women before her had also tried to win Ardell's favor, leaving psychological scars on the children? Alicia was always very patient with children, so she didn't mind. On the contrary, Santiago was very angry. Sister, what are you doing? Apologize to teacher Shun. Abrielle glanced at him coldly. What? Do you want this woman to be our mother? Santiago, don't forget whose son you are. Zicheng, I think you may have misunderstood. Alicia tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. The other side gave a cold laugh. Misunderstood? Teacher Shun, didn't you approach me to become our mother? You should know your place. A hillbilly, no matter how many feathers she wears, can never turn into a phoenix. Want to please me? Dream on. Her insults became increasingly harsh. Clearly just approaching 6 years old, she seemed unnaturally mature. Alicia took a deep breath. It seemed Abrielle strongly disliked her. She and Ardell's relationship couldn't be exposed for now. Otherwise, if it stimulated this little girl's heart, Alicia wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. I came to see you today without any intention of being your mother. I just wanted to visit you. If you don't like these toys, I won't buy them again. Do you think I don't know? The money you used to buy toys is still my dad's. Women like you are filthy, using your face to seduce men. The more Alicia listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Abrielle, a pampered little princess, why did she sound like an elderly lady from the market? Continually talking about seducing men. Sister, stop talking. Santiago was desperately trying to stop her. He rushed into Alicia's arms. Teacher Shun, don't listen to her. My sister is ill. Don't take her seriously. Alicia stroked Santiago's head. It's okay. Maybe Zicheng doesn't want to see me right now. Take good care of her. When dealing with troubled kids, one has to be patient. Abrielle's hostility towards her was too strong, so Alicia decided to back off for now. However, Abrielle wasn't planning to let her go. Her eyes stared straight at Alicia, like a child out of a horror movie. Bitch, I warn you, stay away from my dad. Otherwise, I will not let you off. Ardell entered, immediately sensing the tense atmosphere. What happened? He asked gently. Abrielle pointed at Alicia's face. Dad, I hate this woman. Make her leave. Chapter 114. My heart is saying I love you. Abrielle's words were a death sentence. It was comparable to the dilemma of choosing whom to save when both my mother and you fall into the water at the same time. Logically speaking, Abrielle was his daughter, a child with heart disease. Even if she was wrong, adults would tend to favor her. But that wouldn't be fair to Alicia, who had clearly been insulted. Yet, this world was never perfect or absolutely fair. Unwilling to put Morgan in a difficult position, Alicia took the initiative and said, It's getting late. Stay here with the kids for a while. I'll leave first. The man's large hand gripped her wrist tightly, puzzling Alicia as she looked up at him. Morgan pulled her into his arms, looking earnestly at Abrielle. Zicheng, I think you should apologize to teacher Shun. She is an elder and will be your future mother. A good child shouldn't speak to their mother like that, right? Alicia's pupils dilated in surprise. She hadn't expected Morgan to take her side without even asking what had happened, treating the matter seriously rather than dismissing it as a child's prank. Abrielle's face changed drastically. What she had said was one thing, but now that Morgan confirmed it, she screamed like an angry little beast. What did you say? Are you going to marry this woman? Seeing her agitated expression, Alicia grew concerned. All right, stop talking. The child's heart. The usually respectful man cut her off abruptly. Morgan's handsome features turned cold, his pale lips devoid of any smile. He stared coldly at Abrielle. Firstly, I am an adult male. It's impossible for me to remain single forever. I have the right to seek a partner. Teacher Shun is the one I like, and we are considering marriage. I hope you prepare yourselves to accept her. This was the first time Alicia heard him express his feelings. Without grand vows, just saying it so simply made her heart race. Perhaps it wasn't the confession itself, but his respect for her that moved her. Her fingers clung tightly to Morgan's broad palm, feeling insecure, yet comforted by this man's attentiveness to all her emotions. Abrielle jumped off the bed and ran barefoot toward Morgan, trying to push Alicia away to get him to hold her. But Morgan held onto Alicia's waist firmly, unyielding. Looking down at the little girl clinging to his leg, he said gently yet firmly, Zicheng, I know you depend on Dad. I'm always busy and often away on business. Try to get along with teacher Shun, okay? No, I don't want her, I only want Dad. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. Morgan wiped them away, his voice soft but resolute. So what do you mean? If you have to choose between me and this woman, who would you choose? Alicia's heart sank. She knew she shouldn't argue with a child, but didn't Abrielle's hostility seem too extreme? Zicheng, in the world of adults, there are no choices. I want both you and teacher Shun. But if teacher Shun feels uncomfortable because of you, I would choose her without hesitation. When Morgan said these words, Alicia thought she must be hearing things. Was Morgan crazy? They had only known each other for 3 months, mostly through nightly interactions. How could he say such things to his daughter with heart disease? This was too unreal, too bizarre. Abrielle was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at Morgan, disbelief written all over her face. Dad, you said, in your heart, aren't brother and I more important than this woman? Yes, they're not. Morgan's answer, delivered without a second thought, was the most hurtful. Alicia tugged at his sleeve, trying to stop him, but the man added, not just you two. No one in this world can replace teacher Shun in my heart. Do you understand? Bending down, he looked directly into Abrielle's eyes. If you can get along well with teacher Shun, we'll still be a family. If you make her feel unwelcome, then go back to where you were before. Understand, this was both a warning and a threat. Back to where? Where was that? Alicia realized how unusual this father-daughter relationship was. Morgan's considerate side seemed to be reserved only for her. Even his own daughter had no privilege in this regard. It appeared she needed to clarify the issue about the child's biological mother. Things weren't as simple as she had thought. Tears streamed down Abrielle's cheeks as Santiago became anxious. Old G, my sister is just upset. Please don't send us away. I like teacher Shun, and we promise to get along well. Santiago's little mouth turned down, and he couldn't hold back his tears. You must not abandon us. The little boy who hadn't cried even after fighting at school was now extremely sad. Alicia bent down to pick him up. Don't cry. Dad is just scaring you. He loves you so much. How could he send you away? Teacher Shunhua. Santiago had been taught by Morgan from a young age that men don't cry. It wasn't that he couldn't cry, but he had great endurance. Even when he did cry, Morgan would see it as a sign of weakness and wouldn't comfort him. In Alicia's warm embrace, which felt like the dreamt of mother's arms, he finally couldn't hold back. Like any child his age, he cried loudly, releasing years of pent-up emotions. Morgan didn't have the time to attend to him. He continued to stare at Abrielle. Have you thought it through? Do you want to stay, or should I send you away? Abrielle's eyes were red from crying, yet she received no mercy from the man. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head to apologize to Alicia. I'm sorry, teacher Shun. Alicia, holding Santiago, stroked her head. It's okay, don't cry anymore. But Alicia knew that Abrielle was different from Santiago. This girl had too many deep thoughts. She apologized not because she realized her mistake, but because under Morgan's pressure, she chose the best option. This girl was not to be underestimated. The best approach was to keep a distance from Abrielle and try to avoid contact with her. After consoling Santiago for a long time, Alicia proposed leaving. She had expected Morgan to stay with the children, but he immediately said, I'll drive you home. Santiago was excited, while although Abrielle didn't say anything, the darkness in her eyes deepened. She didn't show her feelings anymore and even bid farewell to Alicia politely. Goodbye, teacher Shun. Back in the car, Alicia's heart was still unsettled. She took the initiative to sit on Morgan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Actually, even if you chose her, I wouldn't mind. After all, she's just a child, and I won't be upset with a child. Besides, I've heard countless nasty things since childhood and am immune to them. If I upset her and trigger her heart condition, it would be my fault. But I do mind. Even though she's just a child, I shouldn't make you suffer. He held Alicia's hand and placed it over his heart. Before, you didn't have me, but now you do. Little Moon, here you are the only one. No one can hurt you for any reason. Alicia lunged into his embrace, burying her head in his neck. Morgan, you're so good. How could I bear to leave you? Morgan intertwined his fingers with hers, their silver rings crossed. Alicia noticed that the inconspicuous patterns on the rings formed a heart. Then never leave. Little Moon, did you hear? My heart is saying I love you. Alicia held his hand tightly, meeting his loving gaze. A ping. I want you, really, really want you. Chapter 115. I have long wanted to hide Jiao in a golden house. Alicia had never been respected throughout her life, not even by her own mother who would watch indifferently when she was hurt. Because Alicia had never experienced being protected, she could only clumsily seek refuge in men's arms. Like a stray cat or dog rubbing against the owner who finally adopted it, she expressed her inner feelings in this way. In Ardell's eyes, she appeared both adorable and pitiful. Such an obedient young girl without a complete childhood had significant flaws in her personality. He wanted to slowly heal her spiritual emptiness, teaching her to love herself. Was the call you just answered from Wilson? Alicia suddenly asked. Yes. The gas cylinder incident wasn't an accident. Ardell's gaze became serious. Someone disguised as staff tampered with the cylinders. Not only you, but Frida and several others were also affected. Since it happened at an open seaside area, there were no surveillance cameras to capture the person's face. Alicia's face immediately changed. Is Inghan okay? Who did you say died? Don't worry. Abner and his group of friends are professional divers. Frida just got a fright. The deceased was the driver of the truck you encountered in your last car accident. How did he die? He was a drug addict. On the day of the accident, he caused a crash due to excessive drug use. After being detained, he died in the holding cell. Wilson investigated his background and found that he had been in prison for over 10 years and had just been released a month ago. His family had long since abandoned him. So coincidental? Alicia frowned. The IP address of the one sending harassing texts has been traced to abroad, from an old lady's house who recently passed away. What about the person sending flowers? Ardell's brows furrowed even tighter. I once sent you a bouquet of yellow roses, and Cedric did too. The rest were ordered online. Like before, no trace of the sender. That was the most terrifying part. This person was well hidden, like a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness, watching Alicia from the murky sewers. Alicia clutched his clothes. Could it be Brandt? Based on the motive and current evidence, it can't be him. He might want you, but he wouldn't want to kill you. Ardell gently stroked Alicia's face. This person knows you very well, indicating that your current apartment is no longer safe. Deborah, during this time, either come with me to Jiao Garden or stay at my place. Even if we cohabit, I can't be with you 24 hours a day, and your apartment's safety can't be guaranteed. His expression and tone were far more serious than before. This matter concerned Alicia's life safety, and he couldn't give her a choice. Then let's go to Jiao Garden. You take me home to get some things. Okay. Seeing her distracted, Ardell softly embraced her. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. The warmth from his body dispelled the cold in Alicia's heart. She didn't know whom she had offended, someone so cruel as to want to take her life. Fortunately, she met Ardell. Alicia's red lips pressed against his ear. I'm not scared. I will resign on Monday and take a few days off. Ardell knew what this job meant to Alicia, and he disapproved. Teacher Shun, if it's not necessary, I don't want you to make sacrifices for me. A ping. Remember what I said before? Being with you brings me joy, but it's not enough for me to give up this job. As long as I don't resign, I am still Teacher Trace. Once they seize this as leverage, who will care if we met because of Trace? Alicia's dark eyes were crystal clear. It's not just about me being gossiped about, but also about the G Corporation behind you. You're about to take over the company, and I don't want to become a stumbling block for you. As she spoke, Alicia smiled at Ardell. I also want to walk hand in hand with you openly. If I keep the title of teacher, I'll always have a thorn in my heart. Resigning will benefit both of us. You, Ardell sighed lightly. Whether in the past or present, she was always a kind-hearted young girl. If you feel like I'm making sacrifices, then tonight let's take a ride to Jiao Garden. Alicia teased. The man glanced at her mischievously. How do you want to drive? Alicia playfully bit his ear. I wish I could eat you right now. Fox Spirit, stop teasing me. Ardell's voice was hoarse. All right, no more teasing. Whatever Little Moon wants, I'll give. Looking into each other's eyes, both saw the flames of desire burning within. Alicia had waited a long time. Apart from mere physical need, there seemed to be a vast void in her heart, roaring and yearning to be filled with desire. The longer it drags on, the wider the wound in her heart becomes. Now, just a glance from Ardell could stir an impulse within her. They hadn't been intimate for a long time, and both knew it would be intense tonight. In the past, Ardell had always taken the initiative while Alicia passively accepted. She didn't bring any personal emotion into it, so in some sense, neither of them was fully satisfied. Tonight would certainly be explosive. She obediently climbed back into the passenger seat, suppressing her inner excitement. Back at the apartment, Alicia packed important documents and clothes. Ji Ping leaned against the doorframe, watching her pack. You don't need to pack too many clothes. Jiao Garden has plenty. Thinking about the various kipeos hanging in the wardrobe at Jiao Garden, Alicia asked, Ardell, did you plan this all along? The man approached her step by step, his eyes as deep as a vast ocean, unreadable. Can you guess why it's called Jiao Garden? Alicia initially thought it was a coincidence. After all, buildings weren't constructed in 3 months and had existed for years. She wasn't so self-centered as to attribute everything to herself. You? Ji Ping stood before her, hands braced on the closet shelves, one leg forcibly between Alicia's legs, his presence overwhelmingly dominant. He slightly leaned down, almost enveloping Alicia entirely in his embrace. Feeling his scorching heat approaching, Alicia's body trembled slightly from the intensity. Her hand rested on his broad chest, both nervous and somewhat anticipatory. Ardell tilted his head, his warm breath brushing her ear, his voice lazy and hoarse. Because I've long wanted to hide Jiao in a golden house. Alicia stared at him blankly. We've met before, haven't we? Chapter 116 tonight. I'll treat this as our wedding night. Ardell gazed down at the young girl beneath him with tender eyes. If you can't remember, it's fine. After all, that wasn't a pleasant memory anyway. It was enough to cherish the happy ones. Alicia hooked her arms around Ardell's neck, her eyes slightly intoxicated. Hamilton. Ardell's finger touched her lips gently, his voice hoarse yet gentle. Just be good. Wait until tonight. Alicia glared fiercely at this huge piece of meat right in front of her. If I had known you were like this, Mr. G, in the past I would have. Seeing her puffed cheeks from anger, Ardell found her adorable and reached out to poke her cheek. Would have what? Drained you dry. Alicia pushed him away and continued tidying up. The little girl bent over, folding clothes, looking gentle and adept, embodying the image of a wife he had always imagined. Ardell embraced her waist from behind. Don't be angry, I'll surprise you tonight. Alicia's eyes sparkled. What kind of surprise? You'll see. He gave a mysterious smile, almost stealing her soul away. She had never anticipated a man so much, let alone such an occasion. Yet, with Ardell, she experienced her first heart throb, her first emotional attachment. After finishing packing, before leaving, Alicia specifically returned to pack the small umbrella they had bought from the supermarket into their luggage. Ardell was so vigorous on the bed. How many times would he need her tonight? Thinking about it made Alicia blush red. Before, her mind was full of disciplined dinners. Now it was filled with fantasies of the flesh. The more she anticipated, the more tumultuous her emotions became like a flood. It was already dark outside. Alicia sized up the man driving the car. They were in a regular sedan, yet it could not conceal the nobility of the man inside. Upon closer inspection, the side profile of the man seemed otherworldly. High-bridged nose, deep-set eyes. Even though his irises were black, his sharp and distinct features made Alicia think he looked half-breed. Especially that jawline. The curvature was absolutely perfect. Lower down was the prominent Adam's apple of the man which she had often touched. It was hard and made one want to gently nibble and lick. Unknowingly, the car stopped at Jiyuan. We're here. Ardell opened the door for her. Let's go have dinner on the Wu Peng boat first. I've arranged everything. Alicia stared straight at him. Ardell, did I mention how hungry I am? Yes, you haven't eaten since we came back from the hospital. Don't worry, tonight's meal is. Alicia sat motionless in the seat, chin slightly raised, icy gaze. I don't want rice, I want you. Ardell felt helpless. Like I'm going to run. After being teased for so long, if Alicia couldn't have him tonight, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Alicia stretched out both hands. Hug me. All right, my princess. Ardell bent over, intending to carry her horizontally. But the mischievous Alicia said again, and help me carry the luggage. It contained important living supplies. Ardell then picked her up with one hand, easily carrying her. Alicia's hands hooked around his neck, while Ardell held her thighs with one hand and grabbed the suitcase with the other, kicking the car door closed with his foot, exuding pure boyfriend vibes. This only made Alicia feel more captivated. In the elevator, she couldn't help herself anymore, leaning down to nibble softly at the man's ear. Like a kitten, gentle yet maddening, making one's heart ache. As the elevator doors opened, Alicia's gaze fell on rose petals scattered everywhere. Did you do this one? Alicia jumped off him, stepping barefoot onto the soft carpet, the touch of petals cool against her skin. Unlike the flower sea under the sea, this was a direct visual and olfactory shock. No woman could resist. Entering the suite, the living room was surrounded by roses. Had she seen someone else do this, she would have found it cheesy. But for herself, cheesiness led straight to tears. Because the fragrance of roses was too intense, he chose the least fragrant variety, making the air lightly scented, very pleasant without overwhelming. Ardell led her to the bedroom entrance. Push the door open and take a look. Alicia placed her hand on the door handle, and they opened it together. Apart from the specially made large bed covered with festive quilt covers, the surrounding walls also turned a light pink. There weren't many roses, yet there was a strong, noticeable scent of roses. That fragrance wasn't as strong as perfume or as stifling as incense, but a unique aroma. Alicia approached the freshly painted wall and sniffed it gently, understanding its origin. The mud used in this wall included a special rose extract. Seasoned with ancient favor, I initially wanted to use Sichuan pepper and black pepper to emulate the emperors of old, but feared that those scents would be too overwhelming. Ardell explained as he held her from behind. So, I used the roses you love. Ardell lowered his head to nuzzle beside her ear, speaking intimately and seductively. This can be considered the favor of a bright room. Do you like it? This man really made her feel so cherished. She turned around, grabbing the hem of his t-shirt, her head bowed low so no one could see her expression, only her shoulders trembling lightly. Tears fell one by one onto the soft carpet. The man gently embraced her. Why are you crying again, my little princess? Ardell's warm body wrapped tightly around her, like a small boat adrift at sea finally, finding its safe harbor. After holding her for a while until she calmed down, Ardell lifted her and placed her on the soft large bed. Kneeling on one knee beside the bed, he reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Pandora, do you know why I've never touched you? Alicia shook her head, her long and soft lashes still clinging with teardrops, blinking in an inexplicably docile manner. Ardell cupped her cheek in his palm, his voice low and gentle. In truth, I am quite conservative at heart. I always felt that such matters should be reserved for the wedding night. I didn't want to make things difficult for you. For Alicia, it had been a game before, while for Ardell, it was the only way to get close to her. Though they were together harmoniously, Alicia's lack of genuine commitment made it incomplete. Tonight was truly their first time being together properly. He didn't want to rush through it. Alicia never expected the reason to be this. This man truly cherished her deeply, valuing her more than anything else. And here she was, letting emotions dictate her actions every time. Ardell smiled tenderly. Regardless of whether you will marry me in the future, tonight, I'll treat this as our wedding night. He slowly rose and approached Alicia, no longer suppressing or concealing his naked desire for her. As he laid her down on the bed, the tender flesh behind her ears shuddered with each of his hot breaths. Pandora, do you want to know how much I love you? Tonight, you will see. Chapter 117, Dear Mr. G. Morgan showered her with kisses, and Alicia was thrown into a panic instead. It wasn't like she had meticulously prepared for tonight. What had she done? After encountering a moment of peril underwater, she had blindly grabbed a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans in a daze. Her hair had also become disheveled during the trip, completely neglected. At least as a girl, she had some sense of propriety. What difference was this from the groom preparing everything on their wedding day, while she showed up in flip-flops and tattered clothes? Wait. Alicia urgently stopped him. I'm not ready yet. Morgan's pupils were already clouded with desire, his voice hoarse. You don't need to prepare. I'll take care of it all. Any position you like, I can do. As he moved closer again, Alicia felt like crying. Mr. G, I know you're capable, but give me half an hour to take a shower. Morgan stared at the pitiful look in the little woman's eyes. But I can't hold back anymore. Alicia smacked his thigh. You have to hold back, even if you can't. She then nimbly jumped off the bed. Aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat something first? I'll be quick. She rushed into the walk-in closet and carefully selected an outfit. From now on, she had to be more mindful since Morgan enjoyed preparing surprises so much. She couldn't just be careless and disrespectful to him. Little did Alicia know, for Morgan, she was like the moon high in the sky, unreachable. The fact that she could glance down at him was already a blessing he had earned over 100 years of cultivation. He only had one request for her, just to live. Everything else would be handled by him. This was the most thorough bath Alicia had ever taken, nearly rubbing her skin raw. She even applied a face mask, hoping her complexion wouldn't look too bad after crying. Outside the window, the Jeyuan Park was quiet, surrounded by dense natural vegetation, thus filled with insects and frogs chirping at night. In the distance, the city lights twinkled like stars. Previously, such a scene would have left Alicia feeling empty inside. Now, she suddenly felt the void in her heart being gradually filled with love and respect by Morgan. She no longer felt cold. Alicia chose a white cocktail dress, elegant without being extravagant, with a bit of design flair. Most importantly, this dress came with a veil, making it resemble a wedding gown. Alicia pinned the veil on. There was a deep class divide between her and Morgan, like preconceptions in people's hearts were as insurmountable as a mountain. No one could guarantee she could smoothly climb over that mountain. Truly loving couples who end up marrying are rare. Alicia didn't dwell on that uncertain future. At least at this moment, irrationally, she was willing to be his wife. Even if they eventually parted ways, when looking back, she would still feel sweet. Because she had once had the best man in the world, there would be no regrets left. Click. The door opened. Morgan had finished his shower faster than she had, changing into a dark blue silk pajama set. When his gaze landed on Alicia, his breath caught. Alicia wore a white cocktail dress with a fishtail train. The tight bodice accentuated the perfect curves of the young girl's slender figure, slim and graceful, yet full-figured in the chest area. When wearing the dress, this feature became even more pronounced. Her long, fair neck, delicate collarbone, and a naturally beautiful face that required no makeup stood out even more. The blush on her cheeks made her fair skin look radiant and luminous. With a faint smile on her lips, she approached him step by step, like a goddess descending through the moonlight. Morgan was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at her. On the ground, a carpet of roses seemed to transform the scene into their wedding venue. Unconfident without makeup, Alicia held her hands in front of her shyly. "Do I look good?" Morgan's Adam's apple bobbed as he looked down at her face tenderly. Pandora has always been this beautiful. Without the usual playful flirtation, his sincere expression touched Alicia deeply. First love is truly wonderful, especially when this man loved her just as much. She no longer envied Frida because she had found such a man herself. Amidst this atmosphere, both of them felt somewhat awkward. Still, Alicia, wearing heels, took the initiative to approach him. With a tiny bit of scheming, she chose the highest pair. This way, she was closer to the man's height. Tilting her head, Alicia smiled sweetly. "Hamilton, don't you want to hug me?" Looking so regal, she made him hesitant to approach. Meanwhile, water droplets still trickled down from his head. He had rushed up impatiently after a quick shower downstairs. "Is there still time to go back and blow dry my hair?" Alicia reached out her hand to him. "If you don't want to hug, then I'll do it." Before Morgan could react, Alicia had already embraced him. The scent of roses filled the air from her body. With a sudden increase of 13 centimeters in height, Alicia felt she could finally do as she pleased. She whispered into his ear like a curious kitten. "Teacher G, so fragrant." Morgan's shower gel smelled of lemon, fresh and natural. "It's my favorite scent." She even sniffed again, her tiny nose tickling Morgan, making his heart tingle with a strange sensation. Alicia added, "And it's also my beloved Mr. G. Love." Morgan's pupils dilated. He had just heard that word from Alicia. Yet at this moment, he was completely under Alicia's control. Even though she hadn't done much yet, his self-restraint was on the brink of collapse. His Adam's apple moved unconsciously. Alicia slowly traced with her fingertips, "Teacher G's Adam's apple." Under tension, Morgan swallowed more noticeably, and the next second, he felt warmth at his throat. Morgan was instantly frozen in place, his mind going blank as if an old TV had fizzled out, static filling the screen. Everything turned blank, he lost all awareness. But this was just the beginning. Alicia stepped closer, pinning Morgan against the jiao wall, where the rose scent became even stronger. "Teacher G, do you like this smell?" Alicia asked. Morgan, having completely lost control, responded unconsciously, his voice hoarse. "Yes, like." "Then, remember tonight well." Alicia gave him a gentle smile, lifting his hand to her cheek, intertwining their fingers. Their rings kissed intimately like lovers. Alicia lightly touched the tip of his nose. Her voice was soft and sweet. "No matter whether we will be together in the future, I will never forget you, dear Mr. G. At this moment, Alicia loves you very much." With those words, Alicia's lips gently brushed against his thin lips, like a petal softly landing. Chapter 118 Can't remember, no matter what. Feeling the tenderness between their lips, like a mountain stream quietly flowing, and the mountain breeze caressing the new green buds. Ardell's heart also tingled with pleasure. He bent down to carry Alicia horizontally to the bed, kneeling on one knee beside her feet, helping her take off her shoes. Alicia held Ardell's face, never tiring of looking at him, her moist, fox-like eyes brimming with affection. The white little dress made the young girl look as if her skin was like snow against the red brocade, her cheeks naturally blushing, making her incredibly charming. He gently stroked her face with gentleness and care. "Don't rush, take it slow." Ardell intertwined his fingers with hers, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Pandora, as long as you don't let go of my hand, no one can separate us." The red silk brocade embroidered with dragons and phoenixes crumpled under Alicia's fingertips. This intense moment lasted for a long time, leaving Alicia weakly leaning against the man's embrace. Though they had done this before, none felt quite like this. Afterward, she felt as if she was about to die, and the man clearly still harbored an unsatisfied urge in his eyes. He was a lion that hadn't had enough yet. Feeling his overly dominant gaze, Alicia instinctively wanted to roll to the side. The man pulled her waist and rolled back, her soft little hand resting on his chest. "Pandora, are you rested?" Ardell's voice carried a deep rasp, mesmerizing. It effortlessly stirred the passion within Alicia. Tonight, the night is still long. When Alicia's gaze fell on the pink scar on his waist, she realized there were many such scars, big and small, on his body, especially the one on his chest, which was particularly noticeable. For some reason, every time she saw this scar, she felt a special kind of feeling. It was as if she had witnessed the origin of this scar, but she just couldn't remember when exactly she met Ardell. She remembered certain past events very clearly, especially the neglect from her parents during childhood. Later on, she was forced to attend various training classes and undergo psychological therapy, memories of which were not so clear. Thinking about them was like sketching an outline. What she did specifically and how she was treated were all blurry. Previously, she felt her status didn't permit her to ask about his personal matters. This mysterious man now stirred her curiosity too much. Ardell's identity, his mysterious ex-girlfriend, who was the mother of twins. What exactly happened? Alicia lightly traced the new scar with her fingertip, blinking her eyes cautiously asking, I know it might be inappropriate to ask you this now, but I can't hold it in anymore. Seeing her anxious expression, Ardell reached out to stroke her face. Ask away. Alicia twisted uncomfortably for a while before finally biting her lip and starting. You and your ex-girlfriend. Chapter 119. He looks very handsome in his military uniform. Morgan had been waiting for Alicia to ask about the children's situation, and it happened slightly earlier than he had imagined. The warmth from her blush hadn't fully faded from the little girl's face. She was fair with a rosy tinge. She bit her lips with her pearly teeth, and that look of hesitation and conflict made Morgan adore her all the more. Are you very curious about her? He asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of teasing. Alicia buried her head in his chest, her voice muffled as she said, I know I met you quite late. You're not young anymore, so having needs is normal. But, just thinking about Morgan doing what he had just done with her with someone else, perhaps even more thoroughly and charmingly, felt like needles pricking at her heart. Morgan lifted her small chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His obsidian eyes locked onto Alicia, and a dangerous tone came through. Not young anymore. Cough. That's not the point. Alicia quickly diverted her gaze. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. Morgan chuckled softly, deciding not to tease her further. I've never had a girlfriend. Surely, she would understand now? Alicia blinked her eyes and said, it can't be like those cliché romance novels where the heroine accidentally sleeps with the protagonist and runs away with the child only to die of illness years later, leaving 2 kids behind for you. The man tapped her forehead lightly with his long fingers. What have you been reading these days? Alicia didn't used to enjoy novels, but ever since meeting Frida, who was obsessed with otaku culture, she got recommendations every day about heroines running away with their children or forced love stories by domineering CEOs. Sometimes Frida even introduced her to packages of H-manga, which caused Alicia no small amount of headache. At first, she thought it was just a way to pass time, but she ended up getting hooked. Alicia bit her finger. If it's not about running away with a child, then there's only one possibility. Her gaze grew more critical when she looked at Morgan, even making a clicking sound. You wouldn't have gone to Giggle Chicken? Note, this phrase doesn't have a direct translation. It seems to refer to a euphemism for prostitutes. She received a smack on her bottom, and the clear sound of the slap echoed. Teacher Shun, do you really see me as this kind of person? Alicia rubbed the place he hit. This man had quite a grip. If it's not that, then how did the children come into being? They can't just spring out from a stone crevice, right? Haven't you considered that these 2 aren't my biological children? Morgan sighed. He didn't resemble Santiago at all. He had thought that Alicia, who spent so much time with Santiago, would figure it out given her intelligence. Instead, this silly girl actually believed they were his children. Alicia was momentarily stunned, reflecting on Morgan's interactions with Santiago and how he showed no fatherly traits. No wonder he spoke those words to Abrielle. So, their parents are. They belong to a close friend of mine. He died in an accident, and his wife passed away shortly after giving birth. I took them under my name to raise them. I see. Alicia extended her finger and poked the scar on his chest. Then, before this, did you ever? The man leaned in close, his warm breath enveloping her earlobe. Ever what? They had just finished an intimate encounter, and Morgan was still gentle, but far from satisfied. Alicia's voice was barely audible, sprinkled over his bare chest. Other women. People always start with modest wishes like having a roof over their heads and food to eat. Once everything is secured, they begin to desire more, becoming increasingly greedy. Morgan nibbled her earlobe gently. Baby, didn't you feel my nervousness that night 3 months ago? He was so good at hiding his emotions, and Alicia initially thought he was just a rough guy. Turned out it was his first time too. Did I hurt you that night? Alicia blushed slightly and nuzzled him. It hurt a little at first, but later it was quite good. Not just good. It left her craving more and more, inviting him repeatedly. Thinking back, she had to hide and sneak around back then, but now she could openly lie beside him without having to leave immediately after. She enjoyed the tender moments following their intimacy, feeling skin against skin, breathing intertwined, finding comfort even in silence. I have a responsibility to care for these 2 children, but you don't. I spend very little time with them, and without their parents, they might develop peculiar temperaments. If you don't want to interact with Abrielle, I'll make sure you stay apart from now on. What happened today won't happen again. Morgan's words warmed Alicia's heart. He was so considerate, always thinking about her feelings and never imposing any moral obligations. Really? Morgan indulgently scratched her nose. She isn't your child. Why should you care? In the future, you'll live in Jiayuan. If you miss Trace, just bring Trace over to play with you. This man was truly different from any other man. He was responsible and had a strong sense of duty. Faced with such critical issues, he did not evade the questions but clearly answered all her doubts with patience and consideration, ensuring she felt no discomfort at all. Alicia's fingers brushed over the new scar on his waist. One last question. What exactly happened here? She expected Morgan to tell her the truth, but instead, the man held her tightly in his arms. Pandora, I'm sorry. I can tell you everything except this. Please understand. Thinking of the calluses on his palms, and how he knew how to do laundry and cook, Alicia initially guessed he was a soldier. Now it seemed her guess wasn't wrong. Morgan had another hidden identity. Cedric had also mentioned that their G family had a red background, so Alicia didn't press further. Okay, I won't ask. I only want to. She flipped herself to straddle his waist, leaning close to whisper in his ear, do it again. That first time simply hadn't satisfied her craving. Their eyes met, passion flaring up instantly. However, Morgan's phone rang inconveniently, and Alicia noticed it wasn't the one he usually used. She knew some men had two phones to deal with matters at home, but this one had no logo on it, unlike any phone on the market. Morgan's gaze turned serious as he quickly picked up the call and spoke in low tones. After hanging up, he looked apologetically at Alicia. Pandora, I have something to take care of. Although Alicia couldn't hear what they said, she could guess someone had given him an order. Just like before when they were camping, he left abruptly. He pushed Alicia aside without considering her feelings and rushed into the bathroom. The sound of water trickled from the bathroom. Morgan finished showering swiftly, wrapped only in a towel around his waist, droplets rolling down his well-defined abs. In the past, Alicia would have been captivated. Now, she felt a mix of emotions as she watched Morgan emerge from the changing room. He wore camouflage uniform and heavy military boots, exactly as she imagined. He looked even more handsome and masculine in his military uniform. The helicopter blades sounded from the rooftop helipad. Morgan looked at her, wanting to say something but holding back. He had too much to say, but he was out of time. From washing up to dressing, he spent less than 3 minutes. Stay obediently, entwined. Wilson will come over tomorrow to protect you. Before he could finish, the little girl in the bathrobe jumped off the bed barefoot and hugged him from behind. Are you going to help Granny cross the road again? Morgan smiled bitterly, realizing the little girl remembered his offhand excuse. Yes. Neither of them wanted to expose the lie. When will you be back? Soon. In 3 days if things go well. Be good. I need to go. He didn't turn back because he knew if he saw her tender gaze, he might not be able to leave. Alicia hadn't expected that after finally being with him for a while, Morgan would leave so hurriedly again. The man took the elevator to the rooftop. Watching the elevator door slowly close, Alicia couldn't help thinking. She wanted to see him off, so she quickly climbed the stairs to the roof. A helicopter was already prepared on the helipad. The tall figure walked steadily toward the aircraft. Alicia didn't call out to him. She just quietly watched his back. Throughout her life, she owned very little, and not having much meant she never feared losing anything. The only farewell was at the airport when she really wanted to join her teacher abroad for overseas performances. But Mariana had hidden her passport and visa, so she could only cry at the airport as she watched her teacher leave. It was a bittersweet goodbye, and this moment felt differently complex. He promised to be back in 3 days, but the last time they parted, he returned with a huge scar on his waist. Alicia didn't know what he was going to do, but it was definitely dangerous. She loved him and didn't want him hurt, yet she couldn't selfishly stop him with her love. So she resisted the urge to pull him back, content to watch silently, quietly standing there. Though Morgan didn't look back, he somehow sensed her presence. Just before boarding the helicopter, he suddenly turned and ran toward Alicia. He knew she was watching him. He could feel her reluctance and worry. He had intended to leave quickly to lessen the longing, but his usual self-control crumbled completely in front of Alicia. The little girl was wrapped in a pink bathrobe, barefoot, with messy hair, standing there with red-rimmed eyes filled with unshed tears, looking like an unwanted doll. Morgan hugged her tightly, his deep voice laced with remorse. Sorry, Xin Xiaowei. I shouldn't have been greedy and touched you. Alicia met his apologetic dark eyes and reached up to caress Morgan's cheek. Tears slipped uncontrollably down her face as she choked out. No, it's wonderful that you chose me. Hamilton, come back soon. I'll wait for you at home. Okay. Don't get hurt. Okay. In the end, Morgan carried her back into the room, tucked her under the covers, and stroked her soft cheek with his fingers. Pandora, I'll bring you a gift when I return. Sleep well. He bent down and kissed Alicia's forehead. That night, Alicia slept alone in the large bed at Jeyuan. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from last night, she slept until the afternoon, then lazily prepared to get up. Seeing the empty room made her heart feel hollow. Suddenly, she heard noises outside. Morgan usually wouldn't let the servants in. Could he have returned? Alicia's eyes lit up, and she rushed out with a sweet smile on her lips. You're back. Their eyes met, and Alicia saw a stranger. Her smile froze on her lips. Chapter 120. Just call me Mom. An unexpected visitor appeared in the living room adorned with roses. Alicia had never seen this unfamiliar woman before. The newcomer had a ponytail, dressed in casual suit and sneakers. Clearly a woman, she had strikingly deep-set facial features that were 70% similar to Morgan's. Even without makeup, her skin looked great, as if she were only in her 30s. Could she be Morgan's older sister? Alicia was not well versed with the G family matters. You are. The woman, with neatly trimmed nails, caressed a red rose and turned around with a sunny smile, extending her hand toward Alicia. Hello, I am Morgan's mother. My surname is Liu. Mother. Alicia's eyes nearly popped out. This woman didn't look like a wealthy housewife at all. She had thought it was the neighbor's sister. Their first meeting was after Alicia woke up at noon, unwashed face, unbrushed teeth, and still wearing her pajamas. Heaven, please end her misery now. Frozen on the spot, Alicia extended her hand robotically, normally polite, but now stuttering. Why you? Alicia felt like a mute, opening her mouth, but only producing nonsensical sounds. This was Morgan's home after all. She couldn't pretend to be the lady of the house. Noticing her discomfort, Lynette gently said, Do you need to freshen up first? No problem, I can wait for you. Her face showed no contempt. Alicia was almost moved to tears. Please wait for a moment, I'll be quick. Lynette watched the little girl run away, tap tap, her lips curling into a gentle smile. No wonder she captivated her son so much. Truly obedient, like a glutinous rice ball. White, tender, soft, making her want to pinch it. Surely feels great. Alicia, unaware of the woman's thoughts, was almost crying from anxiety, frantically brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Though old sayings suggest ugly daughters-in-law will eventually meet their in-laws, they hadn't even discussed marriage yet, let alone such an awkward first meeting. Alicia washed her face hurriedly, tied her hair in a ponytail, changed into simple attire, and emerged. Her cheeks were still flushed, nervous, and uneasy, preparing for a formal greeting. Unexpectedly, Lynette beckoned her over. Come, try my cooking. Alicia was astonished as she saw Lynette carry out a steaming hot bowl. She actually made breakfast for her. Aunt, you're too kind. Hey, you've already slept with my son. What's with calling me aunt? Can't you just call me mom? Lynette's words made Alicia's face flush intensely. No one's mother speaks to their daughter-in-law like that, right? No. She wasn't even planning to marry Morgan. Alicia's mind was in chaos. Who could sort this situation out for her? Morgan never mentioned having such an open-minded mother. Glutinous rice ball. Come eat quickly before the noodles get cold. Alicia pointed to her nose. Are you talking to me? Seeing her nervousness, Lynette pulled her to a chair and pinched her cheek. Look at this pretty little face, so soft and tender. Not just my son, I love looking at you too. Good girl. Our Lu men take responsibility. If my son dares to treat you badly, tell your mom, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Facing the warm gaze, Alicia experienced a familial warmth she had never known before. Those dark eyes sparkled with genuine light, unlike the previous so-called elders' looks. Although it was their first meeting, she understood where Morgan got his correct values. Thank you. Alicia sincerely thanked her. She had assumed all rich housewives were like Brant's mother, now realizing she worried too much. People are different. Such a polite good girl. Hurry and eat. Alicia lowered her head, moved by emotion, taking a large bite. Ugh, that overly sweet and salty thing was supposed to be noodles? The inside was hard, and the taste was the strangest she'd ever encountered. Looking at Lynette's curious expression, is it good? Alicia forced herself to swallow despite the nausea. It's good. I said my cooking isn't that bad. Benton always criticizes me. But you're such a good daughter-in-law. Saying this, Lynette sat opposite Alicia, propping her chin with her hands, admiring Alicia with starry eyes. Her expression was indistinguishable from a middle school girl obsessed with a celebrity. How does my son always find such great ones? Where did he find this little fairy? Even eating looks so beautiful. TSK, such a pretty little mouth. My son is so lucky to kiss such a beautiful mouth every day. Alicia blushed, her voice soft and coy from shyness. Aunt, please don't say like that. Oh dear, Sticky Rice Ball is blushing. How adorable. Let me take some pictures and show off to Jalmer later. Before Alicia was ready, Lynette really took out her phone and snapped away at her. Wasn't this mother-in-law a bit too enthusiastic? How to put it? Her personality was carefree and very decisive, with no ulterior motives, making people feel close easily. Alicia actually finished the bowl of noodles. This was the first time an elder cooked for her. She naturally cherished it. Others get what they want before losing it. In fact, Alicia had it worse. Because she never got anything in the first place, so she didn't have anything to lose. She walked from a muddy path to where she stood now, carefully picking up and treasuring everything she considered beautiful. After finishing the meal, Alicia was about to go to the kitchen to clean up when Lynette grabbed her hand. Leave it be, someone will come to clean up later. My daughter-in-law has such beautiful hands. They're not meant for washing dishes or doing chores. Alicia looked down at their intertwined hands. The woman's hands were slightly larger than hers, the palms somewhat rough, especially around the thumbs covered in calluses, but it made Alicia feel incredibly reassured. When she was young, she would follow Aloysia, lifting her hand to ask Aloysia to hold her. Each time, Aloysia would glare at her disdainfully and walk faster, forcing Alicia to jog just to keep up. Even if she fell to the ground, Aloysia wouldn't look back. The weather is nice today, do you have any plans? Alicia instinctively shook her head, and Lynette smiled. Then Mom will take you out to play. The word Mom came so naturally from her, as if they had known each other for years, without any awkwardness. But Alicia still felt a bit uneasy and couldn't bring herself to call her that. She simply nodded obediently. Okay. This response elicited another round of teasing from Lynette. Oh, so obedient. How can my daughter-in-law be so sweet? Chapter 121. Her ears can no longer hear. Alicia gazed at Lynette in a daze, realizing that not all mothers only know how to berate their children, no matter what they do, never earning even a word of praise. People who truly love you will think you're amazing even if you do nothing. At first, Alicia felt a bit uneasy, but these negative emotions soon vanished. In Lynette's eyes, she was genuinely cherished like a little child. Lynette didn't bring bodyguards or chauffeurs. There was just a sleek black G-Class parked in the underground garage downstairs. Lynette beckoned to her. Dumpling, get in the car. Mom's taking you for a ride. Alicia climbed into the passenger seat and sat obediently, looking as adorable as a rice dumpling, making Lynette unable to stop fondling her, either rubbing her head or pinching her cheeks while waiting at traffic lights. Alicia felt like she was a cute little cat or dog in Lynette's eyes. Lynette parked the car in an underground parking lot of a shopping mall. Despite her carefree personality, she was still a wealthy madam whose favorite pastime was shopping. Alicia had about $1,000,000 and wanted to pick out a gift for Lynette. She had carefully planned it, but as soon as they got out of the car, Lynette pulled her along, saying with great affection, such a well-behaved daughter-in-law can't be lost. Alicia didn't speak, her lips slightly curving upward, not resisting the woman's enthusiasm. Auntie, do you like jewelry? Alicia asked proactively. I don't, too much trouble. Despite saying this, Lynette took Alicia to the top floor VIP luxury area, which required a card to enter. Dumpling, our naughty Jalmer, is always so busy. He definitely doesn't have time to shop with you. Happily, I'm free today. Just tell me what you like. Alicia was stunned. She hadn't expected Lynette to bring her here to shop. Auntie, no need. Fox custom made many clothes for me. I won't be able to wear them all. It would be wasteful. Good girl. Now I finally understand why Jalmer has been so attached to you all these years. You're too well behaved. Alicia blinked. Annie, when did Fox start liking me? She had asked Ardell, but he wouldn't say, so she tried to pry it from his mother. Lynette replied amiably. Who knows? He keeps everything inside and never tells his mom anything. If I hadn't found out by accident. Found out what? Lynette abruptly stopped. Nothing. You'll know eventually. Dumpling, come here. She pulled Alicia into a high-end boutique. The store had few finished items, mostly custom-made pieces. Although the staff thought both women were dressed simply, they didn't dare underestimate them since they could clearly afford it, so they hurriedly came to assist. May I help you with something, ladies? Lynette pointed at Alicia. Isn't my daughter-in-law beautiful? The staff were taken aback, but nodded instinctively. Beautiful. Call your designer out. Measure her, and make all styles in your store. Alicia's eyes widened. Auntie, no need. Yes, if Jalmer were here, he'd probably buy the whole store for you. Believe it or not? Is it really that extravagant? Alicia had only been dating Ardell for one day. While she sensed his deep affection, his actions were generally quite reserved. Lynette didn't even bother with models for Alicia to choose from. She directly ordered all new styles, causing the staff to look at Alicia enviously. Finding such a rich yet amiable mother-in-law must be like finding a needle in a haystack. Unable to stop her, Alicia could only accept it. She suddenly felt that the million-yuan gift she planned to buy seemed less necessary. Auntie may seem approachable, but she was genuinely wealthy and likely wouldn't value ordinary gifts. Good Dumpling, go ahead and take the measurements. I'll check out a few stores up front. Auntie, please stop. These clothes are more than enough. Enough? My Dumpling is so cute. She should be dressed like a princess every day. I'm off. Alicia couldn't stop her. Lynette stormed off like a bull. All the staff gathered around. Miss, you're truly lucky. In all my years, I've never seen such an enlightened mother-in-law. Isn't that true? Most mothers-in-law are critical and nasty. Alicia couldn't help but laugh. This is my first time seeing one too. Although the love from her mother-in-law was overwhelming, Alicia was happy to feel cherished. After Alicia completed the precise measurements and walked out, she immediately encountered Francine, accompanied by a young woman not much older than herself. Growing up, Layla had argued countless times over the women by his side. Alicia had always known that her father was never a faithful person, but upon witnessing such a scene, she still felt physically uncomfortable. She was just about to pretend she hadn't seen Francine and avoid him, when Francine actually spoke up first. What are you doing here? The woman beside Francine clung to his arm coquettishly, asking, Jedediah, who is this? From her tone, it seemed she considered Alicia as a rival, which wasn't surprising since she didn't recognize her. Growing up, Alicia had been nothing but a symbol of disgrace for Francine. If not for Annabelle's invitation at the last family dinner, he would have never let Alicia appear in public. Seeing Alicia glaring at the woman clinging to his arm, he pulled his arm away and handed the woman a card. Didn't you want that bag? I'll find you later. The woman wisely backed off. As she passed by Alicia, she deliberately paused to size her up and then said, so unsophisticated. Alicia had left home wearing simple white shirt and jeans with a high ponytail. Of course, she couldn't compare to this fully branded mistress. Follow me. Francine led her to a ventilated corridor where there were few people. He immediately began accusing. Is this how you spend the money I give you and your mother every month? Alicia found it amusing. He gave Layla a fixed monthly allowance of 200,000, which was enough for only one of the woman's bags in a year. Jedediah, do you think 200,000 is enough for VIP cards? Alicia sneered. She had thought her father might ask about her recent situation, but he was still the same, not caring about her at all. Realizing this, Francine became even angrier rather than regretful. Then it must be Brant's card? Alicia, haven't I told you he's your brother-in-law now? Stay away from him. My daughter likes scum like him, but sorry, I don't. With that, Alicia turned to leave. Seeing her becoming colder towards him and completely disregarding him, Francine flew into a rage. Before Alicia could react, he slapped her hard on the left cheek. Are you trying to hide it from me? You were both at the seaside hotel the other night. Isn't that reigniting old flames? I've told you not to learn from your mother. That's sort of. Alicia felt a sharp pain in her ear. The old wound had reopened. Her left ear seemed to have gone deaf. She felt liquid flowing out. She wiped it with her hand and saw blood on her palm. A female voice came from behind. Dog scoundrel, what did you do to my bun? Chapter 122. Can brother come back early? Alicia stared at Francine's mouth as it opened and closed. She recalled that summer when she had eaten a sweet ice cream cone, and Aloysia had slapped her, causing a perforated eardrum in her left ear and drops of blood trickling down from her nose onto the scorching ground. The cicadas in midsummer chirped wildly on the branches. Francine's face overlapped with Aloysia's, and even the spot where they struck was the same. At that time, she had a perforated eardrum, but fortunately, timely treatment healed it, and over time, her hearing wasn't significantly affected. However, today Francine had injured her eardrum again. Francine and Aloysia were fundamentally the same kind of cruel people, always venting their dissatisfaction on Alicia, as if she were the cause of their misfortune. Alicia covered her ears, barely whispering. Jedediah, over all these years, have you ever considered me your daughter? Have you ever been proud of me, even for a moment? She unconditionally accepted Aloysia's manipulations while still holding onto a glimmer of hope. She wanted Francine to see her excellence, hear him praise her, and receive a bit of his care. In the end, no matter what she did, both Aloysia and Francine viewed her as a disgrace, someone who shouldn't exist in this world. Yet, they forgot that they were the ones who brought Alicia into this world. Seeing her nearly despairing eyes, Francine felt a mix of emotions. He had never approved of this daughter, believing that living with such a mother made her nothing more than a trophy pushed forward by Aloysia. This circle is cruel without a strong background. It isn't as simple as Aloysia thought, marrying into a wealthy family, just because one is beautiful. Upon careful reflection, it seemed this daughter hadn't done anything particularly outrageous. So he neither admitted nor denied it. Alicia looked at him and said word by word, "I understand, Jedediah. From now on, Alicia and you will have nothing to do with each other." "What did you say?" "I said I'm no longer your daughter. Alicia has no father. Disobedient daughter, I won't let you speak nonsense." As he raised his hand to strike Alicia, a female voice came from behind. "Scoundrel, what did you do to my bun?" Before Francine could react, Lynette ran up from afar and delivered a flying kick. It was clear she was a trained martial artist, sending Francine flying 3 meters away. With a loud bang, Francine's body hit a fire hydrant, producing an ear-piercing sound before landing heavily on the ground again. Lynette prepared to attack again, but noticed Alicia's cheeks flushed red with visible finger marks. More alarming was the blood seeping from her ear. Ignoring further confrontation with Francine, Lynette hurriedly ran towards Alicia. "Bun, how are you? Is your ear okay?" Alicia smiled gently at Lynette's concerned expression. "Auntie, I'm fine. I didn't mean to scare you." Her first reaction wasn't to seek medical help, but to reassure others. She wiped the blood from her fingertips with tissues from her bag, afraid that Lynette would think her overly sensitive or disgusting, like Aloysia did. This action broke Lynette's heart. No wonder her son endured so much, carefully courting Alicia. This young girl was truly heartbreaking. She grabbed Alicia's hand, unable to stay any longer. "Come, I'll take you to the hospital." Alicia was immediately taken to a nearby hospital for examination. Learning that her eardrum had been repaired before, Lynette was even more heartbroken. "Riceball, who hurt you?" Alicia's face was still flushed, and she smiled gently. "It's over, Auntie. I'm fine. My hearing is slightly affected, but once it's repaired." Suddenly pulled into Lynette's embrace. "Silly girl, people can't be this kind." Alicia froze. They were her only family after all. When she was little, she feared that if even Aloysia rejected her, she would end up scavenging for food. So, despite Aloysia's hatred, she endured, knowing only obedience meant she'd have something to eat. Even as the injured party, Alicia raised her hand to pat Lynette's back. "Auntie, I'm not in pain. Trouble happens as soon as that brat leaves. I'll get him to come back right away. You're about to have surgery." Alicia quickly grabbed Lynette's hand. "Auntie, don't tell him. I don't want him to be distracted by my issues at work." Although Alicia didn't know what Morgan specifically did, judging by his injuries, his work must be extremely dangerous. What if contacting him caused him harm? Lynette frowned deeply, seeing Alicia's pitiful appearance. "Please, don't tell him." Lynette sighed. "You and that boy really match. Let's go. I'll take you for the operation." Since public hospitals required waiting periods for surgeries, Lynette took Alicia to a private hospital under G's group. When the doctors saw Lynette appear, they were all startled. Madam." Lynette let out a cold snort. "Don't call me that. I don't deserve it. I divorced him long ago." Alicia was taken aback again. Morgan had never mentioned his parents to her. It seemed he didn't have a complete family either. Despite this, even the hospital director personally came over. They seemed to be quite fearful of Lynette. Alicia's surgery was quickly arranged. This was a minor operation that wouldn't take too long. As they were leaving, the director personally saw them off, bowing and scraping. "Madam, please take care on your way out." Humph. Lynette, unapologetically arrogant, slammed the car door shut, shifted gears with one hand in a cool, stylish manner, and muttered under her breath. "If it weren't for the military district being so far from the city, I wouldn't let you go to G Group at all." From the calluses on her palm, Alicia could tell that Morgan's mother enjoyed firearms as much as he did. It seemed their family indeed harbored some secrets. But Alicia knew her boundaries. If Lynette didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask. Her emotions remained remarkably steady. On the way back, Lynette even took her to her favorite century-old kanji shop, introducing Alicia to everyone as her daughter-in-law, praising her beauty and obedience. Exiting the alley, she bought 2 skewers of hawthorn berries, giving one to Alicia and keeping one for herself. Alicia finally understood why Lynette looked so youthful without makeup. She exuded an uncommon ease. Upon delivering Alicia to Jiao Garden, the woman leaned against the car door, looking wistfully at her. "Riceball, I have things to do and must leave now. Take care of yourself." Just one day, and Alicia felt what it was like to be genuinely cared for. She actually felt somewhat reluctant, but she knew that Lynette, like Morgan, had her own duties. So she didn't try to detain her. "All right, Auntie, drive safely." Lynette sighed at her obedient appearance. "You know, sometimes you don't have to be so well-behaved. Remember, whether or not you and Axel end up together isn't up to anyone else, especially not that old bone buried halfway in the ground from the G family. Don't listen to a word he says." "Okay, I'll remember." Alicia gazed at her tenderly. "Can I hug you?" Before she finished speaking, Lynette had already pulled her into an embrace. "Good girl, you're just too lovable." Before getting into the car, Alicia handed her a lollipop. "Mom, a welcome gift." Alicia suddenly changed her address, making Lynette jump with excitement. "Goodness, say it again." "Mom." Alicia spoke softly and sweetly. Lynette swore. "Damn, I really want to tuck you in my pocket and take you away. Good girl. Mom will bring you a present when she comes back. She kissed Alicia's forehead and grabbed the lollipop before jumping into the car. She feared if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to leave such a precious daughter behind. Alicia watched Lynette drive away. Although she had lost her father today, she gained a mother. That was wonderful. Back in her room, Alicia prepared to freshen up, but found a black gold card unexpectedly in her pocket. It must have been a gift from Lynette. Alicia couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Deep down, she was still a wealthy madam. After a shower, she got ready for bed. Gazing at the bright moon outside, she sat on the balcony, pouring herself a glass of the wine she first drank at Jiao Garden. Back then, Morgan had accompanied her, sitting with her in his lap, feeling the warmth of his body. Even after just one day apart, she missed him. As if sensing her longing, her phone received a video call. Alicia answered quickly. The screen displayed a sky full of twinkling stars. Morgan's voice came through. Pandora, are you asleep yet? Hearing his voice, Alicia thought of all the grievances of the day. She wished she could crawl into his arms for comfort. But she didn't want to affect Morgan. Her left ear was still healing. Fortunately, she still had the other one. Alicia suppressed her distress, smiling faintly. No. Morgan turned the camera around, revealing his sharp jawline. His eyes softened when they met hers. Alicia deliberately showed only her side profile, afraid he might notice the swelling on her face. Honey, turn around. Let me see you. His raspy voice sounded exceptionally sexy in the night breeze. Alicia rested her cheek in her hand, using her fingers to partially cover her face. Even so, Morgan sensed something was off. Did someone bully you? How could there be? Mom spent the whole day with me. She's truly a wonderful person, spoiling me endlessly. How could she make me miserable? Alicia kept quiet about her perforated eardrum, cooing sweetly instead. Can brother come back early? Okay. I miss you so much after just one day apart. Morgan's voice turned hoarse. What do you miss about me? Alicia curled her fingertips, gently biting the nail of her pinky finger, pouting with a tempting expression on her face. I miss brother's kisses, hugs, and... Alicia paused for a moment, her eyes looking alluring. Brother's warm body temperature. Chapter 123 Holding her, spoiling her. This enchantress. Sometimes Ardell really thinks. But when it comes to that moment, if the little girl pleads and calls him, his heart softens. He can only hold her in his palms, pamper her, afraid of hurting her even a little. She just stokes the fire, not caring at all about putting it out. So for Alicia, every experience is perfect as the man takes care of her in every way. She has no idea that a certain man has been harboring a lot of pent-up frustration. When you are famished and eat a bit of snacks, it doesn't help to satisfy your hunger, but rather intensifies it. He can only suppress his desires with strong willpower. Distracted by Alicia's antics, Ardell didn't notice the hidden traces under her delicate fingertips. Her skin is so fair that even slight redness stands out clearly. With the dim lighting on the terrace and her deliberate cover-up with her hand, the marks went unnoticed. Ardell was completely preoccupied with more intimate thoughts, so he didn't realize Alicia's face had been slapped swollen. Thinking about why he called her, Ardell steered back to the main topic. Pandora, I'll be out of contact for a while. Don't worry, if anything happens, find Wilson. He'll handle everything for you. I'll be back soon. In the past, he would never have made this video call. Now that there's someone he cares about, he fears she'll worry if she can't reach him. Even when they part, the little girl looks pitifully tearful, breaking his heart. That insecure little girl, seeing the recent weather forecast for Haicheng City, isn't good either, with consecutive thunderstorms. Without him around, will she be scared? Sometimes Ardell doesn't know if he found a girlfriend or a daughter, but the little girl is his most treasured one, whom he wants to hold dear, spoil, love, and cherish. Alicia nodded. I understand. Come back soon. Last night's matter wasn't finished. Ardell felt an itch deep inside stirred by her words. No wonder they say heroes always fall for beauties. What used to sound like a joke now makes him weak just hearing Alicia's voice. All he could think about was her lying on the large red wedding quilt last night. Ardell's voice turned hoarse. All right, be good. Wait for me, and we'll take our time. His already magnetic voice dropped low, carrying a rough edge that made one's heart flutter. She had only intended to change the subject, unaware that these words had stirred Ardell's desire, making Alicia miss him intensely. The two were like newlyweds torn apart after just a taste of each other, that longing gnawing at them. She finally understood why some widows couldn't withstand loneliness and sought excitement despite risking their reputations. The instinctual desire once aroused was like a drug craving. Alicia took a sip of red wine to suppress the inner heat, drinking hastily, causing the red liquid to spill from the corner of her mouth. Trickling down her slender, pale neck, it seeped into the edge of her bathrobe. The little woman was oblivious, busying herself and letting out a soft hum as she put down the glass. Ardell felt like he was being driven mad by this little minx. Clearly right before his eyes, her voice in his ears. Visible yet unattainable. How different is this from being starved late at night, when mobile ads bombard you with recommendations for crayfish, hot pot, and barbecue? Damn, who could resist such temptation? Ardell stared at the pink hint peeking out from under the bathrobe. Chapter 124. Someone from the G family has arrived. In the screen, Alicia only revealed her chin and red lips. Her chin slow and deliberate over her red lips. Her voice was both delicate and enchanting. Does brother want to see? This girl, who knows where she learned this? Ardell felt blood rush up, finding it more stimulating than if she were in front of him. He responded in a low, hoarse voice as if bewitched. Yes. He had seen several times before how this girl always put on a scene in inexplicable situations. For example, during an earlier high-level meeting when she mentioned playing two people at once, causing those old men to gossip behind his back about being a scumbag, toying with young girls' feelings. This news somehow leaked out, even allowing him to overhear the janitor's chatter about his behavior becoming more and more exaggerated. Though these rumors didn't harm him, they could be used to repel women interested in him, so he didn't bother dealing with them, letting them spread unchecked. So he intentionally avoided others before connecting the video call, here only surrounded by the snakes, insects, and mice of the mountains, flying birds, flowing streams, and that full moon quietly emitting its light. He was somewhat expectant as he watched Alicia slowly move the phone, eventually focusing on a red wine stain on her pink yukata. Look, a piece of my clothes got wet. The woman's complaining voice came through. Ardell couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Teacher Shun, you've become naughty. Alicia laughed lightly. Then come back soon. All right. Alicia noticed his background was in the wilderness, worry overshadowing her smile. And stay safe. All right. Alicia was reluctant to end the call, enjoying even just listening to his faint breathing, feeling like he was by her side. Suddenly, there was a loud boom from the other end. A ping. Alicia sitting in her chair shot upright, spilling red wine all over herself in her sudden movement, yet unaware, focused anxiously on her phone. Fortunately, Ardell quickly replied, his voice calm as ever. Good girl, I'm fine. I have some issues to handle, good night. Even at such a time, he did not forget to comfort her, wishing her a good night. The call ended, leaving Alicia drenched in red wine. She felt a sense of loss, murmuring to the distant lights, a ping, please come back safely. But this time, no one responded to her again. That night, Alicia slept very restlessly. In her dreams, there was a deafening roar as a roaring monster emerged from the mountain. Instead of fleeing, Ardell ran straight towards the monster. Alicia kept calling his name. A ping, come back. A ping. Alicia woke up startled, seeing a tear-soaked pillow, but today, no one was there to wipe her tears. The air carried a faint rose scent, which used to soothe her but now made her feel irritable. She gazed blankly at the gray sky outside. Day will always break, and one must always move forward. She should believe in Ardell. This was part of his work. And now, she needed to focus on her own affairs. Alicia's resilience was stronger than most girls, yet she also crumbled more easily, a double-edged sword. She tidied up and wrote a resignation letter. When going downstairs, two tall bodyguards in black stood by the car. Teacher Shun, we will accompany you from now on. Alicia was initially unwilling, but thinking of the culprit still at large, she needed to be cautious. What are your names? They looked young, barely in their 20s, with short haircuts, standing as tall as Ardell, with star-like eyes and sharp brows, exuding a strong presence, especially one with a slight scar on his chin. Their skin was healthy bronze, eyes firm, not like ordinary bodyguards. I'm Jalen, and he is Jerry, Jalen said in a concise, forceful tone. Alicia nodded. Thank you then. Jalen opened the SUV door. Teacher Shun, please get in. They stood straight and composed, their movements precise as if measured with a ruler. It made Alicia feel like a leader getting into the car, oddly self-conscious. This car was specially modified, with tinted and bulletproof windows. Accustomed to her mini car, Alicia felt slightly uneasy in the spacious back seat, feeling protected like a national treasure. Jerry exchanged contact information with Alicia in the front passenger seat. All along, Alicia was preoccupied, thinking sometimes of Ardell, sometimes of Francine's words from yesterday. He mentioned seeing her and Brant in a hotel. Who said it? And what were their intentions? That night, it was only herself, Brant, and a woman with a voice eerily similar to Dara's. Who could it be? It felt as though there were eyes in the dark, watching her intensely, sending chills down Alicia's spine. When she returned to the kindergarten, Alicia's mindset had changed considerably. She truly enjoyed her job, loving the feeling of being with the children. But now, she had found someone she loved even more than her job. Alicia was always a stubborn person. Once she obtained something, she would hold on tightly. She greeted each child as usual before heading to the principal's office. Inside, several other teachers looked at her with disdainful gazes. The principal had a serious expression. Teacher Shun, as an educator, shouldn't you pay attention to your personal life? Principal, I don't understand what you mean. The principal slapped a few photos on the desk, still images from the corridor surveillance cameras showing her wearing a bathrobe and falling into Brant's arms. Someone anonymously reported that you seduced someone else's fiancé. Teacher Shun, I know you dated Mr. Zhou before, but now they are engaged, yet you were still in a hotel with him. Dara, who had been on leave for a few days, crossed her arms with a smirk. Teacher Shun, didn't you always say Brant was trash? Yet here you are, throwing yourself at him. Teacher Shun, when you came here, I thought you were a respectable person. First Mrs. Liu, now Mr. Zhou, you've ruined our school's reputation. Alicia had long known the ugliness of human nature. The principal's fawning attitude when she first joined G Family was a stark contrast to now. Blake's incident had already been cleared up long ago, but she deliberately mixed things up to confuse people. Dara raised her eyebrows, seemingly eager to see Alicia beg pitifully. Alicia remained calm and did not utter a word in defense. So, I'll resign then. The principal suddenly became flustered, likely not expecting Alicia to react this way. Teacher Shun, we just want an explanation. Why do you want to resign? Alicia took out her resignation letter from her bag. I've been here for a year. You all know what kind of person I am. Whether you're trying to squeeze me out or just looking for entertainment, I couldn't care less about your thoughts. I'll give up this month's salary and bonus. Thanks for the care during my time here. May we part ways peacefully. Teacher Shun, don't go. We can talk about this. Alicia knew the principal wasn't trying to drive her away, but rather wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of her title for greater benefits. Unfortunately, she never cared much for that title anyway. Dara didn't expect Alicia to act like this either, and her face showed confusion. Alicia stopped beside her, her gaze calm. Teacher Yao, remember that nothing is hidden if you don't do it yourself. Some people and some matters, it's best you stay away from, or you might not know how you die. With that, she left calmly. Before leaving, she glanced at the classroom door, thinking of the children she had taught. It was a pity she couldn't say goodbye to them in person. After all, she hated farewells more than anything. Free from the responsibilities of teacher Shun, from now on, she could naturally stand by Ardell's side. She didn't fear the depth of the gap between them. She would work hard to bridge it step by step. Just as she thought this, a well-dressed man appeared in front of her. Hello, Teacher Shun, our Aemon invites you. Alicia's eyes narrowed with caution. May I ask who your Aemon is? The man's eyes held a hint of pride as he answered meticulously. Our Aemon has the surname G. Teacher Shun, please get in the car. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. Someone from the G family had arrived. Chapter 125. Ardell, Alicia must have you. The moment Alicia agreed to be with Ardell, she had steeled herself mentally. She chose the person and also decided to take on this challenge. She hadn't thought of backing out at all. However, the people from the G family came faster than she expected. Just as she was about to get in her car, a figure blocked her path. It was Wilson. He adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, his gaze icy cold, exuding an aura even more formidable than the newcomers. Sorry, Teacher Shun is not available right now. Mr. G has instructed that even if we are meeting family, he would personally accompany Teacher Shin back to the G residence. Assistant Chin, you should understand your place. This is the Aemon's wish. This is also Mr. G's wish. Wilson didn't yield an inch, glancing at Jalen nearby. Escort Teacher Shin to the car. Alicia got into the car, watching through the window as Wilson faced off against the other party. His towering figure radiated an imposing presence, like a single man holding a pass against 10,000 others. It felt like a clash between old and new forces, which made Alicia uneasy. Seeing her worried expression, Jerry explained, Teacher Shun, there's no need to worry. Even if it were hundreds of men, Brother Phone could handle them easily. We've all crawled out of death, so what's there to fear from one living person? But he is Chris's man. So what? We are still under the leader. Saying this, Jerry's face was filled with pride, his dark eyes sparkling. Alicia suddenly understood Ardell's intentions. He left people behind not only for her safety, but perhaps to guard against Chris acting against her while he was away. That person truly cared deeply for her. With him protecting her, Alicia suddenly felt the road ahead wasn't so difficult anymore. What was there to fear? Even if thorns lay ahead, wouldn't he be there with her? Without him around, Alicia threw herself into her sketches. By the beginning of the month, she was set to step into the designer position. These past few days, Alicia worked day and night, the floor and table covered with discarded drafts. Only when she kept busy did she stop thinking of Ardell. At night, the longing stretched endlessly. Hugging her blanket, Alicia refreshed her phone repeatedly, yet she received no word from Ardell. 3 days have passed. Bastard, you broke your promise. Although they hadn't spent a true night together, in this rainy night, Alicia missed his warmth and embrace terribly. Fox, Fox. Those two words turned over in her throat countless times. The next afternoon, Alicia received a call from Alyssa. She had chosen one of Brandt's returned sketches to exhibit at the art show, where it was subsequently auctioned for a hefty sum. Alyssa's voice trembled. Way, 20 million. Even after taxes, it's still over 10 million. More than the total of everything sold before. Alicia paused, her brush still in hand. Really? How can I lie to you? Come over quickly to finalize the procedures. Rushing over, the host told Alicia. Miss Shun, according to regulations, both buyer and seller need to sign the purchase agreement in person. This way, please. The buyer was influential, and they were led outside a lounge room. Alyssa was stopped, and the staff disappeared with Alicia inside the room. Entering the room, Alicia felt something was amiss. If it were just for signing the agreement, why would the staff leave? Soon, she guessed who had orchestrated this trap. Only Chris had the power and authority to arrange such a setup. An elderly man sat by the tea table, his hair silver, but looking quite healthy, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. He poured hot water over a fox-shaped teapot ornament, the fragrance of tea filling the air. Standing beside him was the same man she had met a few days ago. Chris didn't look up, busy with his tea ceremony. Clearly, he had deliberately set this up to summon Alicia, now ignoring her outright, a clear show of force. Alicia wasn't naive. She saw through his games easily. Chris was different from G-Mom. He had made his stance clear. Maintaining her calm pace, Alicia walked to the tea table. Her posture was graceful and upright, standing quietly beside him as he prepared and sipped tea. Alicia remained silent. Only when the teacup finally landed on the table did the Aemon lift his head to inspect her carefully. Though old, his eyes were sharp and clear, showing no signs of senility. To meet Teacher Shun is indeed not easy, he said, implying dissatisfaction. Alicia smiled faintly, her tone respectful but not overly humble. I should have visited earlier, saving the Aemon the trouble of spending 20 million unnecessarily. The Aemon stroked his teacup. To Teacher Shun, 20 million must seem like a lot, right? Alicia was adept at reading people and situations, and was also proficient in tea rituals. If she wanted to please the Aemon, she would have shown off her skills long ago. But she didn't. The Aemon's prejudice against her couldn't be erased simply by drawing a painting, knowing tea rituals, or behaving obediently. No matter how perfect she was, without a family background that could match the G family, it would all be futile. Raindrops fell steadily outside the window, tapping against the teapot as the water boiled. Just like the current tense atmosphere. Alicia spoke up. I assume your next sentence would be that for you. 20 million is nothing, but it's something I can hardly earn in my entire life. Only then did the Aemon look at Alicia properly, noticing the clear-eyed young woman staring boldly back at him. It was as if she saw through his every calculation. Alicia smiled faintly. Equality among all beings and love is priceless. These phrases, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe them. I knew from the start that everything in this world operates on a food chain. There's never been true equality between people. Between Fox and me, there are thousands of mountains and rivers. He's a god, and I'm just the lowest blade of grass on the ground, someone he'll never touch. Alicia's words made Chris fall into deep thought. You do have self-awareness. Indeed, you seem different from other women. No wonder little Stinky Pants likes you. Given that, you should know why I came here. These 20 million are to end things with you. Of course, if you think it's too little, you can ask for more. Alicia smiled brightly. Sorry, Fox is worth far more than just 20 million to me. Young lady, one must learn to be content. Having too high expectations may not only get you what you want, but you might not be able to handle it. Old master, you misunderstood me. What I meant is that while Fox isn't cheap, neither am I, and my value cannot be measured by money. The Aemon sneered. So what do you think you have to offer? Your recently resigned job as a kindergarten teacher? Or this painting? Or maybe your mother who was a third wheel, and your father who sought advancement? Indeed, everything about her had been thoroughly investigated by the Aemon. Was it he who anonymously reported Francine into the school, or even arranged the assassination attempts? He tore open each of Alicia's wounds one by one. Or do you think you have a pretty face? Child, beauty is the cheapest asset. I can find thousands of beautiful women anytime I want. Alicia smirked. Then why don't you? Maybe Fox doesn't like them. Do you have no manners? How dare you speak to your elder like that? Old master, you've already investigated my family situation. I'm an illegitimate child unwanted by both parents. Being alive is good enough. Where would I get any manners from? Besides, you clearly dislike me regardless of anything I do. So why shouldn't I just be myself? Alicia smiled gently, recalling the young boy who once chased her down the street with a brick. What resources do you think you could bring to the G family? Can you bring billions of business opportunities, or provide powerful support? If you truly love him, you should let him go instead of becoming an obstacle to his inheritance of the G family. Marriages between prominent families seek mutual benefits, not charity. Whether you understand or not, this is my final word. If you don't leave, I will make you leave. My patience has its limits. Herschel, escort her out. Alicia stared calmly at the Aemon's face, her voice clear. Old master, I have a good temper. If we meet again, I can offer you some tea. The Aemon slammed the table, his intimidating presence making Herschel subconsciously change his expression. Alicia, don't choose the hard way. But Alicia remained unfazed. Chris, Fox took a long time to make me accept him. If I were to give up because of a few threats, then my love would indeed be cheap. You, as the head of the G family, naturally have the power to act against me, but such old tricks are really too lame. As she said this, she picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea, blowing gently on it before drinking slowly under the Aemon's watchful gaze. Her posture was upright and elegant, lips curled slightly with a cold edge. Let me tell you, regardless of whether you agree or not, Ardell, I, Alicia, am determined to have him. She set the teacup down, her voice returning to its previous gentleness. Thank you for your hospitality, old master. Goodbye. This sudden shift left Herschel stunned. She seemed like such a compliant young woman. How did she suddenly become so brave? Alicia didn't look back. She was fully aware of what she had done. Challenging Chris's authority was akin to throwing mud at the G family gate in defiance. But so what? Alicia abruptly pulled the door open, greeting the raging storm outside. The door swung open. Standing outside was a tall man in black sportswear. He was drenched from head to toe, raindrops trickling down his cold jawline. A pair of dark eyes gazed at her tenderly. Pandora, I'm back. Chapter 126. Only fools get married. Alicia stared at the man in front of her in disbelief, fearing that her intense longing had conjured up an illusion. Ardell came rushing through the rain, droplets sliding down his wet hair and landing right on Alicia's tiny nose, sending a chill through her. It was cool, so real. She wasn't dreaming. Alicia rushed into his arms with delight. Fox. Ardell had been restraining himself for so long, not wanting to soak her as he resisted the urge to hug her. But the happy girl didn't care about any of that. She stood in her heels, wrapping her hands around Ardell's neck, her breath warm and soft against his skin, tingling and tickling him. Ardell sighed lightly, utterly helpless. His arms slowly tightened around her, pressing her tightly against him, unwilling to let go by even a fraction. Before he could fully savor the familiar scent of Alicia, she wriggled out of his embrace again. Her small hand pulled down his zipper, ready to unbutton his clothes right there. Farron was still standing behind them, and he cleared his throat loudly. In broad daylight, what was this girl doing? Alicia had been worried ever since hearing the explosion in the video. She feared that Ardell might come back wounded like last time, so she couldn't wait to check if he was hurt. She forgot where they were and that Farron was watching. He wouldn't think she was being overly bold and trying something with his grandson, would he? How embarrassing. She had just made such a strong statement, and now all her pride was shattered. Seeing her face flush red, Ardell chuckled softly and whispered in her ear, no need to rush. I'll let you check in a bit. He then took Alicia's hand and led her towards Farron. Grandfather, why are you so impatient? Didn't I say I'd bring her back to the G family once I returned? Farron's face turned cold. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to marry this woman? Forget it. It seemed Ardell had already been paving the way for Alicia to join the G family, and Farron had tried to act while he was away, only to be caught red-handed by Ardell. In front of Farron, Ardell wasn't as stern and distant. Instead, he carried a faint smile, showing respect as a junior should. Grandfather, what are you talking about? When did I ever say I wanted to marry her? Alicia wasn't angry after hearing this. She simply studied his profile. Compared to before, the man looked somewhat rougher, his messy hair plastered against his cheeks, and a light layer of stubble appeared on his chiseled jawline. He had lost some of his refined appearance, but gained a lot more masculinity. If other women would have been furious, Alicia found herself swooning. This man was just too charming, naturally handsome, looking good in anything he wore. Farron's frown eased. I'm glad you haven't gone completely mad. If you're just playing around, I don't mind. Men usually have a few women. Besides, this girl is quite sharp and clever. If you like her. As he spoke, he glanced at Alicia, hoping to catch a hint of displeasure on her face. Most women would have flown into a rage at such words. But Alicia ignored him entirely, contentedly leaning against Ardell, slightly tilting her neck to admire him. Her expression was shy yet admiring, almost like the infatuated look young people describe. Didn't she just throw teacups and pour tea in front of him? Why did she turn into such a gentle, compliant figure when around Ardell? And she didn't get angry at all, even smiling faintly. Farron felt like hitting a wall of cotton with his palm. What happened next left him even more stunned. Grandfather, you misunderstood me. I said I have no plans to marry her now because even if I wanted to, she doesn't want to marry. Farron slammed the table angrily. She doesn't want to marry? What does she have to gain by refusing? His brain buzzed with the notion that his precious grandson was a priceless gem, one that countless women from Haicheng would circle the globe 3 times to marry. How dare she reject his precious gem? Explain it clearly, or else this matter won't end today. For a moment, no one noticed anything amiss. Alicia was so captivated by Ardell's beauty that she failed to see that he had led Farron astray. Standing in high heels for so long had left her feet aching. Do you really want to know the reason? She asked earnestly. Farron huffed. Speak. All right, let me sit down and explain it to you. My legs are tired from standing. Alicia pulled Ardell to sit down. After being apart for so long, she clung to him like a sticky spirit, insisting on sitting right in his lap and resting her small face against his wet chest. Even though he was soaked, she didn't mind at all. She didn't want to be separated from him even for a second. Old Mr. G became furious at the sight. You are utterly shameless and indecent. Alicia paid no heed. Since old Mr. G disliked her anyway, she might as well let herself go and not bother making a good impression on the elder. She put on a stern face and said, Do you really have to fuss over such trivial matters? Are you going to listen to my reasons or not? To everyone's surprise, old Mr. G was actually silenced by this young girl. He suppressed his anger and averted his eyes to the teacup before him, trying hard not to look at the couple cuddling together. Speak. Alicia wrapped Ardell's hand around her waist, feeling completely secure within his embrace. She then began to explain calmly. It's very simple. I love him as a person, not his family or status. If we just date, every day can be happy without worrying about the future. But marriage is different. It involves 2 families. Not only do you look down on my family, but even I don't think highly of them. Old Mr. G was stunned. No one started off by stabbing themselves. This girl spoke with some interesting perspective. He let her continue without interrupting. Even if we overcome all difficulties and get married, what about after the wedding? I'm not good at dealing with social relationships. Your G family has such grand affairs, gala dinners, charity balls. Don't you think highly enough of our G family? It's not that I don't think highly of it, but since we're not in the same circle, why force ourselves into it? I only enjoy my current life. He loves me. I love him, just the 2 of us, without any interruptions, and no need to have kids, take care of kids, or raise kids. Marrying into a wealthy family and dealing with internal conflicts like those among distant relatives is for fools. The elderly man slapped the table in rage, pointing at Alicia's nose. I understand now. What you mean by not wanting to marry is just an excuse not to take responsibility. You just want to exploit my beloved grandson. Chapter 127 Persuading her to marry me early and give me a title. Alicia hurriedly waved her hands, explaining seriously. Sir, please don't say that. I am genuinely in love with Fox. Although I do admire his beauty, I never intended to take advantage of it for free. I can pay him, and I can also earn money to support him. It was worse when she spoke. Her words infuriated the old man. Pay him? Support him? What did she think of his precious grandson? This girl, though beautiful, how could every word out of her mouth be so unbearable? After all this, did this girl just like the good looks of his grandson? Not the family background, not the connections, nor the immense wealth or the position of Madame G. She even found Madame G troublesome. Where in the world was there such a woman? This made Asif somewhat defeated. After being angry for a while, the old man calmed himself down and brought the topic back with a low cough. It's not bad that you think this way. In the future, if he marries a wife who is willing to support you as long as you behave and don't cause trouble, I can turn a blind eye to your relationship. It's rare for him to like a woman so much. I don't want to disappoint him. If you 2 have children in the future, my G family will acknowledge them. Apart from not being able to enter the family officially, everything else will be treated as Madame G. Whether it's boys or girls, they'll all be treated as my G family's treasures. Houses, cars, even shares of the G family. I can give you once you have children. The old man didn't dislike Alicia too much. At least she was better than those pretentious women. Ardell's life has been too bitter, and having such a charming flower to ease it wouldn't be bad. Moreover, in these wealthy marriages, everyone would tacitly allow keeping mistresses outside. As long as it wasn't too excessive and didn't break any boundaries, everyone could coexist peacefully. The old man's tolerance was also an acknowledgement of Alicia, and the conditions he set for Alicia were quite generous. If it were another woman, she would already be grateful. Who knew that Alicia, with a cold face, rejected without hesitation? I refuse. Asif pounded on the table violently. I've made concessions, what else do you want? Alicia remained expressionless, saying word by word. Sir, I have a bottom line. Even if I live alone until old age, I will never be a mistress. Not to mention bearing children as a concubine. Forget it. She was different from Miranda. She would never walk that path. Nor would she let her child be called illegitimate or a bastard from birth. She had endured enough hardship for both of them. Pointing at Alicia's pretty little face, Asif said to Ardell, "This is the woman you picked." Ardell stroked Alicia's cheek to comfort her. "Grandfather, don't be angry. I'll try to persuade her. At least that's sensible." Asif was about to sigh in relief. In the next second, Ardell added, "Persuade her to marry me early and give me a title." Bang! Asif almost overturned the table. "You ungrateful brat. This is how you repay me? Grandfather, I have allowed you to manipulate my life since I bear the surname G and am your grandson. I haven't argued over my responsibilities, but when it comes to choosing a spouse, I hope you let me choose. The marriage alliance may bring resource exchanges, but now that the G family is dominant, I believe I can elevate the G family to its peak without such alliances. Although Miss Shin doesn't come from a wealthy background, she has a special charm that moves me. I believe she will become my capable wife, and together we will honor you." Foolish. If you insist on going against me for a woman, don't blame me for being heartless. The G family has other children who covet your positions. Ardell smiled gently, hugging Alicia up. "Then find someone who covets it. I only want this woman. A day without seeing her feels like 3 years. I haven't seen Teacher Shin for 10 years, so I need to resolve my personal issues now. I won't accompany grandfather anymore. Excuse me." "Rebel, stand still." Ardell paused slightly, turning around to add, "I heard that grandfather spent 20 million supporting Teacher Shun. Thank you on her behalf. Consider this money as a gift for your future daughter-in-law." Who recognized her as my granddaughter-in-law? "You brat, get back here." Clattering. Teacups and teapots scattered all over the floor. The old man threw many things, but none hit Ardell. It was just for show. Herschel hurriedly supported him. "Grandfather, don't get mad. Eldest brother must be blinded by love. He will understand your benevolence in the future." Difficult. Nico has always been opinionated. Once he sets his mind on something, even 9 oxen can't pull him back. This Alicia is quite resourceful. Herschel pushed up his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, watching the woman who was carried away with an open and untroubled demeanor, showing no discomfort at all. It indicated that she didn't care about what the old man thought of her. She wore a light purple short-sleeved cheapao, from which 2 slender and white arms stretched out. Unlike those women who love wearing gold and silver jewelry, she only wore a simple silver-white ring on her middle finger, which rested right on Ardell's neck. Ardell was ruggedly handsome, with prominent blue veins on his neck, forming a stark contrast with the delicate and fragile woman's arm. Beneath the hem of her dress, long and smooth legs were adorned with a jade bracelet, jingling softly as she moved. If this bracelet had been worn by another woman, it might have seemed too promiscuous, but on her, it gave off a unique charm that mixed purity and desire. Such a straightforward woman who was unafraid of the old man, yet could be demure in Ardell's arms, was very charming. Just before stepping out the door, the woman opened her pink lips and nibbled on Ardell's earlobe flirtatiously. She laughed lightly, like a bewitching imperial concubine who made one's heart race. Herschel's eyes darkened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice became soft. "Third brother has always been the most sensible. He will definitely pull back in time." Alicia was carried by Ardell into a black SUV, and Jalen and Jerry discreetly vanished. Before the door closed, Alicia had already pushed the man onto the spacious back seat. Kneeling between Ardell's legs, she wrapped herself around him like a snake spirit. "Mr. G, you promised me you wouldn't get hurt." Ardell's voice was hoarse and magnetic. Her kneeling crawl highlighted the perfect curve of her body as she slowly leaned against him. "I want to check if you've been obedient." Her fingertips brushed over the stubble growing on his face, rough to the touch. She licked her lips. "Mr. G, every inch of your body will be thoroughly examined by me." Chapter 128. Have a bunch of plump babies for me. The rain intensified, pelting the windshield with a crackling sound. The black privacy glass blocked everyone's view. The tall and imposing vehicle body was like a black cheetah poised to pounce in the heavy rain, making people reluctant to approach easily. Occasionally, slight tremors from the car body sparked various speculations. The slender woman's small hand rested on the glass, her breath fogging up the window slightly. It felt like an eternity before this intense and passionate moment concluded. Alicia leaned against the disheveled man's chest, her hands wrapped around his neck, her face pressed against his neck as she breathed softly. "A ping. It's great that you're all right." She did not tell him how terrified she was after the video call disconnected that night. How could Morgan not understand? He gently patted her back, his voice still hoarse with lingering desire. "I made you worry. Give me some time. I will end everything before taking over the G family. I won't let you live in fear anymore." Alicia's eyes lit up. "Really?" He reached out and playfully flicked the tip of the young girl's upturned nose. "When have I ever lied to you?" Alicia smiled broadly. "But I just offended your grandfather, so your position as heir might be at risk. Are you really going to anger your grandfather for me?" Morgan had always been clear about his stance on principal issues, whether concerning the Amen or Abrielle. Whenever it came to matters involving Alicia, he always prioritized her interests, without ambiguity or seeking to please both sides. He showed with all his heart how much he loved her, willing to oppose the whole world for her. You've seen it, haven't you, Pandora? What if I go bankrupt in the future? I'll pick trash to support you, Alicia said with a grin, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Such a pure smile was precious to Morgan, who knew Alicia's past. Alicia had opened her heart to him completely, and his efforts finally bore fruit. Morgan chuckled lowly, nuzzling her neck. Honey, aren't you considering marrying me? Although it was a game between him and the Aemon, Alicia's well-reasoned argument didn't seem improvised. She genuinely did not want to marry him. Seeing the man try to charm her again, he knew this strategy worked on Alicia. Whenever they reached a crucial point, he would use this trick to lure her. A ping, we've only just started dating. Don't you think this is moving too fast? Too fast. She just didn't want to. Taking the initiative to date him was already 100 points from her side. As for marriage, she had never even considered it. A glint of depth flashed in Morgan's eyes. His palm rested on Alicia's abdomen, and he spoke jokingly. You don't want to marry me. What about kids? Don't you want any? Even in such moments when the atmosphere was perfect, Alicia pulled out a small umbrella from her handbag, as if by magic. Morgan's mood immediately dampened. This girl had prepared for any situation and taken contraceptive measures. Should he praise her attention to detail or thoughtfulness? Marrying her might be even harder than getting her to agree to date him. How could Alicia not see through Morgan's thoughts? If he wanted to flirt, she'd jest right back. Counting on her white fingers, she said, Good brother, I'm only 23 soon. It's too young to get married or have children. Besides, isn't our current relationship wonderful? We love each other, give to each other, and respect each other. It's the perfect state. She felt like she was still stuck in her tragic childhood and was, in many ways, still a child. Alicia had never imagined becoming a mother one day. Someone like her would certainly not make a good mom. Morgan's fingertips traced her waist as he spoke calmly. Then, Pandora, when do you think is appropriate? Not yet. Wait another 7 or 8 years. But, Pandora, in 7 or 8 years, I'll be close to 40. If you delay having kids further, are you going to have me called grandpa by your child? The image was absurd, and Alicia covered her mouth, giggling. Then 2 or 3 years. Honey, don't rush to refuse or deny. Just like our dating, you don't need to do anything but trust me. Whether it's 1,000 steps or 10,000, I will walk them for you. Even if it's through mountains of blades or thorny paths, I will carry you every step of the way. He said the most passionate words earnestly, and Alicia did not find it sappy. It felt as though fireworks were blooming in her chest. Morgan's dark pupils were deep like the sea, seeming to drown Alicia within. She almost nodded unconsciously. Okay. The man smiled contentedly. You're so good, my little moon. One day, you will accept me wholeheartedly, marry me, and give me a bunch of plump babies. Alicia's breathing grew heavier as she reached out to caress Morgan's incomparably handsome face. She really couldn't resist his tenderness. She opened her red lips and gently nibbled on his chin, her soft lips brushing repeatedly over his rough stubble. Her body squirmed restlessly in Morgan's arms. Chapter 129, But, I want to enter your world. Ardell patted her head gently. Baby, I still have some matters to attend to at the company. Alicia bit her lip. In the past, she often restrained herself because of work commitments the next day. Unexpectedly, now that she had resigned and could live more freely, Ardell was frequently out of sight for days. But considering his status, it was likely he even squeezed time out of his busy schedule just to see her. Alicia obediently slid off him. Okay, good girl. Ardell dressed again, then drove Alicia straight to the company. On the way, he asked about her recent situation. Nothing happened these past few days, right? Alicia instinctively touched her left ear. Although she had undergone reconstructive surgery, her hearing hadn't fully recovered yet. As long as people spoke at normal volume, it didn't greatly affect her life. She had especially instructed her mother not to let this distract Ardell, so he knew nothing about it. Alicia smiled. What could possibly happen? I'm fine. He was already so busy. Alicia didn't want him to worry over trivial matters like her hearing. After all, such things wouldn't get better in a short period. After these 2 busy days, I'll take you to the riding ground. Alicia responded directly. Compared to horseback riding, I'd rather go to the shooting range. Pingin, teach me how to shoot. Ardell glanced at Alicia, who was indeed unique. You're so delicate. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Alicia turned her head, eyes sparkling as she looked at Ardell. But, I want to enter your world. The grip on the steering wheel tightened. These words struck him deeply. His world wasn't the luxurious and comfortable one people imagined, but rather a place of chaos and bloodshed that had forged the G family's century-long dominance. Grandfather's talk about changing things was just empty talk. The moment he was chosen, he became the heir to the G family. To usurp his position, there was only one condition, his death. Even though he hadn't fully taken over yet, his position in the G family rivaled grandfather's. Now his little moon wanted to join him in his world, no longer leaving him to fight alone. He had someone he needed to protect. All right, Alicia continued. Was what happened earlier done by your grandfather? It wasn't him. Today was just a warning. If he were to make a move, it would be in the future, but I won't give him that chance. Grandfather wasn't stupid. Knowing how much he loved Alicia, he wouldn't just casually kill her. That would only provoke him. Someone else wanted to kill Alicia, and this person was very hidden. Every clue they left behind was interrupted. These past few days, despite strict precautions, the culprit hadn't surfaced. Learning to shoot would indeed be beneficial. She needed self-defense skills. Alicia frowned. If it's not grandfather, someone must have spread the news about Brant and me being at the same hotel. This incident is most likely orchestrated by Brant himself. His desire for you hasn't changed. Not just Brant, but Dara as well. Brant intended to ruin Alicia's job through Dara, while Dara aimed to advance herself. Little did they know, Alicia had already planned to resign for Ardell, rendering their efforts futile. Alicia muttered, "He's really despicable." Seeing Alicia pouting, Ardell chuckled. "Don't worry, scum always gets what they deserve. He's having a hard time lately." Alicia once again entered Ardell's office. Piles of files had accumulated during his absence. "Pandora, if you're bored, you can go home first. I might be quite busy here." Alicia smiled softly. "I don't have work recently. I can stay with you." While Ardell worked diligently, Alicia wandered around his office. She washed fruits and drained them, arranging cherry tomatoes into rabbit shapes, carving dragon fruits into red roses, and turning kiwis into lotus flowers. Scattered around were small spheres. She also thoughtfully provided fruit forks, quietly placing them beside Ardell. After working for 2 hours, Ardell finally noticed. Picking up the tiny rabbit-shaped cherry tomato, he smiled faintly. Turning to look at Alicia, she was currently grinding coffee. Outside, the wind blew obliquely with light rain, while inside the room felt like spring, exactly as he had longed for. When it was cold, someone added clothes for him. When thirsty, someone offered tea. At that moment, someone knocked and entered. A refined voice sounded. "Pingin, am I disturbing you?" Alicia's gaze landed on the visitor. She recognized this face. Before Ardell returned, Alfredo had been the G family's spokesperson. He also noticed Alicia, who wasn't wearing work attire. "And this is..." Seasoned Pingin beckoned to Alicia. "Come here." Alicia walked to his side, maintaining her dignified and graceful demeanor. "Mr. G, I'm Alicia." Just as she introduced herself, an arm wrapped around her waist, and Seasoned Pingin said directly, "Calling me Mr. G is too formal. Call me Big Brother instead." With one sentence, he pulled Alicia back into the circle, making a strong declaration of her identity. "Big Brother, this is my girlfriend." Seasoned Yanli also played along. "Oh, so you're my sister-in-law." Today's visit was impromptu, but I'll definitely make up for the greeting gift later. Alicia wasn't used to such an atmosphere. She only wanted to enjoy herself with Seasoned Pingin. However, he intentionally drew her into the G family's circle. Though slightly uncomfortable, she didn't embarrass him in front of others and replied gently, "Do you like coffee, Big Brother? I just happen to be grinding some beans." "I do. Thank you very much, sister-in-law." "Not at all." Alicia hurriedly went back to prepare the coffee. Seasoned Yanli, the eldest son of the G family's main branch, was already in his 40s and had recently remarried. Seasoned Pingin invited him to sit down. "I was quite busy earlier and couldn't attend your wedding. Please don't be upset. You had important matters to attend to, which I can understand. You haven't met my new wife yet. Perhaps another day you can bring little sister-in-law over to try her cooking." "Sure." Seasoned Pingin raised an eyebrow casually and initiated the conversation. "Brother, you didn't come just to pay a visit, did you?" "Yes, Pingin. I know this might be difficult for you, but I have no choice. My wife's family has been going through a rough patch lately. Since you are well connected, I hope you could help out. The Zhou family isn't an outsider either. My wife is pregnant now, and she cries every day at home, making me feel terrible." It turned out he came on behalf of the Zhou family. After Brant's failed attempt, it was now Seasoned Yanli's turn. As his elder cousin, since he had asked, Seasoned Pingin had to give it some thought. "All right, I'll have someone look into it and see what we can do." His response was smooth but deliberately vague. Smart people know when to stop pressing, and Seasoned Yanli naturally didn't push further. Alicia brought coffee for both of them, earning more praise from Seasoned Yanli. "Little brother, you're really lucky to find such a beautiful and generous sister-in-law. When are you planning the wedding? Let me have a toast or two." Alicia blushed, feeling embarrassed. She hadn't even considered marriage. What was wrong with the G family? Each one seemed stranger than the last, especially this elder brother who seemed intent on pushing her towards marriage. Seasoned Pingin stirred the latte art in his coffee, speaking warmly. "My little moon is young and playful. We'll talk about marriage when she decides she wants it." His words were full of respect and affection for Alicia. Seasoned Yanli understood that his cousin was serious about this relationship. After exchanging pleasantries and inviting them to visit, Seasoned Yanli left. Alicia nudged his chest. "When did I agree to meet the G family?" Seasoned Pingin held her in his arms. "Beautiful little bride. Sooner or later you'll meet my family. Relax, I won't pressure you into marriage. I just want you to get to know my family." Right after leaving the company, Seasoned Yanli received a call from his wife. Older brother Pingin is shrewd. He didn't give a definite answer, but he's in love and seems very fond of that woman. Older brother Pingin's route is blocked, but maybe we can use his girlfriend. Arn relayed this message to Brant, who remembered the woman in Seasoned Pingin's embrace who looked much like Alicia. He subconsciously asked, "What's her name?" "They say it's something like Pandora." Brant sighed in relief. It wasn't Alicia. Indeed, Alicia drove a second-hand car worth only a few $100,000. How could she possibly attract someone like Seasoned Pingin? "Xiaofeng, if you can't climb through the uncle, remember this woman is very kind-hearted. Prepare well to win her favor. Your auntie will pave the way for you. The rest depends on you." Brant nodded. "Yes, I'll do my best to curry favor with auntie." Chapter 130. Teacher Shen encounters trouble. On a quiet afternoon, Alicia curled up on the sofa like a cat. Ardell took a break from his busy schedule to drape a light blanket over her. Alicia, half asleep, raised her eyes and mumbled, "Are you done with your work?" Ardell gently stroked her face. "Not yet. I was worried you might catch a cold. The air conditioning in the room is too strong." Alicia climbed onto his lap and nuzzled against his neck. "I love my big brother so much. You're such a pampered one," Ardell teased as he hooked her nose, adoring how she acted coquettish. It was hard for him to imagine how adorable their future baby would be. As they were being intimate, Alicia's phone rang. It was Frida, whom she hadn't contacted for days. As soon as she answered, Frida's loud voice came through. Wei, you didn't tell me about quitting your job. Do you have a new best friend now? Alicia could picture her friend's expression at this moment. No, I knew you were on leave and resting, so I didn't want to disturb you. The formerly sulky girl was immediately cheered up. That's my bestie. You can't favor anyone else. Anyway, we've got nothing better to do. Let's go shopping. Alicia glanced at Ardell. Actually, she quite enjoyed staying close to him, even if they did nothing. Feeling his body heat made her feel contented. Ardell stroked her head and whispered into her left ear, "Go ahead." Alicia only felt warm breath beside her ear. Her back stiffened because she couldn't hear what he said clearly, but judging by his breathing, she figured out that Ardell was busy and didn't want her to be bored in the office. Thus, Alicia happily agreed. After hanging up, she looked perfectly normal. Then I'm off. I'll come pick you up after work tonight. All right, have Jalen and others follow you. No need. I've resigned. No one knows where I'm going. Besides, I'm just meeting up with a girlfriend and we'll be back soon. Alicia didn't want to make their relationship public, and Ardell understood her concerns. All right, call me if anything happens. Okay. Alicia got up decisively. The young lady wearing a cheapao and high heels combed her hair gracefully, every movement exuding charm. He really hated for this little enchantress to leave. Wherever Alicia went, she always became the focus of attention. Arriving at Starlight Plaza, Frida hugged her tightly right away, complaining, Wei, you wouldn't believe how scared I was that day. I almost died in the sea. If it weren't for Abner and his friends, I wouldn't see you again. Alicia also hugged her. It's all good now. They laughed and chatted like typical girls their age, never posting on social media. Alicia surprisingly took several photos and sent them to Ardell. Seeing the photo of the bright-eyed young girl, Ardell felt his heart soften. Frida posted 3 WeChat moments that afternoon, attracting many likes from her former colleagues. After finishing afternoon tea, Frida suggested buying a birthday gift for Abner. Alicia's eyes swept across the array of men's suits before settling on a silver tie clip. She noted its location quietly, then accompanied Frida until they parted ways. Watching Frida get into the car, Alicia turned around and went back to buy the tie clip. As dusk fell, the city, shrouded in fog from the rain, bustled with traffic. Alicia carried her shopping bag and walked along the street under a transparent umbrella. She dialed Ardell's number, still busy. Yeah, I have to work late tonight. I'll send someone to pick you up. Should you go back to Jiao Garden and rest? Alicia smiled and replied, Where you go, I go. Before she finished, Alicia suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Instinctively, she turned her head and saw several large men cover her mouth. Help! Feeling something was wrong, Ardell asked anxiously. Pandora, what happened? All he heard was the disconnected tone. Yet, he distinctly heard Alicia's half-shouted cry for help before the call ended. He contacted Frida immediately, who was confused upon receiving his call. She was already in the car, sipping tapioca pearl milk tea, and asked muffledly who was calling. This is Ardell. Is Teacher Shin with you? No, we parted ways 20 minutes ago, and I'm almost home. Without further ado, Ardell asked Frida for the last place they met. After hanging up, he immediately instructed Wilson. Retrieve all the surveillance footage from the mall and its vicinity. Hurry, Teacher Shun is in trouble. While talking, Ardell grabbed his coat and car keys and quickly left. Alicia's whereabouts were unknown now. Normally, no one should be able to trace her movements. Who could it be? Ardell furrowed his brows and rushed toward the commercial area. It was rush hour, and the commercial area was congested with red brake lights shining. He was extremely anxious, but this was also a good sign. If the abductors wanted to take Alicia away, they would also be stuck in traffic, giving him more time for rescue. Through various surveillance cameras, they soon found that Alicia had exited from the back door of the mall and walked along a small road to reach the pickup point for the ride-hailing service. Unfortunately, the surveillance camera on this small road had recently malfunctioned. Along the way, they discovered a handbag and a phone dropped in the rain. Opening the handbag, the payment information inside confirmed it belonged to Alicia. Ardell took out the tie clip, knowing very well that this was the gift the young girl promised to buy for him. She must have gone back to buy the tie clip to avoid Frida, which gave the kidnappers an opportunity. Wilson brought back news. We found out. These people were suspiciously watching Teacher Shun while she was at the mall. They followed her after she left. Ardell watched the surveillance footage, gritting his teeth. Keep investigating. With the current Skynet system, tracking someone down was child's play. However, the results surprised Ardell. These individuals had no mysterious backgrounds. They were just a bunch of thugs. There was nothing sophisticated about their methods either, and they were easy to track. These people have criminal records for drug use, involvement in prostitution, and gambling, but there's no record of murder. Why did they kidnap Teacher Shun? Ardell's face turned cold. If not for ransom, then it must be for lust. Continue investigating every car, every alley. Dig up the earth if you have to, but find Teacher Shun. Alicia had already been traumatized once by Renee before. She couldn't be subjected to any more trauma. Otherwise, if her condition flared up again, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Alicia woke up again, her mind was still foggy. She remembered the scene before she lost consciousness. Someone had covered her nose with a towel, and she lost awareness within seconds. A faint male voice came from beside her. You're awake. Chapter 131. I will cut off the hand that picked it. Alicia felt weak all over, probably because the drug had not worn off yet. Her eyes were covered in darkness, and she couldn't see anything clearly. The man's voice, which was specially altered to sound very hoarse, couldn't reveal his original tone. The air was filled with a strong smell of mildew and some chemicals. Beneath her was something hard, her palms pressing against solid soil. There were no floor tiles. It seemed like an unfinished house without plastering. Combined with the old mildew smell in the air, Alicia quickly concluded that she was likely taken to an abandoned chemical plant warehouse. If they wanted her dead, all it would take is a fire, and she would disappear without a trace, not even bone fragments left behind. How could Alicia not be afraid? But more than fear, she wanted to find an opportunity to escape. She had just met Morgan and started her happy life. She couldn't die now. Seeing that Alicia didn't speak or show any panic, the man said again, "You're calmer than I imagined." Alicia replied coldly, "If you want my life, you wouldn't have let me live this long. So why don't you tell me why you took me here?" In a short time, Alicia had recalled that everything changed when she met Morgan after breaking up with Brandt. So was this person's revenge on behalf of Brandt, or one of Morgan's enemies? As he spoke, she felt him walking toward her, heavy footsteps echoing in the vast space. Alicia swallowed subconsciously. Her hands were tied behind her back, and her eyes were covered. In this situation, she could only rely on touch and hearing. Unfortunately, only one ear worked properly. She was both panicked and disordered, but managed to maintain a calm appearance. She sensed the man squatting in front of her, and the next moment, a hand grabbed her chin, forcing her head up. Disgusting. It was a physical rejection. Except for Morgan, she detested any close contact from other men. Despite the disgust, Alicia did not show it. She still didn't know his motive and feared provoking him and dying faster. As long as he didn't hurt her, there was a glimmer of hope. She believed Morgan must be looking for her everywhere. She needed to buy time. Take a good look. Teacher Shin really is very beautiful, especially this small face, so captivating. That hand moved away, and before Alicia could catch her breath, she asked, "Who are you?" His tone didn't match Brandt. If it were Brandt, he wouldn't need to alter his voice. Cedric? No, he had been out of town for a long time, and this fact was confirmed by Abner last time. When else did I provoke anyone? Alicia even started recalling Frida's mentions of the electrician and the security guard's son. The next moment, something icy touched her face. Judging by its size and feel, Alicia's heart sank. It was a knife. She was glad she hadn't resisted impulsively. When women are at a disadvantage, the first priority should be self-preservation and remaining calm, avoiding provoking the assailant in any way. Her neck was strained as she felt the knife edge slowly tracing her cheek like a snake flicking its tongue. Alicia dared not breathe heavily, swallowing saliva helplessly due to tension. Then the knife slid down her cheek to her neck, with the tip resting at her throat. The silver blade gleamed coldly under the light. Alicia felt like prey caught by a tiger or leopard, tense and holding her breath. Noticing her tension, the man slowly withdrew the knife tip. Alicia broke out in goosebumps all over, every sense focused on the knife. She felt the blade rest on her carotid artery. A slight pressure, cutting through her artery, and she would bleed out quickly. Silently dying, perhaps her decomposed body might never be found. Why? Despite her efforts to remain composed, her voice trembled. "We have no grudges. Even if you want me dead, let me die understanding what I did wrong." Teacher Shun is indeed smart, trying to figure out my bottom line. Your guess is correct. I didn't plan to kill you right away. After all, your beauty stands out among 10,000. Saying this, the man twirled the dagger in his palm, slowly moving it downward until it reached the rope binding her wrists. The dagger was sharp and instantly cut through the rope. Alicia couldn't imagine that if this knife fell on her body, one cut could mean death. The ropes were untied, revealing clear marks on her fair wrists, adding a tragic beauty to the delicate skin. Alicia didn't know what the man was thinking. The first thing she wanted to do after being untied was to remove the blindfold from her eyes. Before she could act, the man's cold voice came again. "If you dare to take it off, I will cut off the hand that picked it." Scared, Alicia turned pale, not daring to doubt his threat for a second. She quickly stopped and said, "Okay, I won't. Let's continue our previous conversation. If you don't want my life, then what do you want? Money." The tip of the man's knife landed on her outstretched leg. Since the ground was dirty, dust had adhered to her legs, and even her beautiful cheapao was smeared with ashes. Her once neatly coiled hair had also come loose, giving her a disheveled, yet captivating look. Even with her mesmerizing eyes covered, Alicia still exuded an irresistible charm, like a special pheromone emitted by females to males. Alicia clenched her fists, surrounded by this tense and dangerous atmosphere. She felt her mental state nearly breaking down as she asked in a somewhat anxious voice, "What exactly do you want?" She reviewed all possible men in her mind, but couldn't match any to him. "If you're after money, just name your price. Even if it means selling everything I own, I'll find a way to get it for you. I don't want to die, I want to live." The man moved closer. Did Miss Shun forget something? Besides robbery, there's another term in this world. Alicia's heart tightened. She hadn't dismissed this possibility. But since she felt no discomfort after waking up, she temporarily abandoned this thought. The man lifted her chin with the knife, speaking each word deliberately. "Rape." Chapter 132. Teasing you, little one. Alicia was terrified to the point of being ashen-faced and speechless, her body as unresponsive as a corpse. She had already concocted a multitude of plans in her mind to fight him to the death, clenching her fists tightly. The man's presence grew closer, and from her left ear, she heard his low laughter. Thankfully, the quiet and open environment allowed Alicia to barely hear his voice. "Teasing you, little one. Don't let yourself be caught again. You won't always be this lucky." Alicia didn't quite understand what he meant. After saying those words, the man went silent, and Alicia didn't dare move recklessly. A few minutes later, she spoke again. "Are you still there?" No one answered. Only her echo resounded through the warehouse. "Can I take off the blindfold?" she asked again, receiving no response. Alicia tentatively placed her hand on the blindfold. Still no one stopped her, so she pulled it off. What she saw stunned her. Alicia had been wondering how many people had abducted her before she blacked out, but only one person had spoken to her. Briars than 30 meters from Alicia, four men lay motionless, covered in blood, whether dead or unconscious, it wasn't clear. Indeed, around her were old chemical waste materials, who knew how long they'd been stored here. The air was filled with dust, and spiderwebs scattered in every corner. Night had fallen, making the warehouse pitch black except for a single black tactical flashlight beside her that illuminated her path. That person had left it behind. He hadn't harmed her and had even saved her. Alicia didn't know who he was, but she was alive now. Grabbing the flashlight, she dashed toward the exit. Before leaving, she took a bold look back. Those men weren't dead. Each had a faint pulse. They had been slashed by knives, avoiding vital areas, leading to excessive blood loss and unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Alicia ran outside. The chemical plant was located on the outskirts, surrounded by dense forests. On this stormy night, Alicia ran barefoot without stopping. This area had been abandoned for years, streetlights long broken, casting everything in darkness. Lightning split the sky. Thunder roared in Alicia's ears, making her tremble uncontrollably. She hated thunderstorms the most. Normally, in her room, she could wear headphones or cover herself with a blanket while watching a movie to ease her tension. But here in the wilderness, she had no way to contact the outside world. Her only reliance was the flashlight in her hand. Her feet were already raw and bleeding, yet Alicia forced herself to continue, trudging through puddles. Her cheapao was utterly filthy, soaked from head to toe by the heavy rain. It felt like an invisible beast was chasing her from behind. Alicia didn't dare look back. Occasionally, birds would fly over, their cries echoing eerily through the night. Caught off guard, Alicia fell to the ground. The forest was uneven, littered with decaying debris. As she fell, her arm scraped against a broken bottle, opening a deep gash. Blood dripped down her arm, spreading excruciating pain throughout her body. Bearing the pain, Alicia slowly got up, not daring to delay. She limped through the forest, bruised and battered. Finally reaching the road, she hoped a kind driver might pick her up and bring her back to the city. As her vision widened, purple lightning illuminated the sky above her. Boom! Like the roar of a dragon, it echoed through the heavens. The city of Heir, already flat, was shrouded under thick clouds, inducing fear. Instinctively, Alicia crouched down, hands covering her ears. Blood dripped from her elbow onto the ground, splashing into bloody blossoms. Far away, headlights lit upon her. Lifting her head, she saw a line of black vehicles. The lead car screeched to a halt in the rain, and the door opened. A familiar dark figure sprinted toward Alicia. Chapter 133. Little one, did I come too late? Alicia lifted her eyes to see the face she had been longing for. Her heart raced with anxiety as she hurriedly got up from the ground and ran toward Ardell. Fox. However, she ignored her own physical condition. Covered in injuries, she barely stood up when a sharp pain shot through her foot. Coupled with dizziness from squatting for too long, her body suddenly plunged into the muddy roadside. Pandora. Ardell finally rushed to her side. Alicia fell into his familiar embrace. The tears she had held back for so long finally slipped down her cheeks. Ardell was nearly driven mad by what he saw. Alicia was visibly disheveled and hurt. She had been missing for so long. He didn't care about whether she had suffered anyway. All he could see were the countless injuries on her body, causing his heart to ache over and over again. That delicate little girl had a large cut on her arm, and blood was seeping from her feet. Like a discarded rag doll, Ardell dared not touch her too hard, fearing it would cause her more pain. Does it hurt? I'm sorry I came too late. Ardell gently held her, carefully inspecting her wounds with his gaze. In the glaring headlights, amid the heavy rain, Alicia tightly hugged Ardell's neck, her eyes brimming with tears. It hurt a lot, but seeing you made it all better. Alicia resembled a child in kindergarten who had been bullied. Before an adult came, she could hold back her emotions, but now, feeling extremely wronged, large tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing this only deepened Ardell's anguish. He squatted down and picked her up. Don't be afraid, I'll take you home. As Alicia was carried into the SUV and the door closed, no one noticed a tall man standing at the edge of the forest. The man twirled a black claw knife skillfully between his fingers, the blade cutting a sharp arc in the darkness. Watching Alicia being carried into the car, he sighed softly. Little one, did I come too late? Medicines were always kept in the car. Seeing the wound on Alicia's arm, he took a deep breath, feeling a pain sharper than the bullet that had narrowly missed his heart years ago. It looked like the wound was caused by some sharp object, but fortunately, it wasn't deep and didn't need stitches. Still, with so much blood lost, Ardell felt his vision blur, wishing he had been the one injured instead. Just applying disinfectant caused Alicia to tremble in pain, staring at Ardell with teary eyes. It hurts. Ardell gently blew on the wound. Baby, bear with it. It has to be disinfected or it will get infected. Alicia nodded, biting her lip. No matter how gently Ardell applied the medicine, the pain couldn't be controlled. The little girl stopped crying out, but tears continued to roll down her chin. Unable to bear looking anymore, Ardell quickly bandaged her up. He lifted Alicia's foot, and she instinctively tried to pull it back. She had run a long way, through puddles and mud. Her feet must have been filthy. No, my feet are dirty. Ardell held her ankle and placed it on his lap. What dirt? My baby is always clean. He used antiseptic wipes to carefully clean the mud off her feet, revealing her tender toes one by one. Instead of disgust, Ardell only felt compassion. If she hadn't bought that tie clip for him, she wouldn't have endured this ordeal. Ultimately, it was his fault. He thought Alicia would be safe for just a few hours, never expecting someone would exploit the opportunity. The pain from the foot wound was too much, so Alicia shifted the topic. Fox, how did you find me? Who wanted to kill me? She didn't want to kill you, but ruin your reputation. Alicia's eyes widened. Gripping Ardell's wrist anxiously, she asked, have you found out? Who is it? Dara. Her. This answer was unexpected. Alicia could guess Dara had reported her to the principal, but didn't think she could do something like kidnapping. This afternoon, she learned your location through Frida's social media post. Out of jealousy, she hired some thugs to kidnap you, intending to harm you and take photos. Ardell didn't ask what happened after Alicia was kidnapped. As a man, he might have some reservations, but he knew Alicia was a victim who needed comfort, not interrogation. Even if Alicia had been violated today, he would never blame or abandon her. Instead, he would feel heartbroken for not protecting her. Alicia clenched her teeth in anger. Has she gone mad? All for Brant, right? That night at the hotel, the person having an affair with Brant was definitely her. After seeing her meeting with Brant, she had hatched a plan to strike against Alicia. But Alicia had resigned voluntarily, leaving her with no chance to retaliate. Thus, she resorted to such extreme measures today. If only Brant saw Alicia compromised by some dirty men, he wouldn't be obsessed with her anymore. Yes, for Brant. Ardell finished applying medicine to the soles of her feet and pulled up some photos on his phone. They were all pictures of Dara privately with Brant, entering and exiting the same hotel within 5 minutes of each other several times. The surveillance footage showed that Brant had already been having an affair with Dara long before he cheated with Annabelle. Alicia felt a chill down her spine. Brant was like an onion, seemingly smooth on the outside, but layer after layer revealed that this man had no heart. He was truly terrifying. It turned out that when Dara had sent him those sexy pajama pictures, he had been professing loyalty to Alicia while secretly being with Dara all along. That night wasn't their first time. They had done it many times behind her back. Even though Alicia didn't love this man, as his nominal girlfriend, she found it utterly revolting. Everything made sense now about why Dara always targeted her at school. It wasn't just because she thought Alicia was lucky to have snagged Brant, but because on the surface, Alicia was officially acknowledged as his girlfriend. Because Alicia couldn't be intimate with men, she became Brant's plaything, never to see the light of day. Dara targeted her partly because they were colleagues. 1. To monitor Alicia, and 2. To use her as a tool to strike against Alicia. Alicia's hand trembled as she held the phone. She didn't believe human nature could be so despicable until she saw those photos. Her voice choked with emotion. I thought Brant truly loved me, but I never imagined. The feeling of having her heart torn apart was just like that night when Brant confessed his betrayal. It was the collapse of all her beliefs. Ardell sensed her distress and pulled her into his arms. Don't cry, don't be afraid. Pandora, there's only one Brant in the world, and only one Ardell. I won't treat you like that. Alicia, lacking security, was devastated when the only boyfriend she ever had completely shattered her worldview. But people change. Maybe you love me now, but maybe not the next moment. The next moment, for this lifetime, I, Ardell, will love you. If I dare to betray you, let me die without a burial place, and in my lineage. Alicia covered his mouth, pointing to the stormy weather outside. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Ardell shook his head. I'm not afraid. I'm different from Brant, who is only interested in instant desires. Pandora, I know exactly what I want. Then if someone offers themselves willingly, how many men would refuse? Alicia thought of Dara's fake face. He must have heavy tastes to eat anything. She silently criticized. I wish he knew better. Ardell relaxed slightly seeing her joke. Do you think no women offered themselves to me before you? Alicia stared at him, while Ardell's eyes were filled with deep affection as he caressed her dirted face. I can do without women, but I can't do without Teacher Shun. If it's not you, it doesn't matter who it is. I won't settle for anyone else. Alicia felt her broken heart being gently mended, gradually warming up. She leaned against Ardell's chest. Aren't you going to ask what happened in these few hours? As soon as she asked, Ardell visibly tensed. He was anxious and scared. Previously, he didn't ask much to protect her dignity. How could Alicia not know his concerns? Fox, if I really had been. Ardell subconsciously tightened his grip around her waist. It doesn't matter. I don't mind. I love you for who you are, as long as you're safe. Alicia raised her head from his chest, touching his rugged cheek. No one touched me. Someone saved me. Who? I don't know. Alicia shook her head. When he saved me, my eyes were covered, and my hands were tied. He altered his voice deliberately, freed me, and left before I could see his face. After removing the blindfold, I found those thugs had already been taken care of. Before leaving, he left me a flashlight to help me escape safely. Right? The thugs are still alive, barely breathing. They might know who that person is. Alicia had been too scared to think clearly earlier. As she spoke, a loud explosion echoed through the mountains, deafeningly loud, like the earth splitting open. Like bombs dropped by enemies, Alicia instinctively clutched Ardell's arm tightly. They both looked out the window. Across the river, near the forest she had just fled from, a massive fire and thick smoke were rising. Ardell's phone rang, and after he answered, Wilson's voice came through. Boss, the abandoned factory has been destroyed. I'm afraid those people are already beyond recognition. So the only lead was cut off. A complex and mysterious person saved Alicia and destroyed all evidence. Ardell's pupils darkened with shadows. Who is this person? Chapter 134 Spoiling her is what I want. Morgan carried Alicia back to Jiao Garden, where the bright lights made their situation appear even more disheveled. She was draped in Morgan's coat, her messy hair sticking to the sides of her face, the wound on her arm already bandaged but still damp. making her look all the more pitiful and heart-wrenching. Alicia lowered her head and whispered softly, "I'm sorry. You were already so busy, and I've wasted your time." Morgan looked at her with gentle eyes, providing her with invisible comfort. "Every minute spent with my girlfriend is never wasted. I should have insisted on having someone accompany you, and this near disaster wouldn't have happened. This is my fault, not yours." Saying this, he gently placed Alicia into the bathtub, his fingers tenderly cupping her small face. Don't always look for reasons within yourself when something goes wrong. Sometimes, you need to think if it might be someone else's fault. Don't wear yourself out over it, understand? Hearing his words, which were entirely different from what Layla would say, a helpless smile tugged at the corner of Alicia's mouth. "Fox, you're going to spoil me." "I want to spoil you," Morgan said as he gently washed her body. "My Miss Shun is gentle and kind. There's nothing wrong with that. If anything isn't right, it means I haven't done enough for you." Alicia's heart, originally tense, gradually warmed under Morgan's tenderness. "How did you find me?" Alicia asked. "Through facial recognition, I found the background of those thugs. If someone wanted to kill you, they wouldn't use street punks. These people had been following you all afternoon, and you didn't recognize any of them. That means there's a mastermind behind them. So, I had someone investigate their social backgrounds and discovered that one of your former colleagues grew up with one of them in the same courtyard." Alicia looked up at him. "You arrested Dara?" "Yes. The situation was urgent at the time, and there was no quicker way. By the time she called her childhood friend to stop them, it was too late." Alicia held onto his sturdy arm. "At that moment, you must have been really worried. It's all over now. Once you're better, I'll teach you some self-defense moves." "Okay." Morgan was very gentle, washing her until she was spotlessly clean before carrying her to the dining table. "You must be hungry. What do you want to eat?" Alicia rested her chin in her hand, watching him. "I want to eat the matsutake fried rice you made." As expected, she guessed correctly. The first meal had indeed been cooked by him. "All right, I'll make it for you." Morgan had the ingredients prepared and delivered, cooking dinner for Alicia in the kitchen. The warm light spilled onto the white-shirt man preparing the meal at the counter, melting Alicia's heart completely. Enduring the pain in her feet, she walked behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Fox, thank heaven for letting me meet you." With his comforting presence, all the suffering seemed to vanish. She knew he would come for her. With Morgan, she could always remain just a little girl. He would pamper her, love her, and cherish her. How wonderful. She was injured, and he not only cooked for her, but also fed her. Even though Alicia joked that her mouth wasn't hurt, she couldn't resist the care from this man. Despite the thunderstorm outside, she heard nothing as long as he was by her side. "Honey, rest for a while. I need to take care of some matters." This issue wasn't settled yet, but Morgan chose to soothe Alicia first before handling it. Alicia pulled on his sleeve. "Where's Dara? I want to see her." Morgan's gaze darkened. "Someone like her would only dirty your eyes." "Fox." Alicia gently tugged at his sleeve, and Morgan sighed. "You're impossible." "Fine, you can see her, but be prepared mentally." "Okay." Alicia had always known Jiao Garden was vast, with the front being the guest dining area and the back being Morgan's private domain. She had been to the Lotus Pond and by the water, but the buildings at the back were places she had never set foot in. The sky was pitch black, occasionally accompanied by thunder. Morgan carried her, while Wilson held an umbrella for both of them as they walked to a room. Occasionally, Alicia moved, and the quiet corridor echoed with the clear jingle of the bells on her feet. Tingling, tingling. To someone with a guilty conscience, this sound was like a death knell. Dara regretted everything. Had she known Alicia had a man like Morgan backing her, she wouldn't dare provoke her even with 100 brave hearts. Turns out the swimming pool incident wasn't a coincidence. It was Morgan supporting Alicia. She didn't dare imagine what horrors awaited her next. When the door opened, Dara crawled forward like a dog. "Mr. G, please forgive me. My eyes are blinded." Before she could finish speaking, through the corridor's lighting, Alicia saw that the tall man was still holding someone in his arms. The woman had bare feet with several bloody streaks on the soles, and her slender, fair calves were partially exposed beneath her silk sleeping robe. It was Alicia. This was the first time Dara had seen Alicia like this. In her memory, Alicia had always been cold and distant since the day she entered the garden. She would only smile when around the children, remaining aloof from her colleagues. Dara had always thought Alicia feigned being high-minded. Later, she learned from Brant that Alicia was the same even behind closed doors. Brant appeared to be her boyfriend, but he was no better than others and couldn't get close to her physically. Bang! The lights in the small dark room came on, making Dara see even more clearly. That cold and alluring Alicia was now nestling meekly in the man's arms. Morgan sat down directly on a chair in the room with her in his arms. Alicia's beautiful black eyes regarded Dara with coldness. To be honest, Dara wasn't much better off. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Dara was covered in blood except for her face. In Alicia's mind, Morgan was an upright man who wouldn't harm innocents casually, especially not a woman. But the cuts on Dara, though not fatal, would cause excruciating pain. "What did you do to her?" Morgan's voice was icy. "Nothing much, just have someone make 5 cuts every half hour." His pupils were lowered, eyelids covering 1/3 of them, looking exceptionally cold and indifferent, far from the tender man Alicia knew. Compared to what you've put her through, this woman deserves to die 100 times. Alicia suddenly remembered the first time they came to Jiao Garden. The man had earnestly said he was a law-abiding good citizen who didn't kill or set fires. To infuriate him to this extent, Dara must have some talent. Kneeling and crawling over, Dara tried to grab Alicia's foot to beg for mercy. "Teacher Shun, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Before she could touch Alicia, Morgan kicked her away. "Get lost, don't touch my little moon, dirty." Chapter 135 Pandora is someone I barely managed to be close to. Ardell kicked Dara, who was covered in injuries, away. Alicia did not feel any sympathy. Dara, Brant and I broke up long ago. As a woman yourself, you should know how severe it is to tarnish someone's reputation. Was it worth ruining yourself over a man I don't want? Dara lifted her head to meet Alicia's gaze. There it was again, that cold look she always had. Like the moon in the sky, or flowers in the water. She seemed unreachable, yet Brant couldn't stop longing for her. Do you know that each time in bed he would make me dress up as you? Imitate your voice calling him? You two have already broken up, yet he can't stop thinking about you. He wouldn't even touch me if it weren't to share information about you. But what is so good about you? Apart from this face of yours, how do you compare to me? Seeing the twisted look on Dara's face, Alicia remarked. You've become even more disgusting. She didn't expect that her affair with Brant involved such sick role-playing. Dara, disregarding appearance. I've never climbed up by relying on men for material gain. During my time with Brant, I kept financial boundaries clear between us. Yet recently, you've been flaunting luxury items. Can't you see the difference between us? This was why Alicia insisted on keeping no economic ties with Brant. Even selling her apartment or working herself to death, she had to pay back all debts clearly. At this moment, she could straighten her back and tell Dara they were different. So don't compare us. It's dirty. Initially, Alicia ignored her out of jealousy, but now knowing the depths of their games made her feel nauseous just imagining it. Unable to look at Dara. Annoyed, Dara retorted. You think you're so noble, looking down on Brant because you've managed to hook onto someone more powerful. Ardell tightly embraced Alicia's waist, expression cold. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Pandora is someone I barely managed to be close to? Dara, these men are crazy. Alicia is merely pretty, yet each one acts bewitched, making her envy twist her features. Alright Dara, if you want to leave here today, you need to clearly explain everything you did to me. I want to know what exactly you've been up to behind my back. Under Wilson's pressure, Dara confessed everything. The person who sent the flowers was her. The one who tampered with the air tank in the ocean was her too. And the one who reported on her was also her. Then those harassing messages, were they also you? Yes, I just wanted to teach you a lesson. So, the truck hitting the white car was an accident? It wasn't aimed at her. All along, it has been Dara playing tricks. Hearing her say lesson casually, Alicia's eyes turned cold. She jumped off the ground, grabbing Dara's collar. A lesson? How could you say it so easily? Inghan and I almost died in the sea. You bribed hooligans to ruin my reputation, to make my life miserable. Alicia wasn't competitive, usually avoiding conflict. But every action Dara took struck a nerve. Alicia slapped her hard across the face. What gives you the right? Tears welled in Dara's eyes. Alicia, I've told you everything. Please let me go. Not possible. After all you've done to me, I can't pretend nothing happened. Then what do you want to do? Repay you in kind. Alicia let her go, having understood everything, leaving the rest to Wilson. Ardell carried Alicia away. Watching Alicia slowly leave, Dara felt both envious and jealous, knowing her life would change dramatically from now on. Raindrops tapped on the umbrella, making a crisp sound. Silent, Alicia lay in Ardell's arms. Ardell felt her low spirits and felt a twinge of pain. Pandora, if you're upset, you can tell me. Burying her head in his chest, Alicia mumbled. I just don't understand how people can be so evil. Clearly, she and Dara had no grudge, yet Dara went to such lengths. Do you want to handle this privately, or report her to the police, letting the law deal with her? The G family lawyers can make sure she spends the rest of her life in jail. No reporting. The man who saved me is still unidentified, and those thugs likely died in the factory. Reporting this will get me involved in a murder case too. Alicia's dark eyes reflected coldness in the night. She deserves punishment, but Brant isn't clean either. I originally planned for a peaceful breakup. What do you want to do? Reveal the truth and let Annabelle see his true colors. Annabelle isn't someone to be trifled with. She will never let Dara off. Alicia thought about her perforated ear, and if she reported it now, the legal process would be too slow. Moreover, she would have to repeatedly testify regarding the thugs, which could cause complications for her work. In a few days, the Sue family is hosting a music gala for Annabelle, and I heard Master Lays will be there as well. Mentioning this name brought a pang of discomfort to Alicia. If not for Aloysia's interference, perhaps she would have been a world-renowned violinist by now. Throughout her life, Annabelle always took what belonged to Alicia. Even the teddy bear that Francine once gave her was destroyed and thrown into the mud by Annabelle after she found out. That year, Alicia was only 6 years old. She wanted to retrieve the bear, but Annabelle stepped on her hand and cursed her as a shameless beggar. As long as Alicia existed, Annabelle wouldn't allow her to return to the Sue family or have anything. So, it wasn't surprising that Annabelle had taken Brant as her fiancé. The coincidence involving Lays made Alicia suspect that Annabelle might have targeted her from the start, trying to take everything away from her. Last night, Alicia received an invitation from Annabelle to attend the gala, just like before, aiming to severely humiliate Alicia. What Alicia desired but couldn't attain, Annabelle obtained effortlessly. But now, Alicia was no longer the little girl crying silently in the rain while hugging a dirty teddy bear. It was time to settle all these years of accounts. I'll reveal her fiancé's infidelity at the gala, striking her when she's most dazzling, tearing off Brant's false mask and exposing him for the hypocrite he is. Isn't that interesting? Alicia smiled, her lips curved red with a seductive smirk. Mr. G, do you think I've become too terrifying? In the rain, Ardell held her hand, his slightly cool lips gently touching her hand. Teacher Shun, your kindness should show some sharpness. Chapter 136 Long Time No See, Tiara. That night, Alicia lay close to Ardell's chest. He gently stroked the inside of her wrist, his gaze cold as he looked at the bandages wrapped around her arm. He was like a male lion ready to spring into action, the darkness hiding the chill that emanated from him. It wasn't until dawn approached that Alicia finally fell into a deep sleep. He carefully extricated himself from her and quietly got out of bed. In the swaying wind and rain, he lit a cigarette with no sign of drowsiness, the night stretching his silhouette impossibly long. Wilson stood beside him, respectful. That factory area has been abandoned for years, and the cameras have long been out of use, so we couldn't find that mysterious man. What about the mall surveillance? He managed to save Miss Shun in time. Perhaps he was hiding among the crowd. I've watched it many times, but there are no suspicious individuals. Either this person is very good at concealing himself and avoided all cameras precisely, or he wasn't even in the mall. Ardell exhaled a smoke ring. Alicia had mentioned that when she woke up, those thugs had multiple wounds on their bodies, and then even the warehouse was set on fire, leaving no trace behind. Attracting such a ruthless person was not a good thing. Sir, let's put aside the matter of the mysterious man for now. Intelligence suggests that Fox Hunter has secretly infiltrated High City. Ardell, holding the cigarette, his pupils suddenly widened. If he dares to come, I'll make sure he rests eternally in High City. Investigate. Leave no stone unturned to find him. Yes. Wilson looked at Ardell leaning against the railing, his hands gripping tightly, veins prominent. Apart from Alicia, it was rare for him to reveal any emotions. Wilson reminded softly, Boss, it's almost dawn. Get some rest. Ardell stared at the hazy sky, his face shrouded in a mist, his jawline taut. Indeed, it's dawn, but that person can never see again. A cold wind blew by, scattering the ash between his fingers. White powder danced in the wind. A scream came from the room. No. Ardell discarded the cigarette and swiftly ran toward her. Wilson sighed lightly watching him leave. After all these years, he still couldn't let go. The moment Ardell pushed open the door, Alicia leaped off the bed and ran quickly toward him. Fox. Ardell held her tightly, noticing she had just had a nightmare, covered in cold sweat. She wore a backless silk spaghetti strap dress, water droplets glistening on her exposed back, resembling a peeled lychee. Gently embracing her waist, Ardell whispered, Don't be afraid. I'm here. The little girl lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, biting her lip pitifully, making Ardell's heart ache. He carried her tenderly, realizing she had slept less than half an hour before immediately waking up after he left. Clearly, this incident had caused her immense psychological trauma. Alicia buried her head in his chest, detecting a strong smell of tobacco. Ardell gently laid her on the bed, patting her back as if soothing a child. Don't be afraid, it's just a dream. Alicia clung tightly to his clothes, sobbing, Don't leave me, never leave me, okay? Fox, you're all I have. Her tears gradually soaked through his clothes and softened his heart. Ardell tenderly licked away her tears. Pandora, you are my life. How could I bear to leave? Be good, I'll stay by your side. Sleep for a while. Only then did Alicia drift back to sleep, deeply dependent on him. In the afternoon, Alicia was awakened by the buzzing of her phone. She answered groggily without opening her eyes. Hello. The voice on the other end was gentle. What were you doing last night? Why are you sleeping in? That's not like you. Upon hearing this voice, Alicia immediately opened her eyes, instantly alert. She fumbled nervously like a child, stammering. Izar, I had insomnia last night. Did I disturb you? No, sir. Is there something you need? Izar said warmly. It's been a while since I've seen you. Come over for dinner after work. Alicia nodded quickly. Okay. Izar was her kindergarten teacher during the time Aloysia was having her mental episodes, obsessed with marrying into the Sue family. Whenever she failed, she lashed out at Alicia, either forgetting to pick her up from school or physically abusing her. Understanding the situation, Izar brought Alicia home, healing her with love. Because of her, Alicia chose to enter the early childhood education field after graduation. She held a place in Alicia's heart comparable to that of a mother. Her teacher didn't know she had resigned. Alicia rushed out of bed only to find Ardell already gone. There was a sticky note he left beside the bed, saying he would come back after work to accompany her. Seeing the man's strong and vigorous handwriting, Alicia smiled slightly and sent him a message. After a while, he replied, asking his driver to pick her up. Alicia did not argue further. Although Dara had been caught, she would be more cautious in the future for safety. Today was another day of gentle breeze and drizzle, with the heavy summer heat dispersed by the rain. In the afternoon of June, there was even a touch of coolness. Alicia, despite her sore feet, went to the flower shop to pick out some lily of the valley that her teacher liked, along with some fruits. Izar had divorced long ago, after retirement. He lived alone on the outskirts of the city where housing prices were cheap. There was a large yard in front of his house and several acres of land behind it, creating a beautiful environment integrated with nature. Jalen dropped Alicia off at the door and offered to carry the fruits inside for her. Alicia thanked him gently. I'll do it. Come back to pick me up later. All right. Although Jalen agreed, he only drove a bit far, but didn't leave. As soon as she entered the yard, Izar came out to greet her. Girlie, come on in. Alicia wore a long-sleeved white shirt dress, covering the wounds on her arms. She sweetly called, Izar. The flowers in the yard are all blooming well. The sunflowers are so big, the seeds inside must be nearly ripe, right? Yes, in a few days, they can be eaten. Then I'll come over to shell them, roast them, and enjoy them while watching TV dramas. Alicia happily chatted with her teacher, walking towards the house without noticing what was ahead. Suddenly, she bumped into a solid chest. She turned around and saw a tall man standing before her, wearing a white shirt, with fair skin and delicate features. He was completely different from Ardell, like a young master straight out of a comic. Clean, noble. His prominent wrist bones firmly held Alicia, speaking gently. "Long time no see, little fox." Alicia blinked her big eyes, connecting the man with the boy in her memory. "You are Brother Christie." Chapter 137. His teacher Shun fell into someone else's arms. The handsome man before her looked at her with a gentle gaze and moved his hand from her head to his own shoulder. "You haven't changed much. You're still this small." Alicia's eyes sparkled with starlight. "That's because as I grew taller, you grew taller too. But you've changed quite a bit." Hobart lowered his eyes, his long and narrow eyes revealing a beauty mark beneath. When his eyelids covered 1/3 of his pupils, he appeared cool and distant. But at this moment, his eyes held tenderness, adding an extra touch of allure. How did I change?" Alicia reached out and poked his face. "I remember your face used to be round when you were young. Truly, boys change drastically as they grow up. Brother Hanyuan, did you secretly get bone shaving and plastic surgery?" Hobart chuckled lightly, tapping her forehead and taking the fruit from her hand. "Little girl, you have quite the imagination." Alicia walked into the living room with the flowers, replacing the ones in the vase without hesitation. The man handed her a pair of scissors to trim the stems. His hands were beautiful, like a flawless work of art, with cold white skin, prominent wrist bones, and each finger gracefully long yet containing strength, not appearing frail at all. Even Alicia couldn't help but stare for a while. She had often seen videos on short-form platforms that specialized in close-ups of hands, but none were as appealing as the one before her. Alicia had a bit of a penchant for admiring good looks. Seeing abs or pretty hands could make her lose her train of thought. "What are you looking at?" The man picked up a lily of the valley, the white flowers and green stems in his palm, resembling a piece of art. Alicia quickly snapped back to reality. As someone who already had a boyfriend, staring at another man's hands felt no different from those men who stared at women's thighs. She shook her head, pulling her thoughts back. "Nothing. Elspeth mentioned that you've been studying medicine abroad these years. How long do you plan to stay this time?" Elspeth's voice came from behind. "He's getting older. How can he keep wandering outside? It's perfect since a domestic hospital has invited him back to work. He plans to develop here temporarily." "That's great. You'll be able to spend more time with your teacher in the future." Alicia finished arranging the flowers and brought the fruit she had brought to the kitchen to wash it. The white curtain labeled 4 seasons 3 meals was pushed aside by a tall figure standing behind Alicia. "Why are you acting like a little wife? So obedient. When you were little, you were always so mischievous." Alicia laughed lightly. "People grow up eventually." The raindrops dripping from the eaves became smaller, and the sky was about to clear up. "I still remember the first time I saw you. You were wearing a dirty white dress, squatting at the guardhouse by the school gate, like a stray cat abandoned by everyone." It had been pouring that day, and all the children had been picked up except for Alicia, whose eyes had turned red. A boy squatted in front of her, offering her a lollipop. "Hey, do you want candy?" Alicia looked up and said seriously. "Elspeth said we shouldn't accept candy from strangers, or we might be kidnapped by human traffickers." The boy laughed, his chubby face warm and inviting. He reached out and touched Alicia's wet hair. "Elspeth is my mom, and I attend primary school nearby, coming to pick her up after work." Seeing his school uniform, Alicia hesitated to take the candy. The little boy shoved it into her hand. "Here, consider it a gift from your big brother. Eat some candy when you're feeling down." Alicia smiled faintly. "Yeah, I still remember that strawberry-flavored lollipop, sour yet sweet." Hobart took the cleaned fruit from her hand, casually picking up a knife and spinning it deftly before holding it steady. The fluid motion left Alicia gawking. "Brother Hanyuan, that was amazing. How did you do that?" Hobart paused briefly before smiling. "Instinctive reflex, from playing with knives." "Want me to teach you?" Alicia remained innocent around him as she had been during childhood. Considering he was a doctor and often handled knives, she didn't overthink it. "Sure." Then, Hobart hugged her from behind, confining her to the countertop without touching her body, but making her feel uneasy due to the proximity. He put a knife in her hand. "Hold it, and try using your wrist to apply force, like this." As Hobart's fingertips brushed against Alicia's wrist, she pushed him away, suddenly aware that he was no longer the boy from her childhood. "Never mind, this knife is too dangerous. I'm afraid I might cut myself. I'll go help teacher sweep the floor instead." Watching her fleeing back, the man smiled with a hint of mischief. The knife that Alicia had discarded was like a little toy in his hand. His wrist made a circle, and the blade, close to his palm, flexibly turned into a circle. He casually threw it, and the fruit knife split an apple into 2 halves, with the knife stuck straight into the cutting board. Elspeth was preparing dinner, and she casually instructed, "Xiao Weier, go pick some tomatoes and peppers from the field behind." Alicia picked up the bamboo basket hanging on the wall. "Anything else?" "A bit of green onions and baby bok choy. Have you seen if the eggplants have grown bigger?" "All right." Alicia really liked Elspeth. In spring, she would even come over to help the teacher plant seeds. But teacher said she looked so delicate, not wanting her to work too hard. In contrast, the responsibility of picking vegetables always fell on Alicia. Usually, when Alicia's foot wasn't injured, she would hop around like a white rabbit in the countryside. Today, her soul hurt as soon as she moved. She walked very slowly. The ground after the rain was muddy, and wearing flat shoes, Alicia felt pain in her palm as she slipped, her body suddenly falling down. "Careful!" She was forcefully pulled into someone's arms. Hans across the way opened his phone, ready to take a few photos of Alicia's daily life to send to Morgan. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he pressed the camera button, a man appeared in the picture. A minute later, Morgan received a photo. In front of a lush cornfield, a girl in a white dress with 2 braids had fallen into the arms of a strange man. Her small hands rested against the man's chest, while his pale hand encircled her slender waist. The man wore a white shirt and black casual pants, just the side view revealing his off-the-charts good looks. Dressed in similar tones, they looked like a prince and princess from a fairy tale. Perfect, harmonious. He zoomed in on the photo, and in Alicia's eyes was lingering fear, like a startled deer. The man, looking down at her, gazed deeply with tender affection. Bang! Morgan slammed his phone on the table and then stood up abruptly. Chapter 138. My boyfriend has 8-pack abs. Alicia finally managed to regain her balance and step back. Sorry, the ground is slippery after the rain. Understood. Hobart also immediately put some distance between them, then looked at her feet. Are you hurt? Alicia's pupils flashed with a hint of surprise. The man chuckled softly. Don't forget I'm a doctor. You can fool my mother, but not me. Don't be stubborn. Just wait for me here. Hobart took the bamboo basket from her hands and walked into the vegetable garden dotted with water droplets. A breeze blew by, and Alicia gently brushed the hair strands at her temples. Hobart, holding a basket full of vegetables, turned around to see the young girl in a white dress, a gentle smile playing on his lips. What are you smiling at? He asked. Alicia replied softly. It feels like everything is just as it was before, nothing has changed. You're still that caring big brother. Maybe not. So many years have passed, even a tree would look different now. Walking ahead, he held the basket in one hand and extended the other toward Alicia. The road is slippery. Do you want me to hold your hand so you don't fall again? When Alicia stayed at the teacher's house during her childhood, she was initially very well behaved. Hobart often took her on adventures. He would take her to the small hill behind their house, climbing trees to fetch bird eggs while Alicia stood guard under the tree. Upon learning he intended to eat roasted bird eggs, such an act seemed wicked to her. Alicia sobbed. Eggs are so cute. How can you eat eggs? Then Hobart shoved half an egg into her mouth. Alicia sniffled and chewed, saying, bird eggs are delicious. Big brother, I want 2 more. By the time they returned home after dark, he would either hold her hand or carry her down the mountain. Elspeth never scolded the 2 muddy children. Instead, he said kindly, sister is a girl. You must protect her in the future. Okay, I will definitely protect my sister. The childhood promise echoed in Alicia's ears, but she didn't reach out. Instead, she hid her hands behind her back, her face calm. It's just a short distance to home. It's fine. Hobart noticed the deliberate distance and murmured, you've indeed changed. Big brother, what did you just say? I said you've become prettier. After delivering the vegetables to the teacher, Hobart beckoned her with a finger. Little fox, come here. Alicia dragged her heavy feet toward him. This was Hobart's room. Hobart was 5 years older than Alicia. When she started 1st grade, he was in 6th grade. Someone in his class bullied Alicia, and after school, Hobart confronted the bully, beating him until he was bruised and swollen. He promised, your big brother will always protect little fox. But later, Salem moved with Alicia to a new home. Back then, Alicia didn't even have a phone number. After saying goodbye, they lost contact. At the new school, Alicia was still a target of bullying. Without a protective big brother by her side, she decided to protect herself. Alicia got up from the mud, picked up a brick, and fought her way from one end of the alley to the other. As she grew older, she finally contacted Elspeth, only to learn that Hobart had skipped several grades due to his excellent academic performance and was sent abroad to study medicine. Over the years, Hobart had returned a few times, but each time they missed each other. This room had always been closed. Alicia had come by many times, but never entered. With modern decor inside, posters of animated shows she liked as a child adorned the walls. A yellowed pencil case lay there, a birthday gift she had given him. On the desk, a photo of the 2 of them sat. Alicia remembered that day as Hobart's birthday. At 5, she had never celebrated her own birthday. Hobart placed a birthday crown on her head and made her hold a small cake with an old-fashioned lotus music candle. His hand rested on her shoulder as she smiled sweetly. In those days, taking photos was rare. Alicia picked up the photo frame and smiled. You kept this photo? Yes, it's a memory from that era. I even kept the negatives and printed many copies. Do you want one? Alicia nodded. Sure. Sit down. Hobart squatted beside her feet with a medical kit in his hand. Let me see your foot. Alicia instinctively pulled her toes into her skirt. Big brother Hanyuan, no need. I already applied medicine last night. The man's eyes carried a hint of threat. So, it seems you don't trust me? Little fox, do you remember when you couldn't get down from the peach tree? Alicia's thoughts drifted back to that hot summer when she was 6, the cicadas chirping incessantly, and the peaches on the hill had ripened. She climbed the tree but was too scared to come down, trembling with fear. Hobart stood under the tree and asked, do you trust me? Alicia replied through her tears, I trust you. Jump down, and I'll catch you. If you're scared, just close your eyes. Alicia closed her eyes and leaped down. The wind carried a touch of heat past her ears as she landed in a slender embrace. She tumbled him to the ground. Beneath her was soft grass. Hobart smiled faintly and said, see, I didn't lie to you. Alicia looked at the man crouching on the ground. His eyes were filled with sincerity. Little fox, I'm a doctor, and I'm also your brother. What are you afraid of? Let me see. Right, he's a doctor. Alicia lifted her foot, just about to remove her shoe when the man preemptively caught her ankle. His temperature was slightly lower than Morgan's, and his fingertips were smooth. His gaze fell on her anklet. Quite pretty. Alicia said shyly, it's a gift from my boyfriend. The man paused for a moment. Then he has good taste. I never thought that the little girl who used to cry would have a boyfriend now. Is he nice to you? As soon as Morgan was mentioned, Alicia's eyes lit up. Yes, he's very nice. He's the most mature, stable, and considerate man I've ever met. Most importantly, he's incredibly handsome. Every strand of his hair matches my taste. Hey, Let me tell you a secret. My boyfriend has 8-pack abs, Hobart removed her shoe while muttering, little flirt. Taking advantage of Alicia's enthusiastic praise of Morgan, Hobart examined the wound on her foot, which was seeping blood, looking quite alarming. He dipped a cotton swab in iodine. Alicia waved her hands, her face flushed red. I'll introduce you to another day. Really, you'll see I'm not exaggerating at all. He's the most manly guy I've ever seen, simply gorgeous and cool as hell. Ouch. When the iodine touched the wound on her foot, Alicia sucked in a breath sharply, her expression changing instantly. Morgan hurried to the courtyard, finding the door open. Not bothering with politeness, he strode right in. Just as he stepped into the living room, he heard Alicia's sweet voice inside. Ouch. Brother, it hurts, be gentler. Chapter 139. But Fox is not just anyone. Ardell had heard that tone from Alicia many times before. Alicia usually maintained a cold demeanor in front of others. Even in front of Frida, she wouldn't reveal her vulnerable side. For her to make such a sound meant this man was someone she trusted deeply. Before coming here, Ardell had already figured out that Barrett was a very important teacher of hers, even influencing her to enter this field. Living alone with a boy named Hobart, they had gone abroad for studies many years ago and had just returned recently. It seemed that apart from being a teacher, Hobart held a special place in her heart too. Ardell stepped into the room, only to see Alicia sitting on the bed, with a person squatting by her feet, holding one of her ankles and applying medicine with a cotton swab. Upon seeing him, the girl's originally pained expression instantly brightened. Her dark pupils lit up, and then she called sweetly, Fox. Only then did Ardell's heart settle down. He composed himself and walked over to her naturally. I came over after work, and this is? Ardell asked proactively. It's my childhood neighbor brother, Hobart. Brother Hanyuan. This is Ardell, the boyfriend I told you about. Alicia's straightforward introduction pleased Ardell. He squatted down. Thank you for taking care of teacher Shun, but matters like applying medicine should be left to me. No need to trouble yourself. A smile tugged at the corner of Hobart's lips, yet it couldn't conceal the coldness in his eyes. Mr. G, I am a doctor. You might not be as professional in applying medicine as I am. Besides, letting little Fox get hurt so badly reflects your failure as a boyfriend. He refused to back down, and Ardell clearly sensed the challenge in the man's demeanor, which didn't match his outward gentleness. In a protective mother-hen manner, Alicia explained, it has nothing to do with Fox. I injured myself accidentally, brother Hanyuan. Don't say such things. He already feels guilty enough. Hobart sighed in exasperation. Little Fox, look at you now. Did you forget how I taught you? Don't blame yourself. Instead, think about whether others are at fault. All mistakes belong to others. With that sentence, he closed the distance between them, proving their deep connection from the past. Yet Alicia muttered, but Fox is not just anyone. Ardell took the cotton swab from his hands triumphantly, saying, I heard that. I'm not just anyone. Speechless, Hobart couldn't retort. Sensing his displeasure, Alicia smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Hanyuan, let Fox do it. He's used to doing these kinds of things. All right. Hobart gave up his spot, watching as the well-dressed, tall man knelt on one knee and placed Alicia's foot on his muscular thigh. Knowing the little girl was afraid of pain, he bent down slightly and gently blew on the wound. Sweetheart, bear with it a little. Hobart silently withdrew. Alicia looked at the time. Why did you finish work so early? As Ardell smeared ointment and carefully wrapped the wound with gauze, tying a neat bow on her foot, he raised his head gently. I missed you. Blushing, Alicia replied. Didn't we just separate this morning? But I miss you all the time, every moment. Ardell slowly stood up, glancing around this nostalgic room, noticing an old, ragged doll on the bedside. Just by looking, he understood the other party's feelings for Alicia and realized he was playing the old feelings card. During Alicia's most helpless period, he had occupied an important place in her heart. All he needed was a little push to ensure Alicia would develop a special emotion towards him. Like hearing a song that once made you cry after 20 years. You can't help but feel overwhelmed with emotions. This was a dagger named Nostalgia, cutting softly at the heart's tenderest spots, making it hard to ignore. Ardell leaned closer to Alicia. Since he was using Nostalgia as a trap, there was a way to break it. Make sure Alicia's mind, heart, and body were filled only with his presence, leaving no room for anyone else. Faced with Ardell's sudden approach, Alicia dangled her bare feet midair, her palms pressing against the bed. Her large, innocent eyes blinked. How could such a tempting little girl not catch the eye of hungry wolves? Fox, what? Why are you getting so close? Ardell caught her delicate wrists and lifted her chin with his right hand, his gaze full of tenderness. Because I want to kiss you. Alicia's pupils widened. No, not here. Standing at the door, Hobart saw the petite girl under the towering figure of Ardell being passionately kissed. This scene, intimate and alluring, was like a knife that plunged ruthlessly into his heart. As if sensing his gaze, Ardell's peripheral vision flicked toward him. It was a warning from a male marking his territory. This female belonged to him. Chapter 140. Bray and Perry go head-to-head online. On the other side of the wall, Alicia heard Barrett chopping dumpling filling in the kitchen next door, while she was being forcefully kissed by Morgan in Hobart's room. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't continue like this. She pushed Morgan away and scolded him with her rosy face. Fox, don't do this. If the teacher sees it, he'll make fun of me. Morgan had initially only wanted to vie for her affection as males do. Seeing Alicia's obedient appearance made him incredibly moved, so he reached out to gently pinch her little nose. How could he mock us? It's just passion that knows no bounds between lovers. Alicia blushed at his shameless words and lightly tapped his chest. If you wanna, we can when we get home tonight. Initially, seeing her injured, he hadn't planned on touching her. Hearing her say this, Morgan chuckled softly. All right, but now you must take me to visit this teacher you've been missing for years. Alicia's foot was wrapped in bandages, and she couldn't wear her flat shoes when she came over, so she wore them like slippers, trying her best to use her toes. Morgan scooped her up into his arms horizontally, making Alicia feel embarrassed. Put me down. This is not right. Special situations require special handling. Morgan walked swiftly to the living room and placed Alicia on the sofa. Barrett, who had been in the kitchen, heard the commotion and came out. He wiped his fingers on his apron and lifted the curtain aside. We have guests. Morgan picked up the gifts he specially brought, mostly rare tonics like bird's nest, fish maw, and caterpillar fungus. Hello, Elspeth, I'm Alicia's boyfriend. First meeting, please accept this small token of my appreciation. The moment Barrett saw Morgan's face, his expression changed dramatically, even forgetting his usual calm demeanor. Alicia hurriedly got up and walked forward to explain, supporting Morgan's arm. I'm sorry, Elspeth. Fox came a bit suddenly and didn't inform you ahead of time. Barrett finally snapped back, turning away somewhat awkwardly. Is that so? You came, so why bring gifts? It's too kind of you. You are the most respected person by our Pandorolite. I dare not be disrespectful. Morgan's expression was serious, not insincere. Looking at his handsome and earnest profile, Alicia felt deeply touched. How could she not love such a man? He not only loved her by extension, but also respected the people she revered. For someone of his status to say such things was indeed rare. I didn't expect this girl already has a boyfriend. I wasn't prepared, and I've embarrassed myself in front of Mr. G. Barrett appeared flustered compared to Morgan's composure. Alicia explained, Fox and I haven't been dating long, and I haven't had time to tell you yet. Okay, you all sit and rest for a moment. Hanyuan, please entertain our distinguished guest properly. Yes, Mom. Hobart took over Morgan's gifts and carried them to the storage room. Out of Alicia's sight, he threw them on the ground as if discarding trash. Since Alicia's foot was hurt, she sat by the table. Hobart brought a plate of cut fruit. Rabbit-shaped cherry tomatoes and kiwis carved into lotus flowers looked familiar to Morgan. It turned out Alicia had learned from him. The cute little rabbits that Morgan had previously found adorable became somewhat annoying. There were several new types of carved fruits that caught Alicia's attention. Brother Hanyuan, did you go abroad to study medicine or culinary arts? Your carving skills have improved. How did you carve this mango flower? Hobart casually picked up a grape and offered it to Alicia. Want me to teach you? Before Alicia could bite, Morgan fed her a blueberry. He didn't use a fork, but fed her directly with his hand. Alicia opened her mouth, and her pink lips naturally brushed against his finger. Morgan glanced at Hobart, silently urging him to back off. Hobart leisurely ate the grape and then said, Did you wash your hands after applying medicine? Morgan, you win this round. Mr. G, this way, let me show you where to wash your hands. Hobart got up neatly and led Morgan outside. In the cool evening air after the rain, the sunflowers in the fields bloomed beautifully, dewdrops still clinging to their petals. A gentle breeze caused the branches to sway, shaking off a few drops. Not only was the mountain air fresh, but the view was also exceptionally broad. Beside the faucet in the courtyard lay a bar of yellow soap. Morgan carefully washed his hands. The sound of running water filled the air as Morgan lowered his head and spoke. Mr. Chi, for taking care of my Pandorolite in the past, I am truly grateful. Huh. Without Alicia around, Hobart had no intention of keeping up appearances. Are you married? Or is it still her? Morgan calmly replied. Does Mr. Chi like Pandorolite? He directly cut to the chase. We are both 1,000-year-old foxes. Why put on a show from Liaojai? I can understand your feelings. After all, my Pandorolite is kind and excellent, and it's normal for men to like her. However, she is now taken, and I hope Mr. Chi can face reality sooner and not have unrealistic dreams. So it seems Mr. G feels quite confident. Whether there's a chance or not, she is currently my girlfriend. In her heart, you are just an insignificant neighbor brother. Have you heard the saying that childhood sweethearts can't compete with unexpected love? All I know is that little foxes don't marry into wealthy families. Morgan gave a cold laugh. Does Mr. Chi think he understands her better than I do? Her pillow companion? He emphasized the phrase, pillow companion. Hobart wasn't one to back down. Mr. G seems rather smug. But sorry, the people who have been intimate with Tiara aren't just you. Morgan's expression froze. What did you say? I said. Hobart lowered his voice, speaking each word clearly in his ear. Before you, I had already been intimate with Alicia. Chapter 141. What is mine, I will take back myself. At the dining table, Alicia felt that the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Morgan and Barrett both seemed off. From childhood until now, Barrett always gave her a gentle and elegant impression, handling tasks with great orderliness. Her culinary skills were superb. However, today's dishes were either too salty or too bland, and she appeared distracted. This spare rib soup is too bland. No need, it's better for soups to be lighter. Alicia tried to smooth things over. How can that be acceptable? Wait here, I'll add some salt. She hurried into the kitchen. Before she could return with the salt, there came the sound of plates dropping from inside the kitchen. Alicia wanted to go check on her, but Hobart stopped her before she could move. It's fine, I'll just go see what's happening. Only Alicia and Morgan remained in the dining room. Though Morgan didn't say much, an icy chill seemed to surround him. Alicia tugged at his sleeve under the table and whispered, Is it because the dishes aren't to your liking? Elspeth might be a bit tired today. Morgan looked at her seriously for a while before finally muttering, It's fine. He was certain that 4 months ago, it had been their first time together. In fact, when he planned to take over Alicia from Brandt, he had prepared himself mentally. After all, they had dated for 3 years. How could nothing have happened? But seeing the touch of red on the bed that morning, Morgan was both surprised and delighted. When Alicia was kidnapped yesterday, Morgan also considered the worst. He loved Alicia as a person, not just her body. However, Hobart was different from Brant in terms of status. He had returned several times over the past few years, and Alicia often visited Elspeth's house. In that room filled with childhood memories, had they ever tasted forbidden fruit? Even if they hadn't gone all the way, just imagining Alicia willingly lying beneath another man, calling him brother, drove Morgan to jealousy. People are greedy. After winning Alicia, he only hoped that her heart would be completely filled with thoughts of him alone. Not even a single strand of hair should belong to anyone else. The meal was eaten in silence. Several times, Hobart offered dishes to Alicia, but she passed them to Morgan instead. Perhaps sensing something, she was using this method to set boundaries with other men, putting his mind at ease. Alicia really behaved well, especially when it came to relationships with other men. Once she made up her mind, she handled matters carefully with others. Hobart noticed her deliberate distancing and stopped offering her food. If Barrett were in her usual self, she would surely have said a few words to liven up the atmosphere. Today, she was clearly absent-minded, even spilling a spoonful of soup while ladling it. As the sky grew dark, Alicia and Morgan proposed their farewells. Barrett finally snapped out of it. All right, it's late and the roads are slippery. Be careful going home. Do come over again. Sure. We're sorry to intrude, Elspeth. Morgan carried Alicia away, who wrapped her arms around his neck shyly. It's just a few steps. I can walk myself. Barrett and Hobart stood by the door watching the two leave. She softly remarked, Child, you're always one step too late. I can tell Xiao Wei likes him a lot. So what is liking proof? Weren't you very much in love back then? Barrett wiped a tear that threatened to spill from the corner of her eye. You child, you've never known how to console others since young. Mom, don't think about it anymore. So many years have passed. Barrett stared fixedly at Morgan's retreating figure, sighing lightly. So many years have indeed passed. Hanyuan, I've wronged you all these years. There's no reason for me to feel wronged. What is mine, I will take back myself. After shutting the car door, Morgan started the engine. Alicia glanced furtively at his side profile, noticing he still seemed the same as before. Ever since he came back after washing his hands, his mood seemed off. Aping, are you upset about my relationship with elder brother Hanyuan? He helped me a lot when we were young, and I do like him. But this kind of liking is merely respect between a younger sister and an older brother, not romantic. Alicia gripped the hem of her dress and murmured, If you don't like it, I'll try to avoid meeting him in the future. Her pitiful and cautious expression made Morgan stop the car temporarily. He wanted to talk to Alicia. The night outside the city was thick with darkness, with only a dim street lamp every few hundred meters. In the darkness, Morgan's side profile looked exceptionally stern. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, but stopped himself upon realizing Alicia was in the car. No matter how dull Alicia might be, she sensed his displeasure. Yet, he refused to speak up, unlike the usually composed man she knew. She could even distinctly feel his restlessness. Alicia tugged at his sleeve and swayed gently, speaking in a sweet and soft voice. Good elder brother, this scares me. What's wrong? Morgan took a deep breath, turned around, and his dark pupils stared into Alicia's gentle face. Pandora, I want to ask you something. Sure, go ahead. Morgan held her small hand and asked carefully, word by word. Have you ever slept with Hobart? Alicia blinked her big eyes and nodded earnestly. Yes, I have. She counted on her fingers seriously, and it's more than once. Chapter 142, You Are My Precious Gem. Alicia finally understood what Ardell had been agonizing over the entire afternoon. Hobart and Ardell were complete opposites. On the surface, Ardell was a high and mighty heir to a financial empire, but in reality, he was an upright man. In contrast, Hobart appeared elegant on the outside but was still the little devil from his childhood deep down, willing to use any underhanded tactics to win. It was Hobart who taught Alicia how to climb roofs and catch shrimps in rivers. He must have deliberately whispered something into Ardell's ear, making him sulky for the whole afternoon. Since getting to know Ardell, he had always been used to controlling everything. Perhaps the only thing he feared losing was himself, hence his rare moments of uncertainty. Thinking about how he used to tease her before, Alicia pretended to count on her fingers, so many times. Let me count. Once, twice, thrice. Hearing Alicia's earnest counting, Ardell felt like the sky was falling. His voice became increasingly melancholic. Pandora, did you do it willingly? Alicia nodded obediently. Of course I did. Brother Hanyuan has always been gentle with me. When I kick off the blanket at night, he always covers me back up. Even thinking about past events, just imagining Alicia being intimate with another man made it feel as if someone had stabbed him in the heart, with a cold wind forcefully entering through the wound. Ardell gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white with veins protruding. A fierce killing intent clouded his eyes. He wanted to kill the person who had ever possessed Pandora. Alicia leaned close to his ear and asked, Do you want to know how we sleep? My sleeping posture is never good, often kicking Brother Hanyuan off the bed, but he never gets mad at me. Stop it, Pandora. But you wanted to know, didn't you? I'll tell you every detail, word by word. On hot summer nights, Brother Hanyuan and I would lie on bamboo mats. There was no air conditioning back then, and old bamboo mats would pinch your skin. Before sleeping, Elspeth would wipe the mat with a damp towel dipped in flower water, making it cool and insect-proof. Ardell felt more and more uneasy. Old bamboo mats. Alicia tilted her head, her fox-like eyes wide open. Yes, since you come from a wealthy family, you probably haven't seen them. But over 10 years ago, every household used bamboo mats. You're talking about when you were a child? Alicia looked at him innocently. Yes, around 4 years old. My mom often forgot to pick me up, so Elspeth, feeling sorry for me, often invited me to her house for meals. Occasionally, I stayed overnight. Back then, I was too young to sleep alone. Elspeth slept in the middle, and Brother Hanyuan and I slept on either side. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you imagining something strange? Knowing that Alicia was teasing him, Ardell's gloomy mood instantly vanished. He gently flicked her nose. Teacher Shun, you're becoming more mischievous. Alicia hooked her arms around his thick arm, swinging it coquettishly. I learned it all from Brother. You used to tease me a lot. Did you come early today to catch us in the act? Ardell blushed, thankful it was dark. The 2-hour executive meeting was shortened to half an hour, all because he feared Alicia would be taken away. It took him so long to bring Alicia back home. He couldn't let anyone take her away easily. Seeing he didn't deny it, Alicia smiled sweetly. So, my brother Ping was jealous. No wonder you didn't talk to me tonight. Alicia rubbed her cheek against his arm, acting like a well-behaved kitten seeking affection. Brother Ping, though I'm not rich, I can offer you my true heart. The moment I decided to wear this ring, it means I've chosen you. I won't have any second thoughts. Saying this, Alicia slowly intertwined her fingers with his, locking hands with Ardell. Brother Hanyuan is indeed special to me. He and Elspeth helped me a lot in the past. They are my benefactors, and I am grateful. Apart from this gratitude, there is no love between us. And it's been so long since we last met. Perhaps he already has a girlfriend. Don't think I'm so desirable that everyone wants me. Alicia's carefree tone made Ardell laugh. This girl really didn't know how charming she was. Cedric was infatuated with her after hearing her play just one piece of music, and he had been yearning for her for years. If not for Ardell's intervention, sending Cedric abroad, that strong-willed puppy would still be pestering Alicia. First, there was Brant, then Atlas, and now even this significant neighbor Big Brother. It was a good thing Ardell didn't have a heart condition. Otherwise, he would have had an episode sooner or later. There happened to be a young girl who was beautiful without realizing it. To men, such a soft and tender little girl was like fat meat before a fierce beast. Everyone wanted to claim her for themselves. He tightened his grip on Alicia's hand, wishing to embed her deep into his bone marrow. Pandora, do you remember what I said in the changing room? I really want to hide you away. Alicia enjoyed listening to his sweet words. Then hide me in your heart. Facing her smiling eyes, how could there exist such an obedient and sensible woman? Just looking at her made him want to cradle her delicately in the palm of his hand. Ardell enunciated each word. I wish even more to marry you as soon as possible, so you can completely belong to me alone. Alicia wrapped around his body, whispering seductively into his ear. Apart from getting married, there is another way for me to belong to you, brother. Her alluring gaze sent the temperature inside the car soaring. She really was a little fox. A snow fox amidst the icy landscape, chubby and round, with large black eyes that invoked both pity and allure. Ardell stroked her little head. You're injured. Let's wait until you're better. Humph. Alicia sat back in the passenger seat in a huff. Everything about this man was perfect except he became stingy in this aspect. That night in Jeuyun, she barely got a taste, and just when she hadn't fully savored it, he hastily ran off, finally waiting for him to come back. Alicia thought she'd get a full meal, but even in the car that time, the man showed extreme restraint. This was no different from being hungry all day during a diet, craving barbecue and hot pot, only to have a plate of vegetable leaves placed before you. Eat it, and there's no substance. Finish eating, and the craving still gnaws at you. Not eating makes you hungrier. Alicia bit her fingernails gloomily by the side. No wonder you can be a capitalist. Ardell smiled silently. This girl had her own private thoughts. Indeed, he did this for her own good. She had obvious wounds on her arms and feet, and bruises from falls on various parts of her body. He feared losing control and hurting her. Of course, if he allowed the cat at home to eat its fill, she would naturally start thinking about playing. He had no bottom line on how long Alicia's affection for him could last. If one day she grew weary of him and left, what would he do? Ardell had seen how Alicia and Brant broke up. At that time, she didn't know Brant's true nature. Despite years of relationship, she showed not a hint of reluctance. He was afraid of becoming the second Brant. His only advantage was Alicia's physical desire for him, so he needed to use this meat to hook this little gluttonous cat, luring her, attracting her, leading her step by step into his meticulously set trap. When they arrived at Jeuyun, Alicia wasn't as polite as before. She waited in the passenger seat for the man to open the door. Just as Ardell was about to carry her out, Alicia stretched out her arms coquettishly. Carry me. Ardell liked her coquettish manner. All right, carry you. He turned around with a good temper. Alicia heavily draped herself on his broad back. He used his foot to kick the door shut, lifted Alicia higher on his back, allowing the little girl to wrap her arms around his neck. Hamilton, she gently called his name. His voice, magnetic, tickled her ears. I finally understand why I depend on you so much. Why? From childhood till now, I lacked paternal love and subconsciously yearned for a father's affection. And in many ways, you resemble an old father. Ardell threw her onto the big soft bed, pulling at his tie with one hand, exuding a rogue's charm. Sexy, wild, making Alicia's heart flutter. Pandora, I treat you as my precious gem, and you want to be my daughter? Chapter 143. I'm hitting you, trash man. Alicia stretched her toes to brush against his slacks, the implication clear. Just as Ardell was about to lean down, his phone rang. He sighed in resignation. Sorry, things have been a bit busy lately. Alicia also felt helpless. Go ahead and take care of your business. Ardell gently stroked her head. Don't wait up for me tonight. Get some rest early. Okay. He hurriedly left, and Alicia knew he hadn't officially taken over the G family affairs yet. This was the busiest time for him. Looking around the large room, Alicia sat on the soft mattress, feeling like she was indeed a golden canary kept by Ardell. She deeply understood that she couldn't go on like this, gradually being corroded by a man's sweet words. Over time, she would lose herself. Initially, it was planned for her to report to the company next month. Now, Alicia decided to visit the mall the next day to investigate jewelry brands. Having not been in touch with this industry for 2 years, if she only talked without understanding the market, she might fail easily. That $7 million wasn't going to be easy to earn. Once Alicia made up her mind, she became decisive and no longer dwelled on when Ardell would finish his work. She fell asleep right away. As dawn approached, she felt an itch at the bottom of her foot, cool and cold. Half asleep, she felt someone changing her bandages. When she woke up, the pain in her foot had significantly reduced, and Ardell had already gone to work. Alicia gathered her energy. This time, she learned from her mistake and brought bodyguards Jalen and Jerry along when she went shopping with Frida, keeping them at a distance. Frida whispered nervously, Wei, I feel like this mall is a bit creepy. I heard about ghosts that follow people from behind. Alicia couldn't help but laugh. That's just your imagination. Oh right, Mr. G called me the other day out of the blue, and he sounded really urgent. Was he looking for you? Alicia used an excuse to evade the question. Yeah, he asked me something about Leroy. But I feel like Before Frida could ask more, Alicia pulled her to SN's counter, where Alicia would soon start working. The store spanned 5 floors, its hall resembling a palace, with tiles and glass reflecting clearly. Even the usually outgoing Frida felt intimidated. Wei, you're quitting a job, not divorcing a rich husband who gives you a huge severance pay. Alicia chuckled. Just look around. A sales assistant greeted them. Alicia wore a cheapao custom made by Ardell. Combined with her looks, they were mistaken for a wealthy heiress at first glance. The assistant was very welcoming. Higher floors indicated different clientele. The entry-level pieces at SN cost 6 figures. While Frida was mesmerized by the jewelry on the first floor, Alicia patiently inquired about sales figures from the attendant, listening closely as others shopped. From her questions, the attendant sensed Alicia's professionalism and guessed she might be sent for an inspection, so she didn't dare neglect her. Alicia toured from the 1st to the 4th floor before standing at the stairs. I want to see the 5th floor. Only VIP clients with 9-figure sales records could enter the 5th floor, which was off limits to most. But the attendant suspected Alicia's identity and allowed her upstairs. Miss, all items here are exclusive designs by our brand's designer, limited edition for VIP clients. Could you please introduce them to me? Of course. What series do you prefer, or do you want a custom design? Seeing the prices, Frida covered her eyes. Wei, let's go downstairs. These prices exceed my life expectancy. It's making me dizzy. Sit for a while. I'll look around more. The attendant explained meticulously, from design concepts to sales pitches. Alicia's gaze fell on a pink diamond necklace. You have good taste. This rose garden set is a classic high-end collection by our chief designer. The vivid pink color suits you perfectly. We only have one set left. If you like. Before Alicia could respond, a lazy voice interrupted. I'll take this set. Mrs. G. Welcome. I'll fetch it for you to try on. Another attendant quickly offered. Alicia turned to see the newcomer, who turned out to be Brant's aunt. They had met once before, and back then, Chana had looked down on Alicia. Caught off guard by seeing Alicia, she remarked sharply, Is SN going bankrupt? Anyone can be brought up here in the VIP area? The sales assistant looked rather uncomfortable as she brought over the pastries and drinks. Mrs. G. I'm sorry. Please have a cup of water and rest for a moment while my colleague explains to you. Arn was still unsatisfied, pointing directly at Alicia's nose. How did she get in here? Does she have a membership card? Just letting someone as lowly as her breathe the same air makes me feel poor and so on. Alicia didn't know what kind of constitution she had. Whenever she went out, something inevitably happened. The sales assistant who had led Alicia upstairs hurried to apologize. Mrs. G. Don't be upset, considering you are pregnant. The bracelet you ordered last time has been expedited. It should arrive in a couple of days. It's not about the bracelet now, it's about her. Do you know who she is? Arn stood haughtily. Her mother was a mistress. Everyone in the store turned to look at Alicia. Frida, who was eating a macaron, jumped out immediately. Think of your unborn child's karma while you're pregnant. Be careful, or you'll face retribution one day. Who are you? Dressed like you picked clothes from the trash. Can't you people hear? Get these trash out of here. Little aunt, who made you so angry? Brant's voice came. Seeing Alicia nearby, he stared at her, wide-eyed. Alicia rarely wore dresses when they were together, let alone a cheapao. Isn't it your shameless ex-girlfriend? How did she even get in here? With that poor appearance, she dared to compete with me. I was about to have them thrown out. Brant quickly supported Arn to sit down. Little aunt, after all, she's a woman. Why must you be so aggressive? Have you chosen anything yet? Look, this pink diamond set is quite nice. I heard your young sister-in-law isn't very old. Young girls like these bright diamonds. When Alicia heard this, she felt a chill run down her spine. Wasn't her young sister-in-law referring to herself? Ardell had mentioned taking her to meet his elder brother's family. It seemed they failed to sway Ardell and now wanted to ingratiate themselves with her. Alicia found it amusing. They didn't know whom they were trying to ingratiate themselves with was standing right there. Brant responded softly, but his eyes stayed on Alicia. Little aunt has good taste. Whatever you choose is fine. He dismissed the sales assistant. This is my friend, nothing more. Seeing him approach, Frida stood protectively in front of Alicia like a mother hen. What do you want? I just want to say a few words to Wei. Alicia stood tall and straight, looking at him with disgust. Mr. Zhou, is there something else? Brant held up a necklace. Know how much this costs? The man you're with wouldn't be able to buy this single diamond, even if he sold everything he has. Alicia, while I still have some interest in you, if you turn back now. Slap. Alicia slapped him hard across the face. You dare to hit. Slap. Another slap on the other cheek. I'm hitting you, scum. Chapter 144. Is this your new man? The slap was loud and sharp, instantly making Alicia and Brant the center of attention. Frida was stunned. In her memory, Alicia had always been someone with a demeanor as calm as chrysanthemums in autumn, never changing her expression even if the sky fell. Even when she broke up with Brant, she did it gracefully and didn't complain about him like a bitter ex-girlfriend. But now, in such a setting, the graceful Alicia had slapped Brant twice. Was Alicia on the wrong medication or something? Brant almost got his cerebellum beaten into atrophy. Alicia, are you asking for a beating? After a brief daze, he instinctively raised his hand to slap Alicia's face. Before he could touch her face, a large hand grabbed his wrist. Brant was also 1.8 meters tall, but the person who stopped him was 1.9 meters tall, robust, and muscular, giving off an imposing presence. If you lay a finger on Teacher Shun, go ahead and try. Jalen, who usually behaved respectfully around Alicia, now emanated an overwhelming aura. Brant only saw a blurry silhouette last time and assumed Jalen was Alicia's boyfriend without seeing his face clearly. He was quite tall, but his appearance was just average. Instead of realizing his hand was caught, Brant busied himself comparing himself with Jalen. The man wore a simple cotton t-shirt and sports pants, nothing fancy. This made Brant feel extremely arrogant, and he sneered sarcastically. Is this your new man? What a pity, a flower stuck in cow dung. Meanwhile, in the G Corporation president's office, President Morgan was surrounded by stacks of documents. The cow dung, working diligently, suddenly sneezed. Wilson paused his report. Is it too cold? Shall I raise the temperature? No need, continue. Morgan rubbed his nose. His physique was steel-like. It was strange that someone might be cursing him. Back at the shopping mall, Alicia slapped Brant again, glaring at him fiercely. A scumbag like you. Looking at you once makes me dirty. Thinking about how Brant and Dara played make-believe with fantasies of her made Alicia feel thoroughly uncomfortable. Arn screamed for security while holding her belly to stop Alicia. Jalen blocked Brant and the others. She took Frida's hand and left without turning back. Frida looked at Alicia with admiration. So cool. I felt like slapping that bastard myself. Alicia didn't tell her about the nasty things Brant had done behind her back. Inghan, don't provoke this man. He's not a good person. Okay, but Wei, who is that giant guy who appeared just now? Could he be your boyfriend? Alicia smiled. No, he's just a friend. Frida stared at her. Why do I feel like you have so many secrets? Why won't you tell me anything? Sometimes knowing too much isn't beneficial. Like Brant, after their breakup, she didn't feel any different, yet Frida cursed Brant for so long. Alicia had always been low-key. With their relationship still in its early stages, she planned to announce it officially only after things settled down with Morgan. She casually brushed past Frida's questions and took her shopping around several luxury brands. By the end of the day, the wound on the sole of her foot throbbed painfully. She had just parted ways with Frida and was waiting for Xiao Liu to pick her up when a black Audi stopped in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing Morgan's handsome face. Alicia beamed happily. A ping, why is it you? Aren't you very busy? She opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Morgan handed her a cup of milk tea and stroked her head. Do I need any reason to pick up my girlfriend? Alicia sweetly kissed his cheek. This scene was caught red-handed by Frida, who intentionally came back. Even after the car drove away, she stood there bewildered. What did she just see? Alicia kissed Morgan? Wasn't that like the earth kissing the moon? Alicia held her strawberry cheesecake, her youthful face glowing more vividly. A ping, what should we eat tonight? Go to my brother's house. They will prepare something. Alicia almost bit her tongue. Today? She remembered it was supposed to be in 2 days. Did Morgan already know what happened today? The man's side profile showed tight lines, yet his voice was calm. Yes, today. Though he hid it well, Alicia sensed his displeasure. Mr. G was angry. It seemed Jalen told him everything. Alicia poked Morgan's puffed-up cheeks. Mr. G, don't be angry. I'm not mad. I slapped him hard enough. As the traffic light turned red, Alicia passed the drink over. Try it. It tastes great. Morgan stepped on the brake and turned to look at her. Is it sweet? Alicia nodded. It's pretty good, a bit sour but sweet. The man leaned in, pinching Alicia's chin and kissed her fiercely and dominantly. The tangy strawberry with creamy cheese gently spread between their lips, making Alicia intoxicated by the kiss. Just as the countdown reached 3, Morgan released her, his voice carrying a lazy magnetism as he looked at her rosy cheeks. Not sour, exceptionally sweet. He stepped on the gas at the last second. She stared at the well-dressed man, her heart racing rapidly. This man was incredibly charming. A ping, the rain has stopped, and the lotus flowers at the lotus pond are in full bloom. Will you accompany me to admire them? How could Morgan not understand her thoughts? He hoarsely replied, okay. Alicia's mind was filled with fantasies about the evening when she suddenly realized the car had arrived at a villa. At this moment, Alfredo's family was already in a frenzy. Although Alfredo was more than a decade older than Morgan, he had always been wary of his taciturn and ruthless cousin. Alfredo grew up surrounded by attention, yet faced countless challenges. With means, background, and tact, he had already replaced the Amon's position in the G family. When he decided to move dinner to today, the whole family rushed around, urgently bringing Arn back and repeatedly reminding everyone. My cousin is a man of few words. Don't say anything reckless. Try approaching through his girlfriend. Tonight will be the decisive moment. Yes, uncle-in-law, I understand. I have prepared the gifts, Brant responded. When the black Audi drove into the courtyard, everyone was stunned. They knew Morgan kept a low profile, but they never expected him to drive a car worth hundreds of thousands. Brant hurriedly opened the passenger door, smiling respectfully. It must have been a tiring journey. His smile froze the moment he saw Alicia's face. Chapter 145. The young aunt is the unattainable ex-girlfriend. The car door opened, revealing a slender white leg and high heels. The woman had a slim and graceful figure. As her face gradually came into view in Brant's eyes, he was utterly stunned on the spot. It was as if someone had just hit him over the head, leaving his mind in a muddle. It took him a long time to find his voice. Alicia. How are you here? He recalled the unshone face of the cheapao-clad woman in Zhao Yuan who was leaning against Ardell's chest, and the tall man he saw at Alicia's house for the first time. Their silhouettes overlapped in his mind. So the young aunt that Ardell mentioned was actually his ex-girlfriend whom he could never have. Brant felt like he was going mad, still clinging to the last shred of hope. After all, how could someone of Ardell's status drive such an ordinary car? It must be an accident. Alicia absolutely didn't come with Ardell. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a cold voice sounded. She is my girlfriend. Where else should she be? Ardell got out of the driver's seat and walked to Alicia's side, wrapping his arm around her slim waist. Looking straight into Brant's astonished eyes, he said word by word, "Let me introduce her, my girlfriend, Alicia." These words stabbed into Brant's heart like a sharp knife. He stared mechanically at the tall man in a suit and the beautiful woman in a bespoke cheapao. Regardless of everything else, they looked like a perfect match. Brant couldn't even manage a complete sentence. "Why, you're welcome." Alicia did not rub salt in the wound. There wasn't the slightest trace of triumph in her eyes. She simply looked at him as if he were a stranger. "Hello, I'm sorry to disturb you." With that, Alicia walked past without lingering. That look pierced deeply into Brant. Alicia was telling him that she wouldn't even be angry because of him. He was just an unimportant person. Brant had always known about Alicia's seeming indifference, but he never imagined she would choose Ardell. Seeing the car driven by Ardell, Brant suddenly remembered how every time he picked up Alicia in the past, she always complained that his car was too flashy, either asking her to come herself or parking far away. Brant didn't quite understand Alicia's mindset. How many women acted so low-key, never showing off, when they clearly had every reason to? Even Dara, whom he casually gifted some luxury items to, wanted to announce it to the world until he warned her to stop. In the past, no matter how hard he tried, he never truly adapted to Alicia's preferences. But Ardell, a man of such status, had been seen driving Volkswagen before, and now Audi, an ordinary car brand. At the time, Alicia didn't want her identity exposed, so he kept her face hidden from him. Brant clenched his fists tightly, suddenly understanding much. So Alicia had already been involved with Ardell. That was why she remained indifferent to his engagement. Were they taking him for a fool? Clearly, they kissed right under his nose last time, and he didn't know. How ridiculous. Soon, anger gave way to fear. When exactly did things start going wrong for the Zhou family? After René set his sights on Alicia, the Zhou family fell into a series of troubles, and René left with his wife and children. He went to visit René, thinking initially that René refused to help due to integrity. Now he realized René was the mastermind behind it all. He was getting revenge for Alicia this way. The banquet was supposed to be 2 days later, yet it was moved forward, likely because of today's events. Thinking about what he had done and said to Alicia, Brant's legs turned weak. Finished. He was completely finished. Beside him, the butler, seeing his pale face, asked anxiously, "Young Master Zhou, are you all right?" Brant's hands and feet were icy cold, frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Now he only hoped that Ardell was just playing around and venting, not intending to marry Alicia. After all, people from wealthy families prioritized interests above all. For Ardell, Alicia was merely an expensive toy, and he wouldn't be so foolish as to risk opposition from the entire G family to marry an illegitimate daughter. He understood Ardell standing up for Alicia since touching another man's woman was a matter of dignity. Although unwilling, Brant had been taught to respect strength since childhood. The G family was far more powerful than the Zhou family. This time, even without full force, Ardell exposed the problems within the Zhou family, causing chaos. It showed that Ardell still held back. Otherwise, the Zhou family would be bankrupt, not just in trouble. There was still room for negotiation. Only, this room for negotiation depended on Alicia. At this moment, Ardell, with Alicia in his embrace, entered the living room. Arn, pregnant and smiling, approached. "Ping'an has arrived? Quickly let your elder sister-in-law take a look. What kind of beautiful girl our Ping'an has found? Oh, how could it be you?" Chapter 146. Blatant public display of affection makes the ex-boyfriend fume. Morgan put his arm around Alicia's waist and announced assertively, "Elder sister-in-law, this is my girlfriend Alicia." "Honey, call elder sister-in-law." Just a second ago, Arnie's face had been beaming with a bright smile, but now it was as if she had been slapped. Morgan deliberately elevated Alicia's status by showing public affection to let everyone in the Zhou family know how much he valued her. Alicia also cooperated and called out, "Elder sister-in-law." Arn stood there stunned, forgetting to respond. "What's wrong?" "She's calling you." Alfredo, still unaware of what his little darling wife had done, smiled and tried to mediate the situation. "Teacher Shun, don't mind her. They say pregnancy can make one silly for 3 years. Your elder sister-in-law has just become more sluggish." Alicia understood the reason but didn't expose it. "I understand." Alfredo nudged Arnie's arm with his elbow, which brought her back to her senses. Although puzzled about how Alicia became Morgan's girlfriend, she quickly resumed her smile. "Come this way, Teacher Shun. You are so pretty and lovely. You're a perfect match for Ping'an." Alicia found it absurd that Arn, who usually acted superior before her, now behaved so obediently before the G family. Is that so? Elder sister-in-law didn't seem to think so earlier. Alicia spoke calmly, immediately catching Alfredo's attention. Oh, have you met before? He felt it strange because not long ago Arn hadn't known Alicia and had worried that the gifts she prepared wouldn't be liked. We have. Afraid that Alicia would mention today's incident at the brand store, Arn hurriedly interrupted. Today, I met Teacher Shun at the counter. At the time, I didn't know she was Pingin's girlfriend. Otherwise, I would have let her choose herself. As she spoke, Arn took out an entire set of pink diamond jewelry, vivid pink diamonds costing over 6 million each, with complex craftsmanship including setting design. Alicia had worked at SN for a year, and she had participated in designing this series as a presidential assistant. No one knew the prices better than she did. The Zhou family seemed to have gone all out today, treating her with great importance. Teacher Shun, you have fair skin and look young. Wearing these will surely make you even more beautiful. Arn took out a ring and was about to slip it onto Alicia's finger. Try it on first. If it doesn't fit, we can adjust it anytime. Alicia raised her hand to stop her. Thank you for your kindness, elder sister-in-law, but I'm already wearing a ring. There's no space for another one. She was naturally aloof, treating others at school the same way, except for her students. Neither flattering nor fawning, not seeking favor or attention, she remained indifferent and cold. Beside them, Brant noticed the simple solitaire ring on Alicia's finger, feeling an indescribable sourness in his heart. He wasn't oblivious that he had once given Alicia rings too. Though he had never intended to marry Alicia, his love for her had been genuine. If it weren't for the constraints of his family, he had truly considered spending his life with her. He had proposed, but Alicia had panicked rather than rejoiced, even rejecting the specially customized large diamond ring he brought from abroad. But now, the ring on her finger belonged to another man. Brant struggled to speak. Did Uncle Xiao propose to you? Meeting his slightly sorrowful eyes, Alicia was confused. If it were due to Annabelle, it might have been understandable, but what about Dara? He had betrayed her countless times. How could he have the audacity to question her like a victim now? Even the usually composed Alicia felt a surge of anger. How dare he? Did he deserve this? At this moment, warmth enveloped her hand as it was enveloped by Morgan's, their fingers interlocking. Morgan smiled gently. We're planning it. These 5 words carried tremendous implications, offering boundless room for imagination. Brant's ulterior motives were clear to him. He wasn't asking only about the proposal. Rather, he wanted to know his attitude toward Alicia. If the answer was no proposal, it would imply he treated Alicia as a plaything. But if yes, it would suggest he was pressuring her into marriage. These 5 words were the best response. Alicia silently admired Morgan's thoughtfulness. He hadn't embarrassed her and had given her ample respect. He loved her to the utmost. Noticing their interlocked hands, Brant was shocked to see that Morgan also wore the same simple solitaire ring. A man of such high status actually went to such lengths for a woman. Other married men wouldn't wear rings to avoid suspicion, yet he wore one from the start of dating, openly declaring his commitment. Brant was envious, wildly envious. He had assumed Morgan was merely toying with Alicia, but now it was evident that wasn't the case at all. Every person who has broken up hopes that their ex is having a terrible time. So when he saw Alicia sitting in a car worth hundreds of thousands, he felt smug. He thought Alicia had degraded herself. How could she possibly live a good life after leaving him? But reality slapped him hard. Just the status of Morgan alone overshadowed him completely, trampling his so-called male pride to pieces. Only Alfredo was oblivious to the grudges among them and just treated Alicia as a guest, urging her quickly. This necklace looks nice. Let's try it on your girlfriend. Shun teacher will surely suit it. Morgan looked at the dazzling necklace in the velvet jewelry box and smiled slightly. The necklace is beautiful, but my Shun teacher is always low-key. Yes, if Shun teacher marries into the G family, she will need to wear such things for certain occasions in the future. This is a token of appreciation from elder brother and elder sister-in-law to the younger sister-in-law, and also a belated gift for our first meeting. How can you refuse your brother, Pingon? Is Shun teacher not satisfied with the gift from elder brother? Alfredo was indeed a crafty old fox, giving Alicia an unrefusable reason right away. Morgan smiled. If so, then I'll thank elder brother and elder sister-in-law on behalf of Shun teacher. Actually, I think this necklace suits Shun teacher too. He reached out to take it. Honey, let me put it on for you. Alicia wanted to refuse but didn't want to embarrass him in front of others, so she obediently let him do as he pleased. Morgan wrapped his hands around Alicia's neck and, as he fastened the clasp, he whispered gently by her neck. Honey, you look very pretty. The two were like entwined mandarin ducks, utterly intimate. A light blush appeared on Alicia's face, shy yet obedient. It was a scene Brant had never seen before, and he was about to explode with anger. Alicia knew very well that the more upright Morgan appeared, the more sinister he could be. Today was going to be a good lesson for Brant. Watching Brant's eyes gradually turn bloodshot, like a mad dog wanting to bark but helpless, staring at her intensely. And Alicia smiled in perfect compliance. Thank you, Fox. Chapter 147. To our long-lasting marriage and early birth of a noble heir. Dylan suddenly thought about the years Alicia spent with him. Alicia was not willing to meet his friends, indicating that she never took their relationship seriously. No, to be precise, it was his one-sided love for Alicia. From beginning to end, Alicia never loved her. She is a cold-hearted woman. Dylan saw this clearly long ago. But he believed if Alicia didn't love him, she wouldn't love anyone else either. Kent, however, was clearly an exception. He brought out a completely different side of Alicia. While Dylan was still pondering, Kent had already let go of Alicia, his gaze falling on Dylan's face. Though there was a smile at the corner of his lips, there was a chilling gleam in his eyes. What do you think, Xiaofeng? The look made Dylan's back turn cold. Kent really exuded a powerful presence. Terrified, he answered. Good, beautiful. Kent's finger brushed against Alicia's neck. But I heard someone say that teacher Shun is mean and low class. Minnie, standing nearby, turned pale. Indeed, Kent hadn't come here just to have dinner, but to support Alicia. If only she knew Alicia was his girlfriend earlier, why would she open her mouth and invite trouble? Although Grover remarried and was older, for Minnie, marrying into the G family was already a huge leap forward. Now, before she even settled in, she had offended the future patriarch of the G family, which made her head ache. Given Kent's status and personality, he wouldn't bring this up openly. But he came today and mentioned it deliberately, making the Zhou family show their attitude. There's no such thing. Teacher Shun has fair skin, a beautiful appearance, and long legs. Even I, as a woman, envy her. Who could say such irresponsible things? They must be blind. Minnie looked at Dylan. Isn't that right? Dylan knew Minnie was trying to calm Kent by belittling him, but he had no choice. Right, that person must have overestimated themselves to say such things. Alicia watched the man who hung his head. Was this the benefit of power? After tearing down his own dignity, Dylan was now beneath the power he once used to belittle others. Grover also sensed something was off. Just as he was about to ask, the butler timely intervened. Sir, madam, dinner is ready. Minnie quickly stood up, pretending to be close as she held Alicia's arm. Teacher Shun, if you marry into our family, we will be sisters. I'll call you sister from now on. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I prepared some dishes randomly. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Alicia remained coolly distant. There were only 5 people for dinner, yet dozens of dishes were laid out on the table, showing how much they valued tonight's dinner. What they didn't expect was that they had already thoroughly offended the person involved. Kent showed no sign of emotion, but Dylan understood well. This was an apology dinner. If it went badly, the Zhou family would be finished. So he poured white wine into a red wine glass first. I'm glad Uncle came today. This cup is for you. Kent played with the red wine glass in his hand, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He looked directly into Dylan's eyes. Today, I came with your aunt. If you want to toast, let's toast to us living happily together and having a noble heir soon. Chapter 148 Killing with 1,000 Cuts. Calling Teacher Shin Auntie. Killing with 1,000 Cuts. Morgan's words were more effective than any magical attack, striking Brant's heart like a heavy hammer. The deeper his love for Alicia was, the more painful it would be now. Of course, there was also restlessness. Clearly, Alicia had been his girlfriend before, and yet, despite all his efforts, he ended up pushing Alicia into another man's arms. How could this not enrage him? If it were any other man, he would have already exploded in anger. But it just had to be Morgan, who was several levels above him. Even though jealousy almost drove him mad inside, he had to maintain a calm and collected facade. Yes, I propose a toast to Uncle and Teacher Shun. May you live long together in happiness and have noble offspring soon. It took great effort for him to utter those last few words. Morgan still wasn't satisfied. He gently swirled the red wine in his glass. Xiaofeng, don't be so formal. You call me uncle. How can you address her as Teacher Shun? If Alfredo couldn't understand what was happening by now, then he truly was stupid. Morgan and Alicia were drinking red wine, while Brant poured himself a full glass of white wine using a red wine glass. This didn't seem like a toast, but rather an apology. Though Morgan was usually aloof, he generally wouldn't push things too far. Today, however, he was clearly at odds with Brant. So Alfredo quickly intervened. That's right. Pingon has always been focused on his goals. Since he has chosen her, she is your aunt. Calling her Teacher Shin seems too formal. Change it immediately. Before that afternoon, Brant had still been fantasizing about a day when Alicia might finally recognize his worth and come back to him. Now it looked like that would only happen if the G family went bankrupt, a scenario he had no power to make happen. What skills did he possess to bring down the G family? The class hierarchy he once emphasized to Alicia had become karma today. Brant held his glass, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Alicia and called out in pain. I offer my respects to Uncle and Aunt Shun. May you live long together in happiness and have noble offspring. Alicia's first reaction wasn't triumph but regret that Frida, the gossip queen, wasn't there to witness this moment. Ever since they broke up, Frida had been cursing Brant daily, hoping he'd get what he deserved. But now, she missed seeing it firsthand. If Frida knew, she'd surely be banging her thighs in frustration. Morgan raised his glass and gently clinked it with Brant's. There was a faint ding sound. Your sentiment is received. Alicia added calmly. Thank you. They both sipped lightly from their glasses, but Brant downed the entire glass of white wine in one go. Beside him, Arn watched with concern. Who asked them to meddle where they shouldn't? They should have stayed clear of Alicia. After the first toast, Brant quickly followed with 2 more. Most people would struggle after 1 glass, yet Brant drank 3 in quick succession. He found an excuse to go to the restroom. Such strong white wine probably felt like throwing up his liver and kidneys. When he came out, Alicia was washing her hands nearby. Are you here to laugh at me? Brant's face was flushed, his tall frame leaning weakly against the wall. All traces of arrogance were gone. Alicia slowly wiped her fingers with a tissue and then applied moisturizer to her hands. In the mirror, she looked bright and clean. There was no mockery or contempt in her eyes, only calmness. Not really laughter. I just want to ask you something. How does it feel to have the class hierarchy you constantly preached about beneath your feet? What's the difference between you and me when I had to pick up money off the street to survive? At least I earn my living with my own skills. You rely on your family. Without them, you're nothing but a useless waste. Alicia was shorter by a head, but her presence was overwhelmingly powerful. which made Brant even more disgusted because she reminded him so much of Morgan. Powerful, cold, and unattainable. Alicia, you're only clinging to Morgan. Do you really think he'll marry you? Someone of your status can't even step foot into the Jo family, let alone the G family. Brant sneered. If I were you, I'd settle for what you've got and stop being naive like before. A woman's youth doesn't last long. Take advantage of his generosity now and grab what you can before. After finishing her hand cream, Alicia looked up at Brant's ugly, jealousy-twisted face. She spoke softly. Do you know why I didn't fall for you in all those years we were together, but within just 3 months with him, I opened up my heart? Brant froze, not expecting Alicia to bring up such a question that cut into his male pride. He instinctively wanted to say it was because of wealth and status, but then he thought of how he tried to seduce Alicia with power for years and never succeeded. Why? Because you never treated me as a girlfriend. No matter how good you seemed to be to me on the surface, deep down, you saw me as just a toy. He never did that. He knows how to respect a woman. Impossible. There is no such man in this world. He's just better at pretending than I am. Alicia, don't be naive. Alicia crossed her arms, saying deliberately and clearly, the naive one is you. You wouldn't know what's good about Morgan. Even if it were only for 3 days, I would still have fallen for him. You said I couldn't enter the G family, but one day I will marry into the G family properly and have you kneel to offer tea and call me Annie. This sounded laughable to Brant, but coming from Alicia's mouth, he found it terrifying. He had seen the perseverance of this woman. She had talent for everything she did. Once, someone scolded her in Russian, and the first time Alicia didn't understand. From the other person's expression, she could tell she was being insulted. A month later, Alicia learned Russian on her own and retorted directly. She merely tamed her wildness to be a teacher. Now that she had resigned, it was like releasing her from shackles. Alicia might shine so brightly in the future that he would envy her even more. Brant, I know all about what happened between you and Dara. Today, I came here to make it clear to you. I, Alicia, am not someone to be bullied. If you are unrighteous, do not blame me for being unkind. After saying this, Alicia strode away, leaving Brant in fear. What would this crazy woman do? His stomach churned again, and he rushed back to the restroom to continue vomiting. When she returned, she saw Morgan peeling shrimp and crab by hand, and putting them into Alicia's bowl. Previously, Alicia said she didn't like seafood. Brant thought it was due to taste. Now he realized she disliked the trouble. If someone peeled it for her, why would she hate it? Eating shrimp, Morgan ladled some chicken soup for her. Honey, try this soup. It's very fresh. Maybe later. Alicia was too busy eating shrimp. Morgan managed to spoon a mouthful to her lips. Good girl. It will cool down later. Then I'll just take a small sip. Good girl. The tenderness in his eyes was almost overflowing, like an invisible slap hitting Brant hard. Chapter 149. Actions speak louder than words. Let's get married tomorrow. Alicia enjoyed her meal thoroughly, while Brant felt as if sitting on pins and needles. After dinner, Sheridan suggested taking Alicia to the flower house to admire the flowers she had planted, leaving the living room for the men. The moment Alicia left, Alfredo felt that the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Ardell sat lazily with his elbow resting on the armrest of the sofa. Brant stood there, head hanging low like a misbehaved child. Pinion, the Jo family is related to us by marriage. Big brother knows this isn't difficult for you. Just leave the handling to me. You just need to talk. Consider it helping your sister-in-law and your young nephew. Ardell chuckled lightly. Big brother, I ask you, if someone casually spread yellow rumors about my sister-in-law online and hired hoodlums to take indecent photos of her, intending to ruin her reputation, what would you do? I would definitely. Alfredo was about to curse when he suddenly realized. Could the person Pinion mentioned be Brant? Recalling the strange atmosphere earlier, he swallowed his words. Is there some misunderstanding here? Brant frowned. What do you mean by taking indecent photos? I didn't do that. Dara instructed a group of hoodlums to kidnap Teacher Shun, almost causing a disaster. Then there was the incident with the underwater air tank, nearly killing Teacher Shun. Brant, not letting your family go bankrupt was already lenient. Brant was confused. What underwater air tank? Ardell sneered. It seems you're a coward who doesn't dare to face your actions. Honestly, I reported the Jo family, but each accusation is based on something your family has done. Have I ever wronged you? Uncle Pinion, there is a misunderstanding. Yes, I did instruct Dara to investigate Alicia, but I never intended to harm her life. It must have been jealousy driving her to act rashly. If explanations were enough, why do we need police? For trying to destroy Teacher Shun, I will never let you off. The warning to the Jo family is only a lesson. If you continue to mess around, don't blame me for disregarding kinship. Brant wanted to say more, but Alfredo stopped him. Yes, this brat offended you. Don't take it personally. Fortunately, Teacher Shun is safe, which is most important. We haven't played chess in a long time. Let's play a game. Xiaofeng, you go set up the board. At the flower house, Sheridan spoke frankly. Sister, I invited you today because I need your help. You and Xiaofeng had some conflicts before, but I understand how you feel. Since we're going to be one big family, give Pinion a word and let him forgive the Jo family. Once you join our G family, I can support you. In wealthy families, it's all about resource exchange. As an intelligent person, you should understand what I mean. Alicia stroked a bright red rose. Mrs. G, I'm not very smart. I don't quite get your point. But these flowers are indeed nice. If she learned to fawn, she wouldn't be Alicia anymore. Soon, she saw a tall, slender man standing under the lamppost, waving at her. Brant watched Alicia fly into the man's arms like a happy bird, without caring about others' gazes. Ardell hugged her waist tightly, while she wrapped her arms around his broad back, pressing her cheek against his chest. Let's go. Seeing this scene made Brant envious. It was once a dream he had. Alicia was indeed as he imagined, just not with him. As they walked away, Sheridan pouted unhappily. This girl is so irritating, she's impossible to deal with. She won't marry into our family for sure. Alfredo glanced at her coldly. Isn't this enough of a lesson? Pingan let him off easy out of my consideration. He exposed the problems, but didn't escalate things. With your Zhou family's issues, if he really dug deep, you wouldn't see tomorrow. I warn you, don't provoke my cousin. He may not misuse power, but this is a warning. Next time won't be so lucky. Honey, then what should we do now? What should we do? Pay the fines and rectify the mistakes. Try to minimize losses. I'll make up for the losses through other projects. Sheridan smiled. Honey, you're the best. I'll give you a big chubby baby boy, and then we'll be the heroes of the G family. Although Alfredo had 2 children, both were girls. Although the old man favored Ardell the most, if she had a son first, he might look at her differently. Then you should go and take care of yourself and not worry about these matters. And you, Xiaofeng, don't provoke your uncle on your father's side anymore. Whether Alicia will marry into the G family in the future is none of your business. I understand, uncle-in-law. Brandt cast a glance of reluctance from his lowered eyes. He would definitely return tonight's humiliation twofold. Alicia felt extremely elated. In the past, she had been indifferent to everything, but this was the first time she realized how satisfying it was to slap someone's face. Fox, I never knew your girlfriend's status could be so useful. Ardell glanced at the smile at the corner of her mouth out of the corner of his eye. Baby, believe me, being Mrs. G is even more useful than being a girlfriend. Does that make your heart flutter at all? It flutters. Alicia propped her chin up with her hand. Heart fluttering doesn't equal action. As long as you're willing, we can get married tomorrow. Ardell always cared most about when Alicia would marry him. He didn't want to let the bird fly away once it reached his mouth. How could Alicia not know his thoughts? But she thought they were progressing too quickly and didn't want to get married so soon. At least until her career took off. She didn't want to become a burden on Ardell. No rush, it's not too late to wait. I can't just marry myself away blindly. That's fine, I'll always follow your wishes. The car drove into Jeyuan, where Alicia pointed to a distant covered boat. The moon is beautiful tonight. Why don't we sit on the boat for a while? You said you'd accompany me to admire the flowers. Ardell's gaze grew deeper. Is it to admire the flowers or something else? You guess. Alicia slipped off her high heels and hopped onto the boat barefoot. The boat swayed, and she hurriedly hugged Ardell's waist to keep her balance. Fox, do you know how to row? Call me husband, and don't say rowing. I'll pick stars from the sky for you. Ardell took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, revealing the strong muscles of his arms. Alicia smiled at him. It's not too late to call you that after marrying you. The man didn't fuss, picked up the bamboo pole, and pushed it into the water. Alicia dipped her feet into the water. The moon was very bright tonight, and with the lights around, the lotus under the moonlight was incredibly beautiful. The small boat sailed deep into the lotus pond, and Alicia happily splashed water. Her anklet jingled. Ding-ling-ling. Like enchanting music. When Ardell turned around, he saw the little girl playing with a lotus flower in her hand. Alicia looked like a fairy descending from the moon. In high spirits, she hummed a tune merrily. Ardell's Adam's apple moved. He was powerless against such a little girl. Pandora, I want. Chapter 150 Drunkenness makes one forget the sky and the water. A boat full of clear dreams presses down on the starry river. The moon was hazy, and the little boat swayed. Alicia was visibly happy tonight. Morgan rowed the boat to the center of the lotus pond, where the lotuses bloomed beautifully this season. Alicia held a lotus flower, like an ethereal spirit among the flowers, spotlessly pure. Such a sacred Alicia made one want to reach out. He put away the bamboo pole and hugged Alicia's slender waist from behind. Very happy. Extremely happy. Alicia had drunk some wine earlier, feeling slightly tipsy. A rosy hue spread across her fair face, making Morgan's heart race. But he didn't rush things as he used to. Back then, whenever Alicia came to him, it was for that one thing. She needed no affection or tenderness. All she wanted was his satisfaction. Morgan sought the fusion of souls, not mere physical gratification. Alicia leaned into his embrace, pointing at the stars in the sky. Iping, look, how beautiful the stars are tonight. In my eyes, even 10,000 stars cannot compare to that one bright moon. Alicia smiled sweetly and looked at him. Are you confessing to me? Morgan rested his head in the crook of her neck and whispered gently. Isn't it obvious enough? To him, other women were just stars, and when the bright moon appeared, it overshadowed all the starlight, drawing his eyes irresistibly. Xiao Wei, I love you. His love for her had always been passionate and straightforward, gradually melting the icy heart of Alicia. Alicia flipped over and lay on his chest. Mr. G, such a beautiful night with the moon. If we don't do something, wouldn't we be wasting the beauty of the scene? Morgan lifted her chin. Teacher Shun, whatever you wish tonight. As he spoke, someone collided into his arms. Alicia bit his earlobe. I've been waiting for these words for a long time. Ping, close your eyes and let me. He loved Alicia's initiative, so he was especially looking forward to it. 2 petals were playfully placed over his eyes by the little girl, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Kneeling beside him, Alicia's breath, carrying a hint of alcohol, brushed against his ear, making Morgan tense up. The water ripples swayed gently, causing the boat to rock. Occasionally, the sound of fish jumping out of the water could be heard. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his heart a mixture of tension and anticipation. But after waiting for a while, the little girl's breathing remained by his ear without any further action. When he removed the petals from his eyes and looked down, he saw the girl in the cheap house sleeping on his chest. Morgan couldn't help but laugh. What was going on? He knew Alicia wasn't much of a drinker, so he hadn't let her drink too much during dinner. Yet, despite all precautions, the little girl still managed to pull this stunt. Looking at his unbuttoned shirt, he thought of the internet joke. "You took off my pants and now show me this." What a naughty little devil. Seeing her steady breathing, the lingering blush on her cheeks, and her docile form nestled in his arms, Morgan felt it was fine just to watch her. Wrapping her in his suit jacket, he gazed at the bright moonlit sky and the gently swaying boat. Once upon a time, his biggest dream was to be by Alicia's side. It took him many years. Now that he had achieved it, one shouldn't be too greedy. So, as long as she was here, it was enough. Morgan also fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Alicia woke up chilled by the dew. Opening her eyes, she saw a green flower path and the bright pink and white lotuses. Dewdrops dripped down the leaves and landed right on her nose, giving her a refreshing chill. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. She vaguely remembered last night, seeing the man next to her still asleep. Sleeping on the wooden boat left her with sore legs and a stiff back. She wondered if they had indeed gone through a heated battle last night, and the man had finally given in. A mischievous smile crept onto her face. This was the first time she had seen Morgan from this angle. She had never seen him with closed eyes in the morning before. In fact, Morgan always went to bed later than her and woke up earlier than her, probably due to his job. The man's sleeping posture was very straight, almost like lying on a plank. Unlike herself, who always needed to hold on to something for comfort while sleeping. One hand was wrapped around the back of Alicia's head, pulling her close, while the other covered her hand. Their rings perfectly overlapped, their sleeping postures exuding a sense of entangled affection. At this moment, Alicia suddenly felt an unprecedented happiness. This was what it felt like to be loved. Perhaps Morgan had been overly busy lately, or maybe it was his first time spending the night with Alicia on a boat, but his sleep quality was better than usual. Until the sunrise illuminated the sky. When the gossamer threads of golden light slipped through the gaps of the black-awninged boat, the myriad twinkling rays looked just like the stars in the sky. Incredibly beautiful. This was the first time she truly understood the imagery behind the line. Drunkenness makes one forget the sky and the water. A boat full of clear dreams presses down on the starry river. So beautiful. She reached out to touch the beams of light that fell onto the boat, letting the golden glow envelop her fingertips, much like Morgan's gentle affection for her, tender and entwined. Woke up. The deep, resonant voice of Morgan, tinged with a heavy nasal tone, sounded by her ear, making Alicia feel even more refreshed after such a good sleep. She teased his straight nose. "Did I win last night? Got you so worked up you couldn't get off the boat?" Seeing the smile on the little girl's lips, Morgan couldn't help but chuckle. "Yeah, you won, and I lost completely." Alicia grinned mischievously. "It's the first time I've seen you look so vulnerable. Was I really fierce last night?" Morgan couldn't figure out what she was thinking, but found her irresistibly adorable. How could there be such a cute creature in this world? Cuter than any combination of kittens and puppies. Morgan rolled over, covering her, unable to hold back the urges within him any longer, kissing Alicia fiercely. Chapter 151. Her blind date turns out to be him. The young girl's fair wrist rested on the boat's bow, her fingers tightly clutching the green floral stem. With a slight exertion of force, the tender lotus above her head swayed gently. Even the blinding sunlight couldn't overshadow Morgan's handsome features. Alicia was almost suffocated by his kiss before he finally let her go. He ground out fiercely in her ear. "If you fall asleep at a crucial moment again next time, I won't forgive you." Alicia was dumbfounded. Did she fall asleep last night? Right at that moment? Upon careful thought, aside from a sore back which resulted from sleeping on a wooden board, everything else was unrelated to Morgan. Alicia's face turned awkward. So, she didn't get to eat anything good last night? In such a beautiful setting and under such a good atmosphere, she actually fell asleep? Had she known better, she wouldn't have had that drink. Alcohol really does ruin things. Morgan rowed the boat back, and Alicia also smiled with relief. There would be plenty more chances for them in the future. She intended to enjoy every bit of this feast. After washing up, they returned to their room. When Morgan came out, he saw the little girl wrapped in a pink bathrobe standing in the wardrobe area, holding a shirt and a suit, poking out her head. "AP, shall I dress you like this today?" Morgan felt his heart melt. How could there be such an obedient little girl in this world? Okay. Even if Alicia dressed him in a sack of urea, he would gladly accept it. Seeing his hair dripping wet after his shower, Alicia understood why he could sometimes be so rough after knowing his background. She held a dry towel and said, "Sit down." Morgan complied without resistance, while Alicia stood before him, rubbing away as if brushing dog fur. Even though she messed up his hair and clothes playfully, it did nothing to detract from his handsomeness. Alicia stared for several seconds before reaching out to pat his cheek. "My boyfriend is so handsome." When they were alone, Alicia never held back with her praises. She started getting into dressing up Morgan, who even wore the tie clip she bought specially for him. "I'm suddenly regretting making you look so handsome. Those little girls' eyes will surely not leave you." Morgan chuckled lightly. "There are no little girls today. I have a very important meeting to attend. After this busy period, I'll spend more time with you." "All right." Alicia watched him leave. Having lived alone for years, she wasn't bored. Just as she had gotten dressed and intended to continue visiting various jewelry brands, she received a call from an unexpected caller. "Mom," flashed on the screen. Alicia hesitated for a long time before picking up just as it was about to disconnect. "Mom, I'll send you a location, come over here. Dress nicely, don't make me lose face." Alicia suddenly recalled that Layla seemed to have mentioned wanting to arrange a blind date for her around the time of Brant's engagement. This was a good opportunity to tell Layla that she already had a boyfriend. Controlled by Layla for so many years, this was the first time Alicia wanted to resist. Being too young back then left her defenseless, but now she had the courage to cut ties with her past. Carrying her bag, Alicia got into the car. She hadn't made their relationship public because of her family background. Layla was the kind of person who always sought connections with people of higher status. If she knew Morgan's identity, she wouldn't let the G family slip away. Having spent her life vying with Alicia, once Layla knew she was dating Morgan, she would certainly show off, spreading it all over the place. The G family already didn't think highly of her. Layla's actions would only cause problems for Morgan, something Alicia wanted to avoid at all costs. Especially when Morgan was at a crucial juncture taking over the G family business. Alicia didn't want him to get into trouble because of her, so she needed to find a way to delay Layla's plans. Thinking Layla was quite materialistic, she had enough money now thanks to Uncle G's generosity. She only needed to tell Layla she was dating someone rich. To maintain appearances, Alicia wore the diamond necklace from last night. Jalen drove her to the designated Western restaurant. Layla expected her to wear jeans as usual. To her surprise, Alicia arrived in a cheongsam, with the sparkling pink diamond necklace around her neck stunning everyone. This dramatic transformation stunned Layla. She hadn't seen Alicia in a month, yet this girl changed so much. She had looked so immature just a few weeks ago, as if she matured overnight. Mom. Layla's gaze landed on the necklace around Alicia's neck, asking instinctively, "Is it real?" "Yeah." "Who gave it to you?" Layla immediately became interested. If it was real, that necklace around her neck could cost 10 to 20 million. It was far more generous than that stingy brand, who only managed to give Alicia a house. Layla was still unaware of the inside story, and Alicia had already sold the apartment long ago. She would be hopping mad if she found out. "My boyfriend." Alicia hadn't finished explaining when an unfamiliar voice sounded in her ear. "Bayuru. I'm late. There was a bit of traffic on the road." Alicia looked up and saw a mother and son approaching. The woman was wearing a luxurious Chanel-style suit, while the man was dressed in formal attire. The moment Alicia looked up, her eyes met the man's. "Senior classmate." The man's eyes lit up. Alicia's heart skipped a beat, wishing for a crack in the ground to hide in. How could it be Cedric? What a coincidence. It's like coincidence's mother opened the door for coincidence. Coincidence at its best. Didn't Layla say earlier that the one introduced to her was from an oil extraction family? She felt like her head was splitting. Layla smiled kindly. "What? You two know each other?" "Yes, we are from the same school." "Truly didn't expect such a coincidence. My blind date is actually senior classmate Shun." Alicia hurriedly waved her hand. "It's just having a meal together." She had planned to explain everything before the others arrived, but now this misunderstanding occurred. "Isn't this just like asking for something and getting exactly what you asked for?" Cedric promptly called over the waiter to order food, fearing that Alicia might run away. Alicia was somewhat helpless. She had to finish the meal first. During the dinner, Cedric expressed his admiration for Alicia. It was obvious to everyone present that he was interested in her. Fawn noticed the necklace around Alicia's neck. Though she didn't say much, she had some understanding in her heart. Given Layla's background, how could she afford such a necklace? Her eyes turned dark. Of course, with her good manners, she did not reveal it on the spot, but chatted gracefully with Layla. "Senior classmate, shall I help you cut the steak?" "No need, I can manage myself." "Senior classmate, let's watch a movie after this." "The sweet wife under the bed isn't bad." Alicia smiled politely. "Sorry, I don't like horror movies. This is a romance film." "I don't like romance films either. Actually, it has some action scenes too." Alicia responded seriously. "I like watching Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf." After rejecting him so many times, wouldn't Cedric stop pressing anymore? Fawn laughed. This child is persistent. Shall say, chasing girls isn't achieved by being overly eager. Mom, a beauty like senior classmate would be snatched away quickly if not acted upon soon. Alicia was between laughter and tears. Clearly, Cedric knew about her relationship with Morgan, yet persisted. She couldn't speak up in front of the elders. When Cedric pushed the dessert in front of her, he whispered in her ear, "Senior classmate isn't waiting for NG, is she? Didn't he tell you he was also on a blind date?" Alicia's smile froze. Before she could respond, Cedric pointed to a pair of figures entering nearby. "Just talking about Chow Chow, and here he comes." The tall Morgan walked in, followed closely by a woman in a white dress. Chapter 152, Don't Have Designs on My Wife. Alicia's gaze fell upon Morgan, and the fork beside her slid to the ground. Cedric's lips curled into a smile. He knew no woman would tolerate her boyfriend going on a blind date with another woman. Alicia bent down, and Cedric looked at her from beneath lowered eyes. "Senior, are you okay?" Unexpectedly, Alicia hid under the table and made a shushing gesture at him. She told Cedric in sign language, "Don't let him find out I'm here on a blind date. I'd die if he did." Cedric. Why was Alicia's way of thinking so different? She wasn't jealous, but afraid of being found by Morgan while on a blind date. How could she possibly doubt the man who slept beside her every night? He was the only one who had managed to open her heart. If she didn't trust him, how little faith must she have in their relationship? She feared the uncertain future, not the known Morgan. Unless caught in the act, she wouldn't entertain any suspicion towards this man. Doubting Morgan was tantamount to questioning her own judgment. Moreover, it was just a man and a woman meeting at a tea restaurant, and even this meeting happened due to Mariana's connection. What proof was there? When Alicia voluntarily put on this ring, she was ready for all possibilities. She had anticipated this kind of situation. Only after confirming that Morgan had left did she stand up, a remorseful smile on her face. "Sorry." Cedric was about to be infuriated. He directly looked at the two parents. "Mom, have you eaten enough?" Fawn was speechless. She had barely taken a bite of the steak, but as she doted most on her youngest child, she could only tactfully look at Mariana. "Bayru, will you accompany me to check if my bag has arrived?" Seeing Cedric's interest in Alicia, Mariana gladly cooperated and stood up. Sure, chat well. We'll go shopping first. After the elders left, Cedric spoke up. Senior, as you saw, that woman is the daughter of a multinational corporation. Her family status matches Ned's perfectly. She's specially chosen by the Aemon as a match for Ned. Alicia munched on, finding the steak much tastier than salad. Hadn't she gained 2 pounds recently? With Morgan feeding her every day, she might turn into a chubby pig if this continued. Seeing Alicia lost in thought, Cedric continued. It's obvious that Ned harbors feelings for you. But senior, your background is an issue. It's better to cut losses before getting hurt. Don't think I'm being rude. I'm saying this for your own good. Alicia raised her head blankly. What are you talking about? Cedric thought she was immersed in sorrow. His lips curved into a gentle smile. I said I'm devoted to you, senior. Would you consider me? Before Alicia could reply, a familiar male voice rang out. Then you don't have that chance. Morgan stood beside her, unknown when he arrived. Alicia immediately shrank her neck and explained, that? I can explain. I really didn't meet men privately as soon as you left home. I behaved virtuously. She was genuinely scared. Last time, Morgan sulked the entire afternoon because of Hobart's words. Through this, Alicia learned that this man was a vinegar barrel. If she didn't explain in time, who knew what wild thoughts he would conjure up? Cedric really didn't expect such a development. What kind of relationship did these two have? Seeing her cautiously explaining, Morgan's lips curved into a tender smile. Since you're here, come along and meet someone with me. Me? That might not be appropriate. Regardless of whether it was a blind date or a business talk, it wasn't proper for her to intrude. Alicia was clear-headed and rational. Unlike other women, she wouldn't panic and assume the worst. Or maybe she hadn't fallen deeply enough in love yet to lose herself. There's nothing inappropriate. Morgan grabbed her hand, the couple rings gleaming, hurting Cedric's eyes. Little Lou is here too. Come along. Cedric followed in a daze. Was there still a chance for him? At the seat, Alicia also saw the woman's front view. A beautiful face with exquisite makeup and attire. She obviously belonged to Morgan's world. Unlike Alicia, who felt more like mud compared to her. Aaliyah, this is my girlfriend, Alicia. Morgan introduced openly without any hesitation. Alicia extended her hand. Hello, I am. A small hand suddenly pulled her close, moving very fast. Quiet like a mouse, swift like a hare. Let me take a look. You're the one Lao Ji likes? TSK, how pale your skin is. What skincare do you use? She reached out and poked Alicia's face. Damn, it still has such good elasticity. Old G is in for a treat. This white and tender little face. I feel like biting it too. It looks so fragrantly soft. Alicia. Morgan coughed lightly. She gets a bit crazy around people. Don't mind her. Alicia felt like crying but couldn't shed any tears as the woman hung on her like an accessory, poking her face, touching her small hands, and hugging Alicia's waist. If not for Alicia grabbing her hand, she would have touched her thighs by now. Morgan's blind date was terrifying. All she wanted was to go home. Enough. Morgan reprimanded softly, and Alicia looked at him with gratitude. Please manage your blind date, or else she's going to eat me up. Desperation gleamed in Alicia's eyes. To her surprise, Morgan said solemnly, my wife isn't someone you can touch. Take your hands off. Stingy. Aaliyah withdrew her hand, but didn't forget to pinch Alicia's waist. Then she made a lewd comment. TSK, what a soft waist. Alicia was almost scared to tears. What kind of blind date partner was this? No, why were the people around the otherwise normal Morgan so abnormal? AP, shall we switch seats? She'd rather sit with Morgan and Aaliyah together than be next to this people pleaser. This person was 10 times scarier than Frida. Aaliyah grabbed Alicia's hand. Why are you running? I won't eat you, though you look so good. I really want to try how you taste, old G, as a woman. Can I give her a kiss? Get lost. Morgan glanced at her coldly. Don't have designs on my wife. More absurd things happened when the waiter served the dishes. After cutting the steak, all three of them handed their pieces to Alicia simultaneously. Senior, try this. Little beauty, have some. Morgan wished he could flip the table. Eat what? If he couldn't eat, no one would. Alicia looked at the 3 pieces of steak in front of her and weakly raised her knife and fork. I can cut it myself. Hey, wasn't this supposed to be a big drama show? Why did these 3 people all surround her? She looked at Morgan with tears welling up. P, shouldn't you introduce Miss Aaliyah to me? Chapter 153 Stepping into Marriage, Holding 2 in a Year. Before Ardell could speak, Aaliyah smiled and said, my name is Sue Aaliyah, and I've known old G for many years. But don't worry, I'm not the type of person who was his unattainable love or anything like that. I don't fancy his type. I prefer the young pretty boys. As if afraid Alicia might be concerned, Aaliyah explained their relationship all at once. Mentioning young pretty boys, Alicia instinctively glanced at Cedric beside her. Cedric abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a young pretty boy. Do you want to see my 8-pack abs? His outburst drew everyone's attention. Seemingly, everyone wanted to see. Ardell pulled him back down. Let's eat. No need to show any abs. So you two are? Alicia asked unintentionally. Sue Aaliyah took out a thick stack of documents. My family forced me to go on a blind date, so I dragged old G along as a shield, but rest assured, I paid him for it. She waved it briefly, and Alicia glimpsed what seemed to be project proposal contents. Ardell had demanded tens of billions for this project. In terms of being cunning, no one could match Ardell. Cedric ate his steak with extra vigor, wishing he could gnaw on Ardell's flesh. He was just stirring up trouble between them earlier, never imagining how quickly he'd be proven wrong. Ardell suggested. A movie called Beneath the Sheets was released recently. It has received good reviews. Would you like to watch it? Rarely did he combine work and romance. Alicia nodded. I love horror movies the most. Beside her, Cedric ground his teeth audibly. You weren't saying that just now. Ardell gave a cutting glance at Cedric. Do your teeth hurt? Through clenched teeth, Cedric replied. No, my heart hurts. He had loved Alicia for so many years, finally waiting until she broke up with Brant, yet now Ardell appeared out of nowhere. What was going on? Then let's all go together. Watching movies can cure heartache, Sualia added, throwing in, rest assured, I wouldn't fancy someone like you anyway. Cedric coldly retorted. Thank you for inviting me, but I won't like you either. Though Alicia didn't know how the plot developed to this point, watching a movie with Ardell would be wonderful. She had never watched a movie with him before. Recently, he had been incredibly busy, making it hard for her to see him. It didn't matter if they were watching a horror movie or even Ultraman battling the Calabash brothers. She would watch anything as long as she could be with Ardell. On the way to the cinema, Ardell noticed Alicia biting her finger in serious contemplation and couldn't help but ask kindly, What are you thinking about? Facing his deep eyes seriously, Alicia replied, I think I might be too love-struck, and that's not really a good thing. Ardell reached out to rub her head. That's fine, keep it up. From the back seat, Cedric popped his head up. Please, could you consider others are still here? Pay some attention, thanks. Haha. You must be the kind who can't get the grapes, so say they're sour. Sualia mocked. If Jalmertion agreed to you, your face would probably split from smiling so much. Alicia blinked, gaining another nickname. The cinema was nearly empty at this hour. Alicia looked up at Ardell. Have you ever been here? No, it's my first time. While they chatted idly, Cedric showed his presence by delivering a bucket of popcorn and drinks to Alicia. Senior, here you go. Thanks. Cedric proudly glanced at Ardell. Big brother in. When you're older, you don't have to fall in love. After all, such romantic stuff suits us young people more. Knowing Ardell's character well, Cedric provocatively challenged him within reasonable limits. Ardell wrapped an arm around Alicia's waist while holding the drink with the other hand, smirking. You're right. We aren't suited for dating. We should directly enter marriage, having 2 kids a year. Then you can call me uncle next year. Cedric. Watching Ardell and Alicia enter the theater, Sualia laughed brightly. Little fool, why do you antagonize him? He's the most vengeful person. Come on, I'll treat you to a movie. Cedric glared at her. Stay away from me. I have no interest in a sister-brother relationship. It doesn't matter, as long as I like you. Saying that, Sualia forcibly dragged Cedric into the theater, leaving no room for resistance. Inside, Cedric realized Ardell and Alicia sat several rows behind him, separated by a galaxy. Good news, he could still watch the movie. Bad news, he couldn't even see Alicia's face. He glared fiercely at Sualia. You did this on purpose? Sualia flashed her bright smile. Yes, caught me. As the movie began, Ardell received a message on his phone. Thanks, old G. I'll treat you to dinner once this is done. Ardell glanced at it and put his phone away. Alicia furrowed her brows as she looked at him. Another emergency? He directly silenced his phone. Nothing. Today, nothing matters except for being with you. Alicia sensed something amiss. Sualia and Cedric. Wasn't this something you deliberately arranged? Given Ardell's calculating nature, was it just coincidence? This seemed too likely. So, only he can have ulterior motives toward you, and I can't compete with him? So today, Cedric had schemed against her first. Alicia also found it strange. Why would someone of Lou family status contact her for a blind date? It must be that Ardell had gotten wind of it in advance, leading to this scene at Cedric's blind date. Fox, I can't even imagine what you'd do if we were on opposite sides. Ardell replied seriously. Scared? Teacher Shun, I won't let anyone take advantage of you. As long as it keeps you here, I don't mind paying any price or using any means. On the big screen, a terrifying scene unfolded. A wife killed years ago returned, lurking under the bed, staring up with bloodshot eyes at the unfaithful man and the third party who were entangled on the bed. Others watched with bated breath. Even Cedric was chilled by the plot. In the last row, only Alicia and Ardell remained. Under the screen's light, Alicia met Ardell's eyes, filled with possessive dominance. She reached up to caress his face. No, I don't dislike such Mr. G at all. She herself was extremely unconventional, beckoning him closer. Ardell leaned towards her. Alicia whispered in his ear, word by word. I like Mr. G's strong possession of me, just like now. I want to have you right here. As she spoke, Alicia hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him fiercely. Chapter 154. Pandora, your wishes will come true. In the dark cinema hall, surrounded by eerie sound effects that sent chills down the spines of other young couples, Alicia kissed Ardell even more passionately. To her, this man was like a lethal poison. Once addicted, she could never let go. Alicia's body grew increasingly hot, and her breaths became erratic. She whispered tenderly into Ardell's ear. Aping. Even without words, they understood each other's feelings. Ji Ping's rough fingertips grazed her delicate lips, his deep gaze holding a warning. Sweetheart, not here. I don't want an audience. Though the cinema was dark, the surveillance cameras were clear as day. Moreover, while their subtle movements at the back row might have gone unnoticed, excessive actions would still be detected. Like someone gripped by an addiction, Alicia clung to him, her caresses alone enough to drive Ardell to the brink. People leaving the cinema had shaky legs, some from fear, others from excitement. People's joys and sorrows did not intersect. Alicia was in an excellent mood. She finally got revenge for what happened in the car the last time. She didn't care much about the movie itself. All she remembered was Ardell's restrained expression. TSK, how tempting. Upon emerging from the cinema into daylight, Cedric's face appeared somewhat pale. Sualia patted his shoulder. Don't worry, big brother. I'll protect you. Cedric shot her a glare. Who said I'm scared? I just couldn't stand the makeup on that ghost's face. Alicia stifled a laugh, sensing something amiss. This matchmaking event was clearly a trap, with Cedric unwittingly becoming Sue Alia's meal. Ardell naturally took Alicia away. Looking out the window, Cedric's pitiful appearance reminded Alicia of left-behind children watching their parents leave after New Year. When Ardell instructed Wilson to delete the cinema's surveillance footage, Alicia blushed uncontrollably. Only now, regaining her senses, did she feel embarrassed. I got carried away earlier, she mumbled, head lowered like a shy little quail. Ardell chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. I love impulsive teacher Shin best. He pulled her onto his lap, soothing her like a child. Now there's no one else around. You can be as impulsive as you want. You're free to do anything with me. Seeing the privacy screen rising inside the car, Ardell had obviously prepared everything. Even though she felt like a kitten clawing inside, she couldn't bring herself to lose control in front of the young driver. So she contented herself with cuddling against Ardell. Running his fingers through her hair, Ardell said seriously, I found out Davis is flying in tonight. Do you want to meet him? Playing with his buttons, Alicia responded quietly, I haven't the face to see him. The past can't be blamed entirely on you. Ardell knew this matter had always been a thorn in Alicia's heart. He gently consoled her. I've told you not to exhaust yourself. Give yourself, and Davis, a chance. He had seen her play the violin before. It was ethereal, the truest expression of who she was. Clearly, she hadn't stopped practicing these years. With her resignation, if she wanted, Ardell could help her take the next step. As night fell, Alicia finally saw the kind elder, even more gentle and benevolent than he appeared on camera. Though many fans awaited him at the airport, she didn't dare approach, merely watching from afar, murmuring, Master. Some people, some events, once missed, remain lifelong regrets. Countless nights, Alicia would imagine what life might have been like if she had followed Davis abroad. Perhaps she would now be an accomplished violinist. Once, she regretted and felt sorrowful about it. But now, knowing Ardell, she believed every arrangement by fate was justified. Waiting beside the car, Ardell's tall figure looked mysterious and dangerous under the night sky. Don't greet him. Alicia shook her head. No need. Seeing Master in good health is enough for me. Unbeknownst to her, when she turned away, the old man's eyes fixed on her retreating figure. She was also his sole regret. That night, unable to sleep, Alicia stood on the terrace playing her violin till dawn. The wind lifted her hair, making her look like a celestial maiden ascending to the moon. From behind, Ardell embraced her. Come, dear, it's late. Shall we go to bed? Alicia caressed the violin, a gift from Davis. She originally refused it, but he insisted, saying that an outstanding violinist needed a suitable instrument to perform nationwide concerts. But after this night, Davis would become Annabelle's teacher from the new moon to the full moon. How many regrets lie between them? Alicia was feeling dejected, her brows furrowed even in her sleep. Ardell gazed tenderly at her sleeping face and kissed her between the eyebrows. Pandora, your wishes will come true. The next day, news of the Sue family hosting a musical evening banquet had already spread. Everyone knew that the internationally renowned Master Davis would not only give an impromptu performance, but also take Annabelle as his last disciple. Thus, this banquet was particularly grand, and Annabelle became the envy of everyone. She sent an invitation to Alicia early on, insisting that she must attend. Annabelle wanted to flaunt her success. She always belonged to the victorious group in life, easily snatching everything that belonged to Alicia, leaving Alicia trapped in an invisible prison forever. From childhood to adulthood, Annabelle had always acted like this. She never imagined that today it would be Alicia's counterattack. Alicia touched her left ear. These past few days, she could hear faint sounds. If she blocked her right ear, she still couldn't hear clearly. The Sue family owed her too much. She opened the wardrobe and picked out a silver, waist-cinched little dress. The heavy silk flowed with a dark luster as she moved, resembling wearing the entire galaxy on her body. Unbeknownst to Wynn, the man had added many pieces of jewelry. Alicia chose a necklace and earrings that matched the dress. Not flashy, but not shabby either. She patiently applied a full makeup look and asked Jalen to drive her to the venue. When Alicia arrived this time, it was different from the last. Annabelle noticed her dress immediately. It was a high-end custom design by a famous designer. Celebrities couldn't even borrow them, costing over $1 million each. Her necklace and earrings were also custom-made, one of a kind. Before, when she was with Brant, she dressed like a student. How did she change so drastically in such a short time? Brant's eyes nearly stuck to her when he saw her. Only he knew why Alicia had changed. During their relationship, she refused to spend any of his money, wanting a clean break without any complications. But Ardell was an exception. She didn't reject his pampering. This indicated that Alicia, while with Ardell, hadn't thought of breaking up and was thinking of marriage. Realizing this, Brant felt bitter and anguished. He spent so much time on Alicia, but never got intimate with her, and now Ardell had benefited from it for free. How could he bear it? Noticing her fiancé's attention on Alicia, Annabelle pinched his arm. Xiaofeng, what are you looking at? Nothing. Brant shifted his gaze from Alicia. Sally glared at Alicia and said rudely, why are you everywhere? Like a ghost haunting around. You err, don't be impolite. Your sister was invited by me. After all, we're family, and I hope my sister can share my joy and have some good luck. Humph, you're just too kind, Sally said before running off. Once alone, Annabelle, holding a champagne glass, whispered, Sister, today's outfit isn't cheap, huh? Did you hook another big fish so soon? To others, she looked graceful and noble, but her words were more vicious than they sounded. Alicia didn't deny it. Yeah, Pretty big, much bigger than your fiancé. With her naturally bright looks, enhanced by makeup, she looked like a blooming flower of wealth and beauty. Alicia smiled slightly. So, are you going to dump Brant and fight me for him? Chapter 155. Karma. The boomerang struck back hard. Annabelle clearly sensed a change in her. The former Alicia had never thought of competing with her for anything. Just like that little bear doll from childhood, nothing Alicia could do would stop it. All she could manage was to pick it up carefully and clean it after Annabelle left, healing her own wounds alone. Even if she didn't choose to be born, she always believed that Mariana shouldn't have disrupted others' families, making her existence wrong, hence allowing Annabelle to trample over her. But today, Alicia radiated brilliance, just as Morgan described. If she wasn't happy, it must be someone else's fault. It had nothing to do with herself. When Francine saw Alicia, he recalled that day when Mother G nearly broke his ribs with one kick. So when he saw Alicia, there was evident displeasure in his expression. A place like this isn't suitable for you today. Alicia looked straight into his eyes. That slap had completely severed their father-daughter bond. There was no longer any paternal filter in Alicia's eyes, only cold indifference. Jedediah, we have no relation now. You have no right to limit or restrict my freedom. Sharp-tongued. Thank you for the compliment. Was that a compliment? Truly an ungrateful ingrate who can't compare to even one finger of snow. Hearing Francine's attacks, Alicia was already accustomed to them. She had heard such words since childhood and had long become desensitized. She wouldn't feel sorrowful about it anymore today. Since she didn't come here to reminisce, she was waiting for everyone to gather before the big show began. Alicia was surrounded by a group of wealthy ladies, occasionally pointing at Alicia. From Alicia's expression, one could tell they weren't saying anything nice. What can we do? She's so grown up. We can't stuff her back now. This is a debt of sin. I say you're too soft-hearted. A bastard girl daring to appear in a place like this, truly giving herself face. She's just like her mother, with a face full of sly charm. I heard Mariana stopped clinging to your old man these past years and started pursuing other men. Recently, she was caught by some wife and almost got beaten to pulp. Look at her daughter dressed in gold and silver. Don't know which rich man keeps her. Hearing these remarks, Alicia couldn't help but clench her fingers. No wonder Mariana hadn't appeared for a month. It turned out something like this happened. Although she despised Mariana's actions, Mariana was still her birth mother. Learning that she had been beaten left Alicia feeling complicated. At that moment, a voice sounded beside her ear. Senior, you look beautiful today. Cedric's approach made those gossips shut up. After all, Cedric came from the prestigious Liu family. It felt like a hard slap on those gossiping women's faces who were speculating about Alicia being kept. Frida suddenly appeared with Abner. Alicia showed a fleeting surprise in her eyes. Why did you come? Frida smiled. I heard there's going to be a good show, so I came. She pulled her hand away and poked Alicia's waist. Wei, how could you not tell me? If I hadn't seen you kissing Mr. G in the car that day, Alicia stuffed a donut into her mouth. See, that's why I didn't tell you. You're the biggest broadcaster. A crowd of rich heirs began to surround Alicia, all from families much higher in status than the Seuss. The JIS, the Lus, the Bays, even the humble Gu family's medical student son came. Alicia seemed very familiar with them. Knowing that Annabelle spent considerable effort and failed to get Abner's WeChat, Annabelle nearly exploded with jealousy. Alicia was merely a kindergarten teacher. How did she meet all these people? Last time Alicia was isolated and friendless. Yet this time Annabelle deliberately ignored her, letting her understand that Alicia would never enter this circle. Unexpectedly, Alicia's social circle was far more upscale, driving Annabelle mad with envy. Even Brant, whom she had managed to snatch away, lost his allure. Chana naturally noticed this scene. Alicia was the daughter-in-law she had never favored, believing that after Alicia left Brant, she would never find anyone better. Now, Alicia's connections surpassed the Zhou family, leaving Chana somewhat embarrassed. She said mockingly, "Look at that cunning little fox maneuvering around, exactly like her shameless mother, nowhere near our graceful and excellent Snow." Alicia quickly chimed in, "Absolutely. Rice is coming soon. Let Snow perform with him. That's a level that cunning little fox will never reach." Mentioning Rice, he appeared amidst a throng of admirers. Those who were willing to grace the Sue family's event today were all here for one purpose, to listen to his performance, and everyone paused their activities to greet Rice. Annabelle, lifting the large skirt of her evening gown, approached Rice enthusiastically. Brant followed Chana, listening to her praises about how Annabelle was the perfect match for him. Unbeknownst to her, Brant could only think of Alicia. What would that aloof woman look like with Morgan? Would she moan in bed? If he had been braver and insisted on marrying her despite his family's objections, would things have turned out differently today? Seeing Alicia's curvaceous figure, Brant felt a strong envy. What are you thinking about? I'm talking to you. Your fiancé is about to perform. Only then did Brant snap back to reality, replying hoarsely, "Nothing." Whenever he closed his eyes, he could still hear Alicia's words from that night at the bar. She said she had once considered marrying him. Brant took another sip of red wine, letting the alcohol numb his mind. Francine was particularly excited tonight. Inviting Rice to perform at the Sue family's event was an immense honor, especially since his daughter was about to become Rice's disciple. It was such a valuable opportunity that everyone envied him. Annabelle shyly asked, "Teacher, may I invite you to perform a duet?" Rice looked at her quizzically. "Teacher, are you mistaken about something?" Annabelle appeared shocked but still smiled. "Didn't you say you'd choose the Sue family's heiress as your last disciple? You previously commented that my playing was good. Who else could it be but me? My sister doesn't even know how to play the violin." Sally nodded. "Yes, I don't know how to play either. I wasn't referring to either of you. I meant her. As Rice directed his gaze towards Alicia under everyone's confusion, Alicia straightened up immediately, too nervous to know what to do with her hands and feet. She stuttered, "Teacher." Though she knew she wasn't worthy of this title, without this formality, Alicia didn't know how else to address him. Rice fixed his eyes on her. "Shin classmate, you already stood me up once before. Now that I've come here specially for you, are you going to stand me up again?" At this, the whole room was taken aback. The plot had taken an unexpected turn, shocking everyone. Like a boomerang, it hit the Sue and Joe families hard right between the eyes. Chapter 156. Annabelle became an international jester. Alicia was the most bewildered. Indeed, she had come with a premeditated plan today, but not for Aston. When Aston called out her name upon seeing her in the crowd for the first time, her emotions surged in an instant, extremely complicated. In front of anyone, Alicia always remained calm and gracious, but now she seemed like a flustered child, her beautiful large eyes shimmering with a faint layer of moisture. She didn't even know how to react, just standing there dumbfounded. After all, today's audience had all come for Annabelle. Annabelle was so well dressed. This dress alone cost a fortune. She hired the most expensive makeup and styling team, even invited journalists, preparing to publicize her performance with Aston, aiming to secure the night's trending topic in advance. To boost her own value further, Annabelle established her own entertainment studio in her third year of college, being both the boss and artist herself. Currently, her studio is running well. In 3 years, she has become a top-tier female artist, praised on all fronts. In others' eyes, she is the epitome of excellence. Inviting Aston this time was not only to enhance her image but more importantly, to solidify her excellent and versatile persona, paving the way for herself. This year, she signed a bet agreement with Capital, having to achieve a massive target within 3 years. She originally planned to stabilize her position before retreating behind the scenes, promoting her own artists, then taking over the Sue family business. Thus, both her engagement and becoming Aston's disciple this year had marketing elements. She had been a sharp-minded woman since childhood, but she never thought Aston would play her. With media reporters and friends from inside and outside the circle present, she absolutely couldn't fail today. Annabelle approached Aston with a gentle smile. "Teacher, wasn't I the apprentice you wanted to take in?" Aston interrupted her directly. "Miss Sue, what international joke are you playing? If it weren't for your poor skills requiring my guidance, I wouldn't have barely tolerated guiding you a few times. How did this become me wanting to take you as an apprentice?" If Annabelle hadn't brought this upon herself, Aston wouldn't have embarrassed her. But who asked her to be so presumptuous, intending to bind herself with him? During this period, Annabelle's attempts to link herself with Aston caused a storm of public opinion both domestically and internationally. Originally, she carried numerous eye-catching labels like wealthy heiress, kind-hearted beauty, and the white lotus of the entertainment circle, crowned again with the label of a genius violinist. Recently, she was skyrocketing in variety shows, invitations endless. Once successful tonight, her commercial value would soar, and she might even complete the bet agreement early. Who knew Aston would suddenly say such a thing, as if slapping her hard in the face? Some of the noble women below, who couldn't stand her, whispered, "Instead of being a proper heiress, she insists on playing the chaebol game in the entertainment industry. If saying a couple of words means taking on apprentices, does getting touched by a man mean she'll get pregnant? Does Miss Sue's face hurt? As I said, when does she have time to practice playing the violin while filming dramas and ads daily?" To be honest, though her sister doesn't have a high status, her temperament and appearance are much better than hers. Annabelle's face turned pale. Always quick-witted, she didn't know how to handle the current situation. Aston didn't spare her another glance, crossing through the crowd toward Alicia. This scene felt almost dreamlike and unbelievable. "Classmate Shun, are you going to refuse me again?" Aston stared steadily at Alicia. "I've always said that someone with your talent shouldn't be buried. When you didn't leave with me back then, this time, I plan to stay in High City permanently. Are you willing to pick up the violin once more?" The tears Alicia had held back finally rolled down uncontrollably. She stammered, calling out that title. Teacher." She rushed into Aston's embrace, who hugged her tightly. His eyes were full of affection for his junior, a sight deeply moving to behold. Frida was moved too. She reached out to grasp Abner's hand. So touching. Wow, no wonder Wei Wei plays the violin so well. Turns out she's a renowned international master's disciple. Abner watched as her grip almost bruised his hand, enduring the intense pain. "Although so, please let go of me before speaking." This hug symbolized a grand reconciliation. For the Sue family, it was disastrous. Annabelle had prepared the venue in advance, even bought hot search topics and promotions for today. Waiting for the on-site report to release, the company would immediately issue news across the web. But now, the scene ended up this way, turning her from a shining star into the century's jester. She could almost predict that once the news spread, her rivals would thoroughly tarnish her reputation. Putting work matters aside, the Zhou family's expressions were not pleasant at this moment. Chana had always been satisfied with this marriage. In terms of status, the Sue family and the Zhou family were equally matched, and Annabelle was intelligent and excellent, making her own career flourish. Today, to show off in front of relatives that she had found a capable and outstanding daughter-in-law, Chana invited many friends and relatives to bear witness. Who knew Annabelle would turn into the biggest joke? Those relatives and friends began to ridicule. "Sister-in-law, isn't that Xiaofeng's ex-girlfriend? You said she was stupid and poor, with nothing commendable except her face. Why did Ira choose her as his disciple over your celestial-like daughter-in-law?" This was the most heartbreaking. Even if Ira chose anyone else present, it would be better as long as it wasn't Alicia. Why did it have to be Alicia? She gritted her teeth in anger and could only spit out resentfully. Who knows what improper means she used to secure this spot? She and her mother have always been unscrupulous. In other words, Alicia had taken a shortcut. These words were heard by Frida with her keen ears. She immediately wiped away her tears. Who are you calling unscrupulous? As a woman yourself, why must you be so vicious and harsh to others? Who do you think you are? Some random girl, speaking to me like this. Did I say anything wrong? Alicia is just a kindergarten teacher. What virtue does she have to become Ira's disciple? Ira let go of Alicia and stood in front of her. Having lived in the country for some time, he understood Mandarin but spoke with an accent. But now his voice was incomparably serious. Madam, do I need your permission to choose my disciple? Or do you believe your talent surpasses mine? Chana quickly changed her tone. Mr. Ira, you misunderstood me. I just feel this is somewhat unfair. You didn't specify who you wanted as your disciple. Leaving my daughter-in-law here, she is a public figure. How will tomorrow's media reports portray her? I did not ask you to prepare a banquet or invite guests. You ignored my warning, and thus the consequences should not be my responsibility. Ira said coldly. But since you doubt my judgment, let me not be accused of favoritism. I'll give them both a chance to compete. If Annabelle performs better, I will take her as my disciple instead. Everyone here can bear witness. What do you think? Agreed. Chana agreed directly. Ira added a condition. However, if she loses, I want you to apologize to my disciple in person. Chapter 157. She is like a fairy in the moon, unattainable. Annabelle felt somewhat nervous. She knew Alicia had studied music before, and that despite her lack of power and status, she had been chosen by Arn, which indicated her competence. But Chana was unaware of this. She only knew that she had lost face and wanted to reclaim it through Alicia. In recent days, Annabelle had spent a fortune on marketing to establish herself as a prodigy violinist. She hadn't expected this would end up biting her in the behind. However, considering Alicia hadn't touched a violin for so long, she might not be her match after all. The situation had escalated too far to back out now. Neither she nor Alicia could turn back. Tonight, at stake was the Sue family's reputation. She was the pampered eldest daughter, while Alicia was an ignored weed. If she couldn't outshine Alicia, she would become a laughingstock for the rest of her life. Fine, I agree. Bring my violin here. A servant brought a violin that Francine had specially bought for her recently, worth $2 million. Alicia hadn't planned on playing the violin tonight, so she was completely unprepared. Arn had his assistant hand over the violin, and Annabelle smiled. Teacher, you're making sister play a professional-level violin against me. That's not fair. She looked at Alicia. Luckily, I have a spare violin I can lend sister. Frida was anxious on Alicia's behalf. What if Annabelle tampered with the violin to ensure Alicia lost? But without a violin, how could Alicia compete against Annabelle? Suddenly, she had an idea and turned to Brant. I remember you have a violin. Why don't you lend it to Weiwei? Frida remembered clearly. Last year Brant had bought a violin for over $1 million, but Alicia refused it, citing its excessive cost. Logically, Brant wouldn't help Alicia. Now engaged to Annabelle, why would he embarrass her? Moreover, he wanted nothing more than to see Alicia fall further into ruin. He wished she were destitute and desperate, driven back to him. So Brant coldly said, since no one wanted it, I got rid of it long ago. Frida stared wide-eyed. It was clearly intentional. If there weren't others present, Frida would have cursed it outright. No wonder Alicia broke up with him. Such a despicable man and Annabelle's scheming nature were truly made for each other. Weiwei, what are you going to do? Frida worried about Alicia. Francine also came to his senses from his shock. This was not a scene he wanted to see. To him, an illegitimate daughter should remain hidden in the shadows. Between Alicia and Annabelle, he would naturally choose Annabelle. So, he sternly looked at Alicia. Are you still causing trouble? Why must you challenge your own family? Leave immediately. Alicia gazed at the man who should have been her father. Regardless of how coldly Francine treated her throughout her life. Due to the absence of maternal love, her longing for affection outweighed his indifference. But everything changed after that slap. Alicia no longer harbored any expectations of him. She spoke coldly. Jedediah, I've told you what I plan to do. You have no right to interfere. You don't even have a violin. Why humiliate yourself? A stranger interrupted. Who says she doesn't have one? At the door stood a tall figure. Little Wu, carrying a violin case on his back. His stern demeanor made him resemble a sniper ready to target Brant. The cold aura around him caused people to clear a path instinctively. He stopped in front of Alicia, offering a warm smile. Then he took off the case from his back. Teacher Shin, you forgot your violin. Only now did Alicia realize this was Morgan's arrangement. Perhaps earlier, he had already contacted Arn for her. That explained why Arn had misled Annabelle, making her believe she would be chosen as Arnie's disciple. Despite her publicized Chaojoa promotion, Arn hadn't intervened, hinting at a mastermind behind the scenes guiding events, allowing Annabelle to walk into a trap while he facilitated her downfall. Recently, news reported a mysterious wealthy businessman spending $1.5 million on a famous violin called Mori. Every violinist would hope to own such a fine instrument, both for its sound quality and collectible value. Even Annabelle showed envy when she heard about it. But realizing this violin was meant for Alicia, her admiration instantly turned to jealousy and resentment. After being dumped by Brant, Alicia must have quickly latched onto another rich patron. This person was clearly more generous than Brant. Although Morgan did not show up, Brant felt a sharp pain on his face when he saw the violin. Actually, he had bought that violin specifically for Alicia, not just to please her. He knew how much Alicia loved it. Many times after school, she would play alone in the music room. He had seen her once from afar. Alicia, filled with loneliness and regret, made his heart ache. That's why he specially bought the violin for her. Alicia didn't accept it, but it remained in his trunk, and it could have been delivered in 5 minutes if someone went to fetch it. However, at the moment Alicia needed him most, he chose to stand against her. Morgan didn't show up, but delivered what Alicia needed most. Between the two of them, it was clear who was better. The appearance of the violin also dealt a heavy blow to Francine's face. He finally realized Alicia was no longer the same as before. But instead of being happy, he was angry. What he feared most was Alicia following the old path of Layla. Layla caused a huge stir years ago, becoming a disgrace to everyone in the circle. Now Alicia, for material gains, became a rich man's mistress. Out of respect for the audience, Francine did not react outwardly, but his tightened veins revealed his anger. Alicia understood his thoughts, but no longer cared. She took out the violin, her eyes sharp as they locked onto Annabelle. Annabelle, dare you compete fairly with me? I'll go all the way. Annabelle's heart grew even more nervous. Because Alicia with the violin in hand was glowing. Standing in the center of the stage, Arn provided the topic. Both were required to play The Last Rose of Summer. Annabelle felt even less confident. This piece was extremely difficult. She had practiced it, but every time she barely finished playing it, and now she had to perform in front of everyone. While she hesitated, Alicia had already started playing. After many years, Cedric witnessed Alicia playing the violin again, a performance that stunned him for life. Little Wu took a photo. The man in the car opened his phone and saw the woman on the screen, her eyes closed, entranced by the music. The violin resonated beautifully with her dress. She was like a moon amidst clouds, an unreachable fairy. Francine's wine glass fell to the ground without him noticing. He never thought his overlooked daughter was this talented. And Brant below the stage looked at Alicia with endless passion. This woman, he would do anything to obtain her, even risk his life. Chapter 158, The Empty Street Corner, where she was reckless. The reporters originally here to capture Annabelle's performance went wild pressing their shutter buttons. Compared to Alicia's graceful poise, Annabelle held a violin in her hands but couldn't draw out a single note. While she wasn't a top-tier musician, she was certainly far superior to the average person. The moment the first note of Alicia's music sounded, she knew she had lost for sure. Alicia had never given up on her fundamentals, especially after shedding tears at the airport that year. This became an obsession and regret in her heart. After returning home, she sealed away the violin Briar gave her, feeling unworthy of such a fine instrument. Her financial situation back then was poor, only able to afford violins worth a few hundred yuan each. The sound quality and craftsmanship were far from top-notch instruments, yet she persisted, practicing every piece over and over again. It was as if she had gone mad, spending hours each day devoted to the violin. Her skill had reached a new level, those melodies now ingrained into her very cells. Now, holding such a fine instrument, it felt like a higher dimensional strike. Annabelle was put under immense pressure. Not playing would invite ridicule later, but playing meant exposing her inadequacies even more. Even a deaf person could hear the gap between her and Alicia's skill. Already losing on technique, with her current awful state of mind, making even one wrong note might humiliate her and disgrace the Su family for life. What could she do? Annabelle hadn't expected today's ostentatious gathering to turn into a showcase for Alicia. If only she hadn't come. For years, she had been the cloud above while Alicia remained the mud beneath, trampled by her. But this battle today would be enough to reverse it all. Alicia played gracefully, and the audience was spellbound. Only Annabelle was tense, her palms sweating profusely. When the song ended, silence filled the air. For a moment, everyone felt as if notes were dancing in the atmosphere. A few seconds later, Cedric started clapping wildly. If not surrounded by the wealthy, Frida would have probably whistled loudly by now. Too cool. She always thought Alicia was different from them, like a celestial being descended from the heavens rather than a commoner like herself. If this were a novel, Alicia would undoubtedly be the protagonist. No matter how humble her beginnings, she would inevitably rise to the center stage. And people like her were merely side characters, there to highlight the heroine's extraordinariness. Frida was excited but also deeply moved, as if a father finally seeing his daughter grow up. Her daughter has grown, and she is proud. Chana, hearing the thunderous applause, looked at Annabelle. Schwerer, it's your turn. Try your best, don't lose to that little bitch. She had staked the Zhou family's honor on this. Losing to Alicia would ruin her standing among the elite. Alicia also placed high hopes on Annabelle. In earlier years, she had competed against Miranda. Though she had won easily and secured her position, she hated Alicia, the illegitimate child. She had defeated Miranda throughout her life, and Annabelle had led the way until now. They couldn't lose, not now. Losing to the bastard's daughter was unacceptable. Don't rush, take your time. Sister, play quickly. Show that bastard what separates genius from mediocrity. Family confidence piled on pressure, knowing full well she couldn't match Alicia. Performing now would only embarrass her further. Mom, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my chest. Annabelle clutched her heart, her pale face matching the fear, cold sweat beading her forehead, truly looking sick. Schwer, are you okay? Francine urgently said. Take her to the hospital. Perhaps afraid of losing face or genuinely concerned. As the competition neared, Annabelle was taken to the hospital by Renee. Before Alicia's main event, the guests scattered. It seemed once Alicia wielded her weapon, Annabelle crumbled. People murmured, pretending to be sick just because she can't compete. Some prodigy, huh? After all the effort spent on her, she can't even match an illegitimate child. What a joke. Knowing what would happen, Annabelle preferred speculation over certainty. As soon as she got in the car, her expression darkened, nearly crushing her dress in her fists. Who was helping Alicia behind the scenes? Damn bitch. Having lost so many times, she should stay where she belongs, in the mud. There's no place for her in this circle. With Annabelle gone, Alicia became the star. Some reporters suggested she and Briar perform together. Alicia looked shyly at Briar. "Teacher, may I?" Briar had already taken out her violin. "What do you think?" Those present hurriedly took out their phones. This was truly a top-tier musical feast. Alicia was always that humble and obedient student in front of him, following her teacher step by step. She had once thought she would never have the chance to perform alongside her teacher again. How many nights had she spent alone, playing her violin in solitude? When this day finally came, it felt like a dream to her. Alicia was immersed in the long-awaited joy of reunion. Unbeknownst to her, with this performance, she had become famous. The hot search lists exploded. Everything that Annabelle had meticulously arranged ended up becoming Alicia's stage. Shauna's face turned as dark as it could be. She knew very well that after tonight, Alicia would undoubtedly rise to fame. Even without family background, just because Briar recognized her, Alicia would soon follow Briar on global tours, skyrocketing her value. Alicia was not in the socialite circle, but the music world, the top music circle in the world, where Briar liked her so much that he would use all his connections to pave the way for Alicia. This move was a miscalculation on her part. While everyone was still lost in the music, Shauna pulled Brant away discreetly, fearing Frida might confront her about what happened. Brant's mood was low as he listened to Shauna's complaints. "Why didn't you say earlier that this little slut plays the violin so well? Who would have thought even Briar took her in as a student? If I had known Annabelle was nothing but a pretty face, I would never have agreed to this engagement." Brant sneered. "Wasn't this what you always said about being matched equally? I did mention marrying Alicia before. Remember what you said then? I thought she was just a decoration back then. Anyway, you're already engaged to Annabelle, and the two families benefit from this. Forget about her. That little fox must have found another lover. She's just a dirty slut. You should forget her sooner rather than later." Brant remained silent, unable to shake off the image of Alicia standing on the stage, looking ethereal like a fairy. "Brant, I actually thought of marrying you." This sentence lingered in his ears. Brant held his chest, as if a large hand was squeezing his heart, making him feel unbearable pain. Alicia. The more he couldn't have her, the more he indulged in obsessive thoughts. Once upon a time, he was the one who was closest to her. Yet now, he had to pretend to visit Annabelle in the hospital to make her lie complete. Before leaving, he saw a nondescript Audi parked under a plane tree in the distance. No one would associate it with the top tycoon G family. But Brant knew that man must be waiting inside for Alicia. "Mom, go to the hospital first. I still have something to take care of." Ignoring Shauna's nagging, Brant got out of the car. He felt like he must have gone mad and sick, knowing Annabelle had caused a huge mess today, and as part of an economic alliance, he should help clean up. But Brant didn't want to do anything. At the last dinner party, he knew Ardell deliberately showed off their love to deter him. It was mostly an act. He wanted to see how they interacted in private. He didn't believe Alicia would be an exception to him, nor did he believe Ardell could overcome the flaws of the rich and genuinely love Alicia. After a long while, Alicia finally escaped from that gathering. She bid farewell to her friends and walked alone to a secluded corner. The quiet street was empty, not even a car in sight. Alicia, in her evening gown, walking under the lamppost, was still stunning enough to make Brant's heart race. Seeing her come out, the black Audi turned on its headlights, illuminating her path. Alicia took a few steps and then stopped. She leaned against the lamppost and took off her high heels. Brant naturally knew about her obsession. She always wore heels except at home. In the past, he used to tease Alicia, saying if she died, she would surely have high heels buried with her. The Audi door opened, revealing a tall man leaning against the car. Alicia lifted her dress with one hand and carried her heels with the other, running toward Ardell like a happy little bird. Laughing like an innocent girl, this was a side of Alicia that Brant had never seen before. Whenever they met, he was always the impatient one. Alicia was always calm and rational. She had never run to meet him, but she ran towards another man without a care, letting Ardell open his arms and hug her tightly. The scene of the handsome man and beautiful woman was particularly eye-catching. Alicia seemed to want to kiss him, but being barefoot, she was much shorter than Ardell. She only managed to kiss his chin. Whatever she said next made Ardell, who usually showed no emotions, smile affectionately. The next moment, he picked her up with one hand and placed her on the hood of the car. He supported himself on either side of her, and Alicia wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him passionately. Her long, white legs naturally entwined around Ardell's waist. The two of them kissed fervently in the deserted street corner. Chapter 159. Well, it worked. Brant originally thought Alicia and Morgan were just acting at the family banquet, but it turned out that in private, they were even more audacious and unrestrained. Alicia, who was so resistant to men getting close, seemed to be quite affectionate with Morgan. Brant saw clearly that all the physical advances were initiated by Alicia. Kissing wasn't enough for her. She reached under Morgan's shirt with her small hand. That fiery passion, no man could resist it. In front of others, she was as cold and distant as the moon in the sky, but in front of Morgan, she was like a rose, exuding decadent beauty. Though this place was remote, it didn't mean there were no people or cars around. Now that Alicia had become a trending topic, if someone took pictures, she would likely stay on the hot search list for the entire month. With Morgan about to take over the G family business, he couldn't afford any scandal now. Morgan suppressed his panting. "Baby, I know you're eager, but try not to be." Alicia's dark pupils were full of longing for him. She looked like a pitiful child who wanted candy but had it snatched away. "Fox, I really want." Morgan knew her emotions weren't stable, gently patting her head. "Be good, let's go to the hotel." But Alicia pounced, biting his neck. "I can't hold back anymore. I want you right now." She looked pitifully at him, her hands fumbling with his belt. Fox, just let me satisfy my craving. Morgan sighed. You really are impossible. He carried Alicia to the back seat and closed the car door. Neither of them noticed that a shady figure was standing nearby. Brant felt some regret. He had hoped to see Alicia acting cold toward Morgan in private, thinking he understood her well enough, trying to find some sense of existence through Morgan to calm himself down. However, Alicia's actions felt like a hard slap in his face. Turns out, she wasn't incapable of taking the initiative. It just wasn't towards him, Brant. When he saw Alicia eagerly seeking intimacy, Brant's heart quietly shattered. He began questioning what had gone wrong with him. Clearly, he met Alicia first, so why did Morgan win her heart so quickly? Not far away, an Audi moved slowly. The privacy film obscured his view. Because he couldn't see, his frustration intensified. It was as if God heard his thoughts. Someone accidentally rolled down the window. Without seeing it, he could only imagine, but once he saw, Brant froze. He had never seen such a sexy and enchanting woman. Even dreaming of such a scene wouldn't match witnessing it firsthand. It was incredibly sensual. Soon, Morgan raised the window again, blocking his view. But the image of Alicia, drenched in sweat, her black hair sticking to her cheeks, her lips slightly parted, was deeply etched into his mind. Only when he felt warmth between his fingers did he realize the cigarette had burned out. He tossed the cigarette, but found his hand burned. An hour later, the Audi opened again. When Morgan got out, his white dress shirt collar was wide open, bearing the red lipstick marks from a woman, and his tie hung loosely. Gone was his aristocratic charm. He looked like a libertine. As for Alicia, her gown hung loosely on her body, revealing her long, enticing legs. She seemed like a seductress, radiating an irresistible laziness. Just one glance made anyone feel compelled to kneel at her feet. Such an Alicia drove Brant mad. Dark desires sprouted in his heart. Even knowing that Alicia belonged to Morgan, he desperately wanted her for himself. Like a beast eyeing a lion's territory on the African savannah, he was crazily infatuated, even fantasizing about chaining Alicia to the bed, making her belong only to him. Morgan started the car but parked it in a nearby hotel lot. It seemed Alicia wasn't satisfied yet. They couldn't even wait to get home, choosing instead to check into a hotel room. And Brant, almost as if driven by fate, followed and stayed in the room next to theirs. He must have been crazy. That night, he smoked one cigarette after another on the balcony, staring at the full moon. He drank until he was drunk. Alicia woke up sore and stiff. Reflecting on last night, she realized how carried away she had been. The man was already gone, and the previously messy room was now neatly organized. Alicia glanced at the time. It was already mid-afternoon. She dialed Morgan's number, her voice hoarse. When did you leave? 7:30. Did you wake up? His gentle voice always brought her comfort, no matter when she heard it. She smiled. Just woke up and started missing you. At that moment, Morgan was having breakfast after a busy morning. Listening to the girl's confession, he couldn't help but smile. How much do you miss me? I want to become one with you. This girl sometimes had huge contrasts, yet her straightforwardness made him find her incredibly cute. Then why don't you consider marrying me earlier and becoming the official Mrs. G? Previously, Alicia would have just changed the subject, but today she paused for a few seconds. Let me think about it carefully. Morgan was taken aback. He thought Alicia would reject him, but she didn't this time. You? Alicia grinned. Fox, thank you for last night. He had once said during his pursuit of her that he wanted to give her the best everything in the world. The grandest gift was yet to come. Alicia thought that grand gift would be a romantic declaration in the depths of the ocean or a room he meticulously decorated with roses. But after getting that violin last night, Alicia understood that Morgan's love was deep and subtle. He had clearly bought the violin long ago, contacted Ray Eyes, and mediated between them all just to fulfill her wish. Everything stemmed from more than 3 months ago when they had just started. That night, although she was in high spirits and wanted to continue, she heard the sound of a violin, and her mood instantly plummeted as she pushed Morgan away. Morgan didn't ask why. She lingered and listened for a long time. Perhaps at that moment, he already had his plan in place. This gift was truly immense. So immense that Alicia felt Morgan's love for her deeply, not superficially, but hidden beneath a calm surface like stirring clouds. That was why she had been so crazy last night. After a night of sudden cooling down, Alicia's mind was clear, but she didn't resent Morgan's usual teasing. When she said she would think about it, it meant she genuinely considered marriage. Just like choosing to be with him, it wasn't a fleeting impulse. She would be ready for the storms that came with being his girlfriend. She wouldn't easily abandon him because of external factors. These two simple words caused Morgan's heart to race wildly. All right, I'll wait for you. Do you want to rest a bit more? I can pick you up after work. Alicia replied sweetly. Sure, I want cake. Finally, she no longer restrained herself, acting like other girls her age, no longer politely drawing boundaries with her boyfriend. Because from this moment on, she planned to include him in her lifetime plans. I'll buy it for you. And I want to drink strawberry cheese boba. Okay. And Fox, kiss me. Morgan coughed lightly. He was eating boxed lunch in the office with Wilson nearby. In the quiet room, Wilson, who had good hearing, immediately said, I'll step out now. However, his steps were slow, seemingly also curious about how the stern boss would kiss someone over the phone. If this got out, Morgan's reputation would be ruined. Alicia persisted on the other end. Kiss right now. It's not loud enough. Morgan found her relentless, wishing he hadn't shown restraint last night, leaving her energy for these antics. After a while, Alicia finally let him go, and Morgan reminded her, I'll order something for you, don't starve. Love you, moi. Alicia happily hung up. She finally understood what freedom meant by wanting to experience that sweet, intimate relationship in bed. Alicia had previously mocked such notions, believing all love stories were fake, sugar-coated illusions. But after having Morgan, she felt this statement was too embarrassing to admit. Last night, she had clung to Morgan all night, causing various parts of her body to ache. Today, her teacher had other engagements, so she could simply lounge around waiting for Morgan to pick her up. After a shower, she changed into the clothes he had prepared for her, which were comfortable and soft. She lay on the bed replying to Frida. Frida was incredibly nosy, constantly asking about her and Morgan's progress. Alicia bit her finger, unsure how to answer. She and Morgan were like characters in a novel who fell in love after marriage, making up for lost time. On the contrary, Frida and Abner still seemed quite innocent compared to them. Hearing the doorbell, Alicia quickly texted back. I'm going to get the delivery first, talk later. Wearing slippers, she opened the door. However, in that instant, a tall man dressed as a cleaner and wearing a mask barged in. Feeling uncomfortable with this stranger entering her space, Alicia hastily protested. Hi, I don't need my room cleaned. The man lowered his voice. You don't have a choice. In the next second, he closed in, and Alicia sensed something was wrong. She rushed forward, grabbed the decorative lamp from the bedside table, and smashed it hard onto the man's head. However, the man blocked her with his thick arm and took out a towel with his right hand, pressing it against Alicia's mouth. Within seconds, Alicia lost consciousness. The man wheeled in the cleaning cart, shoved Alicia's body into a large bucket that was prepared beforehand, and casually entered the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, the man dialed a number. Yeah, I've got her. Chapter 160. Why provoke this lunatic? Alicia had recently been drugged before, so her body had developed some immunity to such sedatives. This made her regain consciousness earlier than last time. Her whole body was still weak, but her mind gradually became clearer. The man who abducted her was tall and muscular. It wasn't hard to notice his solid physique even under the janitor's uniform. His actions were swift and efficient, not those of an ordinary person. Was it Brandt? Apart from him, Alicia couldn't think of anyone else. She steadied her breathing, knowing that with her eyes covered, she dared not make any rash moves without knowing her surroundings. Her body swayed slightly with the car's motion. She was still inside a vehicle. If the destination weren't too far, or if she hadn't been unconscious for long, Alicia couldn't tell yet. She tried moving her legs, discovering the space was very cramped, indicating she was in the trunk. Fortunately, her hands weren't tied this time. Since she was in the trunk, there wouldn't be any surveillance on her. Alicia cautiously removed the blindfold over her eyes. It was pitch black in the trunk, but it was an SUV, meaning she could see the front once she stood up. After a few minutes, she didn't hear any voices from inside the car. She knew acting rashly might be dangerous, but doing nothing would be no different from waiting to die. At that moment, she heard the buzzing of a phone on the dashboard. Alicia tensed up, holding her breath and listening intently. Thankfully, the road wasn't bumpy, and the luxury Mercedes-Benz van had excellent shock absorption. There was no music playing inside either. When the call connected, a deep, respectful male voice said, "Boss." A woman's voice responded, "Why aren't we there yet? Just 10 more minutes at most." The captive. "She's asleep, don't worry. I used a large dose, so you can do whatever you want when we get there." The man then hung up. Why a woman? Alicia frowned. Wasn't the mastermind Brandt? The woman's voice didn't sound much like Dara either. The word, Chu Drew, implied something sinister. Clearly, they didn't abduct her for a casual game of mahjong. Moreover, using a luxury Mercedes instead of Dara's petty thug friends indicated that the person behind this was wealthy. Besides Dara, Alicia didn't know whom else she had offended. Their aggressive approach suggested this kidnapping wasn't going to end well. Alicia grew anxious. Only 10 minutes left. She had to escape within these 10 minutes. There were no tools available in the trunk, and Alicia was pacing nervously. Through a gap, she confirmed there was only one man in the car. There were two options: try to open the trunk and jump out, which was too dangerous. She could be hit by other cars. Or sneak into the driver's seat while he was driving, take control, and drive herself away. Both options were extremely risky. She might die if things went wrong. Hesitation would also lead to her doom as the car approached its destination. Time was ticking away, and whether it meant life or death, she had to act now. She waited for the right moment. If they entered a tunnel, she'd have a chance to move from the trunk to the front. As if hearing her silent prayer, the vehicle entered a dark tunnel. They were now far from the city. The tunnel had no lighting except for old-fashioned reflective strips on the sides, making the interior of the car pitch black. Alicia held her breath, using her slim frame to quietly crawl out from the back seat. She moved as silently as possible, fearing even the slightest noise. She was thankful she had worn pants, which allowed easier movement. However, during the rolling, she strained a sensitive area from the night before, causing immense pain. Alicia realized the wisdom of ancient teachings. Excess indulgence came with its retribution. Biting her lip to stifle a cry, she focused. Seeing the tunnel exit approaching, human vision usually wasn't good at that moment. Now, Alicia suddenly stood up and used the sleeper hold technique Ardell had taught her days ago. This was one of the fastest self-defense techniques a woman could learn. Without hesitation, she wrapped her slender arms around the man's neck and throat. She remembered every key point Ardell had taught her. Caught off guard while driving, especially exiting the tunnel, the man never expected such a fierce move from the seemingly fragile woman. The saying that a properly executed sleeper hold inevitably led to death wasn't baseless. He didn't even manage to speak before the suffocation began. At this moment, Alicia had no time to worry about the steering wheel. She had only one goal: this man. Soon, the man passed out, and Alicia let out a sigh of relief. But seeing the scene outside, she wasn't completely reassured, because she saw that about 200 meters ahead, there were many tall bodyguards standing on both sides. A black Maybach was parked in the right front, meaning the woman who wanted to kidnap her was inside. The destination had been reached. She had no time left. Alicia couldn't care less anymore. She jumped in front of the unconscious man, took control of the steering wheel, and stepped on the gas. With a loud bang, the Mercedes-Benz crashed into the Maybach. Before everyone could react, Alicia kept pressing the accelerator, pushing the Maybach several meters away. Was she trying to kill herself? Alicia's eyes hardened. Then let her also taste what death felt like. Once Alicia's emotions flared up, she wouldn't hesitate. She had been at a disadvantage, being manipulated by others all along. She had endured enough manipulation from Miranda since childhood. Everyone thought they could treat her like dirt, wanting to kill her, did they? Then let's see who would die. Why provoke her, this lunatic Alicia? The image of the white car smashed by the large truck flashed in Alicia's mind again. Regardless of whether this incident was related to her, they should all go to hell. Seeing the sea ahead, Alicia pushed the Maybach towards it. Bang! The Maybach's body collided fiercely with the guardrail. Alicia's face darkened. No matter who you are, go to hell. Chapter 161. What kind of crazy person is this? The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Clearly, it was their own car, yet it had gone berserk and rammed into the boss's car. The woman in the car had been admiring the nail wraps she had just put on. The next second, a deafening bang rang out, causing the entire car to shake violently. Had there been a rear-end collision? Before she could recover from the shock, the whole car was already being pushed forward. The sudden loss of control made her heart race with fear. What on earth was happening? Where did this mad dog come from? When Alicia hit, there was no driver in the Mercedes Maybach, and the vehicle was also powered off. No one expected such an occurrence. At this moment, the Maybach was like a defenseless little lamb, being pushed away by the Mercedes-Benz. Boss! The other bodyguards were also stunned and quickly caught up. They watched as the Maybach was pushed toward the guardrail, and the woman inside was already trembling with fear. Boss, get out now. Who the hell had ever seen such a scene? The woman in the car, shaking her legs, tried to escape. Taking advantage of the fact that the Benz had shifted into reverse, this was a good opportunity. But once Alicia went crazy, she could beat people for miles with just a brick in her hand. Her retreat was only to make a better attack. A few seconds later, she slammed on the gas pedal and fiercely rammed into the other car. The hearts of the men around skipped a beat. Someone wanted to stop her, but how could a human possibly do so? With Alicia accelerating wildly, a deafening sound was heard as the Benz slammed hard into the Maybach, which had already deformed. The woman inside was almost crying in terror. What kind of crazy person was this? She didn't dare escape, or she would surely be crushed. But staying meant falling into the sea with the car when the guardrail broke. Help! You idiots! Why aren't you coming to save me? Alicia found her first hit lacked power. By this time, the bodyguards surrounded her, trying to restrain her. She sneered, shifted into reverse, and accelerated towards the people behind her. Seeing that she was serious, they quickly scattered, and those who ran slower were directly thrown 3 meters away. Just as other bodyguards drew Alicia's attention, a brave bodyguard pulled open the door. Boss, run. Alicia had been waiting for this moment. She wanted to see who was behind this scheme, so she intentionally gave a few seconds delay, finally revealing the true culprit. It was a woman she had never seen before, dressed in an expensive Chanel-style suit, obviously from a wealthy and influential family. Who was she? With no grievances or feuds between them, why was she kidnapping her in this manner? Before Alicia could figure it out, several SUVs chased up from behind. The woman's pale face twisted with malice, her voice loud. Catch her. I want to kill this bitch with my own hands. She showed undisguised hatred towards Alicia, but Alicia didn't even know who this person was. Even she was certain she had never met this woman. Yet why was she trying to kidnap her? Moreover, all the surrounding bodyguards were male, clearly not well-intentioned. Alicia was never a saint. When these bodyguards surrounded her, she didn't hesitate and drove straight into the crowd. There were no cameras here, and the car wasn't hers. What did she, a madwoman, have to fear? Alicia revved the engine loudly and drove towards the woman. Ah! The woman screamed shrilly, but was pulled aside by a bodyguard. Alicia missed her and couldn't turn back. With cars chasing from behind, Alicia had no choice but to speed forward. Thankfully, she stayed calm. The pursuing vehicles clearly belonged to reckless men, speeding at top speeds and attempting to push her into the sea. Indeed, this woman wanted her dead. Alicia snorted coldly. It seemed she had hooked a big fish. Earlier, capturing Dara puzzled her. How could a teacher orchestrate so many things? Perhaps this woman was the real culprit plotting against her, while Dara was just a scapegoat. The real mastermind was her. As she lost focus, a car sped up beside her, keeping pace with the Mercedes-Benz, and quickly forced its way towards Alicia, seemingly wanting to force her onto the guardrail and into the sea. At that moment, Alicia suddenly released the gas pedal and braked. The other party clearly didn't expect Alicia to brake while speeding at full throttle. Such a maneuver could easily cause a rollover. Thus, they aggressively approached, only to crash into the guardrail because of the excessive speed, plunging straight into the sea. Meanwhile, Alicia executed a perfect drift, making a U-turn. This series of operations left the following bodyguards dumbfounded, admiring the smooth drift. No one knew that this lunatic Alicia had a hidden alter ego for street racing. In the past, she indulged in it to vent her emotions. Later on, after being with Morgan, she discovered that bedroom activities were more relieving than extreme sports. So, she had been relatively well-behaved these past few months. These people thought it was simple to attack her when she was clear-headed. Like this swerve. Even though those bodyguards could perform similar moves, none matched the grace she showed. One car hastily turned around and accidentally hit the guardrail. The remaining car stopped to assist the one that had fallen into the sea. This left only one car chasing Alicia, lagging behind by several meters. The woman had just caught her breath when she looked up and saw the car coming again. This time, Alicia charged at the woman with all her might. The woman was terrified. "Boss, watch out." She was pulled away by 2 bodyguards. Naturally, Alicia could not afford to stop. In her lingering fright, the woman saw the window of the Mercedes-Benz lower, revealing a pale hand giving her the middle finger as the car drove off. Chapter 162 Tiara, welcome to my world. The woman was furious. Her hair was disheveled, making her look particularly unkempt at this moment, and a shadow of gloom passed through her beautiful eyes. What a pity it was today. It had been an excellent opportunity. Worthless, even a cooked duck can fly away. Not only did it fly, but she also suffered heavy losses. Alicia usually seemed aloof and indifferent, yet who would have thought that when she struck, she could be so ruthless. Several of her bodyguards were thrown aside by her, and one Range Rover plunged into the sea with 5 people inside. Her Maybach and Mercedes-Benz Vito were finished as well. The repair costs for these vehicles were exorbitant. Her only hope rested in catching Alicia in the last car. Alicia frowned, noticing that the driver of this car was completely different from the previous 2. His driving skills rivaled hers, and were even bolder and more aggressive. Alicia knew things were not favorable for her if this continued. This vehicle's body was damaged, and the fuel tank broken under her hits. She wouldn't get far with it. Moreover, they were in the wilderness. Alicia had no mobile phone to call for help. If she were caught again, death awaited her. What could she do? Cold sweat dripped down her forehead as she looked at the warning indicators on the dashboard. In the rearview mirror, the relentless pursuit vehicle reflected back at her. With no other choice, she had to take a gamble rather than be captured. She slowed down to make them think the car had reached its limit, luring them to try overtaking and forcing her to stop. As they began to overtake, a cold resolve settled in Alicia's eyes. She suddenly accelerated, using her last strength to collide before the fuel ran out. Clearly, the pursuer had underestimated her determination. Both cars crashed through the guardrail and plummeted towards the sea. Diving into the ocean was her only hope. She had pre-rolled down the windows, planning to surface after hitting the water. Just as she held her breath preparing to surface, a large hand grabbed her ankle. Alicia turned abruptly to see the man in the car had woken up. With suicidal determination, he intended to drown her. With great strength, he nearly dragged Alicia back into the car. She kicked him in the face. The man then caught her other leg, pulling her forcefully back into the sinking car. The vehicle kept descending. If this continued, she would suffocate to death. Previously, life and death made little difference to her, since she came from such parents. But now, she had Morgan. Thinking of that deeply loving man, how devastated would Morgan be if she died? However, her strength rapidly drained, and the man clung to her like a giant python refusing to let go of its prey. Gradually, she couldn't struggle anymore. Recalling every moment spent with Morgan, brief as they were, each brought her happiness. Pandora, stay still. Wait for me. I want to leave you many beautiful memories. When you recall, your life will be filled with nothing but joy. Because I wanted to keep my moonlight hidden long ago. Pandora, I love you. Thinking of his handsome yet gentle face, Alicia felt overwhelming regret. Fox, knowing this would happen, I should have married you earlier so we wouldn't have regrets. Then again, it might be better she didn't marry him. If she were to die in the sea today, Morgan would grieve forever. Thankfully, they never got married, so he remained free. Her lungs felt ready to explode, but she sensed only regret. Slowly reaching out, tears slid from her eyes. Fox, I wish to see you once more. A large hand gripped her, and in the dark depths, Alicia only saw a male silhouette. A black claw stabbed into the man's heart, blood spreading throughout the car. Alicia, too, was in dire condition, losing consciousness in the darkness. Fox, are you here for me? The man carried her and swam frantically to shore. Little Fox, don't scare me. Even though Hobart was a doctor, he was terrified seeing Alicia in such critical condition. He wasted no time, desperately performing CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Alicia was the woman he longed for day and night, and now all he could think was, survive. You must survive. Through his efforts, Alicia suddenly spat out some water and started coughing violently. Looking at the kneeling man beside her, it wasn't Morgan but Hobart. Surprise flickered in her eyes, but she had no more strength left. Before passing out, she murmured, Brother Han Yuan, contact Fox for me. And then she lost consciousness. Hobart gazed steadily at Alicia's harmless profile. He seemed to recall an afternoon many years ago when Alicia was sprawled under a tree. Back then, her face still had some baby fat, making her cheeks plump and round. He jumped down from the tree and landed beside her, setting free the cicada he had just caught. Propping his chin in his hands, he smiled. The little girl really was beautiful, and when he grew up, he would marry a wife just like her. At that age, they were still playing house, and Alicia had already rooted herself in his heart. Hobart carried Alicia on his back, just like in their childhood, with Alicia softly resting against him. He gently said, Little Fox, I'll take you home. He carefully placed her in the car, treating her as if she were a precious treasure. Then he drove away. Alicia wouldn't know that after she transferred schools, Hobart took a long bus ride, changing several routes, to finally reach her new school. He waited outside the school gate for a long time, about to leave without saying goodbye to her in person, just catching a glimpse of her from afar before departing. Later, they kept missing each other. He selfishly thought that once she got older, he would confess. But he never imagined that Alicia would be with Brant, and then Morgan. Little Fox, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Hobart murmured softly. Over these years, every day was a torment for him. He tried to let go, But the memories of being with Alicia always attacked him again and again. He could clearly remember every expression of hers, every word she spoke. Hobart felt he must be insane, crazily determined to have her even knowing that Alicia had someone else in her heart. He brought Alicia to his villa. Soaked through, he didn't bother to change her clothes immediately because he had more important things to do. Alicia slept restlessly. She felt uncomfortable in her lungs and woke up in pain. Opening her eyes, she saw Hobart holding a syringe approaching her. She called out, "Brother Han-Yuan." A flicker of anxiety crossed Hobart's face, but he quickly suppressed it. Pushing up his glasses, he gently asked, "You're awake. How do you feel?" "My lungs hurt." "What are you doing?" "You have a fever. I'm giving you a shot to bring it down. Don't be afraid." Alicia knew she shouldn't doubt this brother who had always been good to her, but her intuition told her that something dangerous was happening. "Where is Fox?" "I've already notified him. He'll be here soon." Holding the syringe, he moved closer. Alicia instinctively tried to avoid it. "Brother Han-Yuan, I don't want a shot." Clearly he was smiling, but that smile sent chills down Alicia's spine. "Why are you still afraid of shots like when you were a child?" "Don't worry, it's just one shot." "No, Brother Han-Yuan. Little Fox, be a good girl and listen." He restrained Alicia, taking advantage of her weak and vulnerable state. The needle pierced her skin. Slowly, he injected the liquid into her, a look of deranged obsession on his face. "Little Fox, forget him." Alicia's heart turned cold. "Brother Han-Yuan, what are you saying?" The man smiled, spreading his arms toward her. "Little Fox, welcome back to my world." Chapter 163. Good news, found teacher Shun. Bad news, she has fallen into the sea. Ardell thought of Alicia waiting for him in the hotel, so he left work early. He bought her favorite drink and lunch and personally delivered it to her. Remembering that he had been too intense last night, he also bought a tube of ointment. Carrying all these items, he intended to take Alicia home. Upon opening the door, the little girl didn't rush to greet him as usual. As he stepped forward, he saw the shattered fragments of a lamp on the ground. Alicia wasn't in the room, but all her belongings, including her phone, were there. Ardell sensed something was wrong. He checked Alicia's phone. It still showed the message she sent at noon saying she was going to get the delivery. Frida had messaged her several times afterward, but Alicia didn't reply. Though he did say he would order something for her, driven by longing. He had gone to Nanfangshai himself to pack the food. Therefore, the person who knocked on the door couldn't have been a delivery person. Ardell reviewed the surveillance footage. Only a cleaner entered at the same time. There was no record of Alicia leaving at any point, which led to one conclusion. Alicia had been taken away by this man. Ardell immediately noticed the large blue bucket on the cart. With her slender build, Alicia could easily be stuffed inside and carried away. Who could it be? "Mr. G, we found out. Brant checked into the hotel last night, right next door." Damn, Ardell was enraged. It's him again. Even someone as emotionally stable as Ardell had been pushed too far. After drinking heavily all night, Brant hadn't even waited until evening when his friends dragged him out for more drinks. Thinking about what happened between Alicia and Ardell in the car last night, he kept drinking glass after glass. "Brother, you're still thinking about Teacher Shin? Let me tell you, women like her are everywhere. Ordinary beauties can't compare with even a finger of hers." Before he finished speaking, the door to the private room was kicked open. Ardell stormed in with murderous intent. Wilson smashed a wine bottle and glared coldly at everyone. "Get out." Ignoring the crowd that hadn't yet dispersed, Ardell walked straight to Brant. "Uncle." Brant felt puzzled because Ardell never came to such places before, despite organizing several gatherings previously without Ardell joining. Before Brant could speak, Ardell kicked him squarely in the chest. Brant couldn't withstand the blow from Ardell and spat blood from his mouth, not daring to retaliate. "What's wrong, uncle? Who ticked you off?" Ardell grabbed his collar, his face darkening. "Tell me, where's Teacher Shun? We broke up. Why would I know where she went?" Smack. Ardell slapped him hard, eyes blazing with fury. "I'm not patient. Where's Alicia?" "Uncle, I really don't know. Wasn't she with you last night?" Smack. Another slap swelled Brant's face. Bewildered, Brant said, "Why are you coming to me if Alicia is missing? Do you think I did it?" Thinking about how long Alicia had been gone and wondering what she might have endured, Ardell was desperate. Pulling out his gun and aiming it at Brant's forehead, he demanded, "This is my last question. Where is she?" Seeing the black muzzle, Brant's heart raced. The killing aura Ardell exuded made him dare not provoke him. Instinctively raising his hands. "Uncle, I admit I followed you two to the hotel last night, but I left in the afternoon and never saw Alicia." Ardell suddenly realized that if he truly had abducted her, he wouldn't be drinking now. "It's not you then who?" He let go of Brant. Considering motives and evidence, no one else should have known Alicia was staying there. "What happened to Alicia?" Brant, having sobered up considerably, asked. Ardell instinctively felt that even if Brant wasn't directly responsible, he must be involved somehow. Briefly explaining the situation, he questioned coldly, "Did you reveal Teacher Shun's location to anyone?" "I didn't, I just..." Brant stopped mid-sentence. "Someone knows." "Who?" "Dara. Last night, while drunk, Dara called him and they talked." Though he couldn't recall exactly what was said, Ardell immediately searched for Dara, but found her apartment empty, her luggage gone. The place was deserted. Ardell always assumed Dara worked under Brant or acted out of jealousy towards Alicia, never imagining she might have another mastermind behind her. "Hurry, investigate." This matter was getting complicated. Recalling the previous incidents with the large truck and the underwater gas cylinder, Ardell realized that the assailant had been targeting Alicia's life all along, and he had overlooked this critical point all this time. Brant also came to a sudden realization. Although he stood to gain from Alicia, he never intended to drive her to her death. He mobilized all his resources to locate Dara. Dara originally came from a small town and had been working hard in the big city for years to climb the social ladder. She would do anything to achieve her goals. After an unexplained 1 million appeared in her account, she disappeared. The money was transferred from an overseas account, which made it almost impossible to track down the mastermind behind it, just like the previous harassment calls. Ardell watched as the sky grew darker, growing more and more anxious. Who could be after Alicia? Being an illegitimate daughter who lived a peaceful life, why would she attract such relentless enemies? The garage had a massive daily traffic volume, making it extremely difficult to check every single vehicle. This wasn't like the last time with the petty thugs. It wouldn't be so easy to find clues. Hours had passed. Wilson approached to advise. Mr. G, you should eat something. I have no appetite. Any new leads from Brandt? Who else does Dara usually contact? If we can't find her, trace her spending records. Check every transaction. Ardell kept his eyes on the surveillance footage, not lifting his head as he gave orders. Yes, but you should rest too. Otherwise, how will you protect Teacher Shun? Thinking of Alicia, his heart ached suddenly. That little girl had suffered so much throughout her life, finally having a few days of peace. Why couldn't fate just let her be? I'm fine. From 12:30 p.m. to 12:45 p.m., a total of 58 cars left the garage. I need to know where each of them went. Yes. Of course, the attacker might have deliberately delayed to throw off their timing, which would make it even harder to trace. There were too many possibilities, and Ardell felt utterly helpless. So much time had passed, it was already enough time to kill someone. A few minutes later, Wilson rushed over. Mr. G, something major happened on the West Coast. Several cars fell into the sea, and there's a video of a street race. I think it's peculiar. Ardell opened the video. It was shot by a villager on the mountain and posted on a short video platform. In the footage, 2 SUVs were relentlessly chasing a minivan. Just a glance was enough for Ardell to recognize it. That's the car. It left the garage at 12:42 p.m. Wilson rewound the video, confirming what Ardell said. Enhance and magnify the footage. I need to know who's inside. Immediate facial recognition. Yes. Minutes later, Wilson returned with news. Mr. G, good news. The driver is Teacher Shun. She managed to shake off the other cars, but the bad news is, the car has fallen into the sea. Ardell felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. What did you say? Chapter 164. Must see a living person, or a corpse. Gwillem, who never showed much expression no matter what happened, could no longer hold back his tension and worry on his face. This is the footage I found. Gwillem saw the Mercedes-Benz van showering sparks as it charged towards the black SUV with a tragic determination, both vehicles plunging into the sea. Wilson's voice was filled with sorrow. The fuel tank of the van had leaked. Teacher Shun wouldn't have made it. Fearing being forced to stop, she chose this radical way. Gwillem's body slumped onto the chair, several hours having passed since the incident. If Alicia had survived against all odds, she would surely have contacted him by now, but he hadn't received any call from her. That left only one conclusion. Alicia had fallen into the sea and might even have suffered corpse deformation. Wilson, seeing the usually steady man trembling, said consolingly, Boss G, maybe Teacher Shun was rescued by someone, and things aren't so bad. He knew these words sounded insincere even to himself. In the information age, even beggars under overpasses had QR codes on their phones. How could she not have contacted Gwillem? But concluding now felt too cruel for Gwillem. The local police have been informed and are on the scene. Boss G, Gwillem clutched his phone tightly, his voice barely above a whisper. Prepare the car, arrange search teams. I must see her alive, or dead. People like them had crawled out of piles of corpses, and Gwillem himself had narrowly escaped death countless times. Death was no stranger to them, yet when linked with Alicia, it felt like a nightmare to him. Just last night, she had clung to him like a kitten, smiling, playing with him. How could this happen just a day later? Gwillem stood up, intending to leave, but his legs felt weak and his body fell abruptly. Wilson caught Gwillem quickly. It felt as if all his strength had been drained away. In his entire life, Alicia was his only weakness. She was his lifeline. If Alicia were gone, half his soul would be lost with her. Seeing Gwillem's trembling hands, Wilson asked anxiously, Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. Teacher Shun must be all right. She's waiting for me. She must be. Taking only 2 steps, the towering figure collapsed again. Boss, he knew in his heart that Alicia was likely gone. He could fool others, but not himself. Though his actions remained calm, his mind was already in turmoil, beyond his control. Even Wilson, who had followed him for years, had never seen Gwillem like this. In the past, the more critical the situation, the steadier and calmer he became, his psychological resilience unmatched. But now, he had lost all reason. Boss, don't give up hope. Maybe Teacher Shun is lucky and still alive. If you abandon her, what will she do? Gwillem struggled to his feet, muttering to himself. Yes, Pandora won't be hurt. She must be fine. Contact the police and check the scene. He regained some rationality. The car sped towards the accident site, and inside the vehicle, silence prevailed. Gwillem was unnaturally quiet. Outside, streetlights cast occasional beams of light into the car, falling on his hand and chest. His face remained hidden in darkness, eyes sharp like the descent of death itself, until the ringtone shattered the silence. Wilson answered the call immediately. Hello, Aviv. Do we have results from the salvage? On speakerphone, the officer's voice was clear inside the car. The recovery operation has been challenging. We haven't completed it yet, but our diver discovered a body inside the vehicle. Boom. Gwillem's face turned pale, his knuckles tightening instantly. Before his emotions could explode, Aviv continued. It's an adult male, approximately 32 to 35 years old, around 187 centimeters tall, died from stab wounds to the chest, not drowning. Upon hearing it was a male corpse, Gwillem's face relaxed. Are there any other findings? None at the moment. If we find anything, we'll notify you immediately. After the call ended, Gwillem's emotions felt like a roller coaster ride. Wilson sighed in relief. Boss, you can relax now. Teacher Shun is safe. Though we don't know what exactly happened, she must have been rescued. The situation was better, but Gwillem's heart couldn't fully ease. Even if there was no body of Alicia in the car, she might still be deep in the ocean. He finally mustered up a bit of energy. By the time they reached the destination, it was already night, with stars twinkling in the sky. Not long ago, he had been admiring the stars with Alicia. But now, the scene was cordoned off with police tape, and the vehicle had yet to be salvaged. Ardell stood by the seaside with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly instructing Wilson, find someone to get the vehicle information. I want to see who has the audacity to do this. Understood. Wilson knew Ardell was genuinely furious this time. Aviv held a sealed plastic bag. Mr. G, this was found on the reef by the shore. Inside the sealed bag was a pink bow. Ardell remembered clearly. This was an ornament from Alicia's clothing. It wasn't found in the sea, but by the shore. So Alicia, she must still be alive. He held the bow like a treasure, comparing it repeatedly. It's hers. She's alive. She must be alive. Maybe she encountered some trouble and can't get away. Wilson, take people to search immediately. Right. Wilson's response was firm. Ardell's eyes regained their color. He held a flashlight and searched along the coastline. Pandora, where are you? Don't be afraid. I'm coming for you. Chapter 165. Alicia's first forgotten one was him. Alicia was suddenly injected with a dose by Hobart, and his words left her uneasy. Big brother Hanyuan, what did you inject me with? She clearly didn't have a fever. What was in the injection? Before she could get an answer, Alicia felt drowsiness creeping over her. The drug was like anesthesia, turning Hobart into a blurry figure before her eyes. She could only hear his voice. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll forget everything. Forget? She could forget anything but Ardell. Ardell was still waiting for her. He must be worried sick without any news from her for so long. Alicia wanted to bite her tongue, using pain to keep herself awake and calm. But her body felt weak and powerless. Before she lost consciousness, she softly murmured a name. Hamilton. Hobart's hand caressed her cheek. Tiara, will you forget him? I'll treat you well, just like when we were kids. She must not forget Hamilton. Alicia tried to say something else, but her eyelids felt increasingly heavy as her consciousness faded away. Hobart stayed by her side all along. What he had injected into Alicia was a banned drug. This drug would make a person forget the one they loved. It wasn't perfect yet, and came with unknown side effects. But he couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed any further, he'd lose Alicia forever. This time, even if it meant using despicable means, he had to take Alicia for himself. So he stayed close to Alicia, watching her every move carefully, ready to handle any emergency. Alicia lay asleep peacefully with her eyes closed. As dawn approached, her delicate lashes began to flutter. Hobart hurriedly looked at her, seeing that Alicia slowly opened her eyes. They were like those of a newborn baby, pure and innocent. First, she looked around the ceiling, then glanced around. Hobart held his breath, afraid to disturb her until her gaze fell upon him. He cautiously spoke up. Tiara, how do you feel? Before he finished, Alicia abruptly retreated backward, staring at him in terror. Who are you? Don't come near me. Her face was full of defense, as if she were a terrifying creature. How could this happen? All the previous trials were successful. Even though some subjects experienced physical reactions like nausea or loss of appetite, none of them reacted like Alicia. Don't you recognize me? Who are you? I warn you not to get close to me. As she spoke, Alicia jumped out of bed and grabbed an aromatherapy lamp from beside the bed, her eyes filled with suspicion. Hobart hadn't anticipated that Alicia's first forgotten person would be him. Moreover, he couldn't determine whether she had only forgotten him or also people like Ardell. Tiara, don't panic. I'm Big Brother Hanyuan. Have you forgotten Gina? She took care of you when you were little, Hobart reminded her. Alicia's mind was somewhat confused. She mumbled, Gina. She should know her, but why couldn't she remember? Yet, she didn't dare to let her guard down. She remembered falling into the sea with the car and trying to crawl out. Then the man woke up and forcefully pulled on her leg, preventing her from leaving. She thought she was going to die. What happened afterward? Who is this man? What does he want to do to her? When Hobart tried to approach her, Alicia became extremely frightened and fiercely smashed the aromatherapy lamp onto the man's head. With a loud bang, blood started flowing from Hobart's forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Alicia escaped through the door. For a moment, Hobart was stunned. He touched his bleeding forehead, and his palm was stained red. Why is this happening? He couldn't figure out. While he was lost in thought, Alicia, barefoot and quick as a cat, instantly darted out of sight. Damn it! This girl. Hobart cursed under his breath and hurriedly drove off to chase after her. Although dawn was approaching, this was still the outskirts, and it was dangerous for a young woman to be outside alone. Moreover, he didn't know the state of her memory now. Letting her wander around like this could lead to trouble, and he'd blame himself for life. Unbeknownst to him, Alicia had hidden in the roadside greenery after running out. She wasn't stupid. How could someone barefoot outrun a car? Only after the car sped past her did she flee in the opposite direction. She didn't understand why fate seemed to target her feet. The old wound hadn't healed yet, and now she had to run barefoot again. Without money or a phone, she found herself in such a deserted place. She knew this hiding method wouldn't last long, and that man would catch up to her soon. Seeing the vast sea nearby, Alicia climbed over the guardrail and hid beneath a large rock. Hobart drove for 2 minutes without finding the running young woman, and he knew he had been duped by the girl's trick to lure him away. His clothes were already soaked with blood, but he didn't care about dressing his wound. He had to find Alicia as soon as possible. But where on earth did that girl hide? Alicia sat facing the sea, hugging her knees with both hands. She found it strange that this handsome man seemed very familiar with her, yet she didn't recognize him at all. No matter who it was, she dared not reveal herself recklessly now. The morning sea breeze swept over, causing goosebumps all over her body. So cold, so hungry. Yet she didn't dare leave, fearing being caught by that man. Unsure how long she waited, she heard an urgent and familiar male voice. Teacher Shun, Pandora. Ardell had been searching along the coastline all night. His voice was already hoarse. From dawn until nearly daybreak, he saw no sign of hope. But right then, as he rounded a large rock, he saw his little girl pitifully squatting there. Like an abandoned stray cat, she looked utterly miserable. Ardell instinctively wanted to rub his eyes. Was he dreaming? Their eyes met, and the little girl's big eyes welled up with tears. Chapter 166. Fox, who is that woman? Ardell didn't move. He subconsciously felt it was an illusion caused by searching for too long, afraid that Alicia would disappear as soon as he blinked, until the little girl's red lips slowly pouted, and then came a whimper like a kitten's. Hurts. Hearing her voice at this moment, he finally came to his senses. Alicia saw a dark shadow flash. In the next second, she was tightly embraced in someone's arms. Teacher Shun. The man's voice was extremely hoarse. Alicia felt the body holding her trembling violently, his arms tightening more and more, as if he wanted to crush her deep into his bones and never let go again. Before she could speak, she felt warm liquid sliding down her neck. Did he cry? That big man, who didn't even frown when his waist was injured so badly, actually cried now, which made Alicia feel incredibly astonished. Fox. She choked out his name. I'm here. Neither of them spoke, yet all their emotions were contained in these 2 words. Not only Alicia had been terrified on this day, but also Ardell. He must have been very scared when he learned that she fell into the sea. All her grievances vanished in this moment, and all the things she wanted to tell him remained unsaid. Instead, she gently patted Ardell's back to soothe him. Don't be afraid, I'm back. Ardell released her, his fingertips softly caressing her cheeks, examining her up and down. Are you hurt anywhere? Looking at the tear marks still lingering at the corner of his eyes, she realized once again how much she meant to him. She smiled slightly, lifting her hand to wipe away the moisture from his eyes. No, I'm fine. I made you worry. Ardell glanced around, but didn't find any obvious injuries on her. Thus he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. Alicia was wearing the clothes he gave her when she fell into the sea. Even the accessories found by the police at the seaside belonged to that set of clothes. Now, she was wearing a men's shirt that didn't fit well and a pair of sports shorts. Apart from Alicia, there was no one else around. Ardell asked, Teacher Shun, who saved you? At first, I thought I would drown in the sea. When I woke up, I met a man. I felt he would harm me, so I hit him with a lamp and ran out. Man? What kind of man? Alicia roughly described his appearance. By the way, he called me Tiara, which was really strange. I don't know him at all. At that time, I was very afraid he was one of those people, so I ran without looking back. Based on Alicia's description, Ardell deduced it might be Hobart. But if it was Hobart, why wouldn't she recognize him? What happened exactly? Ardell had many questions, but now wasn't the time to talk about these things. He bent down and squatted in front of Alicia. Come on, I'll take you home. Alicia obediently clung to his back, her hands hooking around his neck. She felt like she had forgotten something, but since it was forgettable, it probably wasn't important. If forgotten, so be it. Now, she only felt the happiness of surviving a great calamity. Wherever she was, as long as Ardell could find her and take her home, it was good. All right, let's go home. Ardell also found Alicia somewhat strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. As long as Alicia was safe, nothing else mattered. He took her back to Jiayuan, cleaning her body and wounds. Wearing a silk nightgown, Alicia sat while Ardell, half kneeling, placed her foot on his thigh and skillfully applied medicine. This time, she only suffered minor injuries, which was fortunate. Ouch, it hurts so much. Ardell blew gently. Bear with it. To be honest, watching the petite girl cry over the pain, he found it quite ironic considering how fearless she was when driving, surpassing some men with her driving skills. Actually, Alicia was quite different. She was decisive and aloof outside, yet soft and tender in front of him, making him love her endlessly. Alicia twirled a wet lock of hair around her finger. Fox, this time I saw the mastermind behind those attempts to kill me. She looked down at the man applying medicine to her feet, and his actions paused upon hearing this. Alicia freed her foot from his grasp, using her toenail painted red to tilt his chin upward, just like an imperial concubine lifting his face with intent. At this moment, she was the one in the dominant position, a smile filled with hidden meaning on her lips. Let me guess, could this woman possibly be targeting you? Or, Fox, tell me yourself, who she is. Chapter 167, My White Moonlight, Only You. Alicia encountered a woman who not only had exquisite features and wore expensive clothes, but also had bodyguards and luxury cars accompanying her. People of such status were hard to meet in her social circle. How could a complete stranger have such intense animosity? Apart from someone related to Morgan, Alicia couldn't think of any other possibility. Regarding the license plate numbers retrieved from the seabed, Alicia didn't believe that Morgan would find nothing. The young woman's motives became clear to Alicia as she had already figured out what this was all about. Alicia's behavior at this moment was extremely frivolous, yet Morgan felt no aversion whatsoever. He lifted his hand to hold her delicate ankle in his broad palm. His calloused hands gently caressed her smooth foot, sending tingles up her spine. Then what does Teacher Shin think she is? Alicia toyed with her hair, every movement exuding charm. She teased, an admirer? Or someone like Ruby, Fox's unattainable love? Morgan kissed her taut foot arch and slowly moved upwards along her body until he knelt on the soft bed, pinning Alicia beneath him. Their eyes met. He held her chin, saying, "There isn't a Ruby, but I do have one white moonlight. Want to know who it is?" Alicia's heart skipped a beat. She had never doubted Morgan's feelings for her. She had merely spoken casually. Yet this melodramatic scenario turned out to be true? No. She did not want to delve into another tragic fate story that would trouble her heart. Seeing her displeased face, Morgan chuckled lightly, rubbing her red lips with his rough fingertips. "My white moonlight is only you." Gazing into his deep and embracing eyes, Alicia felt as if her soul was being absorbed by him. Her heart raced. "Where exactly have we met before?" She frowned seriously over this question. He simply tapped her forehead. "Forget it if you can't remember." Morgan got up, packed away the medicine box, and then brought a dry towel to gently dry Alicia's wet hair. "This person is indeed someone I know well. However, these few years have been busy, and I haven't seen her throughout the year. Therefore, I didn't think she would hire Dara to harm you." "Who is she?" A cold light flashed in Morgan's black pupils as he sneered. "A woman who doesn't know when to stop." Obviously unsatisfied with the answer, Alicia hummed in response. Millie, the only daughter of the Bai family." Alicia frowned. Having not grown up in the Su family, she wasn't familiar with this circle. The Bai family? Her son you must certainly know. Looking at her age, how could she already have a son? Putting down the towel, Morgan hugged Alicia into his arms, affectionately scraping her nose. "Not only does she have one, but he's not so little either. Not only have you met him, but you've taught him as well." This left Alicia more puzzled. This sounded like someone from Santiago's class. She couldn't recall which child it was just now and was about to ask more. Just then, Wilson knocked softly on the door, respectfully announcing, "Isai, the second elder of the Liu family has arrived." Second elder of the Liu family? That would be Cedric's older brother. What did he come for? Morgan patted her head. "Be good. I'll be right back." As soon as he left, Alicia suddenly realized the child she taught was none other than Cedric's second brother. It was him, Alfonso. To her astonishment, the one who acted against her was actually Alfonso's mother. Chapter 168, who says she's his girlfriend? Please call her Mrs. G. Since Alicia took over that class, Alfonso and Santiago had been the children she paid close attention to. She never met their families. The last time she contacted Alfonso's father, Alicia resigned before getting the chance to meet him. Alfonso never mentioned his mother, so Alicia assumed he came from a single-parent family. But Pepper clearly has her own family, and even has a son. Why would she hate me so deeply? Concerned for herself, Alicia didn't want to wait to be victimized. She changed clothes and went downstairs despite the pain in her foot. Ding! The moment the elevator door opened, she suddenly realized. Alfonso, Morgan. Weren't the child's names a pun for peace? Pepper truly loved Morgan. That's why she was insanely trying to kill me. As soon as Alicia arrived, she heard a steady male voice saying, "I admit my fault, but considering the good relationship between the Liu and Ji families, I hope this matter can be smoothed over with some goodwill from the Liu family." Morgan tore up the contract without looking at it. Smoothed over? Irving, Teacher Shin nearly drowned in the sea. "Do you think a few billion could resolve this?" "Pingan, that's not what I mean. If you have any demands, we can talk, mainly without harming the ties between the Liu and Ji families." Alicia had already guessed that the Liu family was using cooperation as an apology. Seeing Morgan didn't agree, they were adding more incentives. Unfortunately, they were wrong from the start. If Morgan could change his mind because of material things, he wouldn't have been so determined to choose her. Sure enough, as soon as Alicia stepped in, she heard Morgan's cold voice. "If you want to talk, then let's talk about Pepper's life." "Pingan, this makes things difficult for me. If you insist, it won't benefit the Liu family, Bai family, or even the Ji family. I heard you're about to take over the Ji family. If it happens now." Seeing Morgan was about to lose his temper, Alicia had never seen him so easily provoked. He was always a mature and stable man, but today he didn't hide his anger at all. "Will I care?" "Irving," I said, "apart from Pepper's life, there's nothing else to negotiate." Alicia gently interrupted, "Hamilton." Irving turned around to see who was coming. Alicia wore a simple white dress. Her feet seemed injured, walking in an unnatural manner. Though barefaced, her features were distinct and bright. This was the woman Morgan cherished above all. Before he could greet her, Morgan suddenly appeared, lifting Alicia horizontally into his arms. "How did you come down?" His tone wasn't accusatory, but concerned. Alicia smiled slightly. "To say hello. It's not that serious, no worries." Ignoring Irving's gaze, Morgan sat down with Alicia in his arms. Alicia struggled free from his embrace, with a polite smile on her lips. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I called you once before for a home visit. Do you remember?" "Ah, it's you." "Yes, I used to be Yanchen's teacher. I didn't expect his father is such a famous movie star." Upon seeing Irving, Alicia was also startled. No wonder she found the voice familiar on the phone. He was a famous actor. "I didn't expect my son's favorite teacher is Pingan's girlfriend." Irving had a handsome face and refined demeanor, resembling his son Alfonso in some ways. Just as Alicia was about to speak, Morgan chuckled. "Who says she's my girlfriend?" Looking at them both, he stressed each word. "Please call her Mrs. G." Chapter 169, Agreed to Marry Me? It's not that Morgan is being nitpicky, but one title can make all the difference. The three words, Mrs. G, would link her directly to the G family, and moving Alicia would be smearing the face of the G family. This time, it has touched Morgan's bottom line. He doesn't even care about his own future. He only wants justice for Alicia. Pingon, this impulsive style doesn't suit you. Clearly, we have a better choice than this deadlock. Morgan's gaze was stern, revealing the decisiveness of someone in a higher position. His thin lips said coldly, I don't think defending the woman I love is being impulsive. I am a businessman, but I'm also a man. Pepper dared to act so arbitrarily, relying on the backing of the Bai family and Lu family. She thinks I won't do anything if she moves against Teacher Shen. Let her see what price she will pay. Moreover, a deadlock? The Bai family isn't even qualified. His presence was chilling, covering the whole scene, making people shiver uncontrollably. A delicate hand slowly intertwined with his fingers, her fingers slender and soft, complementing his assertiveness perfectly. Alicia gently squeezed Morgan's hand, instantly calming him down with that simple action. You haven't rested for a day and night. Would you like to eat something and get some sleep? Ji Ping saw through her intentions. She was trying to persuade him not to stick to his guns this way. Irving wasn't foolish either. He quickly took the cue from Alicia and stood up. Pingon should rest well. It was my oversight. I'll come visit again after you've had your rest. Okay, Mr. Liu, take your time. Irving finally understood why Morgan fell in love with this woman. She had a special charm about her. Before coming here, he thought this woman was just a kept golden songbird for Morgan. Well, men get upset when their women are wronged, and showing sincerity could resolve this matter. But upon arrival, he realized it was not the case. Morgan was genuinely serious. Alicia was not only beautiful but also graceful, far from what he had imagined. She actually impressed him. Teacher Shen, please stay. He retracted his gaze and left. When only Morgan and Alicia were left in the room, Morgan said straight away, You don't need to persuade me. You are my bottom line. No one can touch you. Not even you. MMM. If anyone else had seen his serious look, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Alicia, who was doted on by him, wasn't afraid at all. She casually picked a grape from the fruit platter and put it in his mouth. If Wilson were here, he would say that Alicia was brave, comparing this to pulling a tiger's whiskers while it was enraged. Despite being angry, Morgan still chewed and swallowed the grape. Maybe he really was hungry and thirsty. Alicia fed him quite a few things until his mood gradually calmed down. Then, she wrapped her arms around Morgan's neck and nestled her head into his neck. Fox, you have your attitude, and I have my thoughts. Morgan looked down at the obedient little woman in his arms and finally conceded, Speak. I understand your desire to avenge me, but I don't want your future to be affected because of me. Morgan opened his mouth to speak, but Alicia placed a finger on his lips. I know you're fully capable of handling the situation, but it will come at a cost. And you assume this cost is worth it for me, right? She was very smart, grasping things immediately. So Morgan didn't want to discuss these matters with her. That woman who acted so impulsively in bed turned out to be quite calm in these aspects. He blinked, tacitly agreeing with her. Alicia continued, But I don't think it's worth it. She pouted, If I marry you in the future, yours will be mine too. Losing billions just for a moment of anger means losing half of my wealth too. Morgan couldn't help but smile wryly. She was clearly the least materialistic person, yet she used this reason. Taking her finger, he kissed it lightly. So does this mean you've agreed to marry me? Chapter 170. Thank you, number 1 donor for the billion rocket. Alicia had always been reluctant to talk about this topic. Dating and marriage were two different things. But after her near-death experience, Alicia had only one thought at that moment. To see Ardell once again. In this life, he was her sole concern. The corners of Alicia's mouth curled up into a smile, her eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. She opened her red lips slightly. Yeah, I want. This time it was Ardell who gently touched her lips with his fingertips. Be good, don't say it now. Save your answer for when I propose. He had already guessed what Alicia was thinking. Despite their short time together, Ardell felt like Alicia's soulmate. He really understood her. Alicia leaned against his neck, rubbing him affectionately like a kitten. In that moment before falling into darkness, I had only one thought. If I could survive, I didn't want to leave any regrets behind in this life. Ardell hugged her tightly, his voice deep and earnest. Me too. Only 3 words, yet they both knew the weight of these few words. A ping. I know you don't want me to be wronged, and you're trying to use this incident as a warning to others not to touch me again, but the price is too high. It's not worth it. If it can stop those fool's ideas, any price would be worth it. When I heard the news of you falling into the sea, my heart almost stopped. I never want to go through that again. I know I do. Alicia softened her voice, soothing the man trembling uncontrollably from coldness. Just imagining that situation made him react so strongly. It was easy to imagine how panicked he was then. But revenge comes in 3 years for a gentleman. Why don't we take this opportunity to extort Bai family and Lu family first and secretly retaliate? What do you think? Seeing the small woman's appeasing demeanor, Ardell knew that she was thinking for him. She compromised for him, not wanting to cause trouble and create enemies before he took over the G family. In the past, he always feared that getting Alicia's heart was too difficult. Now he realized that Alicia's heart was already full of him. If not out of love, who would endure the humiliation of an assassination attempt and still manage to laugh as if nothing happened? She cared for him deeply, and he cared for her deeply. Alicia shook his arm in her embrace. A ping. Good brother, promise me not to act rashly, okay? Ardell sighed deeply. Does this mean you agree? Ardell tweaked her nose, picking up a corner of the torn contract from the floor and placing it in Alicia's hand. Agreed, but you have to accept this. Alicia was shocked. You're giving me a project worth tens of billions? Ardell's thin lips curled up. Little fool, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't have the qualifications to do it. We'll need to wait until I pocket the profits and then give you your share during the year-end dividends. Alicia didn't quite grasp the concept. Then, how much is it? The man's long fingers tapped lightly on the sofa, estimating a number in his mind. Since you're making me extort them, tens of billions won't be enough. I'll demand twice that. After removing all expenses and board dividends, calculated based on my shares and dividend ratios, the amount I should get should be around this much. He extended 10 fingers. 10 billion. Suddenly, Alicia remembered Frida's words comparing this sum to her life. Right? This time you traded your life for it. No saying no. Alicia pouted sadly. All right then. Seeing her reluctantly agreeing, Ardell's anger lessened significantly. Just 10 billion. Anyway, in the future, all my wealth will be managed by you. He knew that since being with Brandt, Alicia refused to involve herself in his money, always preparing to leave at any moment. It was the same with him. He even intentionally lowered the amount, but Alicia wouldn't accept even 52 million. So today he directly gave a large sum. Alicia had to accept it. As long as she accepted this money, she would also acknowledge the title of Mrs. G. He had everything planned out long ago, but Alicia's attitude had changed significantly, no longer acting distant with him, and smiled. Sure, thank you, number one donor for the 10 billion rocket. Ardell gazed at her smiling face, gently caressing her waist with the hand resting there. His magnetic voice whispered in her ear. So, how are you going to thank me? Chapter 171. Promise me to marry Teacher Shun, otherwise I'll kill Pepper. Alicia whispered a few words in his ear, and Morgan smiled softly. All right, as you wish. Morgan carried her into the pitch-black night, with the evening breeze gently brushing her cheeks. Recalling the suffocating sensation on the verge of death in the sea, Alicia finally understood Morgan's place in her heart. The barrier that once existed in her heart had vanished in this moment. All identity differences ultimately meant nothing compared to life and death. Her first half of life had already been painful enough, and she did not want her remaining years to be filled with self-destruction and regrets. Only after dying once did Alicia realize how precious it was to live. Endless thoughts about distant mountains are futile. It is better to cherish those before your eyes. She finally grasped the essence of this saying. Morgan carried her onto the black-covered boat. Last time, when they lay side by side on the bow of the boat watching the stars, it was an exceptionally special experience. The sound of fish leaping out of the water, ding-dong, seemed to heal all imperfections. Alicia was surprised when Morgan pulled back the curtain. She noticed the boat's body had been modified into a small bed of 1.5 meters, covered with soft pillows and quilts. Fox you. Without another word, Morgan pushed Alicia onto it directly, showing unusual urgency tonight. He swiftly tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular torso, knelt on the small bed, and bowed down closer to Alicia bit by bit. Teacher Shun, last time you fell asleep, leaving me unsatisfied. His pupils were filled with desire, but even more so with profound affection after narrowly escaping death. Morgan held Alicia's face. From now on, I don't want to have any regrets. When he learned Alicia had fallen into the sea, it felt like his soul was being torn away. He lacked strength, unable to take a single step. His mind was consumed with thoughts of what he would do if Alicia really died. But at this moment, Alicia was alive, and he could feel her warmth, smell the familiar scent of roses on her. She was still here, and that was wonderful. Ripples spread across the water, rippling outward in circles. Afterwards, she lazily lay on the boat's bow, playing with a lotus flower she'd picked. In Morgan's eyes, this scene was incredibly beautiful. Alicia dangled one leg into the water, swaying it lightly. Feeling the cool temperature of the water, she truly realized she was alive. Leaning against Morgan's legs, she pulled petals while gazing at the stars in the sky. It was wonderful to be alive. Suddenly, a phone vibrated, and Morgan answered, hearing the energetic voice of Chris. What have you been up to these past 2 days? The Liu family's second son has caused such a ruckus back in the country, even receiving calls from Old White. He's asking who Mrs. G is since I didn't know you had a wife. There's nothing. Just put out word that I want Pepper's life. Don't be absurd. Don't bring your killing and fighting into our family. We are not your soldiers. She is the pride of the Bai family and Liu family's second young lady. If you can't respect the connection. Interrupting him coldly without finishing listening, Morgan said, if she were one of my soldiers, she'd be dead 1,000 times over by now. Alicia heard the grimness in his voice, which chilled her to the bone. Seeing this, Morgan gently drew her closer to soothe her, but his tone remained stern. Grandfather, Teacher Shun fell into the sea. Chris paused, clearly unaware of the specifics. That girl, did she die? Almost. Morgan's voice was low. Teacher Shun isn't like Pepper. She has the backing of the Bai family and Liu family. Teacher Shun has no one else but me. Grandfather, you've also been young, and for a woman, you might have given everything regardless of everything. If someone killed your beloved, wouldn't you do something even more merciless? If Teacher Shun lacks a background, then what? Her beauty and goodness are something Pepper could never match even in 100 lifetimes. If I let her be, wouldn't I be allowing her to trample on the face of the G family? Do you think people won't ridicule us? Seeing his grandson losing his temper, Chris's presence weakened significantly. Even though Pepper may be wrong, you grew up together since childhood. If you harm her, how can I explain to her grandfather? Well, I won't touch her if you agree to one condition. Now focused on calming his little grandson's anger, the elder G's attitude turned gentle from its initial interrogative tone. Fine, speak. Morgan spoke each word clearly. Unless you promise me to marry Teacher Shun, I'll kill Pepper. Chapter 172. Now I call Teacher Shun mother. Alicia was completely stunned. Ardell's mind worked so fast. The biggest obstacle to her marrying into the G family had been the top man from the previous list. She had swindled him out of 20 million last time, and now Ardell had called it outright. Marry Alicia or kill Pepper. These words, coming from his mouth, made Alicia think of his special identity. He had 100 ways to silently deal with Pepper. He intentionally spread news of his fury to right the wrongs for himself. At the same time, it served as a warning to others that his woman wasn't easily touched, using an example to set an example. So even the old patriarch was afraid he was serious and had to make this call. Little did he know he was directly knocked out by Ardell. You are simply. Alicia could imagine how furious the patriarch was on the other end of the phone. The always obedient grandson had become a thorn in everyone's side this one time, making things pretty difficult. It's getting late. Grandson still has important matters to attend to. Grandfather, take your time considering. Once you've decided, I'll bring teacher Shin back to the G family. After saying this, he hung up the phone and switched it off. Alicia chuckled softly. Aren't you worried about your grandfather changing the heir? Irving had also used this matter to threaten him before. Stupid, heirs aren't that easy to change. That position isn't for just anyone. Alicia gazed at the calm man in front of her. Did you plan this all along? Ardell gently caressed her cheek. Since I promised to let her go, I have to maximize the benefit from this. Can't let you suffer for nothing. Recalling the thrilling scene she went through, Alicia leaned closer to Ardell. Now I feel not at all wronged. Pandora, rest assured, I will get 100-fold, 1,000-fold retribution from that woman today. She smiled faintly. I believe you. The stars are really beautiful tonight. With such stars, I'll keep watching them with you. The next day, Irving came again. This time, there was an additional little guest. Alfonso got out of the nanny car and ran straight to Alicia, looking teary-eyed. Teacher Shun. Alicia felt like her heart melted instantly upon seeing him. Yanshin, don't cry. She squatted down and hugged Alfonso tightly. I'm here. Teacher is here. Teacher Shin, you left without a word. You didn't think of me at all. I cried for a long time. I asked the butler to help me find you, but he wouldn't do it. Wah. The more the child thought about it, the sadder he became. Alicia couldn't help but laugh and cry. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Don't cry anymore. Behind her, Irving's voice chuckled. It seems Teacher Shun has taken great care of the children. Our little devil loves you so much. Teacher Shin must be a very kind person. Alicia smiled. Mr. Liu should consider acting rather than selling. You'd probably be a gold medalist in sales. She didn't want to show any good face to Irving. Bringing the kid over was clearly playing the friendship card. Knowing that Ardell wanted another opportunity to extort money from him, Alicia's attitude changed today. All right, baby, stop crying. Are you hungry? I've just baked some small cakes. Would you like to eat them? Alfonso's big round eyes lit up instantly. Sure. Mr. Liu, Fox is waiting for you in the room. I'll take the child out to play for a while. With that, she took the child away. Upon seeing Alicia, Alfonso forgot why he came. His mouth curled into a sweet smile. Teacher Shun, let me help you. Sure. Teacher Shun, can I come to see you often in the future? Alicia squatted down and touched his face. You're always welcome. Wait a moment, I'll get the jam. Alfonso grinned sweetly. Okay. As soon as Alicia left, Alfonso casually took a photo and sent it to Santiago. He also sent a mischievous voice message. Oh no, what should I do? Teacher Shin insists on baking a cake for me. Orange honey flavored too. TSK, so sweet. Soon Santiago replied. Alfonso turned on the speaker, and the young yet steady voice rang out in the room. Oh? You're still calling her Teacher Shin? Sorry, now I call her mom. Killer move. Chapter 173. One must know that Alfonso and Santiago were a pair of love-hate rivals at school, both fancying Alicia and wishing for her to be their mom. One can imagine how devastating Santiago's words were. After being stunned for a moment, Alfonso burst into tears again. What happened? Alicia rushed over anxiously, thinking the child was hurt. With sniffles, Alfonso clung to her hand and cried hard. Santiago said you're his mom. That stinky bear. He must be lying to me. Alicia found it both funny and pitiful, unsure of how to explain it to him. Teacher Shin, please tell me you are not. After wiping away his tears with tissues, Alicia patiently soothed him for quite some time. Before she finished comforting Alfonso, the butler brought Santiago over. He stood at the door pitifully. Teacher Shun, I want cake too. Today seemed to be a chaotic day for Alicia. Okay, there's enough for everyone. When Alicia started preparing, Santiago changed from his usual demeanor before her, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. See, this is my dad's and Teacher Shin's bedroom. She will marry my dad soon, and then she'll be my mom. His proud little face almost lifted towards the sky. Just as Alfonso was about to cry again, he crossed his arms and delivered a final blow. I'm unlike you. I'm going to have a mom soon. Wow. Alicia felt overwhelmed. What are you two doing? Alfonso pointed at Santiago. He says I don't have a mom. In this moment, Alicia felt like she had traveled back to the day of the cultural performance. She smiled gently. A mother brings you into this world. Everyone has a mom. But my mom doesn't love my dad, and she doesn't love me either. She left right after giving birth to me. I don't want such a mom. Alfonso tugged at Alicia's clothes. Teacher Shun, I want you to be my mom. Santiago's fighting spirit soared. Dream on. Teacher Shun is my mom. Alicia blushed. Although she and Ardell now had something going on, they weren't yet this close. So a bizarre scene unfolded. Two kids pulling on each side of Alicia, calling out like tadpoles. Mommy, mommy. Right when Ardell and Irving came out, they witnessed this exact scene. They thought they had mistakenly walked into a live-action drama of the tadpoles looking for mommy. Feeling aggrieved, this time Santiago didn't need to fight Alfonso again. He proudly pointed at Alicia. Dad, Tell him if teacher Shun is my mom. Alfonso looked at Ardell with teary eyes as if holding onto the last thread of hope. Ardell gently stroked Santiago's hair. Soon it will be, but if teacher Shun agrees, you can call her that too. Wah! Alfonso cried once more. Stop crying. Irving was at a loss on how to comfort a child. Tell your dad why you're crying. Sniffing, Alfonso said, Dad, I also want teacher Shun to marry you and become my mom. Otherwise, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday can be Santiago's mom days. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday can be mine. Alicia's lips twitched, thinking it oddly considerate of him, allowing one day off for Sunday. Irving hadn't expected his son to utter such shocking words, instantly feeling embarrassed. You must be polite, Alfonso. Alfonso cried harder. Dad, I just want teacher Shun to be my mom. It's not like I'm asking for the stars. Why won't you agree? Chapter 170, For the Only Victim in Marriage. Irving felt helpless. He would rather have the child ask him to pick stars from the sky. Previously, when the child called him saying he liked the teacher and wanted her to be his mother, Irving had thought it was just a joke. He didn't expect the child to be serious. Teacher Shun, I'm sorry, children say things without thinking. Perfectly understandable. Mr. Liu, have you finished your talk? By the way, I've made some cake that the child likes, so I'll pack some for you to take home. Seeing the child crying loudly, Irving did not refuse. That's very kind of you. No trouble at all. Looking at Alicia busy in the kitchen, with the sunlight gently casting a warm glow on her, creating an aura of tenderness around her. It seemed as if she had a special power that could bring calmness and peace to one's heart. Alicia even specially wrapped the lunchbox with cloth and tied it with a bow before handing it to Irving. Then she squatted down to speak to Alfonso. You're always welcome here anytime. Okay, let's pinky promise. Yeah, let's pinky promise. Alicia escorted the two to the door. It wasn't until they left that Irving shifted his gaze away from her. She really is an extraordinary woman. Seeing Alicia still staring at the departing car, Ardell embraced her slender waist from behind. Since you like children so much, why don't we have one? Alicia turned around, her eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. Compared to having a child, I'm more curious about Pepper. What history do you share with her? Last night, the old man said you grew up together. Why does she have a child and husband, but neglects her own child? And she named him Yanshin. Don't tell me it's a coincidence. Alicia took a step forward, her toes almost touching Ardell's shoes. Though she was a head shorter than him, her presence was overwhelmingly strong. Do you have any hidden past with her? Ardell laughed. We have gatherings every year in our circle. Playing with peers is very normal. Pepper is just one of them. I saved her once when we were young. And then she fell in love with you. Alicia added, thinking it was a cliché heroic rescue leading to love story. In a way, she used to follow me around. But I didn't feel particularly attracted to her, and even found her somewhat annoying. Later on, I was busy with work and spent little time at home, almost forgetting about this woman. A few years ago, during a gala back in the country, I hadn't expected her to take advantage of the situation and drug me. Alicia stared at him, narrowing her eyes with a hint of danger. So you gave in? Ardell pinched her cheeks lightly. If I had succeeded, this child should bear my family name G. That drug was mistakenly consumed by Irving, thus led to what happened between them. He likes Pepper? Ardell shook his head. Irving has a reserved personality and hasn't fallen for anyone. If it weren't for the influence of the drug, he wouldn't have touched Pepper. After the incident, both families had to admit the marriage to settle things down. Since the Bai and Liu families are equally matched in social status, Irving married her out of a sense of responsibility, though there was no real emotional connection. This ended up being a typical arranged marriage among tycoons. After the wedding, Pepper returned to her family while Irving went far away to film. As for their child, Alicia sighed. Became the only victim of this marriage? Pretty much. Although Alfonso has affectionate grandparents and great-grandparents, elders can never replace parents. Alicia finally understood the whole story. What about you? Did you come to an agreement with him? Almost. Besides cooperation, I put forth one condition. Alicia was puzzled. What's that? Ardell gave a mysterious smile. You'll know soon. Chapter 175, Unimportant People, Forgotten Easily. After the father and son left, Alicia thought this matter had come to an end. Morgan insisted on taking her to the hospital for a full physical examination, even though she felt nothing was wrong with her, but could not persuade him otherwise. The next morning, under Morgan's arrangement, Alicia finished her medical checkup. She looked at him and said, Now you should be reassured, right? I am reassured. Morgan patted her head. It's fine as long as you're safe. He took Alicia away. Her gaze landed on the tall man in a white coat in the distance, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Morgan's sleeve. What's wrong? Morgan asked. Alicia watched Hobart approaching her. The man I mentioned earlier is him, but why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be with those people? Morgan had only suspected it before, but now hearing Alicia's words confirmed it. But isn't that strange? Why did Alicia suddenly not recognize Hobart? And how did Hobart end up there? There was a dead body in the car that fell into the sea. Who killed him? Hobart glanced at him briefly, then spoke first. Tiara, what are you running from? I won't harm you. I searched for you for so long, fearing something had happened to you. Alicia stared at the man in front of her, feeling a sense of familiarity as if they had met before, yet her intuition warned her that this man was dangerous. So her first instinct when she woke up was to run. She wasn't as tense with Morgan beside her, so she boldly asked, Do we know each other? Did you save me? Morgan's eyes turned cold like a sharp blade as he looked at Hobart, his voice deep. I'm also curious. Did Mr. Chi save Teacher Shin? His underlying question was why did Hobart just happen to be there? I saved you. On my vacation, I was originally heading back to my mother's place. I just happened to see a car fall into the sea. At that moment, I didn't know the person inside was Xiaoya, the girl. With the intent to save a life, I jumped in and accidentally saved her. But I didn't expect the little girl to act like a different person after waking up and ran away after hitting me. Alicia noticed the bandage on his forehead and quickly apologized. Sorry, maybe I was traumatized by falling into the sea and forgot some things. By the way, who are you? What was our relationship before? Though Morgan found it implausible, he harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Hobart. Now that Alicia had forgotten him herself, this outcome couldn't be better for Morgan. So he explained hastily before Hobart could speak. We didn't have an important relationship, just childhood playmates. Hobart shot him a cold look, which Alicia didn't notice. Is that so, Mr. Chi? Thank you very much. I'm really sorry for hurting you earlier when I was confused. Mr. Chi. Hobart frowned slightly. Previously, she used to call him Brother Han Yuan. Suppressing his anger, he said, It's fine, understandable. Why are you here? Fox wanted me to do a full body checkup, even though I told him I'm fine. Hobart understood. If Morgan insisted on having Alicia checked, he would certainly go to a private hospital. Why would he bring her all the way here? It was clear he wanted to confirm if Alicia had truly lost her memory. Such a malicious man. Now he got the result he wanted. If he had known the drug would backfire on him, Hobart wouldn't have used it on Alicia. He could only reap what he sowed. Since Mr. Chi saved Teacher Shin this time, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you for dinner to thank you. No need, I don't have time. Then tomorrow? Tomorrow too. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Morgan's lips. No rush, I'll wait until Mr. Chi has time. It seemed like he couldn't refuse this banquet invitation. Mr. G is too kind. Then I will accept your invitation. Tonight it is, I'll switch shifts with my colleague. Okay, Teacher Shin and I will wait for your arrival. Goodbye. Alicia nodded at him as well. Goodbye, Mr. Chi. Hearing these 3 words, Hobart felt an odd sense of irony. His fingers curled tightly under the white sleeve. He went to the neurology department and got Alicia's medical report. Fact was, Alicia was perfectly fine, with no problems at all. What went wrong? Why did Alicia forget him instead of Morgan? Dr. Chi, your friend seems quite healthy. Why do you look so serious? Dr. Wu from neurology asked. Only then did Hobart regain his composure and said, My friend suddenly forgot some past events, but her head didn't suffer any trauma. What could this be? If there's no external influence, then it must be an internal cause. Did your friend take any medication? Or did she receive any stimulation? And does she have any mental health issues? Mental health issues. Hobart suddenly realized he had overlooked an important factor. Alicia had experienced depression during her adolescence. Is there any way to restore her memory now? It's very difficult. Unless the patient experiences another intense shock. Amnesia can have many causes. It could also be due to a fear of something, where the brain initiates a protective mechanism and deliberately erases part of the memory. Just like finding a similar corpse nearby triggers a genetic sensitivity. So whether it can be restored or not, current medical means find it very hard to achieve. Hobart thought about Alicia's reaction at that time. She wanted to escape, but he didn't give her the chance. He thought that one injection would make her forget Morgan. He never expected this outcome. Alicia asked curiously in the car. Fox, Mr. Chi looked at me strangely. Were we very close in the past? Not really. Morgan was inwardly delighted but kept his face calm. Teacher Shun, think carefully. Is there anything else you've forgotten? Especially things from childhood. Childhood memories are usually not vivid, so Alicia was quite confused. There probably wasn't anything particularly important when I was young. If I forgot, let it be. This suited Morgan's intentions perfectly. He smiled slightly. I think so too. Forgetting unimportant people might be for the best. Right. Alicia felt sleepy and dozed off on his shoulder. Morgan opened his tablet, which displayed the autopsy report of the deceased. Not drowned, but killed with an extremely sharp weapon, right through the heart. Alicia had said she didn't carry any sharp weapons at that time. If it wasn't Alicia, then there was only one possibility left. The killer was Hobart. Chapter 176. Bringing you over early to get acquainted. As a doctor who saved lives, he was suspected of murder yet remained so calm, without leaving any clues at the scene. The only thing that could be traced was the victim's wound. It wasn't from a dagger or a scalpel, but a claw knife. This made Ardell think of an old friend. That person was most skilled with a claw knife, and was also hailed as a devil who killed without blinking. He subconsciously touched the already healed wound on his waist. Of course, just based on one cut, Ardell couldn't confirm it was him. Therefore, he had carefully prepared tonight's banquet. He looked down at Alicia, whose sudden amnesia puzzled Ardell. Was it related to Hobart? But if it really was connected to him, he should be the last person Alicia would forget. Unless he had other intentions from the start. A thought flashed through Ardell's mind. He wanted Alicia to forget about him, himself. Alicia didn't know what she dreamed about, but she screamed, Hamilton. Ardell hurriedly drew back his thoughts and looked at her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Alicia gazed at Ardell groggily, not sure if it was her illusion, but she felt something was off after waking up. It was like her brain was covered by a layer of fog. Only when she saw Ardell clearly did she feel reassured. I'm hungry. We'll arrive shortly. I've had the porridge cooked. Alicia thought he was taking her to a traditional restaurant for porridge, but unexpectedly, the car drove to a villa estate. Even though she had never been there, she guessed what place it was. The old residence of the G family. Just the night before, he had called the patriarch to provoke him, and now he brought her here so soon. Alicia was in a flurry of panic. She hadn't prepared anything at all. Hamilton, is this the G family? Ardell met her helpless gaze, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. From now on, it will be your home too. I'm bringing you over early to get acquainted, but I haven't prepared anything. Don't worry, I have everything ready for you. Ardell was always so composed, thoughtful, and meticulous in dealing with people. Alicia frowned. At least let me put on makeup and change into more decent clothes. He patted her head. No need. Teacher Shin looks stunning whether you're made up or not. Alicia gently hit his chest. Rascal, big macho man. The situation was different from the first time. Back then, she hadn't considered marrying Ardell, so she could stand up straight against the patriarch. This time, she lacked confidence. She fidgeted with Ardell's fingers. Well, I feel it's too quick to face him, and the old man will surely ridicule me. Teacher Shun, since we must face it eventually, why not sooner? Just like buying early to enjoy early. Alicia was momentarily speechless. You've left me speechless. Ardell bent down and lightly kissed her forehead. There was no passion in the kiss, yet it oddly comforted her heart, gradually calming her turmoil. All right, they arrived too early, and Ardell hadn't notified anyone else. At this moment, only the patriarch was at home. The table was laden with breakfast, untouched chopsticks by the patriarch's side. When the butler informed him that Ardell was coming to have breakfast with him, the patriarch was pleased. The next second, upon seeing Alicia, his expression changed instantly. Why did you bring her here? Ardell handed the fine tea he was carrying to the butler. The patriarch slapped the table. Throw her things out. We don't want her gift in the G family. Before Alicia could explain, Ardell spoke. Don't think too much. I bought it, not Teacher Shun. The anger that built up in the patriarch's heart was abruptly stifled by Ardell. But upon thinking again, the patriarch got angry again. So, she came to our family empty-handed for the first time. Did she consider us G family seriously? Alicia was speechless. This old man had two faces. Whether she brought gifts or not, it seemed every breath she took was wrong. Ardell didn't care about the patriarch's mood, pulling Alicia to sit beside him. Of course she did. She has my grandson in her heart. Isn't that proof enough? While talking, Ardell scooped a bowl of porridge for Alicia. Try it. It tastes pretty good. The patriarch looked at Ardell with an expression full of disappointment. How could the leader of the family and a dominant Xing look so submissive? Not to mention, you're someone I value as the authority of the G family. Can you stop acting so wimpy? Are you going to feed her yourself? Upon saying this, Ardell served a bowl of crab roe porridge to the patriarch. Here, this is for grandfather. Just as Elroy was about to speak, Ardell continued to feed him a shrimp dumpling. Grandfather, have this too. I won't favor one over the other. Although angry, Elroy still chewed and swallowed. Alicia finally realized who Ardell resembled. He was a younger version of the old man. The old man hummed. Don't think a single shrimp dumpling can buy me off. Ardell urged Alicia to eat quickly while taking out the contract he had prepared and handing it to the old man. Today, Alicia was exceptionally compliant since she couldn't say anything serious about not wanting to marry Ardell. This made her feel inferior by nature, and she dared not raise her voice. She could only keep a low profile. Moreover, Ardell fed her so fast that he seemed to want to stuff all the good things into her mouth. After reading the contract, a smile finally crept onto the old man's lips. I thought you were really that stupid, giving up on such great benefits just to break ties with the Bai and Liu families. Ardell didn't mention that he had originally planned to do just that until Alicia persuaded him otherwise. Closing the contract, the old man glanced at Alicia again. I acknowledge this cooperation, but I don't recognize her. My stance remains. If you want to keep her outside, I have no objections. As long as she's not given the title of Mrs. G, I can provide her with anything else. Stinky brat. What you need is a woman who can assist your career, not a burden. If you marry her, her family probably can't even provide an appropriate dowry. Do you want our G family to be a laughingstock? Alicia gripped her spoon tightly, and Ardell reached out to pat her hand for reassurance. Grandfather, rest assured. From this cooperation, I personally get 10 billion. This deal came about because of Teacher Shun, so I'll hand these 10 billion over to her for safekeeping. She can also choose to use it as her dowry if she wishes. As soon as he finished speaking, Elroy was so furious that he threw the contract at Ardell's head. You've really lost your mind. What kind of love potion did this woman give you? Chapter 177. Your man is not useless. Morgan dodged to the side, and the document brushed past his cheek. He remained unperturbed. Grandfather, you're getting on in years. It's best not to get angry too often. Today I've brought Teacher Shun home, not to seek your approval, but to inform our elders of my decision. I am an adult and fully capable of taking responsibility for myself. Good for nothing. The G family will not become the best in the universe because of a business marriage alliance, nor will it go bankrupt because I marry Teacher Shun. In fact, Teacher Shun may not be as significant to the G family as you imagine. Morgan added more dishes to the elderly man's plate. If things at the G family really deteriorate because I married Teacher Shun, it won't be her fault, but due to my own poor management. People often blame the downfall of a country on women, yet they forget that before the nation's collapse, the people had long been suffering under tyrannical rule. Grandfather, the same principle applies here. Alicia listened as he spoke calmly and persuasively, without defiance. His calm and composed demeanor exuded an aura of gentlemanly stability, giving Alicia an inexplicable sense of security. No matter how difficult this path might be, she would definitely persist in walking it. Grandfather, the era of business marriages has passed. Why don't you try entrusting the G family to me? I will surely manage it better. The elderly man remained silent. Morgan wasn't in a rush, sipping his porridge methodically. It wasn't until he finished his bowl that the elderly man finally spoke. What if I refuse? You can only choose one, inheritance rights or the woman. He lifted his head, coldness emanating from his eyes, sharp and forceful. Morgan met his gaze unyieldingly, like a clash between old and new forces. Alicia put down her utensils, feeling uneasy. This was not the outcome she wished to see. At this moment, Morgan took her hand. Grandfather, no matter how many times you ask, my answer will always be the same. I choose Teacher Shun. The elderly man gave a cold snort. In 10 days, I will hold a shareholders meeting to elect a new president. Don't forget, you are only acting president. As long as I'm on the board, you won't have a say in the G family. You love this woman, right? I hope you never regret this choice. Faced with this threat, Morgan's lips curled into a faint smile. Then there's nothing to discuss. As long as I have a breath left in me, someone with the surname Shun will never marry into the G family. Those words were quite hurtful. Morgan patted Alicia's hand. Grandfather, speaking to a young lady like this isn't very gentlemanly. Then, intertwining his fingers with hers, he pulled Alicia up. In the past, I could do everything according to your wishes, but this time, I want to make an effort. Please enjoy your meal, Grandfather. They heard the sound of plates being thrown to the ground behind them. Alicia instinctively looked back, worried about the elderly man's well-being. Morgan smiled lightly. Don't worry, we have doctors at home. He doesn't smoke and doesn't stay up late. He values his life more than we young people do. Alicia chuckled softly at his dry humor. This person, previously, he seemed like a high-cold orchid hard to approach, but in reality, he was warm and gentlemanly, not only witty but occasionally humorous, almost perfect. He led her away from the parking lot, and Alicia asked curiously, aren't we going? Since we're already here, let me show you around the G family residence. Aren't you fond of flowers? Our gardeners have won international awards. Alicia, who had been somewhat worried, felt her anxiety ease when she saw his serene smile. Sure, let's take a look. She was also curious about what kind of place Morgan grew up in. The G family, true to its status as the top century-old clan, had an enormous garden. Alicia's legs felt sore from walking. Tired. A bit. Morgan effortlessly lifted her onto the swing attached to a trellis. Looking into his deep eyes, Alicia said, Ping, in the past, I didn't care much about material things. But today, I wish more than anything that my background could match yours. Your background is something I could never reach even if I worked my entire life. How I wish I could be worthy of you so you wouldn't have to work so hard. Morgan knelt on one knee before her, lifting her chin gently. Teacher Shun, even the heavens destined us to be together. Don't belittle yourself. I said before, don't take a single step. Leave everything else to me, okay? Okay. Rest assured, your man is not useless. Looking into his gentle eyes, Alicia threw herself into his arms. Ping, I must have saved the galaxy in my last life to meet someone like you. Morgan wrapped his arms around her waist. It's my honor. Seeing the two people hugging on the lawn from the terrace, the old man frowned and muttered, shameless little witch, truly disgusting. The butler reminded him, she's just a girl with no background. If you want to deal with her, it won't be difficult. Didn't you see that mad dog by her side? He almost lost control this time. If she gets hurt again, things will only get worse. So, your meaning is, he's the son of the G family. Men in our family are all or nothing. Either they don't love at all, or they love deeply. I can't stop him. The butler suddenly understood. So, you mean? The old man turned and left. The child has grown up. I can't control him anymore. Let him have his way and see what he can do. After returning to Jeyuan not long after, Hobart arrived. His gaze fell on Alicia, making her feel very uncomfortable. She couldn't explain this feeling. Though he was familiar to her, she felt afraid to be close to him. Finding an excuse, she said, I'll check on the dishes in the small kitchen. You guys chat first. Left alone in the room, Hobart stood on the second floor, gazing at the distant willow trees. A black wooden boat swayed gently by the riverbank. Morgan spoke calmly. The police found a male corpse in the car that plunged into the sea. The body wasn't drowned but killed with a single stab through the heart. Hobart took out a cigarette pack and offered one to Morgan. Is Mr. G discussing murder today? Unfortunately, I usually don't enjoy watching detective shows, so I might not be much help. Morgan took out a lighter and skillfully lit the cigarette for him, their actions resembling those of old friends. No, I'm just chatting with Mr. Chi casually. I have a few questions and hope you can enlighten me. Go on. How did you save Teacher Shen? Hobart raised an eyebrow. Do you really want to know? Yes. A smile curled at the corner of Hobart's mouth as he slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. The little fox was nearly dead when I saved her. How did I save her? With CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Mr. G should know what mouth-to-mouth means, right? Chapter 178 Additional Conditions. Ardell had long known that Hobart was not an easy person to deal with, but now he realized it was even worse, like a bone-chilling wind or a sharp knife. Someone who stabbed right into people's hearts. Hobart's one sentence was decisive, almost making Ardell break the cigarette in his hand. He knew that under such circumstances, as long as Alicia could be saved, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation would be nothing. But when he lifted his head and his gaze fell on Hobart's thin lips, he couldn't face him squarely. Mr. Chi seems to have avoided the most critical point. Wasn't it you who rescued Teacher Shin from the sea? Yes, though I didn't see the male corpse you mentioned. When I arrived, Tiara had already escaped from the car, but collapsed due to exhaustion. I promptly took her to the shore. Fortunately, I had bought a house nearby, so I brought her home and took care of her. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, she hit me on the head and fled. You know what happened after that? Ardell pressed further. How did Teacher Shin lose her memory? I've also asked this question to our hospital's neurology experts. He said it was likely due to shock, but why she forgot me, I'm not sure either. Hobart looked directly into Ardell's eyes. Mr. G should know better than anyone. I am the last person who wants her to forget me. Ardell had questioned Alicia, and she had vague memories of what happened underwater, without much impression afterward. There were no cameras around under those circumstances. Even if he suspected Hobart, he couldn't prove that he was responsible for the death or the induced amnesia of Alicia. Alicia brought red wine from the cellar, and the waiter started serving the dishes. Ardell gentlemanly pulled out her chair, and both exchanged smiles. Even without words, their every glance conveyed deep affection. Something seemed off with Hobart. That drug was supposed to make people forget faster, the more they loved each other. Why did Alicia forget him? Little girl, do you remember things from your childhood? Back then, the outskirts of the city were filled with fertile fields. My place had mountains and rivers nearby. I often took you up the mountain to pick peaches and down to the river to catch shrimps. A fleeting image flashed through Alicia's mind, too fast for her to grasp. She shook her head. I don't remember, sorry. Hobart still wasn't convinced. Do you remember what your mother did to you? She often forgot to pick you up, and my mom would bring you home. I can't remember much about my childhood. Not only Hobart, but she barely remembered how Layla looked in her youth. Her clear memories only began after her teenage years. For Ardell, this was a huge relief. Those unfortunate events left deep psychological scars on Alicia. Forgetfulness is not bad. Let's enjoy the meal. Ardell and Hobart chatted casually, while Hobart seemed distracted, trying to regain Alicia's memory. Those memories were his only tie to Alicia, now fading away. Even with the best steak, Hobart chewed tastelessly. Watching him cut the steak into equal pieces, Ardell commented coolly, Mr. Chi has good knife skills. Hobart glanced down. It's my job. I perform surgeries regularly, so my knife skills must be excellent. Even if Ardell suspected him, he lacked evidence. Sitting between the two, Alicia sensed some tension but couldn't pinpoint it. She felt relieved only when Hobart left. Ardell embraced her from behind. What do you feel about him? He's strange, like a familiar stranger, and I'm a bit scared of him. Ardell instinctively believed Hobart had something to do with her amnesia, but fortunately, Alicia hadn't forgotten him. Don't worry, I'm here. He gazed at her red lips, running his rough fingers over them again and again, causing a slight pain. Alicia asked, what are you doing? Nothing, let's go back. The man who said everything was fine made Alicia feel like her lips were almost bruised that night. The next day, looking in the mirror, she saw her slightly swollen red lips, obviously well attended to last night. Furious, Alicia pounded his chest with small fists. You left me like this. How can I face people today? Ardell wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, smirking. You're a beauty fit for royalty, and I wouldn't bear letting others see you. Jerk. Ardell smiled gently and rubbed her head. We'll have guests soon. Get ready first. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Alicia suspected Ardell must have done it on purpose. Soon, she would understand why Ardell had done this. Alicia didn't know who was coming, but she still dressed up meticulously. The Liu family's car arrived at Jiao Yuan again. This time, there was one more person, Pepper. Her complexion was ghastly pale, and there was no trace of the self-satisfaction she had when ordering the bodyguards around that day. It seemed that although Ardell hadn't acted directly over these 2 days, using the Bai family and the Liu family as his tools made Pepper's life miserable. Her gait was extremely unnatural, probably due to an injury on her knee, making her limp as she walked. Even though she had deliberately dressed up today, it couldn't hide her disheveled appearance, forming a stark contrast with Alicia. Pepper looked up and saw Alicia in a cheapao that accentuated her fine figure. She wore light makeup, but the slightly swollen red lips could not be concealed by the soft pink lipstick. Her whole face was rosy, her skin like peeled lychees or a bright, blooming flower, stirring jealousy in Pepper's heart. She had always known that Alicia was beautiful. In private, she had seen countless photos of Alicia, but this was the first time she had been so close to the real person, feeling Alicia's stunning beauty more vividly than ever before. That was a face that could make any woman envious. It's you. Alicia was clearly surprised, not expecting today's guests to be Irving and Pepper. Irving still maintained his gentlemanly elegance, giving Alicia a mild smile. Teacher Shun, I guess you might not want to see her, but unfortunately, this is Pingin's additional condition. Alicia recalled the unfinished words of Ardell from that day. He must have been referring to Pepper. She stepped aside. Come inside and talk. Pepper walked with difficulty, but Irving, as her partner, ignored her completely. Indeed, he didn't love her. Alicia wasn't that kind-hearted either, walking ahead in high heels. Ardell had already prepared tea in the tea house. Irving greeted him warmly. Pingin, we're here. The moment Pepper saw Ardell, tears instantly streamed down her face, and she sobbed pitifully. Brother Pingin. Chapter 179 Mr. Liu, control your wife. Alicia thought of durian when she saw Pepper, a fruit others found stinky but smelled fragrant to those who loved it. She had never known that calling someone big brother could send shivers down someone's spine. Usually, she called him often in bed, but hearing Pepper's voice now, she decided not to call him that anymore. It felt so uncomfortable. Morgan paused mid-pour as he glared coldly. Mr. Liu, control your wife. Irving held his forehead. Indeed, he harbored no feelings for this supposed wife of his. Years ago, circumstances led them together, and back then, he had no one else he loved. An alliance with the Bai family would benefit the Liu family too, so he silently agreed to the marriage. He focused on developing his career in the entertainment industry, leaving the benefits from the alliance to be managed by his eldest brother. Since Pepper didn't love him either, this marriage suited him just fine, one in name only. But breaking this balance was the last thing she should have done. Because it was a family matter, his elder brother couldn't get involved directly, so he had to handle it. Irving sighed. Yulan, don't forget what you promised me. Before arriving, Pepper had already been punished by both the Liu and Bai families. Only Morgan knew the exact nature of the punishment. Still obstinate, she tried to evoke pity from Morgan. Big brother Pingon, we grew up together. How can you treat me like this for a woman? Bang! Morgan smashed his teacup, hot tea splattering everywhere. The room fell silent immediately. Even Alicia dared not move, sensing the natural authority emanating from Morgan. Pepper's sobs stopped as she stared at Morgan, too afraid to breathe. Just as Morgan was about to speak, he noticed Alicia's nervous face, like a child who had done something wrong. He pulled her into his arms. Scared, Alicia finally came to her senses. The feeling had been like hearing lions roar at a wildlife park, paralyzing her with an innate respect for strength. A little. Morgan reined in his aura. Pepper, years ago, I told you clearly, it was impossible between us. I never imagined you'd be so bold as to target Miss Shun. Despite everything, Pepper still looked at Morgan through teary eyes, asking, why her? In the past, though they seldom spoke, Morgan was very busy, and there were no other women around him. He seemed like the sun, high and unreachable. But one day, a woman appeared beside him, stirring up jealousy in Pepper, leading her to act out. Morgan gazed at this reckless woman. It doesn't concern you who it is. There's no need for me to explain to you. Seeing Pepper lose control again, Irving's face turned stern. Gone was his usual elegance as he reminded her coldly. Need a reminder of what you should do. Alicia guessed that Irving must have some leverage over Pepper. Her eyes betrayed her unwillingness, yet she complied. Approaching Alicia step by step, Pepper said, Alicia, I'm sorry for what happened this time. I apologize to you. Alicia saw the reluctance in her eyes and wasn't keen on accepting it. Deep down, she knew Morgan had barely reconciled with her, and cooperation with the Liu family was already secured. This apology was due to pressure from both families. How could a woman deeply in love with Morgan sincerely apologize? Such people were like wild horses. If you didn't tame them, they wouldn't submit. To save time, Alicia accepted the apology on behalf of Morgan. 100 billion yuan project would suffice. Miss Bai, loving someone shouldn't involve extreme actions. I hope this won't happen again. Yes, Miss Shun. My wife has realized her mistake. We're truly sorry for the damage caused this time. A small gift as compensation, hoping it makes up for the harm you've suffered. Irving brought an exquisite set of high-end jewelry as an apology. Alicia could see its immense value. But even the most expensive jewels couldn't match the value of her life. She didn't refuse. Accepting the apology meant settling this matter without disrupting the balance among the three families. Throughout, Morgan didn't spare Pepper a second glance. After apologizing, Irving hurriedly took her away, fearing complications. As they left, Alicia noticed marks on Pepper's ankles beneath her skirt. If her guess was correct, Pepper had been confined for days. This was the best way. Pepper was mad. Without being restrained, who knew when she would go berserk again? Alicia watched the two leave and sighed. Such a marriage is also a form of torment. Morgan gave a cold snort. She brought it upon herself. She deserves it. Thinking about how Pepper initially schemed against Morgan, Alicia chuckled lightly. Right, by the way, have you found Ari yet? She's hiding abroad, but someone like her won't survive long once her money runs out. Don't worry, I'll find her soon. Teacher Shun, I've invited a few friends for the weekend. Would you like to meet them? At the mention of friends, Alicia recalled the laughter from that day in the living room. She didn't even have the courage to look back. Can I not meet them? Her face was flushed with embarrassment at the mere thought. These are very important friends of mine. We'll be interacting a lot in the future. You can avoid one encounter, but not forever, right? Alicia covered her face. But I really don't have the face to. Morgan pulled her into his arms. Teacher Shun is so cute. Everyone will surely love you. Before Alicia could respond, a familiar raucous voice rang in her ears. Holy crap, why does this house look like the Lei Feng Pagoda? Does Wei Wei really live here? The next moment, Frida's scream echoed. Oh my god, what are you two doing? Startled, Alicia immediately pushed Morgan away and quickly explained, Han, it's not what you think. Only after finishing this smooth series of actions did she realize what she had done. They were doing nothing wrong. Why did she feel like a thief? Abner saw Morgan's blackened face and hurriedly pulled Frida back into his arms. Ahem. And gee, this girl is just being noisy. Frida pointed at Alicia and Morgan. Though she already knew they were together, seeing them hugging so closely still came as a huge shock. She dragged Alicia into a room and locked the door swiftly. Spill the beans. When did you get together with Mr. G? Chapter 180. Love, making each other grow. Alicia snapped her fingers. It should be 4 months ago. Frida widened her eyes. Wei Wei, did you ever consider me a friend? You kept it from me for so long. Han, the relationship between him and me is complicated. It's not what you think. We officially started dating only half a month ago. Frida suddenly realized. So, the other 3.5 months were unofficial. Alicia nodded. Yes, that's right. So this is how Teacher Shun is. Frida got it instantly. She could hardly associate such a relationship with Alicia. Alicia felt a bit uneasy as well. Although this kind of relationship was common in society, Frida was quite conservative and couldn't accept this side of herself. That was why Alicia had never dared to tell Frida about it. To her surprise, the next moment, Frida leaned over and whispered in Alicia's ear. Does General Manager G have a good figure? How many abs does he have? Your focus. Alicia looked at her in a daze, thinking Frida would scold her for not cherishing herself. General Manager G looks like one of those handsome and capable types. Is he dominant in bed? A few times I saw you couldn't even stand steadily. Were you guys indulging too much? Alicia blushed fiercely at her questions. These things can only be understood implicitly. Don't ask anymore. She hurriedly pushed Frida away, who kept nagging. Last question, what's the experience like? Abner suddenly covered her mouth. My little ancestor. You really say anything. Don't forget why you came here. You haven't done anything you're supposed to do. Frida finally reacted, taking his hand away. Right? I came to check on Wei Wei. Alicia was amused by Abner's cluelessness. I'm fine, see? I'm doing great. Upon learning what Dara had done, Frida drank alcohol and cursed Dara nonstop for half an hour that night. Seeing her drunk, Alicia was helpless. All right, it's all over now. Wait, I quit my job too. Aren't you very fond of that stable job? Why quit? Frida's cheeks were flushed, burping after drinking alcohol. All my life, I've been living in a scheduled way, without big ambitions. I just wanted peace, but then I met Abner. Although she was slightly drunk, Alicia thought Frida was clearer than ever, her eyes bright and shining. I know being with me must be hard for him. He's a spoiled kid, either accepting arranged marriage or achieving something to get parental approval. I want to help him, but realize I can't do anything. Talking, Frida began crying. I don't understand those financial statements. I don't know A shares, B shares, XYZ shares. All I can do is handicrafts, teach kids to sing and dance. Even the knowledge I learned in high school has been forgotten. I don't even remember how subtropical highs work. I feel helpless watching him struggle, feeling like an idiot. Alicia hugged her. Aringhan is so good. How can you be like an idiot? You are an angel who knows she doesn't have meat and will give her a whole plate. No one is purer than her. At first, Alicia was worried that Abner was just playing around and feared Frida would suffer. Later, through Morgan, she found out that Abner was also striving for their future. At this moment, Alicia realized that she used to be too extreme, believing that marriage was a grave and love was unreliable honey. But the simple Frida seemed to have understood earlier than her that love is two people striving together for the same goal, to become better. Even the always lying down Frida wanted to change, which was a good start. Abner, who had seen all kinds of people in that circle, was truly moved by Frida, a girl as clean as a sheet of paper, which made him protective. Alicia could completely relax now. The seemingly unreliable playboy hadn't touched Frida until today, proving that he was someone worth relying on. Wait. Unlike you who learn quickly, I'm stupid. So I resigned, enrolled in a business school, and started from scratch with all those things I didn't understand before. Alicia hugged her again, stroking Frida's hair. Sure, if it's what you want to do, go ahead. Life is short. Only 30,000 days. Enjoy every day, and don't do things you'll regret. Frida looked up at her. I feel you've changed. Having been to the edge of death, it was natural for her to change somewhat. Is this bad? Frida met Alicia's smiling eyes. No, this is good. Before, I felt you were like the moon in the sky and the flower in the water, high above, seemingly close but untouchable. Now, you finally seem more approachable. After all these experiences, we will grow. Inghan, don't fear the unknown future, just live in the moment. You are not stupid at all, and I believe you will succeed. Frida nodded. Yeah, you'll succeed too. Although they had been good friends before, Alicia was always reluctant to open up her heart to Frida, making Frida feel that Alicia was hard to approach. Not until today did the two of them truly open their hearts to each other. As they chatted on and on, Alicia also drank quite a lot. When Abner came in, he saw the two of them hugging each other in disarray, sobbing loudly. Wait, you wouldn't know how my husband died so tragically, with so many swords that pierced right through his stomach. Frida waved her hands, illustrating a new anime she had watched a few days ago. Abner broke into a cold sweat, bent down, and carried Frida away. Morgan calmly instructed, guest rooms are prepared for you both. Drunk as she is, you can't possibly send her home. All right. Abner looked at the person in his arms who was wriggling around like a lobster, then carried her to his usual room. Looking at Alicia again, Morgan noted that although she was drunk, she was much quieter than Frida. She curled her hands around her knees, long curly hair falling smoothly over her shoulders, and tilted her head with a sweet smile. You're here. That smile melted half of Morgan's heart. Alicia could ask for stars from the sky, and he would immediately find a ladder for her to pick them. Yes, drunk. A little, feeling dizzy. She stretched out her arms. I want a hug. Morgan picked her up without hesitation. Alicia wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, like a monkey. With the smell of alcohol, she mumbled softly, Hamilton, I love you. Hearing this, Morgan's body stiffened for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. Yes, me too, my teacher Shun. Chapter 181. Severing Ties with a Vicious Mother. Alicia was recuperating at home when she received a call from Marnie. What are you doing? Why does no one answer the phone? Marnie's displeased complaint came through. She still didn't know her daughter had almost drowned in the sea. Whenever she spoke with Alicia, 9 times out of 10 it ended up being interrogation and preaching. There was never any care a mother should have for her child. Initially, Alicia had hopes, but now she has completely lost all faith in this pair of parents. She replied indifferently. Nothing much. On a date with a man. Too busy. This was the most satisfactory answer for Marnie. From young, if Alicia had answered that she was studying hard, Marnie would scold her for being a bookworm, saying what good is reading so much only to work for others in the end. But if she said she was dating a rich second-generation heir, Marnie would become exceptionally excited. Not only would she not stop her, but she would even deliberately choose some sexy clothes for Alicia to seduce Brant. Even Marnie often gave advice to Alicia, telling her to get pregnant with Brant's child to rise in status through pregnancy. She taught Alicia to play the piano and dance, not as an investment for the future, but to please men. Marnie's voice clearly brightened. Who exactly did you latch onto? How much wealth do they possess? And does their family accept you? Sometimes, Alicia really doubted whether she was Marnie's daughter. She had always admired Frida, who lived in a warm family. Her parents would never pressure her, even saying that if she found work too stressful, she could quit, and they could support her for life. Wasn't Marnie the only one who would force her daughter to latch onto a man? Playing with her hair, Alicia wouldn't expose Morgan's identity. so she fabricated a non-existent suitor. Just an old man with a wife. I'm not sure about his wealth, but it's probably decent. Marnie immediately became somewhat dissatisfied. I told you before, middle-aged men are hard to control. They're shrewd and only seek young women. They won't divorce their wives. Look at the Liu family's young master. He seems quite fond of you. The Liu family is a big clan. Break off with this one now. If you can marry into the Liu family, I can finally hold my head high. You know the Liu family is richer than the Su family. Alicia interrupted. If I can never marry a wealthy man as you wish in this lifetime, will you disown me? I fed you, clothed you, spent so much money on you, just so you could get close to rich people. With your conditions, finding someone won't be too difficult unless you don't want me to be satisfied, and let me be mocked by that woman forever. Alicia laughed coldly. What expectations could she still have for such a mother? I'll repay every penny you spent on me. Since childhood, I've been controlled by you. It won't be like this anymore. What do you mean? Alicia replied coolly. I can sever ties with Father Su, and I can also sever ties with you. You've never treated me as your daughter, so I won't treat you as my mother either. Since you've been trampled by her all these years, it doesn't matter if it continues for decades more. Want to find a rich husband? You still look good enough. You little bitch, how dare you talk to your mother like this? You'll be struck by lightning. Alicia hung up during her incessant nagging. For years, she suffered under Marnie's oppression, even developing depression as a child due to this woman. Today, she finally rebelled, but felt no joy. At heart, she was disappointed, never having been loved properly. Pandora, you still have me. Morgan pulled her into his arms, heart aching for her. Yeah, having you is enough. Alicia smiled bitterly. Ever since adolescence, she's been determined to make me marry a wealthy man. To escape her control, I worked desperately hard. In the end, I ended up entangled with a powerful man. So ridiculous. If she knew, she'd probably be overjoyed. Morgan lifted her face, looking at her seriously. I said not to belittle yourself. We genuinely love each other, regardless of status or position. Truly, you are the priceless treasure I've struggled to find. Alicia's lingering resentment melted away with his words, instantly lifting her spirits. I won't say things like that anymore. By saying such things, I belittle both myself and your love. That's right. The past is a heavy burden for you. My advice is to let go of it. The future will be better. Morgan ruffled her hair. Teacher Shun has grown up. With a doting boyfriend, how could I not grow up? Alicia hugged his neck. Thank you for teaching me how to love someone. It's my honor to receive Teacher Shun's love. Their eyes met, and they were about to come together when Morgan's phone rang. Sorry, let's continue later, he said as he silenced the phone. However, the caller was persistent. Alicia sighed. Go ahead, my busy bee. Over the past couple of days, he had spent a lot of time accompanying her, which made Alicia very happy. Morgan didn't return after going to the study. Alicia waited alone until 11 o'clock. He had promised to take her to the estate tomorrow, so she brought a cup of warm milk to his study. Just as she reached the door, she heard Wilson's voice from inside the half-open door. The old man has issued an order for shareholders to select a new acting president. The votes in the old man's hand and those of some senior executives are not favorable to you. It looks like this time the old man is serious. Morgan lit a cigarette. Amidst the white smoke, his face was blurred. So what? Haven't we been through all kinds of battles? Alicia subconsciously tightened her grip, fearing that the worst had begun. She knew that Grandfather G wouldn't let it go easily. A prince with a peasant girl. It was just a fairy tale. Reality was only cruel. Their love could cross mountains and seas, but not social classes. This was the aftermath of Morgan choosing her. Besides the old man, I found someone secretly buying up loose shares. Who? We haven't traced it yet. It started a few years ago. I suspect someone is trying to harm the G family. He can buy loose shares. Now that you're in conflict with Grandfather, don't you think he might make those wavering shareholders sell their shares and reap the benefits? It turns out that there was never any peace. Morgan had always been carrying burdens forward. He had shielded her from all the storms, while his own life was full of crises. Teacher Shun. Morgan saw the shadow outside the door and called out. Chapter 182. Don't let go even if the sky falls. Alicia hurriedly pushed open the door, pretending she hadn't heard anything and looking very busy. Dion also here? What a coincidence. Ha. I just came to deliver milk to you. I didn't hear anything. Isn't this like protesting too much? Ardell gave Chin assistant a look, and he turned to leave, closing the door considerately behind him. Did I disturb you? Alicia hung her head and placed the milk on the table. All right, I admit it. I heard everything. Ardell pulled her onto his lap. If you've heard it, then why are you unhappy? Do you think it's still in time for me to pray now? To ask heaven to bless me as a lost heiress of some business tycoon so that I could help you? Ardell chuckled. That would be too late. This is last-minute effort, not sincere at all. Heaven wouldn't bless you. Alicia looked dejected. That's true. Are you having a tough time? Not really. Don't underestimate your man. If I can't handle such a small matter, how could I marry you? Ardell tickled her nose. Teacher Shin, are you really ready to be with me? My life might not be as easy as you imagine. I won't let go, never. Alicia said solemnly, raising 3 fingers. I swear. Ardell chuckled and held her fingers to his chest. This is enough, Pandora. No matter what happens, don't let go of my hand even if the sky falls. Alicia leaned her head on his shoulder obediently. Okay. A man should have some pressure, which is normal. You don't need to worry about me. Without this ability to handle pressure, how could I become a good husband and take care of our children in the future? Alicia felt warm inside. In the next second, she was picked up horizontally. Are you free now? Satisfying my girlfriend is part of my responsibilities. Alicia blushed. Let's skip it. We're going to play in the mountains tomorrow and meet your friends. I don't want to embarrass myself again. especially with Han who has a big mouth asking about the experience. Ardell smiled affectionately. As you wish. So shall we keep it light tonight? Alicia pinched his firm chest. You're being incorrigible. The man carried her into the room, shutting the door with his foot. The next day, Alicia woke up early. Although they had gone out before when they were still secret lovers, she didn't dare to look directly at Ardell or dress up extravagantly. Today was different. She was going out as Ardell's acknowledged girlfriend. She also had to meet his important friends, so Alicia dared not be careless. When Ardell came out from the bathroom, he found the bed piled high with clothes. Unlike Alicia, he wore a deep gray casual suit. He suddenly looked young and sunny, quite different from his usual self. Looking at the dresses scattered on the bed, he teased. Are you preparing for a mass exodus? Alicia held up 3 dresses and gestured with them. Help me choose. I don't want to embarrass you. Which one looks more formal? Ardell knew she cared, and he was genuinely happy. A smile spread across his face. I think none of these look formal enough. Then what should I wear? Your friends must not be ordinary people. Ardell replied seriously. I have an idea. There's a collection in my friend's private museum that might be perfect. What? Alicia asked curiously. Ardell smiled. An imperial phoenix robe. You'll definitely look magnificent. It's fit for an empress. Only then did Alicia realize he was teasing her. She hit his chest with her fists. Ardell, you're joking with me. You're just too cute, Pandora. I couldn't resist. Thinking for a moment, he took a gray sports outfit from the wardrobe and handed it to Alicia. Wear this. Be natural. My teacher Shun is beautiful without any makeup. Alicia glanced at his outfit color. He clearly wanted her to wear matching clothes. In the past, she disliked such ostentatious displays. But since it was with him, it seemed nice too. Alicia changed into the clothes without makeup, tying her hair in a high ponytail. They left together. When they got off the elevator, Ardell offered her his hand. They no longer needed to hide their relationship. Without hesitation, Alicia put her hand in his. The two interlocked fingers as they walked out of Jiyuan. It was sunny with cheerful birds chirping. Frida whistled. TSK TSK TSK. Holding hands already. Teacher Shun and Mr. G. Do you want to be any sweeter? Alicia hadn't expected that the guy was already waiting downstairs and instinctively wanted to pull her hand back. Ardell held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Don't let go. Alicia blushed. Okay. Frida was about to continue whistling, but Abner covered her mouth. Ancestor, stop teasing them. My brother and has the best memory for grudges. Huh? But I think Mr. G looks very gentlemanly. That's towards women. He has double standards with me. Abner had clearly experienced Ardell's deviousness many times before. He knew that whatever Frida mocked him for would be returned even more intensely. Naive Frida didn't notice this at all and tried to shoo Ardell to the passenger seat under the pretense of having a whispered chat with her best friend. This almost scared Abner to death. He lifted Frida like a dish and placed her in the passenger seat. Brother and sister-in-law, I'll take her away. No need to disturb your world. Get in the car. Alicia couldn't help but laugh. Abner was truly a treasure, perfectly matched with Frida. In the car, Alicia felt much better. Ardell noticed there was still a distance between the two of them and patted the cushion. Sit here. Alicia blushed. Ahem, I get carsick. It's more convenient by the window. Before she finished speaking, Ardell plopped down next to her. If you get carsick, lean on me. The journey is long anyway. You got up so early, sleep a bit. He didn't need to pretend anymore, and Alicia felt somewhat guilty. Abner directly said, Sister-in-law, just treat me as blind and deaf. I can't see or hear anything. Frida naively asked, how can a blind person drive without crashing us into the ditch? Alicia chuckled lightly. In the cheerful atmosphere, the car finally joined the busy traffic lanes. Alicia actually enjoyed these kinds of outings with friends. Without the secretive anxiety from their hidden relationship, she felt much more relaxed. Ardell became even more unrestrained. Honey, lean on me. Chapter 183. The friends of the strong are all strong. Strangely enough, even though they had shared the same bed, Alicia still felt a bit unaccustomed to being affectionate with Ardell in broad daylight. This was probably a kind of occupational illness from having guilty feelings for too long. Alicia rested her head on Ardell's shoulder, yawned, and soon fell asleep. She slept soundly, and when she woke up, it was already close to noon. The sun was blazing, the mountains lush with green plants, and cicadas chirped loudly. Alicia pushed the door open. Under the shade of trees, there was still a hint of coolness. What entered her eyes was the beautiful scenery and the clear blue sky. The gloominess in her heart instantly vanished. Alicia blinked at him. Don't tell me this mountain is also yours. Ardell shook his head. That's an exaggeration. Beside them, Frida stretched lazily and said loudly, I told you, no matter how rich you are, there has to be a limit. You can't be this exaggerated. Before she finished talking, Abner, who was carrying luggage, added, this mountain isn't, but the adjacent skydiving base is. Skydiving base? Now it was Alicia's turn to be surprised. Last time it was scuba diving underwater. This time, could it be skydiving? Cough. Don't tell me you want to take me skydiving. Ardell, holding the luggage, locked the car door as he replied. Will you be scared? Alicia. So this was what he called driving around. Which well-behaved boyfriend either goes into the sea or the sky when dating? Is tomb raiding next? Just missing entering the earth. Other second-generation rich people spend their days on cruises and in bars. Why is Ardell so different? I haven't jumped before, so I'll be a bit nervous. It's fine. First time uneasy, second time familiar. After more jumps, you'll get used to it. Alicia glanced at the sky above her head. She no longer saw the white clouds as white. Abner added, Teacher Shun, living with brother and will definitely make your life extremely colorful. The corner of Alicia's mouth twitched. I guess so. Actually, she wasn't that afraid. After all, she did drive fast cars, and her tolerance for extreme sports was better than most people's. Ardell knew this, which was why he brought her here. Holding 2 sets of luggage in one hand, he draped an arm around Alicia's waist and spoke tenderly. Are you hungry? Today we're eating wild game from the mountains. Very tasty. Eat more. Living with him, Alicia hadn't eaten vegetable salads in a long time. Previously, Mariana always emphasized controlling her weight, while Ardell found ways to feed her, making her feel the beauty of life. Alicia didn't gain weight easily, so she wasn't worried. She tilted her head back and smiled sweetly. Okay. Frida looked ahead at Ardell, who was casually holding 2 large suitcases in one hand and still managed to carry Alicia. Then she looked at Abner, who had a bag in his left hand, a package in his right, and even a small purse of Frida's hanging around his neck. After a few steps, he was already panting. Slow down, please. Frida, biting her finger, asked seriously. How can there be such a big difference between men? Abner was speechless. At home, he had a bunch of servants. How could he compare to the tough and strong Ardell? If it weren't for Frida not liking others present, he would have at least 2 assistants besides the driver. To please Frida, he did all these things himself, yet Frida still looked disappointed. Her gaze slowly moved from his sweating forehead downward. You're so out of shape. Maybe, you're just not cut out for this. After hearing this, Abner suddenly became energized. He picked up all the luggage with one hand and also wrapped his arm around Frida's waist. Not good. Let's see tonight how good I am. Frida covered her lips to suppress a laugh, catching a glimpse of his bulging veins. Maybe don't push yourself. Admitting you're good is enough, right? More frustration. Abner carried the luggage straight through, but by the time he arrived, he was drenched in sweat and his face flushed red. In contrast, Ardell remained calm and collected, without breaking a sweat. This rustic cottage in the deep mountains was quite elegant. The entrance pathway was paved with bluestone, and various colored hydrangeas bloomed inside the bamboo fence. A few dozen meters away, walking through the archway where roses were in full bloom, the grapevines in the courtyard were laden with almost ripe grapes. All kinds of flowers and fruit trees filled the yard. A large orange cat lazily yawned, while a little calico cat leaped at a butterfly and nimbly landed on the green grass. In the distance, roosters crowed, blending with the cicada songs of midsummer and the curling smoke from the kitchen chimney. It seemed like everyone's mood relaxed. Dingling. The bead curtain rattled as someone pushed it aside, and a smiling male voice echoed, You've arrived. Alicia looked at the newcomer, a stranger in a blue striped short-sleeved shirt with glasses perched on his nose, looking neat and tidy. Seeing Alicia sizing him up, he extended his hand. I'm Hubert. We've met before, but you had a high fever then, so you probably don't remember me. Alicia hurriedly shook his hand. Hello, I'm Alicia. Sister-in-law, you're the apple of second brother's eye. How could I not know about you? Second brother? Alicia was puzzled. Clearly, he wasn't from the G family, so why would he call Ardell second brother? This is a long story. Sister-in-law, coming quickly. Chavi has been preparing all morning to welcome you. Beside them, Abner, usually quite lively, now appeared solemn and polite. Sorry to bother you. Welcome, this must be Miss Sue. It's me, hello. Frida also subconsciously became more reserved. Abner followed behind them, and Frida poked him in the waist. Who is he? You look like you're afraid of him. She hadn't seen him with such an expression with any of his friends. Abner lowered his voice. You might not know who he is, but you've definitely heard of Nancy Medical Research. You mean the world's top-ranked pharmaceutical company? Frida almost fainted. In short, his family owned the world's most advanced medical equipment, vaccines, hospitals, and drug research facilities. They held multiple patents and specialty drugs, dominating the industry. Sure enough, the friends of the strong are all strong. Frida exclaimed, No wonder Mr. G doesn't often play with you guys. Abner was also somewhat embarrassed. He isn't even the strongest one. Have you ever seen someone with a private museum? What? Frida widened her eyes. One of N's other friends loves cultural relics and established a private museum. To put it simply, the items inside are even better than those in the Forbidden City. Frida was stunned. Does he have many friends like that? Not too many, just a few. Just a few. Chapter 184, Beyond Money, Power, and Friends at the Apex of the Pyramid. When Frida called out, several people ahead turned back to look at her. She quickly covered her mouth, explaining with an embarrassed expression, Sorry, I just saw a bug. Fraser adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, speaking in a gentle tone. No problem, young girls are always full of energy. Waiting for everyone to continue, Frida lowered her voice. This time she had learned her lesson, deciding to act as a steady country bumpkin. Who is the Chavi he mentioned? Abner thought seriously. He's a distant relative that Raphael cannot quite keep up with. A spoilt brat. More accurately, incredibly wealthy. Is he very fat? I thought Chavi referred to a young brother. Not exactly. Do you know about the East District? Who doesn't? It's the region with the most oil fields in the world. Abner said calmly, 1/3 of the private oil fields in the East District belong to his family. It's rumored that experts estimated they won't run out in the next 100 years. Frida was flabbergasted. So the oil prince can earn hundreds of millions daily without lifting a finger? One could say so. His biggest worry might be how to spend all that money. Frida, can I have that kind of worry? Abner tapped her head. Don't even think about it. Dr. Gu calls Mr. G elder brother. So what about the eldest one? What does his family do? Tell me to feel the wealth gap. He's not like those who got rich overnight with oil fields. Have you heard of Hong Kong Island? Of course, it's the global economic and trade center where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Even if I've never been there, I've definitely heard of it. Just the property prices alone would scare off many people. Don't tell me Hong Kong Island belongs to him. Not quite. Abner switched hands carrying his luggage. Frida patted her chest. That's a relief. As incredible as they are, not all of them can be so powerful. Forget what I just told you. That private museum belongs to him. His family lives in Hong Kong Island. More precisely, half of the land on the island belongs to them. Duke, you're kidding. Frida's voice changed pitch. In that place, the lowest price per square meter starts at over 1 million yuan. Many celebrities spent hundreds of millions to buy houses only around 200 square meters, and those are considered mansions. Imagine owning half of the island. It sounds exaggerated, but thinking about it makes it seem even more extravagant. This means, apart from various real estate developments, it also includes commercial lands. Frida had seen such families in gossip news before. She stammered. You don't mean the Fu family, right? Frida felt like she was going crazy. The mysterious Fu family isn't just the most authoritative century-old family in Hong Kong Island, but they also have red backgrounds. Imagine this globally recognized economic and trade center being overshadowed by the Fu family. Besides immense wealth, they wield significant power. This goes beyond just having money. Frida bit her finger. Jealousy disfigures my face. Who else is there? Have you ever heard of Yeqing? Among the myriad rising families, the Feng family stands at the top. Yeqing is a new district that rose after the reform and opening up era, attracting rich people from all over the country to settle and develop there. In just 50 years, Yeqing has become the largest and most prosperous metropolis inland. Among the emerging forces, only the Feng family remains unshaken. While Frida wasn't too familiar with it, she occasionally heard some gossip. Indeed, the world's capital seems to be concentrated in less than 1% of the pyramid's apex families, and more terrifyingly, these families are closely interconnected. They say it's hard for poor families to raise distinguished children, and even if they did, how could they possibly match the overwhelming power and wealth these heirs were born into? Frida patted Abner's shoulder. I must have gotten carried away. Previously, I thought your family was quite wealthy and that I couldn't possibly match up. But now, I think your family is so poor, you're almost like a doorman. Abner's lips twitched. He didn't mind Frida's metaphor. People who want to serve these families are already lined up into outer space. Being able to follow brother in and get a few scraps from his leftovers or pick up garbage would satisfy me greatly. Frida patted his shoulder. If it were before, I'd mock you for having no backbone. But knowing his capabilities, I can only say, bro, can I join you in picking up garbage? I'm quick at it. Abner laughed. People like them are destined to be protagonists. We are at most side characters. Then I'll definitely be the most servile side character. The two laughed merrily, creating a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Alicia obviously still kept in the dark, talking politely yet distantly with Fraser. Fraser led everyone to a small garden that was already set up, with fruits placed on the table. From a distance, they saw a boy with golden hair, wearing an apron tied around his chest, running out hastily with a knife in hand. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you're here. He ran so fast that he stumbled on the flat ground, as if his cerebellum wasn't well developed, and the knife flew out of his hand gracefully due to the fall. Heavens! Frida had just arrived and was greeted by this thrilling scene. She's only an NPC. At this critical moment, a hand swiftly grabbed the hilt of the knife, spun it in the palm, and then smoothly inserted it into the wooden dining table nearby. After the fall, the boy's golden hair stood up like a funny strand. Absolutely adorable. Second brother, so awesome. Frida stared at him in shock. Could he be the super rich, effortlessly winning little prince? Yes, he is. Brother, you didn't tell me he's so handsome. And so young, so fair-skinned. He looks like he stepped right out of a manga. He doesn't look like any nouveau riche at all. Alicia was also startled, but didn't react as dramatically as Frida did. Seeing the boy was not too old, she bent down and extended her hand toward him. Are you okay? William pulled himself up with her help, smiling benignly. I'm fine. Second sister-in-law is so beautiful. So gentle. No wonder second brother missed you for so many years. Finally, you're together. Conan's head filled with black lines as he glanced at the knife beside him. How many times have I told you not to run around with a knife? William looked innocently puzzled. But I wanted to clean the fish, and it kept jumping even after it died. Scared me half to death. Alicia could completely relate. It's pretty scary, right? Second sister-in-law, you think so too? Alicia absent-mindedly touched the strand of hair sticking up from William's head. What a cute little angel. Before her fingers made contact, Conan immediately pulled her back. Don't touch. Why not? Fraser's lips curled into a knowing smile. That's Chavi's switch, you can't touch it. Conan shot a glance at him. Where are elder brother and third brother? The mention of this made Fraser laugh harder. One is busy chasing after his wife like he's running through a crematorium, and as for elder brother, recently he's been into role-playing. Conan raised an eyebrow. That steady and noble man is doing role-playing? Is he playing a doctor or a professor? Fraser smiled mysteriously. Neither. He unlocked a new character, providing 24/7 personal care. What kind of care? A male nurse. Chapter 185, Pandora, will you marry me? Alicia now realized that Ardell knew everything about her, but her understanding of him was just the tip of the iceberg. She thought Ardell belonged to Abner's circle, but now it seemed she had no clue about his actual circle at all. However, she did have a good impression of Chavi in front of her. Oh right, second sister-in-law, my name is William. Alicia looked into his clear and transparent eyes and asked curiously, is it the Lu in Elk? William suited him well, fitting his clean and cheerful image, seeming like someone with few ulterior motives. Wrong guess, second sister-in-law, it's the Lu in Slaughter. Alicia was taken aback. Who would name their child something like that? Okay, second sister-in-law, try my cooking. I specially prepared lunch for you. Alicia was somewhat puzzled. He couldn't even gut a fish properly. Could he really cook? It turned out that not being able to gut a fish didn't mean he couldn't cook. His grilled meat was superb. Alicia noticed that Frida seemed off. If it were before, she would be feasting heartily. Today, she appeared rather reserved. Inghan, are you not feeling well? William glanced over at Frida. Miss Sue, there's no need to be nervous. If you're not hungry, have some grape juice. It tastes okay. He casually handed her a glass of juice, and Alicia saw Frida's hands trembling as she took it. Thank you, young Master Bai. Though her speech was stammered, at least her mind was still coherent, nearly calling him the immensely wealthy little prince. But the full glass of juice, spilled mostly due to her trembling hands. After the meal, Alicia pulled Frida aside. Inghan, what's wrong today? Are you afraid of Chavi? Chavi, Wei, that's the Golden Prince. Do you know who he is? It doesn't matter who he is, as long as he's Fox's friend. Come on, we're heading to the base for parachuting this afternoon. Frida looked terrified. I'll cheer you on, but if you make me jump, you might as well take my life. But seriously, aren't you scared? Not too much. Life only comes once, and I don't want to leave any regrets. Frida felt that she had changed a lot, no longer the girl who closed herself off from the world. As she and Ardell flew in the planes soaring above the clouds, looking down at the scenery stretching below them, beyond the mountains lay vast plains. The lush green wheat fields looked beautiful, capable of healing all sadness. Scared, Ardell's voice was incredibly gentle. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Remember the key points I taught you. This time I'll guide you, and once you get used to it, you can fly alone. Okay. But when the door of the cabin opened, fierce cold winds rushed in. Alicia's legs trembled slightly. Thoughts were one thing, but instincts another. Ardell wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice close to her ear. Don't be afraid. Open your eyes and look at the world with me. With his words, they leaped together. The sudden sensation of rapid descent made Alicia feel fear, the wind roaring fiercely in her ears. She could only feel her heart pounding wildly. At some point, the wind became less tumultuous, and she finally forced her eyes wide open. Ardell's voice came through. Pandora, pull the parachute. All right. Alicia's fingers gently tugged, but instead of opening the parachute, she revealed a diamond ring. The beautiful diamond sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, almost blinding her. Stunned, she realized the parachute had already been deployed. Ardell's gentle voice whispered in her ear, Pandora, I love you. Will you marry me? Chapter 186, as she wished. Alicia was dumbfounded. Naively, she thought Ardell had brought her here solely for skydiving, only to find out he wanted to propose. She was truly unprepared for this, until the shiny ring appeared right before her eyes, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. She was almost moved to tears. After narrowly escaping death, she was already prepared to marry Ardell. Just as she had said, she didn't want any more regrets in this life. Even so, Ardell still placed her at the pinnacle of his heart, giving her an unforgettable proposal. Alicia was dumbstruck, stunned, and deeply touched. Without hesitation, she gave her answer. I do. Tears fell with the wind, and Alicia finally found her fulfillment. The things her mother sought after all her life were not precious to her. In fact, she had never yearned for marriage. She never dared to hope that there would be a good man who would love her deeply. But Ardell's appearance changed everything. He gave Alicia hope and made her willing to step into marriage for him. This time, the diamond ring was different from the plain band before. It had a 3-carat diamond. Knowing she disliked overly extravagant styles, the size of the diamond wasn't too big or too small, perfect for Alicia. Fox, thank you. She turned her head, and in the gentle breeze, they shared a passionate kiss. She would remember this proposal for the rest of her life. Just as Ardell had said, from now on, he would leave only beautiful memories for her. He really put great effort into nurturing their relationship. Pandora, look down. Alicia turned around, only to see that the wheat field below had been replaced by a vibrant red rose garden. From the sky, the flower bed formed the shape of a crescent moon. Wave after wave of emotion overwhelmed Alicia. She was completely amazed. This man. Get ready. That's our landing destination, Ardell reminded her. Alicia saw numerous decorative structures among the rose fields, such as windmills and fairy tale towns, places that would instantly become internet-famous attractions. Under Ardell's control, they landed steadily on a soft patch of grass. Alicia undid her harness and immediately embraced Ardell. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of roses, and she could hear her lover's strong heartbeat. Pandora, I won't let you get hurt anymore. From now on, I'll make you happy for the rest of your life. I believe you. Wow, this is too touching. Frida pinched Abner's arm. Am I dreaming? Not even movies dare to be this dramatic. Abner winced in pain. It hurts. I don't feel it. You're pinching me. Of course you don't feel it. Beside them, William's eyes sparkled. Second brother has finally gotten what he wished for. Love is wonderful. Addison chuckled. Is it better than having an oil field? William thought for a moment. I can find someone whose family also has an oil field, so the happiness will double. Haha, you're truly a genius. Addison casually took a picture of the two embracing in the rose garden, while William poked his head over. Did you send it to Big Brother? Should we crush his heart too? I'm just teasing him. Second brother has finally achieved his wish. He's no spring chicken anymore. When will Big Brother finally get his bride? William looked curious. What stage is Big Brother at now? Addison rubbed his chin, thinking for a second. Have you read novels? Sure I have. He's at the synopsis stage now. William was speechless. So nothing has started yet? At this rate, second brother's kids will be everywhere before he gets anywhere. Who knows? Maybe old men are just more patient. Unlike Addison, who always had women around, he couldn't empathize with how Ardell spent years guarding one woman. As for women, if you like them, just go for it. With wealth and status, if that doesn't work, chain them to the bed, they'll submit eventually. William rolled his eyes. You'll eventually get your comeuppance for that attitude. Sorry, brother isn't into that pure, old-fashioned stuff. I passed through the flowers without getting stained. William shrugged. Wish you stay carefree forever. With red eyes, Alicia walked towards Frida. Did you see it? Isai specially invited me to witness this. How could I miss it? Are you going to be Mrs. G now? Frida smiled. Mrs. G, such a strange term. But somehow, placing his surname before hers didn't seem so detestable. Chapter 187. Getting married, public announcement. Under the witness of her best friends, Alicia finally agreed to Morgan's proposal. What surprised Alicia even more was Morgan's speed. The day after they returned home, he had already taken her to get married. Alicia touched her face. Am I a little swollen? It's all your fault. Not giving me any time to prepare. Morgan took out a small white veil. Who said I didn't prepare? I found pictures online for us to imitate for our photo shoot. Teacher Shun, I don't want to endure endless anxiety anymore. Staring at the small veil in his hand, Alicia once again felt moved by the man's considerate gesture. Their civil marriage certificate photo session almost turned into a wedding photo shoot. They took over 100 pictures. Upon receiving the red certificates, his first action was to take a picture and make an announcement on social media. He had even edited the caption in advance. Alicia couldn't help but think, looking at his WeChat post, that there was no difference between him and young people nowadays. This was far from fitting his style as a domineering CEO. Guess you were secretly staring at your phone last night searching for these things online? Alicia smiled. Morgan gently scratched her nose. I've already made the public announcement. I wonder when my wife plans to post hers. The word, wife, made Alicia's heart flutter. She was forced by Morgan to post on WeChat Moments. On her request, she specially blocked the Sue family, Aloysia, and other relatives. Only close circle friends would know. However, she didn't have many friends anyway. Adeline and Noelle quickly liked and congratulated. She could understand Adeline, but Noelle usually appeared indifferent. Unless. Alicia raised an eyebrow. Do you know Sister Lon? Morgan responded indifferently. We can say we know each other. After all, SN Brand's founder is me. Suddenly, everything clicked for Alicia. No wonder that person came running over right away when she needed money back then. It turns out they were Morgan's people. Cheater. She gave a helpless smile. I once wanted to break the class spell with all my heart, but in the end, I failed. I knew heaven wouldn't open the door for the poor, and how could there be such good things where whatever I lacked just came along? Teacher Shun, reasonable use of resources is also one of the laws of survival. You've been influenced too deeply by your mother and have become overly extreme. Don't reject it. Class concepts are deeply rooted, and change might only come once you reach a higher position. Isn't that so? Morgan held her hand. Besides, what matters most to us is that we love each other. Isn't that right? Yes, she smiled relieved. After obtaining their marriage license, Morgan took her home. That villa built like a palace welcomed her warmly with the housekeeper's smiling face, as well as Santiago who ran over like a happy puppy. Teacher Shin, you're here. Morgan was unusually kind today and not as stern as before. Call her Teacher Shin? From now on, you can call her Mom. Alicia learned about the two children's background from Morgan. They were orphans left behind by a friend of his. Losing their parents early, the two kids developed very different personalities. Being often absent, he cared for them materially but not emotionally. Because Santiago's father died in an accident, Morgan set strict requirements for Santiago. That was why Alicia saw him training Santiago in boxing on her first visit. Meanwhile, Abrielle had a gloomy character. Knowing her true identity, she feared that Morgan would abandon her and her brother after marrying a new wife. So, she despised any woman who approached Morgan and often feigned illness to draw attention from Morgan. Now that Morgan planned to marry Alicia, he naturally had to solve this issue. He promised not to let Alicia suffer at all. Santiago was thrilled yet hesitant, carefully asking, "Can I really call you that?" Alicia knew he was outwardly strong, but actually very sensitive inside. She knelt down and gently stroked Santiago's head. "Of course, if you want to." Santiago suddenly threw himself into her arms. "I want to." "Of course I do, Mom." Tears fell onto her neck. Alicia's mouth curled up into a warm smile. "All right." Suddenly acquiring such a big son, Santiago stuck to her so much that he even clung to her finger while walking. It felt like a dream. When Alicia looked up, she noticed Abrielle watching her quietly from the balcony. Upon meeting eyes, Abrielle quickly turned away. Santiago explained, "Mom, my sister has read too many fairy tales and TV shows, making her believe stepmothers are bad people. She's afraid Dad will abandon us, which is why she's hostile towards you. Don't blame her. How could I be upset with a child?" Moreover, Morgan had already told her before, if Abrielle continued to make things difficult, he could send her away anytime. Alicia took Santiago upstairs to Abrielle's room. Morgan had told her a lot about Abrielle. This little girl was quite inwardly dark. She was wearing a beautiful dress, holding a stuffed doll, and even her room was decorated like an opulent palace. When Alicia appeared, her gaze was icy. "What are you here for?" "This is my home." Alicia smiled and said, "Now this place is also my home. Your father and I have registered our marriage." "Oh, by the way, technically speaking, you should call him uncle because he isn't your biological father, but he is my dear husband." Abrielle had thought she was a gentle woman, not expecting her true nature to be revealed so soon. "In the future, I will be in charge of the G family. Are you sure you want to oppose me?" "I'll never call you Mom in my life." Alicia crossed her arms. "Fine, I don't want a disobedient and rebellious daughter like you either. Tomorrow, I'll have some cute and smart kids with your uncle. As for this house, I don't like it either, so I'll put it up for sale online. You dare? Why shouldn't I? Not only this house, but I'll also send you away, back to the countryside to be a wild girl forever. After all, your uncle and I will have our own children, and he will forget you quickly. You wicked woman, I'll tell Dad right now. Abrielle held back her tears, her voice trembling. Go ahead, he might become more repulsed by you. Maybe tonight, I'll pack you up and send you away. Have you ever stayed in the countryside? There's no big house there, no water or electricity. Even the toilets smell like pigsties, and kids might accidentally fall into manure pits and can't crawl out. No Wi-Fi, no pretty new dresses, no servants attending you daily, waking up before dawn for farming on the mountains, feeding pigs in the afternoon. Abrielle cried before Alicia finished. How can there be such a vicious woman as you, bullying kids? Seeing her crying loudly, Alicia smiled faintly, letting her cry for a while without comforting her. When Abrielle finally finished crying, Alicia spoke calmly. Now you have two choices. One is to follow my instructions, and the other is to go back to the countryside. Which one do you choose? Abrielle bit her lip and remained silent. Alicia didn't rush. She continued describing. There are many mountains in the countryside, with thick snakes crawling into rooms to cool off in summer. At night, bears might knock on doors, and there's strong wind that howls like people crying. Don't say it anymore. Don't say it anymore. I'll listen to you. Scared, Abrielle couldn't help but comply. Alicia beckoned her closer. Come to me. Though reluctant, Abrielle obediently listened. Wicked woman, what are you going to? In the next second, she was unexpectedly embraced by Alicia. Alicia's gentle voice came. It's my first time being a mom, though I don't have much experience. I'll try my best. Ziching, give me a chance, okay? Abrielle was stunned. The woman who had scared her moments ago suddenly hugged her. But her hug was really warm. I need to think about it. All right, let's get to know each other again. Hello, I'm Alicia, named after the moon. Ziching Z had never encountered such an unconventional woman. Looking at her smiling eyes, Abrielle cautiously replied. Abrielle, the Qing means sunny. Please take care of me. Abrielle blinked, but didn't speak, awkwardly turning her head away. Alicia pulled her cheeks. Since it means sunny, your mother must have wished for you to be happy and bright every day instead of gloomy. Kids should act like kids. Smile for me. Annoying. Abrielle stomped her foot and ran away. She disliked adults who lacked boundaries. However, she peeked from around the corner and was caught red-handed by Alicia. I'm allowing you to look at me confidently. Who wants to look at you, narcissist? Abrielle nervously ran to Morgan. Dad, did you really marry that woman? Morgan was drinking tea. He put down his cup and replied solemnly. Not that woman. If you're unwilling to call her mom, you can call her aunt. She is the one I love. Even if you don't like her, I hope you can respect her. Abrielle snorted. Who says I don't like her? Though she's a bit annoying, she looks somewhat acceptable, just barely fitting for you. Seeing her sulky demeanor, Morgan believed that Alicia's arrival might change this child. So shall we stay here tonight with Aunt? Sure. For a long time, Morgan had wanted to get Alicia into the custom-made large bed in his master bedroom. But on the first night at home, he was ready. He waited and waited but saw nothing. When he finally padded over to the children's room in his slippers, he found Alicia sleeping in the middle, with two little heads on either side of her. All three looked at him at the same time. Do you need something? Chapter 188, the grand finale. Morgan had the uncanny feeling that he was hoisted by his own petard, but Alicia's arrival resolved a major issue for him. Under her guidance, Abrielle gradually emerged from her gloom. Even after Alicia fell asleep, she would secretly call her mom, which Morgan caught in the act. At the shareholders' meeting, Morgan made a huge impact and managed to catch the person who had been quietly acquiring scattered shares all along. It turned out to be Hobart. Just before the critical moment, the old patriarch defected, and only then did Hobart realize he had been set up. Morgan looked at him coldly. If not for this, how could we have lured you out? He stepped closer to Hobart. You wanted Miss Shun to forget me, but ended up being forgotten yourself. After all your schemes, did you ever think it would end like this? Morgan, you really are lucky. The balance of fate has tilted in your favor once again. Hobart sneered coldly, with a look full of unwillingness. Why is it always you? I know you resent me. You think father abandoned both of you. You finally found out. Morgan did not hide his thoughts. The first time I saw Elspeth, I recognized her as the woman father cherished above all else. You felt it was unfair. Do you know that father and my mother were only united by a business marriage? He never had a single happy day. My mother proposed divorce, and on his way to find you too, he had a car accident. You grew up without a father, and so did I. Shock filled Hobart's eyes. He hadn't expected the reason to be this. He had always thought they had been abandoned. Even though your mother wasn't Mrs. G, father cherished her all his life until the day he died. His last words were to not let her know about his death. I've been chosen as the successor and have endured more hardship than most people. Do you really think my life has been easy? Fox Hunt. Hobart looked at him in disbelief. You hate me not just because of Miss Shawn, but also because you believe I took everything that belonged to you. This knife in my side can be seen as repayment. Do you know why I didn't kill you despite having the chance many times? Because... Morgan placed his hand on his shoulder. I've always known it was you, silly little brother. Hobart felt his worldview collapse. He realized that Morgan knew everything all along. Later on, I actually rejoiced that I didn't kill you because otherwise, you wouldn't have saved Miss Shun. Han Yuan, playing this game with you and bringing you forward was to untie your heart knot. Why should we fight when, in the end, we are both pitiable souls without fathers? Hobart slapped his hand away. Morgan, don't think that saying these things will make me forgive you. Between us, there's only an eternal grudge. With that, he strode away. Wilson moved forward upon seeing the situation. Should we stop him? No need. Let him calm down. From that day on, Hobart completely disappeared from their sight. Morgan successfully inherited the G family and brought Alicia home. There were many clan members in the G family, and Alicia expected to face ridicule. After all, someone with her background transforming into royalty seemed almost too good to be true. To her surprise, as soon as she entered, she encountered a familiar face. Lynette, no longer in her cool and tough attire, wore a dark green cheapao. With her hair neatly pinned up and jade earrings adorning her ears, appeared dignified and graceful. Rice Dumpling, we meet again. Seeing her calmed Alicia somewhat, who obediently called out, Mom. AI. Lynette pulled her into the crowd of elders. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is your third aunt. This is your second aunt, and this is... When it came to Arn, she greeted with a smile, we've met. Initially intending to see Alicia's downfall, Arn now backed off completely. Because just 2 days prior, Morgan had battled the senior members of the G family for Alicia's acceptance. He had preemptively cleared all obstacles. That chaotic scene, she did not wish to relive. He forced the patriarch to agree to Alicia's entry, and the rarely seen Lynette personally showed up to support her daughter-in-law. Isn't my daughter-in-law beautiful? She would ask anyone who would listen. Those familiar with her knew well what she meant. My daughter-in-law is under my protection, and anyone who dares touch her will lose their head. Having introduced the elders, Morgan pulled Alicia aside. Excuse us, I'll take Miss Shun to visit father. Only then did Alicia realize that among all these relatives, she hadn't yet met his father. To her surprise, Morgan led her to the ancestral hall and handed her 3 incense sticks after lighting them. Offer incense to the ancestors. This is my father. Alicia froze. She hadn't expected that the person he had never mentioned was already gone, but she still knelt and paid her respects with reverence, offering incense to the ancestors. Morgan's expression was solemn. Dad, I found her. You can rest in peace now. From now on, I will no longer be alone. Such a Morgan made Alicia feel a little warm-hearted. Her childhood might not have been happy, but wasn't his also far from it? There has never been an easy word in this world. Alicia didn't know what Morgan did, but no one in the G family dared to make things difficult for her. Much later, Alicia found out that on the day Morgan went to the board meeting alone, he brought a stack of thick documents. They contained the weaknesses of everyone on the board and their immediate family members. While others held power by proxy, he stepped up through the bones of those very powers. As long as he had the dirt on them, no one dared to defy. Alicia joined SN, yet she kept her identity, becoming one of the world's top designers. In her spare time, she would still perform with Briar. When Francine saw her again, Alicia was already a household name. Later, when he tried to mend fences with Alicia, she turned him away. Even Shin Manqing, she no longer contacted. Morgan spent a year preparing for this wedding. When news of Alicia marrying him spread globally, Layla and Francine only then realized it. Yet, these two parents were not invited. Francine rushed to the wedding scene with excitement, but they were stopped at the door. Francine was furious, but Jalen informed her. Madam said she doesn't have a father anymore. Layla, smiling, asked, what about me? I am her mother. Surely, I can go in. Jerry, stone-faced, replied word by word. Madam said she grew up without a father's love or a mother's care. She has neither a father nor a mother. Please return. Layla dared not cause trouble at the G family. She looked at the grand wedding ceremony, something she could only dream of. Alicia stood where she most wanted to be. She finally won, honorably winning over Alicia. She laughed, and the more she laughed, the more tears flowed. Because she lost her own daughter. The wedding ceremony began. Frida was extremely nervous around Alicia. Alicia smiled. Wait until you get married to be nervous. Seriously, how much longer do you have? Frida blushed. Soon. After Abner finishes this big project, we'll get married. Alicia hugged her. That's great. Wei, be happy. Okay. Just then, cheers rose from downstairs as Morgan personally came upstairs. The bridesmaids wanted to nitpick. Hand over the red envelope. A payment QR code was slipped through the door. Scanned freely. Children from the kindergarten and orphanage squeezed in, and Abner quickly threw candies, making the scene lively and magnificent. The bridesmaids were about to create more trouble when someone agilely jumped in from the balcony, reaching Alicia in seconds. It felt more like a bride abduction than a wedding. No, the groom hasn't been punished yet. Morgan carried Alicia and ran off in large strides, and Frida couldn't catch up. Damn, did Morgan take steroids? She panted with her hands on her hips. Abner, fearing she would fall in her high heels, supported her. Honey, don't chase. Let alone you. Even 3 of me couldn't catch him. Morgan carried Alicia through a rose-padded coconut tree walkway. Alicia helped wipe his sweat, eyes filled with stars. To her, the wedding was just a formality, something she didn't care much about. But Morgan wanted everyone to know of Mrs. G. Loving someone meant declaring it to the world. He had hidden it in his heart long enough. So, Alicia agreed to complete this ritual with him. Santiago and Alfonso held the tail of Alicia's dress. Abrielle carried the ring box, her lips slightly curved. The once confrontational milk dumpling now had a serious face, slowly following Alicia with the music. Listening to Morgan's passionate declaration, they exchanged rings and kissed under everyone's witness. At that moment, she heard her heart's love. Morgan had a 23-layer cake brought in, letting Alicia cut the first slice. That strawberry cake shattered by Layla during her birthday was recreated at this moment. Even the date she long overlooked, Morgan remembered. Wife, happy birthday, I love you. Tears she had been holding back slowly slid down. From now on, I will not let you shed another tear. Morgan reached out to her. Ms. Shun, Please guide me for the rest of my life. Alicia clasped his hand. Mr. G, it's my honor. Not far away, someone quietly delivered a bouquet of sunflowers. By the time Alicia looked up, the person was already gone. The petals of the sunflower gently unfurled in the sunlight. It bore only one sentence. Fox, be sure to be happy. The end.